At the opening ceremony, the beautiful hostess was interviewing me about where I interned during summer vacation. I didn't even have time to respond before over a dozen riot control vehicles stormed the campus, and hundreds of fully armed soldiers surrounded me, with even armed helicopters hovering overhead. The entire school's teachers and students were terrified, thinking I was a terrorist. To my surprise, the leading general actually saluted me and said, "Please come with us." Turns out, during my internship in Africa, I accidentally united the tribes and became what they called the god of war. In the interrogation room, the general's hands trembled as he looked at that thick stack of combat achievement records. Chapter 1, The Tribal War God. Dragon Kingdom, Capital. Dozens of major generals adorned with a single golden star on their shoulders hurriedly escorted a 3-star senior general into the hall of a secret underground facility within Zongnanhai. The moment they stepped inside, their eyes locked onto the massive screen dominating the hall. Countless identities of Great Xia citizens flashed across the screen in rapid succession. Although the data on the screen flickered too rapidly for the naked eye to discern the text, no one dared to relax their gaze for even a moment. "Old Wang, perhaps you should go to the back and rest for a while. We'll inform you immediately once we find his information. It won't be too late for you to take charge then." A relatively elderly major general cautiously advised the white-haired but spirited old man who bore 3 golden stars on his shoulders. "I'm not going anywhere. I'll wait right here. I want to see for myself just who this legend is, this man worshipped as a god of war by those tribal chiefs in the Third World." The old man was none other than one of the last 3 surviving meritorious generals of Dragon Nation, Old Master Wang Jiangwo. What could shock Old Master Wang into personally intervening was the mysterious figure who had turned the Third World upside down, causing its order to collapse. After an unknown length of time, suddenly, an excited shout from a staff member shattered the heavy, oppressive atmosphere in the hall. "Found him!" The scrolling screen froze on a boy who looked somewhat youthful. "Old Wang, we've found the target, it's him." Old Wang and a group of major generals with golden stars on their shoulders all perked up instantly. "Where is this person now?" Reporting to Old Wang, the target has just returned to the country and is currently in Jiangcheng. "What? He's actually in Jiangcheng?" The hall was silent, with only the staff member continuing to report. According to the records, the target individual is a junior student majoring in communication engineering at Jiang City University. 3 months ago, he went to Africa for an internship with his assigned company. Number 188, Jiefang Avenue, Jiangcheng City, Jiangcheng University. In front of the teaching building, a host named Bing Bing, dressed in a creamy white professional outfit with excellent figure and appearance, faced the camera with a blooming smile as she spoke eloquently. "Hello everyone, welcome to the live broadcast of College Freshman Season. I'm your host, Bing Bing. College Freshman Season is a recently launched live program by Jiangcheng TV, specifically tailored for college students. Since its premiere, the show has been warmly received by all university students in Jiangcheng City, even showing signs of extending its influence across the entire Jiangcheng province. As the top host of Jiangcheng TV, Bing Bing's hosting skills are undoubtedly exceptional. Friends in the live stream room, university students are the pillars of our nation's future, the vital talent reserve for our country. Today, we once again step into the daily lives of university students, showcasing the most authentic side of our nation's backbone. In the live stream room, countless devoted fans are frantically licking their phone screens. "My dear Bing Bing is back. I don't want to see university students, I just want to see Bing Bing. Upstairs guy, look at how pathetic you are. Bing Bing is already over 30, old and wrinkled. How can she compare to the youthful bodies of female college students? You perverts are truly shameless. I not only want to watch Bing Bing but also enjoy the youthful bodies of female college students, cute ones. Only then would I make a choice." "What? Bing Bing is coming to our school for a show this time? Bing Bing, I love you. I'm waiting for you in room 306 of the male dorm." The livestream chat was filled with all sorts of witty banter, with most of the conversation focusing on Bing Bing and the female college student. The director monitoring the livestream from the side saw the unfolding scene, his face full of excitement, and instinctively gave the director an OK hand signal, indicating that the viewership numbers were skyrocketing. 100,000, 500,000, 1 million. It felt like every college student in Jiangcheng province had gathered here. Bing Bing heard the announcer report the viewer count in her earpiece, and her smile grew even more adorable. She quickly stopped a male student who had dark circles under his eyes and was carrying a shower caddy, heading to the school's public bathroom to wash up. "Hello, classmate. Would you mind if I interviewed you?" The male student was overjoyed to see that the person stopping him was none other than his idol, Bing Bing, and immediately began jumping around excitedly. "Classmate, could you share what you did during this semester's summer break? Was there anything meaningful you'd like to share with everyone?" The male student felt a surge of motivation as Bing Bing cast an encouraging glance his way, his posture instantly straightening with renewed vigor. "Actually, I didn't do much over the summer. I just went to Africa with my internship organization to help them build a few signal towers." Proudly lifting his chin toward the camera, the male student began his humble brag. "What? You interned in Africa over the summer? So do you feel like this vacation was meaningful?" Bing Bing listened as the boy mentioned going abroad for an internship during the holiday, her face momentarily filled with longing. But after a brief moment of yearning, she still followed the script and continued with the process. Of course it's meaningful. I study communications, and my duty is to ensure that everyone in the world can connect with whoever they want, anytime and anywhere. This is the mission of someone in communications. The male student clenched his fist, his face displaying a solemn and righteous expression. Ha! Excellent! What ambition! Truly befitting a modern university student. My goodness, is this really the university student I know? How come his ideological awareness is so high? Just as the live audience couldn't believe a modern student could have such high ideological awareness, the male student's phone suddenly rang. Bing Bing glanced at the caller ID and saw dorm leader flashing on the screen. She quickly signaled the student to put it on speakerphone, eager to show the live audience how contemporary university students communicate with each other. The male student hesitated for a few seconds when Wang Bingbing wanted to make his phone call public, but he ultimately pressed the speakerphone button. The moment the speakerphone button was pressed, a deep male voice boomed through the phone. Hey, Lao Ho, you're taking forever in the shower, still not done? Alright, folks, the machines are ready. We must grind through the dungeon we couldn't finish overnight today. Ha ha ha, acting, keep acting. I knew it, this is what college students should really be like. Damn, those dark circles under your eyes are darker than a panda's. And here I was thinking you were burning the midnight oil for research. The popularity of back-to-school season for college students was immense. Within moments, the incident involving the male student had spread throughout Jiang City University. The onlooking students began to jeer enthusiastically, while the male student was so embarrassed that he felt like burrowing a 3-bedroom apartment out of the ground with his toes on the spot. Classmate, sincerity is the ultimate knockout punch. Next time I interview you, make sure to tell the truth. Bing Bing smiled warmly and smoothed things over. The male student was already completely flustered, his gaze growing increasingly distracted and unfocused. Well, this was perfect, now he'd embarrassed himself nationwide. Who knows how those online trolls would tear him apart later. The male student stood rooted to the spot, ignoring Bing Bing's question, his eyes darting around searching for a familiar face who could vouch for his claim about building signal towers in Africa during summer break, hoping to salvage some dignity. Suddenly, the male student spotted Su Yun, a classmate who had just emerged from the library heading back to the dormitory. Su Yun, come quick and back me up on camera, didn't we go to Africa this summer to help build signal towers for the locals? Following the waving direction, Bing Bing's eyes brightened immediately at the sight of Su Yun dressed in purple sportswear, fair-skinned, exuding a quiet and gentle demeanor. The melancholy prince, so handsome. The name Su Yun, noticing everyone's eyes suddenly focusing on her, pretended not to see the classmates who were crying and shouting for her to prove that she had gone to Africa to build signal towers during the summer vacation. Subconsciously quickening her steps, she tried to leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. But before he could take 2 steps, Bing Bing blocked his path. Hello Su, may I take a moment of your time for an interview? Chapter 2, the military enters the school, are we going on a forced march? Su Yun wasn't inclined to entertain Bing Bing, but with his exit firmly blocked, he could only lazily grunt 2 words through his nose. Ask away. So, what did you do during winter vacation? Bing Bing, returning to her usual routine, threw out the opening question once again. He went abroad for an internship with the host organization. Su Yun replied without the slightest change in expression. Upon hearing Su Yun's reply, the male student who had been interviewed earlier flushed bright red. Facing the camera, he repeatedly patted his chest, trying to clear his name to the millions of fans in the livestream. See, I wasn't lying. I really spent my summer break building signal towers for those natives abroad. We telecom professionals are determined to spread the voice of happiness across the entire world. In the livestream, both male and female audiences showed zero interest in the male student who was roaring like a gorilla. Bro, you're already blacklisted, no amount of washing can clean you now, not even if you jumped into the Yellow River. Ha ha ha, dude, your roommate's waiting for you to game, hurry up, I hope you guys still can't clear that dungeon tonight. The live chat was flooded with mockery, completely dismissing the male student's attempts to clear his name. As for Su Yun, Bing Bing became even more intrigued by his casual and dismissive attitude, showing a clear desire to distance himself from the situation as quickly as possible. After all, since the start of the program, which college student hadn't scrambled eagerly for a chance to be interviewed by her? So much so that they often fought fiercely over interview slots, behaving like savages in their competition. Su, aside from interning at the company in Africa, what did you do during your free time? Bing Bing intended to get to the bottom of the matter and continued to ask. A part-time job, working for others. You went to Africa for an internship and also worked part-time? Yeah, I need to earn money to pay tuition. Su Yun replied indifferently as usual. Indeed, Su Yun had crossed over to this parallel world as a transmigrator, and during his crossing, he awakened the divine profession exchange system. As long as Su Yun had enough money, he could freely exchange for any divine professional skill on the system panel. Therefore, Su Yun had no choice but to utilize all his spare time doing various part-time jobs. So, Su, what kind of part-time jobs did you do in Africa? Could you elaborate on that? Su Yun tilted his head, thought for a moment, and replied. Yeah, just running around here and there, occasionally sharing Dragon Country's traditional culture with the chieftains, and then getting hands-on, digging pits and stuff. At this point, Wang Bingbing felt a stir in her heart. This is much more inspiring than those who stay up all night playing games. Bingbing gazed at Su Yun with even greater enthusiasm. Finally, she'd found a contemporary college student perfectly suited for the program. During summer internship, using holidays to promote Chinese traditional culture to friends from third world countries, such sentiment, such integrity, absolutely represents today's college students. At this thought, Bingbing's eyes drifted toward the copy of The Art of War cradled in Su Yun's arms. Classmate Su, studying the art of war in your free time, you must really enjoy history, right? Not bad. My interests are quite broad, but lately I've been focusing on military strategy. His Bingbing didn't expect Su Yun to have such grand aspirations, immediately feeling a bit distanced, and her tone couldn't help but cool by 3 degrees. Could you show the art of war in your arms to the audience in the livestream? Whatever. Su Yun casually handed the art of war he was holding to Bingbing. As soon as the art of war was in her hands, Bingbing noticed that the book was much thicker than a normal copy of the art of war. It seems classmate Su has flipped through this art of war quite a few times. Bingbing teased Su Yun with a smile before randomly turning to a page. Hiss. The densely packed text recorded various insights, even including hypothetical examples of application in warfare. Wow, what am I seeing? The next generation of military strategist? Is this for real? There are even hypothetical war scenarios? Conclusion, this is undoubtedly an ancient warfare enthusiast, or rather, an ancient warfare fanatic. Looking at the detailed notes in the book, Bingbing couldn't help but reveal a hint of confusion in her eyes. Could it be that the traditional culture he taught to those tribal chiefs in the Third World was the art of war? It seems classmate Su really has a deep love for traditional culture. I wonder if classmate Su would be willing to share contact information, so the program team can send you an invitation to join us as a guest for this episode's filming? Random interviews of college students are just part of the selection process for college students' back-to-school season to choose suitable candidates for follow-up filming. So, Bingbing planned to include Su Yun in the candidate list. Inconvenient. After softly uttering these 3 words, Su Yun casually snatched the copy of The Art of War from Bingbing's hands and turned to leave. Wait, Su. Bingbing was just about to make an effort with Su Yun when suddenly the shrill sound of a police siren pierced her ears. Woola woola. From the direction of Jiang City University's main gate, over 10 modified riot police vans marked with SWAT suddenly drove in. After the dozen or so police vehicles approached near the program crew, their doors suddenly swung open, and immediately over 100 heavily armed soldiers, still in their uniforms before changing into riot gear, rushed out. Each soldier wielded a submachine gun and was clad in a bulletproof vest. At the very moment when over 100 soldiers surrounded the crowd, combat helicopters were already in position overhead. What a grand display! Is the military conducting training exercises at Jiang City University? Hey, upstairs, are you blind? How could this be training exercises? Didn't you notice those soldiers arrived in SWAT vehicles? These soldiers didn't even have time to change their uniforms. Just how urgent must the situation have been? Wow, the military is personally involved. Are there terrorists at Jiang City University? Could there possibly be a nuclear bomb at Jiang City University? No way, there can't be a nuclear bomb in the entire Jiangxing province. I bet it's King Kong from Skull Island visiting Jiang City University. Buddy upstairs, you're way off base. It's not King Kong from Skull Island, it's clearly Godzilla at Jiang City University. In the live stream, millions of viewers started wildly guessing, and the chat messages scrolling across the screen grew increasingly absurd. The soldiers arranged in a circle continued clearing students gathering on the sports field. As the crowd thinned, Bingbing gradually snapped out of her initial shock. Her journalistic instincts immediately sensed an opportunity. This unfolding scene on the premiere day of the new season of college freshman orientation, if she could follow up with continuous coverage, would undoubtedly become the hottest of hot topics. Xiao Xiao, keep the camera running at all times, make sure it doesn't shut down. Bingbing instructed the trembling photographer, Xiao Xiao, who had long been frightened. Ice, sis, this scene is way too intense, I'm scared. As soon as photographer Xiao Zhao uttered these words, it immediately sparked an outcry from millions of fans in the livestream. What's there to be afraid of? If I'm not scared, why should you be? Hold the camera steady, don't shake it. We need a close-up of a soldier assault. Xiao Zhao, get a close-up shot of that combat helicopter in the sky. I want to see what those missiles on the helicopter actually look like. Swish! Just as the livestream audience was teasing the cameraman Xiao Zhao, Bingbing was horrified to discover that over 100 soldiers had surrounded her and Su Yun, leaving no room to escape. What's happening? Seeing over 100 armed soldiers surrounding her, even someone as composed as Bingbing was stunned by the sheer scale of this show of force. I haven't done anything illegal. The cameraman, Xiao Zhao, was even more terrified, his legs trembling uncontrollably. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't afford to replace the camera worth over 100,000, he would have dropped it already. Before the production crew could react, several soldiers had already separated them from Su Yun. Dozens of submachine gun barrels were then all pointed at Su Yun as the director of Jiangchang Municipal Public Security Bureau personally addressed him. Su Yun, please come with us for questioning. Hearing this, Su Yun cast an apologetic glance toward Bing Bing, who was now shielded behind several soldiers, signaling that he couldn't proceed with the interview at the moment. Then, he turned back and gave a concise nod to the bureau director. Great! Chapter 3, I want to do an exclusive interview with Su Yun. Votes needed. Su Yun offered no resistance and made no inflammatory remarks. This came as a huge relief to the over 100 soldiers armed with rifles. After all, before setting out, they had been explicitly warned about Su Yun's terrifying reputation, and higher-ups had even instructed each of them to prepare a farewell letter. The Public Security Bureau chief exhaled a long sigh of relief, oblivious even to the cold sweat soaking the back of his shirt. Su Yun was escorted onto a modified SWAT armored vehicle with casual ease, flanked by 4 officers, one on each side and one in front and behind. Before getting in, he casually called out to the terrified student surnamed Ho. "Tell my teacher I'm excused from class tomorrow." Amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, the imposing convoy of over a dozen SWAT vehicles and helicopters carried Su Yun away. Though the entire process took less than 10 minutes before the soldiers withdrew, the live broadcast room witnessing the event had surged from 1 million to 5 million viewers. The comments section exploded. Holy crap, what did I just witness? A bunch of soldiers with assault rifles hauling off a college student? Not just over 100 soldiers, but armed helicopters too? How powerful is this college student that even the military got involved? Su Yun looks harmless enough. He can't be a terrorist, right? No way. Have you ever seen a terrorist with this kind of clout? Just think, the military didn't even have time to change into armed police uniforms for this operation. The entire faculty and student body of Jiangcheng University, who witnessed this spectacle, erupted into complete chaos. Am I dreaming? That guy actually got the military involved? That's insane. That guy's like a human nuclear weapon. Only when the military escorts nuclear weapons would you see this kind of setup. Hey! Didn't you guys hear? The officer leading those soldiers addressed that guy with the honorific you? That means he's not some criminal, he must be a big shot. No way. Have you ever seen a big shot get held at gunpoint by a bunch of soldiers? No way, I heard that officer say you too. That officer is the top cop at Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau. I've seen him on TV, no mistake about it. No way. Dude, you must be mistaken. A police chief using you to address a college student? The students buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, all the teachers who had taught Su Yun and the school's senior leadership gathered, whispering among themselves. Teacher Wang, I heard Su Yun was taken away by over 100 special police officers? Is that true? Absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. And it wasn't SWAT taking him away, it was a group of soldiers who hadn't had time to change into civilian clothes. Good grief, over 100 elite soldiers armed to the teeth, plus an armed helicopter. Even American blockbusters wouldn't dare film something like that. Impossible. It must be a military mistake. Su Yun lost both parents at a young age. He and his sister have relied on each other ever since. He's always worked hard to pay for school and support her, taking on part-time jobs during every break just to make ends meet. He wouldn't have the time or energy for crime, let alone something that would involve the military. The usually gentle and kind communications advisor was now flushed red as he argued on Su Yun's behalf. Su Yun's performance at school is beyond reproach. He ranks first in every subject in his grade, wins scholarships every year, and has represented the school in national competitions, winning gold medals multiple times. For this, principal, you personally commended Su Yun at a school assembly. How could such a student commit a crime, let alone one serious enough to involve the military? The principal was now at a loss. He couldn't fathom why a group of fully armed soldiers would storm the school just to take Su Yun away. But when even the chief of the Jiangcheng Municipal Public Security Bureau was involved and personally led the team to arrest Su Yun, it was clear that someone of his rank couldn't interfere in Su Yun's case. Calm down, everyone. Whether Su Yun is guilty or not, I trust the public security authorities will get to the bottom of it. Your top priority now is to calm the students. Keep them quiet at all costs. We absolutely cannot let this escalate further and damage our school's reputation. The principal's direct order left the counselors no choice but to comply, however much they might disagree or feel unjustly treated by Su Yun. The principal believed that by silencing the students, he could control the public sentiment. Little did he know that in the live stream of the college freshman orientation season program, curious netizens had already pushed the incident to the top of the trending topics. Bing Bing stared blankly at the receding convoy, her mind in turmoil. Even now, she couldn't fathom what that seemingly melancholic, somewhat handsome Su Yun had done to warrant an armed military response as if facing a major threat. What could a seemingly harmless college student possibly do to warrant such treatment? At this thought, Bing Bing's sensitive professional journalist instincts kicked in again. Hadn't the station director explicitly stated they were seeking several regular college students to serve as program guests, authentically showcasing their daily lives to the live audience? This Soo-yun, whatever he'd done, it must be serious. But judging by today's operation with the city police chief personally leading the team and over 100 elite soldiers fully armed and in combat gear, not even having time to change out of their uniforms. All for just one person, Soo-yun. Clearly, this guy had a major story and powerful connections. An ordinary college student drawing 100 elite military personnel to arrest him. This is prime material for a sensational TV show. If college freshman season focused on Soo-yun and authentically portrayed his story, the show would undoubtedly become a nationwide phenomenon. But first, she needed to figure out exactly what Soo-yun had done to warrant military intervention. As the top anchor at Jiang City TV, Bing Bing was known for her decisive and swift approach. Once she made up her mind, she acted immediately. Quick, everyone in the production crew, get in the car. We're going to follow and see what's happening. While ushering the entire crew into the vehicle, Bing Bing pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Hello, Uncle Wang, I need your advice on something. Chief's son from your municipal bureau just led a team to arrest one of my interview subjects. Uncle Wang, I know this is state secrets. I just want to know how serious his offense is and if he can be released? Ha? Whether it's serious or not, and whether he can be released or not, that's all state secrets. Leaking even a hint of it will get you held accountable. When Bing Bing learned that even Uncle Wang, now deputy director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, risked losing his position for revealing the slightest detail about Soo-yun, her curiosity about Soo-yun himself grew even stronger. Xiao Zhao, contact the station for me. Tell them we'll be stationed outside the Municipal Bureau for the next couple days, waiting for news on Soo-yun. We won't be returning to the station for now. Also, have the station director reach out to the Municipal Public Security Bureau leadership. I want to secure an exclusive interview with Soo-yun. Chapter 4, what side hustle did you have in the third world? On the way back to the Municipal Bureau with Soo-yun in custody, the roads were already cordoned off. Dozens of SWAT armored vehicles sped past in formation. In the center armored vehicle, Soo-yun sat in the back row, flanked by two heavily armed soldiers. Soldiers in both rows sat on high alert, their rifle bolts cocked, eyes fixed intently on Soo-yun. Though Soo-yun remained cooperative, no one dared declare him secure until the handover was complete. Not a single soldier dared breathe a sound inside the vehicle. The silence was so thick you could hear a pin drop. Many of the soldiers' gazes toward Soo-yun had grown strangely intense. A figure significant enough to warrant a military deployment should, by all logic, either look utterly vicious or carry the aura of a bloodthirsty killer. Yet, they sensed nothing of the sort in Soo-yun. No, instead, he exuded a serene, melancholic aura. Fortunately, Soo-yun cooperated fully on the way back to the Jiangcheng Municipal Public Security Bureau. Only after the soldiers escorted him into the interrogation room did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Inside the interrogation room, a middle-aged man with a gold star on his shoulder sat across from Soo-yun. His tone was solemn as he spoke. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shuelong. I hold the rank of Major General and am responsible for national security matters. We've brought you in to verify certain circumstances with you. Shuelong carefully chose his words. Cooperate fully, and as long as you provide clear answers, we won't make things difficult for you. It shouldn't be a matter of hardship or leniency. That last remark was left unspoken, lodged firmly in Shuelong's mind. Even General Wang, one of the three highest-ranking generals in the Dragon Nation, was personally overseeing this case. Clearly, the matter had escalated to a level threatening the nation's security. The mere thought of the investigative files he'd seen in Zhongbei made Shuelong's cheeks twitch uncontrollably. The seemingly harmless college student before him was actually. Shuelong searched his mind for ages but couldn't find a single word to describe Soo-yun. Enough with the pleasantries. I flew here from Zhongbei specifically for you. The operation to retrieve you from Jiang City University was personally commanded by me. Shuelong dropped a bombshell right off the bat, informing Soo-yun that he personally directed the entire capture operation. This also indirectly conveyed that he knew everything about Soo-yun's past transgressions. Shuelong had expected this bombshell to unsettle Soo-yun, creating an opening to break him down. But to his surprise, upon hearing that Shuelong himself had directed his capture, Soo-yun merely responded with a flat, "Oh. Whoa." He truly was an extreme case, a formidable opponent. Shuelong felt a surge of frustration as his full power punch landed like a blow to cotton. Fortunately, his composure remained unshaken. He quickly gathered his focus, preparing for a protracted battle of attrition against Soo-yun. "Soo-yun, I ask you, what did you do this summer?" Soo-yun folded his arms on the small table before him and answered calmly. "I went to Africa for an internship with my company." Shuelong couldn't help but snort coldly when he saw Soo-yun trying to brush off such a monumental matter with the casual term internship. "Once you arrived in Africa, it wasn't just about interning at the assigned company, was it? You were doing other things too, weren't you?" "Yeah. I took on a few extra gigs." Soo-yun replied calmly. "A few side gigs? You call that holding a few part-time jobs?" Shuelong, who knew exactly what Soo-yun had been up to in the third world, nearly choked on his own blood. "Well, those side gigs must have racked up some serious commissions." Long narrowed his eyes slightly, watching Su Yun's expression closely. Not bad. They paid me a total of $80,000, 1.38 tons of gold ore, and 200 kilograms of gold bars. Su Yun replied, his expression unchanged. That's all? Didn't the tribal chieftain also gift you 3 American women, 2 Japanese women, 1 Russian woman, and 3 local women? Long adopted a look that screamed, I know everything you've done, signaling to Su Yun, confess and get leniency, resist and face harsher consequences? I had those 8 women redeemed by their families. The families of the 2 Japanese women and the 3 American women were relatively well off. I released them, and their families collectively paid me $50,000. As for the 3 local women, their families were too poor to pay a single cent. I only accepted 10 bunches of bananas. The family of the Battle Nation woman broke their word. After I released her, they tried to renege on the payment. But I plan to visit the fighting nation myself during winter break. No one in this world dares to stiff me on a debt. Arrogant. Su Yun, this is the Public Security Bureau. Know your place and rein in your arrogance. Seeing Su Yun showed no sign of understanding he was being interrogated, Long slammed the table repeatedly, trying to intimidate him with sheer force. Su Yun's lips twitched slightly as he replied calmly. I was merely stating the facts. As a cold glint shot from Su Yun toward Long, the latter felt an icy sharpness explode around him. A soldier's sixth sense warned him that immense danger was closing in. His facial muscles began twitching uncontrollably, spasming in waves. Su Yun, calm down. Long forced himself to suppress the urge to bolt from the interrogation room, pleading with Su Yun through gritted teeth. Oh. Sorry, I forgot I'm on Longwa's turf. I thought I was back in laughs. Never mind. Comrade Major General, let's continue. Long watched Su Yun, who had reverted to his harmless demeanor, and suddenly felt a pang of vulnerability. All these years, he had climbed to the rank of Major General through blood and fire, yet a single glance from this man had utterly shattered his resolve. Long felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Long didn't immediately resume interrogating Su Yun. He needed a moment to compose himself. The interrogation room fell into another stalemate. Long grabbed the water cup on the table and gulped down a large mouthful, trying to calm himself. He had lost the initiative. He needed to shift his approach to break through. After a long silence, Long's expression softened. To be honest, I personally admire what you did in the Third World. You used your 3-month summer internship to help a tiny Third World tribe of just 100 people become a major power occupying a quarter of Africa. In 3 months, you commanded 755 battles and annexed 36 tribal warlords? Even though Long had long been aware of Su Yun's remarkable achievements through the files, his face now bore an expression of utter disbelief. 755 battles in 3 months? I seriously doubt how you pulled that off. That averages out to 8.3 battles a day. Wrong. You miscalculated. It's an average of 25 battles per day. I had to spend most of my time at my internship, so I could only help Luff and the others during holidays and weekends. Su Yun corrected him. Ha? 25 engagements a day? Long gaped in shock, his voice cracking as he screamed. Chapter 5, King of Assassins, King of Mercenaries. Votes needed. Even Long, a seasoned battlefield general, was rendered speechless by Su Yun's claim of commanding 25 battles per day on average. 25 battles averaging less than an hour per engagement. That efficiency would be mind-blowing even in the age of cold weapons, let alone the modern era of hot weapons. Su Yun, how on earth do you manage to command 25 battles in a single day? Long, momentarily forgetting the interrogation at hand, asked Su Yun with eyes sparkling with admiration. Su Yun tilted his head, answering without hesitation. Easy. Prepare the military deployments in advance, then launch simultaneous attacks when the time comes. I just remotely command them over the phone. What? You remotely commanded 25 battles simultaneously over the phone? Long was once again utterly speechless with shock. Each battle presented unique circumstances, where victory or defeat could shift in an instant. Commanders on the battlefield needed eyes as sharp as torches, constantly scanning every corner for traps to ensure their forces remained unbeatable. Commanding even a single battle exacts a tremendous toll on a commander's mental energy. And this Su Yun fellow could command 25 battles simultaneously? Was he even human? His mental processing power must surpass even the supercomputers at Zhonghai North's Sunway Taihu Light. But what if an unexpected event occurs on one of your remotely commanded battlefields, threatening to tip the scales of victory? How do you guarantee success? Long was utterly perplexed by Su Yun's record of launching 755 battles during his summer internship and maintaining a perfect victory rate. Even he, commanding the most elite forces of the Dragon Nation, couldn't guarantee victory in all 755 engagements. Much less when Su Yun commanded soldiers who were militiamen from an obscure tribe in the Third World. Oh, you mean that? Easy fix. If any battlefield shows signs of defeat, I'll personally intervene there. Ha? You alone can decide the outcome of a battle? Long felt his worldview shatter. In the age of cold weapons, individual valor could be amplified to its limits, but it still couldn't determine the outcome of a battlefield. And this was the age of hot weapons. Even if you possessed extraordinary combat prowess, you couldn't withstand a single bullet. Xuelong found it utterly unbelievable that Su Yun claimed he alone could sway the course of battle. Su Yun, be honest. Tell me, do you even believe what you just said? Which battlefield are you talking about where, if your side shows signs of defeat, you personally stepping in would guarantee victory? Do you take me for a 3-year-old who's never seen a battlefield? Xuelong slammed his fist on the table, trying to regain the upper hand with sheer force of will. Su Yun remained utterly unimpressed by Xuelong's table pounding and shouting. He spread his hands indifferently and said flatly, "If you don't believe me, then there's nothing I can do about it. Su Yun, be honest. Confess and get leniency, resist and face harsher punishment. Tell us who your accomplices are. Perhaps the state will show leniency for your voluntary confession." Xuelong reasoned that no matter how formidable Su Yun was, he couldn't possibly have single-handedly orchestrated the 755th battle. He must have accomplices, and they were likely just as capable as he was. Thus, he began to bluff him. Accomplices? Their strategic skills are too weak. I didn't bring them along when helping Lao Fu seize territory, and even if I had, they wouldn't have been much help. Ha? So you do have accomplices? Spill it, who are they? Xuelong hadn't expected his bluff to actually work. His face lit up with delight as he pressed his advantage. Scout, Du Fu Longer. Fire support, Shilong Schwarzenegger. Communications, Jason Stanchun. Driver, Daishij Johnson. Su Yun counted on his fingers, checking each name one by one, afraid that his long absence from the team might have made him forget his own squad members. Duff Longer, Shia Long Schwarzenegger, Jason Stanchun, Dashi Johnson? Xuelong found the names increasingly familiar. Suddenly, something clicked. He quickly pulled out his phone, searched for their profiles online, and his expression turned complex and peculiar. Su Yun, you're saying your partners are ranked 3rd, 6th, 7th, and 10th on the mercenary list? Su Yun nodded, confirming Xuelong's assessment. Seeing Su Yun so readily admit it, an absurd thought flashed through Xuelong's mind. Cloud, translated from English, means cloud. The S is the uppercase initial of Su. Put together, it becomes Cloud.S. Could this name be translated as Su Yun? Xuelong tentatively asked. Su Yun, could it be that Cloud.S, the top-ranked mercenary on the list, is actually you? Su Yun nodded again in confirmation. What? You're actually Cloud.S, the world's top-ranked mercenary? Within mere minutes, Xuelong's worldview had been shattered repeatedly. His expression grew numb though his voice remained as high-pitched as ever, his face turned blank and dazed. You guys didn't know I'm the king of mercenaries? This time it was Su Yun's turn to be surprised. He had assumed Xuelong had summoned him because he already knew all about his identities. But judging by Xuelong's expression, he realized he'd overthought it. He countered with a question. How did I slip up? And how did you track down what I did in Africa? Upon hearing Su Yun's question, Xuelong shook his head and gave a wry smile. For years, our country has faced relentless pressure from NATO, led by the eagle-eyed Americans. Our overseas resources were limited, so we never uncovered your true identity. It wasn't until after the founding of LAF that a telegram was sent to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, specifically requesting your appointment as the state advisor. They recounted every detail of your role in helping establish their nation to the chairman. The chairman was deeply shocked upon hearing this and ordered General Wang to personally oversee the matter. That's how we came to invite you here. But after chatting with you just now, we discovered you're actually the king of mercenaries. Su Yun's expression turned peculiar after hearing Xuelong's explanation. So the mistake all along was on Luff's end. No way. Once I get out of here, Laff better make it up to me. Xuelong seemed to sense Su Yun's thoughts and quickly interceded on Laff's behalf. Su Yun, he meant well, he even invited you to be the state advisor. Su Yun curled her lip at the mention of state advisor, dismissing the title with disdain. What was so great about being the royal advisor to a backward African tribe? Seeing Su Yun's expression, Xuelong realized he had no interest in Laff's offer. He stopped persuading him and instead steered the conversation back to Su Yun, asking, Su Yun, besides being the king of mercenaries, do you have any other identities? I'm also the king of assassins. What? The top bounty on the dark web's assassin rankings is yours too? Xuelong quickly opened his phone browser, typed in a URL, and a hitman ranking list popped up on the screen. At the very top of the list, the name Cloud.S was displayed in bold. Su Yun watched Xuelong, who was on the verge of a mental breakdown, shrugged, and gave him a reassuring look that seemed to say, you're still okay, right? Su Yun dared to openly reveal his identity because, whether it was assassin bounties or mercenary missions, he never accepted jobs within the Zhenghua territory. He never targeted Zhenghua citizens as mission objectives. Therefore, within Zhenghua territory, he was a lawful citizen. Xuelong's eyes locked onto Su Yun's face. His mouth opened and closed repeatedly, but not a single word came out. Impossible to interrogate. King of assassins, king of mercenaries, either title alone was beyond his level to handle. Long rubbed his aching temples, rose without a word, and headed for the exit to report Su Yun's situation to his superiors. Seeing Long about to leave, Su Yun hurriedly called after his retreating figure. I have classes this afternoon. When will you release me? Mr. Su, please wait a moment. I need to consult with my superiors first. Long's tone betrayed a hint of respect. King of Assassins, King of Mercenaries, neither title was something he could ever hope to attain. Chapter 6, he is an extremely dangerous individual. Please vote for recommendations. Long had just stepped out of the municipal police headquarters, preparing to take a vehicle back to the military camp to report Su Yun's situation to his superiors via special communication channels, when Bingbing, who had been lying in wait for some time, called out to him. Uncle Shui? What are you doing at the Public Security Bureau? Bingbing was astonished to see a major general like Long at the police station entrance. Suddenly recalling that Su Yun had been taken away by soldiers, she immediately understood. Uncle Shui, is this about Su Yun? Recognizing the voice as that of Bingbing, the only daughter of an old comrade in arms, Long smiled and nodded, offering no denial to her words. It was indeed about Su Yun. Uncle Shui, what did Su Yun do? My interview with him was only halfway through, it wasn't finished yet. Due to security concerns, the production team's request for an exclusive interview with Su Yun had not been approved by higher-ups. But Bingbing remained undeterred, determined to leverage her connections to secure an exclusive interview with Su Yun. Long shook his head. Su Yun's situation is rather complicated. Bingbing, you'd be wise to stay out of this mess. Uncle Shui is only looking out for you. Long added one last warning, fearing Bingbing's stubbornness might lead her into danger. Seeing Long's serious expression, Bingbing was filled with suspicion and guessed. Uncle Shui, just tell me straight, is Su Yun a serial killer? Bingbing reasoned that only a serial killer would warrant such an extensive government operation. Long shook his head, dismissing the idea of a serial killer with disdain. Bingbing, do you really think a serial killer would warrant me making this trip personally? Oh, you're right. Uncle Shui, you're in charge of national security. Murderers aren't your jurisdiction. Mid-sentence, Bingbing suddenly realized something, her voice rising sharply. Uncle Shui, could he be a spy infiltrating our country? Watching Bingbing's increasingly wild guesses, Long gave her a sharp tap on the head. Turn off the camera equipment first. I'll tell you the details about Su Yun later. Long glanced at Xiao Zhao, who was carrying the camera behind Bingbing, and said indifferently. After Xiao Zhao turned off the camera, Long handed Bingbing a thick stack of documents. This reveals Su Yun's true identity. It's classified. At the word classified, Long paused noticeably before adding with a wry smile. Never mind. Once this file reaches higher-ups, it won't be classified anymore. Su Yun's true identity? He's just a college student. Could he really be a spy, a murderer? With her mind filled with questions, Bingbing slowly opened the file. During his junior summer break, Su Yun worked as an intern with his company in Africa, constructing communication towers for third-world countries. While in Africa, Su Yun was hired by the local Makra tribe. Within 3 months, he commanded 755 battles for the Makra tribe, annexing 36 surrounding tribes and helping them successfully establish their nation. Merely reading the first paragraph sent a sharp wave of dizziness through Bingbing's mind. Hired by the Makala tribe during summer break? Commanded 755 battles? Conquered 36 tribes? And then being appointed as the Grand Advisor of the Republic of Makra by President Leif, who founded the nation. How could these feats possibly be connected to a third-year student at Jiang City University? He's only a junior. At just 21 or 22 years old, he's achieved heights ordinary people could never dream of in a lifetime. Uncle Shui, is any of this true? Bingbing asked incredulously. Long looked at Bingbing with an eerie expression, his tone dripping with self-mockery. Do you think I'd joke about something like this? And this is just the tip of the iceberg on his resume. Keep reading and you'll see. In a strange mix of unease and shock, Bingbing returned her gaze to the documents in her hands and continued reading. As she did, a chill instantly shot up from the soles of her feet, sending a tingling sensation through her scalp. World Mercenary Rankings, number 1, known as the King of Mercenaries. Dark Web Assassin Bounty List, number 1, King of Assassins. Staring at the glaring titles on the file King of Assassins, King of Mercenaries, Bingbing was utterly stunned. Her father was the head of international affairs for the Flower family, and she had heard of the World Mercenary Rankings and the Dark Web Assassin Bounty List since childhood. She knew all too well the significance of these titles. Either title alone signified the status of an underground overlord capable of toppling a small nation's government with ease. She never imagined Su Yun would hold both titles simultaneously. He was the king among kings, the emperor of the dark world. Such a man would be received as a VIP by the leaders of any nation he chose to visit. How could this be possible? Uncle Shui, you're saying the Dark Emperor of our world is just a college student? Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. How could he casually mention part-time jobs to pay tuition during an interview? Part-time as the King of Assassins? Part-time as the mercenary king? Part-time Dark Emperor of the underworld? Xuelong looked at Bingbing, who was too stunned to speak, and felt an inexplicable sense of comfort welling up inside him. Bingbing, when I first learned about Suyun's identity, I had the exact same expression you have now. Xuelong let out a bitter laugh. Amidst his sighs, Xuelong recalled that harmless-looking figure in the interrogation room. Who would have thought that a seemingly quiet and studious college student would moonlight as the Dark Emperor? So, Bingbing, now you see how terrifying he really is. Take my advice, don't even think about getting involved with him. The farther away you stay, the better. Bingbing nodded blankly, but then snapped back to reality and shook her head vigorously. Uncle Xue, I told you before my interview with him on the show was only half done. It's not finished. So I absolutely have to do a full interview with him. Bingbing insisted stubbornly. Forget it, do as you please. But let me be clear, Suyun's status has now reached the level of national security. If the higher-ups make a decision, it's not something people at our level can influence. With that, Xuelong hurried away. All eyes in the production crew turned to Bingbing. Sis Bingbing, are we still filming? Xiao Zhao asked anxiously. Bingbing, maybe we should just call it off. Suyun is no longer within the scope of college students. Another staff member chimed in with a suggestion. Hearing this, Bingbing suddenly perked up as if energized, a different gleam flashing in her eyes. How is Suyun no longer a college student? He's currently attending Jiang City University. He is a college student. He is the guest for this season of college freshman season, and he's the only guest for this season. Bingbing declared with unwavering resolve, clenching her fist as she addressed the group. Chapter 7, Young People, the Law-Abiding Citizens Votes Needed. Inside the interrogation room. Suyun waited for a long time. Seeing Xuelong still hadn't returned, a hint of impatience flashed across his face. The second class this afternoon is Old Nyo's lecture. I wonder if Old Ho even requested leave for me. Pacing restlessly in circles, Suyun couldn't shake his concern about the afternoon class credits. He headed toward the door. Hey, comrades, how much longer do I have to wait? Outside the interrogation room, two fully armed soldiers stood on high alert, scrutinizing every police officer passing by the door, wary that terrorists might be among them attempting to rescue Suyun. Suddenly hearing Suyun's voice from behind, they both jumped in fright. The barrels of their Type 95 pistols instantly swung towards Suyun. But before they could fully aim, Suyun moved with lightning speed, disassembling both Type 95 rifles down to just the stocks and grips. I haven't committed any crimes in this country, so don't point your guns at me. After disassembling the Type 95s, Suyun returned the parts to the soldiers, clapped his hands, and muttered under his breath. The two soldiers stared at the disassembled parts in their hands, their mouths agape, frozen in place like statues. A full minute passed before the soldiers finally snapped out of their stupor. You, don't come any closer. Both elite soldiers, handpicked from the military ranks, now wore expressions of sheer terror. Their right hands instinctively reached toward their holsters. I already told you, I'm a legal citizen in this country. Don't point your guns at me. Suyun sighed helplessly at the sight. Besides, I can disassemble a pistol 0.2 seconds faster than a rifle. The two soldiers froze upon hearing Suyun's words. Then, glancing sideways, they saw that their other hands held nothing but the grips and stocks of their Type 95 assault rifles. Only then did they finally grasp the meaning behind Suyun's statement. How long did it take you to disassemble our Type 95s just now? One soldier asked, his voice laced with fear, confusion, and disbelief. About 0.5 seconds. Mainly because I disassembled them with both hands simultaneously. It takes 0.05 seconds longer than using one hand. Are you even human? The two soldiers exclaimed in unison. After all, the standard disassembly time for Type 95 rifles in the military was 1 minute. How could Suyun manage it in less than a second? Suyun shot them a reproachful glance. Why are you two cursing me? The two soldiers dared not draw the pistols tucked at their waists. Their Type 95s, still with the safety locks engaged, had been disassembled into scattered parts before they could even react. And he just stated clearly that he could disassemble a pistol faster than a rifle. If they actually drew their weapons only to have him take them apart right in front of them, they'd have no face left to return to the unit. The two soldiers exchanged glances. The older one cautiously asked Suyun. How did you get out? Suyun pointed toward the interrogation room door, then shrugged his shoulders. I pulled it, and it opened. Impossible. I locked this interrogation room door myself. How could you just pull it open? The soldier stared at the door in disbelief, only to find the door latch had been snapped off by Suyun. What? You're that strong? You actually snapped the latch off the lock? The soldier stared at the door, now impossible to close, his face frozen in utter astonishment. Is that general who interrogated me coming back? When can I leave? My teacher takes attendance in class this afternoon, and I'll lose credits if I'm absent. Listening to Suyun's words, the veins on both soldiers' foreheads throbbed visibly. The teacher takes attendance in the afternoon? Deduct credits for absence? This student no, Dark Emperor.
You really don't know why we brought you here? Don't you have any idea about the earth-shaking, soul-stirring things you've done? Don't move. I'll call for instructions.
A soldier swiftly pulled out his phone and dialed the number Shuelong had left behind before departing.
The remaining soldier remained intensely focused, watching Su-yun with extreme vigilance. You, don't move. Just stand there. That's right. Keep your hands still. This is the Public Security Bureau. My turf. In his eyes, Su-yun was a Thanos-level threat bent on destroying the Earth.
Su-yun kept his hands in his pockets, tempted to say something like,
I haven't even lifted an eyelid, or something like that.
But seeing how these two guards watching him were already on edge, he decided it was best not to provoke them.
It was just a part-time job. He hadn't broken any laws back home.
Within the borders of the flower-planting family, he was a lawful citizen. A recipient of the top scholarship at Jiang City University for 3 consecutive years. As for the equipment from his side job, it was all stored in his mercenary group's armory back at headquarters.
He hadn't even brought back any restricted knives.
After hanging up with Shuelong, the soldier approached Su-yun with a complicated expression.
Major General Shui is currently occupied with your matter and cannot be reached. However, he instructed me to inform you that you must compensate for the door lock damage before leaving.
Oh. All right. Su-yun glanced at the door lock he'd violently damaged, offering an awkward smile and apologetic looks to the two soldiers.
Old Wang, did Major General Shui really just let him go? Watching Su-yun's retreating figure, the younger soldier asked the older one in disbelief. What else could we do?
Major General Shui said on the phone that all of Su-yun's activities happened overseas. Here in China, he's a law-abiding citizen. We have no grounds to arrest him. But he's the king of mercenaries, the king of assassins.
The young soldier's face was etched with confusion.
Whatever king he is, as long as he hasn't broken the law within our borders, what charges could you possibly pin on him?
Seems like he's right. The young soldier was momentarily flustered by the question.
All right, this isn't our level to meddle in. Major General Shui said on the phone that the order to release Su-yun came directly from General Wang himself.
You mean General Wang Jiangwo, one of the 3 remaining meritorious generals of Flower Country? Old Man Wang?
Just as the two soldiers were whispering to each other, a third voice suddenly reached their ears.
Ha! You, how did you come back? The two soldiers frowned, staring at Su-yun with heightened vigilance as he reappeared out of nowhere.
Su-yun scratched the back of his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Well, I spent all the money in my pocket on that lock earlier, so I can't afford a taxi.
Could you guys give me a ride back to school? After all, you guys picked me up, so shouldn't you take me back?
The two soldiers stared at the harmless-looking college student before them, momentarily dazed.
Is this really the Dark Emperor who strikes fear into the hearts of the entire internet? You've got to be kidding me. You, hold on.
I need to consult my superiors. The older soldier pulled out his phone again.
Half an hour later, a police car pulled up once more at the entrance of Jiang City University.
Deputy Chief Wang Yongji of the Public Security Bureau personally escorted Su-yun through the campus gates.
Thank you for your trouble, Uncle Wang. Su-yun waved goodbye to Wang Yongji with a beaming smile at the university entrance.
Little Su, you must remember our country is governed by the rule of law.
You absolutely must not break any laws or regulations.
Wang Yongji continued his admonitions all the way until the very last moment of their parting, adding a few more words of caution.
Don't worry, I've always been law-abiding.
Wang Yongji watched Su-yun's retreating figure enter the school gates, his expression complex and grim. They ordered me to keep a close eye on this kid, to monitor his every move.
What chance do I have of keeping tabs on him?
Just as Wang Yongji opened the driver's door of the police car, preparing to drive back to the station, his gaze flickered toward the direction they had come from.
Suddenly, his expression tightened. Bing Bing? What's she doing here? Chapter 8, Su-yun, I'd like to invite you to join the production team? Vote request. Su-yun, please wait a moment.
After a brown GL8 minivan pulled up outside Jiang City University, Bing Bing swiftly opened the door and broke into a jog, chasing after Su-yun. Originally, after learning from Shuelong about Su-yun's past deeds, Bing Bing had assumed he'd never be released from the police station. She'd abandoned plans to stake out the station and returned to the station with her camera crew. But as soon as she arrived at the station, she received a call from Shuelong. He said higher-ups had determined Su-yun hadn't violated any laws of Longwa and decided to send him back to school. Upon receiving the news, Bing Bing rushed back to Jiang City University without delay, arriving just in time to witness Wang Yongji escorting Su-yun through the campus gates.
Su-yun, our interview isn't finished yet. Could I bother you for a few more minutes? Sorry, I'm going to be late for class. Without hesitation, Su-yun flatly refused Bing Bing.
But... Caught off guard by Su-yun's abrupt refusal, Bing Bing blurted out her thoughts in a rush, hoping to keep him there. Su-yun, our college freshman season program would like to invite you as the featured guest for this episode.
Not interested. Find someone else.
Watching Su-yun walk away without a backward glance, Bing Bing stomped her foot in frustration. Meanwhile, Wang Yongji, who had been watching the scene unfold, narrowed his eyes.
The main star for the college freshman orientation season program? That meant he'd be on camera 24/7.
The more Wang Yongji thought about it, the more delighted he became. Without even acknowledging Bing Bing, he quickly started the police car and floored it straight toward the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Already in a foul mood after Su-yun's rejection, Bing Bing had hoped to see comfort from Wang Yongji. But when she turned around and saw he'd driven off, her temper flared anew, and she stubbornly clamped her lips shut.
Oomph. Xiao Xiao, let's go. We're following him to the classroom. I refuse to believe that I, the top host in Jiangcheng, can't handle a college student. The production crew followed Su-yun to the classroom. Without Su-yun's permission, Xiao Xiao hadn't turned on the camera. The moment the crew entered the classroom, the students erupted in a flurry of excitement. It's Bing Bing, my goddess. Wow, is college freshman season filming our class? This is too awesome. Bing Bing, film me. Film me.
I bought this Adidas shirt yesterday just for this day. Old Zhang, stop being so pathetic.
The brand's letters are Adidas, not Adidas, you're missing a letter. Su-yun's expression darkened when he realized the production crew had followed him into the classroom without his permission.
He assumed ignoring them would make them leave on their own. But he never expected them to be so shameless. Not only did they follow him all the way here, they actually came into the classroom to bother him.
I told you I don't want to be on your show. Stop pestering me.
Su-yun waved his hand impatiently, trying to shoo away Bing Bing, who clung to him like a stubborn plaster.
Su-yun, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why are you turning it down? Bing Bing shouted urgently.
I need to focus on my studies and work part-time jobs.
I don't have time for your show. Part-time job?
This excuse.
Why does it sound so creepy?
Seeing Su-yun show not a shred of hesitation, Bing Bing couldn't help but feel her heart start to race.
Su-yun's background was already sensitive. If he insisted on not recording, she couldn't force him.
Just as Bing Bing stood frozen, torn between leaving and staying, the president of Jiang City University entered the classroom, surrounded by a group of faculty members. Su-yun, if you participate in the college freshman orientation season program recording, I will include you on the list for this semester's financial aid and the university's first-class scholarship.
The president of Jiang City University smiled kindly at Su-yun. But my family circumstances and academic performance already meet the application criteria.
There's no need for your special approval, President.
Su-yun responded indifferently, seemingly oblivious to the offer the president had made.
You? The president was so taken aback by Su-yun's retort that he was momentarily speechless. The moment the president and the school's senior administrators entered the classroom, the students' murmurs ceased and all eyes turned to Su-yun.
Seeing Su-yun had actually silenced the principal, they exchanged stunned glances. Brother Yun is that bold? He actually dared to confront the principal?
A chubby boy whispered under his breath.
Is Brother Yun brave?
Drop the fact you're even asking shows you genuinely missed the story about Brother Yun getting taken away by a bunch of cops this morning.
Silence.
The moment a few students whispered among themselves, they immediately felt the icy glare from their counselor and quickly shut their mouths, falling silent. Su-yun, how about this? If you agree to be the main subject for this season's college freshman orientation series, the station will pay you 1 million yuan in performance fees.
Think it over?
Suddenly, another group entered the classroom. A middle-aged man at the front addressed Su-yun.
Director? What brings you here?
Bing Bing's face betrayed her surprise upon seeing the middle-aged man. The station director walked over to Su-yun, gave Bing Bing a nod with a smile, then turned his gaze to Su-yun with genuine sincerity.
Su-yun, are you satisfied with the 1 million yuan offer I made? If you feel it's too low, I can add a bit more.
No sooner had the station director finished speaking than the president of Jiang City University chimed in cheerfully, nudging Su-yun. Su-yun, if you agree to film, the university will give you special consideration permitting flexible attendance hours and even awarding you this semester's 3 good student honor. I also heard you have a sister in high school. If she's interested in attending our university, I can secure her a guaranteed admission spot.
Ha? Is all this true? You'll give me 1 million yuan in performance fees just for agreeing to film? And you'll secure my sister's admission here? Sure enough, upon receiving affirmative responses from the station director and principal, Su-yun flashed a professional smile and addressed the station director with practiced ease.
Agreed. But I require a 50% deposit upfront, with the balance settled within 7 days after filming concludes. After saying this, Su-yun turned to the university president and stated, transfer half the scholarship and financial aid funds to me first. As for my sister, I need to check if she's interested in our school before making any decisions.
Ha? You want half the scholarship and grant money transferred to you up front too?
The principal looked utterly astonished. The semester has just begun, and the application period for grants and scholarships hasn't started yet. If we pay half up front now, that amount would have to come out of the school's budget. Of course, this is the rule for requesting my assistance, no one can change it. But rest assured, I take my part-time responsibilities very seriously. Watching Su-yun, who seemed like a completely different person, the teachers and television station executives in the classroom nodded blankly. Soon after the station director and the principal walked out of the classroom together, holding the performance contract, everyone let out a long sigh of relief.
Finally completed the task assigned by headquarters. Chapter 9, This side job isn't dangerous for me, votes needed.
Since the principal had personally intervened during the second class period that afternoon, teacher Neo didn't give Soo-yun or the production crew much trouble for being late.
He even granted Bingbing a few minutes for the program's opening remarks. Good afternoon to all our viewers at home and in the livestream chat. Due to unforeseen circumstances this morning, our broadcast was interrupted. However, through our relentless efforts, our production team has now finalized the star of this episode. It is this young lady Soo-yun. As Bingbing discreetly signaled to Xiao Zhao, who was carrying the camera, the lens captured Soo-yun waving and greeting everyone. Hello everyone, I'm Soo-yun, this episode's guest. Over the next 3 months, I'll be spending time with all of you. Ha! This guy looks familiar? Holy crap! Isn't he the guy who got taken away by the military this morning? Bingbing, let's get out of here. This guy's a terrorist. Bro, you're something else. To be this episode's guest, you actually mobilized the military and armed helicopters. How much did that cost? Holy crap.
Hey upstairs, cut the nonsense.
How much clout and connections does this guy have to get the military involved? Production team, this isn't scripted, right? Did you pull out all the stops this morning just to boost views?
The morning livestream cut off when Soo-yun was taken away by the military. So the viewers in the livestream chat had no idea what was really going on. Speculation ran rampant that the production team had staged the whole thing to boost viewership. There was no script, absolutely no script.
This morning was just a misunderstanding.
Soo-yun, he was just doing some part-time work abroad. Now that everything's been cleared up, the police have released him. Seeing the chat comments taking a turn for the worse, Bingbing had no choice but to step in and clarify. Sure, he wiped out 36 tribes and commanded 755 battles, but he never broke any laws in China. Soo-yun was selected through rigorous screening by our higher-ups. Only after approval from the station's leadership did he become this episode's featured guest. I can only say that since the show began, no guest has been more suitable than Soo-yun. Bingbing had already received a notice from the station requiring the production team to film Soo-yun 24/7 even while he slept. The cameras couldn't be turned off. Soo-yun and his younger sister rely on each other for survival. To save up for tuition and support his sister's education, Soo-yun took on numerous part-time jobs during holidays. Though those jobs are dangerous, Soo-yun's spirit of fearing neither hardship nor fatigue is always worthy of our admiration. Bingbing knew exactly where the show's explosive moments lay, so she would never reveal Soo-yun's background until the very last moment.
Dangerous part-time jobs? What kind of jobs are dangerous? I bet it's being a window washer.
That job must be the most dangerous, hanging dozens of meters above the ground cleaning glass. I bet it's construction laborer building sites are notoriously hazardous. I bet it's bricklayer work. The job's danger level is off the charts. Watching the chaotic guesses flying across the comment stream, Bingbing couldn't help but curve her lips into a smile.
See? The buzz is slowly building.
As Bingbing wrapped up her opening remarks, the classroom returned to its usual scene. Teacher Neo lectured eloquently at the podium, putting in extra effort due to the program's live broadcast across all platforms. Below, Soo-yun propped her chin on her hands, quietly lost in her own thoughts. The multi-purpose tiered classroom allowed cameraman Xiao Zhao to capture every expression on the students' faces.
So boring, so dull. Why am I still forced to sit through lectures 20 years after graduation? I can't take it anymore. I'm so sleepy. I yawn every time I hear a lecture now. No way. Why are they even filming a lecture for this episode? So boring.
Bingbing sat below, fighting off sleep. Previous episodes only filmed guests after class, but this time the station director personally ordered her to follow Soo-yun around 24/7 for the entire recording. The production crew yawned incessantly, except for little Zhao, who was perked up while holding the camera, practically shoving it right up to Soo-yun. Within the entire production crew, only Bingbing and he knew Soo-yun's true identity. On screen, the beautiful female classmate sitting next to Soo-yun suddenly passed him a crumpled paper ball.
Soo-yun unfolded it to find neat, delicate handwriting. What was up with those cops this morning? Why did they arrest you?
Soo-yun thought for a moment, then picked up a ballpoint pen from the table and replied.
It's fine. Just a minor misunderstanding. It's been resolved.
After writing these words, Soo-yun passed the crumpled paper to Yang Susu sitting beside him. Yang Susu unfolded the paper, read Soo-yun's reply, then grabbed the pen and scribbled furiously.
Nothing?
Everyone was freaked out this morning, thinking you were some heinous murderer.
Ha ha ha.
Soo-yun stared at the words murderer guilty of heinous crimes on the paper and was speechless.
I'm not a murderer.
Soo-yun passed the crumpled paper back to Yang Susu. Yang Susu smiled softly upon seeing Soo-yun's words.
Of course I know you're not. After class, come watch a movie with me. After writing this, 2 crimson clouds flushed across Yang Susu's cheeks. No time. I have a part-time job tonight. Suyun wrote these words expressionlessly before tossing the note back to Yang Susu. Yang Susu unfolded the crumpled paper.
Seeing Suyun's no time, her lips involuntarily turned down.
Oomph.
Part-time job every day, part-time job during breaks, part-time job even during school, and now part-time job during your internship too.
Why don't you just change your name?
Forget Suyun, call yourself the part-time job king instead. Suyun caught Yang Susu's pouting lips out of the corner of his eye. He gave a helpless smile, tucked the crumpled paper into his pocket, and refused to engage further. Xiao Zhao shouldered the camera, switching angles as the paper ball moved back and forth, his covert filming technique rivaling that of Zhuo Wei. The ultra-high-definition camera captured every subtle gesture between Suyun and Yang Susu, along with the text on the paper ball, crystal clear. Seeing this chat log, viewers in the livestream chat started getting jealous. It's the middle of the afternoon, and I don't want to be forced to eat dog food. Ugh, this livestream is thick with lovey-dovey vibes. I miss passing notes in class. A girl this pretty actively invites you to the movies, and you turn her down? Youthful ignorance, mistaking Demak for treasure. In youth, unaware of a girl's charm, night after night in 5-man queues, wasting your youth on the wrong things. Working so hard like this, Suyun is just too pitiful. Does he have a part-time job at night? After seeing their chat through the lens, Bing Bing lowered her head, deep in thought. When the bell rang, Bing Bing walked straight up to Suyun, her face filled with concern. Suyun, was it true that you passed a note in class saying you have to work a part-time job tonight? Suyun nodded. Yeah, I do have a 2-hour part-time job. Bing Bing's heart skipped a beat. Part-time jobs still exist in this country? Dangerous. The moment Bing Bing thought of Suyun's titles and the part-time job he'd taken over the summer, she instinctively began to stammer. Dangerous? Well, it's not dangerous for me, but if you were to do it, who knows? Chapter 10, what's Suyun's part-time job? Votes needed. The word dangerous made Bing Bing's expression tighten instantly. She recalled the files Major General Shui Long had shown her earlier, letting out an awkward chuckle. Yet her professional instincts didn't make her back down, instead, they ignited her intense curiosity. Suyun, as long as it's not illegal, no matter how dangerous the side job, it won't stop us from filming. Bing Bing clenched her right fist, adopting a defiant, death-defying stance. Suyun couldn't help but smile at her defiant stance. He picked up his backpack and walked straight out of the classroom, heading toward the school cafeteria. Suyun, are you here to do that dangerous side job you mentioned earlier? Bing Bing asked in surprise when she saw Suyun heading toward the kitchen instead of lining up at the cafeteria counter like the other students. No, I'm just grabbing a bite to eat first. Suyun replied in his usual nonchalant tone. Eat? Why go to the kitchen instead of getting food at the counter? Bing Bing grew even more puzzled upon hearing the word eat. I have a big appetite. The lady serving food always complains that it's too much trouble to give me extra portions, so she told me to go eat in the kitchen. Big appetite? The lady serving food finds it troublesome? Eating in the kitchen by herself? A huge question mark appeared over Bing Bing's head. Not only was Bing Bing utterly baffled, but even the fans in the livestream were completely perplexed. Come on, the cafeteria lady swings that ladle thousands of times a day, how could she possibly find it troublesome? Blow it out your ear. Big appetite? The lady serving food finds it a hassle? Look at you, skinny as a stick. Even if you stuff yourself, how many bowls could you possibly eat? I eat 3 bowls per meal, how could your appetite possibly match mine? Hey, 3 bowls is all you can manage? I eat 5 bowls per meal. 8 bowls for me. I eat 10 bowls. I could eat a whole cow. Just as the livestream's tone grew increasingly absurd, Suyun had already entered the kitchen. Sue's here. Your meal's ready, just carry it over yourself. Several canteen ladies busy at work greeted Suyun warmly as he entered. Thank you all so much. Suyun thanked the cafeteria staff before heading straight to an 80-centimeter tall stainless steel insulated container. He bent down and effortlessly lifted the container, which was as thick as a person's waist. When Bing Bing saw that the stainless steel container was filled entirely with rice, her expression changed again. Suyun carried the container to the counter, then brought over a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes before digging in. Suyun ate at an astonishingly fast pace, so rapid that Bing Bing began to doubt her own eyes. Soon, more than half the rice in the stainless steel container was gone, yet he showed no sign of being satisfied. Instead, he dumped the entire plate of tomato and egg stir-fry into the container, gave it a quick stir, and resumed devouring his meal with gusto. Watching Suyun wolf down his food like that, Bing Bing and cameraman Xiao Zhao both found themselves swallowing hard. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream chat were utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, they had only one thought: is this guy even human? Sis Bing Bing, I'm starving. Watching Suyun eat with such relish, Xiao Zhao, who'd been lugging the camera all day, rubbed his stomach and said to Bing Bing with a hungry look. Bing Bing merely shot Xiao Zhao a glare but said nothing. Not just Xiao Zhao, she herself was starving too. Back when they did location shoots, she could go a whole day without eating and not feel hungry. What was going on today? Watching Suyun eat with such gusto, Bing Bing was now drooling with envy, constantly reminding herself.
Bing Bing, what haven't you eaten in your life? It's just scrambled eggs with tomatoes. How pathetic can you be?
If even Bing Bing, who was used to gourmet delicacies, felt this way, it was no wonder the viewers in the livestream chat were buzzing.
Mom, is dinner ready? I'm starving. No way. Gotta order takeout. Damn, is this even a food stream? I'm starving. My instant noodles are already soaked.
Guys, I'll stream eating them for you later.
Ugh.
Before long, Soo-Yun had polished off every last morsel in the stainless steel bucket.
He set down his bowl and chopsticks, let out a satisfied burp, and walked over to Bing Bing. I'm done eating. Finished? That was an entire bucket of food, enough to feed dozens of people. Are you really okay?
Bing Bing snapped out of her surprise at Soo-Yun's words. Her first instinct was to check on Soo-Yun's condition. A bucket of food was enough for dozens of people, no joke.
I'm fine. I just have a big appetite. Soo-Yun waved his hand dismissively, signaling he was fine. A bit big? That's a bit big? You call that a bit big? Hearing Soo-Yun's words, Bing Bing's face turned pale again.
What Bing Bing didn't know was that as Soo-Yun unlocked more god-tier professions through the system interface, his body demanded ever-increasing energy. That was precisely why he needed to eat a whole bucket of rice at a sitting.
Let's go. Dinner's done. I need to head to my part-time job.
Soo-Yun thoughtfully washed the thermos and plates before heading toward the school gate.
Ha? Part-time job? But, I haven't eaten yet.
Seeing Soo-Yun about to leave without a second thought, Bing Bing looked utterly distressed. She was starving, her stomach pressed against her back. She'd planned to grab a meal at the cafeteria to tide her over, but Soo-Yun clearly didn't care about her plight.
Ha!
If you plan to keep shadowing me during my part-time job, I suggest you stay hungry for now.
Otherwise.
Soo-Yun couldn't help but flash a smug look when he heard Bing Bing wanted to eat first.
Ha? Otherwise what?
Bing Bing was utterly baffled by Soo-Yun's cryptic remark, her hand holding the tray pausing mid-air.
Otherwise, you'll just end up throwing it all up. Soo-Yun tossed out the line and was already striding out of the cafeteria. Ha? If you throw it all up, it'll be for nothing? What did that mean?
Just as Bing Bing pondered the meaning behind Soo-Yun's words, she caught sight of him through the corner of her eye, already stepping out the cafeteria doors.
Hey, you! Wait for us.
Fuming, Bing Bing stomped her foot, slammed her tray onto the table, and rushed after Soo-Yun.
Hey! Bing Bing, wait for me to finish a couple more bites.
Seeing Bing Bing chase after Soo-Yun, Xiao Xiao quickly wolfed down most of the rice from her tray before hoisting the camera and sprinting toward the school gate.
Hey! What kind of nonsense is this? We've been working all day, and now we can't even eat a proper meal.
Xiao Zhao muttered complaints as he ran. After exiting the school gates, Soo-Yun scanned a shared bike by the roadside and rode leisurely toward the riverbank. After about 50 minutes of riding, Soo-Yun stopped near a luxurious villa community, locked his bike, and walked straight toward the main gate.
Ha? This is Jiangwan Villa? What's he doing here? Could his side job be?
Bing Bing watched Soo-Yun's footsteps quicken, two blushes suddenly spreading across her beautiful face. Jiangwan Villa Complex, Jiangqing's notorious gathering spot for the community.
Soo-Yun working part-time here? That doesn't sound quite right. Chapter 11, The Death Cleaner Votes Needed.
Soo-Yun strode up to the security booth at the community entrance, exchanged a few words with the guard through the window, then waved to Bing Bing and photographer Xiao Zhao, signaling them to enter. Bing Bing and photographer Xiao Zhao entered the complex under the guard's peculiar gaze.
Sis Bing Bing, why was that guard staring at me like that? Feeling uneasy under the scrutiny, Xiao Zhao instinctively pulled up his collar. Be careful during the shoot. Don't film anything you shouldn't. Bing Bing didn't directly answer Xiao Zhao's question but instead began giving detailed instructions. Ha? Why? Oh.
Just as photographer Xiao Zhao was about to ask for an explanation, he caught a glimpse of murderous intent in Bing Bing's eyes and quickly swallowed the rest of his question. Bing Bing and Xiao Zhao followed closely behind Soo-Yun, walking briskly through the residential complex. Suddenly, a gold Rolls-Royce pulled up beside Soo-Yun. The passenger window rolled down slowly, and a pot-bellied middle-aged man grinned at Soo-Yun, calling out cheerfully.
Hey, kid, how much? Leave me your number. No one's home tonight, come over? Startled by the abrupt greeting, Soo-Yun waved his hands frantically, shaking them like a flower.
The owner of the golden Rolls-Royce saw Soo-Yun refuse without a second thought, muttered an expletive under his breath, then floored the accelerator and sped off.
Photographer Xiao Zhao watched the scene with a bewildered expression.
Only after the golden Rolls-Royce had disappeared into the distance did he snap out of it.
Sis Bing Bing, that Rolls-Royce driver was G. Shut up.
Before Xiao Zhao could finish, Bing Bing's sharp rebuke cut him off again.
Ooh. Who's this pretty boy? He's quite the looker. Could he be here to steal our business? Just as Soo-Yun rounded a row of villas, she bumped right into two exquisitely dressed, flamboyant ladies' men.
Soo-Yun ignored them completely, walking straight past.
Pfft, what's with the attitude? We're all in the same line of work. What's the big deal if someone's got a bit more meat on their bones? Hey, little May, don't get mad. Maybe he's just playing the aloof type. Bull.
He might look aloof, but once he's in bed, who knows how wild he'll get. The two flamboyant young men shot Soo-yun a look of utter contempt before swaying away with their slender waists. The live stream chat exploded with comments. Holy! Is Soo-yun's side gig as a gigolo? Folks, based on my years of experience, that neighborhood Soo-yun went to was definitely a enclave. Soo-yun is one of us. Case closed. No arguments accepted. Hey, what exactly is this years of experience you're talking about? Care to elaborate? Holy crap, that looks like Jiangwan Villa. It really is our city's notorious neighborhood, and it's full of rich folks. No wonder they say rich folks play hard, turns out it's true. Are shows really pushing this far now? Bing Bing, are you sure this is broadcast ready? Hey upstairs, I'd advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Amidst the chaotic chatter of viewers in the livestream chat, Soo-yun finally came to a halt in front of a villa. Soo-yun, why did you stop? Soo-yun suddenly halted, and Bing Bing nervously gripped the pepper spray in her pocket. If the person opening the door was a man, no, any male animal, Bing Bing wouldn't mind giving him a taste of what it felt like to have his eyes burned out. Before we go in, put this on first. Soo-yun pulled 2 gas masks from his backpack and handed one to Bing Bing. Huh? Wear gas masks? Bing Bing looked utterly bewildered. Could the man inside have such peculiar tastes? Sis Bing Bing, are we still going in to shoot? Just as a series of adult-only scenes flashed through Bing Bing's mind, photographer Xiao Xiao's anxious voice suddenly reached her ears. Huh? Go in. Bing Bing watched Soo-yun unlock the security door. She gritted her teeth and coldly ordered. She was determined to see just who this extravagant man was. She didn't mind exposing him on the show. As soon as Bing Bing stepped through the heavy security door, she found Soo-yun waiting for her in the hallway. Put on these shoe covers. Don't touch anything inside the house. Don't leave any fingerprints, it'll cause trouble. Soo-yun handed her a pair of shoe covers and reminded her again. Huh? Shoe covers? Fingerprints? Bing Bing and cameraman Xiao Xiao were utterly baffled, unable to fathom what Soo-yun was up to. When Bing Bing saw Soo-yun pull out a stack of professional cleaning rags and a powerful degreasing spray from his backpack, she couldn't help but chuckle. She'd completely misunderstood him. He wasn't here to be some kind of, but to do housekeeping. Soo-yun, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you earlier. Bing Bing's face flushed crimson as she whispered softly behind Soo-yun. Huh? What misunderstanding? Be careful later. If you feel any discomfort, tell me immediately. 3 golden question marks flashed above Bing Bing's head once more. What physical discomfort? What on earth was he talking about? Bing Bing slipped on her shoe covers and followed Soo-yun into the living room. The living room was lavishly decorated in gold, clearly the work of a wealthy family. The only thing that clashed with the interior was the snow-white wall, which looked as if someone had splashed several buckets of red paint on it, leaving it mottled and uneven. The owner of this place has quite the unique taste. What on earth is this mess on the walls? Bing Bing pouted, her face practically screaming disgust. Photographer Xiao Xiao changed his shoe covers and stepped into the living room, only to be hit by a wave of foul stench. Ugh! Fighting the rising nausea in his stomach, Xiao Xiao handed the camera to Bing Bing and bolted out of the house, vomiting at the doorway. Bing Bing, wearing a gas mask, couldn't smell the stench at all. She assumed Xiao Xiao was just feeling queasy from something he ate. Huh? Shouldn't eating something bad make you throw up from the top? Why is Xiao Xiao going through the top exit? Just as Bing Bing was carrying the camera around filming the living room furnishings, a comment exploded like a nuclear blast in the livestream chat, completely shattering the viewers' defenses. That red stain on the wall doesn't look like paint, it looks like human blood. Huh? Human blood? Don't joke around, man. How much pressure would it take to spray that onto the wall? Exactly. Didn't Soo-yun come here to clean the place? Why would there be human blood? Hey, it really does look like human blood. Dried blood is darker than paint. The red on the wall is darker, it's clearly not paint. Holy crap, upstairs, don't scare us. Just as viewers in the livestream were wildly speculating, Bing Bing accidentally stepped on something squishy underfoot. Don't move. Just as Bing Bing bent down to see what she'd stepped on, Soo-yun's commanding voice snapped at her. Soo-yun first pulled a plastic bag from his backpack, then bent down and carefully placed the squishy thing inside before resuming his cleaning. Soo-yun, what was that thing I stepped on just now? Seeing how meticulously Soo-yun handled the object she'd stepped on, Bing Bing couldn't help but ask. Huh? You really want to know? Aren't you scared? Soo-yun looked at Bing Bing with a peculiar expression. Feeling the teasing in Soo-yun's gaze, Bing Bing instantly stiffened her expression and retorted playfully. Of course not. I'm a grown woman, why would I be scared? Bing Bing replied with great seriousness. Fine. Since you're not afraid, I'll tell you the truth. This house is a crime scene. 3 days ago, the homeowner and her boyfriend got into a fight. They both lost their minds, grabbed knives, and started slashing at each other. They both bled to death. That bloody mess you just stepped in? It's most likely flesh and blood from their fight. Ugh. Chapter 12, Solving the Case in Minutes. Bing Bing felt her stomach churn violently.
She spun around, ready to bolt for the door and follow photographer Xiao Zhao's lead. Seeing this, Su-yun hurriedly called out from behind her. There aren't any spare gas masks. If you take yours off, you won't be able to come back in. Bingbing froze in her tracks. Not come back in? No way. How could she miss such an explosive shoot? Fortunately, the gas mask could block the foul stench inside the house. As long as Bingbing could overcome her fear, her body wouldn't suffer any further discomfort. Suppressing her nausea, Bingbing shouldered the camera and followed Su-yun. While filming how he cleaned the crime scene traces, she asked him curiously. Su-yun, did you know beforehand that the place you were cleaning was a crime scene? Su-yun meticulously wiped away bloodstains and bodily fluids seeping from the corpse, replying to Bingbing as he worked. Yeah, I knew. My side job is cleaning up death scenes. It pays better than regular cleaning work. Huh? A death scene cleaner? Bingbing looked utterly confused, clearly hearing about this profession for the first time. Viewers in the livestream chat began buzzing with discussion. What the heck is a death scene cleaner? Dude, it's exactly what it sounds like, a death scene cleaner. Damn, you've really mastered the art of beating around the bush. These death scene cleaners specialize in cleaning up crime scenes. Each job pays thousands. Hey upstairs, don't pretend to know what you don't. Death scene cleaners, also known as special scene cleaners or bereavement organizers, don't just clean up crime scenes. You can hire them for any house where someone's died. Their rates are based on how badly the body's decomposed. Holy, upstairs, shut the up. You're giving me the creeps. Bingbing followed Su-yun with her camera, filming as she went. Mid-shoot, she noticed something off about Su-yun and quickly asked. Su-yun, what's wrong? Su-yun was staring blankly at a photo in a frame he'd found under the coffee table. Hearing Bingbing's call, he finally pointed to the middle-aged man on the far right of the picture and said, 3 people were fighting inside the house when the murder happened. If I'm not mistaken, this man is the killer. Huh? The killer? Bingbing looked utterly shocked, completely baffled by Su-yun's sudden revelation. Yes, the murderer. While cleaning up the fight traces earlier, I noticed 3 distinct bloodstain colors on the floor indicating a 3-person struggle. Plus, judging by the residual body oils on the floor, 2 of the bodies were moved within half an hour of death. Based on the residual stains he'd cleaned earlier, Su-yun reconstructed the crime scene, leaving Bingbing and the online audience utterly speechless. What did he just say? 3 different colors of bloodstains on the floor? How is that possible? Blood is all the same color, right? How did he tell there were 3 different colors? Holy crap! Did I just hear that? This is ridiculous. 3 people at the scene? What a load of nonsense. This case was on the news yesterday, saying it was a fight between the homeowner and her boyfriend. There was no mention of a third person at all. Ha ha ha. Could this guy be someone Bingbing hired just to hype up the show? In the livestream chat, viewers flooded the screen with comments mocking and questioning Su-yun. Cameraman Xiao Zhao watched the comments flood the screen, his face turning pale and then flushed. He desperately wanted to go inside and warn Bingbing to stop Su-yun from talking nonsense, but the unbearable stench in the room forced him to shout from the doorway instead. Sis Bingbing, come out for a sec. When Bingbing emerged from the room with an impatient look, Xiao Zhao quickly showed her the skeptical comments from the viewers. Bingbing's beautiful eyebrows furrowed into a frown as she scanned the skeptical comments. Sis Bingbing, viewers say this case was on the news yesterday. It was the homeowner and her boyfriend who killed each other in a love triangle dispute, no third party like Su-yun claimed. Xiao Zhao reminded Bingbing from the side. Ignoring Xiao Zhao's warning, Bingbing pulled out her phone and dialed the number of Wang Yongji, the deputy chief of the Jiang City Public Security Bureau who had escorted Su-yun to school. Uncle Wang, it's me, Bingbing. I need to ask you something. Bingbing recounted Su-yun's entire deduction over the phone. As he listened, Wang Yongji fell silent. Uncle Wang, do you think the officers who responded that day might have missed something? Sensing Wang Yongji's silence on the line, Bingbing had already pieced together most of the puzzle in her mind. She quickly asked tentatively. Bingbing, tell Su-yun to stop cleaning up for now. I'm heading over there with a team immediately. Over the phone, Wang Yongji made a decisive call. This was Su-yun we were talking about. If it were anyone else, Wang Yongji would have dismissed them as delusional. But Wang Yongji, who knew Su-yun's background, dared not dismiss his deductions lightly. If Su-yun's account was accurate that a third person had been present during the crime, then their conclusion that the victims had killed each other would be a major scandal. Hold on. Ask Director Wang how much reward he'll give me if I catch the killer? Just as Bingbing was about to hang up, Su-yun's resonant voice suddenly filled her ear. Before Bingbing could respond, Wang Yongji's delighted voice came through the phone. Su-yun, this is a major homicide case. If what you say is true that there's a third killer involved, the reward for this individual on the most wanted list will be no less than 100,000 yuan. Fine. I'll catch the killer for you within 10 minutes. Remember to bring the money. Su-yun casually tossed out the words before turning and walking off in another direction. Not only was Wang Yongji on the phone completely dumbfounded, but Bingbing, holding the receiver, was also frozen in shock. What the hell? Catch the killer in 10 minutes? Was Soo-yoon serious?
Watching Soo-yoon walk farther and farther away, Bingbing finally snapped out of it under constant urging from cameraman Xiao Zhao.
Uncle Wang, I'm going after Soo-yoon.
Remember to tune into the live stream. We'll be broadcasting the entire process of Soo-yoon catching the murderer. With that, Bingbing decisively hung up and broke into a jog after Soo-yoon. Soo-yoon quickened his pace until he stopped in front of a villa within the residential complex. Seeing this, Bingbing asked curiously, Soo-yoon, is the murderer inside this house? Soo-yoon nodded and replied with a smile. Yep. Right inside. I'll ring the doorbell in a minute. You guys stay back, don't want you covered in blood. Ha? Splatter me with blood? Xiao Zhao, who had already taken the camera, instinctively started to step back, only to be stopped by a sharp glance from Bingbing. Soo-yoon, how do you know the murderer is in this house? Bingbing asked, her face still full of confusion. No sooner had Bingbing finished speaking than Soo-yoon pulled a photograph from his pocket. I found this photo at the crime scene. The man on the far right is the killer. He lives in this house. Soo-yoon declared solemnly, pointing at the villa before them. Bingbing was utterly baffled. She couldn't fathom how Soo-yoon had identified the man in the photo as the killer, let alone how he knew the killer lived in this house. Just as Bingbing was racking her brain, her mental CPU overheating from the strain, Soo-yoon pressed the doorbell. Chapter 13, setting Soo-yoon up on a blind date. Votes needed. Who is it? My rates are steep, double the price. Soo-yoon struck a cool, aloof pose before the video call. Whoa. I thought you were some tough guy. Fine. As long as you make me feel good, I'll pay triple, not just double. A lazy voice came from the video call. Then, with a click, the security door slowly opened. Out stepped a middle-aged man wearing leopard print pajamas. The moment the man pushed the door open, Soo-yoon lunged forward in a single stride, landing a punch squarely in the man's stomach. The middle-aged man instantly lost consciousness, his body slumping limply to the floor. Alright, the killer's taken care of. Now we just wait for the money. Soo-yoon clapped his hands, then plopped down onto the front steps. Seeing Soo-yoon had completely subdued the man, Bingbing hurried over and blurted out all her questions at once. Soo-yoon, how did you know this man was the killer? And how did you know his address? Facing the confusion, bewilderment, and incomprehension reflected in Bingbing's wide, innocent eyes, Soo-yoon smiled as he explained. Remember when we first entered the neighborhood, that guy in the gold car asked me how much for the night? At the words how much for the night, Soo-yoon's face flushed a rare blush. That knockout punch had carried more than just professional resolve, a touch of personal grievance too. Ha! I remember. Could he be the guy in the gold Rolls Royce? Bingbing finally caught on, but she was still puzzled as to why Soo-yoon was so certain this man was the killer. Yes. When he rolled down the window, I glanced over casually and noticed he was holding the steering wheel with his left hand, but his watch was on his right wrist. Ha! What does that prove? The mystery deepened in Bingbing's mind. It means he's naturally right-handed, but his right hand is injured. That's why he's holding the steering wheel with his left hand. Ha! But that doesn't prove he's the killer. Bingbing countered again. So, even though I knew his right hand was injured at the time, I didn't pay him any mind. It wasn't until I found photos of him with the two victims at the crime scene, and deduced from the struggle marks there that the killer had also injured his right hand during the fight with the victims, that I concluded he was the murderer. Does that make sense now? Soo-yoon patiently and gently guided Bingbing through her confusion. But you can't just pin it on him based on those few points. Bingbing still felt something was off about the case. How could Soo-yoon overturn a case already closed by the police in just a few minutes? Whether he's the killer or not will be clear once Chief Wang arrives with his team for the initial investigation. Besides, I've already collected the bloodstains from the crime scene. Once Chief Wang takes them back for analysis, the evidence will speak for itself. With both eyewitness testimony and physical evidence, what excuse could he possibly have? About 5 minutes later, the shrill wail of police sirens pierced the neighborhood. When Wang Yongji arrived, he had already witnessed the entire process of Soo-yoon subduing the suspect through the livestream. Without further ado, he instructed 2 officers to escort the suspect into the vehicle. Then, he pulled out a bank card from his bag and handed it to Soo-yoon. Mr. Soo, I can't thank you enough for this. Here's the 100,000 yuan reward. Take it, and feel free to drop by my office for tea sometime. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Soo-yoon, Wang Yongji hurried back to the station. Another sleepless night lay ahead. Once in the police car, Wang Yongji dialed Shui Lon's number. Chief, everything has been handled exactly as you instructed. Yes, he took the money. Emerging from Fonglin Villa, Soo-yoon tried to locate the shared bike he'd ridden over earlier, only to find it nowhere to be seen. Maple Forest Villa was a high-end residential complex, and there were no shared bike stations at all. Soo-yoon had no choice but to walk slowly toward the bus stop. Fortunately, the bus stop wasn't far from Maple Forest Villa, just across a night market. After walking for about 3 minutes, the three of them arrived at the night market. By now, night had fallen completely. The night market was bustling and lively, filled with the clamor of crowds. Photographer Xiao Zhao had managed to grab a couple bites at the Jiang City University cafeteria, but he dethroned it all up the moment he entered the villa.
Carrying a camera weighing dozens of pounds all day had left him ravenously hungry.
Bing Bing hadn't eaten a thing all day either, her stomach growling so loudly she could practically hear it. Seeing the dazzling array of food stalls and the mouth-watering aromas wafting through the air, they both instinctively sniffed the air. Their legs felt like they were filled with lead, making it impossible to take another step.
Su-yun, how about we grab something to eat? Bing Bing suggested.
Street food stalls were the perfect place to bond.
Right. I know a great spot at the night market with a clay oven. The meat is incredibly fresh. Hearing the mention of food, photographer Xiao Zhao eagerly recommended his favorite snack stall. But unexpectedly, Su-yun didn't even glance at the drooling photographer Xiao Zhao before flatly refusing. Food from outside isn't tasty. Let's go home and eat. Huh? Food from outside isn't good?
Hearing this reason, Bing Bing stiffened, but quickly realized.
As the Dark Underground Emperor, Su-yun undoubtedly possessed staggering wealth.
Relatively speaking, his quality of life was bound to be higher than that of ordinary people.
He might even have a dedicated star-rated chef preparing his daily meals at home.
So, it made perfect sense for him to find restaurant food lacking in flavor. The thought of filming at Su-yun's residence filled Bing Bing with anticipation.
A magnificent castle, a stern butler, nimble servants, professional star-rated chefs, skilled black-clad bodyguards.
Buoyed by these fantasies, Bing Bing found herself boarding a bus bound for the suburbs alongside Su-yun. As the city lights outside the window grew dimmer, Bing Bing finally realized this was the bus heading to the outer city. Of course. A castle that big couldn't possibly be built in the city center, it had to be in the suburbs. Bing Bing reassured herself inwardly. Another half hour passed before the bus pulled up beside a dilapidated residential complex. We're here. Let's get off. Once the bus came to a complete stop, Su-yun motioned for Bing Bing and photographer Xiao Zhao to disembark.
Huh? We're here? You live here?
The moment Bing Bing stepped off the bus, she looked up at the faded nameplate reading Jitan Residential Complex and was utterly dumbfounded.
Established in the 1970s, this neighborhood was originally housing for the carbon factory's employees. Now, 30 years after the factory went bankrupt, anyone with a bit of money had moved away. Only nostalgic retirees and migrant workers remained. Xiao Su, coming back so late? Working another part-time job?
As soon as she entered the compound, an elderly man strolling below greeted her with a smile.
Yeah, Mr. Lee.
I was doing housekeeping today, so I got back a bit late.
Su-yun replied with a smile.
Bing Bing and photographer Xiao Zhao, listening from behind, were utterly dumbfounded.
Housekeeping? Does your housekeeping involve cleaning up crime scenes? Oh. Little Sue's back. Auntie was just looking for you.
Her niece is a college student too, and she's absolutely gorgeous.
I'll find a time for you two to meet.
Su-yun had barely finished greeting old man Lee when he was stopped by an auntie wearing heavy makeup. Auntie Zhang, I'm swamped every day school plus my part-time job.
When would I have time? How about next time? Next time?
Su-yun's face immediately fell upon seeing Aunt Zhang, clearly not the first time she tried setting him up.
Oh dear. Little Sue. You keep saying next time, next time.
If you don't like my niece, I also have a niece who happens to be the same age as you.
Why don't you two go on a date?
Adhering to the principle that family should benefit first, Aunt Zhang relentlessly pestered Su-yun, determined not to let him leave until he agreed.
Under Aunt Zhang's relentless barrage, Su-yun finally conceded. Auntie Zhang, after my next part-time job, I'll meet your niece. Alright, Sue, it's settled then. After your next part-time job, you absolutely must meet my niece.
Seeing Su-yun finally agree, Aunt Zhang's face lit up like a spring breeze. She smiled warmly and raised her hand to wave goodbye. But just as her arm lifted, darkness suddenly engulfed her vision and she toppled backward. Chapter 14, Treating Cerebral Hemorrhage. A piece of cake. Votes needed.
Auntie Zhang. Auntie Zhang.
Aunt Zhang's collapse was so sudden that Grandpa Li, Bing Bing, and photographer Xiao Zhao didn't react in time. Fortunately, Su-yun acted swiftly, catching the falling Aunt Zhang in his arms.
Call an ambulance.
Only after Su-yun had caught Aunt Zhang did Bing Bing snap out of her daze. She immediately shouted to Xiao Zhao, the photographer, who was still frozen in shock nearby.
Oh. Okay.
Xiao Zhao hoisted the camera over one shoulder while fumbling frantically in his pocket for his phone with the other.
It's too late.
She has a ruptured blood vessel in her head, causing a hematoma.
The intracranial pressure is dangerously high.
We must drain the blood immediately or her life will be at risk. The moment Su-yun caught Aunt Zhang, he took her pulse and diagnosed the cause.
Su-yun gently laid Aunt Zhang flat on the ground, then turned to Bing Bing beside him and said, "There's a pharmacy up ahead. Go get me a syringe.
I need to drain the blood clot from Aunt Zhang's skull."
Huh? A syringe? Blood?
As soon as Su-yun finished speaking, old man Lee, Bing Bing, and photographer Xiao Zhao all looked at him with shock and a hint of bewilderment. "Su, Auntie Zhang is in such a state, don't joke around." Grandpa Lee looked at Aunt Zhang with her eyes tightly shut, his heart filled with worry. Viewers in the livestream chat flooded the comments with condemnation, calling Soo-yoon heartless. This Soo-yoon is despicable. That auntie was just setting him up with a date, and now she's unconscious, yet he's still cracking jokes. Seriously. What was Bingbing thinking, inviting someone with such a lack of character as this episode's guest? He has no moral compass whatsoever. Unlike the viewers in the livestream, when Bingbing heard Soo-yoon was going to use a syringe to drain the blood clot from Auntie Jiang's brain, a flicker of hesitation crossed her face, but it quickly dissolved into unconditional trust. Following Soo-yoon around the day had shattered so many of Bingbing's preconceptions. So now, her approach boiled down to one word: compliance. In the blink of an eye, Bingbing dashed back with a disposable syringe. Meanwhile, cameraman Xiao Zhao had dialed 120 and called an ambulance.
Soo-yoon, here's the syringe.
Panting and gasping, Bingbing reached Soo-yoon, tore open the syringe's packaging, and handed it over.
Soo-yoon took the syringe, aimed at a specific acupoint on Aunt Jiang's head, and was about to inject. This startled old man Lee beside them. Sue, don't do anything rash. If you harm Auntie Jiang, the young man next to you already called 120, the medics are on their way. Why don't we wait? Grandpa Lee stared at the needle, nearly 1.5 inches long, in Soo-yoon's hand.
His face drained of color as he tried to persuade Soo-yoon not to risk Aunt Jiang's life.
No, we're too far from the hospital. Even with an ambulance, it'll take 20 minutes. That would mean missing Aunt Jiang's best window for treatment.
Kneeling halfway on the ground, Soo-yoon steadied his hand as much as possible.
This is madness. Soo-yoon is committing murder for profit.
I've studied medicine for 8 years and have never heard of a treatment where you stick a syringe into someone's brain to suck out blood clots.
Do you think this is some child's play, using a syringe like a water gun?
Wang Yang, a medical student watching the livestream, couldn't sit still as Soo-yoon's syringe neared Aunt Jiang's head. He immediately dialed 110.
Officer, I need to report a crime. Someone is committing murder for profit in a livestream. Yes, the livestream. Wait, officer, listen, there's this show where the guest Soo-yoon, hey? Sorry, wrong number.
While Wang Yang was describing to the dispatcher how Soo-yoon was trying to kill Aunt Jiang for attention, he suddenly noticed that Aunt Jiang, who had been lying unconscious on the floor, had somehow gotten back up.
He immediately hung up the phone.
The livestream audience was utterly dumbfounded, convinced this was a pre-planned stunt by the production team to boost ratings. They turned on the show, storming into the chat to tear into the producers.
Scripted. Scripted. Scripted.
Wang Yang stared intently at Aunt Jiang's face on his phone screen, her eyes dull and lifeless, the earlier glow completely gone.
A nagging doubt began to creep into his mind.
The world's finest actors may master the expression of joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure, but they cannot feign the state of their physical health. From Aunt Jiang's physical reaction, it was clear she'd just narrowly escaped death. This was definitely not an act.
Could Soo-yoon really have cured her with just a syringe? No. That's impossible. If he could really extract the blood clot from a patient's brain with just a syringe, then wouldn't all the medicine I've studied over the years be worthless? No way. I have to ask my professor about this tomorrow. What Soo-yoon didn't know was that his seemingly minor action in the livestream had completely shattered the medical student Wang Yang's dedication to his studies. Aunt Jiang, given the limited resources here, I can only temporarily drain the blood clot from your brain. For the repair of your ruptured blood vessels, you'll still need specialized treatment at a hospital. Seeing Aunt Jiang able to stand, Soo-yoon finally put away the syringe. Grandpa Lee, Bingbing, and cameraman Xiao Zhao beside him were utterly dumbfounded. Xiao Su, what just happened to me? What do you mean by ruptured cerebral blood vessels?
Aunt Jiang's face was pale, one arm supported by Grandpa Lee and the other by Bingbing.
Auntie Jiang, you were talking just fine, then suddenly collapsed backward. We couldn't wake you up.
Little Sue said you had some kind of cerebral hemorrhage, then he just stuck that syringe into your head. Seeing Aunt Jiang out of danger, Grandpa Lee quickly rattled off the entire sequence of events. As she listened, Aunt Jiang sensed something was off. Xiao Li, don't talk nonsense.
Do you even know what a cerebral hemorrhage is?
If you get that, even if you recover, you'll be carrying a basket for the rest of your life.
Look at me now, I can stretch my arms and legs just fine. How could it be a cerebral hemorrhage?
Auntie Jiang was utterly unconvinced by Grandpa Lee's claim that she'd had a cerebral hemorrhage.
Hey! You're the one talking nonsense. It was Xiao Su who mentioned cerebral hemorrhage. What does that have to do with me?
Seeing Aunt Jiang still couldn't tell right from wrong, Grandpa Lee immediately shot back, absolving himself of any blame.
Xiao Su, Auntie.
Upon learning that Soo-yoon had saved her after her fainting spell, Aunt Jiang felt a mix of disdain for Soo-yoon's claim about her brain hemorrhage and gratitude for the rescue. She couldn't bring herself to scold Soo-yoon for ignorance, and was about to offer some polite platitudes to ease the awkwardness. But then she saw Soo-yoon calmly wave her hand at her. Auntie Jiang, Grandpa Lee has already called an ambulance.
Wait for them to arrive, then go with them for a checkup. With that, Soo-yoon turned and walked away without looking back.
Hey little Sue. Just as Aunt Jiang started to chase after him, a wave of dizziness suddenly washed over her again.
Fortunately, the distant sound of the ambulance's siren woo 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 could already be heard. Chapter 15, World-Class Chef Boat's comments welcome.
Watching that figure pause before the apartment building, Bing Bing felt her curiosity grow.
Su-yun, how did you manage to extract the blood clot from Aunt Zhang's brain with just a syringe? Was she really suffering from a cerebral hemorrhage? How did you pinpoint that exact spot as the location of the blood clot when you inserted the needle?
Bing Bing hurried to catch up with Su-yun, her expression agitated as she fired off a barrage of questions at rapid pace. After all, modern medicine had yet to develop a technique capable of suctioning cerebral blood clots using just a syringe.
Su-yun's procedure had been nothing short of miraculous, potentially groundbreaking.
In the livestream chat, viewers held their breath, waiting for Su-yun's response. Su-yun replied calmly, I enveloped the needle tip with an HE. No matter where it pierced Aunt Zhang's head, the innate chi would draw out the blood clot without harming her brain.
Ha? Innate true chi?
Bing Bing felt her body stiffen, momentarily at a loss for how to respond to Su-yun's words.
Even though Bing Bing knew Su-yun's background, she couldn't help but think he was talking nonsense.
In the livestream chat, viewers erupted in chaos.
Holy, real chi? Why the hell didn't you just say you're an immortal cultivator? Ha 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 ha.
This episode of College Freshman Season is hilarious.
They actually cast such a clown? They think we're babies. This is scripted. This doesn't make sense.
Previous seasons of College Freshman Orientation prided themselves on authenticity.
Why are they suddenly scripted? Fine, if they're acting, why does it feel so fake? Who said there aren't cultivators?
I'm laying my cards on the table, no more pretending.
I'm a grand ancestor in the Great Remnant stage.
Hey upstairs, get lost.
Great Remnant? She's actually at the Great Perfection stage. We both got 9 years of compulsory education, why are you so showing off?
Just as the live chat erupted with viewers condemning Su-yun, he noticed the disbelief in Bing Bing's expression. Not only did she not believe him, but even Su-yun himself hadn't believed it before activating the system. But after activating the system, he discovered that aside from not granting him the ability to soar through the skies, traverse the earth, split mountains, or fill seas like the cultivators in novels, he could do everything else a cultivator could do.
Bending bullets mid-air, X-ray vision, super hearing. As long as you had enough points to exchange, it could grant you anything.
But Su-yun didn't plan to explain it all to Bing Bing. Instead, he pulled open the apartment door, then turned back to her and said,
We're home.
His calm voice snapped Bing Bing out of her thoughts. She looked up to see Su-yun already unlocking the security door to apartment 102. Photographer Xiao Zhao, seeing the door open, quickly zoomed his lens in for a close-up.
Wasn't he the Dark Emperor of the underworld? Wasn't he the mercenary king? How could he live here?
A plain 2-bedroom apartment with old wooden furniture, even the TV was one of those bulky models from 20 years ago. No wonder this guy moonlights all the time, his family is seriously broke.
Such a cozy home.
The furniture may be old, but the place is clean and tidy. As the camera panned around, Su-yun's home was laid bare for all the viewers in the livestream to see.
Upon entering the room, Bing Bing's face also showed a look of surprise. This wasn't what she'd imagined before coming. As the king of mercenaries and the top-ranked assassin on the hit list, Su-yun's commission per job should be sky-high. How could his home be so modest?
Bing Bing's gaze darted around the room, especially under cabinets and tables. Those were her primary inspection targets.
What are you looking for?
Just as Bing Bing was deep in thought, Su-yun's voice suddenly came from behind her.
I wasn't looking for anything. I thought.
Bing Bing jolted upright, stammering incoherently like a rabbit caught red-handed.
Did you think the cabinets would hold a mini arsenal like in those American blockbuster movies? Or did you think there were boxes of American dollars stashed under the sofa? Seeing Su-yun's amused expression, Bing Bing wished she could die. She even regretted watching so many American blockbusters. Wasn't that just misleading the youth? You two can order whatever you want. After teasing Bing Bing, Su-yun smiled and handed her a handwritten menu. Ha? Order ourselves?
Bing Bing took the menu from Su-yun, feeling a bit dazed.
You actually have a menu at home?
Yeah. I sometimes take on gigs as a chef for private clubs, so I made my own menu.
Su-yun replied in his usual nonchalant tone. Ha? Club chef?
Bing Bing's jaw dropped wide open in shock, feeling like her brain couldn't process it all.
The king of mercenaries, the king of assassins working as a chef at a private club? Who'd dare eat his cooking?
Even if a cat came, he'd wipe out all 9 of its lives.
Order away.
We've got plenty of ingredients at home, anything on the menu is doable. Seeing Bing Bing still staring at him with her mouth agape, Su-yun urged impatiently. Under Su-yun's urging, Bing Bing finally shifted her gaze to the paper menu. But the moment her eyes landed on it, she gasped again.
Blanched cabbage? You can make blanched cabbage?
Her voice rose again before she could finish.
Wait, it's not just blanched cabbage. There's also Wansi tofu,
squirrel-shaped Christian carp, soft braised eel, Buddha jumps over the wall.
Bing Bing rattled off every dish on the paper menu in one breath. Finally, she looked at Su-yun with a complex expression and asked, her voice thick with disbelief. You can cook state banquet dishes? In the livestream chat, the moment Bing Bing uttered the word state banquet, the audience erupted in astonishment. He can cook state banquet dishes? No way. The dishes served at state banquets aren't something ordinary chefs can whip up.
Take one see tofu, for instance, shredding a block of tofu into 15,000 strands, each thread threaded with silver needles.
Not just ordinary restaurant chefs, but even nationwide, few chefs possess that level of knife skills. How could he possibly pull it off? And Buddha jumps over the wall? Do you even know what that dish entails? This episode is so fake, it's not worth watching. Viewers in the livestream chat erupted with cries of scripted, and so fake, a shock to the director monitoring the broadcast at the TV station. Ice, sweetheart, you've got to take it easy. If this keeps up, we won't be able to keep this show going. Watching the steadily declining viewership in the live chat, the director was filled with anxiety. But the station chief had issued a strict order: regardless of how this episode turned out or what the ratings were, authenticity had to be the focus. Moreover, Soo-yoon had to be featured throughout, no switching guests midway. Is Soo-yoon the station chief's illegitimate child? Why is he being pushed so hard? The executive producer of College Freshman Season remained unaware of Soo-yoon's true identity. Across the entire station, only Bingbing, cameraman Xiao Zhao, and the station director knew the full extent of Soo-yoon's terrifying nature. So after Soo-yoon pulled off 2 stunts, the dry rice and the rescue, the director's perception of him had completely changed. This Soo-yoon sure knows how to grab attention. If you're going to grab attention, fine, but can you at least make it look less fake? Do you really think the audience are all little darlings? And you want to cook for a state banquet? Show me how you'd do it. Just as the station director was venting his frustrations at the control panel, he suddenly noticed that Bingbing had actually started cooperating with Soo-yoon, ordering 2 dishes, boiled cabbage and wonshur tofu. Staring at the screen showing Bingbing and Soo-yoon, the station chief fell silent for a moment before sighing deeply. Destroy it. Pikachu. Chapter 16, You Don't Pay When Dining Out? Votes needed. Before the camera, Soo-yoon wielded a cleaver, swiftly carving and chiseling tofu in the kitchen. Wonshur tofu required slicing a block of tofu into 15,000 strands, each as thin as silver needles. This demanded exceptional knife skills from the chef. Bingbing watched Soo-yoon's knife work, leaving only afterimages in its wake, and felt completely stunned once more. He actually knew how to cook? And at such a high level? An hour later, 2 state banquet-level dishes, wonshur tofu and blanched Chinese cabbage, were served at the table. Bingbing and photographer Xiao Zhao stared at the visually stunning, aromatic dishes, swallowing hard. I've steamed the rice. Help yourselves from the rice cooker. As soon as Soo-yoon finished speaking, photographer Xiao Zhao swiftly grabbed 2 bowls and dashed to the rice cooker. As soon as 2 bowls of steaming, fluffy white rice hit the table, Xiao Zhao was about to dive in. Just as Xiao Zhao and Bingbing picked up their bowls and chopsticks, Soo-yoon's calm voice suddenly reached their ears. Boiled cabbage, 2,000. Tofu with minced pork, 1588. The rice is on the house. Total, 3588. Who's settling the bill? Ha? We have to pay for the rice? Bingbing's chopsticks froze mid-air, her face flushing with embarrassment. Of course. You have to pay when you eat out, don't you? Soo-yoon suddenly chimed in. But, this isn't a restaurant. Xiao Zhao, the photographer, muttered as he put his chopsticks down. Right, this is my home, not a restaurant. But you ordered the food, so you have to pay. Don't even think about skipping out on the bill, you know the consequences of that. Soo-yoon's cold voice rang like a demonic chant, sending shivers down both Xiao Zhao and Bingbing's spines. We'll pay, we'll pay. Bingbing hurriedly pulled out her wallet and withdrew 3,600 yuan bills. I don't have any change. Soo-yoon took the stack of bills from Bingbing's hand, her beautiful brows furrowing into a frown. Keep the change, keep the change. The rest will cover our lodging for tonight. Bingbing dared not let Soo-yoon give change, waving her hands frantically. Fine then. But the other room belongs to my sister. You can stay there, but he'll have to sleep in the living room. Soo-yoon pointed to the room filled with stuffed animals, then gestured toward the wooden sofa in the living room, indicating that photographer Xiao Zhao would have to sleep there if he wanted to stay the night. Xiao Zhao looked like he wanted to cry but couldn't, yet he nodded helplessly. That afternoon, they'd received a notice from the station requiring them to follow Soo-yoon around the clock. Even sleeping had to be done alongside him. This made Xiao Zhao want to die. Who was Soo-yoon? He was a real monster, the kind who devoured people without batting an eye. Being ordered to shadow her around the clock felt like deliberately sending a lamb to the slaughter. Fortunately, the station leadership hadn't quite mastered the capitalist villain level yet. They promised him a 6-day rotation, 6 days of filming Soo-yoon, followed by 1 day off. But host Bingbing was in for a rough ride. Forget rotating shifts, she didn't even get a break. For the entire filming period, she must live and eat alongside Soo-yoon, a strict order from the station. When Soo-yoon signed the contract with the production team, he already knew Bingbing would shadow him around the clock during filming. That was why Soo-yoon had given Bingbing the room originally meant for his younger sister, Su Xiaomei. Su Xiaomei was the biological sister of the previous host. Orphaned at a young age after losing both parents, she was sent to an orphanage by the previous host. After the previous owner passed away, Soo-yoon's soul transferred into her body.
Upon inheriting the previous owner's memories, the first thing she did was bring Su Xiaomei back from the orphanage. Since the previous owner had minimal contact with Su Xiaomei, the younger sister remained unaware that a different person now inhabited her brother's body after moving in with Su Yun. Having transmigrated into a parallel world and feeling utterly alone, Su Yun showered Su Xiaomei with affection. However, due to his frequent part-time work, he feared he couldn't provide adequate care for Su Xiaomei, so he sent her to a boarding school. This also meant Bingbing finally had a bed to sleep in at his place. You two eat up. After you finish, don't bother clearing the dishes, just leave them there. I'll take care of it myself. Su Yun tucked away a stack of bills and gave Bingbing a casual nod. You're actually pretty decent. Bingbing felt a flicker of gratitude at Su Yun's offer to handle the dishes, but his next words shattered her defenses. After all, you two spent money. This scene had the live stream viewers laughing out loud. Ha, Su Yun sure knows how to get under people's skin. The production crew must be starving by now. 2 dishes for 3,600 yuan? This guy Su Yun is here to rob us. Dude, it's scary how out of touch you are. Boiled cabbage and wansi tofu really cost that much if Su Yun actually nails the flavor, that is. What no one noticed was that while Su Yun cooked, everyone subconsciously kept swallowing their saliva, as if he were truly a state banquet chef and his wansi tofu and boiled cabbage were the real deal. Bingbing stared at the 2 dishes on the table and swallowed hard. How could the same cabbage and tofu turn into something so exquisite once they reached the bowl? It seemed worth every penny of 3,600 yuan after all, these were signature dishes from state banquets. Bingbing couldn't wait to take a small taste and her eyes instantly lit up. Delicious, so delicious. Everyone had eaten cabbage and tofu before, but she had never imagined they could taste this incredible. Bingbing kept eating, bite after bite, unable to stop and not wanting to. For a moment, the only sound in the room was the slurping of her mouth as she ate. Xiao Xiao, I paid for this meal. All of this is mine. You're not allowed to take any. Seeing the bowls of blanched cabbage and wansi tofu nearly empty, Bingbing quickly pulled them toward herself. But sis, I haven't had enough yet. Xiao Xiao, the photographer, looked utterly aggrieved. You've already eaten 3 bowls of rice. That's enough. You're not allowed to fight me for the rest. Bingbing paid no heed to Xiao Xiao's pleading gaze. Like a protective mother dog guarding her food, she clung tightly to the blanched bok choy and wansi tofu, refusing to let the photographer have another bite. Su Yun calmly observed the silent battle unfolding between Bingbing and Xiao Xiao. Their reactions were exactly what he'd expected. After all, he bore the title of God of Food, a title exchanged through his system. During his journey through parallel worlds, his God-tier profession exchange system had been activated. As the name implied, the God-tier profession exchange system allowed him to exchange points for any God-tier profession. God of Cuisine was just one of the many God-tier professions he had exchanged for. It instantly granted Su Yun the world's most exquisite culinary skills and palate. Unlike other novels that impose absurd quests, his points are directly convertible to real-world currency. The exchange rate was 1 point equals 10,000 yuan. Yet any God-tier profession within the system demands tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of points. This explains why Su Yun worked diligently at his part-time job during the holidays yet remained dirt poor. He converted every last penny into points. Buzz. 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 Just then, a series of vibrations echoed through the room, startling Bingbing and photographer Xiao Xiao, who were in the midst of a food fight. Whose phone is that? Is it yours, Bing? Photographer Xiao Xiao instinctively checked his own pocket. Realizing it wasn't his phone ringing, he hurriedly asked Bingbing. Bingbing shook her head. Not mine. Mine's set to ring, not vibrate, and my phone doesn't vibrate this loudly. It's mine. Just as photographer Xiao Xiao was asking Bingbing if it was her phone, Su Yun had already pulled out a device resembling an old-fashioned brick phone from the worn wooden cabinet. Chapter 17, Hamas calls for help, votes and comments appreciated. This is a brick phone? Photographer Xiao Xiao was dumbfounded when Su Yun pulled out a brick phone. Damn, no wonder Bingbing hired this clown, gotta be kidding me. Who in this day and age still uses such an ancient phone? In the livestream chat, viewers were rolling their eyes in disbelief. But Bingbing, from a military family, recognized it instantly. This isn't a Big Brother phone, it's a satellite phone. For international calls, designed to evade interception. A satellite phone? Upon hearing international calls, anti-interception, photographer Xiao Xiao instantly jolted upright from his chair, recalling Su Yun's side gig. Sis Bing, this call isn't for Su Yun to go do his side gig, is it? Hearing the word side gig, Bingbing's heart also skipped a beat. Meanwhile, Su Yun casually pressed the call button and proceeded to speak rapidly in a language Bingbing couldn't understand. Photographer Xiao Xiao, realizing Su Yun wasn't speaking Mandarin, nudged Bingbing, who was staring intently at him. Ice, he's not speaking English, is he? Bingbing nodded. It definitely isn't English. Sounds like some language from the third world. Bingbing knew eavesdropping on someone's call was rude, but her overwhelming curiosity compelled her to listen intently, wanting to memorize every word Su Yun spoke so she could look them up in the dictionary later. In the livestream chat, viewers who couldn't understand the foreign language were like monkeys with their tails on fire, bombarding the screen with messages asking about the call's content.
This college kid can't be in translation studies. How come his foreign language is so freaking awesome? Dude, did you even finish elementary school? Does your university even have a translation department? Suyun's spoken English is probably already at IELTS or TOEFL level. How can he speak so fast? Even as an English major, I can't keep up with his pace. Please translate. Dude, it's exactly right that you can't understand it.
Suyun isn't speaking gibberish, it's the universal language of the third world.
Huh? A common language for the third world? With all those tribes and nations, they all speak one language? Dude, do you never watch the news?
The third world suddenly saw the emergence of the Republic of Makra. Its president, Lab, swept through over 100 tribes and nations across the third world in just 3 months. He decreed that all tribes and nations in the third world must speak the third world's universal language. Anyone who refuses gets wiped out.
Huh? Wipe out anyone who refuses? That's outrageous. Our flower planting family is so much better free, equal.
Hey, the last person to pull that off was our own Qin Shi Huang thousands of years ago.
$%
As viewers in the livestream speculated about Suyun's conversation, he had already ended the call and dialed another number.
I'm Cloud Su. Oh, he's speaking English again.
I got that part, I'm Cloud Su. This time, Suyun spoke only 2 sentences before calmly hanging up.
Can someone translate this? I don't understand English either.
In the livestream chat, viewers who didn't understand English were tearing their hair out, while those who did were going absolutely wild.
Holy crap.
Even though I know it's scripted, it still feels so satisfying.
Suyun just said the most brutal thing in the most deadpan tone over the phone. He just said he's going to wipe out every Hupu unit invading Gaza. What does this have to do with the Hupu? Don't ask me, I have no clue.
After Suyun hung up, Bingbing stared at him with a strange look, her voice tinged with fear.
You said on the phone that you're heading to Gaza in a few days. Is that for real? Suyun replied calmly. Yeah. As soon as the school approves my scholarship, I'm heading out. Huh? Scholarship? You're preparing to wipe out the hundreds of thousands of troops deployed in Gaza, and you're still fixated on that measly scholarship? Finished eating?
I'll clear the table so we can practice later. Seeing that photographer Xiao Zhao had already polished off both dishes while Bingbing was distracted even licking the plates clean, Suyun proceeded to clear the tableware.
Practice?
Hearing Suyun mention practice, Bingbing's intense curiosity overrode her desire to confront Xiao Zhao about snatching her food. She promptly handed him the bowls and chopsticks.
After washing the dishes, Suyun began his daily practice.
Suyun sat cross-legged on the living room floor, eyes closed, in perfect stillness. This left Bingbing and photographer Xiao Zhao, who had expected the practice to be earth-shaking and awe-inspiring, staring at each other in stunned silence.
Ice, what the heck is he doing?
Suyun sat motionless for half an hour, leaving viewers in the livestream chatboard stiff and jumping ship one after another. After holding back for half an hour, photographer Xiao Zhao finally couldn't resist and asked Bingbing. Ice, what kind of practice is this? Taoist meditation?
Bingbing stared at Suyun with a look of bewilderment, shaking her head instinctively. No idea. Probably gathering energy and focusing his spirit.
Having grown up alongside her father, Wang Zhongjuan, Bingbing had encountered many extraordinary individuals, but she had never seen anyone practice by sitting completely still. Another half hour passed, and the live stream's online viewers plummeted from millions to mere tens of thousands. This had the director in the control room freaking out.
What the hell is Suyun doing? What is Bingbing doing? What is the station director doing?
The director couldn't fathom why this episode required 24-hour filming, why the station chief had specifically assigned the inexperienced Suyun, and why he wouldn't allow a replacement midway through. Meanwhile, in Zhongbeihai, the alert Wang Jiangmo stared at Suyun on the big screen, lost in thought. Beside him stood Shui Long, who had just rushed back to Zhongnanhai, and Wang Zhongjuan, radiating an overwhelming aura of authority and decisive ruthlessness. Old Wang, intelligence has just confirmed that Dai Xingniao recently provided a batch of weapons free of charge to the Third World Anti-Raffle Organization.
Dai Xingniao also dispatched several military experts to the organization.
Under their planning, the group attacked a city on the border of the Republic of Makra, destroying all military and civilian facilities. After entering the city, the organization's members indiscriminately hunted and killed civilians, resulting in over hundreds of thousands of civilian casualties.
However, the organization has since been eradicated by LAF's forces. Bang!
Upon hearing that over 100,000 civilians had been killed, Wang Jiangmo slammed his fist onto the table with a thunderous crash, his face contorting into a savage expression.
They dared to indiscriminately slaughter civilians? That organization deserves to be wiped out. And those military experts under Dai Xingniao deserve to die too.
Wang Zhongjuan oversaw all international affairs for the flowering family, commanding a specialized department for global intelligence. Thus, the moment Suyun ended his call, intelligence began pouring in from every corner of the world, converging into Wang Zhongjuan's hands. Old Wang, when Su Yun answered the call, he didn't activate the satellite phone's anti-eavesdropping mode. Our monitoring team has transcribed their entire conversation word for word. Shui Long, in charge of domestic security for the Flowering Nation and the direct supervisor of the monitoring department, had ordered surveillance on Su Yun's call the instant he answered. The first call was from President Rab of the Republic of Makra, personally calling Su Yun. During the call, Rab informed Su Yun that the reactionary organization responsible for attacking their city had been eradicated, but the leader of the group was being protected by the desperate mercenary corps. Raf requested Su Yun to assassinate the organization's leader, Bobby Enoch, to avenge the hundreds of thousands of dead civilians and teach the desperate a lesson, warning them not to interfere in Makra Republic's internal affairs. Raf also conveyed Hamas' request to hire Su Yun to repel mercenaries employed by the Des Nation. Hamas offered $50 million, and Su Yun had already accepted. Su Yun's second call was to his mercenary group's deputy commander, Du Fu Longer. He ordered him to assemble all members and await him in Gaza. Chapter 18, Old Wang's decision votes needed. Zhongjuan, your Wang family has always been loyal and righteous. Your father was once the youngest major general in our Zhonghua family, with a bright and limitless future. It's a pity he's sacrificed himself on the battlefield against the footbasket chicken. But like father, like son, you've proven yourself worthy, earning great merit for our nation and silently safeguarding its security. After listening to Shui Long and Wang Zhongjuan's reports, Wang Jiangwo pondered for a moment. Instead of continuing to discuss Su Yun, he sincerely thanked the Wang family for their contributions to the flower planting family. Old Wang, you flatter me. We Wang family members are Zongwajia people in life and Zongwajia spirits in death. To be wrapped in horsehide for Zongwajia is the lifelong honor of my father and me. Wang Zhongjuan's voice brimmed with pride. Wang Jiangwo looked at Wang Zhongjuan, standing ramrod straight with an expression of pride and honor, and a flicker of guilt crossed his face. Zhongjuan, by all accounts, both you and your father have done great service to the Zhonghua family. As an old man, I shouldn't drag your daughter Bing Bing into this mess, but... Wang Jiangwo paused mid-sentence, his gaze turning complex as he looked at Wang Zhongjuan before continuing. Zhongjuan, that kid Su Yun may seem harmless enough, but you've surely seen the records of the earth-shaking, soul-stirring things he's done. With someone like him, we can only use courtesy, not force. Even if we wanted to use force, with Jiangqing's current capabilities, we simply couldn't match him. That's why I resorted to this desperate measure. You understand me, right? No sooner had Wang Jiangwo finished speaking than Wang Zhongjuan's anxious voice reached his ears. Old Wang, what are you saying? That Bing Bing, with her mortal body, could serve the nation. This is an honor for our Wang family. Wang Zhongjuan was about to elaborate on the Wang family's sense of national duty when Wang Jiangwo waved him off. Zhongjuan, I feel ashamed before your late father, ashamed before you, and ashamed before Bing Bing. I intend to have the production team follow Su Yun abroad for filming, documenting his every move. This is the closest contact our nation has had with international mercenary organizations since our founding. As you know, certain departments of our nation have faced attacks from mercenary groups abroad since our founding. They come and go without a trace, and we cannot send our military to carry out eradication missions on foreign soil. Therefore, this filming presents an excellent opportunity to gather intelligence on them. As one of the nation's decision-makers, Wang Jiangwo has always prioritized national interests above all else, even at the cost of personal sacrifice. Since the founding of Zongwajia, domestic operations have been relatively secure, as mercenaries dare not enter Zongwajia's borders. However, Zongwajia's units stationed abroad have consistently suffered the poisonous influence of certain mercenary organizations. China despised these international mercenaries who arrived like the wind, vanished without a trace, and fought like rabid dogs. Wang Jiangwo intended to leverage Su Yun's deployment to Gaza to gain deep insights into the operational tactics and combat capabilities of these international mercenaries. By knowing both enemy and self, victory would be assured. Zhongjuan, rest assured. I will guarantee Bing Bing's safety. I've already issued a transfer order to the 3rd Theater Command. He Yilong is en route to Jiangcheng right now. He will ensure her safety. When Wang Zhongjuan and Shui Long heard the name He Yilong, their eyes lit up. It was widely known that beyond the assassin rankings and mercenary lists, there existed another prestigious ranking, the Elite Soldier list. The Elite Soldier rankings listed the top 100 military personnel globally with the strongest comprehensive combat capabilities. Those listed represent their nation's ultimate combat capabilities. As exemplars selected by their militaries, they never appear on assassin or mercenary rankings. He alone ranked 23rd on the elite warrior list and was one of the 4 strongest combatants in Zhonghua, codenamed Xuanwu. Zhongjuan, when the time comes, I'll have He alone shadow her every step as a war correspondent. Old Wang, Bing Bing serving her country is her blessing. The nation needn't expend such immense resources. Just as Wang Zhongjuan began pleading with Wang Jiangwo to rescind the order, the latter waved him off again. Zhongjuan, no more persuasion. Your Wang family has risked everything for the stability and prosperity of Zongwajia. The nation must not disappoint your loyalty. Su Yun had been sitting cross-legged in meditation for an hour. This breathing technique allowed him to peer inward at his body's extraordinary meridians, enabling him to freely guide his true energy to circulate throughout his entire body at will. This differed from traditional internal martial arts, where true qi could only be stored in the dantian and circulated along fixed paths through the great heavenly circuit only during cultivation. The advantage of Su Yun's qi cultivation was that he could project his qi outward to harm others, or fuse it with his limbs to complement each other, enabling him to unleash the sound-breaking fist. Sound-breaking fist wasn't a specific boxing style, but rather a collective term for techniques where fist speed exceeded the speed of sound. After sitting for another 10 minutes, Su Yun remained motionless. Yet, his little finger pointed toward a spot on the wall. A ripple rippled through the air, followed by an invisible, colorless energy arrow suddenly shooting forth. The arrow struck a fly on the wall 5 meters away, knocking it to the floor. Bing Bing and photographer Xiao Zhao, who had been dozing nearby, didn't see the arrow. Yet their bodies instinctively sensed immense danger, sending instant chills down their spines. Ice, you too. Photographer Xiao Zhao looked utterly bewildered, but upon noticing goosebumps rising on Bing Bing's arm, he let out a startled gasp. A woman's intuition told Bing Bing that the source of the overwhelming sense of danger she'd just felt must have come from Su Yun. Her gaze darted toward him, catching him just as he was about to retract his little finger. Su Yun, what were you doing just now? Bing Bing asked, her face brimming with curiosity. There was a fly on the wall just now, so I shot it down with my air arrow. Air arrow? Seriously, an air arrow? Why not just say you used the 6th Meridian Divine Sword? Come on, stop being so ridiculous. This is a reality show, not a wuxia movie. Blow your damn arrows. These days, even blowing hard doesn't require paying taxes? I practice Qigong, but China hasn't produced a martial arts master capable of projecting true Qi externally in decades. The last one who could project his Qi outward was Zhang Sanfeng, who lived for over 200 years. This script is getting more and more ridiculous. In the livestream chat, the remaining fans once again lashed out at Su Yun's ridiculously fake script, calling it painful to watch. Are you kidding me? Do you think you're starring in a wuxia movie? The already meager live viewership took another hit, plummeting straight into the 4 digits. While the chat flooded with comments mocking Su Yun's acting, cameraman Xiao Zhao and Bing Bing, having just experienced it firsthand, believed every word he said. Xiao Zhao aimed the camera at the spot Su Yun had pointed to earlier on the floor. As the lens slowly zoomed in, they were shocked to discover a fly split cleanly in half on the floor. The cut was clean, with no signs of crushing or squishing. Acting, keep acting. This show really treats its audience like little darlings. Ah! How hilarious is this? The production team actually found a real fly. Just as viewers in the livestream chat began venting again, a single comment instantly plunged everyone into deep thought. But that fly really was split in two. Is there even a blade in this world that can instantly cleave a fly in half? Chapter 19, Sonic Boom Fist. Anyone who wields blades knows that the smaller and lighter the object, the harder it is to cleave it cleanly in two. And no blade in the world could cleanly cleave a fly in two. Those fly-splitting videos online? If you're being picky, they're not slicing, they're smacking. They're using the blade to smash the fly in half. After all, to cleanly slice a fly in two with a neat cut, only a laser knife could achieve that with current technology. Bing Bing and photographer Xiao Zhao stared blankly at the split fly carcass. Meanwhile, Su Yun shifted from his cross-legged, motionless posture, rising from the floor to begin stretching his limbs. Su Yun, are you done with your practice? Bing Bing asked as soon as she saw Su Yun rise. 2 more items to go. Su Yun replied, then clenched both fists and placed them on his chest, assuming a boxer's ready stance. Bing Bing watched Su Yun's posture, her face brimming with curiosity. Su Yun, don't you need gloves or a punching bag? Having witnessed boxing drills in the military, Bing Bing instinctively asked when she saw Su Yun barehanded and preparing to punch thin air. No need. Those things are too expensive. I can't afford them. Expensive? How could that be? A basic pair of gloves costs only a few dozen yuan. How could you, the Dark Emperor, possibly not be able to afford them? And a wooden dummy? A decent one tops out at a few hundred yuan. Compared to your commissions, which are millions or tens of millions per job, isn't that just a drop in the bucket? Bing Bing looked utterly astonished, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Seeing this, Su Yun shook his head and explained. I go through gloves and pads like crazy. Even the best pads can't withstand a single punch from me. And the gloves? My punching speed is so fast, I basically wreck a pair with every single punch. Ha! How is that possible? 1 punch per glove? 1 punch per pad? Are you sure you're not pulling my leg? Enough, enough. This is way too exaggerated. Even the War God short dramas aren't this over the top. 1 punch per glove? Let's see you break one for me. If you really shatter a punching bag with 1 punch, I'll do a headstand eating on my livestream. Talk about bragging rights, this is what bragging rights look like. The guest on this episode of College Freshman Season sure knows how to stir things up. In the livestream chat, a bunch of netizens once again felt they couldn't bear to watch or listen anymore, and started attacking Su Yun. Though Bingbing didn't believe Suyun's claims, she obediently pulled cameraman Xiao Zhao to the wall, clearing a space for him. Only after confirming Bingbing and Xiao Zhao were out of range of his punch did Suyun focus his mind, channeling his entire chi into a lightning-fast strike forward. A deafening roar instantly filled Bingbing and Xiao Zhao's ears. The shock nearly made Xiao Zhao drop the camera slung over his shoulder. Bingbing's face went pale as she stared blankly at Suyun, who was still punching. How is this possible? Was that noise from earlier the sound of him boxing? Bingbing finally understood why Suyun had mentioned wasting gloves and pads earlier. In the livestream chat, viewers were startled by the massive sonic boom. Screens filled with viewers cursing under their breath. Damn it, did the production team add sound effects? This sound effect is way too fake. That's a sonic boom, not boxing sounds. Damn script. Am I watching an urban fantasy drama? Is Suyun about to transform next? Dynamic superhero transformation, feel my dynamic light beam. Just as the livestream audience mocked Suyun's phony acting, he threw his second punch. Another deafening boom echoed. Holy crap, again? I told you this is a sonic boom, it only happens at supersonic speeds. Could the sound effects guy pay attention? He has zero common sense. Just as a new wave of comments flooded the chat, Suyun's third punch landed. Boom! As Suyun's punches grew faster and faster, Bingbing, cameraman Xiao Zhao, and the viewers in the livestream suddenly realized their vision was filled with afterimages. They couldn't make out Suyun's movements at all. The constant sonic booms made Bingbing's head buzz, forcing her to cover her ears tightly with both hands. She then stared at Suyun with eyes wide as saucers. The sonic booms persisted for a full 5 minutes before Suyun's punches finally slowed. The viewers in the livestream chat were long since frozen in stunned silence, their expressions as blank as startled little cuties. For a full 5 minutes, not a single comment floated across the livestream. Only when Suyun fully retracted his punching stance did the viewers snap back to reality. Holy, I actually doubted Suyun. I deserve to die. Who recorded that epic moment? Send me a copy. I was too stunned to react, just now coming to my senses. Holy crap. Suyun isn't human. He's a god sent to save the world. After unleashing 1,000 punches, Suyun took a few deep breaths to steady himself. Then, he began to chant softly. Heaven and earth, the mysterious origin, all chi, the primordial root. Cultivating through countless eons, I attain divine prowess. Within and beyond the three realms, only the Tao reigns supreme. Golden light radiates from my body, enveloping me in its glow. Golden light, arise. As the word rise fell, golden light suddenly shone beneath Suyun's feet, instantly spreading to envelop his entire body. Bingbing and cameraman Xiao Zhao instantly felt their perceptions overturned once more. Both gaped in astonishment, unable to utter a coherent word for a long moment. The livestream fell silent once more. Immediately, the number of viewers surged wildly. Within a mere minute, it shattered the program's all-time record for concurrent viewers since filming began. This sent the show's director, who was frantically pulling at his hair backstage, into a panic. Holy, the viewership just jumped to 8 million? The show's gone viral, absolutely viral. Just as the director was jumping up and down in excitement, the live chat exploded with so many comments that they completely covered the entire screen. Immediately after, the control room monitor went black. Clearly, the massive surge of traffic had caused the system to crash. Quick, call someone to fix it immediately. 2 hours later, the repair crew delivered grim news to the director: data recovery would take at least 5 hours. Meanwhile, Suyun had long finished her training. After a satisfying shower, she lay comfortably in bed and opened her phone to find dozens of unread messages. Su Xiaomei, bro, I had tomato scrambled eggs and cauliflower at the cafeteria tonight. The chef made it so delicious, I finished every last bite. Su Xiaomei, bro, we have our first mock exam tomorrow. Wish me luck, may I ace everything I know and guess right on everything I don't. Su Xiaomei, bro, I'm going to bed now. Good night. Suyun carefully scrolled through each message Su Xiaomei had sent him, a tender smile spreading across his lips. Go to sleep. I just finished my practice session. I'm going to bed too. Good night. After replying to Su Xiaomei, Suyun noticed over a dozen unread messages, all from Yang Susu. Yang Susu, Suyun, guess what I'm doing? Yang Susu, answer me. If you won't guess, forget it, I'm watching your livestream. Yang Susu, Suyun, you actually know the 6th meridian sword technique? Can you teach me? Yang Susu, holy cow, Suyun, your punches are so fast my eyes are blurry. Are you one of those TV heroes? Do you know the 18 dragons subduing palms? Yang Susu, Suyun, you're not some immortal descended from heaven, are you? Can you take me flying on a cloud? Suyun stared at the increasingly absurd text messages, 3 black lines involuntarily appearing on his forehead. Chapter 20, I hate trouble, please vote. Early the next morning, Bingbing lay in Su Xiaomei's bed, half asleep, when she heard someone knocking on Suyun's door. She hadn't slept a wink the night before because of Suyun finally drifting off around 4 a.m. With heavy dark circles under her eyes, she pushed open Su Xiaomei's door to find Suyun already dressed and fresh-faced, emerging from the bathroom to answer the door. Visitors?
Bingbing asked tentatively. Suyun shook his head, indicating he didn't know.
When Suyun opened the security door, a middle-aged man and woman appeared at his doorstep, carrying numerous large and small boxes.
You must be Xiao Su. Thank you for saving my mother yesterday.
Since the stores weren't open this morning, my wife and I bought some things at the morning market to express our gratitude.
Sis Bing, is this the son and daughter-in-law of the aunt Suyun saved last night? They're here to thank him?
Xiao Zhao, the cameraman, had been half reclining on the sofa. Seeing Aunt Zhang's son and daughter-in-law arrive to thank Suyun, he sprang up with a fish leap from the sofa. He quickly hoisted his camera, ready to capture this touching scene. As the camera started rolling, it signaled the official commencement of today's live broadcast for college freshman orientation season. The moment Suyun and Aunt Zhang's son and daughter-in-law appeared on screen, medical student Wang Yang, glued to the livestream, felt a sudden chill run through him. This can't be possible. Could it be that his medical treatment last night was real? Could he really extract blood clots from someone's brain with just a syringe? Last night, not only Bingbing had lost sleep, but Wang Yang had too. He had spent the entire night pondering and agonizing. No matter how he thought about it, a voice kept nagging at him, insisting that everything happening in the livestream was scripted, just a performance. Yet all the knowledge he'd absorbed from books over the years told him otherwise. Aunt Zhang's complexion and demeanor screamed illness, a serious one at that. Just as Wang Yang's stubborn conviction was about to completely overwhelm his reason, a shrill ringtone suddenly pierced the silence. Hello, old classmate. I just spoke with the emergency doctor who was on night duty at our hospital last night. Last night, a female patient was indeed admitted to the ER with symptoms of cerebral hemorrhage. But here's the strange part: after running every test, the doctor confirmed the cause was a ruptured blood vessel in her brain. Yet there was no blood clot in her brain. Isn't that bizarre? You're certain there was no blood clot in her brain? Wang Yang's voice grew hoarse, his expression turning grim. Yes, absolutely. Word has already spread throughout our hospital. Our director is about to convene all the specialists and key staff for a consultation on this patient to determine why there was no blood clot in her brain. After hanging up, Wang Yang's expression shifted repeatedly, feeling his entire understanding of medicine had been completely overturned. No, I must get to the bottom of this. If Suyun truly extracted the blood clot from Aunt Zhang's brain using only a syringe, it would be a groundbreaking event that would revolutionize medical understanding. Wang Yang was in a daze. He edited together last night's recording of Lu Suyun treating Aunt Zhang and this morning's recording of Aunt Zhang's son thanking Suyun. He then sent the edited video to his doctoral advisor, the renowned medical authority Professor Huang Sameo, along with the message, "Professor, I've found a way for traditional Chinese medicine to surpass Western medicine." When Suyun learned that the two people at the door were Aunt Zhang's son and daughter-in-law, who had come specifically to thank her, she merely gave a slight smile. She took the large and small boxes from their hands but did not invite them inside. Instead, she calmly said to them, "I still need to go to school shortly, so I won't be inviting you both inside." Hearing this, Aunt Zhang's son, who had already stepped inside, froze. He then pulled his wife forward and bowed deeply to Suyun. "Little Su, we won't disturb you then. Once my mother is discharged from the hospital, I'll bring her to visit and thank you properly." Bingbing watched the backs of Aunt Zhang's son and daughter-in-law as they turned to leave, utterly speechless. They came to thank you, yet you wouldn't even let them in the door or offer them a sip of water. "Suyun, why didn't you invite them inside?" the photographer asked curiously. "I dislike the hassle and social niceties." "You're afraid of trouble? You, the so-called king of assassins, are afraid of trouble? And you don't like socializing? You've become the king of mercenaries, yet you still dislike socializing?" Photographer Xiao Zhao nearly choked on his breath upon hearing Suyun's words. Xiao Zhao found Suyun's claim utterly unbelievable, suspecting he was just putting on an act. He shot back immediately. "But Suyun, if you're so afraid of trouble and socializing, why did you agree to be filmed by our production team?" Suyun's lips curled into a faint smile again as he replied with deadpan seriousness. "But you're paying me. I may dislike hassle, but work obligations are an exception." Very professional. After seeing off Aunt Zhang's son and daughter-in-law, Suyun closed the door, sauntered over to the sofa, and sat down. He then addressed Bingbing and cameraman Xiao Zhao. "You two, hurry up with your washing up. I've got a class to attend shortly." Bingbing watched Suyun, who clearly couldn't care less about the production team, and felt both angry and resentful. She'd followed countless guests before, and every single one of them maintained some sort of persona on camera. But Suyun? He couldn't care less about the show. In his eyes, recording the show was just another task he'd taken on, one that required zero effort and posed no challenge whatsoever. Half an hour later, Suyun and his group finally arrived at Jiang City University. Suyun glanced at his watch on his right wrist and saw the timing was perfect. He strolled into the classroom carrying his books. As usual, he found a seat in the back row by the window. Due to the production crew filming, Suyun's classmates sat stiffly upright, pretending to be engrossed in their work. The moment Suyun sat down, his phone buzzed with a series of vibrations. "Yang Susu, Suyun, why didn't you reply to my message last night?"
Yang Susu, have you figured out what legendary martial arts you're going to teach me? Yang Susu, do you know the demon repelling sword technique? I want to learn it. If not, the secret manual of the sunflower would do. Yang Susu, damn you, Su Yun. Ignoring my messages again? This princess isn't talking to you anymore.
Su Yun swiped through over a dozen messages before shutting his phone off completely. Today's mood wasn't suited for texting back at her, he needed to confront her face to face. The moment Su Yun turned off his phone, the ding-ding-ding of the class bell rang in his ears. Immediately after, the principal entered the classroom accompanied by a man radiating explosive energy. His features were sharply defined, and his aura felt like a drawn sword. The moment he stepped inside, he locked onto Su Yun like a predator spotting its prey. His gaze was relentless, unblinking, his fierce intent almost tangible. Su Yun had sensed the fighting intent emanating from the man the moment he entered the classroom. But after a single glance, Su Yun lost interest. Just the strength of someone ranked between 10th and 15th on the assassin rankings.
Not worth my time. Chapter 21, Su Yun, I challenge you.
Classmates, the gentleman beside me is a specialist our school has specially invited to teach you weaponry and combat techniques.
Please give him a warm welcome.
A sparse round of applause immediately filled the classroom.
What's this nonsense? We're communications majors, why bring in a weapons and hand-to-hand combat expert to teach us? Has the principal lost his mind? What on earth is a combat expert going to teach us? Hand-to-hand combat?
The students clapped half-heartedly while murmuring among themselves. Seeing the students' lack of respect, the principal was about to lose his temper when a man beside him silenced him with a single glance. The man then strode onto the podium with the grace of a dragon and the power of a tiger, his gaze sweeping the classroom like an eagle's. Students caught in his gaze felt like they were being stared down by a ferocious beast, instantly shutting their mouths. Let me introduce myself.
My name is He Along.
I specialize in weaponry, combat, and jungle survival. And let me make this clear, true combat fuses internal energy with explosive muscle power to unleash devastating techniques. It has nothing to do with that ridiculous external energy projection nonsense you see in TV dramas. The moment He Along finished speaking, every student in the classroom turned their heads in unison, fixing their gaze on Su Yun. Clearly, He Along had also seen yesterday's video of Su Yun projecting his chi to swat a fly. He scoffed at Su Yun's claims about externalizing true chi. At their level of combat prowess, externalizing chi was possible but only in its simplest form. Whether one could recall the emitted chi afterward, or whether it could actually harm opponents, was a matter for much later consideration. The kinds of techniques portrayed in TV dramas like the 6 Meridian Divine Sword or the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms belong solely to the realm of fiction. After all, art imitates life but transcends it. Despite being openly mocked by He Along, Su Yun wore an expression of utter indifference. After all, the moment He Along entered the door, Su Yun had already seen through his strength completely. A god soaring above the clouds wouldn't stoop to quarreling with mere ants.
Seeing Su Yun remain utterly silent despite such blatant mockery, He Along's lips curled in a dismissive sneer.
He then picked up a meter-long briefcase from the floor and placed it on the lectern.
Snap!
A crisp sound echoed as He Along drew an Amulet AR-50 sniper rifle from the briefcase. The Amulet AR-50 sniper rifle is a single-shot, rotating bolt-action heavy sniper rifle developed by the Amulet Corporation of the Eagle Wing Nation. It uses NATO standard caliber rifle ammunition. After retrieving the sniper rifle, He Along launched into a detailed explanation of its capabilities. The male students in the classroom listened with eyes sparkling, radiating a distinct glow. The female students, however, pursed their lips and murmured under their breath. We're not in the military, why are we taking a firearms class? After delivering his lengthy lecture on firearms, He Along glanced once more at Su Yun before addressing the class. Next, I'll demonstrate the disassembly process for this Armalite AR-50 sniper rifle. He Along pulled out a stopwatch and placed it on the lectern, then held his breath, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's. After regulating his breathing, he steadily placed the pistol in his calloused palm. Within a mere 6 seconds, he dismantled the intricate firearm with near-artistic precision until it vanished completely, then reassembled it with fluid, seamless movements. This seamless sequence of actions drew cheers even from the initially disgruntled female students. Holy crap, he disassembled and reassembled it in just 6 seconds? That's an Armalite AR-50 sniper rifle. Good heavens, did my eyes deceive me? His hands moved so fast my eyes couldn't keep up. Hold up, guys. That name He Along sounds familiar. Wasn't he the one who represented China at last year's World Military Games and won the gold medal? I think I remember him too. Someone hit up IEDU and look him up. It is him. He Along, China's top soldier. What's he doing at Jiang City University? As photographer Xiao Zhao captured every move of He Along disassembling and reassembling the sniper rifle, the live stream viewers went wild. The top soldier? Holy crap. Is it too late to transfer to Jiang City University now? This is weird. Why would the top soldier be teaching at Jiang City University? And teaching a bunch of communications majors how to disassemble sniper rifles?
Just as the live stream audience was shouting something fishy is going on, he alone turned his gaze toward Soo-yun once more. The student by the window in the back, did you see the disassembly steps clearly? Come up and demonstrate it for everyone. Ha? Soo-yun? He called out Soo-yun. Wait, he's coming for Soo-yun. Is he here to start a fight? The live chat erupted once more as viewers heard he alone directly call out Soo-yun. Soo-yun, the one called out, maintained a calm expression. He looked at Hee-along, who was provoking him, and gave a slight, contemptuous smile. He rose lightly and walked steadily toward the podium. His composure, far beyond that of his peers, left all the students in attendance holding their breath. This student, would you like me to demonstrate it again? Hee-along's lips curved into a meaningful smile, as if anticipating something. Soo-yun smiled faintly, his gaze clear. Looks like you can't take it apart with just one hand. Disassembling a sniper rifle with one hand? The entire room fell silent. Eyes widened in astonishment, especially among the boys who had seen Soo-yun's cheap projection video earlier, their anticipation now palpable. He's just bragging. How could he possibly disassemble an A-merit with one hand? That's an A-merit we're talking about. I don't believe he can disassemble this sniper rifle with one hand. If he does, I'll eat my own poop standing on my head. The live chat exploded with skeptical comments questioning Soo-yun. Soo-yun walked to the podium, turned one hand behind his back, then glanced at Hee-along. You time it. This made the already tense atmosphere grow even heavier. Viewers in the live stream erupted. Is Soo-yun some kind of cheater? He's actually going head-to-head with a combat veteran? What do you think? Could he be a hidden big shot too? Waiting for the moment he gets called out or gets called out himself. Thrilling. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, broken only by Soo-yun's fluid movements. He swiftly disassembled and reassembled the device, the entire process completed in a mere instant. 1.7 seconds. 4.3 seconds faster than Hee-along. The execution was so seamless it felt effortless, leaving everyone in awe. Whoa, a collective gasp rippled through the classroom. Impossible? Shock flashed in Hee-along's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by an even fiercer fighting spirit. Looks like I underestimated you. Soo-yun, I challenge you to a combat duel. Soo-yun calmly placed the assembled sniper rifle on the lectern and replied indifferently, fine. The classroom erupted in even louder murmurs, while the live stream chat exploded with comments. 666, Soo-yun is about to defy the heavens. Love this underdog turned champion plot twist epic. Chapter 22, Soo-yun shows mercy. The scene unfolding in the classroom was witnessed clearly and distinctly by the principal standing at the doorway. His mouth opened, but not a single word came out. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly and let them continue their duel. When Hee-along came to find him, he had already made his identity clear. The principal truly had no right to intervene. 5 minutes later, on the sun-dappled playground, Soo-yun and Hee-along stepped onto the bustling field together. Hee-along wore a tight-fitting camouflage uniform, his muscles defined and sculpted, standing tall and rugged like a statue. His gaze was piercing, filled with resolute determination, and every movement betrayed profound martial arts training. The moment he separated from Soo-yun, he instantly assumed a threatening combat stance. Though he harbored resentment toward Soo-yun, military caution was ingrained in his bones, prompting him to immediately adopt a defensive stance. Soo-yun, however, appeared utterly at ease, exuding the air of a refined gentleman. His hands casually hung at his sides, no fighting stance taken, a faint, detached smile playing on his lips. It seemed this contest was nothing more than a trivial matter for him. His unconventional stance, standing casually rather than assuming a standard fighting pose, prompted murmurs of astonishment among the gathered students. The live stream viewers erupted in an instant. Holy crap, Soo-yun is such a show-off. He's supposed to be a combat veteran. Oh no, Soo-yun finally bit off more than he can chew. The production team's been scripting everything, right? Let's see how they spin this one, ha ha ha. Total fail. Guys, if Soo-yun wins this time, I'll do a headstand and eat on stream. Off, man. You already owe us 2 eating live streams. We're not buying it this time. Guys, I'm serious this time. I've already prepped my. He alone had expected Soo-yun to pull off some unique pose. After all, a master's skill reveals itself at first glance. But Soo-yun just stood there looking all cocky, which totally pissed Hee-along off. I don't know what tricks you used to fool the commanders. But commanders are commanders, and I'm me. You can't fool me. You're a complete hack, you can't even pull off the most basic combat stance. Only the most elite martial artists could enter combat stance. Once in combat stance, all their senses and reactions are amplified several-fold. Seeing Soo-yun's dismissive attitude, Hee-along mistakenly believed his opponent was merely a hollow shell of strength. His blood boiled, and he resolved to eliminate Soo-yun with lightning speed. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Hee-along roared, charging forward with blinding speed. His iron fist swung straight for Soo-yun's face. In the blink of an eye, Soo-yun merely shifted his body slightly, effortlessly deflecting Hee-along's thunderous strike. Hee-along had been certain this decisive blow would instantly incapacitate Soo-yun. But to his shock, Soo-yun merely shifted his stance casually, leaving Hee-along's fist to strike empty air.
After dodging Yilong's punch, Suyun casually raised his right arm and slashed toward the man's throat. Thud! A thunderous impact echoed as Yilong sprawled helplessly on the playground grass, unable to move. The onlookers were all stunned. Viewers in the livestream chat were equally bewildered. Who was that idiot claiming this guy was some kind of elite soldier? He couldn't even block one move from Suyun? No way! This can't be happening. This is ridiculous. Where's that guy who said he'd eat on stream? Where is he? Come out. We need to see your eating livestream. At that moment, Yilong's body was beyond his control. No matter how hard he strained, he couldn't muster any strength clearly, he'd lost all fighting ability. Suyun strolled casually up to Yilong, then bent down and whispered into his ear. It's not that I can't enter combat mode. It's that you're simply not worthy enough to trigger it. After speaking, Suyun turned his gaze to the principal standing nearby, who was so shocked he couldn't utter a word. Principal, didn't you promise me that I could take leave anytime if I agreed to participate in the program? Yes, that's correct. In the principal's eyes at that moment, Suyun was nothing short of a dragon descended from the heavens. Alright then, I need to take a few days off. There's a part-time job that's pretty urgent. With that, Suyun turned and headed back to the classroom. Now that she'd requested the leave, she needed to return to the classroom to pack her bag. Bingbing saw Suyun heading toward the classroom and was about to chase after him when a pleasant ringtone suddenly sounded in her ear. Hello? Who is this? She answered the call, and her father Wang Zhongjuan answered with his stern voice. Bingbing, the commander has approved your production team's request to accompany Suyun on the overseas shoot. To ensure your safety, the commander has specially assigned Yilong, a top-tier soldier from the military region, to serve as your war correspondent. Yilong is our Zhanghua family's code-named Xuanwu, an unparalleled warrior. Therefore, you must coordinate the relationship between the two parties and prevent them from clashing. Wang Zhongjuan continued his incessant admonitions, but Bingbing had long since tuned out everything except that one phrase echoing in her mind: you absolutely must coordinate the relationship between the two sides. Do not let them come into conflict. You absolutely must coordinate the relationship between the two sides. Do not let them come into conflict. Bingbing's gaze swept over Yilong, still sprawled on the ground, struggling to recover. A complex mix of emotions welled up inside her, leaving her only able to shake her head helplessly with a bitter smile. Sunlight filtered through the trees lining the playground, casting dappled shadows across Yilong's face, which wore a mix of stubbornness and confusion. Suyun had already walked into the school building to pack up his backpack. The onlookers' expression shifted from initial shock to awe, while the live-stream viewers erupted in a frenzy. Only when classmates helped Yilong to his feet did he regain his senses. He looked toward the classroom building with shame, muttering to himself. No wonder he's number one on the danger list. He truly lives up to his reputation. 3 days later, the production crew finally boarded a flight bound for overseas. Due to the intense warfare currently raging in Gaza City, Babayang Nation, the crew had to fly to another city in Babayang Nation first before traveling by vehicle. On the plane, Bingbing stared blankly out the window at the thick clouds below, her gaze unfocused, filled with anxiety and dread. This was her first time heading straight into the battlefield. Meanwhile, in Zone Nanhai, Wang Zhongjuan's eyes were fixed intently on the massive electronic screen on the wall. The screen displayed the live broadcast of the College Freshman Orientation Season program. Click. Hiss. Puff. Amidst the flickering flames, Wang Zhongjuan lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Blue smoke curled out of his nostrils like two dragon tails. Staring at the electronic display still showing live stream not started, he muttered to himself. Bingbing, you must come back safely. Suyun, you better make sure Bingbing gets back safe. Meanwhile, Wang Jiangwo chuckled beside him, offering reassurance. Zhongjuan, don't worry. With Suyun protecting her, I believe no organization in this world can harm Bingbing. Chapter 23, Getting Down to Business, please vote. Sky. At a certain airport in Babayang country. Standing at the bustling entrance, Bingbing took a deep breath. Then she nodded to Xiao Zhao, the photographer who was already ready. Xiao Zhao, roll camera. Recording started, livestream began. Good afternoon, everyone watching the livestream. Considering the 6-hour time difference, it should be morning in our country, so I should say good morning. With a professional smile, Bingbing habitually cracked a joke for the viewers watching the stream. In just a few seconds, millions of viewers flooded into the livestream for the College Freshman Orientation Season. This was all thanks to Suyun's stunt from a few days ago. From performing acupuncture to save lives and projecting his chi outward to unleashing a sonic punch, he ultimately swept aside the elite soldier Yilong. At first, everyone assumed it was scripted. But when Suyun knocked Yilong down, the truth dawned on them. Moreover, Wang Yang, the medical student who had been in the livestream earlier, had already publicly addressed Suyun on his social media account on behalf of his mentor, a titan in the medical field. His mentor promised to make an exception and take Suyun as a direct disciple if he would share his blood drawing technique using syringes. It was noteworthy that Wang Yang's mentor had never taken a single direct disciple in his entire career. Simultaneously, this news sent shockwaves through the medical community.
Countless leading figures and elites in the medical field immediately flocked to Jiang City, eager to catch a glimpse of Suyun's prowess. Unfortunately, Suyun had already flown to Gaza, leaving them to chase after an empty trail. The live stream was flooded with comments like a tidal wave. Having become synonymous with immortal cultivator, mysterious big shot, and rural miracle doctor domestically, Suyun had clearly gained an elite audience across various industries. The comments grew even more lively. "Hi Bingbing, it's afternoon here, though it's morning for us, hee hee. Finally back on stream. 3 whole days of downtime. Ha! Did you guys actually go abroad?" Through the camera's view, viewers keenly noticed that the location behind Bingbing's position was precisely the airport exit. Seeing that viewers had noticed, Bingbing smiled and nodded. "You guessed right. We're currently in a city in the land of the sheep. Due to the war in Gaza, all major airlines have cancelled flights there, so we're planning to travel by car." Gaza? Isn't that where the fighting with the Hupu is happening? Whoa! We're about to see war scenes. Wait, where's Suyun? Why can't we see Suyun? Could it be the main character got lost so the production team went abroad to find him? Could it be Suyun's taking on a side gig abroad? Was that call he took in the livestream the other day real? Is he going to wipe out the Hupu's army in Gaza? Netizens couldn't spot Suyun in the footage. At first, they were puzzled, but gradually, all sorts of theories started circulating. Bingbing watched the increasingly accurate guesses in the comment stream and felt helpless inside. After Suyun and Bingbing landed at Babayang Airport, Bingbing, photographer Xiao Xiao, and he along as citizens of Flower Country had to report to the Flower Country consulate in Babayang. Consulate staff would relay their presence to both Babayang and Daixingyo. This ensured that even if they entered the war zone unarmed, combatants from either side wouldn't harm them. However, Suyun, participating as a mercenary, could not report to the consulate. As soon as the plane landed, he gave the others an address and departed on his own to meet up with his team members. Due to some special circumstances, Suyun has gone ahead to Gaza City. We'll all meet up at a designated location. After hurriedly delivering this message, Bingbing quickly instructed cameraman Zhao to pause filming before boarding the vehicle the consulate had arranged for them. 3 hours later, the live stream resumed. The scenery along the road had transformed from barren Gobi Desert to sand dunes. Along the roadside and farther out in the desert, figures could be seen trudging on foot, backpacks and bundles strapped to their backs. Their steps were faltering, their bodies utterly exhausted. That exhaustion was not merely physical, but also profoundly mental. Bingbing even saw a man carrying nothing, his eyes vacant, walking beside the road. He stumbled over the ground beneath his feet, fell hard, then got up as if nothing had happened and continued shuffling along like a walking corpse. His expression was numb, his eyes devoid of any spark of light. "What are these people doing?" Xiao Xiao, the photographer, asked softly. "Fleeing. They've all fled all the way from Gaza. It looks like the fighting there has turned brutal, and civilians are getting caught up in it." He alone glanced at the rearview mirror and said calmly, "Look at that man state his wife and daughter must have perished in Gaza City." Hearing He Alone's composed tone, Bingbing and photographer Xiao Xiao felt a heavy weight in their hearts. He Alone observed Bingbing and photographer Xiao Xiao sighing deeply. A faint smile touched his lips as he murmured softly, "That's why only a strong motherland can bring stability to its people." After He Alone finished speaking, the group fell into an instant silence. An hour later, they finally spotted several dilapidated small buildings. He Alone parked the car beside one of them, then opened the trunk to retrieve their luggage. "The combat zone is just ahead. Driving in would draw too much attention and risk us getting shot at. For safety, we'll proceed on foot." As he spoke, He Alone retrieved several bulletproof vests and helmets emblazoned with the Chinese flag from the trunk and handed them to the two. With He Alone's help, Bingbing and photographer Xiao Xiao donned the full gear. Bingbing noticed that after putting on his own protective gear, He Alone slung a bulging backpack over his shoulder. He also discreetly tucked a handgun into his clothing. Noticing her gaze, He Alone gave an awkward smile. Although our consulate has sent letters to the foreign ministries of both the Finchbird and Barbary Sheep nations, explicitly ordering their armies not to harm us, this battlefield isn't just filled with their troops, there are also many mercenaries. Our consulate holds no authority over mercenaries. So, just in case. Listening to He Alone, Bingbing snapped out of her shock and reached into the trunk, where she found a pistol as well. Click click. With a deft cocking motion, Bingbing smiled. "Comrade He, I'm no fragile ornament needing protection. Though I've never seen combat, my military training rivals that of any ordinary soldier." Watching Bingbing's surprisingly proficient movements, He Alone couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. A tiger cub from a military family. Meanwhile, viewers in the livestream chat finally caught on when they saw the trio instantly transform, clad head to toe in protective gear. "Holy! You guys are actually going to the Gaza battlefield? Is this episode this intense? I always thought it was scripted. Do we really need to go this far? They're even armed with guns?" Chapter 24, Holy. Suyun makes his move. The entire outskirts of Gaza City had already been surrounded by the Hupu and the mercenaries hired by his faction.
Even though the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs had formally notified the Daishangbird nation, Bingbing and the others were still in grave danger. He alone likely knew the coordinates Su Yun had sent. It was near a small civilian airport, the only one in Gaza City still under Baba Yang's forces' control at that moment. As a top-tier combat specialist on the Soldier King rankings, he alone not only protected the program crew but also bore the responsibility of documenting and analyzing Su Yun and his mercenary team's combat tactics. He would then submit a detailed and authentic report back to headquarters. Therefore, he was equally curious about the subjects he was tasked to observe and evaluate this time. As the group walked deeper into the area, they could already make out the faint outlines of various ruined walls and debris. Bingbing even encountered numerous rotting, foul-smelling corpses along the way. The deeper they ventured, the more acutely she felt the brutality of war. Such brutality had already left the viewers in the livestream utterly stunned. I thought movies portrayed it grim enough, but the real battlefield is 1,000 times more brutal than anything on screen. My heart is heavy. I can't bear to watch. Those were all living, breathing people gone in an instant. You haters of the Black Flower family, let's see how you'll slander them now. Without the Flower family, you'd have rotted away like corpses devoured by vultures, stinking to high heaven before ending up as livestock feed. After walking for another half hour, the group finally came to a halt before a dilapidated town. It appeared completely deserted, yet this was the coordinates Su Yun had provided. We're finally here. After walking for hours, Bingbing and photographer Xiao Zhao were already panting heavily from exhaustion. They exchanged glances, each seeing a bitter smile in the other's eyes. To capture footage of Su Yun's overseas side job had been no easy feat. Baking under the scorching sun, witnessing rotting corpses littering the ground along the way, and enduring immense psychological pressure had left them physically and mentally drained. He alone took a careful look around and realized the town's residents must have evacuated at the very start of the war. The group crawled into a dilapidated shack to rest. Half the wall of this room had been blown apart, the floor littered with rubble, and half the roof was missing. Fortunately, the area in front of the house was open, and looking out through the broken wall, one could see quite far. Bingbing leaned against a section of wall that hadn't collapsed, gasping for breath. Although her father, Wang Zhongjuan, had trained her physically since childhood, she rarely had opportunities for such intense training after starting work. Photographer Xiao Zhao was even worse off, panting like a dog with his tongue hanging out, his hands constantly pounding his leaden legs. He alone opened his military canteen, took a large gulp of water, then turned to Bingbing and asked, "When is Su Yun arriving?" Bingbing glanced at her wristwatch. The appointment was 6 o'clock. It's only 3 minutes away now. She should be here any minute. He alone glanced around cautiously. Seeing nothing unusual, he voiced his doubt. Are you sure the meeting was set for 6 o'clock? Looks like he's running late. Bingbing smiled. No way. He's the Dark Emperor, how could he be late? If he says 6 p.m., he'll be here on the dot. As she spoke, Bingbing glanced around. There really didn't seem to be any signs of human activity. Maybe something's holding him up. Bingbing added weakly, but no sooner had the words left her lips than a faint sound reached her ears. It sounded somewhat like a rural tractor, mixed with the crackling of firecrackers during the New Year's celebrations. It sounded like, whoosh. The moment that sound reached her ears, he alone beside her suddenly turned pale. Instantly, he dove forward, pinning Bingbing and cameraman Xiao Zhao beneath him. Don't move. It's a tank firing. Boom. A deafening roar erupted nearby, sending fragments of rock and wood flying everywhere. The blast wave kicked up dust from the ground, filling the air with thick smoke and debris. Following the cannon blast, a continuous burst of rapid gunfire erupted. Bullets whistled past, striking the outer stone walls, metal sheets, and wood. Holy! This is spectacular. Tanks! Tanks! They look seriously badass. Holy crap, the production team isn't messing around, huh? How did we get caught in the crossfire between two sides? Real-life battle royale, awesome, so thrilling. Holy crap! What kind of show is this, college freshman orientation season now? Wasn't it supposed to be a talk show? How did it turn into this? The tank fired its shells, and the constant gunfire instantly sent the live stream viewers into a frenzy. How did a perfectly wholesome youth empowerment show turn into a full-scale war documentary? In just a split second, the online audience in the college freshman orientation livestream surged like a tidal wave, skyrocketing to 30 million viewers. Fortunately, having learned from the previous incident, the back-end system somehow managed to hold steady this time without crashing. Ahem! Bingbing and cameraman Xiao Zhao coughed repeatedly, choked by the swirling dust. He alone, standing nearby, asked anxiously, "Are you two okay?" Su Yun and the photographer shook their heads, signaling they were fine. Bingbing then glanced nervously at the tank bearing the Daishangbird national flag slowly rolling toward the town. It was too dangerous. That shell had landed not far from the house, and the huge crater had scared Bingbing white as a sheet. This doesn't look good. Judging by the scale, this battle won't be small. The Hupu assault squad is here, along with a sizable mercenary force. It seems they're aiming to seize the civilian airport 20 miles away. He alone observed the situation outside, listening intently to the gunfire with grave concentration.
The opposing force, though heavily armed, had isolated firing positions.
Judging by the sounds, it was likely only a small squad of a few men. When the Hupu forces advance, we must not act rashly.
Our consulate colleagues have already relayed our information.
I reckon they should, perhaps, possibly, not cause us trouble.
He alone's face was solemn as he instructed Bingbing and cameraman Xiao Zhao
to be captured by Dai Xingniao's forces before even achieving victory, before even meeting their target. It felt rather. Beside him, Bingbing kept her eyes fixed on her wristwatch, murmuring a low countdown.
10, 9, 8. He alone froze. Countdown? What countdown? 1.
As Bingbing reached 1, she abruptly looked up at He Alone and said,
Su Yun is here. Hearing Bingbing's reply, He Alone was completely dumbfounded.
What the hell was she thinking, bringing up Su Yun at a time like this? The Dai Xingniao faction had come prepared, deploying at least a dozen strong assault team plus a mercenary squad, totaling over 100 men. In contrast, judging by the sounds, He Alone could clearly tell the resistance side numbered no more than 10 people.
10 against 100, plus a tank, how could they possibly stand a chance? Women's logic.
Just then, a piercing roar erupted beside them.
Boom!
The massive explosion reverberated across the entire battlefield.
He Alone quickly poked his head out to investigate and was shocked to see Dai Xingniao's tank now billowing black smoke. Chapter 25, Su Huang, the boss votes needed. It's Su Yun. Su Yun's here.
Through the rubble, Bingbing instinctively craned her neck to look.
On the earthen wall not far away, a figure had appeared out of nowhere.
Even now, that figure still wore the familiar casual outfit. The only difference was the rocket launcher slung over his shoulder. He tossed the spent barrel to the ground, then hoisted the big pineapple slung across his waist. The long ammunition belt wrapped around his body 3 times.
Rat-a-tat-tat.
With a crack of gunfire, blue flames erupted from the M16's muzzle.
Bullets sprayed like rain in a specific direction.
Witnessing this scene, the words God of War suddenly flashed through Bingbing's mind. After completely suppressing the enemy's firepower, Su Yun finally turned his head and grinned at Bingbing and the others.
Right on time.
Beside him, cameraman Xiao Zhao was already sprawled on the ground, his entire body shaking like a sieve. Even so, he remained dedicated to capturing the entire scene. When viewers saw Su Yun appear wielding an RPG launcher in one hand and a large pineapple in the other, the livestream chat exploded.
It's Su Yun.
Ah!
Holy! 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 Is that really Su Yun? He crushed that giant pineapple with one hand? How much strength does that arm have? Holy crap!
That move where he knocked out the Hupu tank was just too damn cool. I hereby declare, the Su Yun fan club is officially formed.
From now on, I'm the leader of the Su fans.
This scene is absolutely destined to become this year's classic moving China moment. Jiangqing First High School, Class 1, Grade 12. Su Xiaomei had her head buried in her desk, watching the college freshman orientation livestream with intense focus. The moment Su Yun finally appeared on her phone screen, she couldn't help but clench her little fist tightly. Her adorable, elfin face broke into a wide smile.
He.
Gorgeous.
So hot.
My dear, beloved, cherished brother.
Su Xiaomei was quietly doodling away, which piqued the curiosity of her deskmate Zhang Yeye, who was diligently taking notes. Xiaomei, what are you looking at?
Zhang Yeye glanced up at the math teacher still writing on the blackboard before nudging Su Xiaomei, who was struggling to keep quiet.
Yeye, isn't my brother handsome? Su Xiaomei eagerly shifted her phone toward Zhang Yeye. Wow! Is your brother filming a movie? So cool and handsome. Because of her senior year workload, Zhang Yeye hadn't watched Su Yun's livestreams before.
Now, seeing him for the first time, she was completely captivated, looking every bit the adoring fan with hearts in her eyes. The livestream chat was flooded with comments praising Su Yun's handsomeness and coolness.
These comments made Su Xiaomei and Zhang Yeye beam with delight.
When they saw someone had actually started a fan club for Su Yun in the chat, they immediately started typing away.
We want to join Su Yun's fan club too. We want to be Su fans.
Just as Su Xiaomei finished sending her comment and before she could celebrate becoming a Su fan with Zhang Yeye, she suddenly noticed a hand reaching out toward her phone.
Oh, really? You two dare play with your phones during my class? Come to my office after class.
On screen, Bingbing stared blankly as Su Yun stood atop a crumbling wall, firing away. For some reason, despite the large number of enemies across the way, every bullet fired seemed to curve around Su Yun. It was as if the bullets themselves had eyes.
Hide yourselves first. I'll be back soon.
Seemingly provoked by the attack from the side, Su Yun turned to Bingbing and said. Bingbing nodded instinctively.
Okay. Seeing Bingbing's nod, Su Yun whistled sharply.
Like a swift leopard, he charged toward the enemy position.
Ha!
Why did he whistle? Just as she wondered why Su Yun had whistled before charging, a bald, muscular man's head suddenly poked through the doorway of the dilapidated house. The moment that head appeared, Bingbing and the others' hearts skipped a beat.
He alone rolled forward instantly, shielding Bingbing and cameraman Xiao Zhao. As he rolled, he drew the pistol strapped to his thigh. The moment he alone's black muzzle locked onto the bald head, the man waved frantically in broken Mandarin, shouting, "No! Hey! I'm Su Huang's driver, Disher Johnson. I'm one of you guys. Don't point that gun at me." Su Huang?
Before Bing Bing and the others could process who this bald man was referring to as Su Huang,
Daisuke Johnson spoke again. "Are you the production crew following Emperor Su?"
Alright, this time Bing Bing and the others finally understood who the bald man was referring to as Su Huang. He alone holstered his pistol, then cracked a sheepish smile at Dashi Johnson. Amidst the hail of bullets, suddenly seeing the head of a foreign muscle-bound man had genuinely startled them. The viewers in the livestream chat also jumped.
Holy! That scared the hell out of me. Holy! A foreign hunk? What the hell, that's a muscle-bound hunk, okay? Wait? Did that muscle guy just call our Su Yun Su Emperor?
I heard it too, calling him Emperor, calling him Overlord.
Su brother is awesome. Calling him Emperor and Overlord bro Su is awesome. Emperor and Overlord, Su brother is awesome.
As they spoke, Dashi Johnson squeezed his massive frame through the doorway. Upon seeing the entire figure, Bing Bing froze again.
He's so tall. So muscular. So tall and so strong.
Over 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles and a rugged build at first glance, he resembled a human-shaped rampaging dragon.
But on closer inspection, he was still a damn humanoid rampaging dragon.
Dwayne Johnson strode in, carrying a rocket launcher and slung with a heavy machine gun, looking utterly unassuming.
"Nice to meet you all. Are you guys live streaming?"
As he spoke, The Rock fired the rocket launcher from his shoulder.
Boom!
The rocket roared, leveling a 2-story building across the street.
Nice!
After hitting his target, Daisuke Johnson struck a celebratory pose before grabbing the machine gun slung across his waist and unleashing a furious barrage of fire toward a specific direction across the street. He cursed under his breath as he fired. "ING bastards, I'll wipe the floor with you sons of ES. Daring to ambush us, F you all. You. Holy, this human-shaped berserker's got some serious Japanese curse slang skills?" Bing Bing was still marveling when he alone beside her suddenly paled, his body erupting with intense fighting intent.
"You're Daisuke Johnson? Ranked 10th on the mercenary list? My name is He Alone, ranked, never mind. I'd like to spar with you sometime." He Alone had intended to reveal his rank on the elite soldier list, but the words caught in his throat. He suddenly remembered this was one of Su Yun's team members. And he himself hadn't lasted a single move against Su Yun. Better not to humiliate himself. Dashi Johnson, who had been firing at the opposite side, suddenly sensed an intense fighting spirit emanating from behind him. Yet, before it could linger for even a second, it vanished into thin air. Dash Johnson turned his head in confusion, scrutinizing He Alone closely before tentatively asking, "You fought Su Huang, the boss? Got taken down in one move too?" When Johnson saw He Alone reluctantly nod in acknowledgement, his face instantly broke into a broad smile. With a look of shared misfortune, he chuckled at He Alone. "Don't be discouraged. We've all faced Su Huang. None of us survived his first move either." Chapter 26, One Man Wipes Out a Nation. Just as the two were speaking, a cheerful voice suddenly cut through the air. "Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Xia Long Schwarzenegger, Su Huang's fire support specialist." Bing Bing and He Alone turned in shock, peering through the shattered window to find another humanoid rampaging dragon standing outside. It beamed a dazzling smile directly at them. When photographer Xiao Zhao pointed his camera at him, he thoughtfully raised the giant pineapple in his hand, struck what he considered a super cool pose, and greeted the viewers in the livestream. "Hey there, skinny old guys." Hearing the human-shaped rampaging dragon, Xia Long Schwarzenegger, actually address the viewers in the livestream as skinny old guys, Bing Bing was completely stunned. Seriously. Why not just say you're non-human while you're at it? Staring at Xia Long Schwarzenegger, who towered over even the rock, 3 black lines appeared on Bing Bing's forehead. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream were completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, Su Huang is awesome. His teammates are this strong too? Is this a mercenary squad? Skinny old men? I'm a 200-pound behemoth, but to him I'm still just a skinny old man. Skinny old men. I think I know Su Yun's background now. Mercenary squad leader. Finally, netizens began to piece it together, the earlier scene of someone shouldering a rocket launcher to take down a tank. 2 human-shaped rampaging dragon members, along with the constant rattling sounds outside. Even the slowest to catch on now understood what was happening. Holy crap! Harmless Su Yun is actually the mercenary group leader? We thought college students were harmless, but this is way too much. No, this isn't just a twist, it's a nuclear bomb. This is just too outrageous. Netizens who finally pieced together a glimpse of Su Yun's background were on the verge of tears. From the very first day of filming this season's college freshman orientation, when they encountered Su Yun at the school gate holding his books and explaining how he'd worked part-time over the break to save for tuition, netizens had already thought this college student was truly admirable. Her subsequent portrayal held up perfectly. He was smart, had good character, was good-looking, diligent, hard-working, and even took on extra part-time jobs after class. But as filming progressed, how did the show gradually become so absurd? The main character of this season of College Freshman Orientation is actually the leader of a mercenary group? This is like putting the fox in charge of the henhouse, utterly absurd.
In a dilapidated shack, after striking a pose for the livestream camera, Shia LaBeouf Schwarzenegger made an elegant gesture of waiting.
Skinny guys, hold on a sec. We just got ambushed. Once we've beaten them back, we'll all have our fun. Then, turning his head, his expression instantly turned fierce.
Gunfire outside erupted with deafening intensity. On the mud wall, Soo-Yun glanced back once at the hut where Bing Bing and the others were, then tossed the large pineapple in his hand aside. His figure shot forward toward the opposite side at breakneck speed. In mere moments, Soo-Yun vanished from sight.
Damn it, Su Huang's getting serious. The opposite side's done for. Jason, how many times do I have to tell you? Footbasket chicken is footbasket chicken. It's not from flower planting country. Stop mimicking how they talk. If Emperor Su hears you, you're done for. Ha!
When Emperor Su gets angry, the chicken dog on the other side doesn't stand a chance.
Dash Johnson roared excitedly.
Duff, Jason, the three of us charge with Su Huang.
Shilong, you provide cover. Bing Bing and he alone watched helplessly as the four charged into the enemy's encirclement. Within minutes, they vanished from Bing Bing and the others' sight. But they could hear increasingly intense gunfire outside, along with faint cries of shock from the enemy. Damn it, these lunatics! 4 men daring to charge our assault squad? It's the Mercenary King. Retreat now. Damn it, how did the Mercenary King show up too? Didn't Silver Fox Mercenary Group say he'd return to his homeland and wouldn't be taking missions anytime soon? Retreat. Retreat now. Damn it, Captain. The Eastern Squad's been wiped out. Damn it, those Silver Fox bastards screwed us over. Screw it, we're outta here.
After the chaotic commotion, the gunfire and explosions outside soon fell completely silent. He alone poked his head out, carefully assessed the situation across the way, then told Bing Bing.
They've retreated. Soo-Yun and the others won. They won?
Though Bing Bing's heart leaned toward Soo-Yun, his side had only a handful of men.
Could they really have won so easily?
After another moment of quiet waiting, a group of burly men arrived at the door of the dilapidated hut, chatting and laughing. Xiao Zhao, the cameraman, quickly aimed his camera at them. Besides the previously seen Dwayne Johnson and Arnold Schwarzenegger, there were 2 others.
Hey, my dear friends. We've driven off those scumbags across the way. You can come out now. Oh my god, my dear friend.
We're all under Su Huang's command, no need to be nervous. Facing Yilong's guarded expression, Dolph Lundgren smiled and gestured for his team to lower their guns to avoid misunderstandings. Seeing this, Yilong gave Bing Bing and cameraman Xiao Zhao an okay sign from inside the house. Bing Bing and Xiao Zhao exchanged a glance before cautiously emerging from the dilapidated hut. Bing Bing scanned the group but didn't see Soo-Yun, her heart sinking with unease.
Where's Soo-Yun? Duff Longer offered a friendly smile.
My dear friends, no need to worry. His Majesty Su was off hunting down the Golden Oriole Assault Squad and the Silver Fox Mercenary Corps.
Ha? He's going alone? Aren't you going?
Hearing this, Bing Bing felt a wave of dread wash over her. She had seen clearly just now there were at least 100 enemies across the way.
Was Soo-Yun really going after them alone? Would he be alright? Dash Johnson grinned widely.
We don't have the skills to take on an entire mercenary group plus an assault squad by ourselves.
Seeming to notice the worry on Bing Bing's face, Dashi Johnson added.
In this world, only Su Huang possesses that kind of ability. Forget chasing 100 or so men, he could single-handedly take down an entire nation.
Take down an entire nation single-handedly? Is that really necessary? He's not some immortal cultivator.
Bing Bing and photographer Xiao Zhao both looked utterly speechless, while he alone fell deep in thought.
1 man to overthrow a nation. 1 man to overthrow a nation.
As he alone, tasked with a special mission, he constantly analyzed and probed Soo-Yun's combat capabilities and tactics. But now, Soo-Yun had shattered his understanding.
A single man pursuing Dai Xingniao's most elite assault squad and the world's second-ranked Silver Fox Mercenary Corps, this alone made the world feel utterly unfamiliar.
After waiting roughly half an hour, a figure finally emerged, walking slowly from the direction of the airport. Upon entering the dilapidated shack, several team members instantly surrounded him.
Su Emperor, how many bastards did you take down? Su Huang, how's the haul? Su Huang, did that Silver Fox gang get away?
Soo-Yun casually tossed the various weapons he was carrying onto the ground before replying indifferently.
The Silver Fox mercenaries had a retreat plane ready.
By the time I caught up, their commander had already flown away.
As for those Hupu soldiers?
Not only did they refuse to surrender, they actually fired at me. I crippled every last one of them and handed them over to the local Barbary sheep garrison.
What? You single-handedly wiped out the entire Hupu elite squad?
When Yilong heard that Soo-Yun had wiped out 100-strong Hupu assault squad, he froze in shock.
Chapter 27, Soo-Yun's mission.
Emerging from the dilapidated hut, night had fallen completely. The other members of the Su Huang Mercenary Corps walked silently ahead. The area around the airfield was almost entirely desert terrain. Su-yun, Bingbing, He-Elong, and photographer Xiao Xiao brought up the rear, filming the other mercenaries march. This was He-Elong's request. Details determine success or failure. He intended to analyze their combat tactics through observing these mercenaries' daily behaviors. Noticing the camera constantly focused on their own team members ahead, Su-yun seemed to grasp something.
He then shot He-Elong a meaningful glance.
As they walked, Bingbing suddenly asked softly,
Su-yun, where are we headed now?
Su-yun glanced at the stars overhead, confirmed their direction was correct, and casually replied, to the airport base to settle the payment for the earlier battle. Hearing this, the viewers in the livestream chat erupted in laughter.
Getting paid right after arriving? This gig's pretty sweet. Bingbing, who received the response, merely nodded. She seemed to sense Su-yun's current mood, not bad. He was even humming a tune as he walked. Su-yun was genuinely in high spirits. Although they just encountered an ambush and fought a sudden group battle, none of the team members had been injured. Moreover, he had annihilated Dai Xingniao's entire elite unit.
According to the terms of this mercenary contract, each elite soldier, dead or alive, was worth a reward of $100,000. From this single battle alone, he stands to gain 5 million, while his squad members will each receive around 1 million.
Why wouldn't they do it?
Moreover, they had just eliminated over a dozen elite fighters from the Silver Fox Mercenary Corps. Though the bounty per mercenary kill was lower than that for the elite Sparrowhawk unit, it still meant 50,000 credits each.
Moreover, as the Silver Fox Mercenary Corps was their sworn enemy, the Su Huang Mercenary Corps would only gain strength from their losses.
The more Silver Fox members fell, the happier they'd be.
Sweet.
Truthfully, if the Silver Fox commander hadn't been so cunning preparing an escape route beforehand and using the Hoopu assault squad as cannon fodder, the bounty per kill for his men would have been even higher. Still, he wasn't in a hurry. The headmaster had already promised he wouldn't have to attend classes this semester, and with the holidays, he had a full 6 months of free time. He alone, who followed closely by his side, silently committed every detail of his combat techniques to memory. Unlike Bingbing and photographer Xiao Xiao, who were mere spectators, as an insider, he was utterly stunned. After all, the Hoopu assault squad that Su-yun had just captured was internationally renowned. He had crossed paths with them multiple times. Watching Su-yun in the distance, He-Elong asked thoughtfully,
Su-yun, what kind of mission did you take on this time?
Then He-Elong saw Su-yun's gaze sweep lightly over him. That single glance gave him an inexplicable, eerie feeling as if everything about him had been seen through.
But it was just a glance.
Then, with a calm and composed tone, Su-yun said,
I intended to keep it confidential.
After all, if the enemy learns of a mercenary operation, it could cause unnecessary complications. But since you asked, I'll tell you.
It's to sever the logistics supply lines of the Hoopu.
Hearing this answer, He-Elong's face instantly drained of color. He instantly regretted asking such a foolish question.
Cutting off the enemy's supply lines was far more dangerous than engaging them head-on in battle. After all, severing enemy supply lines required deep penetration behind enemy lines. If the enemy remained unaware of Su-yun's mission, it might be manageable. But if they knew, they would reinforce their logistical support forces, making Su-yun's situation even more perilous. I'm sorry, I didn't know you.
He-Elong stammered, about to apologize, but Su-yun waved him off.
It's fine. It won't delay my mercenary mission.
Bingbing and cameraman Xiao Xiao were utterly confused, but He-Elong's expression froze once more.
What overwhelming confidence. Is this mission dangerous?
Bingbing noticed He-Elong's expression shift several times after learning about Su-yun's contract mission and quietly asked. He-Elong glanced at the silent squad marching ahead and explained.
The Hoopu have now occupied over half of Gaza.
On the main front, the Barbary sheep simply lack the strength to mount a counterattack.
If we want to drive the Hoopu out of Gaza, we need to strike with an unconventional force. Su-yun's mission is precisely about deploying such an unconventional force.
Oh. So you're saying this mission is incredibly difficult? Wait, it's impossible for the weaker side to turn the tide with a surprise attack. Why would Su-yun accept it? He-Elong glanced at the silent Su-yun, shook his head with a wry smile. This kind of mission is paid based on completion percentage. And the commission for these kinds of missions is significantly higher than regular mercenary work.
The moment commission was mentioned, Bingbing instantly understood.
She grinned confidently and laughed. Got it. This is totally Su-yun's style. The viewers in the livestream chat agreed wholeheartedly.
Ha ha ha.
As expected, our Su Emperor never hesitates when danger and high commissions are involved. That's our Su Emperor for you. Dangerous or not isn't the issue, it's all about the commission. Seems like even as a part-time mercenary, my bro Su still sticks to his guns. After all, having watched his live streams for so long, everyone was quite familiar with Su-yun's little quirks. Hearing Bingbing's teasing tone, He-Elong groaned inwardly. Ugh. I shouldn't have asked that damn question. I hope there aren't any spies from the Hoopu in the livestream, or Su-yun will be in danger. He-Elong's warning made Bingbing's face go pale too. Meanwhile, viewers in the chat flooded the screen with messages.
Bingbing, relax. I'm a flower-planting family man in life and a flower-planting vampire in death. I'd never collude with the hoopoo. Dude, are you sure you meant vampire and not zombie? Guys, I'm reporting this guy, he's definitely a spy. Zongnanhai, a command center. Wang Jiangmo stared at the large screen on the wall, his lips trembling uncontrollably. How reckless of Su-yun to just blurt out the mission like that. And this he alone, isn't he supposed to be an elite soldier? How could he lack any sense of military confidentiality and dare ask about Su-yun's mercenary assignment? Shuelong, issue orders immediately. During Su-yun's mission, monitor and verify all domestic mail, communications, and phone calls sent abroad. Anyone found transmitting intelligence about Su-yun abroad will be prosecuted for espionage. Yes, sir. I'll issue the orders immediately. Shuelong snapped a crisp military salute before striding out of the command center. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion somewhere in the metropolis, a middle-aged man seated at his computer desk finished typing the final character before shutting down his laptop. With a satisfied expression, he rose and walked toward the liquor cabinet. Another $100,000 in the bank. Chapter 28, Swapping Guns. Happy New Year, brothers. The squad advanced in silence. Soon, a faint glow appeared ahead. From a distance, they could see a military transport aircraft parked at the airfield. Scattered sentry soldiers stood watch beside the aircraft. This must be the Baba Yang garrison. After carefully examining the soldiers' uniforms, he alone whispered to Bing Bing beside him. Standing atop a sand dune, Bing Bing noticed Su-yun had halted. He signaled to the two team members with his eyes. Duff, Jason, you two go scout ahead. Everyone else, prepare for combat. Yes. Duff Lego led Jason Statham straight toward the transport aircraft on the airfield. 10 minutes later, Duff Longer activated the team's exclusive communication code. Seeing this, Su-yun calmly addressed the others. Duff and the others are safe. Let's head down. Once Su-yun reunited with Dufu Longer and Jason Statham, the two greeted them with great enthusiasm. Captain, Baba Yang sure was generous this time. He provided us with some top-notch gear. Amidst the cheers, Dufu Longer and Jason Statham carried over 2 large ammunition crates, revealing a mountain of weapons and ammunition inside. Su-yun glanced at the weapons and ammunition inside the boxes, a smile curling his lips. Rising from the ground, he clapped his hands lightly and said with a smile, "Go ahead and pick out whatever you like." The moment he finished speaking, the squad members excitedly surrounded the 2 ammunition crates. But unlike the others, Su-yun didn't immediately start selecting weapons. Instead, he walked over to an officer standing beside the transport plane. "Hello, I'm Su-yun, commander of this mercenary unit." Su-yun stepped forward, extending his right hand for a friendly handshake. Seeing this, the officer immediately bowed and scraped, quickly grasping Su-yun's hand. In halting, unnatural Chinese, he fawned. "Your Excellency Su, you're too kind. It is an honor for all of us at Baba Yang to have you here. Superiors have instructed me that your commission will be paid per engagement, with no delays whatsoever. Here is the payment for the mission you and your team just completed. Please take it. Additionally, these 2 crates of weapons and ammunition were instructed to be gifted to you free of charge. We hope you find them to your liking." The officer fawned obsequiously as he pulled a black card from his pocket and handed it to Su-yun with utmost respect. "Emperor Su, this is a 2-way card. I'll deposit each commission into it. However, you can only withdraw funds from this card after you've completely left Gaza or ceased involvement in the conflict between the 2 sides." Su-yun accepted the black card without complaint over the withdrawal restriction. Normally, his commission would only be settled once both sides had completely ended hostilities or their mercenary group ceased involvement in the conflict. During the mission, commissions were tied to the task's completion progress. However, to secure Su-yun's services, Baba Yang had promised immediate payment per assignment with no delays. Yet if Su-yun failed to complete a mission or caused them significant losses, his side would be liable for compensation based on the unit price. Thus, after careful deliberation, Baba Yang's leadership issued Su-yun this 2-way card. On one hand, it secured Su-yun's cooperation. On the other, with this 2-way card, Baba Sheep could deduct funds from it to compensate for any errors or damages caused by Su-yun. Only after all squad members had completed their equipment swaps did Su-yun beckon to the officer, signaling him to bring the weapons Su-yun had reserved. This mission involved mostly land travel, with very few opportunities for close-quarters combat. Therefore, he planned to select a weapon with strong long-range firepower. This would ensure the smooth completion of the mercenary mission while also providing protection for his squad members. As 2 soldiers carried a large crate from the transport aircraft and opened it, a jet-black splitter sniper cannon came into view. When Yilong saw that Su-yun had chosen the splitter sniper rifle as his weapon, he was utterly dumbfounded, feeling his understanding of the situation being ruthlessly shattered once again by Su-yun. How is this possible? How could he possibly use such a weapon? Though Bing Bing had received firearms training since childhood, even she stared in utter astonishment at this monstrous weapon before her. Why are the bullets so huge? They're bigger than my hand. In the livestream chat, viewers scrutinized the gun's blackened barrel through the camera lens, their gasps of astonishment filling the space.
Suddenly, a comment flooded the chat, stunning every spectator watching the livestream.
Holy ing. This ing thing is a splitter sniper cannon. It's ing meant for taking down planes and tanks.
Rumor has it this thing was originally salvaged from an anti-aircraft gun, and each shot packs massive recoil.
And the thing itself weighs over 100 pounds. Did our great Soviet Union really use this as a weapon? Ha! A sniper cannon? The Soviet Union is impressive. Impressive. The Soviet Emperor is mighty.
The livestream chat filled with a wave of sycophantic praise for Soo-yun. He alone stared at the splitter sniper rifle, its barrel nearly 2 meters tall. After hesitating for a long moment, he finally approached Soo-yun and said solemnly, "Soo-yun, I know your abilities are unfathomable, but this thing is heavy and bulky. It's extremely cumbersome to operate, especially that massive tripod. Whether moving or handling it, it'll slow down your mercenary group's pace."
Hearing this, Soo-yun nodded in agreement.
He then pulled the tripod from the crate and tossed it aside before beginning to assemble the splitter sniper cannon. He alone, seeing Soo-yun seem to accept his suggestion yet also seemed to reject it, was about to try persuading him again. He was stunned to discover that in the blink of an eye, Soo-yun had already assembled the splitter sniper rifle and slung it over his shoulder.
Ah! You!
He alone gaped in astonishment, unable to form a coherent sentence. His expression changed drastically again when he saw Soo-yun pick up a bullet the size of a soda can. The rifle could only be manually loaded one round at a time and prepare to chamber it.
Soo-yun, you can't.
The recoil will shatter your shoulder.
But before he alone could finish, a deafening explosion erupted in the distance.
Instantly, half of a small earthen mound a kilometer away collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending a massive cloud of dust billowing into the air. He alone stared at Soo-yun, who stood unscathed and moving freely, his mouth forming an O shape once more.
That much recoil, and you're unharmed?
He alone hurried forward, reaching out to touch Soo-yun. Soo-yun quickly sidestepped, dodging He Alone's wandering hands, then held the splitter sniper cannon in front of her to block his advances. Seeing Soo-yun's shoulder moving freely, He Alone's face twisted with utter disbelief.
Are you even human? With that kind of recoil, how could you possibly be okay?
It was well known that the splitter, while packing the punch of a small missile, suffered from poor maneuverability and required fixed positions, qualities that clashed with the mobility demands of sniping. As such, it was mostly relegated to artillery support roles.
Yet Soo-yun's shot had clearly overcome every limitation of the separatist. Now, wielding the separatist, Soo-yun had become a human nuclear weapon.
With sufficient ammunition, he could effortlessly wipe out any unit under 1,000 men.
You're not human. None of your family are human.
Called out for no reason, Soo-yun instantly flew into a rage and fired back with a curse. He alone stared blankly at Soo-yun, too stunned for words. Meanwhile, the members of the Su Huang Mercenary Corps had long grown accustomed to seeing Soo-yun shoulder the splitter sniper cannon. The officer, seeing Soo-yun finish his test firing, finally snapped out of his stunned state. His voice brimmed with admiration as he declared, "Emperor Su, I finally understand why President Luff strongly recommended you to our president. Only you can save the civilians trapped in Gaza City." With that, the officer rendered a crisp military salute to Soo-yun.
Chapter 29, Ambush. Happy New Year.
After confirming all his regiment members had fully equipped themselves, Soo-yun nodded to Officer Baba Yang.
We can proceed with the mission now. Officer Baba Yang saluted again upon hearing this.
He then pulled a map from his breast pocket, pointed to a specific location, and addressed Soo-yun.
Khalid.
Su, our intelligence division has identified a supply line used by the Hupu to transport materials to the front lines. Your orders are to sever this supply line and deliver any captured weapons and supplies to the designated location.
Soo-yun followed the officer's finger, studying the marked location for 3 seconds before committing the ambush site to memory. He then nodded. Understood. We'll depart immediately.
Soo-yun distributed several special communicators to his squad members, then grinned at them. Let's get to work, brothers. What could be more satisfying than earning money through hard work? Under the cover of night, a military transport plane spewing contrails flew over the desert and landed dozens of kilometers from the Hupu base.
Cloud. Su, there's a Hupu radar ahead. We can only take you this far.
The Baba Yang officer apologized to Soo-yun with a look of regret, then the transport plane took off again, slowly fading from view. Only after the transport aircraft had safely departed did Soo-yun silently wave his hand, signaling the others to continue their journey. After nearly an hour of travel, they finally reached a coastal port that had been destroyed by his younger brother. There, 4 vehicles sat quietly parked along the shoreline. These were 4 trucks loaded with military supplies. Beneath their canvas tarps, the cargo beds were filled entirely with food, clean water, and medical supplies. These supplies had just been unloaded from the Hupu warship and were destined for the front lines. Take cover.
At Soo-yun's command, the entire unit went into combat readiness.
He alone, tense and alert, quickly pulled Bing Bing and cameraman Xiao Zhao behind a large boulder.
If fighting breaks out, don't show yourselves. If Soo-yun's team loses, don't run away.
Immediately identify yourselves as citizens of our country. He Yilong warned Bing Bing and photographer Xiao Zhao, his face tense with anxiety. While He Yilong was instructing Bing Bing and Xiao Zhao, Su Yun had already opened fire on the enemy without warning. After Su Yun fired 2 rounds from his splitter sniper rifle, bullets the size of soda cans blowing away 5 Hupu soldiers guarding the vehicles, the battle reached a fever pitch. Although the Hupu side had a platoon escorting 4 supply trucks, they were no match for Su Yun's overwhelming firepower. The battle came swiftly and ended just as quickly. After Su Yun pierced the enemy's armored vehicle with a single shot, the Hupu forces were utterly annihilated. After eliminating the Hupu forces, Su Yun did not immediately order his team to stand down. Only after personally confirming there were no survivors and that the supplies on the vehicles were intact did he use the special communicator to signal the end of combat. For this mission, the Baba Sheep military had deployed a platoon of soldiers to accompany Su Yun's mercenary group, ensuring the supply's absolute safety.
To Bing Bing and He Yilong, these ordinary supplies seemed utterly precious for Gaza City, which was under blockade.
This was precisely why the Baba Yang military insisted on deploying soldiers to accompany Su Yun's operations.
Get in the vehicle. Su Yun beckoned to his mercenaries.
Longer, Schwarzenegger, Jason, Johnson, you must protect the supplies and these Baba Yang soldiers at all costs.
1 casualty costs 500,000, and 1 destroyed vehicle costs 2 million.
If anyone's carelessness makes me lose money on this trip, don't blame me for being ruthless. The last sentence carried a hint of danger in Su Yun's tone.
Because the commission contract stipulated it.
If any of the Baba Yang soldiers died while under his command, it would count against Su Yun's mercenary group.
Rest easy, Su Emperor.
We'll protect these soldiers like they're our own sons, not a hair on their heads will be touched. Longa and Jason patted their chests with cheerful assurances before climbing into the cabs of several trucks. Su Yun, meanwhile, led He Yilong, Bing Bing, and photographer Xiao Zhao up to the truck bed, where they sat atop the supplies. Once seated, Su Yun produced a national flag from somewhere and handed it to He Yilong.
You guys sit in the back, I'll take the front. Unfold the flag that way, if we run into soldiers from the Hupu kingdom, they won't open fire on you. After giving these brief instructions, Su Yun gave the truck roof a light tap. Go!
The 4 trucks, loaded with supplies, finally began to move slowly. Su Yun, clutching the splitter sniper rifle, sat alone atop the first truck. Breaking through the blockade to reach the designated location would take roughly 5 hours. Just as Su Yun's lead convoy started moving, a drone suddenly took flight from a distant hilltop.
Commander, they've taken the bait. Proceed as planned.
Before they knew it, the trucks had covered half the distance. Whether it was the military's slow reaction, their ignorance of the intercepted supply convoy, or the sheer darkness of the night, they remained completely unaware of Su Yun's group. So far, the journey had been remarkably quiet, with nothing out of the ordinary occurring.
But just as the convoy rounded a sand dune,
a bearded man wearing night vision goggles crawled onto the sand dune.
Commander, they've entered our ambush perimeter.
The target is seated on the roof of the lead vehicle. As the bearded man finished his report, a dozen heads suddenly emerged from a small mound on higher ground across the dunes.
Heh, he's here after all.
Send word to Ross, the mastermind behind his assault squad's destruction has fallen into the trap. His chance for revenge has arrived.
For supply trucks continued their steady roll.
Each truck was driven by soldiers from the Barbary Sheep Nation. Seeing they were about to reach their mission destination safely, they couldn't hide the smiles on their faces. At that very moment, Su Yun, perched atop one of the trucks, suddenly sensed a presence locking onto him. He held his breath and focused, instantly bringing his body to peak readiness. Suddenly, his ears twitched. Like a leaping panther, he catapulted off the roof. As he hooked one hand over the window to pull himself to the other side of the truck's cab.
Clang!
A bullet whizzed past the roof, grazing the spot where he had just been sitting.
Everyone be on high alert, there's a sniper.
While taking cover, Su Yun issued a warning alert to everyone through the special communicator. Instantly, the entire Su Huang mercenary corps went on high alert.
At the same moment, he alone unfurled the Chinese flag he held, shielding Bing Bing and photographer Xiao Zhao.
Chapter 30, making Su Yun pay, taking 2 days off to resume updates.
As Su Yun issued the warning, the entire mercenary group sprang into action. Johnson, accelerate. Charge through.
Longer, pinpoint the sniper's location. Schwarzenegger, provide covering fire. Under no circumstances let these bastards hurt the little golden beans. On a small sand dune over 1,000 meters away, a sniper from the Silver Fox mercenary group lay concealed in the sand, a sniper rifle clutched in his hands.
The commander's suppressed roar echoed from behind. What the hell? Why did you miss?
That shot had been a golden opportunity to take out that troublesome bastard.
But their own sniper had missed? The squad member holding the sniper rifle looked utterly bewildered. He had clearly aimed properly just now, how could he have missed? Commander, it wasn't my mistake. That bastard Su Yun dodged it. In that split second, he'd seen it clearly through the scope. Almost the instant he pulled the trigger, that bastard had already sensed it. But how was that possible? The Silver Fox mercenary group's commander felt that failing to kill Su Yun with that shot complicated matters. He was still quite a distance from Su Yun's convoy. Yes. The advantage is mine. Continue sniping. This time, you must hit the target. Yes, Captain. Hearing his commander's order, the sniper suppressed his doubts, focused his mind, and prepared to take another shot.
Meanwhile, the Silver Fox mercenary group leader had already issued his combat directive.
Rat-a-tat-tat.
Gunfire and flashes of light instantly illuminated the entire sand dune. At the same moment, on the opposite side of the dune, Bobby Irock also ordered his own men to open fire on Soo-yun. Bullets rained down on both sides of the supply truck. They clattered against the truck's metal sides.
Commander, we're in trouble.
We're being attacked from both sides. Daisher Johnson, who had been driving the truck toward breaking out of the Silver Fox mercenary group's range, was once again halted by Bobby Irock's attack.
Commander, it's Bobby Irock's counter-revolutionary group. Longer was the first to identify the enemy attacking them. That bastard Irock. How shameless.
After being kicked off the African continent by Luff, he actually comes to serve as a lackey for the Hupu.
Members of the Su Huang mercenary group had already begun counterattacking spontaneously.
Fierce firefight erupted instantly, while the Yulong had already shielded Bing Bing and photographer Xiao Xiao as they lay flat inside the carriage. In this sudden outbreak of combat, their primary task was to ensure their own safety. Meanwhile, in the live stream chat, viewers' hearts leapt to their throats the moment gunfire echoed.
Holy crap, this is real combat, not like on TV. People could actually die. My heart aches for Bing Bing and the cameraman. Our mighty Emperor Su is so badass. Mighty my ass. Su Huang got ambushed. He might not even make it out of this one. What a roller coaster. First Emperor Su plunders the Hupu's supplies, then gets ambushed. Wait. Plunder? Ambush? Could this be a trap? Hey, stop speculating. Let's hope it's just coincidence, otherwise Emperor Su's in real trouble this time. Starting off in hell mode? Not fun. Still, it's good our Emperor Su and his mercenary group haven't collapsed yet.
The members are skilled, they remind me of my prime.
Hey, you upstairs, you're a spy, aren't you? At a time like this, you're still joking around? Zhong Beihai.
Wang Jiangwo watched Su Yun on the monitor leading his mercenary squad in a fierce counterattack.
Though they were trading blows evenly for now.
But they were facing two groups, and the enemy clearly outnumbered Su Yun's side.
Wang Jiangwo's expression darkened.
His fingers began tapping the table as he spoke in a flat tone.
Zhongjuan, Shuilong, what are your thoughts on this? With his beloved daughter Bing Bing in grave danger, worry etched itself onto Wang Zhongjuan's face.
Old Wang, I suspect someone tipped off Dai Xingniao's side. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known Su Yun's route.
Shuilong concurred with Wang Zhongjuan's assessment.
It was obvious to anyone with eyes that the leak about Su Yun's movements must have come from an enemy spy watching the livestream. Mr. Wang, I've already ordered the surveillance department to intercept all external communications and locate every IP address within the country watching Su Yun's livestream.
I've also added 10 layers of firewalls.
Foreign hackers won't be able to crack them anytime soon, making it impossible for them to access Su Yun's livestream. Upon hearing Shuilong's report, Wang Jiangwo merely nodded without responding, his fingers continuing to tap the desk rhythmically. About 5 minutes later, a military officer hurried into the command room. Old Wang, the spy who leaked Su Yun's information, has been apprehended. He has confessed to being hired by the Kingdom of the Golden Oriole. Su Yun's current operation was sold by him to the Silver Fox mercenary group and Bobby Irock for $100,000. Upon learning that a fellow countryman had betrayed the information, placing his beloved daughter in mortal danger, Wang Zhongjuan's heart instantly filled with rage. Damn it! Why couldn't he just live an honest life? He had to be a traitor. Upon hearing the officer's report, Wang Jiangwo's fingers finally stopped drumming on the desk. A murderous glint flashed across his face. Not enough. There must have been more than one spy stirring yesterday. Dig deeper. This time, we'll learn from the great leader and strike fear into the hearts of those traitors and fence-sitters. Let them be warned, collaborators meet no good end. With that, Wang Jiangwo turned his gaze back to the massive screen. On the screen, despite the surprise attack, the Silver Emperor Mercenary Corps swiftly stabilized the situation and launched an organized counterattack. Meanwhile, Su Yun, still pressed against the truck's side, calmly tapped the door. Johnson, don't stop. Keep going. These supply trucks had been specially modified to withstand standard bullets, though RPGs remained a threat. When two forces meet on a narrow road, the brave prevail. In this situation, the only way to emerge unscathed was to break out of their encirclement swiftly. Stopping meant waiting for death. From the sand dunes flanking the road, the Silver Fox mercenary group and Bobby Irock's counter-revolutionary faction held the high ground, yet their assault was proving surprisingly difficult. Damn it, how come these guys are so tough? They're actually fighting back against both our forces? Oh my god. Why can't I hit the troublesome bastard with my sniper shot? How the hell does he keep pinpointing my sniper position? The sniper kept banging his helmet in frustration, his face full of despair. He'd sniped hundreds of targets big and small, rarely missing his mark. But today, after firing 10 shots in a row, he hadn't even grazed a single hair on Su Yun. Damn it! Their firepower is too intense.
Captain, if we can't take them down quickly, what should we do?
A member of the Silver Fox mercenary group cautiously asked the commander. The Silver Fox mercenary group's commander scratched his head impatiently. They had expected to eliminate this troublesome target with a surprise attack, leveraging their alliance with Yirok and the high ground advantage. Instead of achieving a decisive victory, they had only dug themselves deeper into a quagmire. But now that the fighting had begun, retreat wasn't an option. The thought of how much they'd sacrificed earlier to lure Su-yun into the trap, persuading the Golden Oriole to abandon 4 trucks of supplies, gnawed at him. And despite firing so many rounds, his side hadn't profited at all. Instead, that damnable Su-yun had made a killing. The thought filled him with bitter resentment. Damn it! I won't let my family take the loss. Notify Bobby Yirok, tell his snipers to stop shooting those inhuman bastards from the Su Huang Mercenary Corps. Concentrate fire, take out those Bobby sheep soldiers in their convoy first. Let that bastard Su-yun taste what it's like to lose money. Chapter 31, it's over. Su-yun goes berserk. At this, the Silver Fox Mercenary Corps members all laughed. Ha! That's our commander for you, always full of ideas. Right. That guy's notorious for being a miser. Making him pay damages is like killing his parents. Ha! Sure, he hijacked our supply truck, but if we slaughter all their Baba Yang soldiers and blow up the truck, they'll be losing their shirts. Leave this to me. I refuse to believe I can't snipe you, but I can't take out a few Baba Yang soldiers who can't even dodge? Just watch me. Piece of cake. As they spoke, the sniper who had repeatedly missed Su-yun earlier grinned savagely and pulled the trigger of his sniper rifle. Bang! The large caliber bullet, spinning through the air, flew along its trajectory over a kilometer away. It struck with deadly precision, hitting a Baba sheep soldier driving one of the vehicles in the convoy. Duff Longer, who had been sitting in the passenger seat protecting several Baba sheep soldiers, was still puzzled as to why the sniper across from him hadn't shot him. The next instant, he witnessed the head of the Baba Yang soldier beside him explode like a watermelon right before his eyes. Blood and brain matter splattered all over his face. Duff Longer's face instantly drained of color. He would have preferred the sniper had targeted him instead of the dumbstruck Baba Yang soldier across the way. Duff Longer yanked the steering wheel, stabilizing the vehicle. Then, feeling a bit guilty, he glanced through the windshield toward Su-yun's position in the lead car. He muttered to himself, a mix of resignation and sympathy. Oh, God. This is just ridiculous. You've just touched the commander's sore spot. On the sand dunes, the commander of the Silver Fox Mercenary Corps watched through his military binoculars as his sniper finally delivered this time, landing a headshot on a Baba sheep soldier. He patted the sniper on the shoulder with satisfaction. Nice work. Keep it up. The rest of the Silver Fox mercenaries erupted in cheers. Nice. Take one down, and make sure Cloud.su loses his shirt on this trip. Nice, tie pants spicy. These Baba Yang soldiers have such poor military training, they're like sitting ducks. Hurry up, take out the rest. Hold your horses, I'm already aiming. Bang. Another shot rang out, and another Baba Yang soldier on Dufu Longa's vehicle was headshot. You bastard. Did you just cause a ING car accident? Bang bang bang. With several gunshots, more Baba sheep soldiers were shot in the head. This time, however, the bullets came from another direction. Seeing Bobby Yirok's side also starting to make their mark, the Silver Fox Mercenary Corps leader felt even more pleased. Good. Keep it up. This time, we'll take out the last 2 Bobby sheep soldiers. The rest of you, get ready. As soon as the Bobby sheep soldiers are dead, we retreat immediately. Duff Longer gazed at the corpse of the Baba sheep soldier in the passenger seat beside him and silently made the sign of the cross over his chest. Glancing toward the lead vehicle where Su-yun was positioned, he shook his head helplessly. We're addition. The battalion commander's gonna lose his this time. In the lead vehicle, Su-yun had already flipped back onto the roof. Suddenly, sensing something, he executed a swift hip roll, flung himself through the window into the cabin, and kicked the Baba Yang soldier in the rear seat violently out of position. Hey! You! The soldier, caught off guard and flattened like a pancake, was about to curse at Su-yun when a sniper bullet whizzed past overhead. Thanks. Still shaken, the soldier touched his head and opened his mouth to thank Su-yun. But before he could utter a word, another bullet from a different direction instantly blew his head apart. Staring at the lifeless body of the Baba sheep soldier before him, Su-yun's expression froze. My money. Sure along. Schwarzenegger, who was right behind Su-yun's lead vehicle, glanced at the Baba Yang soldier with a blown-out head in his passenger seat, then at the similarly decapitated one in his back seat. He swallowed nervously before speaking to Su-yun through the special communicator. Commander, I need to tell you something. Please don't get upset. The 3 little golden beans in my car, well, they accidentally passed away. Commander, it's not that I failed to protect them. The enemy was just too cunning, specifically targeting these little golden beans. Su-yun heard the message through the special communicator and replied coldly. Which vehicle's crew is dead? Inside the cabin, Schwarzenegger couldn't help but shudder. It felt like being swept by a prehistoric beast. As soon as Su Yun finished speaking, the voices of the other team members came through the special communicator. Commander, it's not my fault, but they kept targeting these little golden beans.
Captain, I swear, please don't be angry. Captain, Oh my god, Baba Yang's entire squad wiped out? This is ridiculous. Schwarzenegger's face turned deathly pale once more. 3 million? Su Yun's icy voice held not a shred of emotion.
Every member of the Su Huang mercenary corps flinched.
Captain, take a deep breath. Captain, stay calm. Captain, please don't get worked up. Clang.
The car door was violently kicked off its hinges. A figure shot out, vanishing from sight at astonishing speed. Arnie Schwarzenegger, furious, bellowed through the special communicator.
What the hell are you all doing sticking your noses where they don't belong? Don't you know the commander's temper? Hearing this, the other members of the Su Huang mercenary corps rolled their eyes dramatically.
If we don't report this, we'll be the ones getting punished when we reach the mission drop-off point. But upon learning that the entire Baba Sheep squad had been wiped out during the operation, each of them silently mourned for the two groups of killers. The commander's about to pull off another one-man versus a whole squad operation.
Here we go again. Ever since joining the captain, it's been a painful yet rewarding experience. We get paid well, but I feel like I'm not even part of the mission.
In the rear vehicle, Bing Bing, still dodging bullets, suddenly realized the gunfire outside had ceased entirely.
She couldn't resist peeking out cautiously, just in time to see a figure break away from the convoy and chase alone toward the direction the bullets had come from. Wait. Isn't that Su Yun? What's he doing? Bing Bing asked Jason Statham in the car with a look of surprise and concern.
Jason Statham, sharing the vehicle, replied with a bitter smile.
An entire platoon of soldiers was killed. At least 3 million in penalties. The regiment commander, he's gone berserk. You two hide here. I need to go up front and stabilize the vehicle.
As he spoke, Jason Statham had already scrambled onto the roof and was sprinting toward the driver's cab, leaving Bing Bing staring blankly and muttering to herself.
Deduct 3 million? In US dollars? This is going to be a huge problem. Chapter 32, Emperor Su. This is heading toward total annihilation. Jiangcheng First High School, Girls' Dormitory.
Su Xiaomei, lying on the top bunk, stared intently at her phone screen. When she first saw Su Yun's mercenary group caught in a pincer attack by the Silver Fox mercenaries and Bobby Yirok's reactionary organization, she was so nervous she could barely hold her phone steady. But later, upon hearing the shouts in the livestream from Su Yun's teammates that all the Bobby Sheep soldiers accompanying them had been killed and they'd be docked over 3 million in commission, Su Xiaomei's expression mirrored that of the Silver Snake mercenary group members.
Whoa! This just cost me 3 million in one fell swoop? He's gonna lose it. You're all done for. My brother will make you feel the terror of being dominated by a demon. Su Xiaomei shook her head sympathetically with a smile. She didn't even need to think to know Su Yun was furious. Those two groups who ambushed him must have set a trap for Su Yun. It wouldn't be a big deal, just a few bullets, a grenade or two. At worst, they'd just get blown to smithereens. If that didn't work, blowing up those 4 armed transport vehicles used as bait wasn't out of the question either. But you went and picked on the weakest link in the group, the Baba Yangwa soldier. It's blatantly obvious you can't win, yet you deliberately resort to this nasty tactic to make Su Yun lose money. That's like poking the dragon's sore spot. How could Su Yun possibly tolerate them? Watching the figure already darting away on the screen, Su Xiaomei knew the outcome even before the battle concluded. With Su Yun operating at a loss, every single buff on his body was stacked to the max. If dragons existed in this world, he'd slaughter them all. Holy crap, Su Yun actually chased after them alone? This is bad news. Those two groups shouldn't have let Su Yun lose money. Do you think it's easy for Su Yun to come all the way abroad just to do some side gigs? Exactly. Teacher Su took time off work and came all this way for a side gig, only for you guys to deliberately blow it all to smithereens. Do you think Teacher Su will let you off? Our mighty Su Emperor strikes again. Those who defy us shall be hunted down, no matter how far they flee. Hey upstairs, you're jumping the gun. On the battlefield, after seeing Su Yun charge out alone, the members of the Su Emperor Mercenary Corps collectively covered their foreheads and sighed helplessly. Ugh. Why the heck are they targeting those helpless soldiers instead of us? Exactly. Don't they know fighting the commander when he's losing money is way harder than fighting him when he's normal? Harder? It's like a hellish dungeon run. And one you'll never clear, either. Dash Johnson and the others had completely stopped the 4 military supply trucks. Duff Longer gathered the other squad members, signaling for collective vigilance to prevent any reckless fools from courting death while Su Yun was absent. He then turned to Shiloh Schwarzenegger and said, "Schwarzenegger, go check it out. If possible, stop the commander from getting carried away. Otherwise, our little trip to Gaza will just be another pointless errand." Ahead of them, he alone had already snatched the camera from cameraman Xiao Zhao and was sprinting towards Su Yun, with Shilong Schwarzenegger hot on his heels. Further ahead still was Su Yun. As they ran, Shilong Schwarzenegger and he alone grinned wryly, complaining.
Thank goodness it was only a platoon of Baba sheep soldiers who got wiped out.
If there had been more. Recalling Soo-yun's earlier astonishing feat, Sherlong Schwarzenegger's face couldn't help but show a look of deep concern. He alone, waiting for the rest of the story, saw the look of horror on the face of the 2-meter-tall muscle-bound man beside him. His curiosity piqued, he pressed further. What if there had been more? Sherlong Schwarzenegger snapped back to reality at He Along's persistent questioning.
Last time we were on a mission in Footbasket Chicken, the Footbasket Chicken government interfered and caused the commander to lose 20 million in one fell swoop, maxing out his passive buff. The Japanese government thought that by declaring a level 1 war mobilization and deploying all national military forces to protect every crucial military and political facility within their borders, they could render the commander helpless and force him to abandon retaliatory actions.
But the commander went and blew up over half of their heavily guarded ancestral shrine. In the end, the Footbasin Chicken government had to cough up 100 million in compensation before he finally backed down.
He alone gripped the camera, relentlessly tracking Soo-yun.
Some footage could be skipped by viewers, but China's top brass had to see it.
This was his primary mission in accompanying Soo-yun. Throughout the brief skirmish that had just erupted, his gaze never left Soo-yun.
He witnessed this university-aged battalion commander evade enemy sniper fire with pinpoint accuracy, time and again.
And not just one sniper too. They even crossfired at Soo-yun over a dozen times during the exchange.
Yet,
in Yilong's eyes, he clearly saw that Soo-yun seemed to anticipate each attack and the direction of the incoming bullets in advance, then casually dodged them.
This kind of instinct couldn't be described as mere sixth sense, it was downright inhuman.
However, during the recent battle, Soo-yun's movements had been restricted as he covered his squad members. Therefore, He Along hadn't observed any additional combat skills from him.
But now it was different. Soo-yun was pursuing alone, and He Along could accurately predict that what followed would undoubtedly be Soo-yun's solo show.
Before his departure, General Wang made an exception and met with him once at Zhongbeihai. He instructed him to take advantage of this opportunity to accompany Soo-yun on his overseas freelance live streaming assignment and gather as much combat data and footage of Soo-yun as possible. Wang Jiangwo and the higher-ups in the flower planting family were all eager to see just how monstrously powerful this seemingly ordinary college student truly was. The day He Along went to Zhongnanhai to meet Wang Jiangwo was undoubtedly the most glorious day of his life, a moment that brought honor to his family. Feeling the weight of the leader's expectations and the hopes of the nation's elite, He Along had long resolved that even if this mission meant certain death, he would complete it flawlessly. Just 1 kilometer ahead, the Silver Fox mercenary group raced across the desert. The mood within the group wasn't exactly high-spirited, but it was cheerful nonetheless. Though they had lost 4 supply vehicles and wasted countless rounds of ammunition trying to lure Soo-yun into a trap, ultimately failing.
However, they had worked alongside Bobby Iraq's counter-revolutionary organization to eliminate an entire platoon of soldiers accompanying Soo-yun.
Their mission might have failed, but so had Soo-yun's. What's more, they'd cost him millions in the process.
We may not be able to defeat you, but we'll make your life miserable. That was the Silver Fox mercenary group's current mindset.
As they ran, one member cheerfully shouted to the commander at the front.
"Commander!
That bastard kept us Silver Fox mercenaries down for so many years. We lost several brothers in the last battle too.
This time, we finally got our revenge. What a relief!
Back in Korea, that bastard killed our chairman right under our noses, costing us 20 million in commission.
This time, we've finally gotten our revenge."
The Silver Fox mercenary group's leader, sprinting at the head of the pack, wore a broad smile. As the world's second-ranked mercenary group, the Silver Fox had clashed with Soo-yun's Sioux Emperor mercenaries countless times, only to be consistently outmaneuvered. It was only because Soo-yun retained a shred of justice in his heart, refusing to take on the most despicable jobs, that the Silver Fox mercenary group hadn't starved to death and disbanded long ago.
Ha! Nice work.
We didn't take out that troublesome bastard, but we did screw up his mission, that's something.
Once we're back at base, everyone gets a 50,000 credit bonus.
The Silver Fox mercenary group's leader felt as sweet as honey imagining Soo-yun's frustrated expression. He generously handed out bonuses to every member who participated in the operation.
Ahahaha. Long live the captain. Chapter 33, it was him.
At the same time, the Silver Fox mercenary group leader shot a look of quiet admiration toward his sniper. You took out most of those Bobby sheep soldiers.
Bobby Yirok's crew only managed to kill 4.
When we get back to base, you'll get 50,000 yuan per head for each one. On the flank of the squad, a sniper carrying his rifle beamed with delight upon receiving the praise, especially the 50,000 yuan bounty per head. The other members of the unit shot him envious glances. Though they too received the base 50,000 yuan bonus, such sums were barely worth mentioning to this band of desperados. The sniper grinned widely.
Thanks, Captain.
Before this assembly, I splurged on advanced training, seems it paid off. But those soldiers from that backward country were as weak as chickens. They couldn't even move properly. Sniping them was like shooting at targets on a shooting range.
Honestly, if I'd had a little more time, I might have even taken out that guy too.
This minor victory seemed to have gone straight to the sniper's head. He seemed to have completely forgotten the dozen or so consecutive misses he'd just made. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and he felt invincible once more. Commander, don't underestimate that guy, but he's still being pushed back by us. Even after we took out all their escort targets, he still couldn't do a thing about it. Yeah, haha, I bet he's hugging those dead Babar sheep soldiers' corpses in agony right now. Another member of the Silver Fox Mercenary Corps chimed in with the sniper's words, bursting into loud laughter. But before he could finish his sentence, whoosh! A large caliber bullet, trailing a brilliant, straight beam of light, struck him squarely in the head. Bang! Amidst the faint sound, the mercenary who had been smiling just a second ago, he exploded into a pile of flesh before the eyes of all the other mercenaries. Not only him, but 2 others within 10 meters of him were also caught in the blast, instantly reduced to dust. Damn it! It's the splitter sniper cannon. We're under ambush. Scatter and find cover. The Silver Fox mercenary group's leader instantly recognized the weapon used by the ambushers from the explosive force of the bullet. His body flew to the ground in an instant. His eyes scanned the direction the bullets had come from, searching for the ambushers. After scanning the area, he detected no large military force, leaving him both startled and suspicious. The splitter sniper cannon weighed over 100 pounds. To use it, one had to secure its position beforehand. Yet that shot had come from behind them, silent, precise, and deadly. Such tactics could only be employed by 1 or 2 individuals. But why would the attack come from behind? The Silver Fox Mercenary Corps leader racked his brains but couldn't make sense of it. On a sand dune 1,000 meters away from the Silver Fox Mercenary Group, Soo-yun expressionlessly stowed away his splitter sniper cannon. He calmly uttered a number, 15. The deaths of over a dozen assigned targets had left him 3 million in debt. Earlier, he had wiped out an entire assault squad of the Golden Orioles, barely scraping together 5 million yuan. Dividing that evenly among the mercenaries meant 500,000 yuan each, a total of 2 million. Now, before he could even warm his hands on this 3 million, those bastards had already wiped it out. Not only that, but when selecting weapons earlier, he and his team had all chosen options that required additional payment. This instantly soured Soo-yun's mood. How could this be? One of the most unforgivable things in the world is someone stealing the money Su Xiaomei and I saved. The second most unforgivable thing in the world is when someone actually dares to make me pay out of pocket while working a part-time job. So if any bastard makes me pay out of pocket, I'll blow their brains out. An eye for an eye. During the chase, Soo-yun had already made up his mind. These 2 groups made me pay up? Then I'll kill them. That's perfectly reasonable. Therefore, without a second thought, Soo-yun targeted the sniper rifle-wielding man first. Unfortunately, at the very moment of firing, another unlucky member of the Silver Fox mercenary group had the misfortune to halt his steps and burst into laughter. He stood directly in the bullet's path, effectively shielding the Silver Fox sniper from the shot. But Soo-yun didn't care. These guys were going to die sooner or later anyway. It merely changed the order of who died first. Holding the 100-plus-pound splitter sniper rifle in his hands, Soo-yun's body instantly surged forward. Mid-stride, he halted without warning. Bang! The trigger of the splitter sniper rifle in his hand was pulled once more. Though commonly called a cannon, the splitter sniper rifle still fell within the category of sniper rifles. Therefore, it was equipped with a suppressor. The muffled gunshot was suppressed to near silence, barely audible unless one listened intently. A fraction of a second later, Soo-yun softly uttered another number. 250,000. Bip. Over there, the commander of the Silver Fox mercenary group felt his heart skip a beat the instant he caught a distant flash of fire. He quickly buried his entire body in the sand dune. A second later, the small sand dune where 2 of his squad members were hiding nearby exploded with a thunderous boom. Immediately after, a severed leg bounced and slammed onto his arm. Who's there? Who got hit? My leg's right here. The Silver Fox mercenary group leader raised his head and shouted frantically behind him. A second after the shout, a member on the left finally responded. Captain, it's no use. Shook and Beta have been blown to smithereens. 2 casualties. Hearing that 2 more members had been lost in an instant, the commander of the Silver Fox mercenary group slammed his fist hard onto the ground. Damn it! Who the hell is it? Who the hell is using that splitter sniper cannon to blast us? Amidst his roar, another stunned report came from a squad member. Captain, we've located the position. It's on that sand dune at 5 o'clock behind us. But what? Spit it out. If you waste this chance, I'll have you shot. The commander of the Silver Fox mercenary corps gritted his teeth in frustration. At a critical moment like this, his scout was still playing coy. The scout, catching glimpses of his commander's unchecked fury, stammered hesitantly. Commander, it's just 1 person over there. Bull. Are you stupid or am I? The bullets just fired clearly went in 2 directions. And both were from a splitter sniper cannon. That thing weighs over 100 pounds. Once combat starts, there's no way it can be moved. The mercenary leader cursed his subordinates' ignorance, oblivious to the fact that the splitter sniper cannon could only be used after being fixed in a high position beforehand while glancing in the direction the scout had indicated. He shouldn't have looked. The sight instantly sent a cold sweat running down his back. In the night, a figure was charging toward them at full speed, carrying a 2-meter-long splitter sniper cannon. Though the figure's features remained indistinct, the moment the Silver Fox mercenary group leader caught sight of that dark silhouette, his pupils contracted violently.
Damn it! It's him! Chapter 34, The Great Escape. 2 chapters today.
It's him, it's definitely him, our little buddy, our little Neza.
It's Cloud Su, absolutely this bastard. He actually followed us here? Damn it! Him again? He dares pursue us alone? Wait, look at the gun in his hand? Doesn't that look like a splitter sniper cannon to me? Holy, it really is. How the hell is he carrying a 100-pound splitter sniper cannon and still keeping up with us?
The commander and every member of the Silver Fox Mercenary Corps were frozen in utter shock and disbelief. Carrying 100+ pounds of sniper rifle, yet silently keeping pace with their retreat at this speed. And in this night vision environment, firing from 1,000 meters away, taking out 5 of their members with just 2 shots. How the hell did he do that? And how dare he? He was alone, yet he dared to hunt down an entire mercenary regiment? And besides, is that really necessary? We only took out a squad of Baba Yang soldiers who were on the mission with you guys.
We didn't even scratch you or your team. Why are you hunting us down like this?
We're all mercenaries here.
You take out my target, I take out yours, what's the big deal? When you killed the targets we were protecting before, what did we say? Can't you just swallow your pride this once?
You're new here anyway, just take another mission if this one fails.
Isn't this the kind of understanding all mercenary groups should have? Think bigger. No matter how deep the grudge or hatred, did you really have to chase us all the way here?
To this day, the leader of the Silver Fox mercenary group still couldn't fathom what was going on in that guy's head. Though the Silver Fox mercenary group often clashed head-on with the Su Huang mercenary group, those confrontations only occurred when Su Yun was absent. Once Su Yun joined the fray, the Silver Fox mercenary group was usually the first to beat a retreat.
Damn it, shouldn't this guy be studying in Japan right now? How dare he skip class?
After suffering 2 consecutive defeats and ambushing Su Yun, only to be pursued by him instead, the Silver Fox mercenary group leader couldn't help but curse Su Yun for violating the code of honor.
Daring to skip class. Damn it, you like the chase, huh? Guys, focus fire.
We're not afraid of him, we outnumber him, the advantage is ours. The Silver Fox mercenary group leader's eyes darted around before he roared and pulled the trigger. Hearing their leader's command, the other mercenaries immediately opened fire on Su Yun as well.
Rat-a-tat-tat.
In an instant, bullets poured relentlessly onto the small hill where Su Yun had been hiding moments before. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters behind this battlefield, He Long and Long Schwarzenegger, who had pursued them all the way, finally spotted Su Yun after deftly maneuvering around the Silver Fox mercenary group's concentrated fire. With the enemy's fire concentrated on him, Long Schwarzenegger wasted no time in raising his large pineapple to return fire. The hail of bullets from both sides intertwined ceaselessly under the night sky. Su Yun, who had been lying prone for cover moments before, sprang into action the instant Schwarzenegger's bazooka roared. He charged forward silently, stepping on the fireworks of dust kicked up by each bullet hitting the ground. Amidst the torrent of bullets, that silent figure showed no sign of slowing. In the blink of an eye, he had covered a significant distance. Bip bip bip. He Long even caught sight of Su Yun, moving at breakneck speed, firing off several shots without even aiming. Further ahead, several firing points vanished amidst the spray of bullet trajectories. Ha! Blind sniping? Blind sniping while moving? This is Long's signature move. How does he know it? Instinctively, He Long carefully recorded the scene. Netizens witnessing Su Yun's combat prowess for the first time were instantly blown away. Holy, this is even more insane than me cheating in CS. Whoa, it's happening again. If this weren't a live stream, I'd swear it was a sci-fi blockbuster. Su Emperor is literally running on bullets? Holy crap, Su Huang is like a little cow heading to Antarctica, incredibly skilled, a little cow riding a rocket soaring to the heavens, blind sniping. Does it have to be this intense? Superman? Batman? The Four Turtles? Step aside. From this day forward, I declare, our great Su Huang is the strongest in the universe. Over on the dunes, the Silver Fox Mercenary Corps had descended into a peculiar state of chaos. Why can't I hit him? Use grenades. Blow him to bits. Watching the figure steadily closing in on their position, the Silver Fox mercenary group's leader's face twisted with rage laced with terror. He urgently ordered his men to blow Su Yun to bits with grenades. The moment the order was given, a member gritted his teeth, yanked a high-explosive grenade from his waist, pulled the pin, and prepared to hurl it. But before the grenade could leave his hand, a thunderous boom erupted. His entire body exploded on the spot, spraying blood and flesh all over the other mercenaries nearby. Damn it! He didn't get the grenade off.
The closest soldier had just wiped the blood and flesh from his face when a black grenade rolled to his feet. Horrified, he tried to dodge. Boom! Another deafening explosion echoed. Through the thick smoke, the piercing screams of several squad members echoed. My leg. Cough cough, my abdomen's blown through, help me. Johnny's blown to bits.
Fortunately, the grenade had kicked up a cloud of sand, naturally forming a zone of cover. The sand and dust obscured Soo-yun's vision, inadvertently granting the Silver Fox mercenary group a moment to catch their breath. Take stock of the casualties. See who's still alive. The Silver Fox mercenary group leader seized this moment to quickly order his men to tally the casualties from the recent battle. He needed to regroup to prepare for a breakout. Yes, dozens of them were about to break out while being pursued by a single man. Captain, only 12 are still mobile. The rest are either critically wounded or dead. After the member in charge of tallying the numbers reported to the Silver Fox mercenary group leader via special communication equipment, he paused for a second before adding in terror. Captain, maybe we should just run. We came with over 30 men to ambush them, but most of us are dead. This fight is truly unwinnable. He's not human. Terrified, the remaining members all contemplated fleeing. Buried in the sand, the Silver Fox mercenary group's leader clutched his rifle, his hand trembling. He'd crossed paths with the Su Huang mercenary corps more than once or twice. Even when Soo-yun was back in the fold, he'd faced off against them. Though the Silver Fox mercenaries had suffered heavy losses at Soo-yun's hands each time, Soo-yun had never slaughtered them indiscriminately because they hadn't touched his sore spot. He had no idea Soo-yun was this terrifying. Had he not been blinded by the 100 million bounty offered by Bobby Irock, he never would have dug 2 traps for Soo-yun nor ordered the slaughter of that squad of Baba sheep soldiers just to spite him. Now look at him, not only did he fail to collect the reward, but he was about to lose his life here. We've barely started fighting, and already, so many are dead? Hearing the trembling response from his squad members, the Silver Fox mercenary group leader's face betrayed a hint of despair. Soo-yun, if I survive this hell, I swear I'll never cross you, you god of death, ever again. Lu? Leader, that bastard wasn't this insane before. We shouldn't have killed those Baba sheep soldiers. Captain, run, run. Amidst the members' urgent pleas, the Silver Fox mercenary group's leader finally regained his senses. But they couldn't just scatter. If they fled without organization, they'd be wiped out by that monster sooner or later. With this realization, the commander cast a regretful glance at his sniper, who remained as lively as ever, and silently resolved. I'm sorry. You're the one who sniped those Baba sheep soldiers. If you don't die, we truly won't escape. For the sake of the Silver Fox mercenary corps, I have no choice but to sacrifice you. With this resolve, the burden lifted from the commander's heart. He put on a face of determination and profound reluctance. Brother, you're the best marksman in our group. In a moment, I'll lead the remaining brothers to break through to the east. You hide yourself well and find the right moment to snipe Soo-yun. Whether you hit him or not, retreat immediately in the opposite direction after you're shot. We'll regroup at our base. Chapter 35, Buying Life with Money. The Silver Fox mercenary group leader finished speaking, then, before the dust had fully settled, charged like a madman toward the eastern sand dunes, weaving in serpentine movements. As he charged, the Silver Fox mercenary group leader bellowed. Cloud. Sue, we're not the only ones attacking you, Bobby. Yrock and his crew are here too. What the hell were you chasing us for? I'll pay 2 million to buy the lives of us all. Upon hearing the Silver Fox mercenary group leader's shout, Soo-yun's hand, poised to pull the trigger, hesitated. The military bounty for mercenary heads was pitifully low. Only 50,000 per head. With only a dozen or so Silver Fox mercenaries left, they couldn't possibly earn $1 million. Yet, the captain offered 2 million to buy his life, an offer that couldn't help but tempt Soo-yun. Although they had killed several Babayang soldiers, he had taken down over a dozen mercenaries. All things considered, it was a fair trade. Just as Soo-yun let his guard down for a moment, that familiar sense of impending danger suddenly enveloped him once more. Instinctively, Soo-yun performed a bridge maneuver. The moment he finished the roll, a bullet whizzed past his body. As he straightened up, he spotted a sniper carrying a rifle frantically fleeing in the opposite direction from the mercenaries' escape route. Soo-yun instantly recognized this man as the culprit responsible for sniping several Baba sheep soldiers. Glancing at the Silver Fox mercenary leader and the remaining members still cowering in panic, Soo-yun murmured, I hope you honor your promise. Otherwise, the next time we meet, I will wipe out your entire regiment. With that, Soo-yun swung the splitter sniper rifle in his hands around, aiming it at the fleeing sniper. Bang! The fleeing sniper's body exploded mid-run, vanishing without a trace. On the sand dune behind them, Shia Long Schwarzenegger reloaded his large pineapple with a fresh magazine. He pricked up his ears, listening intently. When he realized the gunfire had ceased on the battlefield, he turned to Yilong, who was observing the situation with a puzzled look. Why's it quiet? Did our commander wipe out the enemy? Yilong shook his head. It shouldn't have been that quick. There were over 30 of them earlier. My guess is your commander took out half of them, and the rest got scared and fled. At the news that half the Silver Fox mercenary group had fled, Sherlong Schwarzenegger wore a look of schadenfreude. Serves them right, damn it. Those idiots always pick on us when the commander's not around. Guess they bit off more than they could chew this time. Speaking of this issue, Sherlong Schwarzenegger wore a look of deep sympathy. After all, the Su Huang mercenary group only had 4 members besides Su Yun. While they could handle outnumbered fights, the Silver Fox mercenary group ranked second on the mercenary list, and their combat skills weren't much weaker than theirs. Therefore, in past confrontations, Sherlong Schwarzenegger and his crew had suffered their fair share of losses. This time, finally getting the Silver Fox mercenary group to eat humble pie made Sherlong Schwarzenegger incredibly happy. He stood up, holding his large pineapple, and continued advancing towards Su Yun. Stop spacing out. We need to hurry over and regroup with the captain. Don't forget, this was only one mercenary group. 2 factions attacked us. I'm worried the commander will want to settle accounts with the other group. As he spoke, Sherlong Schwarzenegger led the charge out of the small sand dune. He alone carefully followed behind, camera in hand. When he heard Sherlong Schwarzenegger mention Su Yun was going after the other group, he couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Su Yun's just a college student, right? How come he's got such a killer instinct? Wiping out a mercenary group isn't enough? Now he's going after another one? Just because they made you pay up? What kind of temper is that? At the center of the battlefield, Su Yun had ceased pursuing the remnants of the Silver Fox mercenary corps. Instead, he stood motionless, watching them flee into the distance. The wind stirred the fine sand on the ground until Sherlong and Schwarzenegger arrived. Captain. As soon as Sherlong Schwarzenegger spoke, Su Yun snatched the large pineapple rifle from his hands. Without aiming, he unleashed a burst of fire directly toward the direction the last few Silver Fox members were fleeing. Rat-a-tat-tat. After several gunshots, the bullets pierced the thin layer of sand atop the dunes and slammed into the ground right beneath the Silver Fox mercenary group's captain's feet. The Silver Fox mercenary group leader was so terrified he fell backward onto the sand, frozen in place. After waiting several seconds and seeing no more bullets coming from Su Yun, the commander instantly understood. This was Su Yun's way of accepting his offer to buy his life and those of the remaining mercenaries for 2 million. Only then did he scramble forward toward the sand dunes ahead. As soon as Su Yun took the big pineapple, Shia LaBeouf suspected he intended to spare the enemy. Otherwise, he would have already wiped them out with his splitter sniper cannon. Why bother switching to the big pineapple, which only threatened at close range? Only when he saw Su Yun deliberately fire wide did he turn to him with a puzzled look. Captain, what are you? Su Yun glanced at the Silver Fox mercenary group members fleeing in panic and replied calmly. Their commander offered 2 million for their lives. At that moment, nearly 2 kilometers away from the flank of this battlefield, Bobby Enoch and his guards lay prone in the sand, peering through binoculars to observe the spectacle from afar. When they saw that the Silver Fox mercenary group, once numbering around 30, had been reduced to less than half their original strength and were now in full retreat, the entire group sucked in a collective breath of shock. Damn, the Silver Fox mercenary corps just got wiped out? They're the second-ranked mercenary group. 30-odd men picked off by a single sniper? Not only did half of them die, but they had to pay to buy their lives back? After that battle with Luffy, I thought I'd finally gauged Cloud Su's strength. Turns out he wasn't even going full power in that fight. Oh no, his true strength is even more terrifying than I imagined. Bobby Iroh couldn't help but rub his shiny bald head, still feeling the lingering fear. Earlier, when he and Luffy were vying for power in the Makra Republic, he had fought against the army commanded by Su Yun. Back then, Su Yun had only issued orders remotely over the phone, never stepping onto the battlefield himself. Though he had lost, the defeat hadn't been too humiliating, largely due to the limited combat effectiveness of Laff's forces. Now, thinking back, if Su Yun had personally joined the fray back then, he would have met his end in the northwest. Fortunately, that bastard didn't pursue them. He went after the Silver Fox mercenary corps instead. No, that bastard is too terrifying. It's not safe for us to stay here. We need to get out of here fast. Bobby Yrock was overcome with fear at that moment and immediately ordered his reactionary organization's guards to evacuate. Witnessing the Silver Fox mercenary group's fate, the squad of shaven-headed men in the guard first felt a wave of fear, then began praising Bobby Yrock's wise leadership and decisive judgment. Had the commander not retreated swiftly, they might now be lying in pools of their own blood. Chapter 36, Even watermelon eaters can wipe out a group. Only after the battle had completely ended did Yilong emerge from his sand dune cover, camera in tow. His original orders had only been to gather intelligence on Su Yun. The higher-ups hadn't assigned him to participate in combat. Therefore, Yilong only approached Su Yun after the Silver Fox mercenary group had completely vanished. His gaze flickered sharply at the dozen scattered corpses littering the battlefield. Could it be? He had truly single-handedly defeated an entire mercenary group, and not just any group, but the world's second-ranked mercenary group. Sherlong Schwarzenegger merely glanced at the corpses on the ground before hurrying over to stand beside Su Yun. For in his line of sight, Su Yun was already smoothly reloading a fresh magazine into the sniper rifle in his hands. That action made Sherlong Schwarzenegger's eyelids twitch.
Captain, calm down. You've already wiped out half their unit. Just let the rest of them go. He alone froze upon hearing Schwarzenegger's plea to Su Yun.
Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he shouted at Su Yun in sheer terror.
You actually want to wipe out the other group that attacked you too?
Under their tense gazes, Su Yun replied calmly. That group fired so many bullets at us.
If I don't return the favor, it would be rude. So, I'll fire one shot. After that, we'll continue on our way. After all, the Chinese place the utmost importance on courtesy, right? With that, Su Yun gave He Along a knowing nod before fixing his gaze on the sand dune where Bobby Yirok was hiding.
Casually tilting the barrel of the splitter sniper rifle upward at a slight angle, he gently pulled the trigger. Then he paid it no further mind, merely humming softly under his breath.
But if they're not done yet and want to come after me, you can't stop them now, can you? Bang.
The sudden shot startled both Shi Along and He Along.
Commander, did it go off accidentally?
As soon as Sherlong Schwarzenegger spoke, he realized his mistake.
The bullet traced its trajectory, exploding directly on a small hill 2 kilometers away. 2 kilometers away, members of Bobby Irok's security detail were preparing an orderly retreat.
Suddenly, they saw their leader, Bobby Irok, who was holding binoculars, get his skull shattered by a bullet that came out of nowhere. He didn't even have time to utter a word. His entire head shattered, and his body collapsed onto the sand dunes. Staring at the headless torso, the guards were too stunned to react.
Leader. You.
What the hell just happened? The guards exchanged bewildered glances.
Their reactionary organization differed from Mercenary Corps. In Mercenary Corps, the glue binding soldiers together was money. But within their ranks, Bobby Irok wielded faith as his weapon.
Now, their god had been shot in the head by Su Yun.
One by one, the guards went berserk. They racked their bolts and charged towards Su Yun with reckless abandon. Rat-a-tat-tat. The guards' desperate counterattack caught Sherlong Schwarzenegger and He Along completely off guard.
He Along and Sherlong Schwarzenegger were pinned down by the sand dune cover, utterly unable to fight back.
He Along looked at Sherlong Schwarzenegger with utter confusion. What's going on? What's wrong with those guys? Why are they fighting so desperately now?
After barely returning a burst of fire with his big pineapple, Sherlong Schwarzenegger exchanged magazines and replied with a wry smile.
Guess the commander's shot just took out someone important over there.
This. He Along looked utterly speechless. You say you'll just fire one shot. Then you go and piss them off with that one shot, and then you just go ahead and wipe out their entire squad. He Along finally understood why Su Yun had been so agreeable earlier. It all had been under Su Yun's control. That shot Su Yun fired, seemingly offhand, was actually aimed squarely at their leader. As they spoke, Shiloh Schwarzenegger had already reloaded his magazine, ready for another exchange of fire. But the moment he poked half his head out, he was forced back by the overwhelming firepower across the way. Damn it, those bastards over there are acting like they've got no fear of death. I can't even stick my head out. Schwarzenegger cursed the Bobby Yirok guard across the way, his face twisted with indignation. Seeing even their fire support, Sherlong Schwarzenegger, pinned down by the enemy, He Alone couldn't help but show a trace of worry on his face. With their firepower this intense, what should we do now? Even though He Alone was a legendary soldier codenamed Xuanwu in the Flowering family, facing his squad's superior firepower alone, he couldn't find a way to break through in the short term. Sherlong Schwarzenegger, clutching his AK-47, had just peeked over the cover to exchange fire when he was once again beaten into a bloody mess.
Forget it. No more fighting. Just wait it out.
Sherlong Schwarzenegger brushed dirt from his face, muttering in frustration.
Ha? We're just going to wait here? Aren't you afraid they'll charge over?
He Alone panicked upon seeing Sherlong Schwarzenegger giving up. After all, Su Yun's earlier shot had killed their spiritual leader. Now these guys were coming for a fight to the death. A bunch of desperate men, even if they were unarmed, facing them would be tricky for He Alone. And now they were armed with firearms. Seeing He Alone's agitation, Sherlong Schwarzenegger spread his large hand and patted his shoulder, signaling him to calm down.
Relax. Don't worry. With the commander here, they're nothing but small fry. Listen carefully, didn't the enemy fire points just lose a few?
As soon as Sherlong Schwarzenegger finished speaking, He Alone focused his attention and strained his ears.
Sure enough, within that brief moment, 3 enemy firing positions had fallen silent. He Alone's anxious heart finally settled back into place. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang.
With each crack of the splitter sniper cannon, another rattling machine gun fell silent across the line. Another 20 minutes passed when a gentle voice suddenly came from directly above Sherlong.
It's over. We should regroup with Longer and the others and keep moving.
Late at night, in a command bunker beneath the North Sea, within the flower cultivation household. Under the dim lights of the command center, several military officers with stars on their shoulders remained busy. On the large wall screen played footage captured by He Alone. In the footage, Su Yun casually fired a shot. After exchanging words with several other mercenaries, all of them turned to look in one direction with expressions of surprise. Then he turned back to Su Yun, his face full of admiration. Finally, he diligently searched the bodies of the fallen, collecting every name tag. Silver Fox Mercenary Group ranks second in combat strength among overseas mercenary groups. Most of its members served in the Eagle SEALs. Their commander, Oligi, even served as a SEAL instructor. And rumors suggest the Silver Fox Mercenary Group's backer is actually the Eagle. In the conference room, the middle-aged police officer responsible for projecting the footage spoke slowly. After a brief pause, he continued. As shown in the footage, a total of 32 Silver Fox Mercenary Group members participated in the ambush against Su Yun. During Su Yun's pursuit, 20 were killed by him. Finally, after Silver Fox's leader, Oligarch, offered a $2 million bounty for his life, Su Yun let them go. According to the data, from the start of the pursuit until Su Yun agreed to let them leave, the entire process lasted only 31 minutes and 24 seconds. This was achieved solely by Su Yun acting alone, and from the start to the conclusion of the battle. The weapon Su Yun wielded, the splitter sniper cannon, weighed 87 kilograms and was a single-shot heavy sniper rifle. He fired 15 rounds, killing 20 targets. Average KD per shot, 1.33. Chapter 37, Post-Battle Analysis. Who's casting the first vote? In the conference room, the middle-aged man was briefing Wang Jiangwo when the door suddenly swung open. 3 soldiers entered. The man leading the way had a stern expression, yet his entire body radiated vibrant energy. To his left stood a man with a fierce, predatory gaze, radiating a sinister aura. To his right stood a quintessential Eastern beauty, yet she bore a head of fiery red hair, radiating the aura of a phoenix reborn from the ashes. As soon as they entered, the man in front spoke first. Old Wang, the intelligence department has confirmed the latest information. The last opponents engaged with Su Yun and subsequently eliminated were none other than Bobby Yirok, who previously failed in his bid for power against Laugh, along with his personal guard. The Dai Xingniao government has officially confirmed Bobby Yirok's death. Additionally, intelligence from special units indicates that the former Silver Fox Mercenary Corps commander and his members were taken over by a mysterious organization resembling the Eagle SEAL Special Forces the moment they returned to their base. The former commander was immediately stripped of his position by this group and, along with the returning members, was escorted onto a special flight back to Eagle SEAL. Subsequently, the organization continued to publicly claim it was the Silver Fox Mercenary Group. The news sent shockwaves through the command center. While everyone had suspected that Silver Fox's backer was some Eagle brand organization providing funding in arms. But no one anticipated Eagle Squad would stoop so low as to get directly involved. The Silver Fox Mercenary Group was no ordinary mercenary outfit. It was essentially a rebranded version of Eagle's most elite SEAL team. Wang Jiangwo turned his gaze back to the large screen showing the Silver Fox Mercenary Group's route, his eyes cold. Oomph. Eagles pulled off quite the deception. I thought the world's second largest mercenary group would be severely weakened after this battle. But who'd have thought? They'd completely replaced both their inner and outer layers, turning around to become a fully staffed mercenary group once more. Mercenaries often accept missions without scruples. As long as the price is right, they'll take any job. Thus, most mercenaries possess no moral compass. Murder, arson, rape, and plunder are commonplace. The United Nations explicitly prohibits nations from forming mercenary groups. Yet the Eagle, one of the 5 permanent UN Security Council members, hypocritically violated this rule first by secretly establishing the Silver Fox Mercenary Group. This infuriated everyone in the command center. The Eagle is going too far. Old Wang, what if we follow their lead and establish our own mercenary group? Mercenary groups, operating with complete impunity, were indeed the optimal choice for handling dirty work. Wang Zhongjuan, responsible for international affairs, often found himself hamstrung by the necessity of conducting everything openly. Upon learning that the Eagle had secretly established the Silver Fox Mercenary Group, his mind began to race. Wang Jiangwo, hearing Wang Zhongjuan had actually considered forming a mercenary group, shot him a fierce glare. Zhongjuan, I think you've been under too much work pressure lately. How did you start talking nonsense? Eagle violating UN regulations is his problem. As one of the 5 permanent members, we must uphold every rule and regulation established by the UN. After being coldly rebuked by Wang Jiangwo, Wang Zhongjuan retreated to the side, feeling aggrieved. Yet his mind drifted to his daughter Bingbing and Su Yun, far away on the other side of the globe. Mercenary groups and regular military units were 2 entirely different concepts. Mercenary regiments, though formidable in combat, were loosely organized. Their members were mercenaries who wouldn't lift a finger without profit. At the first sign of danger, they'd scatter like birds. Su Yun would find them relatively easier to handle. But regular military units were different, especially elite ones. Soldiers view dying in battle as their ultimate aspiration and obedience to orders as their sacred duty. Moreover, the combat prowess of regular forces far surpasses that of mercenary regiments. Even if Su Yun encountered them, he wouldn't be able to defeat them easily. Seeing Wang Zhongjuan's deep concern, Xuelong knew he was worried about his daughter Bingbing's safety. He patted his shoulder reassuringly.
Old Wang, don't worry. If Su Yun could wipe out the Silver Fox Mercenary Corps once, he can do it again. Trust that Su Yun will protect Bing Bing. It'll be fine. While Xue Long reassured Wang Zhongjuan, Wang Jiangwo had already instructed the 3 soldiers who had entered later to analyze Su Yun's tactical maneuvers and assess his operations. Xinglong, Zhuke, Baitu, you 3 are the strongest soldiers in the flower planting family. Analyze just how high Su Yun's combat prowess has reached. Xinglong, who had remained silent since reporting intelligence to Wang Jiangwo, finally spoke slowly when called upon. Yes, Senior Wang. Su Yun wiped out half the Silver Fox Mercenary Corps and Bobby Yirok's entire personal guard with a single splitter sniper cannon. This is the first time I've heard of such an occurrence. But since you wish to understand Su Yun's capabilities, I'll break it down step by step. Judging from how Su Yun effortlessly intercepted 4 military supply trucks earlier, it was clearly a trap set by the Silver Fox Mercenary Group and Bobby Yirok. And as everyone witnessed, they did indeed catch Su Yun's mercenary group completely off guard. However, when Su Yun was first targeted by the sniper, he demonstrated exceptional military discipline. The first sniper bullet came without warning. Yet the moment the bullet was fired, Su Yun reacted instantly. What does this indicate? It wasn't that Su Yun reacted to the bullet's presence by taking cover. Rather, he sensed the Silver Fox Mercenary Group sniper's intent to kill the moment it manifested. You might find this hard to believe. The sniper was over 1,000 meters away. How could Su Yun possibly sense his intent? Yet it was true. He had sensed it, and with remarkable precision. Moreover, during the ensuing battle, snipers from at least 2 different locations attempted to take him down. Not a single shot hit. And while evading these attacks, Su Yun even had the presence of mind to assist his fellow soldiers. As the pinnacle of combat prowess within the flower planting clan, Xinglong silently compared himself to the military leaders while recounting the events. If he were in Su Yun's place, could he have performed at the level demonstrated by the target in the footage? In the conference room, Wang Jiangwo looked slightly weary but listened with intense focus. During the subsequent pursuit, Su Yun demonstrated exceptional mobility, reconnaissance skills, sniping prowess, and load-carrying capacity. Throughout the entire operation, Su Yun used only a single-shot heavy sniper rifle. Whether long-range sniping, close-quarters fire, or blind shots while on the move. When mentioning blind sniping while moving, Xinglong paused. This was his signature move. He hadn't expected Su Yun to master it too, and even surpass him in skill. Xinglong swallowed hard, steadied himself, and continued. It's worth noting that during the pursuit, Su Yun carried no other weapons. As everyone knows, each bullet from the splitter sniper cannon is as large as a palm-sized can. Therefore, the number of rounds he carried absolutely couldn't exceed 20. From the very start, he had calculated that 20 rounds would be sufficient to wipe out both groups attacking him. Furthermore, after the former Silver Fox mercenary group leader offered to buy his life back, Su Yun took the large pineapple from his subordinate, Long Schwarzenegger, and fired a full magazine to warn and coerce him into not reneging. Every single bullet struck the exact same spot at the feet of the former Silver Fox mercenary group leader. Despite being hundreds of meters apart, the bullets from the machine gun struck the exact same spot, not an inch off. At this point, Xinglong paused again before voicing a suspicion that even he found hard to believe. I suspect that Su Yun isn't just proficient with sniper weapons, but with all firearms. Had he wielded any other type of weapon instead of a sniper rifle just now, the outcome of the battle would have remained unchanged. Chapter 38, Su Yun's Combat Capability Assessment. Xinglong stopped speaking once more. What could be said, what could be seen, was limited to this much for now. The rest could only be concluded by facing Su Yun in combat. Xue Long couldn't help but ask, seeing Xinglong's high regard for Su Yun's combat prowess. If you had fought in this battle, could you have achieved the same level of performance? Without hesitation, Xinglong shook his head. No. Perceiving the intent to kill from a kilometer away and predicting it, I couldn't do that. Not only could I not do it, but among the millions of soldiers in the flower family, there isn't a single one who possesses such divine skill. Even as the top-tier combatant among the flowering nation, if placed in that same battle, he might have escaped unscathed or even killed a dozen mercenaries. But ultimately, he couldn't have achieved what Su Yun did on the screen. Xinglong, if you were to rate Su Yun according to the current combat tiers of the flowering nation, what tier would you assign him? Wang Jiangwo suddenly asked out of the blue. Xinglong pondered for a moment before replying. The current combat tiers in our nation cannot fully encompass Su Yun's capabilities. If forced to assign a rating, I would classify him as SSSSS tier. The moment Xinglong finished speaking, the heavy panting of Zhuke and Baitu could be heard. SSSSS tier? That's a combat rating reserved for nuclear weapons. Xinglong, you rated him SSSSS? Yu Chue's face was etched with disbelief. She too recognized Su Yun's extraordinary prowess. But she had assumed Xinglong would rate him at most as SSS class. After all, the highest combat tier for humans was SSS class. Across the entire Zhonghua nation, only she, Xinglong, Baihut, and Xuanwu had barely reached that level. Even if Su Yun was extraordinary, he couldn't possibly transcend human limits.
Yet Qinglong had classified him as a threat as terrifying and dangerous as nuclear weapons.
After the Azure Dragon rated Su Yun as SSSS's combat strength, the Vermilion Bird looked utterly unconvinced. The Azure Dragon couldn't help but let out a few bitter laughs before continuing. Vermilion Bird, SSSSS is the ultimate limit of combat power rating for Su Yun. If there were a rank above SSSSS, I would without hesitation assign him that higher level. Qinglong, did you drink before coming? Are you just spouting drunken nonsense now? Don't you know that SSSS level isn't even meant for humans anymore? It describes high-end fighter jets, warships, and other weapons of mass destruction. And SSSSS represents nuclear weapons. What were you thinking, rating Su Yun as SSSSS? Zhu Chue's skepticism resonated with everyone in the command room. They too felt Qinglong's assessment was wildly exaggerated. Su Yun is equivalent to a nuclear bomb? This is no joke. Qinglong, you actually believe Su Yun is more terrifying than nuclear weapons? I want to know what your basis is for that claim. Suddenly, Wang Jiangwo's aged voice cut through Zhu Chue's questioning, drawing everyone's gaze back to Qinglong. Qinglong spoke calmly and deliberately. I classified Su Yun as SSSSS tier because he possesses overwhelming combat prowess and all-around combat expertise. Moreover, he can always ensure he never loses control during combat. You all witnessed it earlier. During the initial engagement with the Silver Fox Mercenary Corps and Bobby Yirok, he held back his full combat power due to the presence of the Bobby Sheep soldiers and his own squad members. But after the Bobby Sheep soldiers were all killed, when he began pursuing the Silver Fox Mercenary Group and Bobby Yirok, he demonstrated formidable finishing capabilities. Therefore, I conclude that he is unsuited for team combat. The tactics of a battlefield ghost or lone wolf suit him far better. Often, such individuals prove decisive in determining the ultimate outcome of a war. In just a few sentences, the entire command room fell silent once more. A nuclear bomb could destroy a city at most, but it couldn't sway the course of a war. But Su Yun is different. A single man could confront two elite forces head-on and annihilate them entirely. If he were tasked with assassination, specifically targeting a nation's high-ranking officials, what bodyguard in the world could possibly protect them? Everyone present fully believed that given sufficient time, Su Yun could wipe out every single leader of that nation. In warfare, when an entire command structure is wiped out, what else could the outcome possibly be? In the command center, the senior officials remained silent for a long while. Ultimately, none voiced an opinion, though their gazes flickered with varied meanings. Xuelong seemed to recall something and casually remarked, "Oh, right. It's still too dangerous for Bingbing and the others to film on the battlefield like this. Even with Xuanwu's protection, there are times when it can't cover everything. The research department recently developed an interesting little gadget. Zhu Ke, deliver it to them." "Yes, sir." After saying this, Wang Jiangwo, who had pulled several all-nighters, slowly rose and began walking toward the door. "Tonight, this relentless thing should finally give us a break. My old bones need some rest too." As Wang Jiangwo left the command center, supported by two security guards, Xuelong and Wang Zhongjuan exchanged a glance, nodded to each other in unspoken agreement, then each sat down in a chair, silently watching the still live broadcast. Emperor Su, truly worthy of the title. Single-handedly taking out two elite squads. He's wielding a 180-plus-pound splitter sniper cannon. In Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Guan Yu's Green Dragon Crescent Blade weighed only 86 pounds. If Su Yun existed back then, wouldn't he surpass Lu Bu? Oh, it's more than that. Didn't you hear Qinglong's assessment? He's far more formidable than a nuclear warhead now. Over at the supply convoy, the remaining team members waited a short while before Su Yun finally returned with Xuanwu, Yilong, and Shiralong. Upon meeting again, Bingbing clearly noticed Su Yun's mood had lifted. A far cry from the aggressive, confrontational demeanor he displayed when charging out earlier. Seeing Bingbing's curious expression, Yilong whispered an explanation. After that battle, he raked in 5 million in bounty. After the 3 million deducted, he still has over 2 million left. How could he not be in a good mood? Bingbing responded with an admiring tone. I saw it all in the livestream. 20 bullets took down 2 elite squads. He actually made them pay for their lives. 2 million. That's over 14 million in virtual currency. Netizens are already calling it one of the top 10 legendary battle scenes in history. Meanwhile, seeing that Xia La Schwarzenegger had pulled the commander back, Dufu, Longer and the others collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the commander had only gotten heated for a moment and hadn't pursued them to their base. Under the squad members' gaze, Su Yun leapt back onto the roof of the lead vehicle, sitting cross-legged. A 2-meter-long splitter sniper rifle barrel rested beside his legs. A wild grassroot, plucked from who knows where, dangled from his mouth. He gave them a slight nod. Let's go. After a brief pause, the 4 modified supply trucks finally began moving forward once more. Chapter 39, The Vermilion Bird Arrives. On the last of the 4 modified supply trucks, another squad of Barbary sheep soldiers lay dead. As a member of the flower planting clan, Su Yun valued the principle of returning to one's roots. War claimed lives, but if these supply trucks could successfully enter Gaza City, they would save hundreds of civilians trapped within. Another 4 hours passed. As dawn broke and the sky gradually brightened, Soo-yun could already see the walls of Gaza City in the distance. As they slowly entered Gaza City, Xiao Zhao, who had taken the camera back, immediately began filming. The landscape was littered with shattered ruins. Buildings shattered by artillery shells, and bodies still lying uncollected by the roadside. These images made the hearts of viewers in the livestream room tighten. For supply trucks traversed roads pockmarked by explosions. The sight of the numb crowds lining both sides of the road, their faces lighting up with anticipation and hope as they gazed at the supplies on the trucks, filled viewers with a pang of sorrow. Their eyes, even in that emptiness, a glimmer of hope shone through. Their homes were ruthlessly destroyed by the Hupu, leaving them stranded, waiting for rescue, while the supplies from the Barbary sheep still couldn't get through. Damn, war is truly brutal. I used to think TV dramas were exaggerated, but now I see they're toned down. Reality is 100, even 1,000 times worse than what's portrayed on screen. Look, there's a man holding a little girl's body and crying. That must be his daughter. Only when we witness the true horrors of war do we realize how hard won our peace is. Peace comes from strength. How fortunate and blessed we are to live in this land. It turns out there really is no such thing as peaceful times, it's all because our motherland bears the burden for us. Soo-yun remained cross-legged on the vehicle's roof, expressionless and silent, quietly observing the ruins lining both sides of the road. His eyes betrayed no trace of sorrow. As a mercenary, such scenes had long ceased to shock him. Another half-hour passed before the convoy reached a dilapidated government building. This was Gaza City's temporary relief distribution point for civilian supplies. It was also the designated handover location assigned by Gaza's military high command after learning that Soo-yun had seized 4 supply vehicles from the Hupu. The moment the 4 supply vehicles came to a halt, a large crowd of ragged-clothed Dai Shangniao civilians surged forward. After scanning the crowd and confirming the civilians were unarmed, Soo-yun signaled his men to stow their weapons to prevent accidental discharge. Supply trucks. Supply trucks. Wonderful. I've been starving for 3 days. Finally, we can get food again. The sight of the 4 supply trucks filled the swarming Baba sheep civilians with both excitement and sorrow. At that moment, a high-ranking Babayan officer, accompanied by several soldiers armed with rifles, pushed through the crowd to the truck where Soo-yun stood. He exclaimed with emotion, "Mr. Su, we are truly grateful to you. Dai Xingnao's forces have cut off supplies to Gaza City. The civilians inside have been without water or food for 3 days." By then, Soo-yun had climbed down from the truck roof. The officer grasped his hand firmly, his tone sincere and earnest. "Mr. Su, the Hupu has severed our supply lines. Our government negotiated with over a dozen mercenary companies specifically tasked with escorting food and fresh water for our civilians. But who would have thought those bastards from the Hupu would intercept even the civilians' food and water to force our surrender? 13 mercenary groups, 13 supply convoys, not a single one made it through. Your mission was to harass the Hupu rear lines, yet you delivered 4 trucks of life-saving supplies." The senior officer of the Baba sheep faction began to choke up, his eyes reddening with emotion. "On behalf of the 2 million citizens still trapped in Gaza City, I thank you for everything you've done." The senior Babayan officer saluted Soo-yun with deep emotion before continuing. "Mr. Su, I've already settled your mission fee in advance. The card I gave you earlier has been unlocked for this payment. You may withdraw the funds at your convenience." After saying this, the senior Babayan officer signaled nearby soldiers to take possession of the 4 supply trucks. He then organized the troops to distribute the goods from the trucks to the surrounding civilians. Seeing the senior officer working up a sweat, Soo-yun led his team to complete the mission registration independently. He then transferred the unlocked portion of the funds from the card to his own account. Despite the hiccup midway failing to protect Baba Yang's soldiers and incurring significant deductions, the final profit from this operation was still quite substantial. Counting the bounty for eliminating Bobby Yairok, each member of the Su Huang Mercenary Corps stood to gain nearly 10 million credits. As the commander of the Su Huang Mercenary Corps and the one who ended Bobby Yairok's life, Soo-yun himself received a staggering 20 million. Upon receiving the transfer notification, Soo-yun nodded with satisfaction. He glanced at the time and realized it was already past 8 a.m. After working through the night and enduring a brutal battle, the mercenaries were utterly exhausted, especially Bingbing and photographer Xiao Zhao, who had never experienced anything like this before. They were practically forcing their eyes open. Soo-yun glanced at the pair, whose eyes were barely open, waved his hand, and said, "Everyone, you're dismissed. Get some rest. Meet back here at 7 p.m. tonight." Upon receiving the dismissal, the crew members gradually disappeared from Soo-yun's sight in small groups. After the group dispersed, Soo-yun strolled casually down the dilapidated street, followed by Heilong, Bingbing, and photographer Xiao Zhao. Seeing the 3 following him, Soo-yun paused in surprise before remembering something. He quickly pulled out his phone and spoke briefly with the senior military officer who had received him earlier. 5 minutes later, a military jeep pulled up in front of Soo-yun and his group. A female soldier, dressed in a military uniform, stepped out. "Hello, Mr. Su.
I've been ordered to escort Miss Bingbing, Mr. Zhao, and Mr. He to a place of rest. The soldier spoke in fluent English. Upon learning that Su-yun had thoughtfully arranged a place for her to rest, Bingbing was taken aback for a moment before shooting him a grateful glance.
Then I'll meet you again at 7 p.m. tonight. With that, Bingbing and photographer Xiao Zhao climbed into the jeep.
He alone, however, did not follow them into the jeep. Instead, he addressed Su-yun.
My assignment is to follow you. I won't be resting with them. Fine. Su-yun replied indifferently before turning and continuing deeper into the street.
He alone followed silently behind him, walking deeper into the street alongside him. Suddenly, the phone in He Along's pocket rang.
He Along pulled out his phone and saw the caller ID displayed as Zhu Quebec.
He froze for a moment, but pressed the answer button anyway.
Xuanwu, where are you guys now? I've arrived at Gaza City. The moment He Along answered, Suzaku's cold voice came through the line. Chapter 40, You're not qualified to be my man. He Along's expression shifted slightly upon receiving Suzaku's call. He immediately lowered his voice and replied, We're inside Gaza City. We just finished the mission. Where are you now? I'm already outside the city. Send me your location. I have something to give you. Suzaku's voice remained icy, yet carried an unmistakable note of unwavering resolve.
After hanging up, He Along hurried to catch up with Su-yun and whispered.
Su-yun, a colleague of mine is outside the city.
He says he has something for us. Su-yun nodded slightly upon hearing this, gesturing for He Along to lead the way to their pre-arranged meeting spot to wait for Suzaku. They arrived at a relatively quiet abandoned building and rested briefly.
Before long, Suzaku's figure appeared beyond the ruins.
Her fiery red hair glowed brilliantly in the sunlight, like burning flames, radiant and dazzling. Carrying a small black package, she strode in with determined steps.
Su-yun, hello. You may call me Zhu K. This is the equipment the commander has provided for you. Without further pleasantries, Suzaku handed the bundle to Su-yun. Su-yun took the bundle and casually opened it.
Inside lay a set of cutting-edge mini-drones and a custom assault rifle unlike any he'd seen before. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Seems the Flower family holds me in high regard, he remarked to Zhu K.
The commanders watched your battle last night via livestream. Xinglong spoke very highly of you. Zhu K responded nonchalantly before turning to He Along. Xuanwu, it's time for you to get new gear too. He Along froze upon hearing Suzaku mention him as well. Me? Didn't the commanders instruct me to act as a war correspondent responsible for Miss Bingbing's safety, forbidding me from intervening in the conflict between the Golden Orioles and the Barbary Sheep? Before He Along's departure, Xuelong had repeatedly cautioned him to avoid any involvement in the conflict between the two sides, lest either faction seize upon it as leverage, plunging the Flower Nation into an international media storm. Thus, after leaving the country, He Along had consistently followed Su-yun's mercenary group as a war correspondent. Now, seeing Suzaku unexpectedly demand he enter the fray himself, confusion instantly clouded his face. As Suzaku pulled a plain token made of an unknown material from his robe and handed it to He Along, he explained. Xuanwu, according to the latest intelligence, the Silver Fox mercenary group Su-yun defeated last night was actually a detachment under the Eagle's seals. Just last night, while your convoy was en route to Gaza, the Silver Fox commander who fled back to base, the former commander, Oligui, and his men were escorted back to the Eagle's nest overnight. All members of the Silver Fox mercenary group have been replaced by another SEAL team unit. Su-yun crippling the Silver Fox mercenary group has completely alienated Eagle Squad. The commander fears Su-yun may become a target for the Eagle in upcoming operations, hence the order for you to intervene. For a soldier, obedience to orders is the highest duty. He alone had been unconditionally prepared to step in the moment Zhu K produced the ancient token. When he learned that the famed Silver Fox mercenary group was actually a subordinate SEAL team of Eagle Sauce, he was overcome with rage. The Eagle is utterly shameless. As the world's leading superpower, it's the first to violate UN regulations. Enough, Xuanwu. Here's your gear. Get changed. Zhu K pushed a brand new set of gear toward He Along. He Along gazed at the high-tech gear in his hands, his heart filled with profound emotion. His nation truly cared deeply for these warriors fighting abroad. Wow! Suzaku, this is SSSS grade gear. Way better than what we've been using before. He Along examined the gear inside the box, his face beaming with excitement as he eagerly began studying it. The surrounding Baba Sheep soldiers witnessed this scene and began whispering among themselves. Look at their gear, it seems like new weapons from the Eastern superpower. That red-haired woman is incredible, she even managed to get her hands on such high-grade gear. I heard they're the top mercenary group from the flower-planting nation. Their commander is even called Empress Su. Her solo combat prowess is said to rival nuclear weapons. Seriously? One person can match a nuclear weapon? You bet it's true. The bread you're eating right now? He hijacked 4 military supply trucks from the Golden Oriole faction and drove them all the way from their rear lines to our Gaza City. I also heard he wiped out 2 mercenary groups single-handedly during that run. Taking out 2 mercenary groups by himself? That can't be possible. Why wouldn't it be possible? My cousin is the one specifically in charge of assigning missions to their mercenary group. He just registered with my cousin not long ago. How could that be fake?
As the others murmured among themselves, Soo-yun finished organizing the new gear and looked up at Ju-kei.
Besides delivering the equipment, is there anything else? Ju-kei's eyes flickered as his tone turned serious.
The commander wishes for Xuanwu and me to temporarily join your mercenary group, operating as international mercenaries. Furthermore, the commander wishes you to complete your current mission as swiftly as possible, while also ensuring the safety of Miss Bingbing.
Soo-yun pondered for a moment before offering a faint smile.
I'll do my best to bring this farce to an end sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, viewers in the livestream exploded with excitement upon witnessing this scene.
Holy crap, SSSS grade gear just dropped.
I heard only China's latest J-20 fighter jets got SSSS rated, and now our Emperor Su's wielding SSSS grade weapons too.
This is insane. Big Brother Su is so awesome. Our country's high-tech really is no joke. I love watching this kind of high-tech crushing the enemy. So satisfying. Speaking of which, does that Suzaku beauty have a thing for Emperor Su? Look at the treatment he's getting, wow. The poster above hit the nail on the head. But I think Suzaku is more like the Emperor's guardian.
After all, she's got the power to back it up and personally delivered the equipment. Soon it was time to assemble. All the squad members gathered at the meeting point, and seeing a red-haired beauty suddenly appear beside Soo-yun, they were all filled with curiosity.
Captain, who's this woman?
She's got some serious fire.
Totally my type. Hey, beautiful, got a boyfriend? If not, wonder if I stand a chance.
As deputy leader of the Su Huang mercenary group, Du Fu Longer was the first to address Suzaku, his tone tinged with playful teasing.
Du Fu Longer knew full well that Soo-yun never pursued romantic relationships during missions.
The sudden appearance of this woman surely meant she had little to do with Soo-yun.
Moreover, their current mission was to harass the Daisheng birds' rear lines and sever their supply lines.
To conclude this mission, they could either terminate it prematurely but face massive penalty fees or wait for a complete ceasefire between the two sides. The duration of such a ceasefire was unpredictable. It could last anywhere from a few months to several years. Thus, the energetic Du Fu Longer had resigned himself to a long period of bachelorhood. But when he saw the stunningly beautiful Ju-kei beside Soo-yun, especially the ample curves beneath her attire, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Before Soo-yun could respond to Du Fu Longer's teasing, Ju-kei rose to her feet first and coldly dismissed him with disdain.
Only someone who can defeat me is worthy of being my man. If you want to pursue me, let's settle it with a contest first. As she spoke, Ju-kei's gaze drifted subtly toward Soo-yun. Chapter 41, A New Target.
After Ju-kei finished speaking, Du Fu Longer paused in surprise before bursting into laughter.
Lady, you're feisty and fiery, I like that. With that, Du Fu Longer prepared to step into the arena for a duel with Ju-kei.
Seeing this, Soo-yun smiled faintly, patted Du Fu Longer on the shoulder, and said, "Alright, Longer, put those little thoughts of yours aside.
This is Suzaku, one of the 4 great soldiers of the Flower Clan.
She and Genbu will be joining our mercenary group and acting alongside us from now on."
What? One of the 4 great soldiers is joining our mercenary group? And they'll be working alongside us? Du Fu Longer and the other members stared at Soo-yun in stunned disbelief.
Just then, a military jeep bearing the emblem of Baba Sheep Nation pulled up before them. Bingbing and photographer Xiao Zhao pushed open the door and stepped out. The moment Bingbing stepped out, her eyes immediately fell upon Ju-kei standing side by side with Soo-yun. A subtle pang of jealousy flashed through her heart, but she quickly composed herself. Approaching Soo-yun, she asked, "Soo-yun, who is this?" Seeing Bingbing and photographer Xiao Zhao return to the group, Soo-yun nodded first before introducing Ju-kei to them.
Ju-kei was sent by the higher-ups at Zhenghua family specifically to protect the two of you.
After a brief pause, Soo-yun continued. "There's a bit of trouble now, but it's not too serious.
I'll handle it. For your safety, Ju-kei and Xuanwu will temporarily join my mercenary group under the guise of international mercenaries. Protect them? But we're here too. We're a mercenary group.
Protecting high-value targets is what we do best." Upon hearing that the Flower Nation had dispatched another elite soldier, Suzaku, Shiraolong,
Schwarzenegger's mouth twitched involuntarily.
He felt the Flower Nation's higher-ups were underestimating them. After all, their mercenary group was the world's top mercenary group. Protecting 2 Flower Nation citizens was a piece of cake. A sharp gleam flashed in Suzaku's eyes as she replied coldly, "The Silver Fox mercenary group you crippled last night was actually Eagle's SEAL team. Last night, their entire mercenary group from the commander down to every member underwent a complete overhaul. Moreover, the unit deployed this time is the most combat-proven squad under the SEALs. Therefore, the commander feared our citizens might face danger abroad and ordered me to rush over for emergency support."
Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Holy crap, Commander, you're awesome. You took down the Eagle SEALs last night?
Commander, you're not that snake your ancestors worshipped, the one with 4 legs, yeah, the one from the adding legs to a snake legend incarnate, right?
How the hell did you pull that off?
Upon learning Su-yun had wiped out the Eagles SEAL team last night, a group of comrades began expressing their admiration in broken flower family dialect. Get lost. Longer, if you keep misusing idioms, you'll learn what adding legs to a snake really means. Feeling Su-yun's displeased glare, Dufu Longa shuddered violently and immediately raised his hands in surrender.
Sorry, Commander. I just wanted to express my admiration for you like a bursting dike, flowing endlessly. As Dufu Longer's fawning words left his mouth, the expressions of the Chinese group shifted from puzzlement and confusion to suppressed laughter. Longer, I think you should find a new teacher for your Chinese lessons. Bing Bing stifled her laughter as she teased Dufu Longer. Meanwhile, after donning the gear brought by Zhu Kei, Xia Long Schwarzenegger looked even more energetic and excitedly said to Su-yun. Captain, with a master like Miss Zhu Kei joining us, our combat strength is bound to surge significantly. Night fell once more over Gaza City, its lights dim and scattered, a desolate scene of post-war ruin.
Su-yun led his fully prepared team, ready to strike once more.
What's our target tonight?
Suzaku looked at Su-yun, her tone cool and resolute. Su-yun smiled faintly, a sly gleam in his eyes.
Since Eagle has entered the fray, we'll give them an even bigger surprise. Tension instantly gripped the squad.
Every member understood this would be a brutal fight but also a chance to prove their worth and make a name for themselves.
Move out.
With Su-yun's command, the squad vanished silently into the night, leaving behind only the deserted streets and the murmuring civilians.
Did you hear?
The Su Emperor Mercenary Corps is about to make another big move.
That red-haired woman is one of their teammates too. Even the flower-planting family sent reinforcements. Just how powerful is this Su Emperor?
Probably some kind of mythical creature descended from the heavens like a snake with 4 legs.
Otherwise, how could they dare confront the Eagle directly?
The bright moon hung in the sky, forcibly splitting the pitch-black night. The group sat in a circle beneath a sand dune, bathed in moonlight, replenishing their food and fresh water.
Everyone, put down what you're holding. I have something to say. Su-yun's voice, neither loud nor soft, halted their movements. All eyes instantly focused on him.
The team members knew Su-yun was about to announce their combat objective for this mission, and they all fell into a tacit silence.
Simultaneously, a wave of anticipation rose within each of them.
In past operations, Su-yun rarely shared the specific objectives of each phase with the team, they simply followed his lead. Only when major moves were afoot would he convene a small meeting with such solemnity, as he did today. After scanning all the members, along with Zhu Kei and Xuanwu, Su-yun spoke softly. Our mercenary group's mission is to harass the rear lines of the Daishang bird, aiming to disrupt their supply logistics as much as possible. However, our mercenary group is too small.
Attacking a few supply wagons is inefficient and severely impacts our commission.
Therefore, I plan to go big, directly destroy the grain warehouses the Golden Orioles have constructed within Baba Sheep territory. Hearing Su-yun deliver these words with such calm detachment, the mercenaries sucked in a collective breath of shock.
Holy crap! True to form for our commander, he always goes big. Destroy their entire grain base. Captain, but the grain base the Hupu built on Baba Sheep territory must be heavily guarded. This is way beyond our mercenary group's capabilities. Yeah, Captain. Our mercenary group only has 5 members. Even with the newly joined Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise, we're still only 7 people. How can we possibly defeat a regular army? And we need explosives to blow up their granaries. We don't have that much explosives. Commander, there are 2 of their military bases near the Daishang Bird granary, along with a mercenary camp on their side. If the granary comes under attack, they'll have reinforcements here within 10 minutes. By then, they'll be pouring all their firepower on us. Chapter 42, Firepower Shortage sees an armory first. Su-yun wasn't a dictator. During mercenary group meetings, he typically presented the key issues for discussion first. Members would speak freely, voicing their thoughts without hesitation. Only when these ideas and opinions were resolved would the entire group steadfastly execute the resolution. This mutual understanding had been forged through repeated rehearsals within the mercenary group. Blowing up the grain silos where the Hupu stored their food would indeed earn a temptingly large bounty. However, this would not only enrage the Hupu's army of Barbary sheep but also make the Su Huang Mercenary Corps the common enemy of all mercenary groups in the Hupu-Barbary sheep conflict. Moreover, the Hupu's granaries were constructed from the world's most robust materials, waterproof, fireproof, and fortified to missile-proof standards. For Su-yun to blow up such a fortress with just a few guns in hand? Even if he worked himself into a frenzy, it was impossible. As Zhu Kei observed Su-yun's mercenaries boasting about their plans without a single one acknowledging their insufficient ammunition reserves, her elegant brows furrowed. She voiced the question on everyone's mind. Su-yun, first off, your idea is sound. But are you aware that the Hupu's grain storage facility is a wartime missile-proof structure? Without sufficient explosives, blowing it up is simply impossible. As soon as Suzaku spoke, the members of the Su Huang Mercenary Corps all smiled silently and turned to look at her. What is this? Suzaku looked utterly bewildered. She didn't think she'd said anything wrong.
Setting aside the fact that the Hupu had stationed 2 military bases at the granary, each housing at least a regiment of troops, the granary's load-bearing walls alone were fireproof, waterproof, and as thick as a person's height. With insufficient explosives, forget about destroying it, you couldn't even scratch the surface. Scout Du Fu Longer, though previously prevented by Su Yun from competing with Zhu Ke, had not been able to prove his superiority. Now, with an opportunity to strike at Zuchua's pride, he wouldn't let it pass. He quickly teased. Since the colonel says we're blowing up the Hupu's grain depot, he must have a way to get enough explosives. You don't need to worry about that. You should be more concerned about how you won't hold us back when the fighting starts. Why don't you give it a shot? Let's see who's really dragging who down. Suzaku sneered coldly, preparing to teach Du Fu Longa a lesson for his repeated disrespect. Bring it on. If I win, you'll have to be my woman. Du Fu Longer let out a savage laugh and started to rise to face Zhu Ke when Su Yun's icy voice suddenly cut through the air. Shall I pause the meeting until you two finish your duel? Zhu Ke, unfamiliar with Su Yun, heard the faint threat in his voice and didn't think much of it. Instead, it was Du Fu Longer, the arrogant, rebellious fighter who had vowed to defeat Zhu Ke and make her his woman, who broke out in a cold sweat. He hastily waved his hands, quickly composing himself, his posture as upright as a schoolboy in class. Commander, no need. Go ahead, I'm listening intently. Zhu Ke, who had already risen to her feet, fists clenched and ready to strike, was utterly astonished to see Du Fu Longa acting more like a schoolboy before Su Yun than the schoolboy himself. Before arriving, she had thoroughly investigated every member of Su Yun's mercenary group. Du Fu Longa ranked 3rd on the International Mercenary Individual Combat Strength rankings. Even she wasn't entirely confident she could defeat him outright. That such a madman would act so docile in front of Su Yun only deepened Zhu Ke's curiosity about him. She grew increasingly eager to face him in combat, to gauge his true strength. My apologies, I forgot there was a new recruit in the group. It's my fault. Seeing Zhu Ke and Du Fu Longer return to their seats, Su Yun spoke calmly. The explosives issue is easily resolved. Here, there's a military arsenal belonging to the Hupu. Su Yun pointed to a spot on the map, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as a faint smile touched his face. Duff Longer, Shia LaBeouf, Jason Statham, and Dwayne Johnson all exchanged glances at Su Yun's expression, their faces saying, I knew you'd pull this. Zhu Ke and he alone, codenamed Xuanwu, looked utterly bewildered as they followed Su Yun's finger to the marked location on the map. You just said you want to rob the Daizeng Neo armory? With just the few of us? Suzaku and he alone shuddered simultaneously. What's so surprising about that? This is standard procedure for the commander. Last time we were on a mission in Japan, the commander led us to raid one of their armories and used explosives from it to blow up half of their shrine. Then we were chased by the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force for half a month. Just thinking about it still gives me the chills. Still, despite their trembling, Zhu Ke and he alone carefully considered Su Yun's question. Gathering enough ammunition to obliterate a missile-proof grain silo. And we'd have to face the frenzied counterattacks of 3 military bases simultaneously. Holy! Just the few of them? Zhu Ke and he alone exchanged glances, seeing the word impossible written in each other's eyes. Even the regular forces of the flower-planting nation would require at least a division-level unit to pull off such a military operation. Colonel Su, if we want to achieve our mission objectives, we'll probably need to get our hands on a few armored tanks. He alone mentally assessed the enemy's strength before offering a wry smile. The moment the words left his mouth, he alone felt every pair of eyes in the Su Huang mercenary corps instantly fix on him. Ha? What's going on? Why are they all staring at me? Did I say something wrong? Just as he alone was filled with confusion, Su Yun shot him an appreciative glance. Impressive. Truly worthy of being one of the 4 great war gods of the flower-planting clan. Sharp as attack, grasping things instantly. He alone should have been delighted to receive praise from Su Yun, but seeing the exasperated looks on every member of the Su Huang mercenary corps, he couldn't muster any joy. Why does this guy have to talk so much? All we need is enough explosives. Why bring up the most sensitive topic and insist on tanks? Don't you know the commander's temperament? If he gets the urge, he might just get a few tanks to play around with. Meanwhile, he alone was back up the bewilderment tree, picking bewilderment fruit, stuck in that bewildered state between you and me. Had he said something wrong? Zhu Ke, seated beside him, felt a sinking sensation in her heart as she caught the peculiar glances from the members of the Su Huang mercenary corps. Realizing something, her beautiful brows furrowed once more. Su Yun had already pointed his finger at the location on the map they had just discussed. Here, he said, is a staging ground for the Hupu army's advance. Besides several military attack helicopters parked inside, there are also over a dozen of the Hupu military's latest tanks. I'll take one of the military helicopters. Each of you take a tank. Blow up the rest. After Su Yun finished speaking, everyone present including Bing Bing and photographer Xiao Zhao froze in stunned silence. Chapter 43, I am the Iron Dome System. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Su Yun's eyes burned with unwavering resolve, as if everything was under his complete control. He scanned the room, noticing every pair of eyes fixed on him, and offered a faint smile. Don't worry. I've got this.
ING got it under control.
After Suyun declared he had everything under control, Bing Bing, photographer Xiao Zhao, Zhuke, and Xuanwu all looked utterly speechless. They finally grasped Suyun's logic. To earn more commission, he needed to broker a ceasefire between the two sides in a short time. That meant blowing up the Hupu's supply transit station, cutting off their food supply to the Gaza forces, and forcing them to withdraw. But to blow up a missile-proof structure required massive amounts of explosives.
What if there wasn't enough explosives? Raid a military base. You want this bunch of guys with submachine guns to go take out tanks? Is this something a human mind could conceive? Suzaku's handsome brows furrowed once more. Suyun, are you certain your plan will succeed? Doubt was written all over Suzaku's face.
This kind of mission had escalated to the level where only a full military unit could accomplish it. It was absolutely beyond what a few mercenaries like them could achieve.
Lady, I don't think you understand our captain's capabilities. If the captain says it's no problem, then it absolutely is no problem.
Before Zhuke could finish her doubtful words, Du Longer suddenly interjected from the side.
Ha! That's a military base right across from us. You're saying he can?
Seeing Du Longer still had the nerve to argue with her at a time like this, Suzaku scolded him sharply. But before she could finish her sentence, she noticed every member of the Su Huang mercenary corps had fallen deep in thought.
Panic instantly gripped her heart. Were they all out of their minds? Is there even any need to think about this?
How could Suyun possibly take down a small military base equipped with tanks and armed helicopters all by herself?
Suzaku screamed inwardly, utterly baffled.
How could these mercenaries ranked among the world's top 10 elite fighters blindly believe such a blatantly flawed plan?
Captain Suyun, I need to confirm something. Are you here purely for the mercenary bounty, or are you secretly helping Baba Yang take down Dai Xingniao?
At this critical juncture, he alone timidly asked. He had carefully considered the situation. He realized that if Suyun truly destroyed the Hupu Bird's small military base and then used tanks and aircraft to bomb their grain storage facilities, it would undoubtedly provoke a furious counterattack from the Hupu's Gaza frontline forces. With their current strength, facing the Hupu frontline forces of over 100,000 troops, they wouldn't even be enough to fill someone's teeth. They'd be torn to shreds in minutes, leaving not a trace behind.
Does my expression look like I'm joking? Suyun responded coolly to He Alone. You.
He Alone stammered for a moment, seeing Suyun genuinely didn't seem to be joking. His heart sank, but he stubbornly pressed on with another question he believed couldn't be ignored and was absolutely impossible to resolve. Commander Suyun, as far as I know, every Dai Xingniao tank and armed helicopter is equipped with GPS tracking linked to their satellites.
Standard jamming equipment is useless against it.
Just suppose. And we actually managed to take out that small military base and drive away their armed helicopters and tanks.
But the moment we make a move, the Hupu's command center will pinpoint our exact location through GPS. What if they then send fighter jets to bomb us?
Worse still, what if they skip the fighters and just launch a long-range missile?
What then? As soon as He Alone posed this critical question, all eyes turned back to Suyun.
Suyun casually replied. Don't worry, I've already considered this issue. That's precisely why I want to station the armed helicopters at a military base. Once I get those armed helicopters up and running, I can intercept not just fighter jets, but even long-range missiles.
Hearing this answer, everyone collectively sucked in a cold breath. Whoa! Was Suyun implying he was a human air-to-air and air-to-ground ballistic missile defense system? He could intercept every single missile?
Even the Iron Dome, touted as one of Earth's strongest air defense systems and the crown jewel of the Larks, couldn't claim to intercept every single shell.
And you?
Before He Alone could ask further, Suyun spoke with measured calm.
Alright, time is running short. Let's proceed to the vote. Are we doing this or not?
Shuke and He Alone instantly relaxed at the mention of a vote. Thankfully, Suyun retained a shred of rationality, preserving this voting stage. They were certain that even the most reckless and fearless members of the Su Emperor Mercenary Corps would never agree to Suyun's plan.
Sure enough, Du Longer was the first to grumble. Hey, Captain, why do your tactics and strategies always sound so outlandish whenever we meet? Can't you just come up with normal mercenary tasks and tactics?
Every meeting is like a roller coaster ride, heart-pounding and terrifying.
After this mission, I'm definitely getting my heart checked out by a doctor.
Du Longer muttered, a wry smile on his face, slowly raising his hand.
Agreed. Ha? You agree?
Suzaku, seeing Du Longer actually agree to Suyun's seemingly absurd and wildly outlandish idea, leapt to his feet, ready to protest. But then he noticed the rest of the Su Huang Mercenary Corps members rising one by one, each voicing their approval.
Let's do it.
After this job, I'm treating myself to 3 girls, no, 5.
I'm not shortchanging myself. Captain, you didn't even need to ask us about this. Just decide. I agree too. Chasing millions in bounties is too much hassle. The payout gets split too thin. If we're going in, let's go big. Captain, you absolutely must intercept every single Hupu missile.
I just bought an island full of lowless all 16 or 17 years old and haven't even had a chance to enjoy them yet. Every member of the Su Huang Mercenary Corps felt like they were dreaming when they realized what they were actually voting on.
A mercenary group deciding the outcome of entire wars? It was impossible to even imagine.
They must have hooked up with some big shot or stumbled upon Su Yun, their commander. Bing Bing and photographer Xiao Zhao were still in a daze.
Holy! Unbelievable! Absolutely insane. A mercenary group with only 5 members, 7 if you don't count Zhu and Xuanwu, is going to raid the Hupu's military base? And blow up their grain storage right under the noses of the heavily guarded Hupu forces? Then face the furious counterattack of over 100,000 frontline troops while the Hupu occasionally fire long-range missiles at you? How thrilling is that supposed to be? How insane is that? Chapter 44. All I need is 50 million to make the Hupu retreat. I can make the Hupu withdraw.
After a rollercoaster-like, heart-pounding meeting concluded, Bing Bing and photographer Xiao Zhao stared in disbelief as mercenary squad members began making pre-battle preparations in small groups, meticulously checking their gear and ammunition.
Faintly, they could overhear snippets of conversation among the mercenaries.
The commander said this is a surprise attack light loadout, minimal heavy weapons. Sherlong Schwarzenegger, you'd better leave that big pineapple behind. As Sherlong Schwarzenegger polished his big pineapple, Jason Statham teased him from the side, trying to lighten the tense atmosphere before the big battle.
Off. My big pineapple isn't heavy weaponry, it's clearly a small handgun.
Look at your sniper rifle, heavy and long as hell.
Why don't you leave that thing behind? Schwarzenegger shot back without hesitation. I say we pack more grenades. We're outnumbered. Once the firefight starts, no amount of big pineapples will be enough. We'll need these guys. Dwayne Johnson pulled a dozen grenades from his military pack and clipped them to his waist.
He then nodded toward Arnold Schwarzenegger and Jason Statham, inserting himself into their conversation. That base has at least a platoon of soldiers.
Your measly little toys won't cut it. Forget it, we're taking rocket launchers straight up there.
Nothing can't be solved with one shot.
If it can't, then we just fire another one.
Duff Longer, clearly delighted, ran his fingers over the gleaming barrel with obvious satisfaction.
Bull. The moment you fire the thing, you'll be heard 2 miles away. This is a surprise attack. Got that? The kind where we can't afford to be spotted.
One shot from your thing and we're screwed, no sneak attack, just a straight-up showdown.
Shia LaBeouf. Schwarzenegger shot Duff
Longer a mocking glance, then couldn't resist smacking his lips in derision.
With your IQ, your deputy commander? The commander must have been drinking fake booze that day, how else could he pick you as deputy? You've got 0 brain cells. Off, Schwarzenegger. You're the one with no brains, your whole family's brainless. Besides, why can't I be deputy commander? I'm ranked 3rd on the mercenary combat effectiveness list. What gives you, ranked 6th, the right to question me? Duff Longer heard Sherlong Schwarzenegger's rant and immediately flew off the handle.
He tossed his rocket launcher to the ground, rubbing his fists together, ready to spar with Schwarzenegger to show him why he deserved the deputy position.
Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. If you lose, you hand over the deputy commander position to me.
Schwarzenegger, too impatient to wipe his beloved big pineapple, stood up immediately, ready to challenge Longer. Jason Statham and The Rock saw the two about to fight and their eyes lit up instantly.
Whoever wins gets to be deputy commander, right? Count us in too. We want to be deputy commander too.
Hearing this, Dwayne Johnson roared at Jason Statham and The Rock with fury.
You two ranked 7th and 10th want to be deputy commander? Dream on. Come on, I'll let all 3 of you come at me at once.
In the livestream, viewers had just watched the group organizing their weapons, expecting another battle to commence. But the next second, this mercenary crew actually started bickering amongst themselves.
Holy, what's going on? Why are they fighting? Damn, this is getting messy. We haven't even seen any fighting yet and now they're turning on each other? And it's just over the deputy commander position? Seriously, is fighting over the deputy commander even worth it? Shouldn't they be fighting over the commander position? Dude, are you kidding me? My great Emperor Su is their commander-in-chief?
They'd need the strength to even compete.
Whoa, these guys are seriously impressive. They're all top-tier mercenaries ranked in the top 10 for individual combat prowess. Back home, they'd be considered elite soldiers or war gods. Put.
You upstairs, you're just. No matter how strong they are, they're still members of my great Su Emperor's regiment. Look at the expressions on their faces, they seem dead serious, not like they're messing around.
We can't let them fight. Su Huang, hurry up and stop them.
Netizens watched in stunned silence as the 4 mercenaries of the Su Huang mercenary group exchanged words before suddenly locking horns.
What the hell is this?
Seeing the 4 men about to get serious, Zhu Ke and he alone grew anxious. They quickly glanced at Su Yun, hoping he would swiftly stop the internal conflict. After waiting roughly a minute, Su Yun calmly glanced at the 4 men and said expressionlessly,
"Fight. Whoever wins among you will face me in a duel. If you defeat me, I will relinquish the position of captain to you."
Su Yun's emotionless words instantly sent a chill down the spines of the 4, their raised fists suddenly going limp.
Captain, we wouldn't dare challenge you for the position. We were just messing around.
Du Fu Longer hurriedly explained, begging for mercy. Joking aside, even 10 more of their caliber wouldn't stand a chance against Su Yun.
Pitting the 4 of them against Su Yun in a one-on-one fight? That'd be like ants trying to shake a dragon. You say it's just for fun? Well, I'd like to play around with you lot too. Su Yun sneered mockingly at the 3 of them. You have 2 choices. Either head to the vicinity of the Hupu military base shortly and wait for my signal at the perimeter. When I give the signal, you can join the fray. Or, you can challenge me to a duel right now.
A mischievous grin spread across Su Yun's face as he added. Don't worry, I certainly won't kill you. After all, you're my dear, beloved, most cherished squad members. At most, I'll take half your lives. Amidst Su Yun's sinister chuckles, Du Fu Longer, Shilong Schwarzenegger, Daesan Johnson, and Jason Stan Chen wailed in unison. Captain, please don't. Why do you have to pull this stunt before every major battle? It makes us feel like we're not even part of this. Su Yun merely stood by, coldly watching their wails without uttering a word. Seeing Su Yun protect them once again, each of them felt like crying but couldn't, trapped in a helpless situation. After wailing for a while, seeing Su Yun's resolve was unshakable, they all felt resentment welling up inside. Turning their heads, they roared furiously at Du Fu Longer and charged at him. Now we finally get why the commander made you deputy. You're brainless. Why the hell do you always have to stir up trouble right before a major battle? This is the 3rd time. The 3rd time. You bastard, we've been spectators 3 times now. Facing the mob's ferocious attack, Du Fu Longer felt both guilty and overwhelmed. 2 fists couldn't fight 6 hands. Under the relentless assault from Shiraolong, Schwarzenegger, and the others, he quickly lost his footing and was pinned down beneath them. Amidst the chaos, Su Yun pulled out his satellite phone and dialed a number. On screen, viewers heard Su Yun's first words after connecting the call. Hello, this is Su Yun. For 50 million in commission, I can make Dai Xingyao's frontline troops vanish entirely from Gaza City within a week. Chapter 45, only 1 man needed to take the base. On this end, the senior officer of the Baba Sheep forces in Gaza City swallowed hard several times upon hearing Su Yun say that 50 million would be enough to make the Hupu withdraw its troops. If this had been any other mercenary commander. No. Even if Baba Yang's highest wartime commander had said this, he wouldn't have believed it. But these words came from Su Yun, the man who single-handedly helped establish the Republic of Makra for RAF. He couldn't help but be tempted. Mr. Su, you're serious about this, right? The people of Gaza City can't endure another deception. We're on the brink of despair. The senior Baba Yang officer choked back tears, unable to speak as hope washed over him. After about a minute, he finally composed himself and spoke in a hoarse voice. Mr. Su, your contractual relationship with Baba Yang now shifts from task-based employment to wartime employment. I'll send you the amended contract immediately. As for how you plan to force the Hupu to withdraw within a week, you needn't share your strategy with us. Additionally, should you succeed, we will transfer the full 50 million yuan to your account as stipulated in the contract. Hearing Baba Yang's senior officer finally concede, Su Yun's eyes narrowed instantly. War hire, that was precisely the purpose of his call. Currently, all mercenary groups in Gaza City operate under task-based contracts. Gaza City issues the mission, they carry it out, and upon completion, they collect the corresponding commission. War mercenaries, however, were different. As long as they inflicted significant losses on the Hupu military operations, they could collect the mission fee. How they carried out the operation was not subject to Gaza City's control. Having secured what he sought, Su Yun shook off the gloom that had settled over him after losing a squad of Barbary sheep soldiers. His mood brightened once more. Outside Gaza City, within the Hupu's blockade zone, the Silver Fox Mercenary Corps' new leader, Olio, arrived with several members at the site where their former comrade had clashed with Su Yun. Olio stared at the scattered limbs littering the ground, his eyelid twitching. My useless brother wasn't lying? That bastard actually carried a splitter sniper cannon while chasing them down? At the mention of that bastard, the active duty Silver Fox members clenched their jaws, their eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty glint. As the most elite squad currently active within the Eagle SEAL Commando unit, their mission was to completely annihilate Su Yun's Su Huang Mercenary Corps. Recalling their mission, Oreo opened the military map to check their current location, then spoke with a savage grin. Su Yun, clean your ass and wait for me. I'll make sure you die in the most gruesome way possible. 2 a.m. the hour when humans are most exhausted and least vigilant. Su Yun and his group lay concealed behind a small hill 10 kilometers from the Dai Xingniao military outpost. Su Yun calmly issued his first order to his mercenaries. Inspect equipment. Prepare to execute the plan. The mercenary squad members began their final preparations upon receiving the order. Beside them, Zhu Ke glanced at Bing Bing, who was nearly suffocating from tension, and the cameraman Xiao Xiao. Her beautiful brows furrowed. They were merely accompanying Su Yun for an interview, possessing virtually zero combat capability. There was no way they could be brought along for this operation. Miss Bing Bing, Mr. Zhao, once the fighting starts, you two must stay hidden here.
Do not move around carelessly, it will be extremely dangerous. Suzaku warned Bingbing sternly. But we still have filming to do.
Seeing Suyun's large-scale military operation as a perfect opportunity to gather footage, Bingbing was about to protest. But before she could speak, Suzaku pulled a small, metallic-looking sphere from his military bag and introduced it.
Miss Bingbing, this is the latest automatic tracking recording sphere developed by Zhonghua Corporation.
It transmits real-time footage of the target's movements and every word spoken. Its effective transmission range is within 10 kilometers, and this location falls precisely within that range. By hiding here, you'll be able to receive live footage of our operation. As Suzaku explained, she operated a control panel on the device before slipping it into Bingbing's arms. Bingbing examined the device in her arms with curiosity, turning it over in her hands. Bingbing was unaware that capturing Suyun with this tiny metal sphere was one of Zhuchua's missions here. Behind this lay the high-level attention the Flower family was paying to Suyun. 10 minutes later, with all final preparations complete, the Su Huang mercenary corps assembled into squads. Suyun leapt onto the first jeep, once again sitting cross-legged on the roof, and waved lightly to his comrades. Let's go to work. Under the cover of night, 2 jeeps carrying the tense yet excited members of the Su Huang mercenary group drove silently toward the pitch-black Hupu base. Suyun sat cross-legged on the roof, cradling a small black box roughly the size of a laptop. 2 long antennas protruded from its top, which could be unfolded to reveal a small control panel. This was a gift specially delivered to him by the high-ranking officials of Zhonghua through Zhuke. Don't be fooled by its small size. If placed on the black market, its price could easily exceed half of Suyun's mission commission. It was also a gesture of goodwill from the Zhonghua family's high-ranking officials towards Suyun. Do not underestimate this device. Its true purpose lies in temporarily blocking signal transmission across an entire area. It even evades detection on satellite maps. Such a device could only be deployed by organized units at the brigade level or higher within the Flowering family. Moreover, such units must be elite divisions within the Zhonghua family's forces. Ordinary, non-elite divisions are not permitted to use such equipment during peacetime. Shuke sat in the passenger seat of the second jeep, her eyes fixed on Suyun through the windshield, never wavering. Xuanwu, do you think Suyun would use that thing? Suzaku's face betrayed a hint of curiosity. After all, the device in Suyun's hands was notoriously cumbersome and complex to operate. Even she, who had spent half a month specifically learning its procedures, couldn't maximize its potential, barely managing to shield an area within 3 kilometers at best. Maybe. It's possible. He long stared at the vehicle, his tone brimming with certainty. Meanwhile, Suyun had already opened the system panel in his mind and located the exchange skill slot for the hacking mastery he needed. Hacker mastery, capable of operating, hacking into and controlling all intelligence systems. Exchange price, 20,000 skill points. The moment Suyun saw the required points, he winced inwardly. In the system, 1 skill point equaled 10,000 Zhonghua coins. This single skill would consume all the part-time earnings he'd painstakingly accumulated over an entire vacation. Expensive as it was, Suyun still topped up the system with 200 million Zhonghua coins in exchange for the hacking mastery skill. After all, this metal sphere could temporarily jam the distress signal being transmitted from the Hupu bird base. After the exchange, a blue glow of data flashed in Suyun's eyes. Moments later, his hands began flying across the control panel. As his hands danced across the keys, strings of cryptic code scrolled across the blue control panel. Another 10 minutes passed. When they were just 2 kilometers from their mission objective, Suyun's fingers finally stopped dancing. He tapped lightly on the driver's side window, signaling to Dishur Johnson that it was time to stop and prepare for action. Chapter 46, Solo Raid on Enemy Territory. Under the pitch-black night sky, the Su Huang mercenary group's jeep silently came to a halt in a concealed spot 2 kilometers from the Daizhengneo armory. Suyun leapt down from the roof. The small black box in his arms glowed with a faint yet steady blue light, as if foretelling the high-tech showdown about to unfold. Captain, all systems ready, reported Dishur Johnson in a low voice. His gaze, along with that of the other mercenaries, was fixed on the mysterious device in Suyun's hands, their eyes filled with both nervous anticipation and excitement for the unknown. Good. Stay put and rest. I'll jam the signals within this base. Suyun's steady voice cut through the quiet night with remarkable clarity as his fingers danced nimbly across the black box. Shuke watched Suyun's movements intently, inwardly marveling, just how many incredible technologies does this guy possess? In the distance, several patrolling Hupu soldiers strolled by carelessly, utterly unaware of the shadow of death and destruction creeping toward them. Suddenly, the signals on their communicators vanished simultaneously. Confusion spread across their faces as they turned to each other, asking what had happened. What the hell? Why did the communicators lose signal? One soldier tapped his device anxiously. Mine too. Is there some kind of malfunction? Another soldier looked utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Suyun had already activated his hacking skills, successfully infiltrating the Hupu military arsenal's surveillance system and beginning to systematically disable its defense mechanisms. On the screen, rows of warning lights instantly shifted from red to green, illuminating his path to victory like stars.
After dismantling the Hupu base's defenses, Suyun calmly handed the black box in his hand to Juke. Hold on to this for me. I'll be back soon. Bathed in the bright moonlight, Juke stared at Suyun's expression as calm and carefree as if he were visiting a friend's home and froze for a moment. Commander Suyun, are you certain you're going to take down that base alone? Juke couldn't help but double-check. A mysterious smile curved Suyun's lips as he replied confidently. Of course. You just need to provide backup from the perimeter. Dufu Longer, observing Suyun's unwavering expression, couldn't resist teasing him. Commander, you're not planning another solo charge into enemy territory, are you? Going solo into enemy territory, that's a pretty good flowery way of putting it. And yes, that's exactly what I plan to do. Suyun's words were accompanied by a gaze that blended cunning and resolve, leaving everyone speechless. Under the cover of a moonless night and howling winds, Suyun ventured deep into the Dicing Bird military arsenal area alone. His figure vanished like a ghost into the night, leaving behind a group of stunned teammates. Meanwhile, Bing Bing and cameraman Xiao Zhao stared intently at the monitor. The feed showed Suyun, alone, breaking through the Hupu's defenses at an unbelievable speed, charging straight toward the core of the armory. My god, is this real? Bing Bing's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Suyun's abilities have left me utterly speechless once again. Xiao Zhao, the cameraman, was equally speechless, his camera capturing every heart-stopping moment. Meanwhile, inside the Hupu military armory, soldiers continued to grumble about their communication devices suddenly losing signal, completely unaware of the impending danger. Suyun had silently approached his target. Like a cat, he deftly evaded all surveillance equipment, slipping unnoticed into an unoccupied corner. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from within the armory, followed by terrified screams and the clatter of frantic footsteps. From their distant vantage point, members of the Su Huang mercenary corps witnessed a tank driven by Suyun bursting out of the fire-engulfed armory. A series of pinpoint explosions followed, relentlessly dismantling the Stork base's defensive installations. Holy crap, Commander Suyun is seriously defying the heavens. He Yalong's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Suyun had actually managed to infiltrate enemy territory single-handedly. You'll get used to it. We've seen this kind of scene too many times. Sherlong Schwarzenegger chuckled, patting Yalong on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with admiration and pride for Suyun. The commander single-handedly took down such a massive military facility? That's incredible. 20 minutes later, as Dufu Longer and the others swiftly moved to clean up the battlefield left behind by Suyun, they couldn't help but marvel. Of course. The commander is our great Su Emperor, his prowess is unmatched. Schwarzenegger laughed heartily, already aiming at the next target. Well done, my most beloved commander. Now it's time for my show. Jason Statham gripped his weapon tightly, his face brimming with eager anticipation. Put. Shame on you. Your showtime? The commander single-handedly took out everyone left standing in the base. You just finished them off with a few shots and you call that showtime? Dolph Lundgren hadn't forgotten Jason Statham's earlier provocation. Oomph. If it weren't for this guy and Johnson stirring the pot earlier, I wouldn't have been punished by the commander to just watch and not join the fight. At that very moment, Suyun stood alone in the heart of the Hupu base's munitions depot. Before mountains of explosives, a confident smile curved his lips. Now it's time for us to make the Hupu retreat. Suyun murmured softly, his gaze as piercing as a torch, illuminating the path of battle ahead. Mid-air, rat-a-tat-tat. The twin automatic cannons of the armed helicopters mercilessly illuminated the night sky. 30mm caliber bullets streaked through the air like shooting stars, striking the desert and kicking up vast clouds of dust. Suyun was not a bloodthirsty man. Only after driving every remaining Hupu soldier from the military base did he press the remote detonation button in his hand. As a small mushroom cloud appeared, the Hupu Seoul military transit station near Gaza City vanished completely from the face of the earth. Through the front windshield of the attack helicopter, Suyun quietly admired the mushroom cloud before slowly maneuvering the aircraft to turn around. He then steadily descended, heading toward the direction of his squad members. In the co-pilot seat, Juke's face glowed with excitement. Thrilling. That battle had been absolutely thrilling. Even Suzaku, one of the four great warriors of the Flower family, had never witnessed such a swift, one-sided battle, and the side holding overwhelming superiority consisted of only one person. At this moment, Juke had long cast aside his elite soldier identity, appearing more like a devoted fan of Suyun. Commander Suyun, you can even pilot an armed helicopter? A faint blush spread across Juke's pretty face as her large, almond-shaped eyes blinked rapidly, almost as if they were attached to Suyun's own charming features. Heroes have always loved beauties, and beauties have always loved heroes. Especially heroes who conquered her heart. Who could resist loving them? Suyun seemed oblivious to Juke's burning gaze, merely nodding lightly. It was his first time piloting an armed helicopter, but since he'd just exchanged for the pilot mastery skill, he was now one with the machine. Yeah, I can fly it. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Hearing his words, Juke smiled and nodded frantically. Really? Captain Suyun, you'd really teach me? Hands-on, step by step?
Sensing Suzaku's unusual excitement, he alone, seated behind them, shot her a surprised glance and promptly reminded her.
Suzaku, we're still on a mission. Keep it together. Hearing Hyeolong's untimely remark, Shuke rolled her eyes dramatically at him. Forget it, forget it. We'll talk after the mission's done. But, Captain Soo-yoon, the way you operate that armed helicopter, you look seriously cool. Chapter 47, Report. The Baba Sheep Army is attacking. Amid cheerful laughter, Soo-yoon guided the armed helicopter to a smooth descent, finally landing steadily on a flat sandy patch. As he opened the cabin door, Soo-yoon instructed Shuke in the co-pilot seat. Activate the jammer. Yes, my dear commander. Shuke smiled wryly, gave a playful salute, then opened her combat pack. She retrieved the black box and gently pressed the button on its surface. Once again, Soo-yoon's mercenary squad vanished completely from the satellite maps of every nation on Earth, utterly untraceable. Under the cover of night, the mercenaries advanced through the desert, each man in a tank heading toward the Hoopoe's grain storage base, with Soo-yoon's armed helicopter providing air cover overhead. 6 tanks plus an armed helicopter. This configuration was absolutely formidable firepower in a small-scale war, allowing them to move with complete confidence. Captain, do you think we could sell these tanks for a pretty penny? Duff Longer's excited voice crackled over the communicator. Longer, you're dreaming. The commander has the signal jammer activated right now, which is why we can move so freely. The moment the jammer stops working, it won't take 5 minutes before the Hoopoe long-range strike missiles blow you to smithereens. The communicator crackled with the contemptuous retort of Shia LaBeouf. Pfft, that's only when the jammer isn't working. It's working now, isn't it? What the hell are we afraid of? But gotta admit, this Hoopoe tank handles way better than those lava tanks. Duff Longer was the epitome of carefree recklessness. Soo-yoon valued this trait, which is why he made him deputy commander of the Su-hwang Mercenary Corps. Not only did he liven up the atmosphere, but in critical moments, he always gave Soo-yoon leverage like this raid on Dai Xingniao's small base, keeping them out of the fray. Across the desert, several tanks raced at breakneck speeds, their drivers buzzing with excitement. Longer, Jason, Johnson, and those 2 elite soldiers from the Flower family, let's race and see who's fastest. Schwarzenegger slammed his foot on the accelerator, and the tank he drove instantly roared to life with the thunderous hum of its engine. This is awesome. Let's blast the Hoopoe's supplies with these tanks. Just wait, see who dares block our path now. Holy, we just stole tanks and planes from a military base. Who'd believe that? The commander is so badass and awesome. Driving this tank makes me feel like I could wipe out the entire Dai Xingning bird army. Armed with such overwhelming firepower, the squad members felt like gods themselves, ready to take on the heavens if they dared. But Soo-yoon is the father of the heavenly king himself, they're still his little brothers. Head commander, how's the attack helicopter to fly? Once this mission's over, let me have a go too. Du-fu Longer watched the armed helicopter overhead, swallowing hard with envy. 4 hours later, Soo-yoon raised his wrist to glance at his watch. They were nearly at the designated target location. He spoke slowly. In just over an hour, we'll reach the target location. After all the commotion we caused earlier, the military must be searching everywhere for us. This mission must be swift and decisive, no lingering. Soo-yoon's solemn voice transmitted through the special communicator reached every mercenary's ears. The mercenaries instantly dropped their playful expressions, nodding solemnly in unison. Captain, rest assured. We'll detonate and get out. Captain, with these things, we can hold off an entire Stork tank regiment. We'll get the job done. If we fail, you can blow me up. Duff Longer laid down the gauntlet outright. Longer, blowing you up won't get us $50 million. As soon as Du-fu Longer's voice faded, the communicator instantly filled with the playful chatter of the squad members again. But soon, concern crept into their voices. Captain, you have to watch your own back too. Once the fighting starts, the Hoopoe will definitely send fighter jets. That's when you'll be in the most danger. The squad members knew full well that the moment any commotion arose at the Hoopoe's grain silos, the 2 nearby military bases would frantically reinforce this location. But with these tanks, they'd be fine for the short term. Once the soldiers at those 2 bases realized their firepower was insufficient, they would inevitably call for air support. At that point, the most brutal and perilous battle would be fought in the skies. And awaiting them might be the Hoopoe's long-range firepower strikes. Soo-yoon must not only neutralize all aerial threats but also intercept the Hoopoe's long-range strikes. That was the hardest part. No problem. When the time comes, you can go wild without worry. I said not a single air-to-ground missile would fall, and I mean it. Soo-yoon spoke softly, then glanced at the tank trailing the convoy and added. Juke, your tank carries the host and cameraman. When the battle begins, unless absolutely necessary, keep this tank out of the fray. With only 6 tanks in total, Soo-yoon's single sentence instantly deprived the mercenary group of 1 firepower point. Juke hesitated, clearly wanting to say something. But with Soo-yoon's order standing, she had no choice but to obey. As if sensing her unease, Soo-yoon's calm, reassuring voice came through the communicator at just the right moment. Relax. Nothing's going to happen to me. The person who can take me down hasn't even been born yet. Ha, Commander, you finally spoke the truth. There really is no one in this world who can take you down, not even God himself. As the Su Huang Mercenary Corps approached the Hupu grain and supply depot near Gaza City, a furious roar erupted from the Hupu's frontline command post. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. A squad of elite soldiers couldn't even defeat a 7-man mercenary group hired by Baba Yang.
They not only ambushed us but also stole our aircraft and tanks.
Now you can't even track down where they went? Did you guys grow up eating? They're mercenary scum. Their combat prowess doesn't even match the elite soldiers of the weakest nations, and you can't even track them down? Investigate. Dispatch every available flight squadron. Find them, damn it.
After the furious voice faded, the sound of things being smashed and thrown echoed again.
Have the bombing squad prepare.
I don't mind shaving another meter off Gaza City.
As long as those mercenaries dare flee into Gaza City. The aide's face paled at the commander's order to bomb Gaza City. Trembling, he urgently protested. General, you can't. International public opinion is already stacked against us. The media over in Bear Country are reporting that we're massacring civilians in Gaza City.
Facing the aide's pleas, the commander's anger still simmering, he once again overturned the desk the aide had just tidied up. So what if they report it? As long as we wipe out this mercenary group, what difference does it make if we slaughter every civilian in Gaza City? Chapter 48, That's Not Fair. As the Su Huang Mercenary Corps charged full tilt toward the Hupu supply depot, the entire city of Gaza, both its Baba sheep soldiers and its civilian populace, was gripped by tension and unease. Though unaware of the frontline specifics, everyone sensed the war's presence growing ever more palpable. Did you hear? Last night, a mysterious mercenary squad snatched military equipment from the Hupu and blew up a military base. A Baba sheep soldier on street patrol whispered to his comrade. Seriously? That's the Hupu. The Hupu, touted as the world's second strongest military. How could a mercenary group blow up their base? Which mercenary group is this? They're that formidable? The other soldiers' eyes widened in utter shock. The news spread like wildfire, sparking heated discussions among the populace. If mercenaries this powerful were on our side, maybe we still have a chance this time. Exactly. That mercenary captain is supposedly named Su Yun. I heard he can take out an entire base single-handedly. Just then, a piercing alarm suddenly blared. Gaza City's shrill air raid sirens echoed across the entire city once more. Everyone looked up to see several Hupu fighter jets screeching overhead, diving straight toward the city's outskirts. Look! It's the latest model Hupu fighter. Someone in the crowd cried out in terror. Meanwhile, along the coastline, behind a modest grove of coconut palms, a Daiseng bird elite squad was stationed. Their mission was to guard the Hupu grain reserve base. At that moment, they were basking in the sun. Sir, try this. Freshly picked coconut, super sweet. A soldier in Hupu military uniform presented a coconut to an officer, thoughtfully inserting a straw into it. The Hupu officer casually took the coconut from the soldier's hand, took a sip, and wore an expression of pure enjoyment. Sir, when will those guys on the front lines finally breach Gaza City? We've been stationed here for nearly 3 months now. Seeing his superior in a good mood, the soldier quickly asked with flattery. Why bring up those idiots at the front line out of nowhere? You're ruining the mood. The moment the words front lines reached his ears, the Hupu officer's eyebrows furrowed into an H-shaped frown. Those idiots at the front, why are they slaughtering Gaza City civilians for no reason? Massacring them is one thing. The problem is foreign media caught it on camera. Now look, international public opinion is extremely hostile toward us. Under international pressure, the Supreme Commander has no choice but to order the front lines to slow their advance. The Daiseng now officer's face darkened, the coconut juice in his mouth no longer tasting sweet. The soldier wisely kept quiet, but the next moment, he suddenly exclaimed. Sir, look! There are troops. The officer followed the soldier's pointing finger and spotted several tanks and an armed helicopter heading straight for their base. A look of confusion crossed the officer's face. What are these tanks doing at the base? I haven't received any notification about their arrival. Though puzzled, Officer Daiseng now recognized the tanks and helicopters as his own forces. Without further thought, he ordered the soldier beside him. Drive out to meet them and see. If they have no orders from above, turn them around. Don't let them enter the base. Yes, sir. The soldier received the order and hurried toward a nearby military jeep. Meanwhile, the Su Huang Mercenary Corps had nearly reached their target location. The Hupu supply depot in the distance stood out starkly under the sunlight. Su Yun observed the base through the armed helicopter's targeting scope. Spotting a military jeep approaching from the base's direction, he issued a low command to the Mercenary Corps members via a special communicator. All units, attention. Proceed according to plan. Suzaku, you hold position in the rear. Suzaku pursed his lips, inwardly reluctant, but obeyed Su Yun's command nonetheless. At Su Yun's command, 6 tanks roared like beasts unleashed, charging toward the unsuspecting Hupu supply depot. The military jeep that had been heading straight toward them had already been riddled with bullets from Su Yun's burst of fire. In an instant, the base erupted in a hail of gunfire.
Starling soldiers panicked, scattering in all directions. Enemy attack! Enemy attack!
Mercenaries hired by Baba Yang have hijacked our main battle tanks and armed helicopters and are attacking our base.
Please send reinforcements immediately.
A Hupu communications soldier, who had narrowly escaped by hiding behind cover, watched the scene unfold in horror, his voice trembling with disbelief as he pleaded for help over the radio. Meanwhile, in Gaza City, a senior Bobby Sheep officer who had learned of the battle through secret channels clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with mixed emotions. If Su Yun and his team truly manage to destroy the Hupu's supply base, the tide of this war will turn fundamentally. Charge! Burn everything! Loot everything! Kill everything! Members of the Su Huang Mercenary Corps drove the Hupu's latest main battle tanks, wreaking havoc within the base without restraint. The base's only 2 armored vehicles had been destroyed by Su Yun at the very outset. Above, Su Yun piloted his armed helicopter with agile precision over the Hupu's supply depot. Like a soaring eagle surveying its domain, he prowled the battlefield, plucking enemy commanders from the thick of battle.
In an instant, the Hupu's counterattack forces were utterly suppressed. Report! We've received a distress signal from the supply base at the Gaza City front. Unknown armed forces are launching a fierce assault on our supply base. They possess heavy firepower and an armed helicopter. The anxious voice of the communications officer echoed through the Hupu's frontline command center. What? Unidentified armed forces? And an armed helicopter? Right. It must be those mercenary scum. Immediately notify the units near the supply depot to send reinforcements. I don't care what these mercenaries are, they must be eliminated at all costs. The commander roared, but before his words faded, he saw the surveillance feed from the supply depot. Su Yun's armed helicopter fired a missile at a wall of the storage warehouse piled high with explosives. A blinding white light erupted, the base was obliterated. In that instant, everyone, whether members of the Su Huang Mercenary Corps on the battlefield, the vast online audience closely following the livestream, or the horrified commander Dai Xingya, was profoundly stunned by the power demonstrated by Su Yun and his team. Commander, what do we do now? The base is destroyed, asked Du Fu Longer, his voice tinged with both excitement and concern. Well done. Next. Before Su Yun could finish, an urgent call from Zhu Kei crackled through his headset. Commander Su Yun, we're in trouble. Large numbers of Hupu ground troops and mercenaries are rushing this way. And there's a squadron of Hupu fighter jets too. Chapter 49, Breaking Out. Commander, what do we do now? Du Fu Longer asked anxiously, clearly nervous about the intense combat likely ahead. Su Yun scanned the approaching enemy forces through his scope, his gaze cold and calculating. A faint, wry smile touched his lips. Proceed as planned. You handle the ground forces. I'll deal with the air threat. Remember, our objective is to destroy this base and then withdraw swiftly. Understood, Commander. The squad members responded in unison, taking their positions to prepare for the impending fierce clash. At that moment, among the Daishang bird reinforcements, a mercenary stared wide-eyed at the smoke-filled battlefield in the distance, exclaiming in astonishment. Holy crap! Is that the legendary mercenary squad? They actually destroyed our supply base? Another mercenary looked terrified. That guy piloting the armed helicopter is their commander. I heard he single-handedly took on the entire Silver Fox Mercenary Corps plus Bobby Irock's personal guard. Hearing his men's discussion, the captain of the Oryx mercenaries rushing to reinforce them turned ashen-faced and roared, "Forget that! Concentrate your firepower! We must stop them!" On the base ruins, the rampaging tank crew members also received the order, swiftly adjusting their tactics to build makeshift defenses using the crumbling walls and debris. Miss Suzaku, can he hold them off? Inside Suzaku's tank, Bing Bing asked nervously. Of course. He is Su Yun. There's nothing in this world he can't stop. Suzaku's steady, confident reply came through like a shot of reassurance, instantly calming the anxious hearts of photographers Xiao Xiao and Bing Bing. Meanwhile, in the livestream chat, the moment viewers learned the Su Emperor Mercenary Corps was about to clash with the Hupu army, the chat exploded. He's crazy. Su Yun must be insane. He's actually going up against the entire Hupu army by himself. Wow, Emperor Su is in serious trouble this time. You've got no faith in Emperor Su at all? He just blew up the Hupu bird supply depot a few minutes ago. If they can actually win this battle, then Baba Sheep might just be saved. Oh my god. They're just here for a mercenary job, right? How did things escalate to them going head-to-head with the Hupu army? The Hupu army has been incredibly arrogant these past few years, even shouting slogans like Eagle Chicken is #1 under heaven, it's #2 under heaven. Our great Su Huan should crush their arrogance. Dude, are you blind? How many people are in the Su Huang Mercenary Corps? How many are in the Hupu army in the Hupu aligned mercenary group? No matter how skilled Su Yun is, there's no way he can win. Anyone who dares question our great Emperor Su must be a spy. I'm reporting. Inside the Hupu frontline command center, the commander's face darkened as he barked orders, at any cost, annihilate those mercenaries. Not a single one must leave this battlefield alive.
As the Hoopu reinforcements drew nearer, the intertwining fire from both sides filled the battlefield air with the thick stench of gunpowder. Soo-yun piloted his armed helicopter like a cheetah weaving through the dense hail of bullets, striking the enemy's weak points with pinpoint accuracy. On the ground, members of the Su Huang Mercenary Corps, driven by tenacious will and superior tactics, successfully repelled wave after wave of the Hoopu's fierce assaults.
Commander, the enemy's assault is overwhelming. Our ammunition is running critically low. Du Fu longer shouted.
Gritting his teeth, Soo-yun watched the advancing Golden Oriole armored units through his sights and ordered in a low voice, "Hold your ground.
I'll create an opening for you."
Before his words faded, Soo-yun abruptly piloted his aircraft skyward, charging straight toward a dozen or so of the Hoopu's armored vehicles.
Commander, it's dangerous. The commander is going to take the enemy down with him.
Just as everyone gasped in shock, utterly bewildered, the next instant revealed Soo-yun skillfully exploiting terrain and speed to redirect a missile toward the command vehicle amidst the armored convoy.
What is the colonel doing? Has he lost his mind? Du Fu stared in disbelief.
In that life or death instant, the missile struck the command vehicle with pinpoint accuracy, triggering a chain reaction of explosions that disabled over a dozen armored vehicles in succession. This scene not only sent waves of excitement through the Su Huang Mercenary Corps members but also had netizens in distant Zhonghua cheering with joy. It left the Dai Xingniao military utterly stunned.
Commander Soo-yun, he actually pulled it off.
Zhu Ke gazed at the fiery sky with admiration.
Commander, you're a madman and I love it. Du Fu longer exclaimed over the calm. All right, everyone, listen to my command.
While they're in disarray, launch a full-scale counterattack.
Our objective breakthrough. Soo-yun calmly issued the breakout order to his men.
The moment the Hoopu's armored vehicles were struck by Soo-yun's precise fire and plunged into chaos, the tide of battle abruptly turned. Members of the Su Huang Mercenary Corps charged like tigers descending a mountain, seizing this rare opportunity to launch a thunderous counterattack against the enemy forces.
Soo-yun, what kind of move was that? Absolutely godlike.
Xiao Xiao, the cameraman, exclaimed in awe through his communicator.
Gripping his camera tightly, he captured each breathtaking moment as viewers in the livestream erupted in excitement. Did you see that? That's our great Su Huang. Whoever just said Su Huang was in danger, come out here and face our righteous judgment. Holy crap, he hit the command vehicle on the first shot. How did Soo-yun even identify that as the command vehicle? They all look identical to me. Soo-yun, king of the battlefield. Our great Su Emperor never disappoints. This play deserves full marks. On the ground, Du Fu longer led his charge. His tank plowed through enemy lines like a raging rhino. Follow the commander's lead, brothers. We're breaking out. From the air, Soo-yun calmly issued commands to the mercenary battalion below. Schwarzenegger, you take the left flank and draw enemy fire. Jason, you take the right flank. Zhu Ke and Xuanwu, stay close, no breaking formation. As for covering fire, leave that to me. As Soo-yun dove his helicopter again, opening fire on another enemy cluster, the ground battle intensified. Near the supply depot Soo-yun had bombed, the two military-based soldiers from the Hoopu who had come to reinforce them stared in terror at the seemingly invincible armed helicopter in the sky, their morale plummeting. That's Soo-yun, the legendary man. A mercenary hired by the Hoopu faction stared at the dark silhouette in the sky, his heart filled with awe and dread. Quick! Concentrate fire. We must take that helicopter down first. The Magpie's highest-ranking military commander on the scene bellowed the order, but their counterattack proved futile against Soo-yun's agile piloting and precise shooting. Just then, a deafening roar erupted across the battlefield. Several fighter jets emblazoned with the Hoopu emblem appeared in the sky nearby, rapidly descending toward the combat zone. Through the observation periscope on the tank, Zhu Ke recognized the aircraft model and his face paled. He urgently shouted to Soo-yun through the special communicator. Colonel Soo-yun, this is bad. The incoming force is the Hoopu's most elite air squadron. They're flying the latest military-grade fighters. Chapter 50, Helicopter vs. Fighter Jets. Upon hearing Zhu Chue's urgent call, Soo-yun's lips curled into a cold smile. He took a deep breath, pushed the helicopter to full throttle, and charged straight toward the roaring squadron of fighters. Everyone, the real aerial showdown begins now. Soo-yun bellowed through the communicator to his ground teammates. His voice, brimming with unwavering resolve and fearlessness, sent a surge of adrenaline coursing through every listener. Commander, you'd better be careful. That's the Hoopu's most elite air squadron. Duff Longer shouted anxiously from inside the tank, his eyes glued to the fierce aerial battle through the periscope. Mid-air, Soo-yun showed no hesitation. He piloted the armed helicopter straight toward the opposing formation. Once they eliminated this Lark squadron, they could break out of this battlefield. Then, armed with the signal jammers provided by the Flower family, they would be like fish in the ocean. Finding them in the vast desert would be impossible for the Hoopu. On board the 5 Hoopu fighters, several pilots simultaneously spotted Soo-yun. They also spotted the armed helicopter Soo-yun was piloting and instantly recognized it. It was the very same one stolen from the military base earlier. They swiftly opened their communication channels and reported to headquarters. Reporting, Su's Royal Mercenary Corps detected. The stolen armed helicopter has been sighted. As they relayed the report, the fighter pilots activated their radar systems only to discover, with alarm, that their signals were being jammed. This is bad. They have signal jammers over there. I knew it. This makes sense. If they didn't have that thing, HQ would have already activated the remote self-destruct system. Why else would they send us out? Although the signal jammer made Su Yun's group disappear from radar, their communication equipment remained unaffected. The Hoopu pilots chatted cheerfully among themselves, paying no heed to Su Yun's armed helicopter. Helicopter versus fighter jet. Even with the armed designation, the combat disparity was vast. It simply couldn't be compared to a fighter jet. Especially when they were flying the world's most advanced fighters. The Hoopu pilots believed that taking down Su Yun would require no more than a single missile. A second one would be utterly unnecessary. If it came to that, their thousands of hours of flight training would have been wasted. Little Green, see that armed helicopter? He actually dares to charge at us? He's trying to shoot us down? Ha ha ha, One Eye, cut the crap. How could some guy who hasn't even had proper flight training, let alone piloted a helicopter, possibly shoot down our state-of-the-art fighter jet? Greenie, call me director. You're the one-eyed man and your whole family is. Enough, Fury, Hulk. Stop chatting. Since he's charging at us, we should flex our muscles too. Colonel Thor issued combat orders to the entire flight squadron. Simultaneously, 5 Hoopu fighters spread out in combat formation to the left and right, each activating their weapon systems in unison. Rat-a-tat-tat. On the attack helicopter, Su Yun lightly pressed the fire button. Machine gun bullets poured relentlessly toward the fighter formation. Ha 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 ha. Captain, he actually dares to fire at us with such low-tech weapons? In the leftmost Hoopu fighter, Hulk sneered at Su Yun's outdated weaponry. There's an old saying in our country, it's impolite not to return a favor. Let's play along with him. Rat-a-tat-tat. At Thor's command, the 5 fighters launched their simultaneous assault. A fierce exchange erupted in an instant. Su Yun pushed the attack helicopter's power to its absolute limit. Without any evasive maneuvers whatsoever, he charged straight toward the gap in the opposing fighter formation. Rat-a-tat-tat. A hail of bullets erupted at the point where their fire crossed in midair. The fighter jet speed and power far surpassed that of the armed helicopter. In an instant, Nick Fury's fighter and the Hulk's fighter closed in behind Su Yun's helicopter, locking onto his tail. Ha ha ha. I've got him locked on. Whether he climbs or dives, I'll tear him to shreds. Hulk's cruel laughter echoed through the communicator. Suddenly, as Su Yun found himself surrounded by 5 fighter jets, he abruptly shut down all engine systems. The armed helicopter plummeted rapidly downward. Simultaneously, the small red dot representing the armed helicopter vanished from the display panel on Hulk's fighter jet. Rat-a-tat-tat. Su Yun abruptly broke free from the crisscrossing hail of bullets, redirecting the incoming fire to strike one of the Hoopu fighters instead. Fuck. Hulk, weren't you locked onto that mercenary? How did you hit me? Damn it, my engine's been hit by my own crew, no less. What a stroke of bad luck. Captain, I'm ejecting. The pilot of one fighter roared in rage, immediately pressing the ejection seat button and catapulting himself out of the cockpit. The moment the pilot deployed his parachute in midair, he watched his aircraft, a black smoke-belching fighter jet, plunge uncontrollably toward the ground. Loki, what the hell are you doing? You're not exactly a sharpshooter hitting targets, but when it comes to taking out your own guys, you never miss. The formation had been perfectly aligned upon arrival, yet the moment combat commenced, one fighter jet inexplicably plummeted from the sky. This caused Thor, the squadron leader, to furrow his brow, his expression darkening. Meanwhile, Su Yun, having broken free from the encirclement, successfully ignited the engines at 800 meters above ground, bringing the armed helicopter back into hover. Damn it, use the homing missiles. Blow him to smithereens. Seeing Su Yun unscathed, the remaining 4 Hoopu fighters immediately turned their fuselages and gave chase once more. The missiles mounted on their fuselages were already armed. All that remained was to lock onto the target and gently pull the trigger. Su Yun and his armed helicopter would be reduced to a fiery ball. The aerial dogfight captured the attention of everyone on the ground. He alone watched in exhilaration as Su Yun had just exploited the moment his engine shut down and the aircraft began its descent to break through the Hoopu's encirclement, even taking down one fighter jet. Colonel Su Yun's maneuver was incredible. Even our nation's most skilled pilots might not pull off something like that in combat. The commander's risking his life. But that aerial ballet was breathtaking. Exactly. This isn't combat, it's pure artistry. The mercenary squadron members buzzed with admiration for Su Yun's flying skills, completely oblivious to the fact that he was now locked onto by 4 Hoopu fighters. The 4 fighters doggedly pursued Su Yun, their lock-on indicators flashing, signaling the imminent launch of deadly homing missiles. Target acquired. Launch homing missiles. Thor's voice crackled through the communicator, unwavering and resolute. Bad news. Captain, they've launched missiles. Duff Longer watched as a missile launched from beneath the wing of one of the fighters and urgently alerted Su Yun through the comms. Inside the armed helicopter, Su Yun's gaze was icy.
Facing the incoming missiles, he showed no panic. Instead, a mocking smile curled the corners of his mouth.
So naive, thinking this could hit me?
Before the words had fully left his mouth, Soo-yun's armed helicopter executed a sudden, violent dive followed by a breathtaking roll, violently breaking free from the missile's tracking path. Simultaneously, he exploited terrain cover to blind the missile's guidance system. The weapon ultimately struck a distant hilltop, triggering a massive explosion.
Members of the Su Huang mercenary corps on the ground and all the Hupu soldiers witnessed the scene, stunned into speechless disbelief. Holy, are you sure the commander was flying a helicopter and not a fighter jet? How the hell did he evade a missile like that? That's insane. A helicopter doing a barrel roll? I've never seen anything like it in my life. This can't be real. The pilots within the Hupu fighter formation also wore expressions of utter disbelief. Especially Thor, who had pressed the launch button. His laughter abruptly stopped, replaced by a surge of rage and frustration. Damn it! Wasn't he flying a helicopter? How did he pull that off? No! We can't let someone like this live. He'll become the Empire's greatest threat. Chapter 51, Fierce Battle.
Meanwhile, Soo-yun, who had already maneuvered the armed helicopter into a retreating position, pulled the trigger on the fire control system, aiming expressionlessly at one of the fighter jets. A missile, trailing a trail of flames and vapor, streaked toward the fighter jet in a dazzling arc.
Hulk, that mercenary actually attacked you? This is hilarious.
Don't go too fast, or the missile won't catch up. Dai Xingniao's side flew the latest fighter jets, and their pilots routinely trained for scenarios like this being locked onto by missiles. Nick Fury believed Hulk could shake off Soo-yun's missile in mere seconds. But before he could finish his sentence, the missile struck Hulk's fighter jet with pinpoint accuracy.
Boom!
A blinding fireball erupted in the sky. That missile's trajectory was actually locked onto Hulk's flight path.
He actually anticipated Hulk's anticipation?
In the blink of an eye, 2 aircraft from the Hupu Combat Flight Squadron were shot down by Soo-yun. This left the mercenary squad members on the ground cheering with excitement.
Another one down. The captain's on fire. Whoa, that was insane.
The captain anticipated the pilot's anticipation.
Captain Soo-yun's maneuver just now was absolutely flawless.
I'm falling for him more and more. Meanwhile, in a command center somewhere in Zhongbaihai, a group of high-ranking officers from the flower planting family stared at the large screen showing Soo-yun hitting the Hupu aircraft.
Their mouths gaped in shock, speechless. He really was flying a helicopter, not a fighter jet? It took 5 minutes before a senior officer's voice finally trembled out. He actually flew that helicopter like a fighter jet? How the hell did he pull that off? But even if he's a skilled pilot, how could he perform such complex maneuvers solo while still having time to lock onto the enemy aircraft? Xue Long's face was etched with astonishment. After all, unlike fighter jets, armed helicopters require 2 pilots. One controls the aircraft, the other manages the weapons. Exactly.
Currently, armed helicopters worldwide primarily perform air-to-ground missions. Air-to-air interception and bombing tasks are handled by specialized fighter aircraft models. Therefore, the standard crew configuration for armed helicopters worldwide is 1 pilot and 1 gunner. Wang Zhongjuan's eyes remained fixed on the large screen on the wall. A flush spread across his face as his speech paused briefly before continuing slowly. But he achieved it, man and machine as one. This is the state every pilot in our nation has dreamed of and pursued throughout their careers since we first had aircraft, yet no one has ever reached this level. Yet he achieved it. Wang Zhongjuan came from an Air Force background and, like all pilots in the Flower Nation, had once pursued that state of man-machine unity. Yet even after reaching retirement age and stepping down from frontline flight duty, he had never once experienced that state. His eyes brimmed with emotion as he stared intently at the large screen, tears welling up at the corners. On the screen, Soo-yun's fingers danced rapidly across the instrument panel buttons. Even the control panel before him split into 2, transforming into a dual-system interface. 1 for piloting, 1 for fire control. This is the pinnacle of man-machine integration dual operation. Wang Zhongjuan's face flushed crimson once more, his fingers digging into the flesh beneath his nails from the intense pressure. In the command center, several senior officers with army backgrounds watched Wang Zhongjuan's intense reaction with puzzlement. They couldn't fathom why he was so stirred by witnessing Soo-yun's dual-line operation. But only Wang Jiangwo, who had served in the Air Force, truly grasped Wang Zhongjuan's emotional state. Watching Soo-yun's hands rhythmically dart across the control panel on the monitor, Wang Jiangwo murmured to himself. Not only can he execute such high-difficulty maneuvers, but he's also performing dual-line operations, maintaining both piloting and fire control. Xue Long, standing nearby, couldn't help but ask upon seeing Wang Jiangwo and Wang Zhongjuan in such a state. Mr. Wang, is there something wrong with Soo-yun's driving skills? Wang Jiangwo took a deep breath. He had already been utterly stunned when he saw Soo-yun perform that high-difficulty maneuver with an armed helicopter, a feat typically only achievable by fighter jets. But now, the shock within Wang Jiangwo grew even more intense. Suppressing his excitement, he spoke slowly. Do you know why fighter jets only require 1 pilot, while armed helicopters need 2?
Before Shuelong could answer, Wang Jiangwo answered his own question.
Because armed helicopters primarily carry out low-altitude air-to-ground strike missions. Low-altitude flight and fighter jet high-altitude flight are entirely different concepts. At altitudes of several thousand meters, flight deviations exceeding 500 meters are commonplace. But at low altitudes, a 500-meter deviation is nearly fatal. Therefore, pilots flying armed helicopters in low-altitude combat must focus entirely on piloting. Moreover, since armed helicopters undertake diverse ground attack missions, their weapon systems are far more complex than those of fighter jets. It's nearly impossible for a single pilot to simultaneously fly the aircraft and execute precise fire control. That's why a dedicated fire control operator is assigned. After explaining Su Yun's formidable capabilities in one breath, Wang Jiangwo's throat had grown dry from excitement and emotion. For today, he had witnessed a legend that only the flower-planting family could create. His voice was filled with awe. Now do you understand why Zhang Juan and I are so moved? He played two roles simultaneously, not only without a single operational error, but he executed both roles to perfection. Since the invention of the airplane 300 years ago, virtually no pilot has ever achieved what he has. He's simply beyond belief. When Wang Jiangwo uttered the word freaking insane, he paused for a few seconds, realizing that in his generation's vocabulary, there was no suitable term to describe Su Yun's prowess. He could only borrow the younger generation's slang. Mid-air, a Daisang bird's latest fighter jet was struck by Su Yun. Before pilot Hulk could eject, he was engulfed by a fireball, and the fighter nosedived toward the ground.
Hulk! Little green man! The remaining three Hoopu fighter pilots let out anguished shrieks. Unlike the first mistakenly shot-down fighter, Hulk had ejected from his cockpit and was unharmed. But to see Hulk burn to a crisp right before their eyes? That was unbearable. Fuck! Die for me! The three Hoopu fighter pilots spun their craft around and unleashed a furious barrage of fire at Su Yun's armed helicopter. Rat-a-tat-tat! Boom! 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 3 fighter jets and an armed helicopter engaged in a high-speed aerial dogfight. Machine guns and missiles exploded continuously in the sky. Nearly everyone on the ground was blinded by the relentless flashes of white light from the explosions. Chapter 52, only 2 remain. Damn it, the remaining 3 larks are getting serious. Duff Longer's expression darkened again as he watched the 3 Hoopu fighters form a 1-2 combat formation, completely surrounding Su Yun in the center. Mercenaries on the ground looked up at the sky, holding their breath in extreme tension. Having lost 2 choppers to Su Yun in the blink of an eye, the remaining 3 Hoopu pilots belatedly began taking his armed helicopters seriously. Su Yun responded with calm composure. Under his control, the armed helicopter darted through the hail of bullets like a nimble swallow, evading the enemy's concentrated fire. Each roll, dive, and climb was executed with pinpoint precision, leaving onlookers in awe. Holy crap! Look, how did he do that again? Good heavens, is that anticipation or luck? The commander always dodges those missiles at the last second. This isn't just skill anymore, I think he's defying the laws of physics. The mercenaries on the ground shouted in awe, heads craned upward. The ground battle had already weakened considerably with the intervention of the Hoopu fighter squadron. All attention from the ground-based Su Huang mercenary corps members was fixed on Su Yun in the sky, utterly amazed by his piloting skills. Meanwhile, the Hoopu forces on the ground and the mercenaries hired by them hung their heads in dismay. Their morale had plummeted after Su Yun shot down 2 of their fighters. The Spider Mercenary Corps commander had rushed to the scene with over a dozen other mercenary groups to provide reinforcements. Originally, upon receiving the order, he had eagerly assembled dozens of mercenaries. In his view, Su Yun was trapped with no escape. This time his legendary myth would end here. How dare he bomb the Hoopu's supply depot? Even with his exceptional combat prowess, there was no way he could escape unscathed against thousands of Hoopu soldiers and hundreds of mercenaries. But when he arrived at the battlefield and saw every member of the Su Huang mercenary group manning a tank, he was genuinely stunned. That bewilderment vanished as the Hoopu fighter squadrons intervened. But, now. He stared upward as each missile from the Hoopu attack helicopters locked onto Su Yun. Either Su Yun dodged them with extreme maneuvering, or he neutralized them with firepower. This plunged Dai Shengniao into deep doubt. Damn it, what kind of mercenaries are these bastards? A single shell just wiped out half my squadron, and now he's drawing concentrated fire from an entire Hoopu flight formation? This isn't mercenary work. This bastard's fighting like he's on the enemy side. This is unfair. The Spider Mercenary Corps commander lay prone behind cover with his remaining men, gazing up at the fierce aerial battle unfolding overhead. He looked as aggrieved as a newlywed bride. Captain, should we keep fighting? An ill-timed voice came from behind him. Fight? Come on, you tell me how. Are you going to stand there with your rifle and spray fire at those tanks? Or can you shoot down Su Yun, who couldn't even handle 3 Hoopu fighters? The Spider Mercenary Corps commander, enraged by humiliation, spat directly into the face of the speaking mercenary. The mercenary spread the spit evenly across his face, wearing an expression that said, I knew it. Who said the former Silver Fox Mercenary Corps leader, Oleg, was the craftiest in the mercenary world?
To every member of the Spider Mercenary Corps, their leader was the ultimate coward, soft when pushed, ruthlessly cunning when things went his way, and utterly useless when the tide turned against him. Listen up, all of you. Once the aerial battle ends, no matter the outcome, if those bastards from the Su Huang mercenary group break through toward our assigned sector, just fire a couple of symbolic shots. Don't try to stop them. The Spider mercenary group leader grimaced at the thought. He had originally joined the main force to earn some mission bounty, never expecting his mercenary group to take on Su Yun's mercenaries. But the moment he and his mercenaries entered the battlefield, half his men were obliterated by a single missile from Su Yun. If not for the fact that the commission for this mission hadn't been settled yet, he would have already packed up and left with the remaining members. Did Dai Xing now really think that paltry commission would make him sacrifice the entire Spider mercenary group? Dream on. The Spider mercenary group leader immediately buried his entire body behind the cover without even glancing up. Oh. Right. Just as the Spider mercenary group leader curled into a ball, he suddenly remembered something. Turning his head, he grinned slyly at the member beside him. What's the name of that new Silver Fox mercenary group leader? Oh. You know, the one with the O in his name? What's it again? Isn't he always yapping about avenging past humiliations and wiping out the Su Huang mercenary corps? Send him a message, tell Su Yun and the others we're here, and let him come fight. Meanwhile, in the Daishang Bird Command Center, the Supreme Military Commander stared intently at the radar screen, his eyes filled with shock and fury. This is impossible. How could a single person possess such extraordinary piloting skills? The aerial battle intensified. Su Yun suddenly revved his engines, charging straight toward one of the fighters. The enemy aircraft immediately executed evasive maneuvers, but Su Yun seized that split-second opening to launch two missiles in rapid succession. Watch out, Loki! He's coming for you! Gak! 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 Thor, watch me take him down! However, just as Loki attempted to counterattack, Su Yun's missile struck the fighter's engine with pinpoint accuracy, instantly robbing it of power. Like a bird with broken wings, it plummeted rapidly toward the ground. Loki! The remaining two Hoopu pilots cried out in alarm, watching helplessly as Loki, unable to eject from the cockpit in time, crashed into the ground with his fighter jet, both turning into a fiery ball. Meanwhile, the live stream audience erupted in chaos. Holy crap, Su Yun is a god! Is this the legendary human fighter jet? I suspect Su Yun isn't even human. This stunt flying is beyond belief. Didn't you notice? Su Huang always finds his opponent's weaknesses at the most critical moments. It's not just skill, it's psychological warfare. On the ground, Zhu Kei witnessed it all through her scope, her heart brimming with pride and admiration. Commander Su Yun, every move you make is rewriting history. Despite shooting down 3 fighters, Su Yun's situation didn't improve, the battle only intensified. The remaining 2 Dai Shang birds fought desperately. Looks like this is the final showdown. Watching the 2 starlings charge toward him like mad, Su Yun murmured to himself before steering his helicopter head-on into the remaining fighters. At that moment, both the mercenary group members on the ground and the billions of viewers in the livestream couldn't help but hold their breath in tense anticipation. Captain, you must wipe them out. Emperor Su, you're the pride of our nation. You'll be safe, I know it. Fly, Pikachu, wait, Su Yun. Mid-air, Su Yun and the 2 fighter jets engaged in another fierce dogfight. Scattered missiles and crisscrossing gunfire once again ignited the sky. Chapter 53, Mutual Destruction? Inside the cockpit, Su Yun executed 2 more high-difficulty barrel rolls with the armed helicopter, evading 2 pursuing missiles. Suddenly, the helicopter's mechanical warning alarm sounded in his ears. Your ammunition is depleted. Your ammunition is depleted. Su Yun glanced at the digital display showing a 0 in the ammunition column, then muttered expressionlessly. This is a bit of a problem. No ammo left. But it's not a major problem. Worst case, I'll just steal another aircraft. Su Yun piloted the armed helicopter, unleashing relentless firepower on the Hoopu's defensive installations and ground forces from the moment he entered the battlefield. Later, when aerial combat began, he repeatedly intercepted incoming missiles with precise shots, detonating them mid-air. This had caused his ammunition to deplete rapidly. Just moments ago, he'd squandered the last of his ammunition. Holy, that was awesome. On the ground, the commander of the Spider mercenary group looked up at the dazzling spectacle in the sky. Though Su Yun, piloting the armed helicopter, was his sworn enemy this time. But at this moment, he couldn't help but admit this guy was just too damn powerful. Power beyond human limits. How had this guy honed every skill to its absolute peak? How the hell did they cultivate such a freak? Could it be that the world truly possesses something like the systems described in novels? How else could one explain Su Yun's existence? Damn it! Why don't I have that system? Envy, jealousy, hatred. A whirlwind of emotions churned within the Spider mercenary group's leader, darkening his expression into a twisted, savage grimace. Damn it! Those idiots with the Hoopu just blast him with missiles. He's out of ammo. It's 2 against 1, how hard can it be? Amidst the roar, Su Yun piloted the armed helicopter to evade 2 more missiles.
He circled wide before turning and diving head-on toward the nearest Hoopu fighter jet. Bang bang bang. Rat-a-tat-tat.
Soo-yun steered the helicopter with one hand while drawing his pistol with the other, firing relentlessly at the opposing fighter.
Nick Fury, witnessing this, roared with excitement. Ha ha ha, Captain. He's out of ammo.
My weapons are locked on him.
He's finished this time.
Moments earlier, Soo-yun's armed helicopter had executed a series of high-difficulty maneuvers only fighter jets could perform, successfully evading all their attacks. Nick Fury had never seen anyone pilot an armed helicopter with such bird-like agility. Not only could it evade their missiles, but it also unleashed a hail of bullets at them from all angles, leaving them scrambling to respond.
But now, it was over. The attack helicopter couldn't fire another shot.
Nick Fury was certain that Soo-yun's helicopter had not only exhausted its ammunition but was also running low on fuel. Flying alongside Nick Fury's fighter jet, Thor's face was equally lit with excitement as he swiftly activated his weapon controls.
Ha! Think you're so tough? Think you're so tough? So what if you can pilot an armed helicopter like a fighter jet? Now that you're out of ammo and fuel, aren't you just a sitting duck for us? Go to hell. Soul locked onto Soo-yun's armed helicopter with relentless precision.
After this prolonged standoff costing 3 state-of-the-art fighters and 2 elite pilots, he had finally cornered him. An armed helicopter running out of ammo and fuel, facing 2 of the world's most advanced fighter jets. There was only one possible outcome.
Both man and machine would be blown to smithereens.
For the Empire, for the 3 fighter jets and pilots we lost.
Go to hell. Rat-a-tat-tat.
Thor and Nick Fury violently cranked the machine guns, unleashing a furious barrage. They felt that blowing Soo-yun to bits with missiles would be too easy for him. They wanted Soo-yun to feel the terror of being riddled with machine gun fire like a honeycomb.
Sure enough, the machine guns tore rows of bullet holes into the armed helicopter's fuselage. Black smoke and flames began billowing upward.
Witnessing Soo-yun's helicopter hit, the ground forces and mercenaries under the Hoopu faction erupted in excitement, cheering wildly. They knew Soo-yun's helicopter was finished.
Ha ha ha, we got him. He won't escape this time. Ha ha ha, he thought he could dodge it? He won't be able to dodge this time. Impressive.
Those fighter pilots truly are the cream of the crop for the Hoopu.
So what if he's the mercenary emperor? He's still about to be shot to pieces, isn't he?
Amidst the hearty laughter, some Hoopu soldiers had already gathered in a huddle, celebrating the imminent departure of the great demon Soo-yun.
But Soo-yun's armed helicopter, though riddled with bullets, kept charging toward the fighter piloted by Nick Fury. Ha! Still hanging on? Let's see how many more rounds you can take.
Seeing Soo-yun charging toward him with such reckless abandon, Nick Fury's hatred flared.
He continued to pour firepower onto Soo-yun's helicopter. Whoa! Fury, bad news. He's going for a suicide run with you. Get out of the way.
Thor watched as Soo-yun's helicopter closed in on Fury's fighter jet. Instantly realizing Soo-yun's intent to take them both down, he urgently warned his comrades.
He actually wants to take me down with him? He's insane. Absolutely insane.
But, he clearly doesn't understand the performance gap between a fighter jet and a helicopter. Alerted by Thor, Nick Fury also assumed Soo-yun intended to crash into his fighter jet, taking him down with him. But he wasn't the least bit panicked. He was confident that the moment the 2 aircraft collided, the fighter jet's superior performance would allow him to instantly escape the danger.
300 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Fry, pull up. Pull up now. You're going to collide.
As Soo-yun's armed helicopter hurtled toward his comrade's fighter jet, Thor urgently shouted the warning over the comms. Amid Thor's frantic shouts, Nick Fury gripped the control stick tightly and began climbing. To him, Soo-yun's notion of crashing into him for mutual destruction was utterly absurd and naive.
You want to crash into me? Sorry.
I'll make you taste what true despair feels like. Nick Fury smiled as he climbed higher, confident he would leave Soo-yun's armed helicopter far behind.
But at that very moment, he was stunned to discover that Soo-yun's fully engulfed attack helicopter seemed to have anticipated his move. It too began climbing at the exact same moment, matching his altitude perfectly. How was this possible? How could it have anticipated Nick Fury's climb? Inside the Golden Oriole fighter jet, Thor's eyes were filled with utter disbelief. Nick Fury, who was about to collide with Soo-yun, panicked instantly. He tried to pull up higher, but it was too late. In a high-speed collision, every reaction was measured in fractions of a second. His only option now was to eject and escape. Thud! The instant Nick Fury pressed the eject button and was catapulted from the cockpit by his ejection seat, the sight before him made his pupils dilate instantly. Chapter 54, Mid-Air Hijacking. Nick Fury saw Soo-yun blinking at him from the cockpit he had just ejected from. Then, the 2 engines of the armed helicopter hurtling toward his aircraft slowly shut down, and the helicopter began to decelerate and climb. From the tail section of his former aircraft, 2 intense blue flames erupted as the fighter jet instantly pulled away from the armed helicopter. Damn awesome. The camera perfectly captured the split-second action. Viewers in the livestream chat felt their mouths go dry. Is he even human? Holy! Mid-air aircraft transfer jumping from one plane to another while both are climbing at high speed. Holy, our great Su Emperor snatched the enemy's most advanced fighter jet mid-air like this. Damn it, I thought Su Yun was going to take the enemy plane down with him. Turns out. Unthinkable, utterly unimaginable, our great Su Emperor solved the ammunition shortage problem this way. What do you do when you run out of ammo in aerial combat? No problem, just steal the enemy's fighter jet. Mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. Who'd believe this if you told them? Jumping out mid-air and landing precisely in the enemy fighter's cockpit. Su Yun, are you really a college student from the flower planting family? You seem more superhuman than Superman himself. It turned out Su Yun had planned this all along. He had anticipated Nick Fury pulling up at the last moment to shake him off. So, after calculating the altitude Nick Fury would climb to, Su Yun simultaneously pulled his own helicopter upward, forcing Nick Fury to eject. Sure enough, the moment Nick Fury pressed the ejection seat button, Su Yun seized the instant the opposite cockpit opened and leaped into it from his own armed helicopter. Simultaneously, he manually shut down his own helicopter's engines. Using the momentum of the armed helicopter's descent, he piloted the Hoopu fighter jet out of the fray. The moment Nick Fury ejected from the cockpit, the entire battlefield fell silent. Mercenaries on the ground, both hired and those loyal to the Hoopu faction, stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, witnessing this scene that looked like a movie special effect. Holy, he actually jumped over. How is that possible? How did he do it? The Spider Mercenary Corps commander gaped in disbelief. This guy, what kind of skills are these? Switching aircraft mid-air, jumping from a helicopter onto a fighter jet? I'm not well read, so don't try to fool me. Thor watched helplessly as Su Yun seized his comrade's fighter jet. Stunned and enraged, he blurted out. Impossible. What the hell is he playing at? Inside the Hoopu command center, the supreme military commander stared intently at the screen, his face a mix of shock and fury. Activate that fighter's self-destruct system immediately. But the technician who answered him looked utterly defeated. General, our radar systems can't lock onto that fighter. Moreover, its remote control system has been destroyed, making it impossible to activate the remote self-destruct mechanism. Meanwhile, on the ground, members of the Su Huang Mercenary Corps, along with Zhu Ke and Heilong, were already in an uproar. Holy crap, this must be the legendary king of air combat. The commander's like a heifer riding a rocket so damn awesome it's off the charts. Unbelievable maneuvering, utterly insane. Is this Commander Su Yun's true capability? Su Yun settled firmly into the cockpit of the Hoopu fighter jet, familiarizing himself with the control panel. A confident smile touched his lips. Seems this toy's a bit more powerful than the last one. Commander Su Yun, you're a god. He alone shouted excitedly into the communicator from the ground. Don't get ahead of yourself. The real show is just beginning. Su Yun's voice echoed through the calm yet carrying boundless authority. Opposing forces, now it's my turn to perform. Su Yun murmured to himself before activating every weapon system on his new ride, unleashing a furious barrage of fire upon Thor's fighter jet. In the sky, Su Yun piloted the newly captured fighter like a tiger charging down a mountain, his precise and ruthless attacks catching Thor, the captain of the most elite flight squadron of the Hoopu, completely off guard and unable to defend. Quick! Follow the commander out! Seeing the aerial battle nearing its end and realizing it was only a matter of time before Thor's fighter was destroyed, the members of the Su Huang Mercenary Corps on the ground revved their tanks to full power. They launched a full-scale assault against the demoralized Hoopu soldiers and the mercenary corps hired by them. Focus on breaking through, I'll handle all the heavy firepower over there. Su Yun's voice crackled over the comms again, injecting everyone with a shot of adrenaline. Seeing Su Yun not only pursue him but also relentlessly destroy his ground forces' defenses, Thor gritted his teeth in fury. He pounded the control panel, roaring helplessly. Su Yun, I want you dead. As he roared, Thor activated every weapon system on his aircraft, unleashing a barrage of fire indiscriminately whether locked onto Su Yun's fighter or not. Yet, thanks to his exceptional piloting skills and rapid adaptation to the new fighter, Su Yun not only evaded the barrage but also destroyed several key Oryx strongholds along his mercenary comrades' escape route. As the Su Imperial Mercenary Corps members effortlessly broke through the encirclement of thousands of Hoopu soldiers and the mercenary groups hired by their side, Su Yun finally cast a cold glance at Thor, whom he had been toying with all along. His voice was icy as he snorted. I'm done playing with you. The moment the words left his mouth, Su Yun yanked the fighter's control stick hard, sending the aircraft into a vertical climb. Once the fighter reached a certain altitude, Su Yun executed a flawless Marseille turn before spiraling down toward Thor's fighter. Simultaneously, without waiting for the fighter's automatic targeting system to lock onto Thor's craft, Su Yun fired a missile. The missile, upon leaving Su Yun's fighter, streaked toward Thor's craft at an unnerving angle and an astonishing speed. Damn! Su Yun actually maneuvered his fighter into a spiral dive, manually adding a twist to the missile's trajectory. In the command center of Zhongbeihai, Wang Jiangwo could no longer remain seated when he witnessed Su Yun's maneuver. He leapt from his chair, his voice trembling with excitement. Legendary! This dogfight is undoubtedly the most legendary aerial combat since the advent of air forces worldwide. It will absolutely go down in history.
Meanwhile, the Silver Fox mercenary group had received intelligence from the Spider mercenary group and was rapidly heading toward the battlefield.
Draven, hurry up.
The message says that Cloud Su, the leader of the Su Huang mercenary group, is flying an armed helicopter and is being surrounded and attacked by 5 fighter jets from the Hupu military. If we delay, the rocket launcher we prepared for him will be useless. Olio, the newly appointed leader of the Silver Fox mercenary group, ran his fingers along the jet black barrel of the rocket launcher, flashing a savage grin.
Chapter 55, The Finale. It wasn't just Olio who let out a savage laugh.
Every other member of the Silver Fox mercenary group wore an equally peculiar expression.
A tiny mercenary group with barely a handful of men dares to attack the Hupu's supply base?
Is he looking for death, or is he looking for death?
Ha! Commander, has the Su Huang mercenary group lost its mind? They'll be torn to shreds by the Hupu's army and all the mercenary groups. Damn it, how many times have I told you not to call me sir?
We're overseas on a mercenary mission now, not in the SEALs. Olio, seeing such an insolent member in his own ranks, promptly delivered a sharp slap across the face. After the blow, ignoring the resentful glare from the man, he instinctively turned to the liaison officer in the mercenary group and asked,
"Did the entire Su Huang mercenary group deploy for this operation?" Olio was about to press further about their firepower.
But the words died on his lips as a thought struck him. If the military had deployed their newest fighter jets, how much firepower could Su Yun's side possibly muster?
Nothing that a missile couldn't handle. If that wasn't enough, fire another one. Well, the intel confirms the entire Su Huang mercenary corps is on the battlefield, but they're currently attempting a breakout. Ha! Breakthrough? A mercenary group of just a few men, facing the encirclement of thousands of Hupu regular troops, and they think they can break out?
Olio burst out laughing, about to mock Su Yun for his overconfidence, when something suddenly occurred to him. He quickly shouted to the communications officer in his mercenary group.
"Biden, send an order to the Hupu forces on the ground immediately, don't kill Su Yun. That bastard's head belongs to me alone."
With that, Oreo strode off with dozens of Silver Fox mercenaries, rushing back toward the battlefield with renewed vigor.
Oomph.
Brother who brought shame upon the Ali family, tonight you'll witness firsthand how I utterly redeem myself and trample Su Yun beneath my feet.
Captain, we're almost there.
The distant roar of artillery fire echoed faintly in the air, stirring intense excitement within Oreo as he charged forward. Once he cleared the sand dune blocking his view, the entire battlefield would come into sight. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Hearing it, Ali felt an even greater surge of joy. Such a commotion, it seems Su Yun is being chased into a corner by the Oryx Air Force. With a cheerful heart, Olio excitedly unlocked the safety on his rocket launcher while urging his comrades to quicken their pace.
Faster! Faster!
The moment you spot those Su Imperial mercenaries, show no mercy, beat the crap out of them. Kill one of them, and I'll reward you with $5 million. Su Yun had blown up the supply base the Hupu had painstakingly stockpiled over several years to invade Gaza City, destroying all the strategic materials inside. This forced the Daishang bird, who had been on the verge of completely occupying Gaza City, to retreat. The Daishang military, enraged and humiliated, had just raised Su Yun's bounty to an astronomical figure. Killing Su Yun would not only avenge them but also shower their clan with immense wealth that was practically too good to be true. At this thought, Oreo felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his entire body, even making his running strides feel lighter. Closer. Closer. Finally, he crested the sand dune ahead.
Ha ha ha.
Oreo laughed up at the sky.
Damn you, Cloud Su. Today is the day you die.
Ha! Olio, who had charged ahead, stood atop the sand dune. The sight before him froze him in place, leaving him utterly dumbfounded.
Damn it, didn't they say Cloud.su was flying an armed helicopter? How did it turn into the Hupu's most advanced fighter jet?
Below him, at nearly eye level, Su Yun piloted the stolen fighter jet, relentlessly dismantling the Hupu's ground defenses. Trailing behind the fighter jet were several heavy tanks firing at full capacity. As Oliol stared blankly, the other squad members who had rushed to the sand dunes behind him witnessed the bizarre scene and were equally dumbfounded.
What's going on? Didn't they say they were surrounded and about to be wiped out by the Hupu forces?
Why does it look like the Hupu's forces are getting utterly crushed?
Damn it, the intel said he was flying an armed helicopter getting beaten up by 5 fighter jets? This doesn't make any sense. Where are the 5 fighter jets?
And he's not flying an armed helicopter, it's Hupu's most advanced fighter jet.
This footage is off, right? Commander, should we still proceed?
The squad members asked in confusion. Just moments ago, the commander had sworn up and down that they'd slaughter them all upon arrival. He'd even declared nothing could survive a rocket launcher blast if it did, just fire another. Now the safety pins were already pulled, and the rockets were loaded into the launchers.
What's the point of firing?
Olio froze too, but the next instant, his body lunged forward. He dove like a starving dog pouncing on its prey, rolling down the hillside and burying himself beneath the sand dunes. The instant he reached the bottom, the sandy crest where he'd been standing moments before was sliced away by a burst from a machine gun. Several comrades standing near him were blown to pieces by bullets fired from the fighter jet.
Damn it! Good thing I reacted fast.
Olio, sprawled awkwardly in the sand, watched the fighter jet streak overhead and finally snapped into action.
Retreat! Quick, retreat!
If he didn't run for his life now, he'd be finished here.
Family honor? Avenge past humiliations? Looks like that'll have to wait for another day.
Brother, it's not that your little brother isn't trying, it's just that Soo-yun was flying a fighter jet. In the sky, Soo-yun peered through the cockpit's transparent glass and saw Oreo leading the remaining members of the Silver Fox mercenary group fleeing the battlefield in utter panic.
He paid them no mind.
Instead, he yanked the aircraft's control stick and charged once more toward the last few defensive positions held by the Hoopoe birds.
Half an hour later, the battle was utterly over.
Members of the Sioux Imperial Mercenary Corps now sat in small groups atop the tank's deck, smiling as Soo-yun stepped out of the darkness. As Soo-yun's figure emerged into the light, the entire mercenary group surged toward him. They lifted him high into the air, hurling him skyward while erupting in wild shouts and laughter.
Long live the captain! Commander, you're the greatest! The commander is the greatest in the world.
Shu Kei watched this scene, her lips pressed together, her heart surging with emotion, tears welling in her eyes. Only Soo-yun is worthy to be my man. Soo-yun, held high by the squad members, sensed the spontaneous emotion welling up within them. He gave a slight twitch of his lips, then, without any support in midair, executed an eerily precise somersault. He cleared the crowd and landed smoothly on the ground. The entire crowd was left speechless by this spectacle. Before they could recover, Soo-yun stretched lazily into the night air, clapped his hands, and smiled indifferently at the crowd.
Let's go collect our mission payment. Chapter 56, Commission Settlement.
4 hours later, Soo-yun and his group drove their off-road jeep slowly into Gaza City under the blazing sun. The Gaza civilians, who had gathered spontaneously hours earlier, erupted into deafening cheers as the convoy approached. Hundreds, even thousands, knelt on the ground with bloodshot eyes, kissing the earth fervently. Half an hour after the Su Huang Mercenary Corps abandoned their aircraft and tanks to travel by off-road vehicles, an officer at the rear command headquarters of the Hoopoe received a communication. Moments later, his expression grave, he reported to the commander in the command room.
General, satellite radar has just pinpointed the exact location of our stolen aircraft and tanks. However, that mercenary group is now most likely.
Just as the officer was about to mention that Soo-yun and his group had relocated, and whether to send personnel to retrieve the stolen aircraft and tanks, he suddenly heard the commander issue an attack order without hesitation to a staff officer beside him, immediately shutting his mouth.
Lock on target. Long-range fire support. You think you can just steal things? I'll make sure your plane, and your tanks vanish from this world entirely.
2 minutes later, at a military base in Daesengneo's homeland, 3 dazzling missiles, spewing blue flames, rose into the sky and streaked toward the location where Soo-yun's plane and tanks had just passed.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Outside Gaza City, the fighter jet and several heavy tanks abandoned by Soo-yun were instantly engulfed in massive clouds of smoke and flames. The roar of explosions and flashes of fire were visible even within Gaza City. Members of the Su Huang Mercenary Corps, now inside Gaza City and being welcomed by its citizens lining the streets, collectively glanced back at the fires rising outside the city walls.
Duff Longer patted his chest with lingering trepidation.
Thank goodness the commander was so wise he actually figured out that the Hoopoe would rather destroy these planes and tanks than spend money to redeem them.
Otherwise, seeing Dufu Longer's lingering fear, Suzaku couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh.
The Hoopoe military suffered such a crushing defeat at Captain Soo-yun's hands.
They're seething with rage right now. How could they possibly risk further humiliation by redeeming their planes and tanks from us?
Dufu Longer turned back to the rising flames, smacked his lips, and muttered.
That's at least $1 billion loss right there. That's some expensive pride.
Amidst cheers, several off-road vehicles from the Su Huang Mercenary Corps sped through the city.
Gaza citizens along the route stopped to watch, murmuring in discussion. Look, that's the Su Huang Mercenary Corps.
They fought the Golden Orioles army all night last night, forcing them to retreat at dawn.
That driver must be their commander, Soo-yun, right?
He single-handedly took on fighter jets and a helicopter, then even captured one. He looks like he stepped right out of a movie. A Baba Sheep soldier maintaining order by the roadside pumped his fist excitedly. I heard they destroyed the Hoopoe's supply base for our Gaza City.
We'll never forget this kindness.
Arnie Schwarzenegger rolled down his window, smiling and waving at the enthusiastic crowd.
In the back seat, Soo-yun rested his eyes, a serene smile on his face, as if all the commotion had nothing to do with him. Upon arriving at the temporary command center in the city center, Soo-yun and his group received a warm welcome. The senior Baba young officer who had hosted Soo-yun days prior stepped forward, his voice choked with emotion. Mr. Soo-yun, you and your team saved our city. This debt of gratitude is beyond what all of us Gazans can ever repay. No need for formalities. It was our duty, Soo-yun stated firmly, his gaze unwavering. Now, shall we settle the commission?
At the mention of commission, every member of the Su Huang Mercenary Corps instinctively swallowed hard. Earlier, they had negotiated with the Baba Yang military, forcing the Daishang bird to retreat would earn them 50 million in commission. The entire Su Huang mercenary corps, including He Long and Zhu Ke, numbered only 7 members.
5 million divided among 7. Whoa! The senior Baba Yang officer immediately nodded, responding with a smile. It would be my pleasure to assist you, Mr. Su Yun. Please follow me. The senior Baba Yang officer personally led the way ahead. Upon hearing they could receive their commission immediately, Su Yun's expression lit up with excitement as he instructed his team members. Stay put and rest here. Wait for me. He then hurried to catch up with the senior officer of the Baba Sheep and arrived at the temporary command post in Gaza City. Meanwhile, the members of the Su Huang mercenary corps sat casually on the ground, eating bread to replenish their strength while eagerly anticipating the commission from this mission. Thank you. You saved my home. Please accept this.
A girl of about 10, dressed in dirty red clothes and looking pale and emaciated, timidly held out a handful of wildflowers towards Suzaku. Suzaku looked at the timid little girl before him, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Little girl, if you must thank someone, thank that man. He saved all of you. Shuke pointed towards Su Yun's retreating figure, a flutter stirring in her heart once more. Inside the temporary command post, a high-ranking officer of the Baba Sheep faction personally organized the documents in his hands. Normally, settling commissions for mercenary groups was a task he never needed to handle personally. But now, he was more than happy to personally settle this payment for the Su Royal Mercenary Corps. Right. The figures are in. For forcing the Hupu army besieging Gaza City to retreat, 50 million in total. You destroyed 1 Hupu military base and 1 supply depot. These are included in the mission to force the Hupu's retreat and won't be settled separately. However, you caused the Hupu military to destroy their most advanced fighter jets and several heavy tanks. This has indirectly cost the Hupu over 1 billion credits. This loss of theirs offsets our gain. Our president just called me, instructing me to pay you an additional 30 million bonus. Mentioning the latter part still sent a wave of shock through the senior officer's heart. The Su Huang Mercenary Corps had actually pulled it off, seizing Dai Xingniao's most advanced aircraft and tanks, causing such a massive uproar. To salvage what little dignity remained, the Dai Xingniao military had even resorted to destroying aircraft and tanks worth over 1 billion yuan. This news, deliberately publicized by the flowering nation, had caused a tremendous international sensation. Even now, as the Hupu forces besieging Gaza City withdrew and the Su Huang Mercenary Corps returned to Gaza, he still couldn't fathom how Su Yun and his team had pulled it off. But this 80 million yuan commission? Absolutely worth every penny. After the senior Baba Sheep officer finished his calculations, Su Yun opened the military backpack slung across his back right in front of him. He pulled out bundle after bundle of dog tags and tossed them onto the table. And said cheerfully, per the contract terms, the Hupu soldiers killed during this mission won't count, but mercenaries hired by their side are excluded. These are the dog tags of mercenaries hired by their side, 10 mercenary companies in total. Settle the payment for all of them at once. The senior Baba Yang officer stared at the stacks of dog tags on the table and sucked in a sharp breath. 10 mercenary companies? You've wiped out every mercenary company hired by the Hupu faction. Chapter 57, Stealing Personnel. Zhonghua Nation, Zhongbaihai, a command center. The atmosphere in the command center was solemn and tense. Xuelong and Wang Zhongjuan stood silently on either side of the massive wall-mounted screen. The footage on the screen continued to play. Su Yun led the members of the Su Huang Mercenary Corps into a secluded room. The corps members sat in a circle, seemingly engaged in pleasant conversation. Yet in the command room, not a single voice spoke. Even Qinglong, responsible for data analysis, could only stand there in silence. Analysis? Narrate? How could this possibly be analyzed or narrated? What the Su Huang Mercenary Corps had accomplished yesterday was nothing short of the Avengers battling alien invaders. His gaze quietly swept over Wang Jiangwo, seated in the command room. Wang Jiangwo looked somewhat weary, his eyes bloodshot to varying degrees. Watching the vibrant energy radiating from Su Yun and every member of the Su Huang Mercenary Corps on the screen, he couldn't help but let out a bitter, self-mocking laugh. Seems I really am getting old. Just a few sleepless nights, and I'm already worn out. Xuelong and Wang Zhongjuan, hearing Wang Jiangwo's self-deprecating words, flushed repeatedly before hastily reassuring him. Old Wang, you're not old. You're still leading us. Before Xuelong could finish his flattery, Wang Jiangwo waved him off. I know my own condition better than any of you. No need to placate this old man. Let's get back to discussing Su Yun. Wang Jiangwo forced himself to focus, shifting his gaze back to the large screen. Instantly, the command room fell silent once more. After a long pause, seeing no one speak, Wang Jiangwo asked again. Gentlemen, is there nothing you wish to say? Under the dim lighting, the faces of several high-ranking officers, lieutenants, generals and major generals flashed with helpless, wry smiles before they murmured in unison. General Wang, what do you expect us to say? It was like watching a Hollywood superhero blockbuster, except the protagonist was one of our own. A lone mercenary leading a 4-man squad dared to raid the Hupu's military base and blow up their supply depot?
You must understand, the coordinates of that Hupu base weren't classified information. After all, 5 years ago, that base gained notoriety as the Oryx's forward outpost for invading Gaza City. Yet over these 5 years, Baba Yang tried every trick in the book, exhausted every tactic, and not even a single brick outside the base was damaged. And now it's been blown to smithereens by just a few people like Su Yun? Last time, he took out an entire mercenary unit with a heavy sniper rifle. I thought that was his limit. But, who would have thought? Ha! The army brass and the command center murmured in unison, their expressions a kaleidoscope of reactions. Even they, as high-ranking military officials, found last night's battle utterly baffling. A college student barely in his 20s had led his mercenary group to successfully raid a military base belonging to the Hupu, stealing their helicopters and tanks. Then, using that single-armed helicopter and a few tanks, he blew up a heavily guarded supply depot. And in between, they even staged what could be called a classic aerial battle worthy of being called the Battle of the Century. This is just too absolutely ridiculous. Qinglong, Baitua's military experts of the flower planting family, evaluate Su Yun's military operation this time. Wang Jiangwo's gaze fell upon Qinglong and Bai Tiger, who had remained silent throughout. Qinglong and Bai Tiger, having been called out by Wang Jiangwo, understood that the military heavyweight wanted them to analyze Su Yun's true capabilities from their professional perspective. The two exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of bewilderment in the other's eyes. Analyze Su Yun's true strength? Only someone of Su Yun's caliber or higher could judge his true strength by his actions. But as things stood, it seemed there was no one in this world who could even match Su Yun, let alone surpass him. How were they supposed to analyze this? This was beyond their capabilities. During the operation, many of Su Yun's movements and intentions were completely baffling to them. How could they possibly analyze that? Even now, they still hadn't grasped how Su Yun had managed to leap from an armed helicopter into the cockpit of a fighter jet. Therefore, after Wang Jiangwo spoke, Qinglong could only grit his teeth and say, "Commander, regarding Su Yun's operation this time, there's not much I can say. The footage shows it all. It was a crushing victory. The side with absolute superiority only fielded 5 personnel. Zhuke and Xuanwu didn't even participate in the fighting. The side that was routed and fled in disarray consisted of elite soldiers from 2 bases under the Oryx faction and over a dozen mercenary groups hired by the Oryx faction. If he hadn't witnessed it himself, Qinglong would never have believed such a thing could actually happen." After a brief pause, Qinglong rapidly organized his thoughts before speaking slowly. The entire operation seemed to have been meticulously planned by Su Yun himself. From the very beginning, he never entertained the possibility of failure. Moreover, at every critical juncture, he leveraged his extraordinary personal abilities to force events to unfold precisely according to his blueprint. Compared to last time, Su Yun demonstrated far more comprehensive military expertise and strength this time around. This included light and heavy firepower, weaponry, vehicles, and the like. I could hardly find any weapon he couldn't operate. No. Any weapon he wasn't proficient with. Especially that 1-on-5 aerial combat. An armed helicopter lacking air-to-air capabilities went head-to-head against 5 of the LARC's most advanced fighter jets. And yet he emerged victorious in every engagement. This outcome has never been seen before in the history of aerial combat. And I dare say it never will be repeated. Therefore, Su Yun's capabilities far exceed our imagination. He is a terrifyingly powerful and dangerous figure. If he were to attempt the same within our borders, there would be virtually no one capable of stopping him. Even if the 4 of us joined forces, we couldn't. At this point, Qinglong fell silent. As one of the 4 guardian deities of the flower planting clan, it was his duty to warn everyone of Su Yun's formidable power and danger. Not just him alone. Even if Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger joined forces together, it would be futile. Moreover, from the footage, he had already noticed that Vermilion Bird had secretly developed feelings for Su Yun. After Qinglong spoke these words, the command room fell silent once more. After a long pause, Wang Jiangwo shook his head softly and chuckled. "Qinglong, you're overthinking this. Our nation has finally produced such a brilliant university student. How could we possibly let him go astray and become our enemy? That would be a tremendous loss for our flower planting family. What do you all think?" Wang Jiangwo's tone made his stance abundantly clear. The other high-ranking military officials in the command room sensed his stance, and inexplicable smiles spread across their faces. "Ha! Old Wang is right. He's one of our own. How could we possibly be hostile toward him? He's not even close yet. Of course. Such an unbeatable little guy. Even if we recruited him into our military and gave him a high position, I doubt anyone would object." Ha ha ha. How could anyone object? A talent like Su Yun belongs in the military to be fully utilized. Anything else would be a waste of such potential. In the command room, the senior officers chattered away, each voicing their opinions. Not a single voice raised objection to Su Yun joining their ranks. "No, I object. Even if Su Yun joins the military, he must join my air force. How could he possibly join your army?" Suddenly, the command room's heavy door swung open. Following it, an elderly gentleman dressed in Air Force uniform seemingly of the same age as Wang Jiangwo entered with an air of authority. Chapter 58, The Hoopoe Causes Trouble. Old Son, where did you come from? Wang Jiangwo couldn't help but chuckle at the sudden appearance of the elderly man.
The man he called Son Laosan, whose full name was Son Igua, was one of the 3 remaining meritorious generals in Zongwajia. He was the head of the Zongwajia Air Force, a comrade in arms who had shared trenches and faced death alongside him, and most importantly, the grandfather of Zhuke Song Yameng. Zhu Chua's parents were both Air Force pilots who perished during a battle defending Zhonghua from foreign invaders. Son Laosan had raised her single-handedly, pouring all his efforts into nurturing her, ultimately forging her into one of Zhonghua's 4 great war gods. Old Song strode purposefully to the screen, his gaze fixed intently on Su Yun's image, eyes brimming with admiration and excitement. I overheard your discussion about Su Yun in the conference room next door. You mentioned recruiting him into the military, specifically the army. Our Air Force is brimming with talent. We can't afford to miss out on a genius like this. The army brass exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. General Song, you're being too hasty. We're still discussing it, aren't we? Exactly. Which branch he joins ultimately depends on his own wishes. Song San shot a glare at the group before turning to Wang Jiangwo. Lame Wang, I watched last night's dogfight too. Su Yun downing 4 of the latest stork fighters with an attack helicopter? That's nothing short of miraculous. A man like that was born to fly. How could he not join the Air Force? Fearing his logic might not sway Wang Jiangwo, Son Laosan shifted tactics and played the emotional card. Lame Wang, don't forget back then, if I hadn't risked my life charging into that sea of corpses to carry you down from the front lines with your leg shot through, you'd have met the king of hell long ago. All these years, I've never asked you for anything. This time, Su Yun must join our Air Force. Wang Jiangwo hadn't expected Son Laosan to invoke the debt of gratitude from his past rescue. He burst out laughing. Son Laosan, you're so eager. Are you planning to recruit Su Yun into the Air Force and groom him as your successor? Son Laosan's son had died in combat, leaving only his precious granddaughter, Zhu Ke. And in the video, anyone with eyes could see Zhu Chua's feelings for Su Yun. Without denial, Son Laosan stated plainly, a young man like Su Yun belongs soaring through the blue skies. If he could become part of the Air Force, it would be the best choice for both him and our country. Besides, if he could marry my granddaughter, this old man could close his eyes knowing he'd made peace with Yu Meng's deceased parents. At the mention of Son Laosan's deceased son and daughter-in-law, Wang Jiangwo sighed deeply. At that moment, Xinglong interjected. Truthfully, Su Yun himself hasn't expressed any clear aspirations for his future. Personally, I think we should respect his wishes rather than force an arrangement. Son Laosan rolled his eyes at Xinglong for daring to contradict him. Because of Xinglong's words, the atmosphere in the command room gradually grew heated as everyone debated how to attract Su Yun to join the Flower family's military. Meanwhile, at the temporary command post in Gaza City, everyone was straining to carry heavy bags. The sacks contained Su Yun's 80 million mission commission from this settlement, plus the additional mercenary battalion insignia commission. Once the sacks filled an entire military truck to capacity, a senior officer of the Baba sheep forces approached Su Yun. Mr. Su Yun, the Dai Xingyao government has requested Eagle Sauce to freeze all your bank accounts outside of Flowering Land. Our president fears that the commission from this mission might be difficult to withdraw if left in your bank accounts, so he specifically arranged for cash to be transported from the homeland. You may count it. This armored truck is a gift from our government to you. Su Yun took the keys from the senior Baba Yang officer and used his communicator to call his companions down to count the cash. Half an hour later, Du Fu Longer nodded to Su Yun, signaling the count was correct. Su Yun, feeling pleased, nodded back at the senior Baba Yang officer. Pleasure doing business with you. The senior Baba Yang officer paused, then gazed at the young man before him, so young yet with such a distinguished combat record, and a peculiar thought stirred within him. Mr. Su Yun, have you ever considered joining the regular military of any nation? With your abilities and talents, you would undoubtedly be highly valued. Su Yun smiled faintly. He knew full well that major powers would vie to recruit him. Even the Hoopoe would overlook his responsibility for blowing up their supply base and forcing their troops besieging Gaza City to retreat provided he showed any willingness to be recruited. However, he had his own considerations regarding joining any nation's military. I have no such plans for now. At least until I complete my studies, I wish to remain independent. Hearing this, the senior Baba Yang officer felt a hint of regret but refrained from further comment. After the senior Baba Yang officer departed, members of the Su Huang mercenary corps excitedly gathered around Su Yun, chattering away. Captain, when do we split the money? Captain, I did pretty well on this mission, right? Can I get a bigger share? Captain, let's split the money now, I can't wait. Meanwhile, back in the homeland, the high-ranking officials of the flower planting family were still engaged in heated discussions about how to entice Su Yun to join the military. Alright then, since we've all agreed to recruit Su Yun into the military, Shuelong, you'll be the first to approach him and gauge his interest. As for whether it's the army or air force, we'll discuss that once he's willing to join. Wang Jiangwo declared decisively. Understood.
I'll contact him immediately to gauge his thoughts.
Shuelong saluted with a standard military salute and nodded in agreement.
Dear comrades, unload the truck and distribute the cash.
At Su Yun's command, members of the Su Huang mercenary corps swarmed the armored truck like caged animals released. Each hoisted 3 or 4 bags stuffed with cash and hauled them upstairs.
Meanwhile, in the live stream chat, viewers who had been waiting impatiently for the loot distribution to begin erupted with excitement. Ha ha ha, it's finally starting. I've been waiting so long my flowers have wilted. A whole truckload of cash. I'd love to see how Su Yun and his crew split it up. The loot sharing ceremony officially begins. Time to enjoy the fruits of victory. So curious how much our big boss Su made this time? Blowing up 2 Daishang bird bases and taking out so many targets, that's gotta be a fortune. Damn, becoming a billionaire from one mission? Su Emperor, I'm clinging to your coattails, take me flying with you. Holy crap. That truck's gotta be loaded with at least $100 million bucks. Converting Su Huang's mission bounty to Chinese yuan, 800 million. 800 million. Holy. Netizens typed furiously in the comment stream while glued to their screens.
Meanwhile, as the Su Huang mercenary corps held their spoils-sharing meeting, back at the headquarters in the land of the Hupu, General MacArthur, the supreme commander of the Barbary Sheep Hupu War, roared with fury. Bunch of useless trash. The Empire poured resources into training you, and you can't even track down a few mercenaries? You have 10 more minutes. If you still can't locate the Su Huang mercenary group, take them all out and shoot them. Chapter 59, Why bomb anyone else? Bomb Su Yun's money. Reporting, General. Found them. They're at the Gaza City Center School. As an officer exclaimed in surprise, MacArthur hurried to the control panel and coldly demanded.
Coordinates? I want them dead. Gee General, there are still many civilians and children in the school.
Hearing MacArthur actually order the bombing of a Gaza City school, several officers in the command room felt their pupils contract sharply.
General, please reconsider.
General, openly violating international regulations like this might it. The command room erupted as officers scrambled to dissuade him.
It must be remembered that among the international regulations established by the United Nations,
the foremost principle is that all warfare must refrain from bombing hospitals, schools, embassies, museums,
and medical personnel must not be targeted on the battlefield. Though past conflicts often saw both sides fighting with blind fury, they still exercised restraint when it came to facilities like schools and hospitals. Yet now, the coordinates of a large, defenseless school had been entered into the remote strike target system by MacArthur. General, no. That school shelters hundreds of civilians, including many children.
General, bombing a school violates humanitarian principles.
This will put our organization in an even more passive position in international public opinion.
General, this isn't a military operation anymore, it's an act of terrorism. Inside the command center, several officers spoke urgently, yet with straightforward and solemn determination, attempting to stop MacArthur's retaliatory strike.
Snap.
The next moment, MacArthur drew the pistol from his waistband, aimed it at the officer who had voiced the strongest opposition, and said expressionlessly,
"To hell with humanitarianism. You were trained by the Larks, yet you dare sympathize with the enemy? I now seriously suspect you of treason. Guards, take him away for interrogation."
After issuing this ruthless order, the officer was immediately dragged away by 2 guards. MacArthur's move to make an example of him silenced the other officers instantly. After a long pause, a more seasoned-looking officer hesitated briefly before asking softly, "General, if we really bomb that school, it will certainly cause an international uproar.
We need to prepare in advance."
The Daishoji had no justification for suddenly invading Gaza City 3 months ago. This alone had already drawn significant international condemnation.
Now, if we were to bomb one of their major schools, the consequences. Even a fool could foresee it, utter condemnation from every quarter.
Yet MacArthur merely smiled coldly.
The consequences? Nothing more than them cursing us even more viciously. But if we don't slaughter that mercenary gang, not only will we, the commanders and participants who launched the Gaza war, be branded with shame, but the entire nation of Hupu will be nailed to history's pillar of infamy.
Years from now, when people revisit this war regardless of its outcome, the first thing they'll recall is how a mercenary group toyed with the entire nation of Hupu.
Besides, why do you assume we blew up the Gaza school? It could just as easily have been an accidental discharge by their own troops in the city. Or perhaps it was caused by infighting among those mercenaries? Ha 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 ha. Don't worry. Eagle San is counting on us to stir up trouble in the Middle East. There's no way they'd just let us off the hook.
As he spoke, MacArthur finished inputting the coordinates and strode toward the command room door with a hearty laugh.
In a few days, I'll hold a press conference to announce this withdrawal. But before that, I'm eagerly awaiting the good news from the Eagle. Ha ha ha.
Hiss. Listening to MacArthur's maniacal laughter, the command room officers felt a chill run through them. They say a general's success is built upon countless bones.
But in war, not everyone deserves to die.
Yet one man who deserves to die can plunge countless others into mortal peril. And just moments after MacArthur stepped out of the command center at a Hupu military base, a long-range intercontinental missile slowly launched, heading straight for a school in the heart of Gaza City. Meanwhile, members of the Su Huang Mercenary Corps were laughing and joking. "Commander, you've just pocketed $40 million US, that's nearly 300 million of your flower currency. How do you plan to spend it?" "Haha, longer, how the commander spends it is none of your damn business, it's not your money. But I bet you'll blow your 10 million on women." Duff Longer and Xia Long Schwarzenegger bickered noisily. Meanwhile, Zhuke Song Yumeng and Xuanwu He alone gaped at the two massive stacks of dollar bills before them, their hearts swelling with gratitude. "Captain Su Yun, Zhuke and I didn't contribute much to this mission. It's not right for us to take this money." He alone cast a reluctant glance at the pile of bills before him, still intending to decline Su Yun's generosity. Su Yun looked at Yilong and Zhuke Song Yumeng, smiled faintly, then stepped forward and patted both of them on the shoulder. "Although your contribution to this mission was pitifully small, since you joined my mercenary group at the last minute and participated in this operation, you're still entitled to at least the basic commission." He alone looked at Su Yun gratefully, his eyes flashing with determination. "Commander Su, thank you. I won't hesitate to accept it. Once we're back in the motherland, if you ever need me for anything, just give me a shout." Shu Kei nodded emphatically upon hearing this, her admiration evident. Just as the group was basking in the joyful atmosphere, a piercing air raid siren suddenly blared, shattering the moment. The entire city of Gaza erupted like a calm lake struck by a boulder. "Oh no! Jumping!" The piercing wail echoed from the sky behind them. Su Yun's body began to emit frantic warning signals. Without hesitation, Su Yun vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already beside Suzaku, who stood frozen in shock. The next instant, Suzaku's body was violently hurled through the window by Su Yun. He alone followed, kicked out by Su Yun's foot. As for the other members of the Su Huang Mercenary Corps, the instant Su Yun gave the order, they leapt without hesitation from windows or doors, fleeing the building. "Captain Su Yun, you." Shu Kei, whose body slammed heavily onto the grass, was about to voice his confusion when, in the next instant, his gaze locked onto the missile streaking toward them through the sky. His eyes widened instantly. "An intercontinental missile? Captain Su Yun, watch out." The shouts were drowned out by a deafening explosion. The shockwave, carrying flames and debris, swept over like a sandstorm. It raged on for several dozen seconds. Shu Kei struggled to her feet from the grass, scanning the smoke-filled air for Su Yun's figure. When visibility finally cleared enough to take in the scene, she froze in shock. The teaching building that had stood tall on the playground moments ago was now reduced to a massive pile of rubble, transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Screams, cries of agony, pools of blood, and scattered limbs littered the ground. "Captain Su Yun." Suzaku frantically searched the rubble for Su Yun, finally spotting him crouched beside a pile of debris. Before him lay Mei Chao, her body consumed by flames and reduced to ashes. "Damn it, Commander! Our entire commission is gone." This mission was for nothing. Just as Zhu Kei was about to call out to Su Yun, several hoarse voices tinged with sobs suddenly echoed from behind him. Zhu Kei turned to find several mercenaries from the Su Huang Mercenary Corps had gathered behind him without his noticing. He alone, seeing Zhu Kei unharmed, nodded at her, signaling he was fine too. Thankfully, Su Yun's kick had sent him flying. Otherwise, his fate would likely have mirrored the scattered limbs littering the ground. Meanwhile, viewers in the livestream chat were gripped by this sudden tension, bombarding the screen with comments. "What the hell? They're actually going to blow up Su Yun's school? Has Dai Shengnio lost his mind? Holy crap, this is revenge? That's brutal. This totally screws Dai Shengnio over. He blew up all my big boss Su's mission bounty, he's gonna lose it. Big Su Emperor, you gotta stay calm. That's Dai Shengnio a whole nation. Don't let your head get hot." Chapter 60, this is no longer just a mercenary job. Amidst the massive cloud of smoke and dust, flames devoured everything. Explosions continued to erupt, structures kept collapsing, and waves of scorching heat rolled through the air. It felt like each breath would squeeze every last drop of moisture from his lungs. Su Yun rose from the ashes, his deep eyes flashing with an unprecedented coldness and fury. His lips were pressed tightly together, his expression so dark it seemed it could drip with water. "Commander Su Yun." Zhuke Song Yumeng approached cautiously, gazing at the school reduced to ruins before her, her eyes brimming with grief and fury. They actually violated international regulations and bombed the school? He alone and the other squad members gathered around, their faces equally etched with shock and disbelief. This retaliatory strike by the Hupu made them feel the cruelty and ruthlessness of war, but what was even more unacceptable was that the Hupu had stooped so low as to bomb a school. After all, not a single Babayan military force was present within these walls. It was filled entirely with civilians and children. The civilians who had narrowly escaped were terrified, wandering aimlessly like the walking dead, their voices hoarse from calling out for loved ones whose fate remained unknown. Not far away, senior Baba Sheep officers had rushed to the scene upon hearing the news. Witnessing this spectacle, they were rendered speechless, their eyes filled with rage and resentment. Inside the school were over 800 children and more than 500 civilians. Now, the majority lay buried beneath this pile of rubble. He instinctively sniffed the air, and the pungent smell of blood assaulted his nostrils.
That was the resentment of souls who died unjustly. The senior officer of Baba Yang's forces stumbled forward blindly.
Suddenly, he felt something soft and squishy beneath his foot. He looked down to see a tiny thigh, barely half the length of his own. Only one leg remained, still wearing a sneaker with its laces undone.
Numbly, he crouched down and retied the sneaker's laces.
As he tied, the senior officer of Baba Yang finally buried his head in his hands and wept bitterly. As a soldier, he had failed to protect his homeland and allowed his country's civilians to be slaughtered. What right did he have to continue living? The senior officer reached for the pistol at his waist, intending to end his life by putting it in his mouth, but Su-yun snatched it away. Even without the gun, the senior officer remained utterly silent, continuing to weep without a sound. His back ached unbearably, yet not a single sob escaped him. Finally, the dust-covered middle-aged man let out a blood-curdling howl.
Pooh-pooh. You ungrateful bastards. May you all rot in hell. Wah!
Beside him, hundreds of Baba Yang soldiers ran, howling and weeping.
The school's under attack. So many people are buried inside. Hurry, save them. How could this happen? Why did the hoopoe attack the school? My child is still inside. Please save my child.
Where the school playground once stood, deep craters now scarred the once level ground. On the charred earth, a father knelt frantically, his hands clawing at the rubble beneath him. Blood from his fingers mixed with the dirt, and all 10 fingernails had been torn off. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. His expression was filled with grief as he murmured to himself.
My daughter, my daughter. Daddy will find you soon. The same scene played out repeatedly in countless locations.
Some crawled out of the rubble covered in blood, while many more remained trapped beneath the debris, their cries for help gradually fading away. Some rushed into the rubble in panic and despair. The massive explosion startled the surrounding crowd. They stared upward in stunned silence, their eyes then filling with panic and anguish. Those bastards from the Daishang bird gang, they actually bombed our school.
Save them. Everyone, go save them. Allah, bring down punishment upon the hoopoe.
Su-yun watched the scene unfold before him, rage nearly boiling over in his eyes. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the turmoil within. Turning to the senior officers of the Baba Sheep and the surrounding soldiers, he declared, "This is no time for tears.
We must organize rescue efforts immediately and save as many trapped people as possible."
Vermilion Bird Song Yumung and Black Tortoise Yilong immediately led the members of the Sioux Imperial Mercenary Corps into the rescue operation. "Mr. Su-yun, I'll immediately contact every available rescue force within the country." The senior Baba Yang officer snapped out of his grief at Su-yun's stern reprimand. Realizing this was no time for sorrow, he quickly wiped away his tears, grabbed his communicator, and began making urgent calls. As news spread, the eyes of all Gaza City, indeed, the entire world, focused on this horrific attack. International outrage erupted, with condemnation pouring in for the Madbird's depraved actions. Meanwhile, in the distant land of Zhanghuajia, within a command center in Zhongnanhai, Wang Jiangwo and others learned of the incident through real-time intelligence. Shock gave way to overwhelming fury. This MacArthur is utterly audacious. Bombing a school? This has crossed the very line of human civilization. Wang Jiangwo slammed his fist on the table, his eyes blazing with unforgiving fury. Shuilong and Wang Zhongjuan wore equally grave expressions. If this is true, Su-yun won't let it rest. Given his temperament, he'll personally seek retribution from Dai Xingniao this time. At the disaster site, Su-yun participated in the rescue efforts while coldly instructing Zhu Ke, contact headquarters immediately. Find out who ordered the bombing here. I will make that person pay the price. Zhu Ke nodded firmly and turned to carry out the order. As night fell, the war-ravaged city appeared even more desolate. Yet amidst the ruins, countless fiery hearts raced tirelessly to save lives. Look, that's Su-yun. They say he single-handedly destroyed 2 hoopoe bases, shot down 4 fighter jets mid-air, and forced the hoopoe to retreat. He's Allah's chosen one sent to save us. Only he can save Gaza City. Whispers rippled through the crowd, eyes brimming with awe and reverence. Mr. Su-yun, please avenge my daughter. She was only 8 years old. Oh, just 8. Suddenly, the middle-aged man whose fingernails had been torn from digging frantically dug into the ground, kneeling before Su-yun and banging his head against the pavement. He clutched the lifeless little girl he had just unearthed. Please, Mr. Su-yun, avenge us. Please avenge us, Mr. Su-yun. Amid the middle-aged man's heart-wrenching anguish, a group of Baba Sheep civilians who had lost loved ones on the playground all knelt before Su-yun like him. Weeping bitterly, they pleaded for Su-yun to avenge them. The Baba Yang officer now approached Su-yun, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his face. Mr. Su-yun, only you can slay Commander Dai Xingniao, who ordered this attack. Our nation will sell every last possession to pay your bounty. Su-yun waved his hand dismissively, his expression unreadable. They blew up my money. This is no longer a mercenary job. This is a personal vendetta between me and the hoopoe. I won't accept your hire. As he spoke, Su-yun surveyed the Gazan civilians kneeling before him, then gazed toward the pitch-black night sky.
His voice was low but resolute. Dai Shengniao, blood debts must be repaid with blood. Not far away, Zhu Kei hurried over, clutching a freshly obtained intelligence report. Commander, I confirmed it. The order to bomb the school came from General MacArthur, the supreme commander of the Hupu. Su Yun's eyes flashed with cold light at the news. He spoke slowly, emphasizing each word. Very well. Tell him to wash his neck clean and wait for me. Chapter 61, The Devastation. At that moment, Bing Bing and photographer Xiao Xiao, who had rushed over from the Baba Yang Army's temporary command post, stared at the ruins before them. Both pairs of eyes burned with disbelief and fury. The Hupu. They actually bombed a school? Netizens who witnessed this hellish scene through the livestream instantly erupted in fury. Hupu, you son of a, you're ing out of your mind. How dare they bomb a school? There were elementary school kids inside. War butchers. Absolute war butchers. The Hupu and the footbasket chicken are cut from the same cloth. Little arms and legs scattered everywhere. Oh my god, this is too horrific. They're just children, wailing, how could they bring themselves to do this? Bing Bing witnessed this horrific scene, forcing herself to ignore her physical discomfort as she joined the rescue efforts. Just before the operation began, Bing Bing gave orders to photographer Xiao Xiao. The world must know about this horror. The perpetrators must be severely punished. 3 months of invader occupation had already plunged Gaza City's people into despair. Now, adding insult to injury, that missile felt like a merciless giant hand, brutally plunging Gaza City deeper into the abyss of hell. With tears streaming down her face, Bing Bing watched the panicked adults and helpless children crying out for their parents. She charged recklessly toward a pile of rubble. He alone saw Bing Bing and photographer Xiao Xiao had returned to the team. Just as he was about to approach them to ask if they were injured, he watched Bing Bing dash toward the rubble. He halted, shaking his head helplessly. Forget it. She'll have to get through this on her own. He alone muttered to himself. Spotting Su Yun preparing to depart with his mercenary group, he hurried after them. The commission for Su Yun's mercenary mission just got blown to smithereens. If my guess is right, Su Yun must be furious. The consequences could be severe. Xiao Xiao, the cameraman, murmured softly in the livestream. Inside the frontline command center of the Hupu, all officers stared silently at the satellite map before them. The map showed that the artillery shell had struck the coordinates with pinpoint accuracy. On the screen, a small mushroom cloud rose from that tiny section of land, now completely engulfed in smoke and dust. Report to General MacArthur, target acquired. A middle-aged man with stars on his shoulders instructed a staff officer in a solemn tone. Minutes later, General MacArthur strode in, clutching a half-empty beer bottle. A calm smile touched the corners of his mouth. Well done, gentlemen. A school just a few thousand lives. As long as it restores the Empire's honor, it's well worth the cost. In the grand scheme of waging war, the deaths of a few thousand were but a drop in the bucket of casualties. It was utterly insignificant. And what did the deaths of those barbarian sheep civilians matter to him, the Hupu? Since the invasion of Gaza City had failed, he saw no harm in teaching those heretical barbarians a lesson. As this thought crossed his mind, MacArthur suddenly realized, hadn't he considered the Su Huang mercenary corps a bit troublesome not long ago? Now it seemed they were nothing more than a bunch of ants that could jump around. Squashing them would be no more than the flick of a missile. General, our bombing of the Gaza school has been deliberately disseminated by China and is now drawing global attention. It has now sparked significant international backlash. At that moment, an officer suddenly burst into the command room from outside, urgently reporting to MacArthur. Oomph. That meddlesome nation loves to stick their nose in everything. Upon hearing the term flower-planting nation, a flash of disgust crossed MacArthur's face before he instantly regained his composure. He calmly replied to the officer. It's fine. Let them talk. They'll just resort to harsher insults. When it comes to matters involving the Empire's interests, the eagle will never stand idly by. There's an old saying in flower-planting land, truth always lies within the range of guns and cannons. As long as the eagle remains firmly on the Empire's side, they won't be able to stir up any trouble. MacArthur couldn't care less about international opinion. General, should we notify the State Department to prepare? A general with stars on his shoulders quietly asked, seeing MacArthur completely ignore the negative international sentiment directed at them. MacArthur pondered for a moment, then nodded and chuckled cheerfully. Very well, inform them. That way the foreign minister won't run to the president to slander me again. Notify the press secretary to come up with some excuse. Terrorists, mercenary infighting, whatever it takes to clear us of blame. As long as we don't admit it, the foreign media can scream themselves hoarse, it won't matter. Hours after the Gaza school bombing, global public opinion had erupted into fury. Every media outlet condemned the Golden Oriole for violating international regulations. Foreign ministry spokespeople from over half the world's nations issued strong condemnations of this terrorist attack. But soon, at 8 p.m., Dai Zhengnio's official spokesperson held a public press conference. At the press conference, he directly denied that the bombing was carried out by the Hupu military. He strongly protested against China's smear campaign against other nations' reputations.
He also pinned the blame for the bombing of the Gaza school squarely on the Su Huang mercenary corps. He claimed the bombing occurred because of a dispute over the division of loot, leading the mercenaries to detonate a bomb planted in the school out of anger and humiliation. He further emphasized that the Hupu military had never, did not, and would never engage in such inhumane acts. Then, at 8:30 p.m., the Eagles military took a hardline stance, announcing that a specialized investigation team had been dispatched to Gaza and had obtained conclusive evidence proving the bombing was a retaliatory act by members of the Tsar's mercenary corps over a dispute regarding the division of loot. It publicly offered a substantial bounty for the capture of Su Yun, the commander of the Tsar's mercenaries, and all members of the group. Meanwhile, an invisible hand began steering public opinion. Immediately after the Eagle publicly confirmed the Imperial Su Mercenary Corps' involvement, Baba Yang's representative at the United Nations issued a vehement protest. They accused the Hupu and Eagle of colluding in a shameless frame-up. It was Hupu who bombed the Gaza Central Elementary School. He once again vehemently condemned this as a massacre violating humanitarian principles. Shortly after Baba Yang's representative finished speaking, he was forcibly removed from the UN building by several armed Eagle soldier personnel and deported back to his country. At midnight, President Baba Sheep issued a statement through his nation's most authoritative media outlet. In this bombing by the Hupu, the Gaza Central Elementary School has so far claimed 874 lives and left 1,587 seriously injured, including 521 dead children and 678 seriously injured children. He appealed to all nations not to believe the false accusations and blame shifting by the Hupu and the Eagle. He requested the United Nations impose sanctions on Hupu. Chapter 62, hanging Su Yun's body at the highest point. He alone followed the Su Huang mercenary corps to a desert area outside Gaza City where they halted. This job comes with no commission. You really shouldn't go, it's far too dangerous. Su Yun's calm voice exploded like a bomb, startling everyone present. Captain, that's impossible. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. The Hupu is a state apparatus, you won't be able to handle it by yourself. No sooner had Su Yun finished speaking than Du Fu Longer urgently interjected. Schwarzenegger frowned deeply. Captain, our skills may be limited, but more hands mean more strength. Take us with you. Dwayne Johnson and Jason Statham chimed in. Captain, we're Su Huang mercenaries in life and Su Huang mercenaries in death. How could we let you face this danger alone? That's right, Captain. Worst case, I'll be a hero again in 18 years. Feeling the fierce fighting spirit within his men, Su Yun relented. He nodded, then turned his gaze to Zhuke Song Yumeng and Xuanwu Heilong. You two are soldiers of the flower planting family. Since your mission is complete, there's no need to risk this journey with me. Let's part ways here. At Su Yun's words, Zhuke and Xuanwu immediately stiffened. Song Yumeng tried to plead her case, but the words died on her lips. Not only was she the war god and elite soldier of the flower planting family, but her background was exceptionally unique. She was the granddaughter of Song Aigua, one of the 3 meritorious generals of the Flower Nation. If she were implicated in the assassination attempt on Dai Xingniao's high-ranking officers, it would bring immense trouble upon the flowering nation. Zhuke Song Yumeng's red lips trembled, but only a few words emerged. Come back alive. Su Yun responded with a faint smile, one tinged with resolve and determination. I will. When Su Yun turned his gaze back to Yilong, the latter grinned openly. Captain Su Yun, you know my mission this time is to document your activities abroad. Therefore, for this operation, I'll join as a temporary member of the Su Huang Mercenary Corps. I hope you'll approve. As Yilong spoke these words, his expression remained serene. Su Yun glanced at Yilong and nodded lightly. As you wish. But I won't necessarily guarantee your safety. With that, Su Yun turned and walked deeper into the desert. His silhouette under the moonlight appeared exceptionally solitary and resilient. The livestream audience watching this unfold erupted in excitement. Holy crap, Su Yun's taking on an entire nation solo? That's insane. That sheer audacity, it's like a war god possessed him. I knew Su Yun was strong, but this move still blew my mind. Meanwhile, in the distant land of flower planting nation, Wang Jiangmo and others grew tense upon learning of Su Yun's decision. Zhongjuan, activate the emergency protocol immediately. We must ensure Su Yun's safety at all costs. Understood, Commander. I'll notify the Ministry of Foreign Affairs immediately. Should Su Yun be captured by the Daisheng Bird military, I'll have the ministry engage them directly to secure his life. As Su Yun led the Su Huang Mercenary Corps out of Gaza City, inside a certain house, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard watched the silent departing figures with flickering eyes. In a voice inaudible to all, he let out a quiet, cold chuckle. How utterly presumptuous to actually threaten to kill General MacArthur. It seems I must relay this news back to the homeland. With that, the middle-aged man pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Soon, an encrypted message swiftly reached the Dai Xingniao command center. A Larkspur officer carrying the decrypted message found General MacArthur, who was already half drunk and half asleep. Originally, MacArthur was basking in the triumph of eliminating the Tsar's mercenary corps and restoring the Hupu Empire's honor. But upon seeing the document in the officer's hand, he sneered contemptuously. Oh?
So Baba Yang hired a mercenary regiment to assassinate me on home soil? Let them come.
If they can assassinate the supreme commander of an army on Hupu territory, then this war might as well be over. MacArthur showed not a trace of panic, even appearing somewhat amused. For the more intense the reaction in Gaza City, the greater the blow they had suffered. Gaza City was theirs to take. As for that mercenary unit driven mad by the desire to assassinate him, he could only say, "Ha! Have you ever seen a high-ranking official of any country get successfully assassinated except for those in the so-called Basin Chicken regime? And to attempt it at the frontline command headquarters of a nation's forces, targeting its highest-ranking military commander? This is outright defiance against a nation's armed forces. Mercenaries versus the army? That's just plain insane." MacArthur was even curious just what kind of brainless mercenary leader would accept such an absurd contract? And what about his own men? Would they still follow their commander to their deaths once they learned of this absurd mission? Curious, MacArthur turned to the officer and asked, "Which mercenary company is foolish enough to accept an assassination mission targeting me?" He didn't care, but he was curious. The world must have some truly bizarre leaders and an equally bizarre band of followers. The officer holding the documents didn't hesitate before answering. "General, it's the Su Huang Mercenary Group." Su Huang Mercenary Corps? What an uncultured commander to give it such a tacky name. MacArthur searched his memory but found no recollection of this mercenary group. The officer then added casually, "General, they're the mercenaries who blew up our 5-year supply depot in Gaza City." Sure enough. That statement instantly triggered unpleasant memories for MacArthur. His expression froze for a moment. They survived the blast? Good. Very good. You truly chose hell over heaven. MacArthur's tone turned instantly cold and menacing. Wouldn't it be better to live well? Why come here to die? This time, I'll make you wish you were dead. MacArthur ordered the officer beside him. Issue the order. All units at company level and above are to enter level 1 alert status. Increase patrol frequency to 24-hour continuous surveillance. If any suspicious individuals are spotted, no questions asked, shoot to kill on sight. Yes, sir. Also, inform the president to deploy the most elite special forces from the Hupu to my command. Didn't those heretics in Gaza City regard these mercenaries as saviors? Then I'll hang their corpses from the highest point in Gaza City, so these heathens know the fate that awaits those who defy the empire. Chapter 63, The Azure Dragon's Prophecy. Amid the ruins of Gaza City's devastated hospital, Juke Son Yumung found Bingbing. Bingbing's once pristine cream-colored suit was now stained with dust and splattered blood, looking disheveled and haggard. Her once bright eyes were swollen shut, clearly the result of prolonged crying. Despite this, Bingbing remained steadfast in this hellish place, doing everything in her power to care for the wounded. Her resilience and courage filled Juke Son Yumung with quiet admiration. That a young lady from a distinguished family, untouched by the crucible of war, could step forward in such dire circumstances, truly a daughter worthy of the flower-planting family, bringing no shame to her homeland. You're doing wonderfully, Miss Bingbing. The flower family is proud of you. The voice behind her made Bingbing turn in surprise, revealing the long-absent Juke Son Yumung. How did you get here? Where are the others? Bingbing looked at Juke with eyes full of questions. Suzaku replied with a bitter smile, Suyun has taken all members of the Su Huang Mercenary Corps on an extremely dangerous mission. My position makes it unsuitable for me to participate. Upon hearing this, Bingbing instantly grasped the perilous nature of Suyun's mission and couldn't help but worry for him. She understood that Suyun now bore a mission that could determine life or death. Seeing her reaction, Suzaku cautioned, it seems your livestream will need to pause for a while. Continuing it might expose their whereabouts and increase their risk. Bingbing took a deep breath and nodded resolutely. Very well. This way, I can focus entirely on assisting here. With that, Bingbing lowered her head once more, skillfully cleaning wounds and applying bandages to the injured. From her initial clumsiness and timidity to her current calm handling of gruesome wounds, her transformation in such a short time bore witness to her growth and resilience. Suyun now stood at a pivotal crossroads of destiny. He was about to launch an unprecedented grand operation so monumental and breathtaking that even the word outrageous couldn't begin to capture its scale. This plan holds the fate of not only himself and the mercenary group he leads, but could potentially reshape the entire world's order in course. The slightest misstep could cost them their lives in this perilous venture. At this critical juncture, Suyun did not forget the special mission entrusted to him by the Flower family, the seemingly unremarkable metal sphere he carried with him, which contained advanced technological power. Like a faithful, silent recorder, the sphere silently captured and stored his every move and word. Whether it was his heroic figure in fierce battle or his deep contemplation in the quiet of the night, nothing escaped its precise and sharp eyes. However, the transmission terminal that should have been relaying this real-time footage to the vast audience in the livestream had now quietly shifted its target. Instead of racing through fiber optic cables to appear on countless computer screens, the footage and data are now encrypted and transmitted directly to a mysterious and solemn command center deep within Zongnanhai. There, a group of leaders who determined the nation's fate sat in command, closely monitoring every move of Soo-yun through the eyes of this metallic sphere. Zongnanhai, a command room. A group of high-ranking officers from the flower-planting family stared intently at the large screen on the wall. This gathering was noticeably twice as large as the previous two meetings. Even Major Generals Wang Zhongjuan and Xue Long, who had previously occupied seats near the front, were now pushed to the very back. Some officers in the command center even lacked seats. The bombing of Gaza City Central Elementary School had sparked immense international outrage. Particularly after the Eagle publicly declared its support for the Hupu, deliberately or inadvertently shifting the blame onto the Flower family. After declaring that the Chinese were the main culprits behind the bombing of Gaza City Central Elementary School, various departments within the flowering nation began paying close attention to the matter. At this most critical juncture, Soo-yun had actually taken on this mission with his mercenary group. This naturally caused an uproar among the higher-ups of the flowering family, with several department heads also turning their attention to Soo-yun. Generals, I have now completed my briefing on Soo-yun, leader of the Su Huang mercenary group. Now I will outline the mission objective for the Su Royal Mercenary Corps. The overall commander of all forces invading Gaza City this time is General MacArthur, a 5-star general. According to our intelligence, MacArthur will hold a press conference and war summary meeting the day after tomorrow after the Hupu frontline forces withdraw to the borderline Hupu unilaterally established with Barbary Go 3 years ago before leading the remaining troops back to Hupu's homeland. Therefore, if the Tsar's mercenaries truly intend to assassinate MacArthur and complete this mercenary mission, then the optimal time for an attack would be the day after tomorrow, during General MacArthur's press conference. Of course, just as we can anticipate this, MacArthur will certainly anticipate it as well. Therefore, he will inevitably deploy substantial security personnel to ensure his safety. No, he will launch a manhunt for Soo-yun while ensuring his own security. Before the massive screen, Xinglong spoke calmly about the backdrop of the impending battle. Therefore, this will be a contest of willpower between both sides. As for who will be the hunter and who the prey, that depends entirely on how each side positions itself. And we must remain ready to activate our contingency plan at any moment. After all, Xuanwu was currently embedded within the Su Imperial Mercenary Corps, tasked with shadowing Soo-yun. After finishing his words, Xinglong himself paused in surprise. Deep down, he had subconsciously equated a mercenary group of mere handfuls with the machinery of a nation-state. Moreover, deep down, he harbored a faint hope that Soo-yun might actually succeed. Wait. Could it be? My subconscious actually placed that guy on the same level as a state apparatus. I really am. Xinglong scoffed at himself before quickly reflecting. Even if Soo-yun possessed extraordinary personal combat prowess, he would still be the weaker party when facing a colossal beast like the state apparatus. He couldn't fathom why Soo-yun would accept such a mission. Was it because of the 80 million yuan commission he'd blown? Or was it driven by some sense of justice? Regardless of the reason, from his perspective, it was an unwise decision. Yet, strangely enough, not a single member of the mercenary group voiced any objection to this decision. Even Xuanwu, one of the 4 great warriors of the Flower Nation, didn't try to stop Soo-yun. They were all willingly following him to their deaths? Chapter 64, The Eye of God. Personally, I believe the motives behind this operation are indeed elusive on the surface. After all, judging by Soo-yun's past conduct, he was not someone swayed by emotion. His control over his mind and body was as precise and rigorous as a precision instrument. Whether facing the challenges of physical limits or the impact of emotional turmoil, he maintained a calmness and self-restraint beyond ordinary people. Yet, delving deeper into Soo-yun's character, one discovers that this seemingly contradictory behavior aligns perfectly with his personal logic. He is like a ship sailing a predetermined course, steadfastly pursuing his ultimate goal while possessing a remarkable sense of spontaneity. This nonchalance is not reckless abandon, but rather a deliberate approach that ensures the main mission proceeds smoothly while infusing the journey with unpredictable leaps and boundless possibilities. In other words, once Soo-yun accepts a mercenary mission, it becomes a promise he fulfills with effortless ease. No matter how arduous or complex the task, he approaches it with unwavering confidence in his ability to succeed, displaying a freedom and agility beyond the reach of others. He navigates through all variables with ease, like a cunning cat playing freely while chasing its prey, yet ensuring the prey remains firmly within his grasp, never straying from the predetermined path. To put it plainly, no matter how carefree he might appear during the mission, the final outcome remains unchanged. As Xinglong's words faded, Bai Tiger chimed in at this critical moment with a distinct perspective. His voice was deep and powerful, like an ice-breaking hammer striking echoes in the quiet command room. My point is, since Soo-yun dared to accept this mission, it means he has sufficient confidence in countermeasures. We cannot measure him by ordinary standards after all, he is Soo-yun. Xinglong tilted his head slightly, a ripple of confusion flickering across his deep, piercing eyes. He wondered inwardly, complete the mission? How could that be possible? How could one man possibly stand against the machinery of a nation? Yet before him stood the White Tiger, the other half of the legendary duo known as the Azure Dragon and White Tiger, 2 war gods of the military who now held a different perspective. Under the intense scrutiny of numerous high-ranking officials, the White Tiger maintained his usual composure, responding with a light-hearted tone. You're judging Soo-yun through your own lens, but you are not him. The words struck like a pebble dropped into a lake, sending ripples of shock through the room. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their puzzled gazes thickening in the air. Qinglong, however, seemed struck by lightning, instantly grasping something. Right. Qinglong's heart trembled. I've been judging Soo-yun based on myself as a reference point, but I am not him. What I deem impossible doesn't mean he can't achieve it either. Looking back, every mercenary mission Soo-yun took on, I had subjectively assumed he couldn't pull it off. Yet time and again, he defied expectations and came out on top, often exceeding deliverables to achieve astonishing 200% results. As his thoughts churned, the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense and charged with subtle tension. The bigwigs began whispering among themselves, trying to decipher the deeper meaning behind White Tiger's words. At that moment, Wang Jiangwo's authoritative and resonant voice broke the silence. All right, everyone, no need for wild speculation. Let's return our attention to the main screen. On the screen, the Su Huang Mercenary Corps had departed Gaza City, advancing resolutely eastward before halting at an inconspicuous stretch of sand dunes. They were resting here. Commander Soo-yun lay alone on the scorching sand, clutching a map in his hand, occasionally lifting his gaze to study it intently. The surrounding members instinctively gave him space, gathering in small groups to quietly replenish fluids and conserve energy. Through the lens, Soo-yun appeared lost in thought, yet his mind raced like a precision computer. Every line and mark on the map was etched deeply into his mind. Simultaneously, he discreetly activated the system interface. After a moment's hesitation, he decisively spent 50,000 skill points to acquire the ability known as God's Eye. As the name implied, God's Eye allowed one to maximize deductions about an opponent's deployment from limited intelligence and make targeted adjustments accordingly. Now, the night was deep, the moonlight as clear as water, bathing his slightly weary yet still determined face. His fingers gently twirled a strand of messy black hair hanging over his forehead, an unconscious gesture revealing his deep concentration. His eyes shimmered like stars as he gazed into the boundless night sky, seemingly searching for answers or revelations within it. He appeared lost in thought, as if engaged in a silent dialogue with the vast cosmos. In his mind, the map bearing the weight of strategic decisions was constantly being dismantled and reassembled, like a vast jigsaw puzzle where each piece represented a crucial strategic location. The map shifted unpredictably with the flow of his thoughts. Behind each reassembly and disassembly lay a profound interpretation and precise prediction of the battlefield situation. He meticulously planned intricate offensive routes, calculating the timing of each action point down to the second. Comprehensive contingency plans were already in place to counter every possible enemy defensive strategy. From deploying the main attackers to coordinating timely support from auxiliary roles, culminating in the decisive strike at the critical moment, Soo-yun conducted like an exceptional maestro, wielding an invisible baton on the battlefield of the mind to weave intricate yet agile operational plans. He had silently rehearsed this process dozens, perhaps even hundreds of times, tirelessly, solely to ensure the desired outcome in actual combat and minimize risks and losses for his team. The squad members all understood that their leader was immersed in critical strategic planning at this moment. They shared an unspoken understanding, none daring to disturb the life or death silence of his contemplation. So they sat quietly on the sandy ground. When drowsiness overtook them, they simply found a comfortable spot to lean against the sand dunes and doze off. There was no unnecessary exchange of words between them, only trust and tacit understanding flowing silently. It wasn't until the next morning, when the first rays of sunlight pierced the curtain of night and warmed Soo-yun's face, that he snapped out of his reverie. Slowly rising from the sand dunes, he gently brushed the fine grains from his body, leaving behind streaks of mottled light and shadow. He turned to the group of sleepy-eyed yet spirited comrades, lifting the corners of his mouth in a smile. His voice was low yet powerful as he gave the order, "Let's go. We have a mission to complete." Meanwhile, in the conference room of the flower planting family, the leaders who had stayed up all night felt as if injected with a shot of adrenaline upon hearing Soo-yun's words. Their spirits instantly revived, and their eyes refocused on the large screen. They wanted to see what action plans Soo-yun had devised. As soon as Soo-yun finished speaking, Qinglong and Baitu exchanged a glance, their hearts both giving a sharp jolt. What was bound to happen has finally come. He's about to make his move. Chapter 65, Divide and Conquer. Within the Hupu frontline command headquarters, standing amidst the smoke and fire of battle, General MacArthur held a sparkling crystal wineglass with regal poise. The glass was filled with aged cognac, meticulously airlifted from the distant land of Gaul. The rich golden liquid possessed the profound depth and historical resonance of a battle-hardened warrior. This brand had once been his idol, the cherished choice of Napoleon Bonaparte, the hero who once dominated Europe. Even amidst the glory of his empire, this fine spirit had never been absent from his side. He took a gentle sip, the fiery heat intertwining with the sweetness of time, like the iron will and tenderness of the battlefield, mirroring his complex yet resolute state of mind. Though the weight of international scrutiny pressed upon his shoulders like mountains, and the eyes of the world bore down upon him with accusations and doubts, he remained unmoved.
For upon this land, he was the undefeated hero in the hearts of his people, the shining statue they revered. He firmly believed himself to be the sword of divine retribution in God's hands, through which the heretics would inevitably receive their just punishment. Though criticism and condemnation rained down like a storm, none could shake his standing in the people's hearts. They saw him as Uriel, the angelic embodiment wielding divine retribution and upholding justice. It was foreseeable that when the flames of war were temporarily extinguished, upon his triumphant return to the capital, he would be greeted by the cheers and praise of countless crowds. An aura of glory would surround him, a hymn to the hero, the supreme honor earned through his tenacity and wisdom. Just as General MacArthur was fully immersed in his grand fantasy, enveloped by visions of boundless wealth and fame, the solemn, measured voice of an officer reporting duty sounded like a thunderous bell, snapping him instantly from his dreamlike bubble back to reality. General, all units at company level and above have immediately mobilized upon receiving orders and are now fully operational at level 1 combat readiness. The officer's voice was solemn as he delivered the report. MacArthur paused, then slowly acknowledged, "Oh? The low response carried a barely perceptible note of concern. His thoughts swiftly returned to that mercenary unit, a mere fly among men, yet daring to challenge authority and attempt a decapitation strike against him. Seeing MacArthur snap out of his reverie, Officer Dai Xingniao continued his detailed briefing. To ensure absolute security, from tonight until the conclusion of your press conference tomorrow, all units will expand their jurisdiction areas and deploy squads for 24-hour continuous patrols within their respective territories. Should any trace of that mercenary group be detected, they will immediately take action and execute them on the spot." Furthermore, the officer added, "In accordance with His Excellency the President's urgent deployment order, an elite detachment from the nation's top Wild Boy Special Operations Force will arrive at headquarters within the hour, specifically tasked with protecting your security, General. Simultaneously, all regular units are mobilizing personnel to conduct free searches within their respective defense zones, leaving no corner unturned in the hunt for potential enemy hideouts." Though deep down, Officer Dai Xingniao felt such stringent defenses bordered on excessive after all. It was rare in his long military career for a mercenary regiment to dare launch such a bold decapitation strike against a frontline commander. Nevertheless, though he privately disagreed with General MacArthur's orders, he executed them with unwavering resolve. After hearing these detailed deployment arrangements, MacArthur nodded with satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "Very well. If that mercenary regiment truly decides to carry out this utterly foolish operation, tonight will undoubtedly be a night of extraordinary excitement. I expect to hear good news from you when I wake up tomorrow morning." As the supreme military commander of the frontline headquarters, MacArthur's grasp of the battlefield situation was razor-sharp, far surpassing that of ordinary men. He knew that after tomorrow's press conference, he would depart for the capital ahead of schedule. At such a sensitive juncture, assassinating an imperial 5-star admiral in the heavily guarded capital was virtually impossible. Even for foreign mercenaries, infiltrating the ironclad defense lines of the Hupu would be an uphill battle. Therefore, he concluded that the mercenary group could only choose to sneak into the frontline positions under the cover of night, advancing cautiously step by step toward his location. He had long prepared for this eventuality, meticulously weaving an ironclad defensive network across the entire frontline. Within this web, countless ambush traps lay cleverly positioned, awaiting prey that would walk straight into the snare. Meanwhile, in a command center somewhere in Zhongnanhai, China, a group of high-ranking officials in crisp military uniforms sat upright, their eyes fixed intently on the large, crystal-clear screen before them. Thanks to the high-tech transmission capabilities of the special metal spheres, the images displayed were more vivid and detailed than ever before, creating an almost immersive experience. The camera focused on the distant desert, where all 6 members of the Su Huang Mercenary Corps including Xuanwu Heilong advanced with silent, determined strides across the boundless expanse of swirling sand. Their destination lay directly ahead, the heavily fortified, fully mobilized military zone of the Hupu front, looming like an invisible barrier. Time slipped away like sand in an hourglass. Half a day passed as the entire mercenary group endured this high-intensity, silent long-distance assault. After another 2 hours of grueling trek, they finally set foot within the boundaries of the Hupu military zone. At this moment, the surrounding landscape began to undergo subtle changes, gradually transitioning from barren desert to rolling hills dotted with green vegetation. Upon entering the military zone, despite the pervasive danger, the Su Huang mercenary group did not slow their pace. They merely adjusted their speed to a more steady and cautious rhythm. During the trek, they halted several times for brief yet efficient rest periods, replenishing depleted food and water supplies while restoring their stamina. At this very moment, tension in the command room reached its peak. Xinglong's gaze fixed on the agile figure at the forefront of the screen, his heart filled with awe and admiration. Since entering the Hupu frontline military zone, Su Yun had successfully guided his team members, through extraordinary intelligence and keen intuition, to evade at least 8 intersecting Hupu patrol squads and 13 potential ambush sites at small outposts. Most astonishingly, throughout the entire journey, Su Yun had not deployed a single scout, activated a single unmanned reconnaissance drone, nor had any team members issued warnings about potential threats. They moved like a pack of wolves in perfect harmony, running close behind Su Yun.
With his keen eyes, he seemed to foresee Hupu's search teams or carefully laid ambushes ahead with just a glance. At 8 p.m., they finally halted behind a low hill, and the entire unit began to rest. They had just crossed the Hupu's outer military perimeter. Ahead lay the second line of defense, the most heavily fortified. From afar, sentry soldiers were visible everywhere, with small bunkers or outposts for small units dotted at regular intervals. This line of defense stretched before them like an impassable chasm, the most difficult barrier they would face. The enemy fielded tens of thousands of soldiers armed with every type of weapon and equipment. Yet they were only 6. Behind the hill, the squad members silently replenished their food and water supplies, then conducted final checks on their weapons and gear. 10 minutes later, Su-yun rose to his feet and gave a subtle hand signal. The 5 members of the Su Huang mercenary corps exchanged glances before slowly dispersing. Within minutes, they vanished completely into the night. What? They actually split up? What's the fuss about? The units across the way are on full alert, yet they've split into smaller groups? This is ridiculous. In the command center, watching the regiment members scatter like ghosts across the large screen. The senior officers, who had been sitting stiffly upright, finally couldn't stay seated. Chapter 66, Old Iron 666. In a command center somewhere in Zongnanhai, the dim, heavy lighting cast a somber glow over the tense, worried faces. Wang Jiangwo, the decorated general of the Flower Nation who had weathered countless battles, turned solemnly. Representing all the senior officers in the command center, he cast an inquiring glance at Xinglong, who stood beside the large screen. Xinglong, by all logic, Dai Xingniao's forces should have laid a trap and be lying in wait. Why isn't Su-yun concentrating his firepower to break through their second line of defense? Even if discovered during the advance, wouldn't dispersed forces facilitate easier retreat and redeployment? Wang Jiangwo's words brimmed with confusion and bewilderment. Facing the real-time battle map on the screen, a thin layer of sweat silently beaded on Xinglong's forehead. He knew full well his responsibility to analyze Su-yun's strategy and tactics and explain them to everyone. As Wang Jiangwo waited for him to reveal Su-yun's true intentions, his expression grew increasingly tense. Mr. Wang, forgive my frankness, but I too cannot discern the purpose behind Su-yun's move. At the same moment, Xinglong's gaze drifted involuntarily to the white tiger seated beside him, his brow equally furrowed. As one of the 4 great war gods, the white tiger war god and an expert in military intelligence analysis, he too was now deep in thought. He weighed his words carefully, his voice low and firm. If facing a target with lax defenses or loose vigilance, Su-yun's decision to split the team into smaller units could indeed reduce the risk of exposing the entire force. However, they now faced the highly vigilant, ferocious Daisheng bird army. Splitting forces under these circumstances would be tantamount to placing every member of the Su Imperial Mercenary Corps into an even more perilous situation. Now, 6 scattered targets compared to 1 unified target, the probability of discovery is nearly 99.99%. By whose voice carried an unusual weight at that moment. Yet, his eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of insight, as if he had grasped a crucial point. Unless. Before he could finish, the tension in the command room thickened instantly. Unless Su-yun doesn't intend to infiltrate silently, but instead chooses a head-on assault. The moment the words left his mouth, White Tiger seemed to grasp the absurdity of this assumption, his brow furrowing even deeper. How could a mere 6-man mercenary squad possibly challenge a powerful army already prepared for battle head-on? Such a choice can only lead to one outcome: the complete annihilation of the Su Imperial Mercenary Corps. As White Tiger's words fell, the air in the command room seemed to freeze. Every person present deeply felt the brutality and uncertainty of this battle, their hearts heavy with both dread and hope. Under the deep cover of night, the Hupu artillery emplacement lay silent. Various cannons, like sleeping beasts, stood in orderly rows, poised and ready. The acrid scent of gunpowder lingered in the air, as if echoes of yesterday's fierce artillery battle still reverberated. Amid this tense and oppressive atmosphere, several soldiers clad in camouflage, their faces etched with exhaustion, made their way toward the relief point. Their steps were heavy and weary, each stride carrying discontent and resignation. One soldier rubbed his eyes, trying to shake off the drowsiness, muttering under his breath. Damn it, this life is killing me. Just got off last night's sentry duty, and now I have to go back out again. Can't even get a full night's sleep. Another soldier interjected indignantly. Didn't they say higher-ups are considering withdrawal? Why all this constant panic? It's all because of that arrogant mercenary regiment. The mercenary group they referred to was the very culprit that had tormented them relentlessly in recent days. Rumor had it that some self-proclaimed mighty mercenary group had dared to threaten a decapitation strike against General MacArthur, forcing the entire base into level 1 alert status with round-the-clock patrols. Those bastards must have water in their brains. One soldier couldn't help but curse under his breath. We've been fighting in Gaza City for months, living in constant fear, eating cold, hard rations, and sleeping in trenches full of scars. Just when we thought we'd finally get to go home and enjoy some peace, this nonsense pops up. The more they thought about it, the angrier these already exhausted soldiers grew. One soldier, nicknamed the Oriole, was furious beyond words. Clenching his rifle, he slammed the butt into the air and spat venomously.
If I ever lay my hands on that bastard Su-yun, I'll teach him a lesson with this rifle. Blow his head off with one shot, then kick his arrogant little ass right back into his pants. Then. At this point, the soldier paused abruptly. The other soldiers, caught up in the excitement, urged him on. Then what? Speak up. What happens next? Keep talking, damn it. But the soldier just stared into the night ahead, his mouth agape as if he'd seen something utterly unbelievable. Damn it. Look, there's someone floating up ahead. Holy, it's a ghost. A ghost? The other soldiers looked up too, and sure enough, there was a figure drifting in the darkness before them. No, a ghost. This is too weird. Damn it, how could we run into a ghost in the middle of the night? Just then, the ghost in the air suddenly drifted toward them, followed by an annoyed voice. Ghost my ass. You bastards are the ghosts. I'm alive, man. A living person. You bastards. Did you just say you'd kick our regiment commander's balls in? I'll kick your balls in first. How dare you badmouth our commander behind his back? You must be tired of living. Hearing the voice, the soldiers snapped to attention. This is bad. He really is alive. It's the Su Huang Mercenary Corps. Enemy attack. The next moment. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of machine gun fire greeted them. Dense bullets instantly riddled the bodies of a small patrol squad into sieves. In the dim light of the fire, Du Fu Longer finally revealed a smirk. Standing on the hovercraft, a large pineapple in hand, he spat contemptuously at the soldiers' corpses below. Put. Scum. You think trash like you can kick the regiment commander's balls back into his crotch? After hurling the insult, Du Fu Longer piloted the aircraft toward the nearby military camp. As he flew, he shouted loudly. I'm Cloud Su. Weren't you looking for me? Gunfire and shouts instantly alerted the soldiers within the base. A shrill alarm blared instantly. What's happening? Where's that gunfire coming from? Enemy attack. It's that mercenary group. The intruder claims to be Cloud Su. Oh no, it's the mercenary group's leader. Wait, I don't see anyone. Where did they come from? Look up toward where the shots came from. They're in the air. I see him now. How dare he be so damn arrogant, walking on a flying machine. Outside the base, Du Fu Longer's large pineapple never stopped firing, sweeping directly at the Hupu soldiers below. Rat-a-tap-tap. Hupu, F your mothers. Duff Longer fired relentlessly while spewing a torrent of standard Flower Nation curses. If Shu Kei and he alone had seen this, they'd only have one thing to say about his Chinese language teacher. Bro, you're lit. Chapter 67, This Old Man Cloud.su. Fire. Bomb the hell out of him. Deep within the base, the Hupu soldiers had been in a drowsy state. Yet now, the commander's furious roar poured fuel on the flames, instantly igniting the fire of battle within them. The entire base seemed to come alive in that instant, its firepower systems activating fully like a slumbering beast awakening. Rat-a-tat-tat, a torrent of bullets poured forth like a downpour, hurtling straight toward Du Fu Longer's position. The air itself seemed to warp under the impact of countless bullets, erupting in a deafening screech. Boom! A rocket-propelled grenade whistled past Du Fu Longer's shoulder, exploding on a nearby hillock behind him. The resulting dust cloud shot skyward, obscuring half the sky. Damn it! You bastards, you dare use rockets against your old man? Duff Longer, still shaken, cold sweat pouring down his back, cursed as he deftly maneuvered his aircraft to speed away from the scene. His figure vanished in an instant over the distant horizon. Damn it! That bastard actually got away? The base commander's face turned ashen, his rage nearly boiling over. Damn it, notify the air defense unit, bring him down for me. Sir, Cloud Su is currently near our camp. The target is too small, the anti-aircraft guns might cause friendly fire. Seeing the situation, the adjutant acted quickly, grabbing the emotionally overwhelmed commander and trying to calm him down. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I can't take this damn scolding lying down. The base commander gritted his teeth, his rage boiling over with nowhere to vent. He immediately ordered. Assemble the troops. Pursue at full speed. Find that insolent bastard and take him out. As the command echoed through the base, chaos erupted. A squadron of heavily armored, fully equipped Daiseng bird soldiers surged out like ravenous wolves, relentlessly pursuing the direction of Du Fu Longer's escape. The commotion quickly drew the attention of nearby patrol and reconnaissance squads. They adjusted their courses, deliberately moving closer to the base, their eyes flickering with curiosity and wariness. You were pretty cocky just now, weren't you? Got the guts? Then don't run. The base commander sprinted while wildly firing into the air, taunting defiantly. Come on, come on. Got the guts to curse your grandpa again? Let me hear it. His voice echoed across the wilderness, shrill and grating. Unaware of this, several figures moved silently in the shadows flanking the base, moving away from the direction of the Hupu soldiers under cover of night. Like ghosts in the night, these figures silently slipped through the heavily guarded base perimeter, plunging deeper into the shadows and vanishing without a trace. At the same moment, Duff Longer, shouldering his signature large pineapple machine gun, was sprinting with all his might. His chest heaved violently, each breath filled with determination and ferocity.
A low, muffled transmission suddenly crackled through his special communicator. He paused slightly, glancing back at the Hoopu soldiers closing in relentlessly behind him. A savage grin spread across his face.
Ha! You like chasing your grandpa, huh?
Dufflonger sneered inwardly, then abruptly changed direction, charging diagonally toward a predetermined location.
Quick! He's just ahead. We'll catch him any second now.
The Hoopu soldiers gasped for breath, their voices thick with rage. They had been standing guard peacefully when Dufu-longer suddenly appeared, promptly sending his most sincere regards to every female member of their families.
This was unbearable to them, and they vowed to tear Dufu-longer limb from limb.
But just then, a sharp gunshot rang out from somewhere, striking a precise point at their feet.
Immediately after, a deafening roar erupted. The massive shockwave from the chain explosion engulfed everything in chaos. Shrapnel flew everywhere, dust swirled thickly, completely obscuring their vision. Cough. What the hell is going on? Damn it, we've walked into an ambush.
As the smoke gradually cleared, the commander of the Hoopu base stared in disbelief. Dufu-longer, who should have been right before him, had vanished without a trace, leaving only a trail of destruction and the lingering scent of gunpowder in the air. His heart clenched, and he snapped to his senses as if doused with cold water. Slamming his thigh, his face drained of color, he exclaimed, "Damn it!
We fell for his diversion tactic."
After the explosion, Duff-longer, concealed behind a sand dune, glanced at the stork soldiers still reeling in confusion.
He grinned widely. He wiggled his hips triumphantly. Chasing me? Go eat.
Then, glancing at the time on his tactical watch, Dufu-longer spoke into his earpiece.
Commander, it's done.
He alone and Johnson have already taken advantage of the chaos to break through.
I'm heading to the next target location. Got it. I'll stay safe.
After ending the call, Dufu-longer assessed the direction, then maneuvered the small aircraft into the air once more.
Ha! Think you can capture our regiment? Dream on. The commander anticipated every one of your plans. Ha ha ha. The commander really is a freak. Meanwhile, at the 4 o'clock position of this base, 5 kilometers away, a patrol convoy of Hoopu was meticulously surveying the designated defense zone. A Hoopu soldier on the convoy glanced toward the direction of the recent explosion and remarked with a smile. Zeus's side is stirring. Looks like he's spotted that mercenary group. Damn it, we've been patrolling all day, and that dimwit just got lucky. Ah. They say fools have better luck than ordinary people, and it's true. If Zeus takes out that mercenary group, General MacArthur will be thrilled. Bet he'll be our new boss in a couple days. Put. That moron is my superior? I'd rather die. Just as the 2 squad leaders in the convoy were lamenting that they hadn't been the ones to spot that mercenary group, the lead military armored vehicle at the front of the convoy was instantly engulfed in flames. Boom. Enemy attack. The Hoopu soldiers reacted swiftly, clearing their weapon safeties while frantically scanning for the enemy. Ha! There he stood, brazenly perched atop a conspicuous boulder, a freshly fired rocket launcher slung over his shoulder. I'm the commander of the Su Huang Mercenary Corps, your granddaddy, Cloud Su. Over there. Damn it, whoever he is, he dared attack our convoy, take him out. Seeing all the Hoopu soldiers' eyes turned toward them. Standing on the rock, Xia Long Schwarzenegger smugly announced Su Yun's full name. Chapter 68, Longer, I'll your grandfather. What are you staring at? Do I look like your great-uncle? Sharon Schwarzenegger, rocket launcher slung over his shoulder, arrogantly flipped them the bird. Holy, I can't take this anymore. Cloud Su, die. Just now he said it was our grandfather, now it's become our second uncle? How does this guy talk so inconsistent? Off. If you want to be his grandson, go ahead. I'm gonna kill him and ask the general for a reward. Hearing Sherlong Schwarzenegger's rant, the Dai Shengniao soldiers erupted in chaos. Wielding their submachine guns, they charged toward him. Rat-a-tat-tat. Take him alive. The Dai Xingyao soldiers reacted swiftly, charging en masse toward the large rock where Sherlong Schwarzenegger was hiding. Gunfire, explosions, and curses erupted in an instant. Bullets tore into the boulder beneath Sherlong Schwarzenegger's feet, sending stone fragments flying. He tossed aside his empty RPG launcher, leaped off the boulder, and took off running. As he ran, he turned back and shouted at the Hoopu soldiers chasing him. Bunch of cowards. Can't take me on one-on-one? What good is ganging up on someone? Hearing this, the Hoopu soldiers gritted their teeth in fury. You're the one with no balls, your whole family's got no balls. We'll gang up on you. No way. You're taking on all of us by yourself. The enraged Hoopu soldiers closed in on Xia Schwarzenegger's heels, already calling for reinforcements to encircle him. Spotted the leader of the Su Huang Mercenary Corps. He's fleeing toward the 6 o'clock direction. Move out. Yes, the mercenary leader who tried to assassinate the general, that Cloud Su guy. That bastard just blew up one of our armored vehicles and taunted us. Hurry up and wipe them out. What? The one you're chasing is also their mercenary regiment commander? Also named Cloud Su? He blew up your camp? And he insulted all the women in your family? Hearing the urgent transmission from zoo space soldiers over the comms, Captain Dai Xingmiao's eyes flickered with confusion.
But when he saw Sherlong Schwarzenegger sprinting for his life ahead, a ruthless glint flashed across his face. Oomph. The one I'm chasing is the real Cloud Su commander of the Su Emperor Mercenary Corps.
That idiot Zeus is definitely chasing the fake one.
The captain of this Hoopu patrol squad muttered to himself before raising the submachine gun in his arms. He unleashed a torrent of fire toward the direction Aaron Schwarzenegger had fled, a fierce barrage pouring out like a sudden storm. Under the cold, tense moonlight, Sherlong Schwarzenegger moved with the agility of a panther. Each step landed precisely on the bullet-strewn path. The arrogance and defiance that had just filled his face vanished instantly, replaced by a deep, unwavering resolve. At this moment, he resembled a precision-engineered war machine, utterly focused on executing his predetermined mission. On both flanks, the Daizhengneo soldiers pursued relentlessly like wolves chasing a rabbit. Yet, leveraging his superior tactical acumen and physical prowess, Sherlong Schwarzenegger skillfully guided them toward the predetermined direction. Amidst his ragged breathing, he pressed the button on the specialized communicator strapped to his wrist. His voice was cool and decisive. "Commander, as per the original plan, I have successfully drawn off this patrol. The target area is secured. You may proceed." The commander's deep, authoritative voice confirmed the message through his earpiece. With the information verified, Sherlong Schwarzenegger decisively cut the transmission and accelerated his sprint once more. His figure cast a long shadow beneath the moonlight, streaking across the wasteland like a whirlwind. Meanwhile, a kilometer away on the left flank, two shadowy figures advanced silently, one ahead and one behind. As they skirted the perimeter of a heavily guarded military base, they executed a fluid, natural turn, like two ghostly shadows creeping to the edge of the barbed wire fence. With practiced precision, they hurled 7 or 8 high explosive grenades. Flashes of fire erupted in the night sky. Without hesitation, the pair spun around and sprinted away, vanishing into the darkness. At the same time, Arnold Schwarzenegger was racing along the rugged mountain road with all his might, almost frantically. Finally, he reached the edge of a precipitous cliff. His slightly trembling hands fumbled along the tree trunk until they found the lifeline that had been secured there long ago. He quickly tied the knot, staring down at the seemingly bottomless abyss. A shiver ran through him, and he muttered under his breath. "Duff Lunger, you bastard, picking a spot this high." The retreat route wasn't his own plan, it had been mapped out beforehand by Su Yun. However, the specific escape method was designed by Du Fu Longer. The pursuers behind him closed in like ravenous wolves. Feeling the searing heat of imminent danger, Sherlong Schwarzenegger fixed his gaze with unwavering resolve. Without hesitation, he secured the sturdy rope tightly around his waist and leaped plunging headfirst toward the abyss below. The biting mountain wind howled in his ears, as if narrating the final resolve between life and death. Simultaneously, his movements flowed with fluid grace. Mid-air, he swiftly drew a high-explosive grenade and flung it backward toward the dark precipice's edge. The grenade traced a cold arc through the night sky, landing with pinpoint accuracy atop the cliff. "Longer, I swear to God." A minute later, his heart still pounding, Sherlong Schwarzenegger looked up at the towering cliff with lingering terror, cold sweat pouring down his back. He cursed the man who had devised this escape method, Du Fu Longer, in his mind, then sprinted away without looking back, his figure streaking like lightning beneath the moonlight. The following Daisheng bird soldiers, witnessing Sherlong Schwarzenegger's resolute escape down the cliff using the rope, immediately followed suit, preparing to climb down. But just then, they discovered with horror that a high-explosive grenade suddenly shot up from below the cliff. Holy! Before the soldier could finish his curse, a deafening roar erupted. But the grenade didn't detonate upon impact, it exploded mid-air, sending shrapnel raining down like a dense, vicious storm toward the lapwing soldiers lying prone on the ground. In an instant, wails and screams mingled together, and the once fierce pursuit force was now thrown into utter chaos. "No! We absolutely cannot let Cloud Su escape. Pursue him." The Hoopu captain, who had just crawled out from behind a boulder, sought his men either dead or wounded. Rage boiling within him, he was about to order the less severely injured soldiers to continue the pursuit when a series of continuous explosions suddenly erupted from the distant left. The sudden explosions, accompanied by the clatter of footsteps and the clang of metal, caused the captain's brow to furrow. His face was etched with confusion and astonishment. "Ha? Explosions coming from the base?" As he muttered to himself, the base commander's urgent yet resolute order crackled through his earpiece: "Return to base immediately." The captain's eyes widened in astonishment, his mind reeling with unspoken confusion and shock. "Ha? Sir, you just said that Cloud Su, leader of the Su Royal Mercenary Corps, is leading his men in an attack on the base?" Chapter 69, Su Yun Everywhere. The once tranquil night erupted like fireworks suddenly ignited, boiling over in an instant. Across Dai Xingmiao's meticulously constructed second military defense line, intense combat erupted simultaneously in multiple locations like blossoms bursting forth. Patrols and reconnaissance squads vigilantly performing their duties along the outer perimeter frequently encountered surprise attacks from the Su Royal Mercenary Corps' commander, Cloud Su. His arrogant and resolute figure would often appear without warning at the edge of patrol routes, unleashing a hail of bullets before opponents could react.
Or he would block the base gates, taunting and provoking with utter recklessness, hurling grenades like rain into enemy formations.
Amidst the chaos and shock of the night, at the command center of the Daishang-bird frontline base, General MacArthur stared intently at the real-time battle map on the screen, his face so dark it seemed it could drip with tension.
The flashing red dots on the screen danced like ghostly specters, each representing an arrogant cloud. Su! He roared in fury, damn it! How many commanders does the Su Imperial Mercenary Corps have? How can this cloud.su appear on multiple battlefields simultaneously, as if he possesses the ability to split himself? The communicator crackled with reports of attacks from all directions. Patrols and reconnaissance squads sent out distress signals, their pleas for backup rising and falling in a chaotic chorus. That cloud.su, the bane of their existence, was as omnipresent as a ghost, throwing their meticulously deployed defenses into utter chaos and disarray. A sweaty staff officer, still trembling with fear, asked General MacArthur in alarm. "General, is this a trap or some kind of illusion?" Tension and confusion filled the entire command center.
General MacArthur, seething with rage, slammed his palm hard onto the table, causing the surrounding equipment to tremble slightly.
"Whatever their tactics, they are openly provoking me," he ordered in a deep voice. "Send the order, at any cost, these madmen must be utterly annihilated."
At the same moment, deep within the chaos recently unleashed by Xia Long Schwarzenegger, Jason Stanchion calmly and expertly maneuvered his aircraft. He deftly evaded the dense network of fire, like a cunning cheetah pouncing on its next target. Jason Stanchion's confident voice crackled through the headset. "Commander, based on the current situation, we should have successfully drawn the bulk of enemy forces." His tone carried a hint of triumphant pride. Meanwhile, far away, Su Yun's figure silently infiltrated the core area of the Daishang-bird military zone. Moonlight washed over his stern face, illuminating eyes as cold and sharp as stars. He was like a leopard concealed in the night, patiently awaiting the optimal moment to strike. "All is proceeding smoothly, Jason. Proceed according to the original plan." Su Yun's voice was low and resolute, his gaze as sharp as a falcon's, radiating unwavering determination and composure. "You must prioritize safety. If things become irreversible, feign surrender. I'll find a way to rescue you then." His words faded as his figure vanished like a ghost into the night, leaving only a faint, trembling afterimage in the air. At that very moment, the scattered members of the Su Huang Mercenary Corps, as if guided by invisible threads, launched a fierce assault on the Daishang bird defenses with an extraordinary level of coordination beyond ordinary comprehension. The magnetic, deep voice of Daisher Johnson crackled through the communicator. "Captain, I've breached the first blockade and am closing in on the target area." His movements were swift and precise, each strike as ruthless and decisive as a cheetah pouncing on its prey. Su Yun's reply was measured and steady as a mountain. "Schwarzenegger, how's your end progressing?" The communicator soon echoed with Shiloh Schwarzenegger's hearty yet sly laugh. "Heh, Commander, those guys are hot on my tail, but I've lured them right into the ambush zone I set up. Just waiting for them to walk into the trap." Su Yun issued his next order. "Longer, your mission is critical. Ensure the evacuation route for all members is secure. Report any suspicious activity immediately." "Understood, Commander. I'm already positioned at the designated rendezvous point, ready to provide support." Duff Longer, responsible for planning the squad's escape route, replied with concise forcefulness, like a sharp arrow poised to launch at any moment. Over the comms, hearing Du Fu Longer's voice, Shilong Schwarzenegger pictured him pounding his chest with a smug grin. The image made him snort in frustration. "Damn it! Making me jump off a cliff that high. Don't you know I'm afraid of heights?" As he spoke, Xia Long Schwarzenegger unleashed his pent-up rage in the form of bullets, unleashing a hail of fire at the small squad of Hupu soldiers pursuing him. "Captain, that guy's firepower is too intense. We can't break through." As this exchange concluded, a meticulously planned, step-by-step decapitation operation entered its most tense and intense phase. Each member of the Su Huang Mercenary Corps functioned like a precision gear in a machine, steadfastly holding their positions and rigorously executing their assigned missions, tearing apart the Hupu's seemingly impregnable defenses. Now, beacon fires blazed across the Hupu defenses, smoke billowing thickly. Soldiers, frantic and exhausted, chased the Su Huang warriors like shadowy specters flickering in and out of sight, yet could never pin down their location. Yet behind this chaotic battlefield, the true mastermind Su Yun slithered like a venomous snake through the dark abyss. He moved silently through the boiling frontline zone, slowly edging his way toward the rear defenses. Zongnanhai, Zhenghua Nation, within a command center. On the screen, northwest of a certain Daishang bird base, beneath the shifting shadows of trees on rolling hills, a figure stood motionless atop a rock, surveying the terrain below. From the figure's vantage point, the entire second defensive line of the Hupu was ablaze with lights and flames. Amidst the chaotic flickers, figures of soldiers deliberately or inadvertently weaved through the gaps, breaching the second defensive line. Su Yun gazed at the nightscape before him, shifting from utter darkness to a sea of flames. From utter silence to the current fervent activity. Every movement and trajectory of every member within this defense zone spanning over 10 kilometers was etched in his mind. Each executed his commands with precision.
attacking the east while feigning the west, encircling the stronghold to intercept reinforcements, providing alternating cover. Though the 5 members appeared scattered, they were bound together by an invisible thread. He, the regiment commander, was that very thread. Staring at the calm profile of Su-yun on the screen, Xinglong and Baitu in the conference room were so stunned they couldn't speak. Damn, Su-yun, he's terrifying. Chapter 70, The Ultimate Mind. In the command center of the flower planting family, lights blazed brightly. Su-yun's vantage point offered an unobstructed view of the dramatic, intense scenes unfolding along the second defense line of the Hupu territory. Whenever a particular corner of the battlefield caught his attention, the commanders in the room would instinctively follow his gaze, as if they could discern the figures of the Su Emperor mercenary corps members amidst the shifting lights and shadows. Only now did they gradually realize that the 5 members of the Su Huang mercenary corps were executing an incredibly intricate and complex maneuver, their movements covering nearly the entire expanse of the Hupu's second defense line. Each turn and pause was not merely for their own advancement, but more often than not, a near-perfect maneuver to create escape opportunities for their comrades. Upon closer inspection, one member might deliberately expose themselves, blocking the base entrance to draw fire, or intentionally create chaos to divert the attention of patrol squads. Behind these seemingly reckless actions lay a profoundly intricate coordination and tacit understanding among the team. If one could see the entire scene from a god's eye view, it would become clear that despite the Hupu frantic pursuit, they could never pinpoint or capture a single target. It turns out that along each assault team member's advance route, another teammate had pre-positioned escape tools and escape lines, forming an invisible yet ingenious protective net. Through this extreme tactical maneuvering and precise cover, the 5 warriors of the Su Huang mercenary corps moved like ghosts behind enemy lines, successfully breaching the seemingly impregnable second defense line of the Hupu bird. Inside the command center, Wang Jiangwo clapped his hands, his face radiating genuine admiration and astonishment. This is textbook-level enemy rear penetration, the ultimate in tactical tension and cover, with breakout points so precise it's unbelievable. With just a handful of members, they threw tens of thousands of Hupu soldiers into chaos without effectively capturing a single enemy. Tonight, we've been privileged to witness a spectacular strategic masterpiece, undoubtedly a pinnacle of tactical artistry. Sonigwa rose from his chair at the perfect moment, his voice brimming with admiration and appreciation for Su-yun. 4 members of a mercenary regiment to achieve such a level of coordination and such operational capability. Even the pilots in the most elite flight squadrons of our Air Force cannot match this level of proficiency. After General Sonigwa spoke, another high-ranking military commander shook his head with a smile. General Song, let's not even mention your Air Force. Even the special forces under my command couldn't achieve the miraculous level of penetration shown in that footage. This infiltration operation stands as the most exemplary in military history. Moreover, the camaraderie among these regiment members is unparalleled. A general with the rank of lieutenant general on his shoulder watched the footage of the Su Huang mercenary corps members charging unimpeded through the second defense zone of the Golden Orioles, his eyes filled with envy. I believe the true strength of this mercenary regiment lies solely in their operational execution capabilities. In all other aspects, they are merely on par with elite troops from major military districts. Gentlemen, observe the large screen closely. Xuanwu's tactical maneuvers and operational capabilities clearly outshine the other mercenaries. However, during this flanking operation, Xuanwu didn't stand out among the other mercenaries. Instead, he seemed awkward at times, even nearly putting himself in danger on several occasions. What does this reveal? It demonstrates the members of the Su Huang mercenary corps possess near blind trust and obedience toward their leader, Su-yun. This trust runs deep in their bones, crystallizing into an unspoken understanding and absolute execution. This meant that the true driving force behind the mission's success wasn't the strength of any individual, but the mastermind orchestrating everything from behind the scenes, Su-yun. It was as if he possessed God's eye vision, seeing through every single one of Dai Xingniao's arrangements. Right, White Tiger? After voicing his own perspective, Xinglong deftly shifted the question to Baihu. He wanted to hear what the White Tiger, another of the military's 4 great war gods, thought of Su-yun's operation. White Tiger's gaze locked onto Su-yun's resolute and determined silhouette on the large screen like a laser beam, his eyes deep and piercing with insight. Nodding slightly, he stated in a steady yet powerful tone, I concur with Azure Dragon's assessment. In this operation, Su-yun's performance was as if he had activated an all-seeing, all-knowing divine eye, possessing complete mastery over the battlefield situation. Whether choosing when and where to move, planning intricate and complex routes, anticipating tactical maneuvers for every critical moment, or even skillfully evading enemy pursuit. Everything was under Su-yun's command, precise and flawless like the gears of a finely tuned clock. White Tiger's words carried profound admiration. He lifted his gaze from the screen and scanned the military officers deep in thought before continuing his analysis. In contrast, while Xuanwu was one of the military's officially recognized 4 great war gods, his military prowess is undeniable. Yet, fighting alongside Su-yun for the first time, he clearly hasn't fully adapted to or integrated with Su-yun's unique combat style. The members of the Su Huang mercenary corps, however, are different.
They not only strictly execute every command from Su Yun, but more accurately, it has become ingrained in their very bones, an instinctive, subconscious reaction. Therefore, I can assert that the Su Huang Mercenary Corps' distinctive combat methodology is not a novel experiment, but rather the culmination of countless real-world battles honed through relentless combat. White Tiger paused, his tone growing more solemn. Previously, I never believed anyone could exist who could simulate battle scenarios to flawless perfection, anticipating and countering every possible contingency. Yet just moments ago, Su Yun, with his unparalleled precision in judgment and planning, crafted tactical directives for the team as sharp and precise as a surgical blade. Following Su Yun's directives, the mercenaries executed seemingly impossible tasks with the precision of components in a finely tuned machine. These missions interlocked, weaving a series of winding, unpredictable routes that ultimately led behind the second defense line of the Hupu. This proves beyond doubt that Su Yun possesses the most formidable strategic mind in history. Not only can he precisely control every action of each team member, but he can also foresee and accurately predict the unpredictable shifts in the battlefield. At this moment, White Tiger's words brimmed with awe and reverence, as if painting a portrait of an unparalleled strategist commanding the battlefield with unmatched brilliance. Within the command center, the assembled generals couldn't help but feel profound respect for Su Yun's extraordinary intellect and unflappable composure. Chapter 71, One Man Holds the Pass, 10,000 Cannot Pass. Within the spacious and solemn command center, the high-ranking officials were immersed in profound reflection, the atmosphere thick with gravity. At this moment, the slightest shift on the large screen did not escape their keen observation. In that instant, Su Yun stirred within the frame. He bent down, his movements fluid and deliberate, picking up a weapon from the ground. The scene seemed to freeze, instantly silencing the previously animated discussions. Every pair of eyes focused on the flickering images. White Tiger also wisely ceased his speech, turning his head toward the screen. His gaze was focused and resolute as he, along with the others in the room, held their breath, waiting for whatever might unfold next. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos and clamor of the second defensive position on the Hupu line, a special operations squad known as the Bad Boys was rushing to provide backup. The squad leader frowned deeply, feeling helpless and disappointed at the chaotic situation before them. For the regular army to be thrown into such disarray by a mere handful of mercenaries is a disgrace to the Empire. A barely perceptible bitterness and anger tinged his voice. Noticing his mood, one of the Special Forces members asked with concern, "Captain, aren't we going to provide backup?" The squad leader shook his head firmly, his stern expression betraying a complex mix of emotions. "Reinforce? Easier said than done. Look around, utter devastation, gunfire erupting everywhere. How could we possibly get there? Besides, I've already contacted the frontline command center. We're trying to pinpoint the last known coordinates of that mercenary group. But the response was unknown, vague, impossible to ascertain." At the same time, individuals claiming to be Cloud.su appeared in 5 different locations, and headquarters couldn't determine which one was the real target. A cold smile froze on the Special Forces squad leader's lips. His sharp, hawk-like eyes scanned the surroundings with steady vigilance. The air thickened with tension and the scent of gunpowder, tinged with an almost imperceptible restlessness that instinctively alerted him to the gravity of the situation. He carefully unfolded the map in his hands. The densely marked defense lines, terrain features, and enemy-friendly positions resembled a complex military sand table. Sigh. He let out a sigh filled with helplessness and regret. Based on the information we have now, those cunning mercenaries have likely breached our second defense zone. His tone betrayed astonishment at the enemy's swiftness and contempt for the incompetence of his own ground forces. Folding the map, he scanned the familiar battlefield surroundings with unwavering focus. This was the very heart of the second defense zone. It was also the only route those mercenaries could take to completely bypass the second defense zone. Without hesitation, he issued new orders to one of his team members. Our current strategic position dictates that if any stragglers from that mercenary group have yet to cross, they will inevitably pass through here. His words rang out with authority. Contact Team B immediately. Instruct them not to blindly pursue mercenaries who have already breached the perimeter. They must adhere to the original plan. Both teams will conduct overlapping searches to ensure all remaining mercenaries are intercepted within this sector. If we can successfully halt their operations, General MacArthur will undoubtedly grant us the commendations and honors we deserve. The soldier obeyed instantly, swiftly establishing contact with Team B nearby via communications equipment. Simultaneously, the Special Forces operatives of Team B, upon receiving the order, immediately adjusted their tactical formation. Under the dim cover of night, they moved like a pack of cheetahs, silent yet swift as lightning, launching a more meticulous and thorough search operation. On the hillside, Su Yun gripped the high-tech weapon meticulously developed and brought by the Flower family with steady hands. The cold, hard, technologically advanced gun body shimmered with a deep, mysterious glow under the moonlight. Through the weapon's night vision scope, his gaze sharpened like an eagle's as he locked onto the agile, highly trained Special Forces unit below. His fingers tapped lightly against his tactical earpiece. His voice was low and composed. "Longer, 2 Hupu Special Forces teams are lying in wait behind you. They've cut off your retreat route. I'll handle them first. In a concealed area near a low hill, Du Fu Longer led his team through the terrain swiftly and silently. Upon hearing Su Yun's voice command, he immediately responded in a hushed tone, "Commander, I'll leave it to you."
No problem. Continue with the original plan.
I'll clear the rear and rendezvous with you afterward. Su Yun's calm yet resolute voice echoed through the headset, injecting a shot of adrenaline into every team member's heart.
Listening, Du Fu Longer couldn't help but let a simple, determined smile spread across his face.
The commander's strength and responsibility filled him with an overwhelming sense of security, as if no obstacle could halt their advance.
Roger that, Commander. We'll be waiting here for your triumphant return.
On the hillside, Su Yun's piercing gaze shifted the night vision scope from his team's position to the Special Forces unit below. The surroundings were deathly quiet, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the wind. He drew a deep breath, then pulled the trigger of his specialized sniper rifle with an almost unnaturally steady motion.
Bang! A deep, powerful crack shattered the night sky's silence.
This advanced sniper rifle from China, lacking a suppressor, demonstrated its astonishing power in that instant. The Daisheng Bird Special Forces unit, conducting an intense search below, was suddenly struck. The soldier leading the squad was sent flying through the air as if struck by an invisible force, crashing heavily to the ground.
We're under sniper fire. A commando shouted, his voice betraying extreme tension and alertness. Everyone take cover. Find cover.
The squad leader reacted swiftly, issuing an urgent warning. Drawing on his extensive combat experience and keen battlefield awareness, he pinpointed the source of the shot almost instantly. 12 o'clock.
Sniper, take him out. Without a moment's hesitation, the squad leader issued the combat order. Their squad included a dedicated sniper.
The sniper, upon hearing the squad leader's command, had just raised his sniper rifle, preparing to aim toward the 12 o'clock direction the squad leader had indicated.
Bang! Another shot rang out.
A bullet pierced the barrel of the sniper rifle in his hands with pinpoint accuracy. Then, carrying the round already chambered, it drove straight through his chest.
What kind of gun is this? It packs such power.
The SWAT team leader stared in horror at the figure sprawled on the hillside. The man hadn't even sought cover, standing there with eyes wide open, silently declaring his presence to them.
Chapter 72, One Man Against Two Special Forces Teams. Who is he? This guy is arrogant.
A Special Forces soldier stared in disbelief, his voice thick with unmasked fury and unease.
Captain, this kid is taunting us. Should we retaliate?
Another team member anxiously sought the squad leader's orders, his eyes flashing with combat readiness and wariness toward the unknown adversary. The squad leader of the Bad Boys Special Forces narrowed his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's, locking onto the distant figure Su Yun. A resolute curve formed at the corner of his mouth as he issued the order without hesitation, "Move out." At his command, the Bad Boy squad members scattered like arrows released from a bow. With precise tactical coordination and clever use of the terrain, they gradually closed in on Su Yun's position. Each member's movements were precise and decisive, as if every step and every shot had been honed through countless drills. Yet Su Yun remained utterly composed in the face of this overwhelming assault. He stood like a stone statue in the heart of the raging battle, facing the world's most elite special forces without a flicker of fear. "Take this bastard out, then go claim your reward from the general." One commando gritted his teeth, firing wildly at Su Yun while grinning savagely, as if already seeing the dawn of victory. But before the word reward could leave his lips, a sudden gunshot rang out. A sniper bullet sliced through the air, striking the soldier with pinpoint accuracy and sending him flying backward. The air thickened with the pungent smell of gunpowder and the scent of death. Not far away, another commando met a similarly tragic fate. The moment his comrade's body hit the ground, a fatal bullet sent him skyward. The Special Forces squad leader stared in stunned silence, his shock beyond words. How is this possible? Does he intend to take on our entire Special Forces team single-handedly? At this tense moment, another Special Forces team, known as Squad B, arrived to provide backup upon hearing the news. But before they could engage, they were struck by precision snipers firing from a kilometer away. Each bullet felt like a messenger of death, mercilessly reaping lives. A single sniper rifle had suppressed two world-class elite Special Forces teams, the pride of the land of the Golden Oriole, the Bad Boys. The leaders of the flower-planting family witnessed this scene, their jaws dropping in astonishment before erupting into a hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha! What a thrill! Absolutely exhilarating. The Hupu Nation, always trailing the Eagle Nation and antagonizing our Flower Nation at every turn, who'd have thought they'd meet this day? Seeing their vaunted special forces unable to even raise their guns against Su Yun truly satisfying. Amidst the barren desert battlefield, two seasoned Special Forces squad leaders renowned for their valor engaged in a tense, solemn exchange over their communicators. Their brows furrowed, expressions grave, the scene before them brought unprecedented pressure and confusion. In the hands of this mysterious figure, an ordinary-looking sniper rifle became the scythe of death, striking fear into two well-trained, well-equipped Special Forces teams who dared not show themselves. Before their own sniper could react, he was instantly and precisely taken down. The speed and ruthlessness of the strike were jaw-dropping. A heavy silence hung in the air. Hiding behind sturdy cover, every team member held their breath, their own pounding heartbeats audible. Faced with this unknown, formidable foe, they hesitated, unable to mount an effective counterattack.
Time seemed frozen in that moment.
After another 10 minutes of tense standoff, the special forces watched as the bodies of their fallen comrades piled up, fear and unease gradually taking hold. A member of Squad C, pale-faced and his voice trembling slightly, asked the squad leader if they should continue the assault on that grim reaper-like presence. The C squad leader's gaze remained fixed on the solitary yet formidable figure on the hillside. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, but he resolutely issued the order. All members of Squad C, hear my command, retreat slowly and in an orderly fashion. Keep your weapons pointed downward at all times. Do not make any provocative gestures. This thing only attacks those who fire at it. At the same moment, the captain of Squad B made the same decision. He knew the situation had exceeded their capabilities. Retreating was the only option.
All members of Team B, we too must withdraw from this dangerous place. Keep your weapons pointed down. Our priority now is to minimize casualties and get out alive.
His words carried a sense of helplessness and tragic resolve. The two special forces teams retreated cautiously, inch by inch, as if walking on thin ice. Only after backing away several hundred meters did they dare to look up at the hillside again, only to find the terrifying figure had vanished without a trace.
Both squad leaders seemed to lose all strength in an instant, their bodies going limp as they collapsed to the ground. Their eyes were hollow and vacant as they murmured to themselves. Too terrifying. He alone could wipe out our entire squad. My God. This guy is like death's walking representative on Earth.
That precise, merciless killing technique, no matter where you hide, if you dare point your gun at him, the next second he'll send you straight to hell. The words cut through each member's heart like a bitterly cold wind, leaving behind profound shock and dread.
Su-yun's prowess is utterly astonishing.
In the Zhongbai High Command Center, a high-ranking military official stared intently at the screen, his voice brimming with awe and admiration. His words echoed through the quiet room, drawing the attention of his colleagues. On the screen, Su-yun stood like a solitary god of war. Alone, he gripped an iron-blooded spear, standing proudly atop rugged rocks. With no cover whatsoever, he faced two world-renowned special forces units, elite among elites, yet forced them to retreat in disarray with an unyielding stance. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, his movements as swift as a leopard's. Any enemy daring to aim a weapon at him was swiftly eliminated without exception. His cold, decisive lethality sent shivers down the spine. Even more astonishing was the encounter moments earlier. The moment the two Hupu Special Forces units appeared, before they could react, Su-yun had already struck first. In the blink of an eye, the enemy sniper hadn't even had time to pull the bolt before meeting his end. This scene left the command room's high-ranking officials utterly stunned. The footage captured a moment frozen in time, immortalizing that breathtaking instant. Su-yun's figure streaked across the night sky like lightning, single-handedly dismantling the offensive of two enemy squads and clearing all potential threats from his comrades' retreat route. Finally, after witnessing the last member of the Special Forces team withdraw from the area, Su-yun's figure vanished silently from the hillside. Like a phantom merging into the darkness, he disappeared without a sound, yet with unwavering resolve. Before long, he too traversed the perilous zone with equal ease, successfully reuniting with his own squad. Chapter 73, Tight Security. At 2:30 a.m., the night spread like a heavy black velvet cloth over the endless desert. Su-yun's figure silently materialized on the shadowy side of a sand dune. He stood there, seemingly one with the surrounding stillness, only the faintly stirred sand grains betraying his arrival. In the stillness, faint sounds began to emerge from the other side of the dune, as if some mysterious force was breaking through the earth. One by one, familiar faces gradually emerged in the moonlight. Smiling, they filed out from behind the dunes and gathered around Su-yun.
Captain. Commander, I made it through. Commander.
Just a moment ago, Xia Long Schwarzenegger had been cheerfully greeting Su-yun, but the moment he spotted Du Fu Longer emerging from behind the dunes, a flash of fury crossed his face. Longer, I'll F your whole family. The escape route you designed for me involves jumping off a cliff that high? Don't you know I'm afraid of heights? Surveying the group of passionate, eager-to-act members before him, Su-yun's lips curved into a gentle smile. Captain Su-yun, everyone's here. What should we do next? Ha! What else could it be? We're going to twist the head off that bastard MacArthur. As soon as he Long and Du Fu Longer finished speaking, all eyes turned to Su-yun, awaiting his next command. It's time to put an end to this farce. His voice was calm yet powerful, like the announcement of an impending storm. Meanwhile, in the distant command center of the flower-planting nation, Xinglong stared intently at the real-time footage on the large screen, his heart racing. He suddenly grasped an unbelievable truth: perhaps Su-yun could genuinely accomplish the decapitation strike against MacArthur, the highest-ranking commander on the front lines, with just a 5-man mercenary squad. But upon closer reflection, these 5 mercenaries were more often hindering Su-yun than helping him. Had he gone solo, he might have slipped through the Daisheng Niao defense lines like the wind before the soldiers even noticed. Xinglong's heart lurched.
He surmised that Su Yun had brought these 5 comrades along not merely for protection, but to use this mission as a real-world training ground, treating this daunting assassination as a prime opportunity to forge his team's mettle. What astonished him even more was Su Yun's remarkable composure in the face of such a mission, penetrating enemy territory to assassinate a 5-star general of a world power, all while evading the vigilant surveillance of tens of thousands of frontline troops. Su Yun appeared utterly unruffled, as if everything unfolded precisely according to his plan. This realization struck Qinglong like a bolt of lightning, leaving him in awe of Su Yun's audacity and resolve while simultaneously heightening his tension and anticipation for the impending decapitation strike. At 4:40 a.m., as the first streak of brilliant dawn light like the golden brush of the goddess of dawn gently brushed the horizon of the Hupu war zone, the entire battlefield revealed an atmosphere of quiet tension in the breaking light. General MacArthur, having endured the entire night, now leaned against the window of the command room, clutching a steaming cup of strong, invigorating coffee. The rising steam left a hazy blur on his glasses. He glanced at his aide, whose weary face mirrored the sleepless night they had endured together. "Those damn mercenaries kept us fighting all night long." A barely perceptible note of contempt and mockery tinged his words. "But their luck ends here." At 9 a.m., a decisive press conference would convene on the battlefield, where the smoke of gunfire had yet to fully dissipate. General MacArthur would declare to the world that the Hupu was the ultimate victor of this war, and announce his triumphant return. He would then embark on his journey home aboard the Hupu, a fighter jet dispatched specially from the homeland to escort him back to the capital. This Hupu, the most advanced Mirage series fighter introduced from Eagle, not only enjoys the full escort of a powerful air wing but also receives the highest level of national security protection during its flight. At that time, the Sky Dome system, the aerial defense system of which the Hupu bird is most proud, will enter a state of maximum alert. An unprecedented no-fly zone would be enforced over the airspace stretching from the war zone directly to the capital. Except for the fighter jet carrying General MacArthur and its escort formation, any aircraft attempting to take off within this airspace will be precisely identified as an intruder by the Sky Dome system and instantly subjected to relentless strikes. It must be understood that once activated, this cutting-edge Sky Dome system could launch up to 8,000 surface-to-air interceptor missiles within a minute, weaving an impenetrable net that would leave no room for any violation of airspace to go undetected. Now, he desperately needed deep, restorative sleep to ensure he would be sufficiently alert and sharp-minded to handle the sharp and complex questions at the upcoming press conference. There, he would inevitably face scrutiny over the recent invasion of Gaza, particularly the international outcry sparked by the bombing of a school. The thought alone caused a furrow of irritation to appear between his brows. He mentally rehearsed the verbal sparring to come, fully aware that the journalists were all sharp-tongued masters of probing questions. He must conserve enough energy to navigate their inquiries. As for the mercenary groups lurking in the shadows like bothersome flies, dawn had broken. They had missed their optimal window for action and were no longer a concern. As the command room door slowly swung open, MacArthur's gaze turned toward the sun rising in the east. The warm rays bathed his face, seemingly dispelling the fatigue of the night in an instant. An inexplicable sense of ease welled up within him. "They breached my meticulously laid defenses all night. 2 lines of defense, 12 bases, 34 strongholds, 42 patrol squads, and over half the casualties of 2 special forces teams. You've got some skill. But this charade ends here." Half an hour later, over half of the forces in the second defense zone of the Hupu began to retreat. Thousands of soldiers began combing the frontline zone in reverse, searching for the Su Huang mercenary corps that had successfully penetrated deep into the rear. Simultaneously, various combat units began diverting forces to form a tight cordon around the airport where General MacArthur was scheduled to hold a press conference before flying back to the capital. 2 fully manned Bad Boys Special Forces teams appeared at the airport's only 2 exits. The 2 Special Forces units crippled by Su Yun had been temporarily merged into one, tasked with securing the area surrounding the airport. Access was strictly prohibited to anyone outside of command headquarters. Inside the airport itself, at least an entire corps of soldiers had been crammed in. Chapter 74, The Death of MacArthur. 8:40 a.m. Dark clouds hung heavy in the sky, mirroring the grim expression on MacArthur's face. Escorted by a squad of fully armed elite guards, MacArthur set out for the airport. A solemn and tense atmosphere hung over the entire route. At the end of the runway, a state-of-the-art Phantom fighter jet stood proudly, its engines rumbling low like a predatory bird poised to take flight. Dozens of journalists from around the world had already gathered, eyes burning with intensity. Shouldering cameras and clutching recorders, they waited to capture every word and gesture of this historic moment. At exactly 9 a.m., sunlight pierced the clouds, bathing General MacArthur's weary face. Wearing his signature smile, he walked unhurriedly to the podium, his chest deliberately adorned with military medals. Facing the eager stares of the crowd, MacArthur remained perfectly composed. The first reporter, clearly vetted by the camp, bypassed questions about the unjustified war launched by the Hupu and General MacArthur's order to bomb the Gaza Central Elementary School. "General MacArthur, upon your return to Hupu, will you relinquish command of this war?" MacArthur smiled faintly, his eyes flashing with determination and confidence.
He responded in a clear voice, "The Empire's withdrawal is not a retreat as rumored, but a necessary temporary regrouping and strategic adjustment. I hereby declare unequivocally that I will not relinquish my position as Commander-in-Chief. Moreover, in the near future, I vow to lead our valiant and fearless Imperial warriors back onto the battlefield. The sword of justice shall once again be wielded against Gaza City, bringing the heretics the judgment they deserve." After delivering his response, MacArthur felt satisfied with his words. It was unclear where the rumor originated. It claimed that the Hupu's retreat was an unavoidable move, forced by their inability to withstand the stubborn resistance of the Barbary sheep. The mere thought of it made MacArthur grind his teeth in fury. If Suyun hadn't blown up the supplies they'd stockpiled for invading Gaza City, he wouldn't have retreated. But the thought of Suyun and his mercenary group soon being annihilated by his own forces brought a sudden sense of relief to MacArthur's heart. After this question, reporters posed several probing inquiries. MacArthur answered each with composed poise, his words brimming with the Hupu's unwavering resolve to seize Gaza City from the Barbary sheep. "General MacArthur, it's been reported that widespread chaos erupted last night in your frontline sector of Gaza City. Was it caused by an attack from a mercenary group? This mercenary unit, including its commander, numbered only 6 men. Is this report accurate?" Suddenly, a journalist wearing a headscarf posed the question. General MacArthur's brow furrowed slightly. His gaze swept over this clueless reporter, and his mood, which had just begun to improve, soured. Because of last night's chaos, he had personally executed 2 officers from headquarters during the riot and replaced over half the base commanders. Such incompetent senior officers were nothing short of a disgrace to the Empire. Yes, last night a mercenary group did indeed exploit the troops' lax vigilance and secretly infiltrated the frontline combat zone under cover of darkness. MacArthur nodded expressionlessly before adding. However, that mercenary group was discovered by our soldiers and driven out. They are still being pursued by our troops. I reckon they're regretting their reckless actions right about now. Those mercenaries were utterly foolish to provoke a nation's military force. They will receive the punishment they deserve. MacArthur didn't want to elaborate further on the matter, nor did he even wish to bring it up now. The questioning reporter seemed eager to probe for more details. But MacArthur gave him no opportunity. "All right, next question." At that moment, another reporter stood up and asked in a solemn tone. "General MacArthur, the bombing of the Gaza Central Elementary School has drawn significant international attention. Foreign ministries around the world have issued strong condemnations. Previously, your country's foreign ministry stated that this bombing was entirely a terrorist act. As the commander-in-chief of the frontline theater, what is your perspective on this matter?" The moment this question was posed, every journalist in the room tensed up. After all, the bombing of the Central Elementary School has now drawn immense attention. The death toll has now reached nearly 1,000, with children accounting for half of the casualties. Moreover, the ongoing blockade of Gaza City continues to drive up civilian casualties. Clearly, Michael Arthur had prepared for this question. He calmly adjusted his collar, then spoke slowly with a subtle smile. "I am aware of the rumors circulating that I ordered the bombing of the Central Elementary School. I swear to God right here that the Gaza City Central Elementary School was not bombed by us. Nor was it bombed by any other terrorist organization. According to the precise intelligence we have obtained, the culprit responsible for the destruction of the Central Elementary School was Baba Sheep himself. This error resulted in the destruction of the Central Elementary School in Gaza City." Listening to the words coming from MacArthur's mouth, the journalists present were stunned. What the hell? Is he lying through his teeth? Are you saying that Baba Yang bombed their own school with their own weapons? One reporter asked, looking dazed. MacArthur smiled elegantly. You could interpret it that way. Hearing MacArthur's brazen words, the journalists who knew full well the truth were utterly dumbfounded. Damn it! We've seen shameless people before, but never anyone this shameless. But that's war for you. Some crimes are never acknowledged. MacArthur couldn't care less whether these reporters believed him or not, and frankly, he didn't want to care. How could a dragon care about the lives of ants? Alright, that's the end of the interview. I'll be boarding my flight back shortly. Everyone, see you next time. Escorted by 2 Special Forces teams, MacArthur strode toward the Mirage fighter jet parked nearby. Midway, he slowly turned his head to glance around, smugly murmuring under his breath. Weren't you here to assassinate me? Where are you? If you don't show yourselves now, you'll never get another chance. Once he boarded that Mirage fighter jet, the so-called decapitation operation would become nothing but a joke. But just as MacArthur was walking toward the aircraft with great satisfaction, a shell fired from an unknown source struck the fighter jet right before his eyes. Protect the general. 2 Special Forces soldiers instantly threw General MacArthur to the ground. In the chaos, he looked up to see a muscular beast of a man, shouldering a rocket launcher spewing white smoke, standing atop the airport tower, laughing arrogantly. You bastard, think you can escape? Did the commander say you could leave? Gak gak gak. After the exchange, Stuff Longer immediately activated his small flying vehicle and leaped off the building. Without looking back, he vanished after a few leaps.
You stay with me for protection. The rest of you take them alive. The soldiers at the airport gave chase. Just then, one of the tanks parked nearby had silently swiveled its turret toward them. Boom! A shell exploded with a deafening roar, accompanied by the simultaneous fire of the tank's machine guns. Rat-a-tat-tat. The hail of bullets instantly tore through the Special Forces units surrounding Michael Arthur. Yet only MacArthur remained standing. No! That tank is enemy. Escort the general out immediately. The surviving Special Forces soldiers shouted in panic, rushing to shield MacArthur as they ran back along the path they had come. But as MacArthur turned around, he was stunned to find a young man with yellow skin standing directly opposite him. In his hand was a desert eagle. Chapter 75. The world is shocked. You? MacArthur's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the young man before him. His expression was calm and profound, his eyes as still as ancient wells, seeming to conceal a force impossible to ignore. The mercenary attire he wore and the distinctive insignia on his shoulder instantly brought a name to MacArthur's mind: Cloud Sioux, leader of the Sioux Emperor Mercenary Corps. They had truly arrived. An uncontrollable wave of dread surged through MacArthur's heart. You blew my 100 million bounty to smithereens, and the Baba Yang government promised double compensation if I took your life. But I refused. I chose to seek justice for those innocent lives lost. Therefore, you must pay the price. Su Yun's voice was as calm as still water, yet it carried the force of thunder, each word striking deep into MacArthur's heart. At 9:24 a.m., the pendulum of history froze in this instant. General Douglas MacArthur, the supreme commander of the Hupu Front, was struck down amidst the chaos and destruction of the evacuation airport. A bullet fired with pinpoint accuracy from a Desert Eagle sniper rifle pierced his skull without mercy. His pupils dilated instantly as the hand of death clamped down on his throat, plunging everything into eternal silence. At 9:25, the evacuation airport erupted into a frenzied firefight. For Bad Boy Special Forces squads, renowned for their ruthless ferocity, fought back with everything they had, seeking vengeance for their commander. Yet against Su Yun, they fought like cornered beasts, ultimately annihilated and left lying in pools of blood. After neutralizing all counterattacking forces, a heavy tank bearing the military insignia of the Hupu broke through the encirclement and was abandoned on the road. Dolph Lundgren and his team successfully reunited with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Following Su Yun's pre-arranged escape route, they swiftly retreated toward Gaza City. Time advanced to 9:58. Su Yun broke through the Larkspur's second defense line, now a cauldron of chaos, alone. Behind him lay a landscape of devastation and lingering gunpowder smoke. At 10:15, this life and death struggle finally entered a brief lull. Su Yun reunited with the anxiously waiting members of his unit at the designated rendezvous point. At 10:30, the news of General MacArthur's assassination detonated like a shockwave across the globe. Within a mere hour, media outlets worldwide went into a frenzy reporting this astonishing major event. Global Times issued an urgent bulletin. Breaking news, at 9:24 a.m. today, General MacArthur, the 5-star commander of the Daishang Bird Forces in the Gaza Frontline Theater, was assassinated at the airport while returning home. On-site reporters confirmed General Arthur was shot in the head at close range with a Desert Eagle sniper rifle, dying instantly. The Hupu's Gaza Frontline Command has launched a full-scale manhunt operation, vowing to apprehend the perpetrators. Further details regarding this attack have not yet been released by official sources. Associated Press. General MacArthur, the 5-star commander-in-chief of the Hupu's Gaza Combat Zone, was tragically killed today in an attack by an unidentified mercenary group. The attack occurred within Hupu's domestic defense perimeter. He had just concluded another press conference addressing questions regarding the bombing of a Gaza hospital during the current conflict. Currently, journalists from multiple countries at the scene have been detained by the Hupu military. The Hupu has declined to disclose any information regarding the attackers' identities at this time. Flower planting family, Dilly Billy platform. A military blogger. Guys, big news, huge news, the kind you'll regret missing for the rest of your life. The war butcher Dai Xingniao, the executioner who bombed the Gaza elementary school, has been taken out. And it happened on his own turf. Crucially, he was shot in the head at close range while protected by an entire corps and 4 special forces units. A point-blank headshot? That's like a calf heading to Antarctica, utterly ridiculous. Now the Hupu's official channels are blowing up. Too bad we'll never know who the hell took him out. Every media platform reporting this news was instantly flooded with users from all over the world. Page views skyrocketed. The news of the Gaza school bombing, which killed thousands of civilians and children, had already sparked immense attention. Now, with Dai Xingnian, the highest-ranking commander in the frontline war zone, successfully assassinated while under the protection of Tsong Tsong, the incident reached a fever pitch. Influencers across major platforms seized the opportunity, exploiting the incident as sensationalist content to boost their follower counts. The assassination immediately dominated trending topics worldwide, prompting many netizens to speculate whether General MacArthur's death was connected to the Gaza school bombing. But the main focus of everyone's attention was still on the fact that the highest-ranking commander in a nation's war zone had been shot at close range, his skull shattered, right in his own territory. Oh my Lady Gaga, a nation's top theater commander got shot dead in his own theater? Good heavens, how did the assassin manage that? Killed on the front lines of his own country? This MacArthur has become a laughingstock. Ha ha ha. Well done. Who ordered the bombing of that school? He still dares to deny it? I saw the missile coming from the direction of the hoopoo in the livestream. Hey, stop spouting nonsense. The livestream never showed any missile footage from start to finish. You saw it on the livestream? You must have seen it in your sleep.
This should send the high-ranking officers of the hoopoo bird army into a panic. After all, if someone can be killed at close range even under the heavy protection of their own army, where in this world is safe anymore? The key point is that the hoopoo still hasn't caught the culprit. They had no choice but to seal off the news. Global public opinion erupted once more in a massive uproar. Nearly every nation was discussing the assassination of Michael Arthur. Meanwhile, the hoopoo military remained completely silent throughout. The entire nation lay in silence. At that moment, the command center of the flower-planting family was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Xinglong and Baitu exchanged glances, their shock beyond words. From the moment MacArthur was killed until now, not a single leader in the entire command center had spoken. Across the entire world, aside from the journalists and soldiers at the hoopoo airport, those seated in this command center were the true first-hand witnesses. No, they had witnessed even more than the hoopoo soldiers and journalists on the ground. For they had witnessed the entire process, how Su Yun led every member of the Su Huang mercenary corps step by step across the entire frontline combat zone of the hoopoo, infiltrated the heavily sealed military airport in advance to lie in wait, and finally used a Desert Eagle to blow Michael Arthur's head off with his own hands. Moreover, after killing MacArthur, they witnessed how Su Yun successfully withdrew amidst the chaos of countless enraged hoopoo soldiers. They even heard every word Su Yun uttered to MacArthur in those final moments. You blew my 100 million commission to smithereens. To avenge the dead children, you must die. Chapter 76, The 10 Billion Bounty on Su Yun. Within a military command center in Zongnanhai, the lighting was dim and solemn. At every desk, the faces of high-ranking military commanders bore expressions of solemnity and gravity. They seemed profoundly shaken by the battle reports before them, yet equally troubled by the chain reaction they had triggered. Their eyes betrayed foresight and vigilance toward the future, each silently simulating scenarios. If similar decapitation strikes targeted the core leadership of the flowering family, how would they respond? How would they ensure national security? In this textbook perfect decapitation strike, Su Yun's extraordinary personal prowess, meticulous strategic planning, and flawless battlefield command had left an indelible mark on everyone's minds, like a magnificent display of the art of war. The Daishang Bird military's defense system was impregnable, with tens of thousands of soldiers forming a tight defensive line, closely guarded by 4 elite special forces teams. Yet even within their own territory, their supreme commander still couldn't escape Su Yun's point-blank shot. This reality plunged the battle-hardened leaders into profound contemplation. If the same scenario unfolded in their own nation, could their high-ranking commanders withstand such a lethal assault against such formidable foes? This question undoubtedly became their most pressing concern, demanding an urgent answer. After a long pause, General Song Aigwa exhaled slowly. His tone was calm yet weighed down by immense gravity. This man single-handedly changed the nature of warfare. From now on, when any nation wages war, its supreme military commander will likely never again have the courage to personally lead from the front lines. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Song Aigwa suddenly remembered something. He turned to look at Xue Long, who had first encountered Su Yun, his voice tinged with concern and caution. Xue, are you certain this man is one of our own? The question struck the command room like a boulder dropped into still waters, sending ripples of unease through the assembled senior officers. Their expressions shifted subtly, their hearts stirred by the implication. Xinglong and Baitu exchanged glances, both discerning the deeper meaning behind Song Aigwa's words in each other's eyes. Xue Long took a deep breath and replied with unwavering resolve, yes, old Song. However, based on detailed intelligence provided by our agencies, I believe Su Yun poses no threat whatsoever to our nation. He has repeatedly declined offers from multiple countries to grant him citizenship. He has never accepted any assignments within our nation, nor has he harmed a single citizen holding our nationality. He lives a remarkably low-key life in China, just an ordinary college student. The phrase ordinary college student uttered by Xue Long caused the corners of every influential figure present to twitch slightly. You call this an ordinary college student? The big shot in the command room fell silent, then suddenly laughed. He'd been a force to be reckoned with overseas, plucking generals' heads from the midst of armies. Yet back home, he's just an ordinary college student. Isn't this exactly what they want and hope Su Yun to be? Well said, well said. If all our college students were like Su Yun, wouldn't our nation be unbeatable? Wang Jiangmo chuckled, cracking a joke. Hearing Wang Jiangmo's dry humor, everyone chuckled smugly. Indeed. An ordinary college student from our country could take down a foreign 5-star general overseas. Isn't that something to be proud of? The atmosphere in President Dai Xingniao's office was as frozen as a winter pond, oppressive and grim. This core of power now gathered not only military generals and high-ranking officers but also the heads of every government department.
Each wore a grave expression, sitting as if on pins and needles. Before the massive, imposing rectangular desk, President Dai Xingmiao sat with a dark expression, like a volcano poised to erupt. Silence hung like invisible chains, binding each heart until the president finally broke the stalemate. His voice was calm to the point of coldness, yet it carried an undeniable undercurrent of anger and disappointment. We have imposed a 3-month blockade on Gaza City, cutting off water and food supplies, and repeatedly repelled reinforcements sent by Baba Sheep. As resistance within the city visibly weakened, the scales of victory had tipped in our favor. We were but a single step away from fully occupying Gaza City. Yet ironically, the supply base the empire spent 3 years meticulously stockpiling vanished overnight, consumed by a merciless inferno. His words carried boundless grief and indignation. Even so, starting from scratch, it would have been feasible for the frontline troops to withdraw for a few months of rest and regroup before launching another assault. But the reality is this: General Mack, that 5-star general who once earned glorious military achievements for the empire, was shot in the head at close range by the commander of a mere handful of mercenaries, right within our own military district. Gentlemen, do you not consider this an immense disgrace? Faced with the president's thunderous indictment, the assembled crowd bowed their heads in silence, as if suffocated by the weight of shame. At that moment, a high-ranking official from the political department cautiously broke the dead silence. Your Excellency, the soldiers and journalists who witnessed General MacArthur's tragic demise have been fully contained, and all related information has been sealed off. Simultaneously, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has urgently drafted an official statement. We will spare no effort to suppress this matter for now, ensuring the international community remains unaware that General MacArthur was actually attacked by a mercenary group. Upon hearing this report, President Dai Xingmiao's lips curled into a cold, bitter smile. Martyrdom? Oomph. You dare use the term martyr to describe that worthless fool? A defeated commander who couldn't even handle mercenaries, pinning all of us, myself included, to the pillar of historical shame. What right does he have to be crowned with such lofty words? At that moment, the president's fury burst forth like a flood, plunging the entire room into an icy silence. Every faint sound seemed to tremble under the weight of this overwhelming pressure. The president's face turned ashen. His fingers hammered the heavy oak table with such force that the dull, thunderous thuds seemed to make the entire conference room tremble. His eyes blazing, he roared at the group gathered around the circular table. Lock down the news? How long do you think we can keep this hidden? Don't be naive. It won't be long before the whole world knows this shameful truth. And privately, which country doesn't know how that useless fool Mac was taken out? They're already mocking our incompetence. He clenched his fists, his voice filled with bitter regret. Because of that useless fool, the nations that once firmly backed our occupation of Gaza are already wavering. He took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd, his tone low and icy. The Eagle Nation's president personally pressured me to halt the offensive on Gaza. Decades of meticulous strategic planning by the empire are about to be squandered because of one fool's mistake. The news of MacArthur's death undoubtedly triggered violent upheaval in the international landscape. NATO member states that had covertly backed the Hupu's invasion of Gaza now retreated, calling for an end to this highly controversial military operation. The Eagle Nation's president issued an even tougher stance, directly delivering a stern ultimatum to the Hupu Nation's president, ordering him to refrain from any military actions against the Barbary sheep and camel nations for years to come. Taking another deep breath to quell the raging fire within, the president coldly inquired. It's rumored that the mercenary group assassinated MacArthur because he blew up their $100 million commission, correct? Very well. He slammed his fist on the table, his words ringing out with authority. In that case, I'll give you 10 billion now, no, even more if you can find and eliminate the mercenary leader who dared to challenge the empire's authority. Can you do it? Chapter 77, The Next Target. 2 days later, a global bombshell of international news exploded like thunder. Under the world's gaze, the government of the Kingdom of Hupu unexpectedly announced a temporary halt to all military operations against Gaza City. It also revealed plans to initiate reconciliation talks with the long hostile Kingdom of Barbary Goat. This move left the international community speechless. World leaders and analysts keenly sensed that the shockwaves from General MacArthur's beheading by the Tsar's mercenaries were reshaping the geopolitical landscape in unforeseeable ways. In fact, this war of aggression, originally dominated by major powers and engulfed in flames of conflict, had its trajectory completely rewritten by the intervention of an obscure mercenary group, the Tsar's mercenaries. This not only demonstrated the influence of small nations and non-state actors in modern conflicts but also revealed new uncertainties in the logic of war. Yet beneath the surface, another unseen contest is brewing. The Daishang Bird military has launched a covert and deadly retaliation plan against the Su Huang Mercenary Corps. Particularly its commander Su Yun, the enigmatic figure dubbed the Dark Emperor. They not only mobilized the most elite squad from the Bad Boys Special Forces but also secretly contacted the top assassins on the global hitman rankings, offering a bounty equally staggering at 10 billion. This bounty was not posted on the dark web's underground networks but circulated through the most tightly guarded secret channels. Like an invisible giant hand, it was quietly weaving a hunting net in the darkest corners of the world. The objective was singular: whoever could deliver Suyun's head to the land of the Golden Oriole would claim the staggering bounty. At this moment, as the world's gaze focused on the impending bloody storm, Suyun seemed detached from it all. He reappeared in Gaza City, reuniting with Zhu Ke and the others. Under the night sky, Gaza City resembled a weathered elder, murmuring a sorrowful lament beneath the moonlight and the baptism of war. Hamas stood at the outermost blockade of the city, his feet planted on scarred earth, his gaze fixed on the endless desert stretching before him. As the spiritual leader of the Gaza Strip, his solitary figure stood resolute amidst the city's scars. Tonight, he made an exception and walked to the Lark's blockade line, a place he hadn't set foot on in days. On one hand, the outside world was fraught with danger. On the other, Gaza City was tightly besieged, making escape truly difficult. Yet today, he personally escorted someone out, guarding them all the way from the city's temporary command post to its outskirts. His gaze now fixed intently on the dark silhouette fading into the desert, the figure of a commander from the Su Huang Mercenary Corps. The senior Bobby officer beside him knew nothing of this man's identity. Seeing Hamas weeping, he cautiously inquired, "Commander Hamas, who was that man? Why did you personally escort him all the way?" Hamas's gaze remained fixed on the distant horizon. After a long pause, he replied in a hoarse voice, "That was the commander of a mercenary regiment." The officer remained puzzled. "But why did he take $30 million from you, sir? That's a full $30 million. Hamas gently wiped away a tear, regaining some composure. "No, he should have taken 100 million, or even more. If it could undo what he did, I would give everything I have. What he accomplished, perhaps even Allah himself couldn't have done it so easily." MacArthur, that name they loathed so deeply, was now a thing of the past. The enigmatic battalion commander had indeed led his men to accomplish the seemingly impossible, eliminating this arch-villain. Hamas smiled. If only the Hupu government hadn't already signed the ceasefire agreement. He would still think the whole thing was a dream. The commander of the Su Huang Mercenary Regiment had actually led his men to eliminate the damned MacArthur. Earlier, his own brother, Hannes, who served as a general in the Baba Sheep military and commanded all resistance forces in Gaza, had paid him a staggering commission of $100 million. He had berated his brother for a long time over it, believing he was wasting money and should have spent it on resisting the Hupu invasion instead of giving it to those so-called mercenary regiments. Now, however, he felt profound remorse, convinced the payment hadn't been nearly enough. When the commander accepted only $30 million for the decapitation mission, Hamas regarded him with renewed respect. The commander explained that he had already received payment for previous missions and was only accepting the portion due for this operation. Moreover, his acceptance of the decapitation mission stemmed primarily from MacArthur blowing up his funds, not the bounty itself. Though Hamas couldn't fathom what skill could possibly be worth 200 million flower coins, his admiration for the commander welled up spontaneously. He cast one last lingering glance into the depths of the desert. The figure had vanished, leaving behind only the desolate night sky and endless yellow sands. "Let's go." Hamas sighed with mixed emotions. He knew that after the war, countless reconstruction tasks awaited him and the people of this city. "We'll have our hands full for a while." Finally, he made a reverent gesture praying for Allah's blessing, then turned to lead the officials away. His heart brimmed with anticipation for the future and profound gratitude toward that enigmatic commander. Heading southwest across the desert, a campfire burned quietly. Photographers Xiao Zhao and Bing Bing sat at a distance, watching the members of the Su Huang Mercenary Corps gathered around the fire, along with Zhu Ke Song Yumeng and Xuanwu Heilong. Every mercenary bore some degree of injury, yet not a single one had perished. After completing the decapitation mission 2 days prior, the Su Huang Mercenary Corps members had retreated along the escape route personally left by Su Yun. They fled relentlessly under the pursuit of thousands of Hupu soldiers. They ran through hills, through deserts, then made several wide circles before plunging headlong into the surging Yoda River and switching to an overland route. Finally, they raced into the sea, circled around, and arrived at the rendezvous point agreed upon with Su Yun. Even now, the Hupu soldiers were still frantically searching. But the troop members were already gathered around the campfire, lazily enjoying wine and grilled meat. Accompanied by the wine and grilled meat, he alone, usually not one for words, vividly recounted their journey to Zhu Ke. Suzaku listened, her beautiful eyes sparkling, her heart already soaring to the heavens. Had her grandfather, Sonaigwa, not repeatedly warned her before the operation not to participate in the decapitation mission lest her capture expose her identity and provoke war between the Hupu and the Flower family, she would have already taken up arms and fought the Hupu's forces head-on. Now, hearing Heilong's thrilling account of the operation, she felt an unbearable itch in her heart. She wished Su Yun would take on another mission like this so she could get her fill. The squad members chatted and laughed, their commotion growing louder until Su Yun's figure came into view. They all sprang to their feet at once. "Commander! Commander! Commander Su Yun!" Su Yun nodded, greeting each person in turn, then tossed a phone to Du Fu Longer. "The commission account and password for this mission are in the text message on this phone. You handle distributing the money to the team." After speaking, Su Yun turned his head toward Heilong, Zhu Ke, Bing Bing, and photographer Xiao Zhao. "Sorry, folks. I've taken on another mission to northern Myanmar. Looks like I won't be able to return home with you all for now. Chapter 78, Northern Myanmar. Northern Myanmar? Hearing the location, the team members exchanged amused glances. One veteran grinned slyly. Captain, are you going after those scammers again? Du Fulonga roared with laughter. You bet.
Last time the commander stirred up trouble in that scam park, he chased them all up into the mountains. Stranded up there with no food or water, they holed up for a whole week, too scared to come down. If the commander hadn't completed his mission and left northern Burma, they'd have become modern-day cave dwellers. The surrounding regiment members burst into laughter upon hearing this, chattering excitedly about Su Yun's legendary exploits in northern Myanmar. But at that moment, Ju Kei's expression grew slightly complicated. She looked at Su Yun, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Commander Su Yun, I've received orders from the organization to return to the country immediately. I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you to northern Burma. With that, she turned to Yilong beside her, her gaze carrying a hint of expectation. Yilong understood immediately, a gentle smile curving his lips as he replied. Commander Su Yun, my primary mission from the organization is to ensure Miss Bingbing's safety. Whether I accompany you back to the country depends entirely on Miss Bingbing's decision. Facing Su Yun's questioning gaze, Bingbing appeared somewhat stunned, clearly still reeling from the earlier shock. Can I continue filming? Won't that expose your location? After all, for safety reasons, the production team had suspended the live broadcast of the college freshman season livestream over the past 2 days to avoid revealing Su Yun and his mercenary group's whereabouts. Su Yun gave a slight nod, his smile warm yet resolute as he addressed Bingbing's concern. Our contract stipulates filming the entire semester. Only 1 month has passed, the term hasn't ended yet. You certainly have the right to continue filming. Remember what I said when we first met? I take my part-time job very seriously. Therefore, until the contract expires, you may film freely without any reservations. Even that last decapitation operation, if you'd wanted to, you could have documented it. As for safety concerns, you can rest assured. After saying this, Su Yun calmly turned away, pulled his phone from his pocket, and dialed a number back home. Amidst the sea breeze, the faint sound of Su Yun's voice could still be heard as she spoke on the phone. Xiao Mei, have you been behaving at school? Have you been eating on time? Yes, that general was taken care of by me. Isn't it time for your mock exams? Didn't take much effort, just pulled the trigger. Hey! Stop asking me all these questions. Did you pull the blanket over yourself when you slept? Fine. The people from Daesengneo are all pretty ugly. They also reek of sheep, you can smell them from miles away. That's why their scouts are so easy to spot. Yeah, he's not hurt. How could he be hurt? There's no one in this world who can hurt your brother. Oh, I took a semester off. I won't be going back yet. Just landed a side gig in northern Myanmar. Yeah, it's easy just rescuing someone. Don't worry, northern Myanmar is perfectly safe. Where are the women? You've met my squad members, they're all guys. Oh, you mean Ju Kei? She was sent by the Flower family. I didn't know her before. Shu Kei, who had been eavesdropping on Su Yun's phone call, suddenly heard her own name and felt her heart begin to race. Unfortunately, that was the only time her name came up. After reassuring his younger sister Su Xiaomei that he was safe, Su Yun hung up and walked over. Shu Kei composed herself and hesitantly said, Captain Su Yun, how about I tell my grandfather and accompany you to northern Myanmar? Su Yun glanced at her. Didn't your organization want you to return to China? Besides, I don't need help on this mission. What would you be doing there? Shu Kei smiled, just to keep you company. If you don't want me to intervene, I definitely won't. Though Shu Kei was eager, Su Yun shook his head. No, having you along would only cause trouble. Some organizations and assassins are probably already tracking me. I have no desire to deal with your organization. At first, Suzaku felt a pang of disappointment when Su Yun refused to let her accompany him. But upon hearing the latter part of his statement, she suddenly froze. Captain Su Yun. You mean there are assassins and organizations? Oh my. Captain Su Yun, did you deliberately avoid returning to northern Myanmar? Ju Kei instantly understood. It turned out that after dismissing the unit members, Su Yun had gone to northern Myanmar alone on a mission not just for that little side gig. He was also deliberately drawing the assassins' attention away from the squad members. Then he planned to take care of them one by one? Realizing this, Ju Kei fell silent, filled with genuine admiration for Su Yun's far-reaching strategy and selfless spirit. These organizations and assassins who had made a point of targeting Su Yun were undoubtedly acting on Dai Xingniao's orders. If she meddled in this mess, given her status, it would indeed cause considerable trouble for the Flower family. At this realization, the smile faded from Suzaku's face, replaced by a faint trace of disappointment and resignation. But she also understood that Su Yun had done this precisely to protect her and the Jianghua family. Under the moonlight, she stood silently, a wave of sorrow enveloping her heart. Su Yun gazed at Ju Kei, who had buried his head against his chest. Sensing some emotion within him, he paused briefly before speaking softly.
Zhu, I'd like to ask you to do something for me. Zhu instantly lifted his head with a bright smile, looking at Su-yun expectantly. Captain Su-yun, Zhu is honored to serve you. Su-yun lowered her head, first sending a set of coordinates via her phone, then spoke calmly. These coordinates lead to a small island in the Indian Ocean, right off the coast of Africa. Raf gave it to me voluntarily as a token of gratitude for my assistance to his country. I haven't been there yet. Therefore, I'd like to request that you use your organization's channels to investigate the island's terrain and assess its suitability for human habitation. When I'm old, I might take Xiaomei there to retire. Retirement? Upon hearing those two words, Zhu paused for a moment. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, and his mood instantly brightened. Rest assured, Commander Su-yun. As soon as I return to the country, I'll have my grandfather take satellite photos of the entire island and send them to you. With that, Zhu cheerfully walked toward the campfire, her mind still buzzing with thoughts. Captain Su-yun actually told me about his retirement spot. Could it be he plans to invite me to live with him on that island someday? The next day. As the morning sun touched the coastline, the campfire had already died out. Several members of the Su Huang mercenary corps had already departed, and Zhu bid farewell to Su-yun amidst lingering glances of reluctance. After everyone had departed, Su-yun gazed out at the sea for a while longer before turning to the remaining three and murmuring quietly. Let's go. Next side job. At this thought, the smile on Suzuka's face gradually faded, replaced by a faint trace of loss and resignation. Yet she understood that Su-yun acted this way precisely to protect her and the flower family. Standing still under the moonlight, her heart filled with deep understanding and respect for this resilient yet solitary commander. Chapter 79, The Great Demon King of Northern Myanmar. What? Su-yun actually went solo again for a side job in northern Myanmar? The news sent ripples through the brightly lit command room of the flower family, like a pebble dropped into a tranquil lake. Qinglong, holding the latest intelligence just relayed through secret channels, paled slightly and blurted out in disbelief. Unlike before, no live feeds played in the command room now. The bigwigs who had scattered after Su-yun's astonishing escape from the Golden Oriole's encirclement had all returned to rest. Only Qinglong and Baihat remained at their posts. Without the presence of numerous high-ranking officials, their conversation felt more relaxed and natural. Noticing the complex expression on Qinglong's face, Baihat sitting beside him couldn't help but feel puzzled. He knew full well that the core members of the Su Huang mercenary corps weren't accompanying Su-yun on this mission. Therefore, he surmised that Su-yun's trip to northern Myanmar was likely just a small bounty job, nothing that should have surprised Qinglong so much. Noticing Baihu's confusion, Qinglong gently set down his phone and shook his head with a wry smile. It's not his lone wolf behavior that surprises me, but rather, I feel profound sympathy for those con artists in northern Myanmar. Hearing this, Tiger's mind was filled with even more questions. He had thoroughly studied Su-yun's reports on his series of overseas side missions in northern Myanmar last year. Not only had Su-yun successfully rescued a group of pawns lured there by northern Myanmar fraud rings, but he had also single-handedly eliminated several unscrupulous bosses and their armed forces within local industrial parks, undeniably righteous deeds. Yet what did Qinglong mean by sympathy? Faced with White Tiger's persistent questioning, Qinglong stopped beating around the bush and tossed a more detailed confidential dossier onto the table before him. The file you reviewed earlier was incomplete, with many details omitted. This one contains all the activity records of Su-yun's last side job in northern Myanmar. All activities? White Tiger's heart tightened. Overcome with curiosity, he instinctively flipped open the mysterious file, determined to uncover the truth. The pages were densely covered in writing tightly packed yet clear and forceful. It documented events during the winter break of his sophomore year. Su-yun, a student at Jiang City University, had resolutely decided to venture alone into the perilous northern Myanmar region during that bitterly cold holiday to carry out a mercenary mission, rescuing piglets who had been deceived into going there. 3 other mercenary teams, renowned in the industry and ranked among the elite, had also accepted the mission. Yet in the bleak and brutal northern Myanmar, their fate seemed cruelly toyed with. When Su-yun's team faced a coordinated assault from 4 scam camps, the other 3 mercenary groups were wiped out, not a single one survived. In this perilous situation, Su-yun stood alone like a lone wolf, facing over 200 fully armed enemies in a breathtaking, protracted battle. As White Tiger scanned through the files, his expression remained unreadable at first. But as he delved deeper into the details, his gaze gradually grew unsettling. With his squad nearly annihilated, Su-yun vanished alone into the vast, deep mountains. Just 2 days later, the 4 once arrogant and tyrannical compounds suffered devastating bomb attacks. Subsequently, over 200 well-equipped militants launched a 3-day frenzied pursuit of Su-yun. Yet when this brutal pursuit concluded, fewer than 30 individuals, ragged and mentally shattered, escaped from those terrifying mountains. Clearly, this was the result of the 4 compound owners conspiring to use their armed forces to launch a surprise attack, wiping out all 3 mercenary groups accompanying Su-yun. Subsequently, this group, convinced of their inevitable victory, underestimated Su-yun's capabilities and blindly pursued him deep into the mountains, only to suffer near total annihilation. What followed was nothing short of astonishing.
Amidst the heavily fortified defenses of the Kokong Alliance's 500 soldiers, Soo-yun moved like a ghost, precisely and decisively executing each of the 4 depraved camp owners with a headshot.
This act sent shockwaves through other scam operations.
Fearing Soo-yun's potential vengeance, the owners fled deep into the mountains with all their pawns, hiding until Soo-yun departed northern Myanmar before daring to emerge. During this operation, Soo-yun single-handedly attacked 4 fraud complexes, 35 outposts, and 8 armed strongholds, eliminating over 200 armed fraudsters and 40 Kokong Alliance soldiers sent to protect the complex owners. Ultimately, Soo-yun's iron-fisted tactics forced the Kokong military leadership to proactively seek reconciliation, abandoning support for all scam park operators. This bloody battle finally drew to a close. White Tiger stared intently at the meticulously mapped operational trajectories on the screen and the exhaustive details beneath them. For a moment, he could scarcely believe what he saw, his words brimming with astonishment and awe.
This is simply. The waves he stirred up are simply too immense.
When Baihu first reviewed Soo-yun's overseas activities, he had assumed that Soo-yun's deep incursion into northern Myanmar was merely to rescue an innocent compatriot trapped in a prison, a piglet deceived into northern Myanmar. After being attacked by the camp owner, Soo-yun had casually taken down several KD guards, and that was all. However, as he delved deeper, White Tiger was stunned to discover that the true course of that battle was far more convoluted, intense, and breathtaking than he had imagined. It had nearly entangled major plantation factions across half of northern Myanmar, local warlords, and even the notorious Kokong Alliance army.
One scene mentioned by the informant particularly stuck with Baihu.
When Soo-yun departed northern Myanmar and boarded the ship returning to China, the bosses of every plantation set off firecrackers for an entire day in celebration. In that peculiar world of northern Myanmar, firecrackers were not something to be set off casually. Only when the cumulative amount defrauded from piglets exceeded 1 million would those ruthless camp bosses grudgingly hang a 5-minute string of firecrackers to mark the occasion.
And a full day of firecrackers. Observing the complex expression on White Tiger's face, Xinglong couldn't help but add from the side, his words tinged with resignation and admiration. That was just his operation during the sophomore winter break. In fact, he went back twice more during the May Day and National Day holidays. Each time caused quite a stir, making the owners of those northern Myanmar plantations treat the name Soo-yun with extreme caution. They even strictly forbade anyone from mentioning him, turning the very characters Su and Yun into taboo words. Listening to Xinglong's account, Baihu couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Once wasn't enough to wreak havoc, he had to come back twice more. Though it sounded absurd, it was undeniably satisfying.
That's why nearly every industrial park owner and local warlord in northern Myanmar knows Soo-yun.
They even secretly call him the Great Demon King. Now you understand why I feel sorry for them.
I guarantee you, once Soo-yun shows up this time,
those industrial park bosses will be wailing and gnashing their teeth again. Chapter 80, Northern Myanmar, Gawazi.
In the northern part of the mysterious and enigmatic Kokong Old Street Scam Park in northern Myanmar, at a riverside wharf laden with countless tales and secrets, he alone sat quietly inside a simple yet uniquely charming shop. The shop blended strong exotic flair with the smoky atmosphere of daily life, its shelves displaying various locally brewed liquors and coarse foods. Yet he alone's fox-like cunning and vigilant mind warned him, in this perilous place, avoid eating anything unless absolutely necessary. He held a freshly cut coconut in his hand, its sweet juice sliding down his throat through a straw, seeming to wash away the surrounding heat and fatigue. As he savored this sweet gift from nature, his gaze drifted among the ceaselessly shuttling boats at the pier. Every vessel, every docking, held the potential to conceal Soo-yun's figure. They had chosen different paths to enter the country. He alone had taken the official immigration channel, while Soo-yun had opted for a more covert, clandestine route to sneak in. Despite Soo-yun having provided him with detailed meeting coordinates before departure, a mix of apprehension and anticipation still stirred within he alone's heart. Meanwhile, Bing Bing and photographer Xiao Xiao had also passionately insisted on joining the mission, despite Soo-yun's solemn promise to ensure their safety. However, after experiencing the heart-stopping turmoil in Gaza, he alone understood all too well the psychological toll such brutal realities could take. To shield them from potential psychological trauma, he resolutely persuaded both to abandon the filming trip and personally approach the station director to discuss the matter. Ultimately, he resolved to take over the upcoming filming schedule for the back-to-school season program. In truth, he alone understood clearly that from the moment the freshman orientation team decided to invite Soo-yun as a guest for this episode, the show's fate was no longer solely in their hands. He knew that if not for the military high command's keen interest in Soo-yun's extraordinary abilities demonstrated overseas and their desire to use this opportunity to gain insight, the reality show freshman orientation would likely have vanished from public view long ago, severed as if by a sharp blade. As one of the renowned 4 great war gods of Dragon Nation, he alone would never normally make a public appearance for an ordinary variety show. Yet reality dictated that even with Soo-yun's participation, the show likely faced imminent cancellation. Fortunately, Soo-yun's trip to northern Myanmar wasn't solely for filming. He'd also accepted a bounty mission to rescue piglets. This meant that over the next half semester of live broadcasts, viewers might still witness his trials and challenges in northern Myanmar through the show. At this moment, he alone sat in a shop sipping fresh coconut juice, his vigilant gaze constantly scanning the surroundings. In this land of northern Myanmar, brimming with uncertainty and danger, any inconspicuous corner could harbor a gang of thugs ready to bag you in a sack and slit your throat in an instant. Therefore, staying vigilant is his survival instinct. Surveying his surroundings, he alone sits at his slightly rough, simple wooden table, the environment radiating a rugged and unadorned atmosphere. At the two adjacent tables, several locals sat in lively conversation, drinking heartily and laughing with a carefree, untamed energy. Though they outwardly displayed a carefree attitude toward life, he alone's deep eyes perceived that every soul on this land had weathered countless storms. The stories behind their faces often carried heavier burdens than their smiles revealed, and truly good people were few and far between. At one table, a burly man who clearly led the group stood out. A gleaming machete hung at his waist, and his flushed face betrayed several drinks already consumed. He grabbed the bowl of murky yet potent rice wine before him and downed it in one gulp. As his Adam's apple bobbed, a drunken flush spread across his face. Beside him, several underlings chattered in unison, urging him to slow down. "Easy on the booze, boss. We still gotta pick up the shipment later." Another winked and chimed in. "Yeah, boss, cut back a bit. I heard there's a Thai woman in this shipment with a killer body. Once we get the goods, we'll have some fun first." The small-time boss merely chuckled lewdly, a glint of cunning and haze flickering in his eyes. He casually wiped the alcohol dripping from his lips and without hesitation downed another large gulp, bellowing, "This is nothing. I'm known as the man who can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Even if I'm blind drunk, I can still mount my horse, grab my gun, and fight the enemy charging in and out 7 times until dawn." He pounded his chest with bravado, adding, "Oh, and when the goods arrive later, remember to let me inspect them first. Only after I'm satisfied will it be your turn." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he sighed with self-mockery. These days, the piglets from flower country are getting harder and harder to fool, especially the female ones. Now I have to resort to getting some from Thailand or Cambodia, but they're nowhere near as tasty as the women from flower country. Under the dim dock lights, he alone sat seemingly calm, but his sharp ears picked up every word of the surrounding conversations. He shifted his position unobtrusively, deliberately distancing himself further from the group. Inside, he marveled. Damn, this northern Myanmar region truly is a den of thieves. Even in the most inconspicuous corners, you stumble upon the kidney thieves from the industrial park. The term piglets they used was clearly slang for their illegal activities. Had he not been waiting for Soo-yoon here, he alone would have already made a swift exit. This environment was far too dangerous and unpredictable. Just then, one of the kidnappers nearby suddenly pointed toward a boat slowly approaching on the river, shouting with a hint of excitement, "Boss, the boat's here. Let's go pick up the piglets." The small-time boss staggered to his feet and shuffled toward the boat gradually approaching the shore. He along's gaze followed suit, settling on the unassuming cargo vessel. The deck was piled high with assorted fruits and freshly caught fish. Yet hidden among the cargo were several people bound tightly, their fates as disposable as the goods themselves. Such blatant scenes of human trafficking had become commonplace in this chaotic, lawless region, sending a chill down one's spine. He alone was about to avert his gaze to avoid unnecessary trouble when, in that very instant, another figure emerged from the bow of the small boat. From a distance, he offered He alone a gentle smile. He alone's heart skipped a beat. Despite the distance, he recognized that familiar smile. Soo-yoon? Chapter 81, The Sky is Falling in Northern Myanmar. The sight of Soo-yoon filled He alone with helplessness. Why did this kid have to choose such a boat? Of all vessels, he picked a dilapidated one carrying piglets. The salty sea breeze swept over them, carrying with it a hint of unease. Meanwhile, on the shore, the group tasked with receiving this batch of piglets froze in shock at the sudden turn of events. The leader narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression a mix of confusion and irritation as he stared at the uninvited guest on the boat. "Boss, there's a stranger on their boat," a subordinate reported in alarm, his voice thick with bewilderment. "Our rules never allow outsiders on board. He's breaking the code." No sooner had the words left his mouth than two henchmen began flexing their muscles, the machetes at their waists glinting coldly as they prepared to teach this arrogant upstart a lesson. "Boss, you don't need to lift a finger. Leave this to us," one of them said harshly. "He dared to board our boat meant for kidnapping piglets? He only has himself to blame for his bad luck. We'll teach him a lesson first, then drag him to the compound to break his back." But just as they were about to step forward, they sensed something amiss with their boss. His face had gone pale, his expression frozen, as if he'd suddenly seen something terrifying. "Boss? What's wrong?" the two underlings asked in confusion. "It's broad daylight. You didn't see a ghost, did you?" The small-time boss swallowed hard, fighting to suppress his panic. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, trying to make out the features of the young man at the bow. An indescribable dread instantly sobered him, dissipating most of his drunkenness. Finally, as his vision cleared, his pupils contracted violently, as if he'd witnessed something utterly shocking. Holy! It really is him. The lieutenant was so terrified he could barely contain himself. His heart pounded wildly in his chest like a small boat tossed by stormy waves. How did he come back? His face drained of color instantly, his eyes betraying unmistakable panic and unease. This him reappearing was like a nightmare replaying, sending chills down the lieutenant's spine. In the next instant, without even a flicker of hesitation, the lieutenant turned and sprinted away. His retreating figure, silhouetted against the dim dock lights, appeared utterly desperate and resolute. "Boss, what's the rush? We haven't even picked up today's shipment yet." The underlings trailing behind him stared in stunned silence, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Amidst the chaos, a rusty, cheap-looking fruit knife suddenly flew from the shadows. It pierced the lieutenant's left foot with pinpoint accuracy, the force driving him soul and all into the weathered wooden plank of the pier. "Ah!" The agonized scream tore through the night sky, only to be abruptly choked off in his throat. For now, a figure had silently materialized before him, crouching down with piercing eyes. "From the park?" The voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Hearing this familiar voice, the small-time boss forced himself to lift his head despite the excruciating pain, squeezing out a smile that was utterly fawning. The mixture of flattery and fear in that grin created a twisted, grotesque image. The scene left the surrounding henchmen dazzled and stunned. "What's going on? Boss, your mood swings are getting crazy fast." Doubts swirled in their minds, unable to comprehend their leader's sudden transformation. Yet that smile, in this moment, seemed so radiant and sunny, almost painfully fake, that one couldn't help but doubt whether the person before them was still the same panicked little boss from moments ago. Yeah. Brother Sue, I'm from the old street district. You're back again. How long are you planning to stay this time, Brother Sue? If there's anything you need, just say the word. I'm at your beck and call, ready to jump right in." The little boss spoke while struggling to maintain that fawning smile, yet a chill was already rising in his heart. Su Yun's gaze fell upon the petty boss before him, a man forcing a smile despite the pain he was enduring. His eyes held an unfathomable calm. He swiped through his phone screen, his fingertips gliding across the display. Moments later, a photograph appeared before him. "This man, does he ring a bell?" Su Yun's voice was calm and commanding, carrying an air of authority that brooked no argument. The lieutenant glanced nervously at the photo. Though beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead, he forced himself to remain composed, nodding repeatedly. "I know him. Of course I know him." He swallowed hard and added, "This is Wei Rong, the eldest daughter of the Wei family and the current chairwoman of Henry Group." Seeing the lieutenant cooperate so readily, Su Yun nonchalantly withdrew the fruit knife from his instep and toyed with it in his hand. The glint of the blade reflected the lieutenant's utterly terrified eyes. Pain made the veins on his forehead bulge, yet he dared not utter a sound. "Well, knowing who she is makes things easier." Su Yun said coldly, "Tell her that the wealthy man from the Jianghua family she kidnapped 3 months ago has family willing to pay 5 million to secure his release. Moreover, a bounty has been placed on her head. I've taken the job. If she dares harm that tycoon in any way, I guarantee the entire Wei family will be buried with her." With that, Su Yun turned and walked toward Heilong, who was waiting in the distance. After a brief exchange, the two headed toward the gate outside the dock, leaving behind a thick, oppressive silence. Only after Su Yun's figure vanished completely from sight did the small-time boss slump down onto the dusty ground, clutching his agonized ankle, his face as pale as paper, as if suddenly releasing a deep breath. His men exchanged bewildered glances before crowding around him. Voices chimed in simultaneously. "Boss, who was that guy? Why did he stab your ankle with a fruit knife right off the bat? Why didn't you fight back? Could it be the son of that industrial park owner nearby?" One overconfident underling ventured. Hearing this, the small-time boss instantly erupted in rage. His face turned ashen, and fire seemed to shoot from his eyes. Without hesitation, he whipped his hand back and delivered several resounding slaps. The sharp cracks echoed across the open space, sending the other henchmen scattering in fear. "The industrial park owner's son? You got the guts to say it louder? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Damn it! He's your father." After the tirade, the lieutenant struggled to his feet, his face contorted into an expression more wretched than tears. "Damn it, how did that killing machine end up back in northern Myanmar again? The sky's falling again. All the camp bosses in northern Myanmar will have to flee to the mountains again." Chapter 82, Su Yun lie on vacation? Someone's offering 5 million for the life of the eldest sister of the Wei family? So this time, he's targeting the Wei family. After watching Su Yun walk away, the small-time boss muttered nervously and anxiously. "This won't do. We need to notify headquarters immediately. That bastard's back in the Golden Triangle." Before he could finish speaking, he hobbled away from the pier, ignoring the gushing blood from his leg wound. He sprinted toward the exit, leaving a startling trail of blood behind him. His men, horrified by the sight, shouted in unison. "Boss, where are you going? What about the piglets on the boat? Boss, are we still getting that shipment?" But the small-time boss ahead didn't look back, only snarling, "Damn it, I'm nearly dead, who cares about the cargo? At least stop the bleeding first, boss." Only then did the lieutenant react. Glancing down at his left foot, he saw the wound piercing through the top of his foot, spurting blood wildly. His face instantly turned as white as paper. He hurriedly crouched down to cover the gushing wound.
Damn it! No wonder I felt dizzy. I was so panicked I almost bled to death. The lieutenant's mutterings echoed through the air, sending a chill down the spines of his already stunned subordinates. They couldn't help but marvel inwardly, how could anyone remain conscious after losing so much blood? How could their head not spin? After pushing through the bustling crowd at the harbor, Soo-yeon's figure gradually blended into the city's fabric, with Hee-yeon close behind. A subtle doubt began to stir in his mind. Side by side, they walked along the cobblestone path. Along the way, Hee-yeon keenly sensed the peculiar atmosphere around them. Whenever someone noticed Soo-yeon's presence, there was always a momentary pause, followed by glances filled with alarm and suspicion as they tried to confirm his identity. This recognition swept through them like a cold wind across a lake, instantly turning their faces as pale as paper. They then turned and hurried away in panic, as if fleeing a plague. This scene repeated itself several times along the way. Recalling the chaotic intense scene at the pier earlier, Hee-yeon lowered his voice and cautiously asked Soo-yeon, who was striding steadily ahead. "Those guys, they all seem to be from the park, right? And that group at the pier earlier. They all seemed terrified of you?" Soo-yeon, walking ahead, didn't pause. He merely cast a detached glance toward a passing crowd in the distance, his gaze holding the weight of untold stories. He quickly averted his gaze, shifting his attention instead to the colorful trinkets lining both sides of the street. His seemingly casual demeanor carried an elusive, unshakable calm. "I once worked part-time here twice." Soo-yeon's reply was as calm as still water, yet his words seemed to hold endless meaning. "Perhaps that's why the folks at the park remember me so well." Hearing this, Hee-yeon pursed his lips slightly, silently pondering. Was it merely a deep impression? More likely, it was fear. The looks on those park people's faces, both overt and covert, were clearly filled with fear, right? But seeing that Soo-yeon didn't seem concerned about such matters, he refrained from asking further questions. "Should I start the live stream now?" Hee-yeon looked at Soo-yeon, seeking his approval. Soo-yeon gave a slight nod, his expression unruffled. "Yeah, go ahead." Hee-yeon pulled a sleek tablet from his pocket and began operating it with practiced ease. Soon, an advanced live streaming orb activated at his command, gliding lightly to Soo-yeon's side like a loyal attendant and settling into the optimal filming position. The live stream feed instantly lit up, like a dazzling beam piercing the barrier between virtual and reality. In less than a minute, the live stream's viewership skyrocketed like a rocket, the screen scrolling with enthusiastic comments from netizens. Finally, Emperor Soo is live. It felt like an eternity waiting for this. Goodness, a whole week without a live stream. I was starting to worry something terrible had happened to the production team. Do you have any idea how I survived without Emperor Soo? I lost my appetite, couldn't sleep at night, and survived only by re-watching old videos. Why? It's haunting my every thought. Not seeing His Majesty's noble countenance for days? Life just isn't worth living. Wait, something's off about this background. Last time they were streaming from Gaza City, that scene of the bombed-out elementary school is still fresh in my mind. Why did they change locations? Looking closer, it seems to be scenery from Myanmar. Huh? Where are Bing Bing and cameraman Xiao Zhao? Where did the rest of the production crew go? Trace back to the public livestream from a week ago during the college freshman orientation season. At that time, Soo-yeon was leading the team and executing a decapitation operation. As the mission grew increasingly covert and critical, higher-ups at Zhonghua Media decisively ordered Jiangxing TV to suspend the program's live broadcast. When the broadcast resumed this time, viewers were surprised to find only Hee-yeon standing alone before the camera. Bing Bing and cameraman Xiao Zhao had vanished. Facing the camera, Hee-yeon smiled and explained to the audience. "Hello everyone, I'm Hee-yeon. Due to some special circumstances, Bing Bing is temporarily unable to participate in this filming project. Therefore, for the time being, I will continue to provide updates on Soo-yeon's part-time work." Hee-yeon furrowed his brow slightly, paused for a moment, then delivered a concise yet powerful explanation, each word seemingly laden with deeper meaning. Though his words were few, they were enough to convey the slight awkwardness and unfamiliarity of this top-tier talent from the flower planting family when facing hosting duties outside his comfort zone. However, netizens on the other end of the internet didn't hold it against him. They understood perfectly well that the show's core appeal always lay with its protagonist, Soo-yeon. The host was merely supporting cast, not the focal point. Ha! A viewer suddenly gasped, his voice standing out sharply amidst the live chat's barrage of comments. That backdrop, I recognize it instantly. Northern Myanmar. Yep, that's the place. When I escaped from that telecom fraud zone, I could recognize it even if it were burned to ashes. The moment those words were spoken, the chat exploded with activity. Netizens began buzzing with excitement, clearly curious about Soo-yeon's latest whereabouts after a week's absence. What's going on? Did Emperor Soo head back to northern Myanmar for another side gig? Is this side gig about rescuing people scammed into Myanmar's northern region? Speculation and discussion surged like a tidal wave, drowning out the previous topic. Amidst the clamor of heated discussion, he alone responded to the questions in the chat stream with a calm and resolute voice. That's correct. We are currently in northern Myanmar. He added, Soo-yeon has a little side gig here. With that, he alone said no more, instead following closely behind Su Yun as they ventured deeper into the heart of the city. The city center still radiated a bustling vitality, its exotic charm enveloping them like a warm embrace. Any specific action plans for the next few days? He alone lowered his voice, quietly asking Su Yun beside him, careful not to disturb the tranquil atmosphere. Su Yun, immersed in the unique scenery, responded with a carefree smile upon hearing He Alone's question. Rest. Vacation. The word vacation caught He Alone off guard. Just as confusion filled his mind, Su Yun had already led him to the entrance of an exquisitely decorated luxury hotel. Chapter 83, Delivering Money. Upon entering, they stepped into a brightly lit lobby where the air carried the subtle, elegant fragrance characteristic of high-end hotels. Su Yun calmly retrieved 2 passports from his backpack. His own, slightly weathered with travel stamps, was handed politely to the smiling front desk attendant. We need 2 rooms, thank you. Su Yun's tone was steady and confident, showing no trace of nervousness despite it being his first time in such a luxurious hotel. He alone followed closely behind, producing his own passport. He took a quick glance at the document in Su Yun's hand, silently pondering. Sure enough, the information on that passport didn't match the identity of Su Yun he knew. It was clearly a meticulously forged document. With the attendant's attentive service, they quickly completed the check-in process and were escorted by a staff member to the elevator, heading straight to their reserved floor. When He Alone followed Su Yun into his room and witnessed him casually pull out a flashy Hawaiian shirt and tropical-style beach shorts from his backpack, the relaxed vacationer's demeanor Su Yun displayed left He Alone no choice but to believe that Su Yun's purpose for this trip was indeed to vacation, not what he had previously suspected. North of Old Street, the undulating tropical rainforest mountains stretched like a vast green curtain, shading the sky and easily concealing tens of thousands of people without detection. Even if a helicopter swept overhead, the boundless canopy of lush foliage would obscure any clear view of the secrets concealed below. Yet deep within this dense jungle, one thing stood starkly visible: vast swaths of scam operations proliferating like malignant tumors. Nestled within these mountain ranges, this scam complex extorted hundreds of billions annually from neighboring countries, earning its reputation as the world's largest black market for human organ trafficking. Within these mountains, countless victims dubbed pigs are lured here each year. After being ruthlessly exploited, their organs are harvested while they are still alive. These precious life components then flow through clandestine channels to destinations worldwide. At this very moment, deep within the vast mountainous heartland, a woman of regal elegance reclined lazily in a spacious, luxurious leather executive chair within a fraud operation base built to quasi-military standards. Through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, she watched with detached indifference as the piglets bustled about in the hall, utterly unaware of their impending fate. Suddenly, a junior operative responsible for campus affairs burst in, his face pale with fear and breathless from running. His silhouette appeared particularly anxious in the fading sunset glow, his hurried footsteps pounding like drumbeats on everyone's hearts. Miss. Trouble. That guy's back. He nearly cried out, sweat dripping from his temples and soaking his collar. Wei Rong was reclining in her leather executive chair, her fox-like, cunning eyes half closed, her gaze fixed firmly on the money tree in the center of the hall, a symbol of wealth and prosperity. Hearing her subordinate's words, she didn't turn immediately, only casually countered. Which one? What does it matter to me whether he comes or not? Seeing her reaction, the lieutenant grew even more anxious and added. Miss, it's that ruthless individual who single-handedly overthrew 3 of our compounds last time and wiped out the Wang family from northern Myanmar. The Su family flower grower. The moment the surname Su was uttered, it felt like a thunderclap exploding in Wei Rong's ears. The muscles in her face twitched involuntarily, and a chill instantly rose from the depths of her heart. Damn it, him? She growled in disbelief. He's back? Yes. People in town have already spotted him. He just entered the city. The lieutenant swallowed hard, his expression growing even more cautious as he revealed the shocking news beneath Wei Rong's darkening, watery gaze. And it's said that this time, his target is, you, young miss. Me? Wei Rong's pupils instantly contracted, like dangerous, icy whirlpools in a deep pool. Crash. She snatched the glass ashtray from the table and hurled it at the massive window nearby. Shards of glass scattered like shattered diamonds across the floor, reflecting 1,000 flickering lights. Wei Rong rose from the leather executive chair, her face ashen. She strode rapidly toward the stairs, leaving behind a brief yet slightly flustered command. Inform the Wei family. The lieutenant stared at the devastation, his heart sinking with dread. He followed Wei Rong nervously, trembling all over. Moments later, within the opulent estate, a sudden, frenzied roar of terror erupted. Damn piglet! How dare he put a bounty on my head? And let that killing machine take the job? The roar was followed by a relentless clatter of smashing objects and the clanging of firearms. The once gilded room was instantly reduced to chaos. Wei Rong gripped her gun tightly, pacing restlessly back and forth across the room. Her stunning face alternated between pallor and flushing, her emotions fluctuating wildly. No. It's bad enough that bastard showed up, but he actually took my bounty. What the hell kind of luck is this? Doesn't this put me in danger now? Wei Rong gritted her teeth, her heart boiling with resentment. 5 million. How could her life possibly be worth a measly 5 million? After all, the funds swindled from the puppets in any single one of her parks alone amounted to dozens of times that sum. And that was just one of dozens of such parks under her Wei family's control, not to mention the deeply secretive, outrageously profitable human organ trade. At this thought, a fierce, resentful glint flashed in Wei Rong's eyes. Money! She roared inwardly. Yes. He came for the money. As if clouds parted to reveal the sun, she suddenly grasped a crucial point. Swiftly turning to the subordinate leader beside her, her voice was urgent yet carried an authority that brooked no argument. Where is he now? The subordinate leader dared not hesitate, respectfully reporting, the Shangri-La Hotel. Good. Wei Rong gave a sharp laugh. Hurry. Get your asses moving and deliver 2 bags of cash there. Just leave them at the entrance of the Shangri-La Hotel. Consider this 5 million as the price I'm paying for my own life. Also, send someone immediately to escort that wealthy flower-growing family member who put a bounty on my head back safely. Give him the highest level of treatment. Under no circumstances must he suffer even the slightest harm. Just as the lieutenant was about to leave the room to carry out her orders, Wei Rong suddenly remembered something and hurriedly called him back. Wait. Release every single one of those pigs from the Wei family estate. What? Miss, that's tens of thousands of people. The young lieutenant's face darkened at the request, his jaw clenching as a sharp pang of pain shot through his heart. Releasing these tens of thousands of deceived piglets would slash the Wei family's annual income by more than half, perhaps even more. Do as I say. Hurry up. Chapter 84. Miss Wei has written you a letter. The instant Wei Rong realized that Man's target was aimed squarely at her heart clenched violently. A wave of panic swept over her like a tidal surge. Her expression shifted, her brow betraying unmistakable worry and tension as her previously composed demeanor quietly crumbled. His first instinct wasn't to mobilize his men against this flower-tending servant of the Su family, but to rack his brain for ways to save his own life in this sudden crisis. After all, in this remote corner of northern Burma, survival often hung by a thread. Eliminate that Su fellow? Wei Rong smiled bitterly inwardly. That was nothing short of a fairy tale. She vividly recalled the last time the Wang family had joined forces with 2 other major players in the industrial park, even enlisting over 100 Kachin Alliance soldiers. Not only had they failed to shake the opponent in the slightest, but the Wang family had vanished from northern Myanmar altogether. Such a ruthless force, how could she possibly stand against it alone? Flee? Wei Rong knew that was impossible. They, the bosses entrenched in the northern Myanmar industrial zones, had long been placed on wanted lists by various governments. Where could they possibly flee to? Even if escape were possible, it would only mean retreating deeper into the jungle's heartland, just as they had done last time. But now, with the situation not yet desperate, she was determined to make one last stand. So she immediately released the piglet who had been bounty hunted for her and planned to buy her a way out with money. 5 million yuan was mere pocket change to her compared to the value of her life. After her men left to carry out the order, Wei Rong could still feel her heart pounding violently in her chest, as if trying to break free from its confines. Leaning back in her chair, she muttered under her breath, which bloody fool lured a wealthy man here and caused me such trouble? Once this crisis passes, I'll personally chop out the kidneys of that reckless fool. Wei Rong roared with fury. The 5 million yuan bounty didn't truly scare her. After all, her family was one of the 4 major clans in northern Burma. They maintained a vast network of operatives and an arsenal of weapons. Even if the Myanmar Defense Army came to wipe them out, she'd walk away unscathed. But who the hell knew that this bounty would actually be taken by that guy? Bringing him into this would make things really complicated. I doubt even the wealthy family who posted the bounty could have imagined this. As dusk fell, the Shangri-La Hotel's entrance glowed with the first lights of evening. Brilliant illuminations danced across the marble pavement, refracting into mesmerizing reflections. Suddenly, a battered pickup truck tore through this tranquil yet bustling scene like a pebble thrown into calm waters, sending ripples across the surface. Like a black lightning bolt, the pickup raced to the hotel entrance at a breathtaking speed. Without hesitation, 2 massive black bundles were tossed from the truck bed. Instantly accelerating again, it kicked up a cloud of dust and vanished into the night-shrouded streets, leaving behind only stunned bewilderment. People coming and going from the hotel were stunned into silence, momentarily forgetting their tasks as they stopped to watch. Someone muttered under their breath, "Hey, this is the entrance to a 5-star hotel, not a garbage dump." A newly hired doorman in a clean, crisp uniform saw the commotion and kindly called out, "Hey, you dropped something." However, the occupants of the pickup truck, already speeding away, seemed oblivious. Without even hitting the brakes, they vanished from sight. The doorman hesitated, but eventually approached cautiously to inspect the 2 mysterious black bundles. As he lifted a corner of the bundle, he was stunned to find it filled to the brim with bright green bills. He sucked in a sharp breath and gasped. "Holy! So much money!" he murmured, his eyes flickering with shock and confusion. How could someone just abandon all this cash here? Just then, his gaze fell upon an envelope among the bills bearing the distinctive emblem of the Wei family. The envelope felt heavy, as if laden with endless secrets and pressure. The moment he saw the emblem, the doorman's face drained of color. As if sensing impending trouble, he quickly withdrew his hand, took a few quick steps, and hurried away from the scene. Two such large bundles of cash left at the hotel entrance quickly drew more attention. Yet whoever approached them, upon seeing the envelope bearing the Wei family emblem, immediately turned pale and hurried away. As night quietly descended, a peculiar scene gradually unfolded before the Shangri-La Hotel's majestic and ornate entrance. Two mountainous bundles stood conspicuously on the marble steps before the hotel entrance, yet passers-by and hotel staff alike pretended not to notice them, none daring to approach. It wasn't until dusk that two figures emerged slowly from the hotel's opulent lobby: Su-yun and Hee-along. The moment Hee-along's gaze fell upon the two large bundles at the entrance, confusion arose. What's going on? Why would someone dump luggage at the hotel entrance? He instinctively leaned out to get a better look. This action sent the two doormen inside into a panic. They urgently shouted to stop him. Sir, those aren't ordinary bags. They belong to the Wei family. Don't touch them, it's dangerous. Dangerous? Hee-along looked utterly bewildered. When he finally focused and saw the colorful mess inside the package, he froze in place. At the same moment, viewers in the livestream witnessed the scene through the camera lens, their whispers growing louder. Those stacks of... Holy crap, it's all US dollars. Holy cow, 2 huge bags of US dollars, that must be millions. Who would just toss millions of dollars at a hotel entrance? Did they just abandon it? Holy crap. Su Huang stumbles upon this fortune right after stepping out. It's like the god of wealth has possessed him. Quick, pick it up. Hurry. Faced with this sudden windfall fortune seemingly dropped from the heavens, he alone couldn't help but feel tempted. But some netizens pointed out with caution that such a windfall might have a hidden agenda. Look, no one around these two bundles of cash dares to pick them up. This is too unusual, something's definitely fishy. Could there be explosives hidden inside? Although some netizens in the comments suggested Su-yun ignore the money, who could resist taking a closer look when millions of dollars were literally right in front of them, with no one else around? Who could suppress the urge deep down to grab a handful and run? Yet, after he alone couldn't resist glancing a few more times, he spotted the envelope bearing the Wei family crest inside the package. Curiosity drove him to open it. After reading the contents, a look of astonishment flashed across his face. Moments later, he turned to Su-yun with a smile and said, Su-yun, this money was actually given to you by the Wei family's eldest daughter. She even wrote you a letter. Chapter 85, Either Buddha or Demon. Su-yun, the letter says the eldest daughter of the Wei family has released the wealthy man who put a bounty on her. This 5 million is the price she paid for her freedom. He alone stood beside Su-yun, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. He gave Su-yun a knowing nod, as if pondering the deeper significance behind this money. Su-yun, however, paid it no mind. With measured steps, he walked straight toward the two bundles stuffed with cash, his gaze as calm as still water. The hall manager behind him was so tense he could almost hear his own heartbeat. He stared in disbelief as Su-yun casually kicked the pile of cash enough to make anyone's eyes pop and heart race with the tip of his foot. This was the Wei family's money. Every single coin could be entangled in countless web of interests and family feuds. Who knew if, at this very moment, a Wei family spy was lurking in some hidden corner, watching? He actually kicked it? The manager couldn't help but sweat coldly for Su-yun. After all, the Wei family was no pushover. Such a seemingly casual gesture could easily invite unforeseeable retaliation. Yet an even more shocking scene unfolded. Su-yun not only kicked the package but also bent down slightly, seemingly unconcerned about the potential danger. He slipped 2 fingers into his trouser pocket and, like plucking guitar strings, drew out a stack of crisp green US dollars from one of the bundles. The brand new bills shimmered with an alluring sheen under the lights. He actually took it. The lobby manager watched in horror, unable to believe what he was seeing. He actually dared to take money from the Wei family. He inwardly cursed his luck. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he rapidly mapped out contingency plans in his mind, instructing the front desk to immediately cancel this guest's reservation. Should anyone from the Wei family come looking, they must sever ties swiftly to avoid being burned by the fallout. The manager watched Su-yun's composed movements, his mind already racing with thoughts of how to handle the impending storm that threatened to unleash a bloody tempest. Kicking it was one thing, but reaching out to grab it? Does he really think nothing of our Myanmar North facility? Since the hotel also handles funeral services, we'll just have to ship your box back home for free. Just as the manager muttered to himself behind the door, Su-yun swiftly tossed the stack of valuable US dollars back into the parcel without hesitation. His movements flowed seamlessly, without a hint of hesitation. Next, to everyone's astonishment, he kicked over one of the bundles stuffed with bills. The package burst open instantly, scattering dollars like raindrops across the floor. Yet he strode straight over the path paved with gold and silver, his retreating figure radiating such resolute detachment. Let's go. What are you still standing there for? I know a local restaurant nearby with amazing food. Let's go try it. Su-yun turned and called out to Hee-along, who was still in a daze, his tone light and carefree. Hee-along's expression froze instantly, clearly still reeling from the scene he'd just witnessed. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream fell into collective silence before erupting into heated discussion. Holy crap, did Emperor Su just completely ignore all that money? I saw him toss those US dollars right back. This is the epitome of treating money like dirt. Kicking away a whole bundle of greenbacks without even flinching. If I could live with such pride and dignity in this lifetime, I'd die without regret. The lobby manager behind him was utterly dumbfounded, as if witnessing the most astonishing scene of his life. Especially when he noticed the package Su Yun had kicked over at first, he was too stunned to speak. He kicked over a package? But suddenly, it dawned on him. No one from the Wei family came out? How could that be? Manager, the Wei family, no one came out?
That customer not only took the Wei family's money but also kicked over the parcel.
And no one from the Wei family came out? What does this mean?
The hotel security guards stood frozen like statues, staring across at the opposite building. The usually arrogant and domineering security thugs were still faintly visible, clearly not having retreated.
Yet, in this eerily quiet atmosphere, a perplexing phenomenon unfolded.
The two large bundles of cash, symbols of the Wei family's prestige and sincerity, had been kicked to the ground. Yet the fierce security guards merely watched from a distance, showing no intention of intervening. Scattered across the ground, the banknotes glistened under the lights, casting an eerie stillness over the scene. Witnessing this scene, the manager of Datang felt a sudden surge of turmoil within him, his body trembling uncontrollably. He stared at the receding figure, his eyes filled with horror and confusion. Moments later, realization dawned on him, and his face instantly drained of color.
I finally understand. The manager of Datang thought to himself, why hasn't the Wei family made an appearance yet?
So, these two bags containing millions of dollars were meticulously prepared by the Wei family to be presented to that mysterious figure. As the manager of Datang grasped this crucial point, a chill crept up his spine. What kind of figure could compel these notoriously ruthless security thugs to willingly offer such a colossal sum? Why would they dare not deliver it directly to the person's room, instead leaving it cautiously at the hotel entrance? Just then, the pickup truck that had transported the cash earlier seemed to emerge from the darkness, speeding toward the hotel entrance before coming to a halt. Several park enforcers armed with long guns leaped out and swiftly began scooping up the scattered bills. Evidently, Su Yun's recent refusal of this substantial sum had left the security thugs in a foul mood.
What are you staring at?
One of the thugs snarled at the curious onlookers, keep staring and I'll have you all arrested and thrown in jail. Amidst the clatter of gunfire, the thugs roughly tossed the two large bundles of cash back into the vehicle before speeding away, leaving behind a cloud of dust and stunned stares. The hotel lobby entrance finally fell silent, save for the splattered bullet marks on the floor and the scattered shell casings, silent witnesses to the harrowing confrontation that had just unfolded. The lingering scent of gunpowder mingled with the stark, cold lines etched into the marble floor, creating an eerily grim tableau. Only when the park's pickup truck vanished completely over the distant horizon did the hotel security guards emerge from the building, their hearts still pounding. They exchanged glances, their faces still bearing traces of terror. Beads of sweat glistened on their foreheads under the lights.
Holy cow, that was terrifying.
One guard muttered under his breath, his words tinged with relief at surviving the ordeal and reverence for the unknown force. The lobby manager slowly approached the doorway, his gaze fixed intently on the direction the young guest had departed. His usually composed eyes now held a hint of distraction. Turning back, he addressed the staff beside him with stern, resolute authority. All of you remember this, whenever you see that young guest again, treat him with the utmost respect. He paused, a deep contemplation creasing his brow. That guest is either a reclusive Buddha figure possessing unimaginable power and connections, or he is a formidable demonic figure whose power could make the entire complex bow to his will. What kind of formidable influence and power could compel such a vast and powerful estate to voluntarily hand over 2 sacks of money? Chapter 86, The Storm Approaches. Several streets away, amidst the bustling, vibrant marketplace, Su Yun strolled leisurely as if taking a garden walk. His eyes swept over the shops lining both sides of the street. The dazzling array of goods unfolded before him like a vivid painting. A satisfied smile spread across his face, as if he had found his own tranquility and joy amidst the bustling chaos. Beside him, he alone held back his words until finally whispering in a hushed voice. Those 2 large bundles of money the Wei family specifically gave them to you. Why didn't you take them? 2 big bundles, that's at least $1 million. Su Yun's gaze remained fixed on the colorful array of intriguing trinkets. He merely nodded lightly, his tone casual and detached. I'm not someone who enjoys the thrill of getting something for nothing. Besides, I approach every side job I take on with the utmost seriousness and a strong sense of responsibility. At that moment, while Su Yun was immersed in the leisurely pleasure of window shopping, Gall Rooster was hidden in a dimly lit basement. The basement walls were lined with an array of light and heavy firearms, their cold, metallic sheen glinting menacingly under the dim lighting. Alongside them hung various bladed weapons, long and short, diverse in forms, silently suspended on the walls, as if whispering untold tales of their owners' past. In one corner, beneath a wall, a long table held a neatly stacked pyramid of gold bricks. Their gleaming surface silently proclaimed the owner's wealth and vanity. Before this pyramid of gold, several computer screens emitted a faint blue glow, like stars in the night sky. One screen displayed the live feed of the college freshman orientation livestream that Soo-yoon had just successfully hacked into. In the upper right corner of the screen, a photo of Soo-yoon's profile was carefully pasted, marked with a large black X drawn over it. In that gloomy, oppressive room, a voice tinged with amusement and mockery quietly emerged, like a cold wind from the night seeping through a broken window, sending shivers down the spine. A blond man reclined lazily in a wide leather chair, his pale skin appearing even more eerie and unpredictable under the dim lighting. His fingers danced like living spirits, twirling a roughly 20-centimeter-long triangular military dagger through the air. Its razor-sharp edge glinted with a chilling, soul-piercing light in the faint glow. His fingers were sharply defined, each knuckle meticulously inlaid with a series of peculiar and mysterious ancient tattoo symbols. He glanced at the dancing dagger in his hand, a cold smile curling his lips. His gaze shifted to the empty space ahead as he spoke with contempt. "So you're the one who took down the Golden Oriole, MacArthur? Ha ha ha. 10 billion? Your head sure is worth its weight in gold." Accompanied by hollow, icy laughter, the blond man flickered his wrist. The triangular dagger instantly transformed into a silver lightning bolt, driving itself with pinpoint accuracy into the room's wall. There, hanging prominently, was a profile photo of Soo-yoon. His gaze in the picture was resolute, radiating heroic spirit. Most striking was the small inscription in the corner, Assassin Rankings Number 1, Cloud.su. This inscription seemed to carry an indescribable force, lending the entire scene an even more sinister aura. The blond man rose from his chair and strode steadily toward the wall. He stared intently at the small inscription on the photograph, a faint crimson gleam flickering in his deep, piercing eyes. His gaze slowly shifted to the solid gold pyramid model resting on the desk. Now, a raging ambition burned in his eyes. "Kill you, and I become the ruler of the underworld," he murmured silently. Though unspoken, the words reverberated throughout the room, echoing relentlessly. This was the famed dark web assassin rankings. The top spot was marked with Cloud.su. And he, right behind it, ranked second. Meanwhile, in a top-tier luxury hotel within the bustling metropolis of Eagle Sauce Nation, an intricately patterned glass door slid open softly. A playful, endearingly naked young girl emerged leisurely from the lavishly decorated bathroom. Her face bore the delicate features of a mixed-race doll, with delicate, translucent features that stirred an irresistible urge to protect her. Yet starkly contrasting her youthful features was her voluptuous, curvaceous figure, a paradoxically harmonious beauty bestowed by the heavens. Drops of crystal-clear water clung to her delicate frame, evidence of her recent bath, her skin glowing with a healthy, rosy sheen under the light. She tossed her hair lightly, sending droplets flying, accentuating her lively and spirited demeanor. She glanced back toward the bathroom, where a strikingly handsome man with extraordinary presence lay in the bathtub. Yet a cold, gleaming knife was plunged into his heart, and crimson blood had already dyed the clear water in the tub as vivid as roses. Facing the lifeless man, the girl showed no panic. Instead, she revealed two adorable dimples and a pair of sharp little fangs, her smile sweet yet tinged with mischief. "You performed quite well, actually. To satisfy me to this extent, thank you for your hard work." Closing the bathroom door, she walked barefoot to the large floor-to-ceiling window in the center of the room. Moonlight streamed through the window, bathing her fair skin in a cold, elegant glow. Her slender fingers reached into a hidden compartment, retrieving a compact, elegant phone. She answered a brief message. After hearing the message, excitement flashed in the girl's eyes, and she broke into another sweet smile, warm and radiant like the spring sun. "Ha, so it's about taking down that mysterious top-ranked player. Now that's interesting." Before her words had fully faded, she effortlessly slipped into a uniquely designed Lolita outfit. Then, striding directly toward the open window, she leapt down without hesitation. Her figure vanished instantly into the night, leaving behind only a tantalizing silhouette that stirred the imagination. Meanwhile, within the legendary military base known as the Hoopu, an elite squad of 8 Special Forces operatives set out silently like ghosts in the night. They moved along the winding river under the moonlight, their figures vanishing at the junction of night and jungle. This was the elite force that had once captivated the world, representing Hoopu in the global Special Forces competition and claiming the championship with an unparalleled record of achievements. Each member was a hardened warrior tempered by blood and fire, the sharpest spear and most solid shield within the Hoopu organization. Now, they shed their former identities, each retaining only a mysterious and cold code name, as if concealing all past honors and pride to face the unknown challenge. The squad leader, his deep eyes filled with resolve, gazed one last time at the photograph and coordinates in his hand. The figure in the photograph appeared harmless, yet it was their target. With practiced ease, he lit the photograph with a lighter, watching it turn to ash between his fingers before the wind carried it away. He turned to the 7 other members aboard the ship. Their 7 pairs of eyes, equally bright and alert, flashed with unwavering resolve and fearless courage. "Comrades," he declared, his voice deep and commanding, yet tinged with an unquestionable gravity. "We bear the supreme mission and glory of the Empire, and the weight of a duty to wash away our shame." His voice was deep and powerful, yet carried an unquestionable gravity. "Each of us has proven our worth through countless trials of life and death.
We are the Empire's strongest warriors, this is beyond question. Therefore, this time, our sole objective is to bring back that man's head to pay homage to His Excellency the President and to our great empire. At this very moment, a dark and frigid storm was gathering silently on the horizon of the northern Myanmar border, brewing an unprecedented tempest. What northern Burma was about to endure this time would be unlike anything it had faced before. Chapter 87, Two Assassins. Deep within Zongnanhai, in a heavily guarded, high-tech command center, Xuelong sat upright, his piercing gaze fixed on several top-secret documents scattered before him. Deep concern and solemnity were etched between his brows. The room was silent except for the faint hum of precision instruments and the rustle of pages turning. Old Wang, you mean? Xuelong spoke in a deep, resonant voice, his words carrying weight. According to the intelligence we've obtained, 2 top-tier assassins ranked among the top 10 on the global dark web hitman list are targeting Su Yun? Across from him, Wang Zhongjuan, in charge of international affairs, wore an equally grave expression. He nodded slightly, confirming Xuelong's understanding was correct. As a key guardian of national security, Wang Zhongjuan's primary focus lay in external security and intelligence operations. This encompassed comprehensive monitoring of personnel at overseas missions and international students, alongside in-depth investigations into activities by various reactionary forces abroad. The initial operation to monitor Su Yun had been the result of a joint effort between Xuelong and Wang Zhongjuan. Given Su Yun's unique and complex background classified domestically as a high-risk counter-revolutionary subject whose overseas activities fell within Wang Zhongjuan's purview, the mission ultimately fell to both men to lead. Their division of labor was clear. Wang Zhongjuan led his team in closely tracking and gathering all information on Su Yun's overseas activities, while Xuelong established an invisible security net within China, implementing a series of stringent containment measures. At this very moment, Wang Zhongjuan's intelligence division detected an anomaly: several of the world's most elite assassins had quietly infiltrated northern Myanmar. Every one of these operatives was a notorious terror listed on the dark web's assassin rankings. Their unambiguous target cast a heavy shadow over Su Yun's fate. No sooner had Xuelong finished speaking than Wang Zhongjuan's chief strategist immediately took up the thread. His tone was steady and swift, as if he had been prepared for this moment. Major General Xue, our latest intercepted and analyzed intelligence indicates that the crisis lurking in the shadows is far more severe than anticipated. Not only are 2 of the top 10 assassins on the list involved, but... He deliberately paused, shifting his gaze from Xuelong to the map beside him, building an atmosphere of tension and mystery. The military of the Kingdom of Daixingyo has secretly deployed a special operations squad of approximately 8 members, elite among elites. Like panthers in the night, their identities are completely concealed, dedicated solely to completing this top-secret mission. The staff officer then carefully retrieved a high-resolution long-range photograph from his breast pocket. The image caused hearts to skip a beat. The president of the Hupu Kingdom was conducting a pre-battle briefing facing 8 fully armed, stern-faced special forces soldiers. The scene was solemn and secretive, radiating an indescribable pressure. Xuelong stared intently at the image, his heart racing with astonishment that such a highly classified scene had been captured by intelligence. He couldn't help but whistle in admiration. Old Wang, your foreign intelligence division's skills are truly astonishing. This photo is so clear it looks like the lens was practically pressed against President Hupu's face. Yet, beyond his astonishment, Xuelong knew this was no time for admiration. The staff officer pointed to the photo again, his brow furrowed with gravity and vigilance, continuing his briefing to Xuelong and Wang Zhongjuan. Ever since General MacArthur's death caused an uproar in Hupu, their high command decided to go all in, offering a staggering 1 billion yuan bounty for Su Yun's head. Notably, this bounty was not publicly announced but circulated privately through their tightly controlled intelligence network. The staff officer's words hung heavy in the air, thickening the room's already oppressive tension. Ultimately, driven by profit, the Hupu successfully contacted those 2 top-tier assassins who had been lying dormant for years. His expression remained composed, yet his eyes flashed with sharp intensity. With fluid, decisive movements, he placed 2 thick, detailed dossiers precisely on the desks of Wang Zhongjuan and Xuelong, each turn of the pages carrying an undeniable weight. His words were concise and forceful. Tony Edvin, from Gaul, 32 years old, ranked second on the dark web's assassin list. His alias is even more notorious: Lone Wolf, a name reverberating throughout the underworld. The advisor continued, a barely perceptible edge of apprehension in his voice. Armed with his signature triangular dagger, he has completed 105 seemingly impossible bounty missions over the years, amassing an extraordinary record. With 18 years in the trade, it's shocking that his career began at the tender age of 14, when he personally ended the lives of the adoptive parents who raised him. From that moment, he stepped into the assassin's world, forging his fearsome reputation through a trail of blood and carnage. The advisor's eyes flickered as he elaborated. Tony Edwin's methods are exceptionally brutal. He always bleeds his targets dry with his triangular dagger. He places particular importance on his ranking on the dark web hitman list. His acceptance of Dai Xingniao's contract stems not only from the generous payment, but primarily from his bitter resentment over Su Yun's rise to the top last year. Su Yun achieved this by bombing the Yasukuni Shrine in Tokyo and successfully assassinating Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Tony vows to kill Su Yun and reclaim the top spot on the dark web hitman list.
Wang Zhongjuan nodded with satisfaction, proud of his intelligence department's efficiency. They operated with the swiftness and precision of cheetahs hunting prey. The moment the target made a move, they already possessed detailed, first-hand intelligence.
Only the investigation into Su Yun's identity proved particularly demanding.
The entire intelligence unit mobilized for over half a month, meticulously piecing together countless fragmented clues to finally confirm that the mysterious figure who had emerged from nowhere to claim the top spot on the dark web assassin rankings was indeed the Su Yun they sought.
The other assassin, Bella Aaron, ranks 4th on the global dark web assassin leaderboard.
She is 24 years old and hails from the Eagle Nation. She is the only female assassin in the top 10 of the dark web world, and among the elite killers, her talent is undoubtedly the strongest.
Bella Aaron is renowned for her unique modus operandi and cunning versatility.
She masterfully leverages her exceptional physical prowess and beauty as weapons, silently closing in on her targets. During missions, she prefers to first cultivate a sweet, seemingly harmless romantic relationship with her target, much like a patient female praying mantis weaving an emotional trap. This distinctive strategy sets her apart in the assassination world, and there have even been several shocking instances where her targets, ensnared in her carefully woven web of affection, became deeply and irrevocably enamored with her.
Thus, Bella Aaron earned a distinctive nickname among her peers, the Mantis.
This title draws from a peculiar phenomenon in nature. After mating, the female praying mantis ruthlessly devours her partner to replenish the energy needed for reproduction. Bella Aaron, like that cold yet cunning female mantis, would end her target's life in the most decisive manner at the peak of their emotional connection, thus fulfilling her mission.
2 assassins, the dark web's number 2 and number 4.
Each one could shake the ground and strike fear into a region if they stomped their feet. Now, 2 of the top 10 assassins had been deployed together,
and accompanied by 8 so-called strongest on Earth Hupu Special Forces soldiers.
Su Yun was in grave danger.
Chapter 88, The Secret Meeting of 3 Families.
After meticulously studying the intricate documents, Xuelong instinctively exhaled a deep breath, as if expelling all his inner tension and doubts. His eagle-like gaze locked onto the young staff officer beside Wang Zhongjuan, his eyes a mix of anticipation and scrutiny. So, in this intricate and perilous situation, Xuelong's words were steady and forceful, each syllable striking like a hammer on iron, resonating with authority.
Do you believe it is necessary for us to mobilize troops to support Su Yun?
The staff officer felt the weight of Xuelong's gaze, yet he did not flinch. Instead, he met the challenge head-on. He cautiously glanced at his superior, Wang Zhongjuan, drawing strength from the steadfast, encouraging gaze returned to him. Only then did he take a deep breath, like a warrior gathering final resolve before charging into battle.
Major General Xue, when you say them, are you referring to those 2 assassins, or the Dai Xingyao Special Forces squad?
He responded calmly, his words carrying the composed assurance of a wise man. Xuelong raised his eyebrows slightly at this, a hint of surprise visible.
Is there a difference between them?
His voice carried a hint of confusion, clearly having never considered the question deeply. The staff officer nodded slightly, his expression serious and focused.
There is indeed a difference. He spoke deliberately, as if peeling back layers of fog.
Upon receiving this intelligence, I conducted an in-depth analysis immediately.
If it were solely about those 2 dark web assassins, I believe reinforcements would not be necessary to assist Su Yun.
He elaborated, as is widely known, the 4th-ranked assassin, Bella Aaron, is famed on the dark web for her beauty and cunning.
She excels at using her looks to gain proximity to targets. However, her combat prowess doesn't actually rank among the top 10 assassins on the dark web.
Precisely because of this, her tactics are unlikely to work on Su Yun, who is notoriously indifferent to women and possesses unwavering resolve. Therefore, I judge she poses no substantial threat to him.
The advisor then shifted focus to a more formidable adversary.
As for Tony Edvin, ranked 2nd, though he operates in the shadows while Su Yun is in the open, a comprehensive assessment of their combat training and actual fighting prowess shows Tony clearly falls short of Su Yun in every aspect. Moreover, Tony's excessive fixation on the darknet rankings creates a psychological weakness that will prove fatal. Therefore, even facing such unfavorable circumstances, Su Yun possesses sufficient capability to handle the situation and defeat Tony with ease. What's more, Tony's arrogance and underestimation of his opponent will only push him further into a passive position during the confrontation.
He absolutely cannot be a match for Su Yun.
After the staff officer's calm and meticulous analysis, Xuelong fell into a moment of deep contemplation, his brow gathering wisdom and resolve. His gaze fixed intently on the intelligence file, he lifted his head abruptly, his eyes blazing as he pressed the advisor further.
Then what if Dai Xingyao Special Forces unit intervenes? How should we assess and counter their capabilities?
A subtle gravity flitted across the staff officer's face at the question, as if he had anticipated it yet felt compelled to approach it with caution. After a brief pause to gather his thoughts, he replied solemnly. I recommend we attempt in-depth communication with Su Yun and deploy an elite special forces unit from our Dragon Nation to northern Myanmar. Current intelligence indicates the owner of the KK Industrial Park in northern Myanmar has direct links to the recently exposed case involving 15 missing persons.
Moreover, Wei Rong, the individual with a 5 million yuan bounty on his head, is the actual mastermind behind the park.
The staff officer's words conveyed a sense of precise calculation. Therefore, deploying our special forces there would not only secure Wei Rong's capture and extradition for trial but also provide an opportunity to infiltrate and disrupt the operations of the Dai Xingniao special forces. After hearing the staff officer's report, Xuelong turned to Wang Zhongjuan beside him. The two exchanged a knowing smile, brimming with anticipation for the impending showdown. Come to think of it, I'm genuinely curious, these so-called strongest special forces of the Hupu, how do they stack up against our elite forces from the Flower family? Xuelong's words carried an air of calm, unshakable confidence. At that moment, the puzzle in Xuelong's mind began to unravel. It turned out this mission concealed a complex cross-border case. Just last month, a tour group of 15 Flower Nation tourists had mysteriously vanished in the border region between northern Myanmar and Flower Nation. Through in-depth investigations by relevant Chinese authorities, the truth gradually surfaced. This incident was actually a meticulously planned kidnapping conspiracy orchestrated by the KK Park in northern Myanmar in collusion with a certain travel agency. They forcibly abducted 15 innocent tourists into the park and brutally harvested their kidneys. The advisor's recommendation was to leave the top 10 assassins alone for Su Yun to handle personally, while the elite ground-based Special Forces unit, the Vupu Squad, would be assigned to the Special Forces of the Flower Planting family. Conveniently, the Flower Planting family's Special Forces squad was already scheduled for an overseas mission to secretly apprehend Wei Rong, the owner of the KK Park, and bring him back to the mainland. Old wine, this plan sounds feasible. I'll personally coordinate and report the Special Forces operation to General Wang. Once he'd made up his mind, Xuelong showed no hesitation. He was genuinely eager to see whether the warriors handpicked from all of China's special forces by the Hupu could hold their own against the Flower family's elite troops in a direct confrontation.
Major General Xue, Major General Wang, my briefing is complete. If there's nothing further, I'll return to my duties. After speaking, the staff officer saluted Xuelong and Wang Zhongjuan before turning and walking straight out of the room. At the same moment, deep within the remote mountainous region of northern Myanmar, shrouded by dense jungle, Wei Rong personally arranged for his men to deliver a hefty sum of 5 million in cash to Su Yun. With a furrowed brow, he hurriedly departed the compound under his control. His purpose was to hold a life-or-death secret meeting with the leaders of the other two major factions, Biang Song of the Bai family and Lu Jingxiang of the Lu family. The trio had agreed to meet beneath a simple bamboo shelter, open on all sides and constructed from emerald green bamboo. This was the convergence point of their power, a battleground where they would demonstrate their strength and cunning. Wei Rong of the Wei family, Biang Song of the Bai family, and Lu Jingxiang of the Lu family, these three titans each commanded armed forces numbering in the thousands, with vast estates spanning thousands of acres under their control. Collectively, these three factions dominated over 70% of the annual fraud market in northern Myanmar. At this moment, the three sat encircling a long table meticulously woven from green bamboo. Behind them, a row of loyal subordinates stood at a distance, vigilantly guarding their respective masters. Among them, Wei Rong's expression was the most sullen, his eyes blazing with fury. Bang! A thunderous clap echoed as Wei Rong slammed his fist onto the tabletop, his gaze as fierce as a wolf's as he glared at the two bosses across from him. You too! Did you deliberately leak the news about that piglet being in my compound to his family, prompting them to put out a bounty? His accusation thundered like an explosion, yet Biang Song and Lu Jingxiang wore expressions of detached indifference, their eyes even glinting with a hint of schadenfreude. Biang Song responded slowly, Sis Wei Rong, yelling at me and brother Lu won't do you any good. Sure, our three families occasionally have minor squabbles over recruiting puppies, but to the outside world, the four major families of northern Myanmar stand as one solid block. No one would ever stab anyone in the back. As for the leak in your industrial park, I suggest you investigate your own people thoroughly. Don't accuse us unjustly. Wei Rong's gaze pierced them like a dagger, yet she found no trace of guilt or panic in their eyes, only that chilling look of schadenfreude. Glee, is it? Do you even realize that the guy who took the bounty has already come knocking? Do you think this is just my problem? Don't forget the last few times he left us scrambling. The entire northern Myanmar compound is in a state of panic now. At these words, Biang Song and Lu Jingxiang, who had been watching the scene unfold with detached amusement, suddenly paled. The playful glint in their eyes vanished, replaced by sheer panic. Wei Jia, you're not joking, are you? For a measly 5 million bounty, that bastards come back to northern Myanmar to hunt you down? Chapter 89, Doubling the Reward. Wei Rong gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with a mix of resolve and ruthlessness. Each word struck Lu Jingxiang and Biang Song like a hammer blow to the heart. Oomph. Let me make this clear, if that bastard dares lay a finger on me, I won't just sit back and wait for death. I'll drag him straight to your lair. Since we can't escape this fate, we might as well face it together. After all, when the nest is destroyed, how can the eggs remain intact? Lu Jingxiang and Biang Song's expressions instantly darkened upon hearing this, as if a chill had shot from their feet straight to their scalps. They knew Wei Rong wasn't joking. If the conflict truly spread to their territory, the pain would be unbearable. Wei family sister, this simply won't do.
Lu Jingxiang frowned deeply, urging urgently, our four great families are bound together like branches of the same tree.
We should stand together through thick and thin. No matter what difficulties we face, there will always be a way to resolve them. Bai Yingxiang chimed in from the side, exactly. Everything can be negotiated. Why not spend a little more and present that gentleman with a generous gift? If he's satisfied, perhaps we can turn a major issue into a minor one, and a minor one into nothing at all. Wei Rong listened, head bowed, letting out a muffled, bitter laugh. His face was etched with helplessness and resentment. I already sent someone to deliver 5 million yuan to him earlier. I wonder if he accepted it. Her words abruptly trailed off. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a minor supervisor in charge of park affairs hurried over, leaning close to Wei Rong's ear to report something in a low voice. After listening, the bitter smile on Wei Rong's face deepened. She lifted her eyes, her gaze filled with bitterness as she looked at Lu Jingxiang and Bai Yingxiang. My people told me he refused to accept the 5 million yuan we sent. Lu Jingxiang and Bai Yingxiang exchanged startled glances. Refusing such a massive sum placed right before him clearly wasn't just about money, it was deliberate provocation. In a brief silence, the two exchanged a glance, seemingly pondering the same question. After a moment, Lu Jingxiang asked thoughtfully, Miss Wei, was what you sent cash? Wei Rong's face grew even paler. She nodded weakly, her mind in turmoil, unsure how to navigate this thorny situation. Yes. Brand new bills, stacked thick in heavy bundles of cash. What's wrong with that? Lu Jingxiang smiled faintly, his tone carrying a hint of reproach yet not lacking warmth. He tapped the smooth solid wood tabletop before him lightly, his words brimming with unique insight and worldly wisdom. Miss Wei, of course there's a problem. Think about it, 5 million in cash? How big would those bundles be? Even a few strong men like us would struggle to carry it together. How could she possibly manage it alone? Besides, someone put a 5 million bounty on her head. Are you really going to hand over that exact amount without a fight? Is your life, or rather, the Wei family's reputation, really worth so little? Bai Yingqianjai took up the thread, his gaze deep in his words carrying the calm and steady wisdom of a sage. Wei family sister, don't misunderstand. We're not nitpicking, we're just helping you analyze the problem. You see, when it comes to gifts, especially ones involving life and death, stakes and family honor, cash is out of the question. And certainly not just 5 million yuan. As Wei Rong listened to their clear and thorough analysis, her confused expression gradually gave way to sudden understanding. She lowered her head in thought, picturing herself lugging 2 bulky bags of cash, a scene that seemed both clumsy and disrespectful. Moreover, her heartfelt gesture felt diminished and insignificant in the face of such a massive sum. Then what should I give? Wei Rong asked them, her face flushed with embarrassment yet filled with sincerity. At that moment, Bai Yingqianjai casually unfastened a gleaming golden dagger from his waist and tossed it effortlessly onto the table, where it landed with a crisp, pleasant clink. He grinned broadly, his generous spirit shining through. Gold, of course. Not only is it valuable, but it's also easy to carry. Wei Rong's gaze fixed on the gleaming dagger, as if a sudden flash of insight had struck him, resolving all his questions in that instant. Ah, yes. Her sudden realization brought excitement to her face. You two are absolutely right. I should have given gold. Amidst her laughter, Wei Rong's eyes flashed with an authority that brooked no argument, her displeasure evident. She summoned the subordinate leader once more. She scolded them harshly, you bunch of good-for-nothings. Can't you even manage the most basic etiquette? How dare you bring the wrong gift? You're an absolute disgrace. Her voice cut like ice shards, forcing every subordinate present to bow their heads, cold sweat trickling down their spines. Her eyebrows were furrowed, her eyes deep and abyssal beneath them, filled with reproach and resignation. No wonder they wouldn't even deign to glance at it, let alone accept it. With that, she slammed her hand down on the table, the sharp, resounding thud shattering the silence. Quickly! Prepare 10 million gold pieces immediately. Ensure it reaches the other party's hands before tonight. Her command thundered like a bolt of lightning, carrying an irresistible authority. Yes, miss. Faced with such stern and decisive orders, the junior leader named trembled. Though panic surged within him, he forced himself to respond calmly before swiftly turning and departing at a brisk pace. At the entrance of the Shangri-La Hotel just before nightfall, several doormen in crisp uniforms greeted each arriving VIP with smiles. Suddenly, the familiar pickup truck from earlier roared up like a sudden storm. As it reached the hotel entrance, a dull thud echoed, a heavy silver briefcase was tossed onto the polished pavement. Immediately afterward, the pickup spewed a screeching trail of black exhaust and vanished from sight in an instant. Witnessing this scene, the doormen were utterly stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. What's going on? One of the bellboys couldn't help but ask. Another delivery? Another doorman echoed the surprise. One of the more alert attendants immediately shouted, Manager. Those thugs from the park are delivering something again. The hotel lobby manager, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, hurried to the doorway. Watching the pickup truck's receding silhouette, he then looked down at the gleaming silver briefcase at his feet. He could only shake his head with a wry smile. It was them after all. What did they deliver this time?
The surrounding doormen shook their heads in unison, none knowing the secret within the case. They still remembered the last time when Soo-yun refused to accept money and the park's enforcers took their anger out on them, nearly causing them to suffer undeserved trouble. This time, they'd learned their lesson. No one dared approach the mysterious silver briefcase, fearful of touching some sensitive nerve and inviting unnecessary trouble. The lobby manager also hesitated to approach, silently puzzling over it. Hadn't 2 large bags of cash just been delivered this morning? Why send another delivery now? Yet he understood this matter was extraordinary and best left alone. Enough. This is too bizarre. We'd best mind our own business. He muttered to himself, making up his mind. Since this item is likely meant for that distinguished guest of the Wei family, we'll handle it once the guest returns. Chapter 90, Treating Gold Like Dirt. An hour later, Soo-yun and he alone strolled side by side into the hotel entrance. Their steps were light and relaxed, as if they had just finished a leisurely stroll. Bright lights illuminated the polished floor at the hotel entrance, casting the calm, composed silhouettes of the 2 men. Esteemed guest, you've finally returned. The lobby manager spotted them instantly, hurrying forward with a warm yet deferential smile. He gestured toward the gleaming silver suitcase on the floor, its metallic sheen catching the light and drawing attention. Lowering his voice, a hint of tension and reverence edged his tone. Sir, please take a look. There's an undelivered package here. Soo-yun's gaze followed the manager's gesture to the silver briefcase. His eyes were deep and serene, a faint, detached smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I didn't order any delivery. The casual tone sent a chill through the manager's heart. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he hurriedly explained. Well, sir, this package was specifically delivered for you by those people. Please sign for it. Otherwise, other guests won't dare use the main entrance, afraid of getting involved. He alone, standing nearby, had been puzzling over why the silver briefcase looked so familiar. Upon hearing the phrase those people, he snapped out of his daze, inwardly gasping, they're delivering something again? Then go ahead and open it. Soo-yun's voice was steady and commanding. His hands casually tucked into his pockets, his posture as straight as a pine tree, an invisible aura quietly emanating from him, giving off an indescribable sense of security. The lobby manager's face instantly drained of color, cold sweat beating more heavily on his forehead. He stammered in response. Ha? Me? Sir, I dare not. You don't know after you refused to sign for those 2 cash packages this morning, that group, they nearly. The manager's gaze drifted into the distance, as if he saw several fierce eyes staring intently at him from the void. But Soo-yun remained composed. He smiled faintly, his tone gentle yet unwavering. It's fine. I'm here. Go open it. No one will attack you. Hearing Soo-yun's words, the lobby manager still felt uneasy inside, but he mustered his courage and cautiously moved forward step by step. With each step, his heartbeat quickened until he stood less than half a meter from the silver briefcase. He glanced furtively toward the distance, detecting no unusual activity. Finally gathering all his courage, he crouched down cautiously, ready to uncover the mystery of this peculiar package. With a click, the lobby manager gently pressed the button on the silver briefcase, his movements tinged with a mix of tension and anticipation. As the lid slowly opened, a blinding golden light erupted like molten lava, instantly filling the entire space. The radiance was so intense it was almost unbearable to look at directly. He instinctively squinted, a gasp of awe rising in his chest, blindingly bright. Under the light, the contents of the case revealed their true form, neatly stacked, gleaming gold bars. Their surfaces were smooth as mirrors, reflecting countless dazzling reflections that seemed to coat the very air with a golden sheen. Ah! So much gold, he exclaimed involuntarily. The lobby manager witnessed this scene, his eyes widening instantly as his expression froze in a mix of astonishment and awe. He cautiously took the box. Though the weight in his hands unmistakably confirmed it was indeed a crate filled with solid gold, he still couldn't believe his eyes. He could only turn to Soo-yun blankly, his gaze filled with confusion and shock. Meanwhile, viewers in the livestream were left utterly speechless by the spectacle unfolding before them. The golden glow seemed to pierce through the screen, stinging their very eyes. Holy crap! It's so bright, it's blinding my eyes. Wow! A whole box of gold that must be worth tens of millions. Comments flooded in like a tidal wave. Holy crap! Soo-hwan, your luck is off the charts. You found $5 million this morning, and now you're rolling in gold tonight? Are you possessed by the god of wealth or something? Which hotel is this? I'm hailing a cab right now to try my luck. One netizen asked, half joking, half serious. Then someone suddenly remembered, wait? Did I hear that right? This box is actually meant for our big Soo-hwan? Giving away money? Another netizen asked enviously, who is this mysterious benefactor being so generous? Might we ordinary folks get a little luck too? Watching Soo-yun's relentless streak of windfall luck from morning till night, netizens couldn't help but feel envious, their hearts tinged with a sour pang. They sighed in unison. He finds 2 big bags of cash on his morning walk, then comes home to a whole box of gold at night. Why does such good fortune never come our way? He alone stood beside him, eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief written all over his face.
He stared fixedly at the scene unfolding before him, his mind churning like a stormy sea. Though Su Yunshu had only just arrived in the mysterious land of northern Myanmar and hadn't taken any substantive actions yet, the renowned industrial parks in the area had already sent representatives twice to deliver lavish gifts. The level of deference and attentiveness was beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Inside the box, heavy gold bars lay neatly arranged, gleaming with a golden radiance that seemed to embody boundless wealth and power. Su Yun smiled indifferently, his eyes revealing a subtle depth and composure. He left only a calm statement, I see. Without so much as a glance at the crates of gold, he walked away with the nonchalance of a breeze skimming a lake, utterly unruffled. He strolled lazily into the hotel's opulent lobby, his retreating figure both dashing and resolute, as if those priceless gold bars were nothing more than fleeting clouds to him. This scene sent the online crowd into an uproar. Whoa, Su Huang treats gold like dirt. That's solid gold, for crying out loud. Good heavens, it's like a juicy piece of meat offered right to his mouth, yet Su Yun remains unmoved? What deep meaning lies behind this? Hey, Su Yun, you should know you're overseas now beyond the reach of the law. Accepting a little gift wouldn't be so bad. Ah. I'm about to lose it. Your Majesty Su, if you truly don't want this gold, could you spare me some? I'm so broke I'm surviving on instant noodles every day. Witnessing Su Yun ignore the crate filled with $10 million worth of gold and walk away, countless netizens remained in a state of shock for a long time. Chapter 91, Look. The blonde little Lolita. Customer? This sudden reaction snapped the manager out of his trance, still immersed in the dazzling world of gold. His eyes betrayed a mix of bewilderment and confusion. He remained in a half-crouch, hands lightly braced on the floor, as if still savoring the implications of the previous words. He stared blankly at the mountain of gold bars, each one blazing with dazzling brilliance. Secretly, he yearned if only he could possess one of them. What more could he ask for in this life? Yet, as his thoughts drifted, the familiar pickup truck thundered back like a clap of thunder, shattering his reverie. A ruthless security thug kicked him mercilessly into the dust. The thug's face twisted into a hideous grimace as he spat venomously. You still want to look? Is this gold something a lowlife like you can covet? Get lost. The pickup truck kicked up dust as it sped away, leaving behind the battered lobby manager, his heart a tangled mess of emotions. Gritting his teeth against the pain, his eyes flashed with indescribable grievance and indignation. This is too much. What the hell? Meanwhile, deep within the mountains, in a hidden and heavily guarded command center, a leader received critical intelligence via satellite phone. His expression shifted slightly as he hurried to Wei Rong's side, reporting in a hushed voice. General, the crate of gold we sent, he refused to accept it. The words had barely left his mouth when Wei Rong erupted in fury, slamming his palm down on the wooden table with a deafening crash. The thunderous sound startled Lu Jingxiang and Bai Song, who were in the middle of their meal, causing them both to jump in fright. Wei's sister, what's going on? Lu Jingxiang asked with concern. Wei Rong's face turned ashen as she delivered the truth, enunciating each word deliberately. The entire crate of gold I sent earlier, he actually refused it. What should we do now? Hearing this, both Lu Jingxiang and Bai Song looked astonished. They simultaneously set down the succulent crabs in their hands, wiped the grease from their fingers, and exclaimed in unison. Whoa! He won't even take gold? The two men also found the situation difficult. Cash might be too risky to deliver, perhaps because it's hard to handle. Sending gold should be perfectly fine. Could it be he finds it too heavy? Oomph. He can't possibly think the gold is too heavy, can he? Wei Rong gritted her teeth. Lu Jingxiang and Bai Song remained silent. After pondering for a moment, Bai Song suddenly spoke up. Could it be that guy doesn't need the money? And that's why he doesn't want our money? At this remark, Lu Jingxiang clapped his hands with a laugh, shooting Bai Song a look of complete agreement. Exactly. Brother Bai, you hit the nail on the head. Sister Wei, think about it, that guy's got serious skills. He's probably already made a fortune. Lu Jingxiang slapped his thigh and laughed. Miss Wei, it's not that he doesn't want it, it's that we didn't give the gifts to the right people. Think about it. He's not short on cash. Why would he take money from you? Wei Rong pondered silently for a moment, then asked doubtfully. Then, what if I send him a few women instead? The moment Wei Rong's words fell, they reverberated like thunder in the dimly lit chamber, sending ripples of shock through the air. A sly, satisfied gleam flashed simultaneously in the eyes of Bai Song and Lu Jingxiang, as if everything were already under their control. They exchanged a knowing smile, their expressions mirroring a teacher observing a student finally grasping a concept. Nodding approvingly, they spoke in unison. That's more like it. The young man was in the prime of his youth, his desire for beauty surely burning as fiercely as oil on a raging fire. They speculated that perhaps he had long coveted the unique allure of the women from northern Burma, waiting only for an opportunity to taste their charms. Though Wei Rong still harbored doubts about this course of action, the urgency of the situation demanded that ensuring their own safety took precedence. Her eyes flickered with worry as she glanced at her two trusted subordinates, yet she issued the order decisively, go to the streets. Find several local beauties, bind them, and bring them to him. Remember, quantity is important, but quality is paramount. Bring a variety of types to satisfy his diverse tastes. The two subordinate leaders immediately understood and respectfully replied. Yes, Mississippi. One of them swiftly pulled out a satellite phone, dialed a number with practiced ease, and stepped aside to speak in hushed tones. Meanwhile, on Old Street, a lieutenant in a pickup truck had just finished his call. Rubbing his chin, he seemed to be formulating a new plan in his mind. So now it's about delivering women? True. If money doesn't move them, it's usually beauty they chase. His words carried an air of confidence and resolve. Guys, let's hit the streets and pick out a few women. They've gotta be stunningly beautiful with killer bodies. The boss lady said the more the better, we need all kinds of beauties. At his command, the pickup roared onto the bustling, lively streets. The park enforcers moved like hunting cheetahs, swiftly locking onto targets amidst the bustling crowd. The moment they spotted a woman with an exceptional figure and delicate features, they approached without hesitation, guns drawn, swiftly binding her before unceremoniously tossing her into the truck bed. Amidst this series of tense, rapid movements, they unexpectedly captured a pair of 18-year-old twin sisters whose beauty and graceful figures were truly rare in this world. The henchman couldn't help but stare in awe. One of them, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, "Holy! Boss, these twins are absolute gems." Another enforcer's eyes burned with desire, the corners of his mouth curling upward with a hint of greed. "They're making my heart race." However, the leader's expression darkened as he barked a warning. "Are you guys looking to die? You can't just touch these twins." The words hit them like a bucket of cold water, instantly sobering them up. An unsettling aura hung over the park under the night sky, a series of kidnappings casting a dark cloud over the land. A pack of park enforcers prowled like ravenous wolves, having already captured 4 or 5 helpless women. Their eyes burned with greed and arrogance. Snap! One enforcer suddenly lowered his voice, shouting with a hint of excitement as his gaze locked onto a figure in the dim light far away. "Boss, look over there. There's a stunning little girl. Holy crap! Look closer, she's a blonde foreign girl." Another thug's eyes widened, gleaming with an unusual light, his voice brimming with uncontrollable excitement. The group murmured in admiration, their eyes roaming over the woman's exquisitely curved figure and her face, as delicate as a painting. Every subtle expression seemed to pluck at the strings of their desire. Her golden hair shimmered in the dim light, like moonlight glistening on a lake, breathtakingly beautiful. That figure, that face. She's a heavenly beauty. Who could resist such temptation? The henchmen exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with unmasked greed and lust. "Stop staring. Tie her up now. A beauty like this will drive that guy wild with joy." The leader barked the order, a cruel and cunning grin curling his lips. Amidst their lecherous chuckles, the group of weapon-wielding, brutish-looking security guards swiftly gathered, closing in on the blonde girl like predators pouncing on their prey. Before long, a mixed-race girl with a doll-like face and a provocative figure was bound and gagged, dragged back into their ranks. "Ha ha ha ha! Tonight's haul is more than enough to satisfy that bastard." The leader cackled triumphantly, his eyes brimming with smug satisfaction. "Let's go to the Shangri-La Hotel." At his command, the pickup truck loaded with captives roared its engine and sped towards Soo-Yun's location. Chapter 92, Don't You Dare Bully Me. Exactly 1 a.m. The night was deep, starlight sprinkling over the quiet city. Soo-Yun sat alone on the sofa in her room. The faint glow from the television screen added a touch of warmth to the still night. Suddenly, a soft yet determined knock shattered the stillness, like a pebble dropped into a calm lake, sending ripples across the surface. Soo-Yun rose and walked toward the door, a hint of puzzlement in her heart. The moment she opened the door, she saw Hee-Along's slightly weary face, tinged with a wry smile. Close behind him stood the lobby manager, his expression complex, as if he had 1,000 words to say. Hee-Along glanced at the manager behind him and spoke to Soo-Yun with resignation. "Well, this gentleman says he needs to speak with you." The manager, spotting Soo-Yun, seemed to find his anchor. His words carried urgency and astonishment. "Esteemed guest, you really ought to see this for yourself. It's an utterly unexpected situation." It turned out that just outside the hotel entrance, the pickup truck that had once been loaded with cash and gold had quietly returned. Everyone had hoped for a peaceful night, but reality defied all expectations. This time, the pickup truck carried not treasures of gold and silver, but a group of women as picturesque and pure as poetry. Dressed in various outfits, their unique charms and beauty shone through despite being bound and gagged. They lay motionless before the hotel entrance, creating a strange and striking scene. Upon hearing this, Soo-Yun's heart tightened. He hurried downstairs with Hee-Along and approached the hotel entrance. The sight before him instantly left Hee-Along speechless, his eyes wide with astonishment. He could only stare blankly at the rows of women, each bound with perfect restraint, each possessing her own distinct charm. At that moment, viewers in the livestream chat were utterly stunned by the scene, flooding the comments with astonishment and confusion. "Holy crap! This is way too over the top. No way! Last time it was giving away money, now they're giving away beauties? What kind of divine treatment is this? Look! Every single one is goddess level. Holy crap! There's even a pair of twin sisters. This perk is off the charts. Hey, did you notice? That girl with the baby face and huge bust tied up in ropes is absolutely mesmerizing. Are these people serious? Every type of beauty imaginable is here, and the bondage techniques are so professional. This is just. If these beauties were just lying there for me to pick from, I'd probably never leave the house for a year. Soo-yeon's gaze swept indifferently over the row of women lying quietly on the hotel's luxurious marble steps, each in a different pose. Some were exquisitely beautiful, others pitifully vulnerable, each possessing her own unique charm. His brow furrowed slightly, a fleeting expression that seemed to hold endless meaning. Then, without hesitation, he turned once more and stepped onto the staircase leading deeper into the building. The lobby manager couldn't help but be drawn to the scene, his gaze lingering involuntarily on the women, particularly one clad in a tight corseted girl with a childlike face and ample bust. The allure of her half-exposed, half-concealed figure was irresistible. He marveled inwardly, this guest's self-control is truly extraordinary, remaining utterly unmoved by such temptation. Lost in his own thoughts, he was suddenly struck from behind by a powerful force, sent crashing to the floor. A pickup truck, which had arrived silently at some point, opened its door. A security thug, gun in hand, coldly pointed it at the lobby manager and warned, "Kid, don't get any funny ideas. This isn't your turn." Next, several enforcers got out of the truck and roughly hoisted the women into the vehicle. As they worked, they whispered among themselves, "He doesn't even fancy women this stunningly beautiful. What kind of rare beauty is that big shot looking for?" Their words brimmed with curiosity and bewilderment over Soo-yeon's peculiar taste. Once all the women were crammed into the vehicle, the thugs sped off. Inside, the carriage echoed with their lecherous laughter and lustful remarks about the beauties beneath them. "Boss, sending such gorgeous women back like this is a waste of heaven's bounty. Why not let the brothers sample them first?" One thug chuckled lewdly. The minor leader of the gang maintained a calm facade, but inwardly, he was equally eager. His greedy eyes scanned the women in the carriage before he finally decided to indulge. "Then let's make the most of it." Before the words had even faded, he zeroed in on one of the mixed-race little girls, reaching out with predatory intent. Yet, the instant his hand neared the girl, a sudden gleam of cunning flashed in her previously terrified eyes. A cold gleam flashed in an instant. The little boss realized his outstretched hand had lost 3 fingers in the blink of an eye. Before he could utter a piercing scream, the girl's fingers slithered like a serpent across his throat. He clutched his neck desperately, eyes wide with shock and terror, stumbling backward until he collapsed inside the carriage, his life force fading away. The entire sequence unfolded with such blinding speed it defied belief, sending a chill through the previously overconfident thugs. The air inside the carriage froze instantly. Under the dim carriage light, the petite, delicate girl slyly extended her pink, adorable little tongue, gently licking the nearly transparent, razor-sharp blade clutched between her fingers. The scene was both eerie and captivating. Her smile resembled a nighttime sprite, tinged with teasing and provocation, her voice clear and melodious. "You want to bully me? Hee hee, I'm terribly sorry, but you're just too ugly. I can't let you touch me like that." Her laughter rang like silver bells, yet carried a chill that cut to the bone. The park thugs who had been groping the woman inside the car suddenly jerked their heads up as if stung by needles. Blood spurted from their little boss's neck with a hissing sound. Everyone froze in shock, rooted to the spot. "Holy! Boss, why is your neck bleeding?" One thug cried out in terror. "Something's wrong. It's that little girl." Another thug spotted the culprit. "How is that possible? How did she untie the ropes?" The crowd erupted in chaos, faces frozen in shock. A minute later, a pickup truck screeched to a halt by the roadside. The door swung open, revealing a blood-soaked, childlike-faced lowly with enormous breasts. She looked slightly confused yet still innocent as she gently rubbed her blood-stained cheek with her small hand, muttering to herself, "Oh dear, did I make too much noise just now and alert him? Or..." A sly gleam flashed in her eyes. "Maybe that guy just doesn't like women at all?" Barefoot on the night-shrouded street, the seemingly fragile lowly walked with light steps, as carefree as if strolling through her own garden. She hummed a tune no one knew, the notes dancing through the still night air. "Ah, what a pity. I thought I might spend the night in his bed tonight. But it's okay, there'll always be another chance." A crescent smile curved her lips, her eyes glinting with both resolve and amusement. "Sooner or later, I'll kill him. Hee hee hee." Chapter 93, Delivering a Life. Within this secret hideout deep in the mountains, Wei Rong sat at a sturdy, weathered wooden table, her face flushed with a mix of anxiety and fury. The air around her seemed to heat up with her frustration. She drowned her sorrows in wine, glass after glass, until her entire body was now immersed in a state bordering on frenzy. What the hell is going on? Why still no word? Wei Rong clenched her fists, her voice slightly hoarse as she demanded of her trusted lieutenant behind her, her eyes flashing with an urgency impossible to ignore. At her command, the lieutenant immediately stepped aside, pulling out his phone to dial a number in the city. But after several attempts, the line remained unanswered, returning only the hollow, cold tone of an unreachable call. His brow furrowed as unease crept into his heart. With no other choice, the minor leader dialed another number to inquire about the situation. Upon receiving the response, his expression darkened. "Miss, the line is temporarily unavailable.
The minor leader attempted to mask the anxiety in his voice, approaching Wei Rong as calmly as possible and reporting in a hushed tone. The woman we sent over, they still haven't accepted her. And the brothers responsible for the delivery are currently unreachable.
The exact situation remains unclear.
Hearing this, Wei Rong froze as if nailed to the spot. Her expression instantly solidified, then twisted into a hideous grimace. Under the dim, flickering light, her once vivid face now looked terrifyingly distorted.
Lu Jingxiang and Bai Yingsong, standing nearby, exchanged startled glances.
They knew immediately that things had taken a turn for the worse.
They didn't take it?
Lu Jingxiang frowned and whispered, clearly finding the outcome hard to believe.
This shouldn't be happening. We carefully selected the gift this time, there's no way we could have gone wrong again, right?
Bai Yingsong shook his head repeatedly, equally perplexed and filled with questions. Wei Rong abruptly drew a gleaming desert eagle from her waistband and slammed it onto the table with a sharp thud. She let out a few cold laughs, her gaze sharp as a blade.
Are you two mocking me?
She sprang to her feet, her face dark enough to rain, pointing angrily at Lu Jingxiang and Bai Yingsong.
What the hell is this nonsense? I see it now.
You never intended to genuinely help me solve my problems.
You'd rather see me fall into that man's hands so you can reap the rewards and divide up my park among yourselves, right?
We'll see how this plays out.
I'm heading back right now.
The moment that guy shows up, I'm heading straight for your park. We'll see if he dares to burn it down. Wei Rong spun around, fury boiling, ready to storm off. But Bai Yingsong and Lu Jingxiang were quick as lightning, each grabbing one of her arms and forcing her back into her seat. They thought to themselves, this is no joke. If she really barges into their territory, she's practically asking for trouble. Bai Yingsong steadied Wei Rong's emotions and said earnestly, Miss Wei, please calm down.
We haven't finished talking. How can you just walk out like that?
Wei Rong's facial muscles twitched slightly with anger, yet her expression remained calm as still water. She retorted coldly.
What's there to be impatient about? The bounty isn't on your heads, so of course you're not in a hurry. So what? Got some new scheme now?
Wei Rong eyed the pair sideways, her mind already made up. If they came up with another half-baked scheme this time, she'd turn tail and head home immediately. She'd gather all her men, stockpile every weapon they had, and fight to the death for a chance at survival. At the table, Bai Yingsong leisurely sipped his strong liquor. The scar on his face flushed brighter under the alcohol's sting, drawing attention. He fixed his gaze on Wei Rong, his voice low and deliberate. Sis, you've got to listen to your big bro this time. After these two skirmishes, I figured out that bastard's real goal. I've analyzed it crystal clear. Hearing this, Wei Rong's previously still heart leapt to her throat. She pressed nervously. What does he want? Bai Yingsong deliberately paused, teasing Wei Rong's curiosity before drawing out his words with deliberate slowness. What he wants is your head. Bai Yingsong spoke with casual ease, but Wei Rong trembled with rage, nearly smashing the solid gold goblet in his hand across Bai's face.
You're telling me?
She was utterly speechless.
If he hadn't been after her head, would he have come crawling to these two ruthless men for help?
Noticing Wei Rong's agitated expression, Bai Yingsong's eyes flashed with a mix of cunning and composure. He deliberately quickened his pace slightly, attempting to calm her down. With his characteristic composure, he analyzed the situation as if dispelling a fog. Think about it carefully. He doesn't want gold or silver, nor does he want beautiful women. All he wants is his life back. So this time, take your big brother's advice. Not only will we deliver a chest of gold to him, but also deliver a life along with it. Wei Rong's eyes widened in utter bewilderment, clearly finding Bai Yingsong's words utterly preposterous. Send him a death sentence? You mean I should walk right into his place and let him slaughter me? Are you out of your mind? She couldn't help but curse, staring at Bai Yingsong with deep suspicion. Bai Yingsong, however, smiled serenely, shook his head, and flashed a sly, wise gleam in his eyes. Misunderstanding. I'm not asking you to sacrifice your own life. Instead, find a substitute to take the fall for you. And this person must hold a sufficiently high position within your sphere of influence. Only then can it fully demonstrate your sincerity and willingness to submit. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yingsong's gaze shifted meaningfully to the small-time leader behind Wei Rong, who had remained silent throughout. The sudden stare made the subordinate's heart skip a beat. He cursed inwardly, what did I ever do to deserve this? He immediately shouted from behind Wei Rong, Miss, you mustn't believe him. He's deceiving you. Before the subordinate could finish, Wei Rong turned calmly, her eyes reflecting deliberate resolve. I think. Her voice was cold and firm. He does seem to have a point. She paused, fixing her gaze on the terrified park supervisor Lu Bingquan. Lu Bingquan, the Wei family has kept you in their employ all this time. It's time for you to repay that debt of gratitude. Wei Rong's words rang out like a judge's verdict, sharp and unyielding. Lu Bingquan stared at Wei Rong in utter disbelief, his mind reeling with horror. But the decision was final, leaving him no room to resist. Guards! Wei Rong's command was delivered in a calm tone, yet it carried an undeniable authority that brooked no argument. Bind him. Then take 10 million gold pieces and place them at the hotel entrance.
Chapter 94, Sue, I'll kill you. At midnight, the Shangri-La Hotel stood majestically against the deep night sky.
The front desk manager gazed out at the pitch-black nightscape, silently sighing in relief. Phew! He thought to himself, at this late hour, surely the Wei family wouldn't send any more strange or unusual items. Recalling the events from dawn to dusk today, even this seasoned front desk manager found his horizons broadened. The park enforcers, usually notorious for their ruthlessness, had been bustling about with such deference for a young guest who had just checked in. Money, gold, even beautiful women, they had been delivered one after another. Such treatment would be hard to match even if the Burmese royal family were to visit. Yet what was even more perplexing was that the young guest residing high above remained utterly unfazed by these lavish gifts. He merely gave them a fleeting glance, seemingly untouched by any material temptation. Ah, these matters are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like us. I'll just focus on doing my job properly. The lobby manager rubbed his aching back, sore from standing for hours, as he gave instructions to the two attendants on duty. Just as he turned to cross the lobby toward the staff quarters at the rear of the hotel, a sudden, thunderous roar of engines erupted. Roar! A pickup truck, its color starkly different from the one seen earlier that day, sped toward the hotel. Though the vehicle was unfamiliar, the group of armed thugs inside, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, were unmistakably recognizable. As before, the pickup made only a brief stop at the hotel entrance, depositing a gleaming silver briefcase and a man bound hand and foot with a gag firmly stuffed in his mouth before tearing away. No way! The lobby manager let out another weary, resigned sigh, his brow furrowed with anxiety and confusion. The relentless string of incidents left him barely able to maintain his composure. These disturbances shattering the late-night tranquility and disrupting others' rest felt like an endless prank. What now? He furrowed his brow, pressing hard on the sore corners of his eyes from staying up all night, questioning the scene before him once more, his words tinged with disbelief. Seeing the abandoned suitcase and the person, the lobby manager felt utterly drained. Who on earth is this delivery for now? He instinctively glanced at the discarded man, rubbing his eyes. The moment he recognized the face, his complexion turned as pale as paper, and he stumbled backward several steps involuntarily. Oh my God! His heart pounded wildly in his chest. It's actually park manager Lu Bingkuan? Lu Bingkuan's name was known to everyone in this city. As one of Wei Rong's most trusted lieutenants, he commanded over a dozen industrial parks, usually strutting about with an air of arrogance and immense power. Who could have imagined that tonight, he would be bound and gagged, discarded like cargo at the entrance of his own hotel? The lobby manager's mind was in turmoil. He immediately ordered his subordinates to stay at the scene while he rushed toward the elevator, heading straight for the floor where Su Yun was located. However, when he returned to the lobby with a grim expression, the night shift staff had already sensed something was amiss. They gathered around him, asking with concern. Manager, what happened? Where's that guest? The manager replied with a bitter expression. That guest. He said to just leave Lu Bingkuan lying there at the hotel entrance. After speaking, he couldn't help but worry inwardly. The mysterious guest's decision was one that even the park's senior management refused to accept, effectively abandoning him outside the hotel. But was this handling appropriate? Leaving a powerful park executive lying motionless at the hotel entrance, wouldn't that stir up an even greater storm? This question weighed heavily on his mind like a boulder, plunging him into deep contemplation. Forget it, forget it. It's none of our business anyway. If that guest says to let him lie there, then let him lie there. We'll watch from a distance, and no one is to intervene. During this time, no guest in the hotel is to be allowed to leave. The lobby manager muttered listlessly. It seemed sleep would be impossible tonight. With the park's boss here, he had to keep his distance and stand guard. Ugh! What a mess! Just as the lobby manager and the on-duty staff stood nervously guarding Lu Bingkuan at the hotel entrance. Across from the Shangri-La Hotel, in a darkened room on the top floor of a dilapidated residential building, a black gun barrel was silently aimed in this direction. It was a sniper rifle fitted with a silencer. Behind the rifle sat a man with a head of golden hair and a deathly pale complexion. His hair was meticulously slicked back into a pompadour, and even as he lay prone in sniper position, he wore a dazzling pink suit. He made it a habit to greet his target's deaths in the most perfect posture. Tony Edwin, ranked number 2 on the dark web's hitman list. Tony sat motionless in the shadows, mechanically chewing a piece of gum that had long since lost its intense mint flavor. It seemed as though the tasteless gum was his only outlet for the anxiety gnawing at his insides. The cool sweetness of the gum had faded over the nearly 2.5 hours he'd spent waiting at this sniper position, just as his patience had been gradually eroded by the long wait. Aren't you going to show yourself? Tony muttered to himself, his gaze steady yet tinged with nervousness as he scanned the scene through the high-powered scope. Wei Rong's henchmen lay sprawled at the hotel entrance, like bait laid out to lure prey. His voice echoed in the empty room, "Didn't you come here to kill Wei Rong? Her men are right there. Why haven't you shown yourself yet?" Tony's heart grew cold with determination. "Come on, then. I'll put this bullet right through your temple, ensuring you leave this world without a single moment of pain. Then, I'll naturally take your place and become the new Dark Emperor."
He waited silently, like a predator biding its time, knowing that only with infinite patience could he seize the perfect moment for the kill. He knew that the longer the wait, the more intense the satisfaction of taking down his prey with his own hands would be. Night deepened as time slipped silently from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. The view through the scope remained unchanged, nothing but the rigid form of that park leader, no other figure in sight. As the clock ticked toward 5, the night's darkness mingled with exhaustion, and even the compound leader succumbed to the heavy embrace of sleep, falling into stillness. Yet the target Tony waited for still hadn't appeared. Only when the eastern sky began to lighten and the dawn light of 6 o'clock seeped through the curtains into the room did Tony's face darken. The bloodshot veins in his eyes revealed his inner restlessness and anger. Damn prey! He sprang to his feet, cursing under his breath as he impatiently smoothed the pink suit he wore, an outfit that stood in stark contrast to his cold demeanor. The entire night passed, yet the target he had been desperately waiting for never appeared. This only fueled the rage burning within Tony's heart. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, he abruptly pulled the trigger of his sniper rifle. Bang! The crisp gunshot shattered the pre-dawn silence. A bullet flew like an arrow from a bowstring, striking Lu Bingquan's head with pinpoint accuracy as he slept soundly at the hotel entrance. Cloud. Sue, I've marked this down. I will end you with my own hands. Tony growled, then vanished in a flash into the fading darkness, leaving only his words echoing in the dim room, lingering long after he was gone. Chapter 95, That Guy's Gone into the Mountains. Inside the Shangri-La Hotel, ablaze with lights against the deepening night, the lobby manager who had endured the long night felt his eyelids drooping uncontrollably, as if pulled down by an invisible weight of lead. Just as drowsiness overtook him, he suddenly caught a glimpse of unusual movement before the hotel entrance. Lu Bingquan, who had lain still moments before, now trembled slightly, as if wrestling against some unseen force. A chill crept over the manager as he noticed dark crimson spreading across the floor beneath Lu Bingquan. It bloomed like a sinister flower in the dead of night, its startling hue sending a shiver down his spine. Is that blood? He gasped inwardly, a wave of intense unease washing over him. Snapping out of his daze, he rushed toward Lu Bingquan. Yet the sight before him left him speechless. Lu Bingquan's entire forehead had been shattered, as if struck by an invisible hammer. Blood and flesh mingled in a gruesome, horrific death. Dead? The lobby manager muttered in disbelief, his face draining of color as fear and shock intertwined. He spun around and began frantically pounding on Soo-Yun's guest room door, his urgent, panicked voice echoing down the hallway. Guest. Something's happened. Please come out and see. That park manager Lu Bingquan who was just brought here, he's dead. This has nothing to do with our hotel. He was just lying there, then suddenly died. Yet no matter how frantically he pounded on the door, there was no response from inside. In desperation, the front desk manager quickly contacted the reception desk for help. When several people forced open the guest room door, they found it completely empty, not a single trace left behind. The young woman at the front desk stared intently at the computer screen, her delicate brows furrowed in confusion as she muttered. This is strange. The system shows the guest hasn't checked out. How could they just vanish into thin air? Meanwhile, Soo-Yun, who had already slipped away from the Shangri-La Hotel, was speeding along a rugged, bumpy mountain road in a dilapidated pickup truck with Hee-along. Dust kicked up by the wheels swirled in the moonlight as they plunged along the pitted dirt road into the quiet, mysterious depths of the mountains. Only when the pickup reached the end of the rugged mountain road and could go no further did Hee-along and Soo-Yun leap out together. The silence after the engine died was instantly replaced by the breath of nature, a blend of earthy scents and the dawn chorus of birds in the forest, adding an air of mystery to their adventure. The towering mountain looming before them stood like a natural barrier, guarding the secret hideout of the park owner and his enforcers concealed within. Hee-along stared at the treacherous mountain they were about to traverse, a surge of nerves and anticipation mingling in his chest. He knew this moment marked the true beginning of Soo-Yun's side mission. Yet one lingering question remained unanswered in his mind. Why did we have to set out in the dead of night last night? Facing Hee-along's question, Soo-Yun responded calmly. Because the two people I've been waiting for have already arrived here. We can't afford to waste any more time. The two people you were waiting for? Hee-along scanned the surroundings, finding no trace of anyone else besides the two of them. However, Soo-Yun said no more. He set off with steady strides along the winding mountain path, casually reminding Hee-along to start the livestream. As Soo-Yun's figure appeared on the livestream feed, far away on a street near the Shangri-La Hotel, a man with a black backpack slung over his shoulder. Tony happened to catch the scene on his phone screen. A playful smile curved his lips. What a sly little bastard. So you slipped out of the city undetected last night. His words carried an undeniable edge of provocation and confidence. The show has only just begun. I'll make you witness my true strength. Before his words faded, Tony adjusted his course, striding steadily toward the same mountainous area. Meanwhile, at a breakfast stall just a few hundred meters away, a woman with playful twin ponytails and a childlike face with ample curves was savoring a pancake in her hand. Her eyes were glued to her phone screen, watching Soo-Yun walk into the lush, verdant forest. A charming smile spread across her face, revealing two adorable dimples. He's already entered the mountains? This clever little guy is so endearing.
She took a light bite of her fried dough stick, her laughter crisp and pleasant.
Hee hee, wait for me, I'm coming to find you.
Deep within the vast, verdant mountains, where peaks rose in endless layers, two fully armed special forces squads moved swiftly and silently, like stealthy beasts. Belonging to opposing factions, they were like twin tracks of intertwined fate, one team advancing eastward from the dawn-lit west, the other heading westward beneath the eastern stars.
Amidst these serene yet perilous mountains, an invisible tug-of-war was quietly unfolding.
Perched atop a massive boulder beneath a sheer cliff, Soo-yun stood steady. His silhouette, carved by the interplay of sunlight and shadow, radiated an unyielding resolve. He drew a deep breath of mountain air, rich with the fragrance of wildflowers and the earthy scent of soil, a meaningful smile curving his lips. Gazing at the endless, majestic mountains stretching before him, as if able to perceive the countless secrets hidden within, he murmured softly.
These mountains and forests are getting livelier and livelier. Behind Soo-yun, he alone's expression suddenly tensed. An indescribable premonition shot through his body like an electric current.
He knew that a life or death battle had now officially begun. At the same time, deep within the mountain's heart, Wei Rong paced restlessly in a hidden location, her anxiety mounting. To secure a sliver of hope, she had even sacrificed her most trusted confidant, Lu Bingquan, into the jaws of the tiger.
At agonizing intervals, she impatiently ordered her subordinates to gather news from the city.
Yet each report felt like a dagger piercing her heart.
Young miss, things are looking bad.
Lu Bingquan has been delivered to the hotel where that man is staying as planned, but he still hasn't shown up.
Young miss, it's absolutely disastrous.
Lu Bingquan has been lying on the cold pavement outside the hotel entrance for 3 full hours, yet that bastard still hasn't come down to take a look.
Until the final, heart-stopping report came in.
Miss, we're truly in dire straits now. Lu Bingquan was suddenly shot dead for unknown reasons, a bullet to the head leaving him sprawled on the ground. But what's bizarre is that the killer wasn't the guy we've been tracking all along. What's even more terrifying is that the guy has vanished without a trace at this very moment. Finally, a frantic, terrified voice rang out. Miss, this time, it's truly dire.
That man has already entered the mountains.
Chapter 96, Strict Defenses.
What? He actually entered the mountains?
The shocking news reverberated in Wei Rong's mind like thunderclaps, leaving only those 3 words entered the mountains colliding endlessly in her thoughts, refusing to subside. The scene before her eyes seemed frozen in time, while the turmoil within her heart churned like a raging storm. That bastard had turned his nose up at the wealth offered to him, and hadn't touched the heads presented before him. Now, he had chosen to enter the mountains. A chill crept into Wei Rong's heart. What purpose could he have for entering the mountains other than to come straight for her? Her eyes burned with fury as she glared at Bai Yingxiang and Lu Jingxiang, her face dark and twisted. She demanded, each word sharp as a blade. You too.
Nothing but rotten ideas.
Not only did you fail to help, but I see clearly now you two were hoping for my death.
Now that man has entered the mountains and come looking for me.
Mark my words, if anything happens to me, you won't get off scot-free either. With that, Wei Rong turned and walked away, her face ashen. Her steps were firm and resolute, yet carried an endless sense of finality and sorrow. At that moment, Wei Rong finally sobered up, realizing that Bai Yingxiang and Lu Jingxiang had never genuinely intended to help her from the start. What did a mere park owner care about the life or death of others? She had been too panicked earlier. Upon learning that someone had accepted her bounty, she had rushed to seek aid from these 2 men, only to find it all for naught.
Her trembling subordinate asked, Miss, what should we do now?
Wei Rong stared into the distant, undulating mountains, dark and impenetrable, as if she could see death itself advancing step by step from within that dense forest. She clenched her teeth, her eyes flashing with a resolute glint.
Gather everyone back immediately. Bring out every weapon from the cave.
I want you to fortify our base with layer upon layer of defenses. Simultaneously, dispatch a detachment into the mountains to hunt down that bastard. If found, kill him on sight. Since neither money nor personal ties could sway him, the path before Wei Rong was now crystal clear. Only 2 options remained: either end that man's life with her own hands, or accept the fate of being ended by him. Faced with this life or death choice, she would never surrender meekly, nor resign herself to becoming a puppet of fate. To seize a sliver of hope, she vowed to exhaust every ounce of strength and fight to the bitter end. At that moment, when her subordinates learned that their young mistress, Wei Rong, intended to dispatch assassins to eliminate the terrifying presence, each wore a look of profound distress and heavy worry. Young miss, what if we fail to eliminate him, or even fail to halt his advance? The subordinate asked anxiously, his voice trembling with fear of the unknown.
Hearing this, Wei Rong gave a cold smile.
She turned her head and glanced at the pavilion surrounded by green bamboo where Bai Yingxiang and Lu Jingxiang stood. Her eyes flashed with cunning and ruthlessness. If it truly comes to that, this young lady will have no choice but to flee. Then, I'll dive headfirst into the territory of these 2 old foxes. Given that bastard's vindictive nature, he might just take care of these 2 old fools while he's at it. She gritted her teeth, the madness and cruelty ingrained in her very bones gradually laid bare.
Poof. If anything happens to me, don't think you'll escape unscathed. As night deepened, Wei Rong led his men away, leaving only Bai Yingxiang and Lu Jingxiang in the bamboo pavilion.
They exchanged a glance, their eyes both glinting with a malicious glee, as if everything that had just unfolded was merely a brilliant chess game. Bai Song gently rocked a gleaming golden dagger in his hand, grinning teasingly at Lu Jingxiang as he remarked, "Brother Lu, I must admit I'm impressed by your schemes earlier. They were both cunning and ingenious. Who would have thought that Wei Rong, that foolish woman, would actually fall for it hook, line, and sinker, walking step by step into our trap?" Lu Jingxiang returned the smile, replying, "You flatter me, brother Bai. Your plan wasn't half bad either, managing to get Wei Rong to personally push that kid Lu Bingquan into the jaws of the tiger. That was pure borrowing a knife to kill someone else." The two men shared a hearty laugh. That night, through a few meticulously planned schemes, they not only caused Wei Rong to lose a capable lieutenant but also made her forfeit gold worth a staggering 10 million yuan. Within the dimly lit bamboo pavilion, Bai Song sipped his wine with leisurely satisfaction, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, "Ultimately, she only has herself to blame for panicking so badly. Under normal circumstances, she would never have adopted such a foolish scheme." He burst into laughter, his chuckles laced with mockery and regret. Yet suddenly, his expression twisted in pain as he gritted his teeth, as if reliving a memory that made his teeth ache. "Damn it, I only meant to tip off that piglet's family, encourage them to put up a bounty for fun. My intention was merely to entertain Wei Rong. Who knew that such a careless move would draw that bastard in, sending the whole situation spiraling completely out of our control?" Lu Jingxiang across from him casually patted his shoulder, responding with utter nonchalance, "Don't worry. Now that he's here, Wei Rong is as good as dead. Once Wei Rong, the head of the Wei family, falls, the Wei family will inevitably plummet to second-rate status. At that point, they won't be able to maintain control over their dozen or so industrial parks. In that case, we'll simply reap the benefits and divide those industrial parks equally. Even if that bastard stirs up another massive storm in northern Myanmar this time, we can compensate for our losses this way." After hearing Lu Jingxiang's analysis, Bai Song pondered briefly, finding the reasoning sound. He drained the last drop of wine from his cup, then rose to his feet, a sly grin spreading across his face. "If Wei Rong is truly cornered and brings that guy into our territory, we brothers must unite and stand together against this formidable foe." Lu Jingxiang laughed heartily at this, raising his cup in a toast to Bai Song. "Ha! Rest assured, our four great clans share the same roots and will weather any storm together." Mid-sentence, he abruptly corrected himself. "No, it should be the three great clans now. The Wei family no longer deserves to stand alongside us." The moment the words left his lips, the two men swiftly reached a tacit agreement. Meanwhile, deep within the Wei family estate, Wei Rong had long since concluded her external engagements and urgently recalled all her capable lieutenants. She ordered all weapons and ammunition hidden in deep mountain caves to be retrieved and distributed to every guard. This included not only assorted firearms and artillery but also several howitzers, mortars, and anti-aircraft guns acquired at enormous expense. The entire Wei household had entered the highest state of alert. Thousands of enforcers patrolled day and night in rotating shifts, forming a tight defensive line with sentries every 5 paces and watch posts every 10. Wei Rong's own residence was fortified with layer upon layer of defenses, as if erecting walls of bronze and iron around her 2-story house. They feared the elusive enemy might emerge silently from any shadow, seizing the chance to take her life. After completing the Wei residence's defenses, Wei Rong dispatched another contingent of her men outside the compound. These unlucky souls were tasked with searching the mountains and forests for the enemy's shadow, then attacking. As they departed, the Wei family's enforcers watched them not with farewells, but with expressions more akin to silent mourning at a funeral. Chapter 97, Setting the Mountain Ablaze. Su Yun walked steadily and leisurely along the winding mountain path, making no effort to conceal his presence. His unhurried demeanor blended seamlessly with the surrounding forest. His leisurely stride seemed to radiate a unique kind of freedom, more like a traveler immersed in the beauty of the landscape than someone bearing a solemn mission. Along the way, verdant mountains rose and fell in layers, filled with birdsong and floral fragrance, presenting a delightful landscape. If one disregarded the hidden enforcers lurking deep within the forest, this picturesque scene alone was truly captivating, inviting lingering admiration. Su Yun strolled forward slowly, glancing around with keen interest, fully savoring this tranquil beauty. Over an hour passed. Su Yun tilted his head slightly, his nostrils twitching as a sweet, alluring scent drifted into his senses. A faint smile touched his lips. Without turning back, he casually remarked to Yilong following behind, "Watch out for the flowers and plants by the path." Yilong froze at the words, momentarily unable to grasp their deeper meaning. Yet life often reveals answers in the most unexpected moments. As they rounded a small grove of trees, a breathtakingly magnificent scene suddenly unfolded before their eyes, almost too incredible to believe. From the ground beneath Yilong's feet to the distant horizon, the entire valley floor seemed drenched in thick crimson pigment. A sea of vibrant red flowers stretched like an endless crimson ocean embedded in the deep mountains, vast and breathtaking. The sweet, rich fragrance filled the air, carrying an almost magical allure that seemed to lure people into an endless abyss. "What is this?" Yilong's eyes widened in shock as he murmured to himself, "Poppies? They're actually growing drugs here?" The scene before him left he alone profoundly shaken. He had always known that northern Myanmar relied on illegal activities like telecom fraud, offshore gambling, and organ trafficking for its livelihood, but he never imagined that the shadowy forces behind these compounds had quietly extended their reach into poppy cultivation.
They're not just growing poppies. Look over there, there's cannabis too. Suyun's voice remained as calm as water, as if this were an everyday occurrence. Last time I went into the mountains, I burned down a batch. I guess they've replanted again this year. He alone listened to Suyun's unruffled words, his heart rippling with unease. He alone silently followed Suyun as they walked side by side along the winding path hugging the plantation. The ground was carpeted with fallen leaves, each step seeming to echo with the heavy sighs of history. A gentle breeze carried the scent from the plantation, a blend of earth, plants, and endless sorrow. He drew a deep breath, his gaze drifting involuntarily toward the depths of the plantation. From here, the laborers appeared emaciated, their figures skeletal silhouettes against the sunlight, casting long, drawn-out shadows. As several figures shuffled past him, they mechanically lifted lifeless eyes to glance at him. Their faces bore no trace of emotion, only the ravines carved by time and the imprints of suffering. He studied the exposed skin of these people, covered in horrifying whip marks like tattoos woven from agony, bearing witness to the inhuman torment they had endured. Some had only one arm remaining severed cleanly at the wrist or the entire limb gone, replaced by a long-healed, pale scar. Others had lost a leg, relying on a rough wooden crutch to stagger across the muddy ground, each step a struggle. Like soulless marionettes, these individuals moved with numb expressions, silently weeding the plantation, a place saturated with both blossoms and agony. Their very existence seemed to bear witness to the silent struggle and will to survive lurking in the world's darkest corners. Suyun's voice echoed softly through this desolate scene, his tone calm bordering on coldness. These people were discarded here after the plantation squeezed every last drop of labor from them. They continue to tend this plantation for the owners. The slightest disobedience or attempt to escape is met with the ruthless punishment of having limbs severed. Their fate is still considered fortunate, at least they remain alive. Many others, after being drained of their labor by the facility, are subjected to live organ harvesting. Viewers in the livestream fell into silence upon witnessing this scene. Viewers before their screens couldn't hide their shock, bombarding the chat with frantic messages. Is this the distant, unfamiliar land of northern Myanmar? Those blooming flowers are breathtakingly beautiful, yet the people who planted them behind the scenes are so tragic. Have you noticed that boy over there, who looks barely a teenager? He's already lost a leg, yet he's still gritting his teeth and persevering. The scoundrels in these facilities are utterly heartless. Not only do they exploit others' blood, sweat, and tears, but they also harvest organs while the victims are still alive. What excruciating agony that must be. Truly moving. Watching Suyun's livestream made me deeply appreciate how precious and fortunate it is to live in our beautiful homeland. He alone, walking at the rear of the group, moved with a pensive gait. A fragment of Suyun's mysterious overseas side job suddenly surfaced in his mind. His expression twisted as he turned to ask. So that's what you were burning when you set those overseas mountains ablaze last time? I thought you were trying to use the fire to flush out the thugs guarding those compounds. Suyun turned at the sound, gazing at He alone as if he were an idiot. How could that be? That was primeval forest, with mountains layered upon mountains, stretching endlessly. Even if I had 3 heads and 6 arms and could set the entire forest ablaze, by the time I finished my work, those park thugs would have vanished without a trace. A flicker of embarrassment crossed He alone's face as he realized his own overactive imagination. As the two ventured deeper into the mountains, the surrounding vegetation grew increasingly dense, until eventually, the path became nearly impossible to discern. Suyun's sharp gaze swept over a distant spot before he decisively signaled He alone to shut down the livestream. It's not safe to continue streaming here. Suyun murmured, his eyes flashing with deep, watchful light. A kilometer away, deep within a dense forest, a special forces squad from the flower planting family lay concealed. This 8-member unit, likewise bearing no identifying marks, moved with the silent stealth of jungle specters. After carefully assessing the surroundings, the team leader, Bai Hu, led one member away from the main group. They advanced stealthily for nearly 100 meters before finally taking cover at the edge of a cliff with an open view, conducting close surveillance. The team member bent over to examine the precision locator in his hands, reporting in a low voice. Captain, the latest coordinates indicate Suyun should be somewhere in this vicinity. White Tiger nodded slightly, maintaining high alert as he scanned the surroundings. Their superior's orders were to make contact with Suyun first if possible, to avoid friendly fire in any subsequent combat. Thus, White Tiger led his team to track Suyun's coordinates all the way to this location. We're clearly close to the coordinates, so why haven't we spotted the target yet? White Tiger felt a twinge of confusion. Just then, a sudden chill gripped his heart, and he instinctively kicked the soldier beside him. Caught off guard, the soldier was sent flying 2 meters away. Captain, what? He was about to demand an explanation for the sudden attack, but his words trailed off abruptly. Where he had just been hiding, a sharp fruit knife now stood silently planted in the ground. He alone, who had been following behind, suddenly recalled an entry on Suyun's overseas part-time work history. His expression twisted as he asked. So that's what you were burning last time when you set the mountain on fire. I thought you were trying to flush out the park's enforcers. Soo-yun turned his head, gazing at Hee-yolong as if he were an idiot. This is primeval forest mountain after mountain, vast and endless. Even if I had the time to set the entire forest ablaze, those park enforcers would have vanished long before I finished. Behind him, Hee-yolong flushed crimson upon hearing this. He had indeed jumped to conclusions. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, the surrounding vegetation grew increasingly dense until eventually, the path vanished entirely. Soo-yun suddenly glanced in a certain direction and waved his hand, signaling Hee-yolong to shut down the livestream. What remained to be seen was no longer suitable for broadcast. A kilometer away, within a thicket of dense vegetation. Stealth. A special forces squad from the flower family lay stealthily concealed. The 8-man squad bore no identifying marks. After surveying the surroundings, White Tiger led another special forces soldier away from the group. They advanced stealthily for 100 meters before lying prone at the edge of a cliff with an open view to observe. A special forces soldier beside White Tiger glanced at the device in his hand and reported in a hushed voice. Captain, based on the last coordinates, Soo-yun should be somewhere nearby. White Tiger nodded, his vigilant gaze still sweeping the area. The High Command had instructed them to make contact with Soo-yun first, to avoid friendly fire during combat. That was why White Tiger led the Special Forces squad to search based on Soo-yun's coordinates. We're clearly near the coordinates, so why can't we see him? Just as White Tiger was puzzling over this, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. His reflexes kicked in, and he kicked the soldier beside him. The soldier was sent flying 2 meters backward. Captain, what? The soldier started to demand an explanation from White Tiger, but his words trailed off mid-sentence. Because a fruit knife had silently embedded itself into the spot where he had just been standing. Chapter 98, Joint Operation. White Tiger stared at the gleaming fruit knife on the ground, his heart pounding like a drum. He now found himself in the midst of an unknown peril. The sudden attack had come from nowhere, plunging him into extreme tension and alertness. In an instant, an invisible current surged through his body. His keen instincts, like radar, issued a warning, causing him to instinctively duck his head. In that split second, a razor-sharp gleam of cold steel whistled past, grazing his scalp so close it sent a chill down his spine. Identifying the attack's origin from behind White Tiger's body instantly transformed into a stone statue poised for action, every muscle taut as a bowstring. With practiced ease, he reached for the pistol at his waist while instinctively drawing a gleaming military dagger. His wrist flipped, and he counterattacked swiftly with a backhand strike. Yet his actions fell short. Just as his fingers were about to grasp the pistol, a leg like a cheetah's shadow kicked his arm away with precision and viciousness, its force and speed astonishing. Immediately after, his reverse stab with the military dagger collided with an incredibly hard barrier. The crisp metallic clang echoed through the silent space, signaling the futility of his attack. The next second, a cold, deadly glint lightly touched his temple. It was a threat suffocating enough to make White Tiger's body stiff as iron, daring not to make even the slightest movement. Not bad. A steady voice tinged with approval came from behind him. It was Soo-yun. He sheathed the fruit knife in his hand and walked unhurriedly toward the other knife he had thrown earlier, tucking it back into its sheath. White Tiger slowly turned around, his back drenched in cold sweat, his face pale. During their exchange, he hadn't even sensed how Soo-yun had silently approached and circled behind him. What was even more terrifying was that in that split second, Soo-yun had launched 2 attacks against him. Had Soo-yun truly intended to kill him, he would likely have met his end long ago. As one of the famed 4 great war gods of the Flower Clan, Bai who now faced an overwhelming disparity in power. A wave of unprecedented shock and bewilderment washed over him. He had to admit that the man before him possessed strength beyond imagination. This guy, is he really this strong? Under the soft moonlight, White Tiger stared at the young university student before him, calm in demeanor, smiling warmly. A complex mix of emotions churned within him. He could only offer a wry smile as he opened his lips for a simple introduction. I am Major Wang Jia of the Flower Family, codenamed White Tiger. His voice was steady and powerful. Though a smile played at the corners of his mouth, his deep, piercing eyes flashed with an almost imperceptible sharpness. Soo-yun's clear eyes flashed with seriousness upon hearing this. He nodded slightly and replied. Hello, I'm Soo-yun, a student at Jiang City University. His words carried a composure and restraint uncommon among ordinary students. White Tiger Wang Jia was momentarily stunned by Soo-yun's matter-of-fact introduction. He was secretly astonished that this seemingly ordinary college student had managed to approach him undetected under their tight security, and in an instant, had pressed what appeared to be an ordinary fruit knife against his throat. Such stealthy infiltration and lightning-fast assassination were utterly astonishing. He made a few discreet hand signals. Instantly, the Special Forces soldiers lurking behind him gathered around him like ghosts, moving without a sound. Their eyes were sharp and alert as they scrutinized Soo-yun with curiosity. To them, the entire sequence had been like witnessing an unimaginably realistic combat drill. Soo-yun surveyed the Special Forces team with keen interest, his expression revealing a worldly calm.
He had grown accustomed to encountering special forces from other nations during his overseas training, but this was his first encounter with a special operations squad from the flowering nation.
Your overall capabilities are quite impressive. Su-yun remarked calmly, his words devoid of flattery yet carrying genuine recognition.
Upon hearing this, White Tiger's lips curved into a confident smile, his brow radiating pride.
The unit I lead is the renowned Spade Ace Special Forces Squad of Flower Nation, arguably our nation's most elite combat force. Every member possesses individual capabilities that rank among the elite across all major military regions.
Su-yun nodded slightly upon hearing this, his gaze sincere and candid. It was indeed quite impressive enough to force me to draw both blades. The moment Bai Hu heard those words, it was as if a sudden gust of wind had disrupted his previously calm composure. A flicker of confusion and subtle emotional fluctuation crossed his eyes, leaving him no time to discern whether this counted as praise. His gaze darted swiftly to Su-yun's hands, where only two ordinary fruit knives glinted coldly in the sunlight, a stark contrast to the sophisticated, advanced gear of their Black Ace squad. Facing this young man who navigated the depths of the Burmese jungle with ease using nothing but two fruit knives, Bai Hu felt a complex wave of emotions surge within him. He stared at Su-yun with disbelief and a hint of admiration. The other man's composed demeanor resembled that of a lone swordsman wielding dual blades. Despite his rudimentary gear, he radiated an unwavering conviction.
Just then, he alone's familiar laughter echoed from behind a towering tree.
Amidst the rustling leaves, he strode out, his face twisted in mockery.
Ha 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 ha. White Tiger, never thought you'd fall at the hands of that kid Su-yun, huh?
At the words, Bai Hu's blood boiled, his face flushing crimson as he glared at the figure lurking behind the tree. Shenwu.
You bastard. All you do is hide behind the trees and watch the show.
He practically gritted out the words, his frustration beyond words. If not for Xuanwu's prolonged absence, he wouldn't have been cornered to the point of being threatened by a mere fruit knife. Xuanwu met White Tiger's nearly flaming gaze not with a shred of remorse, but with an even more hearty laugh.
He responded with unruffled composure. White Tiger, you must understand, if I hadn't revealed your identities beforehand, do you think you could have dodged that knife so easily?
Before he could finish, White Tiger's expression darkened further. He snorted coldly, forcing down his rage, then turned to Su-yun with a serious expression.
Su-yun, Ace of Spades' mission objective is to apprehend Wei Rong.
She is deeply involved in the recent tourist group disappearance case that shocked the nation.
Once she's apprehended, we'll secretly repatriate her and engage in a confrontation with another Special Forces unit codenamed Hupu.
He paused before continuing, regarding your bounty, the organization has contacted the wealthy family who posted it. They have agreed that as long as Wei Rong is safely returned to China, the full bounty will still be paid to you upon completion of this mission. Therefore, for the foreseeable future, our Ace of Spades squad will fight alongside you to execute this mission.
Chapter 99, Whose gun went off?
Amidst the towering, rugged mountains, at the 1 o'clock position roughly 3 kilometers from Su-yun's camp, a patch of lush, dense undergrowth concealed an unseen secret. In this deep, quiet environment, Tony Edwin, dressed in a dark green bespoke suit, lay in wait like a leopard, blending perfectly with his surroundings. His gaze fixed intently on the live feed in his hands, he followed the faint clues left on the screen until he finally locked onto his target. Through the precision of his sniper scope, Tony captured Su-yun's seemingly leisurely stride, a calm demeanor concealing razor-sharp vigilance.
As the top-ranked assassin, Su-yun possessed an instinctive, razor-sharp awareness of danger.
Tony knew that pulling the trigger now, at such a distance, would make a successful kill extremely unlikely.
So he chose to wait, patient as stone, steady as a mountain.
His gaze never left Su-yun through the scope. Simultaneously, his exceptional insight detected another assassin lurking within this dense, treacherous mountain forest, one who also targeted Su-yun. Yet this mysterious colleague had yet to reveal the slightest trace of their presence. Through the scope, Su-yun glanced up at the fading light of day and instantly made a decision, quickening his pace. From the moment he stepped into these mountains, he had mentally rehearsed every minute, every second, and every potential critical juncture of this side mission. Compared to the bloodbath he had experienced in Gaza last time, this mission's objective, eliminating a park owner, was significantly simpler, requiring no overly complex tactical arrangements. Thus, Su-yun began sprinting forward like a ghost, utterly silent. Meanwhile, not far ahead to his right, a squad of terrified enforcers carefully dispatched by Wei Rong scrutinized the forest, searching for his trail.
Each enforcer wore a look of tension, gripping their weapons tightly.
For the opponent they were about to face was none other than that legendary assassin whose very name struck terror into their hearts.
Even now, their hands trembled uncontrollably around their firearms.
On this gray, rainy day, the group trudged heavily along the rugged mountain path. The burly man leading the group cursed in frustration.
Damn it, guys, I really didn't want to take this Thai job. Sending us to kill that man? Isn't this just shoving us straight into the jaws of death?
Another enforcer frowned, his voice heavy with resignation and dread. When we left home, the looks on our brothers' faces were like they were sending us off to our graves. They were all sighing and groaning. Another thug chimed in with a bitter smile, a chill creeping through his heart. Honestly, it'd be better if the young miss just put me out of my misery with a bullet. A collective sigh rippled through the crowd, resonating with shared dread. Muttering to themselves like this, they nervously grip their weapons, alert to every sound around them as if facing a formidable enemy.
The rustling of leaves and grass in the forest seemed like ominous whispers of impending doom.
Suddenly, one of the henchmen seemed to be startled by something. His entire body jerked violently, and his trembling finger pointed toward the dense depths of the forest ahead.
Holy!
He gasped in terror. The others looked in the direction of the sound and froze simultaneously, a chill running through each of them. The very person they had prayed never to encounter now stood exposed before their eyes.
It's him, no doubt about it.
One confirmed in a hushed voice, his tone laced with unmistakable shock. On this mountain, the only one who could be so brazen and arrogant is that guy.
There's probably no one else.
Another thug added, unease flickering in his eyes.
Looks like he never intended to hide at all. It's almost as if he wanted us to see him.
A more level-headed enforcer analyzed the situation before them. At that moment, their gazes met, and the atmosphere instantly grew heavy. One man tentatively voiced the concern on everyone's mind.
So, what do we do now? Should we proceed with this job or not?
Faced with this life or death question, the others also fell into deep turmoil.
Yet reality proved relentless.
With the target now exposed, evasion was no longer an option.
Should we do it?
One enforcer hesitantly suggested, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes.
Otherwise, if the young miss finds out we failed the mission, we'll likely face death too.
Right.
Let's do it. He's just one man.
Another thug gritted his teeth in response.
We've got all these guns, let's fight first and see what happens.
Worst case, we fight him, then look for a chance to escape.
At least we'll have something to report back.
After pooling their thoughts, the hapless thugs finally reached their final decision. But the waiting time seemed stretched by an invisible hand.
A suffocating tension filled the air.
Everyone held their breath, yet the surroundings were deathly quiet, even the winds seemed to have stopped. One enforcer muttered under his breath, his face a mask of confusion, his brow furrowed in utter bewilderment.
Weren't we supposed to make our move? Why isn't there a single sound now? Another enforcer, unable to contain his impatience, urged with a tremor in his voice.
You fire the first shot. Someone growled through gritted teeth, gripping his weapon tightly as beads of sweat formed on his forehead.
You go first.
Another hesitated, the muzzle of his gun trembling slightly. Fear and tension clearly paralyzed his resolve to strike.
Holy! Whose gun's pointed at my ass? Don't you dare fire it by accident.
A startled cry shattered the silence, instantly putting everyone on edge.
Sorry, it's me. I'm just too nervous.
The speaker's voice trembled with embarrassment and anxiety, cold sweat trickling down his forehead and cheeks.
You bastard, don't you dare shake like that.
A companion grumbled, their tone laced with both reproach and concern.
I wish I could steady myself too, but aren't you shaking like a leaf?
The other replied helplessly. They exchanged wry smiles, their tension contagiously spreading between them. Suddenly, a gunshot ripped through the night silence, catching them completely off guard.
Damn it! Who the hell fired that shot? That's ing bold.
Everyone froze in shock, whirling around to locate the source of the shot.
Damn it! My hand shook and I fired it off. Damn it all. The guy who accidentally pulled the trigger was pale with regret.
Forget it, who cares?
Since the shot's already fired, let's just do it. A loud shout broke the deadlock, though no one knew who had uttered it.
After that bizarre accidental shot, the rest of the thugs seemed to find a shred of courage amid their fear. One by one, they raised their guns, aimed at the figure darting through the darkness, and unleashed a furious barrage of fire.
Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets poured down like a torrential rain, scattering vegetation and leaves across the mountain forest.
The shattering sounds echoed through the night sky.
Yet, facing this storm of bullets, Suyun nearly glanced in that direction.
His feet lightly treaded the dust kicked up by the hail of fire, moving through the dense forest like an agile cheetah, completely unaffected. His target at this moment was not the group of thugs before him, but lay roughly 1,000 meters behind him.
Gunfire?
Bai Hu and He Along sensed the anomaly almost simultaneously, their expressions instantly turning grave.
Who's Suyun tangling with now?
He Along furrowed his brow, quickly assessing the situation. White Tiger picked up his binoculars to scrutinize the scene. The shots came from the park's enforcers.
Looks like they spotted Suyun. Stay concealed. We won't intervene in the conflict with those thugs for now. White Tiger issued the order calmly.
Earlier, Suyun had specifically instructed Team Ace of Spades to maintain a safe distance from him. He planned to lure out the two assassins hiding in the woods alone first, then join forces with them later. Therefore, despite hearing the intense gunfire, White Tiger insisted on not sending the squad members to provide backup. Instead, he chose to maintain a safe distance of about 1 kilometer from Suyun, quietly following behind him, ready to respond to any unexpected situations at any moment.
Chapter 100, Three-Way Confrontation. Damn it, this guy's ignoring us completely?
One of the thugs exclaimed in astonishment, his voice tinged with disbelief and provocation.
Could it be he's too scared to fight us because we outnumber him?
Another thug sneered mockingly, deliberately raising his voice as if to make the birds in the forest hear their arrogance.
Ha! That's more like it. Brothers, open fire. Show them what we're made of.
Accompanied by their frenzied laughter, the thugs grew increasingly reckless. Their guns spat flames wildly, bullets raining down like a storm towards Su-yun. Yet, facing this tidal wave of assault, Su-yun merely darted through the forest with deft footwork, like a nimble swallow evading every deadly bullet. His figure flickered in and out of the dappled light, appearing utterly composed, his gaze as serene as ever. 2 kilometers away in the dense forest, Tony focused his energy, his sniper rifle's scope locked firmly on Su-yun's figure.
As the henchmen launched their assault, a barely perceptible smirk touched Tony's lips. He inwardly rejoiced this chaos was precisely the distraction he'd long anticipated. He knew that in such a melee, the moment the target showed a weakness would be his perfect opportunity to strike. He licked his lips, his steely gaze flashing with a hunter's excitement. But not yet. More chaos is needed. Amidst the hail of bullets, Su-yun's movements remained agile and fluid, like a ghost through the jungle, each dodge and evasion perfectly timed. Ahead, a barrage of whistling bullets formed a barrier, forcibly blocking his path.
Unfazed, Su-yun executed a swift dive, using the momentum to latch onto a thick, ancient tree trunk. He intended to shift his trajectory in this opening. Yet, the instant his foot touched the trunk, disaster struck. From the dense canopy above, a petite, agile shadow shot down like an arrow, plunging straight into Su-yun's arms. It was a voluptuous, charmingly cute kawaii girl named Erin. The instant she crashed into Su-yun's arms without warning, a silent yet deadly attack was already poised to strike. Clang! 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 A rapid succession of metallic clangs erupted within a fraction of a second, catching everyone off guard. He. Found you, big brother. Eileen's clear, melodious laughter rang like a silver bell. Her cheeks glowed with an innocent, carefree smile, yet behind that smile lurked a lethal intent not to be underestimated. Her arms blurred into afterimages, darting like fluttering butterflies towards Su-yun's chest, throat, and eyes. Her slender fingertips concealed 4 gleaming, razor-sharp blades. From afar, Erin's slender, delicate form seemed to merge with Su-yun's. She clung to his solid, broad frame like a feather, weightless and light. Their forms intertwined, swept by immense gravitational force like dancers tracing an arc through the air as they plummeted from the dense treetops. In those fleeting seconds, barely worth mentioning, they exchanged dozens of blows like a sudden storm. Each collision, each movement, was a clash of raw power and masterful technique, a dynamic tableau unfolding silently on the very edge of life and death. At that moment, Tony, lurking in the shadows, felt an uncontrollable surge of ecstasy flash through his eyes. Gripping his sniper rifle tightly, he growled under his breath. Now! Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The scope's view froze on another figure in the trees, striking a fatal blow against Su-yun as he was distracted. Tony was certain this was the moment he had long awaited. He was certain that with this unexpected assassin's interference, Su-yun would be unable to fully counter his sniper shot. If possible, he even hoped this single bullet would not only end the target's life but also take the mysterious woman in his arms with him. The descent continued unabated, as did the fierce battle. Eileen's fingertips moved like agile venomous snakes, instantly blurring into countless afterimages as she launched a fierce assault on Su-yun. Meanwhile, the seemingly unremarkable fruit knife in Su-yun's hand flashed with a sharp, icy glint in the blink of an eye, meeting the attack with equal ferocity. Even facing such a sudden assault, Su-yun's eyes betrayed not a trace of panic or fear. Instead, they held a rare, faint excitement. This emotion was seldom seen on his face, yet at this moment, it stood out strikingly. A crisp clang echoed as a spinning blade was flicked away by Erin's nimble, elfin fingers, hurtling straight for Su-yun's throat. Yet Su-yun silently deflected it with nothing more than an ordinary fruit knife. Simultaneously, he turned his head at an imperceptibly slight angle. In his arms, Eileen, equally sharp, caught the attack and ducked her head to evade it. In that instant, a bullet, poised and ready, slipped through the tiny gap exposed between their bodies with pinpoint accuracy. Immediately afterward, their bodies, after a prolonged swing through the air, finally crashed heavily onto the solid ground together. In the distance, Tony lifted his slightly stern face from the precision, cold steel scope. A hint of confusion and doubt flickered between his brows. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting patterns across his profile, accentuating his deep-set eyes and tightly knitted brows, as if mirroring the turmoil within. Didn't hit it? Tony murmured to himself, his voice soft yet carrying an unquestionable resolve. The target and the mysterious woman crashed to the ground together. The momentary loss of sight made him doubt the effectiveness of his strike. Yet this doubt lingered only briefly. Tony shook his head sharply, his gaze piercing and his tone unwavering. No, I definitely hit him. That shot couldn't possibly have missed. Given the angle and the split-second timing, Tony knew from years of combat experience and sharp instincts that the target simply hadn't had enough time to execute an effective evasive maneuver. At most. It was only possible that the female assassin above had barely dodged his bullet. Just as Tony let a barely perceptible smile touch his lips at his own precision and judgment, preparing to stand up, a crisp, melodious yet slightly teasing voice suddenly came from behind him. Hey, handsome, your aim is really impressive. Interested in going out? Tony's heart skipped a beat as he spun around in shock. Standing just a meter away, a seemingly innocent-looking young girl stood beaming at him. She appeared so silently, as if materializing out of thin air, that Tony couldn't immediately tell when she had approached. This seemingly harmless young girl took a step forward, approaching him with a warm smile. Her petite frame leaned slightly upward, her posture suggesting she was about to gently kiss his neck. In that instant, Tony felt a chill run up his spine, his body instinctively tensing. With a swift backward lunge, he retreated like a leopard, narrowly evading the seemingly affectionate yet deadly strike. Now he saw clearly, the blade glinting coldly on the tip of her tongue. Had he been touched by that seemingly sweet contact, his carotid artery would have been severed in an instant.
Chapter 101, You're So Weak, Second Place. A flicker of disappointment crossed Erin's eyes.
She slightly pursed her pink lips, lightly licking them with her tongue, radiating a unique blend of icy beauty and allure.
Your second place strength is so weak.
Well, it took you 18 years to climb to second place. How strong could you possibly be?
I'm tempted to take your life right now.
That way, I could ascend to second place on the assassin rankings. Her tone mingled regret with anticipation, as if stating a mundane fact, yet it carried a chilling resolve. Yet, she shifted her tone, adding a hint of playfulness.
But time seems to be running out.
You'd better watch out, a young man is heading this way, and he looks pretty angry right now. Let me put it this way, you're probably in for a world of trouble. With that, Erin flashed a seductive glance at the innocent youth before her. Her slender fingers waved lightly in a farewell gesture as she turned gracefully, vanishing like a forest sprite into the depths of the woods until she was completely lost from sight. Watching the girl's fading silhouette, Tony's hair stood on end as he muttered to himself. Is this the power that propelled her to fourth place on the rankings in just 3 years? He alone, witnessing the entire scene, stared intently at the portable display in his hands. His Adam's apple bobbed uncontrollably as his eyes betrayed profound shock and confusion. Although Soo-Yun's public livestream had ended, another feed channel continued transmitting real-time footage, allowing him to capture every detail of what had just unfolded.
That girl just now. He alone's voice betrayed dry astonishment. She's one of the top 10 on the assassin rankings?
Upon hearing this, White Tiger silently nodded in response, clearly deeply affected by the scene he had just witnessed.
That's correct.
She should be the infamous Byler Erin of the assassin world. Bai Hu explained in a low voice. The moment Soo-Yun used the tree trunk to leap upward, Erin launched a precise and ferocious attack. During that brief descent, they exchanged dozens of potentially lethal blows, a truly breathtaking spectacle. He alone and Bai Hu were both stunned by this silent yet intense life and death struggle. They couldn't fathom how Aileen had managed to lurk in the tree without warning, nor could they guess how she had accurately predicted Soo-Yun's path. They couldn't even discern whether she had concealed herself in the tree beforehand, waiting patiently, or had silently followed Soo-Yun all alone, striking suddenly at the most critical moment. What shook him to his core, however, was the astonishing adaptability Soo-Yun displayed in the face of mortal peril. In that instant, his entire body was off balance, facing a ghostly, silent, and utterly unexpected fatal assault.
Yet he managed to regain his senses and counterattack in the blink of an eye.
Such extraordinary alertness and response were truly rare. Had he been in Soo-Yun's position, in that split second, he would likely have been mercilessly reaped by the Rakshasa, a master of stealth assassination. This, then, was the power possessed by the peerless assassins ranked within the top 10 of the Darknet? In the arts of concealment and surprise assault, even the White Tiger and Black Tortoise among the 4 great war gods could not match them.
But that's not all.
Recalling the lightning-fast clash moments ago, White Tiger's gaze fell upon the increasingly dim and profound forest, a chill rising in his heart as he spoke in a deep voice. At the very last moment of Soo-Yun's clash with that Rakshasa, I noticed both figures instinctively executed subtle evasive movements simultaneously, as if dodging an attack from afar. Therefore, we can boldly speculate. White Tiger's words rang out with deliberate weight, betraying profound caution.
The confrontation just now was not merely between Soo-Yun and that lowly assassin.
A third assassin had silently joined the fray, employing a ranged attack.
At this point, White Tiger's muscles tensed involuntarily.
Though he hadn't witnessed the sniper bullet fired at an impossibly angle in the split second before Soo-Yun and the assassin crashed to the ground, his keen instincts had registered their instinctive sideways dodges, clearly evading a threat beyond direct perception. He alone now looked down at the screen of his high-tech device. The footage confirmed his suspicions.
He gave a wry nod in agreement. Your deduction is spot on. A third assassin did intervene in the fight just now.
And now, Soo-Yun has locked onto and is steadily closing in on that assassin lurking in the shadows. In the footage, Soo-Yun lay concealed within the dense shade of a lush tree, his figure blending seamlessly with the foliage. His gaze was as sharp as a cheetah locking onto its prey, fixed intently on the man below, a figure clad in a dark green tailored suit, his blonde hair fluttering in the breeze. A seemingly ordinary fruit knife in his hand seemed to possess a life of its own. With a slight flick of his wrist, it flashed a cold, sharp gleam, poised for a fatal strike at any moment. The blonde man, seemingly unaware he had become the target in someone else's sights, continued to rage furiously beneath the tree, trapped in an emotional vortex from which he could not escape. His roars echoed through the quiet forest, sounding strangely out of place and utterly helpless. Witnessing this scene, White Tiger silently concluded that the man's fate was already sealed. Soo-Yun's ghostly presence, even at such close range, failed to arouse the slightest suspicion in his opponent. Such carelessness was tantamount to offering one's neck for slaughter. Yet now, the white tiger had no time to linger on this impending one-sided hunt. He swiftly turned to the members of the Ace of Spades Special Forces squad beside him, executing a series of fluid, precise hand signals as effortlessly as flowing clouds in water. Simultaneously, over the squad's internal communication channel, he issued an order in a solemn, unquestionable tone. The intense gunfire here has undoubtedly drawn the attention of the Hupu Special Forces. All units, go on high alert. Prepare for possible firefights at any moment. If you spot any Hupu Special Forces, don't hesitate, hit them hard. As the final words fell, a faint, cold smile touched White Tiger's lips, a grim yet battle-ready grin. He pondered inwardly, could this Special Forces unit, reputed to assemble the strongest warriors on the planet, truly stand against the iron-blooded army of his own flower-planting clan? Having pursued them all the way from the distant Hupu kingdom, they must be exhausted by now, right? And there was an ancient saying in the flower-planting family that seemed particularly fitting at this moment: friends from afar come to visit, but no matter how far, they must be slain. Chapter 102, You're a Bit Stupid, Assassin. Gunfire erupted from the enforcers within the compound like sudden bursts of fireworks, dense and fierce, like New Year's firecrackers. Yet beneath this long, quiet night sky, it became the fuse igniting a long, simmering, explosive conflict. The tense, oppressive atmosphere was instantly shattered, and battle was imminent. The fourth-ranked lowly assassin, Erin, her eyes cold as frost, seized the chaos. Like a leopard pouncing, she charged toward Su-yun with blinding speed, her weapon gleaming menacingly, aimed straight for his vital points. Her movements were swift and ruthless, clearly premeditated. Meanwhile, Tony, the second-ranked assassin lurking in the shadows, seized the rare opening amidst the chaos. From a distance, he silently took aim, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal strike. His silhouette flickered in the moonlight like a predator waiting to pounce, patiently biding his time for the perfect moment to strike. Yet, facing attacks from both front and rear, Su-yun remained composed. He deftly evaded every assault and, in the blink of an eye, turned the tables, striking back with thunderous force. Simultaneously, the deafening gunfire echoed like a mountain roar, spreading rapidly like a messenger, pinpointing the battlefield's location to distant ears. About 6 kilometers to the southwest, along a winding stream, members of the Hupu Special Forces unit, who had been taking a brief rest, instantly tensed. A sharp-eyed soldier quickly pinpointed the source of the sound and immediately reported. Captain, heavy gunfire at 3 o'clock, estimated distance about 6 kilometers. The commando leader took the report, his eyes darting over the map in his hands. A long-awaited, savage grin spread across his face. Looks like the guy we've been hunting has finally clashed head-on with the enforcers from the northern Myanmar compound. He struggled to contain his excitement. Excellent. We've tracked him this long, and this moment has finally arrived. Assemble all personnel. Target direction, 3 o'clock. Full speed ahead. At the captain's command, the 8-member elite squad silently commenced their forced march. Leading the way, the captain could barely contain his eagerness, his blood boiling like a hunter about to claim long-elusive prey. Since the president's personal summons, this unit, hailed as Earth's most formidable special forces, had endured grueling journeys. They crossed oceans by ship and scaled towering mountains by helicopter, journeying from their distant homeland to the unfamiliar terrain of northern Myanmar. Then, they marched relentlessly through the undulating mountains of northern Burma, searching tirelessly. The hardships they endured were beyond description. Yet now, all their sacrifices seemed to be paying off. They had finally pinpointed the location of the man who assassinated General MacArthur. Only by encircling him, ending his threat once and for all, and returning triumphant with his head could they demonstrate their valor and loyalty to the president. The president himself would undoubtedly preside over the most solemn and glorious commendation ceremony for each of these warriors who had fought with blood and sweat, under the gaze of the entire nation. This honor, this sacrifice, everything would be worth it. Fueled by unwavering faith in a brighter future, the Special Operations Squad's strides grew firmer and faster, each step seeming to bring them closer to victory. Upon that treacherous high ground, Tony's gaze followed Erin's figure until she vanished from sight. Yet his ears still echoed with the strange words left behind by that seemingly harmless little girl as she departed. "Big brother, you seem a bit angry right now. So, you're probably doomed." The words lingered like a curse in his mind, leaving him utterly perplexed. What did it mean? Why was he doomed to die? Recalling how that little girl had nearly slit his throat with a deadly strike moments ago, Tony felt a surge of unprecedented rage welling up inside him. Crazy woman. They're all mad. Though Erin's strike had missed its mark, it had left an indelible scar on Tony's soul. Though he had evaded the attack, he was profoundly shaken. The stark contrast between her intimate, lover-like tone and her ruthless, unflinching assassination attempt, coupled with the cold contempt dripping from her words, drove this proud, arrogant powerhouse to the brink of madness. He had already guessed that this little girl before him was the assassin who had recently skyrocketed to 4th place in the rankings, known as the Mother Mantis. Yet this 4th-ranked assassin dared to casually declare to him, "I really want to kill you?" After all, he was the formidable 2nd-ranked assassin. To be treated with such utter disregard by a 4th-ranked opponent was unbearable. Just you wait. One day, I'll make you taste the agony of being torn apart by me.
Tony's face darkened completely. But he now understood that since that woman hadn't died, his target must still be alive. Which meant he had failed once again. The realization sent a wave of savage fury surging through Tony's recently calmed mind. 2 consecutive failures. This was the ultimate humiliation for him. Damn it! You were just lucky this time. But next time, Lady Luck won't smile on you again. Tony arrogantly attributed his previous narrow escapes to the favor of fate. Suddenly, a voice rang out above his head, like a pebble dropped into a calm lake, shattering the stillness of the night. What are you whispering about down there? The voice seemed to descend from the heavens, causing Tony's heart to tighten abruptly. Just as when he had faced that eerie, Mother Mantis-like adversary before, he couldn't discern how the figure had approached him so silently. His powerful survival instincts instantly awakened. As he lifted his head toward the treetops, his sniper rifle fired like lightning, a deadly shot toward the source of the voice. Bang! As the gunshot split the night sky, Tony's gaze finally focused on a thick branch overhead. There, a man crouched steadily, seemingly anticipating everything, silently observing him. The bullet whistled past, yet the man didn't flinch. Like a hawk perched on a branch, he effortlessly avoided the shot. Soo-yun calmly surveyed the stunned Tony below, his voice dripping with mockery and indifference. Why didn't you run after firing? I must say, you're a pretty dumb hitman. Yet Tony, standing beneath a tree, confirmed the figure atop the branches was his target. Far from panicking, a cold smile curved his lips. He deftly adjusted his impeccably tailored high-end suit, meticulously smoothing the vivid red bow tie at his collar. Then, casually discarding the sniper rifle, he drew a gleaming Mitsubishi military dagger from his waist with measured grace. His face adorned with an elegant yet icy smile, he introduced himself with crystal-clear diction. Since you've already seen through me, why rush to retreat? Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Tony Edwin, ranked number 2 on the dark web's assassin leaderboard. Oh, and that ranking will change very soon. After disposing of you, I shall ascend to the top spot, becoming the unrivaled number 1. Chapter 103, The Gap Between First and Second Place. Watching Tony strut about like a peacock, flaunting his flair even during an assassination mission, Soo-yun couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. A hint of confusion and bewilderment flickered in his eyes. Doesn't wearing a suit for this kind of mission feel restrictive or uncomfortable? In his mind, the most suitable attire for such high-risk missions should be comfortable, low-key athletic wear that allowed for ease of movement and ensured flexibility. To Soo-yun, Tony's formal attire clearly placed him in the category of unprofessional. He believed a rigorous and serious attitude toward work was essential, and no factor that could potentially compromise mission success should be overlooked. So his salary must be lower than mine. Yet, confronted by Soo-yun's seemingly trivial objection, Tony froze beneath a tree, his mind churning like a stormy sea. I'm discussing tactical strategy with you, and you're bringing up clothing issues? This is completely irrelevant. Despite this, the smile on Tony's face didn't last long, replaced by a cold, confident expression. The 3-edged military dagger spinning deftly in his hand flashed a dazzling cold light. Long-range attacks were his specialty, and his mastery of ice attribute weapons was unparalleled. I'm ranked 2nd on the assassin list, while you hold the top spot, a mere 1 place difference. Tony's words carried a hint of mockery, brimming with pride in the power of his ice elemental weapon. How great do you think the gap in strength is between 2nd and 1st place? Hidden in the tree, Soo-yun didn't respond immediately. After a moment's thought, he formed a vivid metaphor with his thumb and index finger. Sorry, but that gap is quite significant. The reason I'm number 1 isn't because I'm that much stronger than 2nd place, it's because there's simply no higher position left on the current rankings. And your ceiling is 2nd place. Soo-yun's words were calm yet forceful, each syllable landing like a heavy stone on Tony's heart. Before he finished speaking, Soo-yun saw no point in wasting more words on this peculiar opponent. He loosened his grip on the fruit knife, letting the sharp blade point downward. Like a shooting star, it plummeted straight from the treetop toward Tony below. Simultaneously, Soo-yun's form leapt from the tree like a predatory cheetah, synchronized with the knife's descent, charging toward his target. This kind of attack. Tony raised an eyebrow in disdain, his eyes brimming with incredulous mockery. Are you kidding me? The scene unfolded like slow-motion replay, a gleaming fruit knife, its cold edge flashing in the sunlight, plunging straight toward his head. Yet Tony remained utterly unruffled, his composure as still as a lake concealing hidden currents. His hands gripped his cherished Sanling June porcelain sword, the Sanling military dagger, tightly, his icy gaze locked onto Soo-yun as he dove down from the tree like a divine eagle. Under his eagle-eyed scrutiny, Soo-yun now appeared riddled with fatal flaws. Every movement, every breath seemed clumsy and utterly defenseless. Tony sneered inwardly. With this Sanling dagger in hand, he possessed at least dozens of ways to drive it precisely into Soo-yun's body. To ensure absolute certainty, Tony decided to first feint to confuse his opponent. As the triangular dagger shot towards Soo-yun's abdomen like a bolt of lightning, the tip suddenly froze midair for an instant. This split-second pause perfectly aligned with the rhythm of Soo-yun's body as it began to fall again under gravity. Immediately, Tony flickered his wrist.
The military dagger twisted in his hand like a living creature, transforming the original sharp thrust into a vicious stab aimed directly at Soo-yun's vital heart.
Got him!
Tony's heart surged with secret delight as the triangular dagger closed in, mere inches from piercing Soo-yun's chest. A flash of triumphant joy flickered in his eyes, as if victory were already within his grasp. Yet, at that final, life-or-death centimeter, an unexpected twist occurred. A crisp metallic clang echoed through the air. A fruit knife materialized like a ghostly apparition before the military dagger, colliding head-on with it. The dagger's tip struck the slender blade, sending a faint yet spine-chilling vibration through the air. Tony froze, his expression frozen between shock and confusion.
2 knives?
His eyes widened, completely unaware of when the second knife had silently materialized. Gripping the hilt tightly, he felt unexpected resistance, deepening his bewilderment. How could an ordinary-looking fruit knife withstand the impact of his razor-sharp triangular bayonet? Yet, in that very instant, he suddenly realized his hand gripping the trident was enveloped by a sudden, warm sensation. A pale, resolute palm had silently pressed against his wrist. With a fluid, gentle pull, the mysterious figure drifted behind him as lightly as smoke. A crisp snap, like a dry branch breaking, erupted at his knee joint. The searing pain instantly shot through his nerves, nearly knocking him off his feet. Tony gritted his teeth against the agony, attempting to turn and strike back. But in that critical instant, another equally warm and powerful hand silently rested on the back of his neck. Like an invisible chain, it gently pressed his head forward. Then, as if following a predetermined script, the fruit knife that had fallen from the treetops with the wind traced a cold arc through the air, piercing his skull with pinpoint accuracy. How is this possible? Tony's eyes were filled with terror and confusion. Even as his consciousness faded, he still couldn't believe that the fruit knife, which had fallen casually from the tree, had truly pierced his skull. Thud! With a dull thud, Soo-yun slowly released his grip. Tony's body, deprived of support, collapsed lifelessly onto the cold ground. Soo-yun calmly withdrew the blood-stained fruit knife from Tony's head. With practiced, cool precision, he wiped the blade clean on the corpse before sheathing it in its plastic case and nonchalantly tucking it into his pocket. At that very moment, a hail of gunfire erupted, growing louder as it approached, instantly engulfing both him and Tony's body. Soo-yun turned his head indifferently. It was the Hoopu Special Forces team arriving. His fingers lightly traced the handle of another fruit knife, a flicker of internal conflict stirring within him.
Should these men be killed? Chapter 104, Soo-yun, leave them to me.
Rushing headlong, the Hoopu Special Forces charged forward like arrows released from a bowstring, each face etched with resolve and determination. Their strides were tight and powerful, as if racing against time with every step. Ever since the distant gunfire pierced the night's silence, the entire squad had shifted into full-speed mode, running non-stop for nearly 10 minutes to reach the scene in time. Now, under the hazy moonlight, the captain of the Hoopu Special Forces finally spotted that faint, elusive figure through his binoculars. The scene froze before his eyes, Soo-yun forcing Tony Edwin to lower his head to meet the glint of a gleaming fruit knife. This sight sent a jolt through the battle-hardened squad leader, who blurted out, "Damn it! This is practically forcing someone to their death.
Forcing someone's head down to meet the blade?
That's ruthless and merciless." He silently deduced that the subdued man was most likely one of the dark web assassins secretly hired by Dai Xingyo. Intelligence indicated Dai Xingyo had secretly hired 2 notorious dark web assassins for this operation, one ranked 4th, the other a terrifying 2nd. Though both teams served the same employer, they were locked in a silent competition. Whoever eliminated the target first would claim the entire bounty. However, upon arriving at the scene, the special forces witnessed one of the assassins seemingly disposed of by the target in a manner resembling an execution.
The team leader felt a mix of emotions and couldn't help but lament.
It seems this fallen one rose to 2nd place on the dark web assassin rankings through years of accumulated experience and a rich mission history. Yet now, his end is so disgraceful.
Even his lavish adornments cannot mask the humiliation of his death.
He has utterly disgraced the reputation of dark web assassins. Tony Edwin might not have possessed the raw skill to solidify his 2nd place standing on the dark web assassin rankings. Yet, through an 18-year career and countless assignments, most of modest difficulty, he had steadily climbed to this coveted position through the accumulation of experience and sheer volume of completed tasks. This time, however, the lure of a billion-dollar bounty may have clouded his judgment, ultimately sealing his fate on this battlefield. The squad leader of the Golden Oriole Special Forces team witnessed this scene, his heart stirred by complex emotions, a tangled mix of regret and resolve. He felt profound sympathy for the lone figure before him, who stood against the entire Special Forces squad armed only with 2 fruit knives. Simultaneously, his voice crackled urgently over the tactical channel, driving his team to advance faster. His gaze locked onto the target. What the man clutched in his hands were not the advanced or modern cold weapons he had imagined, but 2 seemingly ordinary fruit knives. This left the squad leader puzzled. This man, rumored to have personally ended General MacArthur's life, was now facing them armed only with such weapons? Even if he truly possessed the skill to defeat the world's 2nd-ranked assassin, how long could he possibly hold out against overwhelming firepower with no weapons? As the distance between them closed to the critical 300-meter mark, the squad leader of the Hupu Special Forces bellowed an order over the communication channel. Open fire! Full firepower! Instantly, 8 elite soldiers, carefully selected from the Hupu Special Forces, unleashed a torrent of scorching bullets from their assault rifles like a storm, pouring fire directly at the target's position. Amidst the dense, weaving curtain of fire, Suyun merely glanced up briefly before darting with lightning speed behind a thick tree trunk. He's unarmed. There's nowhere for him to run. The squad leader issued the order calmly, his voice transmitted through the radio to every member. Flank him. Encircle him at all costs. As the command echoed, the members of the Hupu Special Forces swiftly adjusted their formation. Like cheetahs stalking their prey, they dispersed and silently converged on the tree. Behind the tree, Suyun pressed his back against the rough trunk, the air thick with tension and oppression. Behind him, the fully armed Oriole Special Forces closed in relentlessly. Ahead lay the clamorous footsteps of the park's enforcers and the sporadic, aimless whizzing of bullets. Suyun gripped the fruit knife tightly in his hand, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. Just like the 2 elite assassins he had eliminated earlier, this Hupu Special Forces unit was also prey he had deliberately lured into these barren mountains, one of the targets he needed to eliminate according to his plan. However, before this, the famed Spade Ace Special Forces squad from Dragon Nation had long been unable to contain their battle lust, openly expressing their eager anticipation to test their mettle against the Hupu Special Forces. Amidst this tense and delicate atmosphere, Suyun found himself deeply conflicted. It was now the hazy hour of night, with moonlight like water spilling over the dense forest. Suddenly, from behind a gnarled tree, Baihu, the temporary leader of the Spades Special Forces squad, emerged silently. His eyes flashed with anticipation and excitement as he turned towards Suyun and asked, "Has the Hupu Special Forces squad arrived?" Suyun nodded expressionlessly, a barely perceptible seriousness creasing his brow. "That's correct. How do you plan to handle this?" "If you don't act, I'll handle it myself. After all, time is of the essence." Hearing this, Baihu's heart tightened. Seizing the chance, he pleaded, "Don't worry, leave it to us, Team Ace of Spades." His words brimmed with unwavering conviction. Then, he flashed a smile that was both devilishly charming and resolutely determined. "Though your strength is extraordinary, trust me, our Ace of Spades squad is no pushover either." His words rang out with conviction. They may be hailed as the strongest special forces on the planet, but we Chinese don't hand out such titles lightly. White Tiger's gaze was deep and piercing. The strongest special forces in the Hupu nation may be unmatched within their borders, but in our eyes, their worth must be proven in actual combat. Faced with White Tiger's resolute stance, Suyun smiled faintly. After a moment's consideration, he nodded in agreement. "Very well. Then leave it to your Ace of Spades squad. I'll proceed ahead to accomplish my mission objective." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Suyun's figure flickered like a swift cheetah, vanishing into the dense forest ahead. White Tiger assumed Suyun had departed, but to his astonishment, mere moments later, Suyun reappeared silently from the woods, holding a corpse still warm to the touch. Chapter 105, Disguise. Suyun calmly undid the thug's clothing. He gently slipped the clothes off the thug and then methodically put them on himself. Every fold and every fit was perfect, as if the clothes had been tailor-made for him. Next, he retrieved a small, exquisitely crafted metal box from the inner pocket of the original clothes. The box's surface was intricately engraved with elaborate patterns, exuding an air of understated mystery. With swift, precise movements, he opened the box. Inside lay a neatly arranged array of exquisite, miniature tools, his secret arsenal for disguise and transformation. His fingers danced like nimble sprites across his face, each touch as delicate as a brushstroke in a meticulously detailed painting. Within mere minutes, a miraculous transformation unfolded across his features. Though subtle, the alterations rendered his original appearance nearly unrecognizable. Only the most observant could detect a faint trace of Suyun's former self. Now, Suyun had transformed into a dashing park enforcer. This scene left Baihu speechless, his mind filled with silent admiration. It instantly dawned on him that clean, well-pressed enforcer uniform hadn't been a coincidence, it was Suyun's deliberate choice. "You?" Baihu blurted out in astonishment, "Did you even go out of your way to pick a clean outfit just to disguise yourself as a bouncer?" Suyun smiled calmly and nodded in acknowledgement. "Exactly. Wearing filthy clothes would feel so awkward and uncomfortable." He then handed the sports outfit he'd taken off to White Tiger and instructed, "Hold on to these for me. I'll need to change back once I'm done with this." Baihu took the tracksuit, his mind filled with endless helplessness and confusion. Could this man before him truly be about to undertake a life or death mission? Every detail was so meticulously planned and executed, completely overturning his preconceived notions of what an assassin should be. Finally, Suyun left with one last statement. "If you can't handle them, come find me anytime." No sooner had the words left his lips than he vanished back into the quiet, deep forest, walking toward the thugs still searching over there. He possessed 100 lethal methods to end a target's life, yet this time, he chose a far more leisurely approach. In a fleeting instant, his figure materialized like a ghost beside 2 heavily armed enforcers. The two henchmen gripped their assault rifles tightly, their faces tense and alert as they scanned the overgrown surroundings with vigilance, completely unaware that the air beside them had subtly shifted. The instant their focus wavered, they suddenly realized a companion had materialized beside them. Their faces drained of color in terror.
Holy! Bro, you walk like a cat, no sound at all.
One of the enforcers, still shaken, patted his chest, his tone laced with both amusement and astonishment.
You bet. I almost mistook you for an enemy and opened fire.
The other enforcer chimed in, sizing up the mysterious figure who had suddenly appeared. Though the man's face was unfamiliar, in this situation where Wei Rong had recalled all his underlings, numbering over 1,000, and not everyone knew each other, the two enforcers didn't press further about his identity.
Bro, which boss are you under?
One of the thugs asked curiously.
I'm with Lu Bingkuan.
Su Yun replied calmly, his tone exuding steady confidence.
Oh, so you're with Boss Bingkuan? That's impressive, bro.
Hearing this, the enforcers felt a surge of respect toward him.
So where's your boss right now?
He was taken care of by that guy. Su Yun's reply was concise and heavy, drawing a wave of regret from the two. After an extended search, the group of enforcers still couldn't catch sight of Su Yun again. Their patience was wearing thin, and anxiety began to spread.
Damn it! This guy's like he can turn invisible. He was clearly right here just a moment ago. One enforcer fumed in frustration. Damn it! He moves like a ghost. Another thug couldn't help but curse. Stop searching over there. I just saw two groups moving around, no idea what they're up to. One enforcer suddenly reported new information. What? There are others here?
The group froze upon hearing this. Faced with the fear and unease of the unknown, they deliberated briefly before reaching a decision.
We should retreat. This place feels too eerie, like danger lurks around every corner.
Right. We should head back early and report to the young miss that we couldn't find the guy.
Someone suggested. Let's get out of here fast.
I don't want to spend another minute in this haunted place.
We don't need any unwarranted trouble.
Another chimed in, his words dripping with deep apprehension. After searching for ages without finding anyone, and with this forest acting strangely as if some unknown force had already meddled in their affairs. Thus, after a brief yet deliberate discussion among the enforcers, they unanimously decided to withdraw. Each of them thought to themselves, why risk searching further? After all, life is precious, who wouldn't yearn to survive? Especially in this operation, they had not only witnessed the mysterious figure's true form but had even pursued him for a while.
This experience alone would suffice as a report to Wei Rong.
Thus, the mercenaries joyfully convinced themselves they had narrowly escaped disaster. Having expected to be sacrificed, they now found themselves able to live on, their delight beyond words. The imposing procession of over 200 burly men, brimming with the relief of having survived the ordeal, set off on the road back to their lair.
Little did they know that among their ranks, a thug utterly unlike them had quietly infiltrated their group.
Meanwhile, in another scene, only after Su Yun's figure vanished completely from sight did White Tiger calmly turn his head. His gaze settled on the area below the hillside where gunfire echoed. Through the communication channel, a smile played at the corner of his mouth as he spoke in a steady yet provocative tone. Comrades, the group at the foot of the mountain claims to be the strongest special forces team on the surface. You must understand, even we, the Ace of Spades, wouldn't dare claim such a title lightly. Yet they have the audacity to boast so brazenly.
I ask you, can we just sit back and ignore such self-proclaimed greatness?
On the other end of the channel, the team members suppressed their laughter as they responded.
Of course we can't just stand by.
Especially since their target this time is our very own people, this is absolutely intolerable. Friends from afar come to visit, but if they come to fight, they must be punished. We've been sparring with our own brothers' squad at home for ages. We've been itching to test our skills against new opponents. Listening to the team's passionate responses, White Tiger roared with laughter. Leading the charge down the hillside, he declared with boundless bravado. Let them see who the true masters are. Chapter 106, Brother, come back. Below the hillside, the 8 warriors of the Hupu Special Forces concentrated their firepower, unleashing a barrage upon the position Su Yun had occupied moments before. A torrent of bullets poured down like a violent storm. Yet, after a fierce barrage, the expected counterattack failed to materialize.
Captain, no one behind the tree.
A soldier who had reached the designated position first stared wide-eyed, carefully inspecting the bullet-riddled tree trunk. After confirming there was no one behind it, he swiftly reported to the captain over the tactical channel. The squad leader of the Hupu Special Forces heard this and couldn't help but curse under his breath.
Damn it! That bastard's fast. Though slightly frustrated, he knew this was no time for discouragement. He immediately adjusted his strategy and decisively issued new combat orders. Even if he escaped, he should still be in this area, not too far from us. Full pursuit. Eliminate the damn flower-planting bastard completely.
Before the words had fully left his mouth, the squad leader sprinted forward like a cheetah, leading his team into pursuit.
The remaining warriors swiftly tightened their formation, following close behind as they advanced at breakneck speed.
Every nerve was on edge, vigilant for any unexpected developments around them.
Yet, at this critical moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Rat-a-tat-tat, a sudden burst of rapid, concentrated gunfire erupted from the mountaintop, shattering the valley's tranquility like a thunderclap. Deadly bullets, seemingly guided by eyes, precisely sealed off their path. Amidst the gunfire, a loud and resolute voice pierced the air, echoing through the valley. "Still think you can chase us? Let me tell you, you're not going anywhere today." The Special Operations Squad leader lifted his head, his sharp gaze fixed on the unit that had abruptly materialized ahead. His brow furrowed imperceptibly, a ripple of unease stirring within him. Enemies? He quickly dismissed the thought, his gaze deepening as he studied the group before him. Yet an inexplicable sense of familiarity welled up within him. Could they be from the Flower family? With a mix of confusion and caution, the squad leader straightened his posture. His voice was calm yet powerful as he issued a warning toward the hillside. "Who exactly are you?" Upon the hillside, the white tiger heard the words and a meaningful smile curved his lips, a smile that seemed both playful and brimming with boundless pride. His lips curled violently upward as his words brimmed with unshakable confidence and savage defiance. "Who are we? Let me tell you, we are your ancestors. Comrades, follow me." Before the words had fully left his mouth, the white tiger charged down the slope like a mountain tiger, leading the charge against the Hoopu Special Warfare Squad below. Close behind him followed the iron-blooded warriors of the Ace of Spades Squad. They swiftly adjusted their formation, poised like cheetahs ready to strike. In an instant, a hail of gunfire tore through the night sky like shooting stars. Deep within the dense jungles of northern Myanmar, the two special forces units clashed fiercely, a thunderous confrontation. On one side stood the Hoopu Special Forces, renowned as Earth's mightiest warriors, tireless in their quest across mountains and rivers. On the other side stood an elite Special Forces squad personally commanded by the White Tiger, one of the four great war gods of the flower-planting nation. Both sides engaged in an extraordinary life and death battle of special forces within this tropical jungle. At the same moment, deep within the remote compound, the massive pursuit force had returned in full force, gathering in the central open plaza. At that moment, Wei Rong's slightly weary figure appeared silently on the second-floor balcony of the main building. Her gaze swept over the crowd, revealing traces of disbelief and hesitation. "You're telling me that bastard really got away?" The reports from her subordinates echoed in her ears. They had not only discovered the tracks of the man who had attempted to take her head in the surrounding mountains and forests, but had even successfully launched a counterattack, ultimately driving that vicious target completely out of the area. "Poof. Driven away?" Wei Rong's eyebrows arched slightly, her eyes brimming with disbelief. A flicker of doubt and confusion crossed her eyes, as if mocking the absurd claim. That terrifying presence, that being who could instill a heavy sense of oppression anytime, anywhere, how could it possibly be so easily driven away? To Wei Rong, such a thing was as unbelievable as hearing tales from Arabian Nights. Yet the enforcers surrounding her wore solemn, resolute expressions, as if recounting a heroic feat they'd personally witnessed. One of them even pounded his chest and declared in a booming voice, "Miss, rest assured. This time we truly drove him out of the forest. When we spotted him in the thicket, we attacked without hesitation, pursued relentlessly, and chased him over 2 li without pause." Another enforcer chimed in immediately, his expression earnest. "Yes, miss, in the end, that man scrambled up a tree in utter disarray and vanished. Clearly, our firepower scared him into fleeing in panic. That's why we felt safe returning." Amidst the crowd, Suyin stood like a silent stone statue, her expression calm as still water, her gaze fixed intently upon the proud figure on the second floor of the main building. Beside him, a seasoned enforcer with considerable street experience whispered a reminder. "Everyone agreed beforehand, no matter what the young miss asks, we mustn't slip up. We must insist that fellow was driven off by us." The enforcer was clearly anxious about the situation. After giving the instructions, he still felt it wasn't secure enough and solemnly emphasized again. "The young miss is already on the verge of breaking down, so we..." "Ha?" A wave of puzzled murmurs suddenly rippled through the surrounding crowd. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused. "Bro, what the hell are you trying to do?" Just as the enforcer nervously gave his final instructions, one of his colleagues suddenly grabbed an AK-47 rifle, forced his way through the dense crowd, and strode straight ahead. "Holy crap! Bro, this ain't the time to stick your neck out. Watch out, the young miss might blow your brains out." Witnessing this shocking scene, the thug who had just been passionately imparting survival tips and boasting of his battle-hardened experience instantly drained of color, turning as pale as paper. His heart pounded like a drum, thumping violently in his chest as if trying to break free and leap out. His eyes widened in disbelief, his stunned expression frozen on his weathered face, unable to conceal his shock and terror. Despite the turmoil within, this enforcer, who valued brotherhood in the underworld, forced himself to steady his nerves. He raised his voice above the chaotic crowd, desperately calling out to the receding figure. Yet his cries were swallowed by the din, sounding utterly feeble. Meanwhile, Suyun's figure darted through the throng like a streak of lightning. His stride was steady and resolute, his gaze sharp and focused. Under the stunned, frozen stares of the other enforcers, he advanced directly to the front lines of the operation without hesitation.
In his hand, he gripped an AK rifle, its barrel gleaming coldly, aimed directly at Wei Rong, who stood defiantly on the second floor. The air around them seemed to freeze, time itself flowing with an eerie slowness in that moment. Soo-yun took a deep breath, his expression calm and resolute. Then, he gently pulled the trigger. In that instant, the entire world seemed to hold its breath.
Chapter 107, Jammed. What the hell is going on?
When the numerous enforcers throughout the compound witnessed an ordinary-looking enforcer brother suddenly step forward from the crowd and stride directly toward the lofty Miss Wei Rong, their eyes betrayed nothing but astonishment and bewilderment. At this tense, volatile moment, no one had anticipated anyone stepping forward to confront the young miss. It seemed like a deliberate provocation, courting trouble. Yet the unfolding events surpassed their expectations. Not only did this enforcer walk out fearlessly, but he also calmly raised his signature AK-47 rifle, aiming it directly at Miss Wei Rong on the second floor. This scene instantly jolted the bewildered enforcers into realization this man was openly rebelling. Holy crap! This guy's going to revolt. Before their cries of alarm had fully faded, Soo-yun's finger had already lightly touched the trigger of the AK rifle. But instead of the expected gunshot, a jarring jam echoed from the rifle's barrel.
Damn it! Soo-yun couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh upon hearing that familiar yet awkward sound. He understood that despite the AK's reputation for being cheap, reliable, and durable, it could still act up when it mattered most. He'd picked up the AK on a whim, never imagining it would stage such a malfunction at this critical juncture. Miss Wei Rong's luck was truly astonishing, Soo-yun thought to himself. He tossed the troublesome AK onto the ground and turned to the stunned henchmen surrounding him, offering an apologetic smile. My apologies, everyone. My oversight.
His words were clear and sincere.
A mistake.
The gun jammed. The thugs exchanged bewildered glances, staring at the silent AK on the ground and the smile on Soo-yun's face. Their minds were filled with nothing but three giant question marks. Upstairs, Wei Rong felt as if an invisible hand had clenched her heart the moment those arrogant, bullying park enforcers reappeared in her sight. An indescribable panic and unease settled over her like a dark cloud, making her breath quicken. It felt like a cold wind whistled through the cracks of her spine, chilling her to the bone. When she caught a glimpse of a thug below holding a gleaming AK-47, its black muzzle pointed directly at her, an overwhelming wave of terror instantly engulfed her body, freezing her stiff as a board.
In that critical moment, Wei Rong reacted instinctively, diving violently to the side and crashing to the floor. Her terrified cries echoed. Protect me! Protect me, damn it! Though the henchmen on the second floor hadn't fully grasped the situation yet, Wei Rong's panicked state immediately alerted them. Without hesitation, they gathered around her, forming a human wall determined to shield her from any danger. Wei Rong pressed herself flat against the cold floor, her heart pounding like a drum, every inch of her skin taut with tension. Holding her breath, she frantically searched her body. Only after confirming the absence of the expected excruciating pain and horrific gashes did she slowly exhale, silently thinking. Thank goodness. I'm not hurt. Her trusted aide cautiously reminded her. Miss, that man's gun, it seems to have jammed. Jammed? Hearing those three words, a tidal wave of emotion surged through Wei Rong's heart. Relief at surviving the ordeal and seething anger intertwined. Her eyes widened as she pushed aside the subordinate blocking her view, fixing her gaze on the park enforcer who had just tried to shoot her. Despite his standard thug attire, Wei Rong's sharp gaze detected something familiar in his demeanor and features. Particularly unsettling were the unruffled calm in his eyes and the faint, eerie smile playing at the corners of his mouth, all of which tugged at her memory. Her pupils suddenly contracted as a powerful realization struck her like lightning. No, this can't be. Is it him? This is absolutely that guy. Despite the profound transformation of his face, Wei Rong, relying on an extraordinary intuition and the unique aura embedded deep in her memory, firmly concluded that the man playing the enforcer role in the compound was precisely the one she had been searching for all along. The very same man who had once sent shivers down her spine, who had followed her like a shadow, now stood before her eyes. Like a bolt of lightning, this intense realization surged through her mind. In the next instant, Wei Rong sprang up from the ground like a cheetah poised to strike, leaping down the stairs without hesitation. Her form traced a powerful arc through the air, while a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the night sky. Oh my God! He's really here! He's really here! The cry was a tangled web of terror and despair, a doomsday panic that made the very air tremble. She screamed, damn it, protect me, and run. Looking back now, Wei Rong suddenly understood why she felt an invisible gaze fixed on her back all along, why a persistent shadow of dread and chill had lingered in her heart. It turned out that deep in his subconscious, he had long sensed this sudden upheaval, vaguely feeling that beneath the surrounding calm, a storm of crisis was brewing. If, at the critical moment when the AK-47 pointed at her jammed, Wei Rong had still believed it was divine favor guiding her fate. Then now, upon confirming that the heart-stopping figure was indeed the gunman, she deeply felt that her recent narrow escape was far more than mere divine favor. It felt as though every deity and Buddha had united to shield her, allowing her to escape unscathed at the very edge of life and death.
The malfunction of that man's weapon, that single, unforeseen jam, had drained nearly all the luck she possessed in this lifetime, perhaps even dipping into her fortune for the next. Once this sobering reality sank in, Wei Rong needed no further deliberation. She resolved to flee the scene immediately. Under layers upon layers of tight security, this dangerous individual had managed to sneak so close to the core area. Staying put would be tantamount to waiting for death. Overwhelmed by terror and unease, Wei Rong's physical potential ignited. With reckless abandon, her body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, crashing straight through the main gate of the lair. In the blink of an eye, Wei Rong vanished into the dense forest of the rear mountain with a series of agile, swift leaps and dodges. The sheer speed of her movements left the numerous enforcers guarding the lair gaping in stunned silence. Holy crap, that speed, those moves, utterly incredible. Who would have thought that the delicate young lady we see every day could unleash such astonishing speed in a life or death moment? That's not human speed, it's downright unreal. Holy crap. I blinked, and the young miss vanished without a trace. Chapter 108, Su-yun, I will go down with you. The young lady just said, he's here? Wei Rong's words sent ripples through the room like a pebble dropped into still water. The surrounding thugs froze as if struck by a spell, their faces turning pale as cold sweat beaded on their foreheads. Almost simultaneously, they stiffly turned their necks, nearly 1,000 pairs of eyes focusing like spotlights on that one figure. Him? That guy? One thug stammered in confirmation, his eyes a mix of fear and confusion. Unease spread like a plague among the crowd. What should we do? Should we make our move? Someone blurted out, their voice echoing harshly through the empty lair. A seemingly bold enforcer summoned his courage and proposed angrily. If he dares to make a move, we'll all go at him together and take him down. But before the words had even finished, this so-called brave soul suddenly turned pale. Without hesitation, he spun around and sprinted after Wei Rong, shouting, "Miss, don't be afraid. I'll protect you." The scene instantly plunged the atmosphere to freezing point. A chorus of curses erupted from the crowd. This guy has no honor in battle. Weren't we supposed to fight him together? Why'd he bail first? Another enforcer scratched his head awkwardly, forcing himself to stay calm as he announced loudly. All right, the rest of you hold the line. I'll protect the young miss, go ahead and take him on. As he spoke, chaos erupted on the scene. In the center of the square, that figure stood like a mountain. The surrounding thugs frantically avoided his gaze, some firing their guns in panic but missing their targets due to their fear. Others scattered in all directions, screams and shouts mingling into a suffocating din. Worse still, seeing the situation turn dire, others followed Wei Rong's retreating path step by step, vanishing into the jungle. The remaining thugs, driven by their last shred of courage, unleashed a frenzied barrage of fire, attempting to overwhelm their opponent with sheer numbers. Gunfire rang out incessantly, explosions deafening. Let's fight him to the end. With so many of us, how could we possibly fear just one man? Someone bellowed, trying to rally the troops. But as the battle dragged on, they suddenly realized their ammunition was nearly depleted, scrambling frantically to exchange magazines with each other. Just then, the fighters locked in fierce combat suddenly realized their comrades behind them had vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Ha! Where'd everyone go? One thug stared wide-eyed, incredulously scanning the empty battlefield. He was the only one left, firing his gun like a complete idiot. Damn it! They all ran off? Damn it, couldn't they at least tell me they were leaving? What happened to the camaraderie from hitting on women together the other day? I'm done fighting too. As time trickled away like fine sand in an hourglass, the once dense crowd of thugs in the hideout gradually thinned. The deafening, relentless gunfire that had echoed in waves now grew sparse and faint, like distant drumbeats feebly pounding through the ruins under the night sky. In the dimly lit shack, a young enforcer, newly recruited to the organization, sat tense and focused, his finger rigidly on the trigger. He aimed relentlessly at the solitary figure standing proudly in the center of the square, unleashing wave after wave of scorching fire. His cheeks flushed crimson in the firelight, sweat mingled with dust leaving streaks across his youthful face, a testament to his tenacity and resolve. Yet fate seemed to have abandoned this brave young man. The ammunition box had silently run dry. Glancing down at the solitary grenade remaining at his side, a wave of tragic resolve surged through him. Facing the unknown challenge of life and death, his expression grew solemn and dignified, as if bearing a burden greater than life itself. He shouted toward the deserted outpost. Brothers, my ammunition is gone, only this grenade remains. I'm going to charge out with it and fight that bastard to the death. Cover me at all costs. If anything happens to me, take care of my sister. As he spoke, the young enforcer clenched the cold grenade tightly in his hand, as if sensing the intense power it held. His gaze was as resolute as iron. He pounded his thick chest with force, as if to awaken the fearless courage deep within his soul. All of this is for the young miss. He roared like thunder cracking the sky. With a mighty kick, he burst through the rickety wooden door of the shack, the grenade clenched in his fist as he charged out like a wild beast. Yet the scene before him froze him in place, leaving him momentarily bewildered. The lair lay in utter silence. The once chaotic battlefield now felt eerily empty, even the slightest rustle of wind sounding unnervingly sharp. His eyes widened as he scanned the surroundings, hoping to catch sight of his comrades or the smoke of gunfire.
Instead, he was met only by empty space and a tattered bamboo basket drifting on the breeze.
The young enforcer's gaze finally settled on the figure quietly observing him. His throat trembled slightly as his voice carried a hint of awkwardness and apology. Sorry for the disturbance. The words barely left his lips when he bowed deeply. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and sprinted toward the back door.
Moments later, a piercing, furious young shout echoed from the woods. Damn you all! You all ran off without even telling me? Didn't you know I almost got killed? Wah! Scared the hell out of me.
At that moment, on the wide yet slightly dilapidated square of the Wei family's old stronghold, Su-yun, who had been standing motionless for a long time, finally stretched his limbs slightly. His gaze drifted slowly across the barren, desolate expanse before him, and a faint sense of helplessness welled up in his heart. This once bustling stronghold now held only his solitary figure as an outsider. The Wei family members who had once inhabited it had vanished without a trace, as if cut off from the world at this very moment. The chaotic battle that had just erupted, though deafening as thunderclaps echoing through the silent night sky, posed little real threat to Su-yun. The bullets fired haphazardly in panic were like moths drawn to a flame, losing their way. Not a single one came within a meter of him. He stood there, utterly still, letting the gunfire rage around him without needing to move a single step to dodge the hurtling bullets. The AK really isn't stable enough. Su-yun sighed softly, slightly disappointed with the performance of his weapon. The AK's sudden jam had indeed caused a minor disruption to his plan, but it lasted only an instant. But it doesn't matter. Sooner or later, these troubles will be dealt with. Su-yun's gaze was deep and resolute as he surveyed the distant jungle, ravaged beyond recognition by the war. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze and walked straight toward the still warm campfire in the corner of the square. Roasting above the flames was a plump, tempting whole lamb, clearly Wei Rong's elaborate feast prepared to welcome him. Yet now, this feast had changed hands, becoming Su-yun's temporary energy station. He resolved to set aside his thoughts for now, fill his stomach first, and gather strength before anything else.
Chapter 109, Hungry? Want some?
The mountain forest outside the Wei family's stronghold resembled a painting drenched in blood-red moonlight. Hidden within it was a life-and-death showdown between the Flower Family Special Forces Squad and the Hupu Special Warfare Team, now nearing its conclusion. Every fallen leaf and every whisper of wind in the forest seemed to hum a solemn, tragic battle hymn. The captain of the Hupu Special Forces, drenched in blood and covered in wounds, gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently like a trapped beast fighting to the end. His eyes, wide with fury, locked onto the unyielding Zongguajia warrior across from him. The venomous fire burning deep within his gaze threatened to ignite the night itself. By this stage of the fierce battle, the battlefield lay torn and fragmented. Team Ace of Spades from the Flowering family, like a lone wolf, relentlessly and ferociously tore into the enemy. Single-handedly, they had managed to split and encircle the entire elite Special Forces squadron of the Hupu, breaking them down one by one. Within the gloomy forest, the cacophony of gunfire and clashing blades wove a symphony of despair. Yet these sounds gradually faded, dwindling to an inaudible whisper. Moments later, the Hupu squad leader looked up to see the figures of Flower Nation soldiers silently materializing one by one from the dense forest ahead. Their strides were steady, their expressions grim, forming an invisible yet impenetrable encirclement. The moment he saw these Flower family warriors appear, he knew beyond doubt that, aside from himself, every single one of the Hupu's hand-picked elite ground-based Special Forces soldiers had likely fallen in this blood-soaked mountain forest. This realization struck him with profound shock and unbearable disbelief, especially since this Flower family Special Forces squad before him had suffered not a single casualty in such a brutal battle. The venomous hatred in his eyes gradually faded amidst the torrent of despair, replaced by endless resignation and unwillingness. He slumped, discarding his spent weapon. Then, drawing a dagger gleaming coldly from his calf, he fixed his icy gaze on the opposing captain of the Flower family warriors. Clenching his jaw, he demanded, each word deliberate. You are the strongest warriors of the Flowering Nation? If so. The white tiger standing before him bore a pair of piercing eyes that flashed with unwavering resolve, as if capable of seeing through everything. Without hesitation, he discarded his modern weapon, drew a dagger gleaming with icy light from his waist, and let a playful smile curve his lips, a smile carrying an undeniable air of pride. No. In our Flower clan, there are at least 3 others of my caliber. The white tiger flickered his fingers lightly, casting an invisible pressure over the entire scene that instantly froze the expression on the captain of the Hupu squad. The man who had single-handedly annihilated their strongest Special Forces squad claimed there were 3 others in the Flower family matching his prowess? To him, this was utterly unbelievable. Filled with resentment and refusal to accept defeat, the Finch squad leader shot forward like an arrow released from its string, his entire being ablaze with the fire of vengeance. Across from him, the white tiger's gaze was as unyielding as rock, meeting the charge without flinching. In the blink of an eye, both men discarded their firearms, engaging in a life-or-death duel wielding only the cold steel of their daggers. The fierce battle did not last long. The instant the Larkspur squad leader's dagger plunged deep into the white tiger's left arm muscle, the dagger in the white tiger's hand sliced through his throat with precise, ruthless precision.
As the light of life faded from the enemy's pupils before him, the white tiger calmly pulled the dagger embedded in his own arm, flicked it to the ground, and then turned to his lifeless opponent, wearing a powerful and confident smile. The world is vast, the white tiger's words carried profound meaning. Go out and see more of it. You are far from deserving the title of strongest on the surface. Then he released the already cold body in his grasp, only now drawing in a sharp breath through gritted teeth. A flicker of pain crossed his face. Phew, glad that's taken care of. I'd already bragged about it. If I hadn't finished him off, I'd have been utterly humiliated. He alone, who hadn't participated in the fight, burst out laughing upon hearing this. White Tiger, you bastard. If you can't even handle a squad like this, you'll have to hand over your title as one of the 4 great war gods White Tiger to someone else. With the Daishang Bird Elite Squad successfully eliminated, the Black Ace Squad warriors began tending to their wounds on the spot. Though every man bore wounds, some minor, some severe, not a single combatant was incapacitated. The physical pain did nothing to dampen the fiery passion burning within them, for they had just annihilated a foreign special forces squad that boasted of being the strongest on Earth. Ha 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 ha! What a brilliant fight! We've done our country proud. White Tiger surveyed his team members, his voice filled with satisfaction and pride. Well done, everyone. After a brief rest, White Tiger led the Ace of Spades Special Forces team in a silent withdrawal, their expressions solemn. Following He Alone's footsteps, they embarked on an unknown journey to find Su Yun. Under White Tiger's command, this highly trained squad moved like a swift wind, swiftly and precisely infiltrating the hidden territory where the Wei family's stronghold lay. Under the cover of night, an eerie, unnatural stillness hung over the Wei family's lair. This abnormal silence set off alarm bells in White Tiger's mind. He flashed a series of complex combat hand signals, signaling his team to heighten their vigilance, as if the air itself was thick with unseen danger. Something's wrong here. A member whispered, his voice echoing through the silent night sky. Why is it so quiet? Another team member added immediately, eyes flashing with confusion and wariness. Could it be an ambush? Doubt spread through the ranks like a chill in the dark night, sending a shiver down their spines. Under extreme vigilance, White Tiger led his squad forward with almost frozen movements. Yet surprisingly, they advanced unimpeded, slipping through the treacherous heartland of the Wei family as if entering an empty realm. This unexpected ease made even the battle-hardened White Tiger harbor doubts. As Team Ace of Spades deepened into the lair's heart, a member suddenly let out a startled whisper, Captain, someone at 9 o'clock. Looks like he's eating roast lamb? The bizarre scene left everyone stunned. Roast lamb? In the perilous heart of the Wei family stronghold? An indescribable sense of absurdity surged through White Tiger, but without hesitation, he immediately directed his team to cautiously approach the target. Sure enough, by the roaring bonfire, a man sat firmly on a thick log, his back turned to them. A golden, glistening whole roasted lamb hung above the flames, its aroma filling the air and making everyone's mouth water. The man held a leg of lamb in one hand, leisurely tearing off chunks and chewing them with apparent contentment, as if all the turmoil outside had nothing to do with him. Taking in the scene, White Tiger waved for his team to disarm. He walked straight to the fire, gave a wry smile, shook his head, and plopped down on the ground. Watching Su Yun calmly gnawing on the leg of lamb across from him, his heart churned. This is the heart of the Northern Myanmar operation. How can you be so carefree eating here? This is absurd. Noticing their arrival, Su Yun casually waved a greeting, his tone light yet tinged with deeper meaning. You're here. He glanced at the battle scars on the Black Ace squad members, needing no words to understand the outcome of their earlier fierce fight. Hungry? Want something to eat? Chapter 110, Back off, this woman's trouble. Starving, aren't you? Here, have something to eat? Su Yun wore his usual carefree smile, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of concern. Bai Hu stared at him, a complex mix of emotions churning inside. For a moment, he couldn't find the right words to respond. After trekking through rugged mountains all day and surviving a recent heart-pounding battle, every member of the Ace of Spades Special Forces squad was utterly exhausted and ravenously hungry. Though they carried essential military rations, how could those cold, hard, tasteless compressed biscuits compare to the crisp-skinned, tender meat, sizzling, aroma-filled whole roasted lamb before them? White Tiger waved his hand, signaling for all but 2 members to gather around the blazing campfire. They sat down, eyes fixed on the glistening roast lamb on the spit, their Adam's apples bobbing as they swallowed involuntarily. He glanced again at Su Yun, who was intently focused on the leg of lamb in his hands, as if nothing else in the world could capture his attention. Finally unable to contain his craving, White Tiger swung his arm wide and declared heartily, eat. At his command, the Black Ace warriors sprang into action, eagerly tearing off chunks of steaming, fragrant lamb. The first bite slid down their throats, its rich, distinctive flavor instantly soothing their aches and fatigue. A wave of warmth spread from their tongues straight to their cores. White Tiger swallowed a large, succulent bite of lamb with satisfaction, a sense of relief and ease radiating from his entire being. He looked up at the empty Wei family stronghold in the distance and, taking advantage of this rare moment of leisure, asked Su Yun, what about the thugs inside the Wei family stronghold? Su Yun maintained his usual calm composure, replying quietly, they fled. They fled.
Bai Huan Yilong, who was also savoring the feast beside him, echoed the words simultaneously. The two exchanged a knowing smile, their lips curling into a helpless yet admiring curve. Who could have imagined that Su Yun, who had single-handedly stormed into the Wei family's territory, could strike such fear into the hearts of those fierce thugs that they fled in terror? Observing the chaotic footprints strewn across the ground and the dozens of mismatched shoes scattered about, the two exchanged another knowing smile, silently musing. Not only had this gang of thugs fled in panic, but in their frantic escape, each seemed so terrified they hadn't even bothered to put their shoes on properly. This chaotic and pitiful scene was the best testament to the astonishing deterrent power this university student had displayed in northern Myanmar, a terror that was truly jaw-dropping. Night fell with remarkable swiftness in the mountains, as if the moment the sun dipped below the horizon, the world plunged instantly into pitch darkness. Only when the bright moon rose did it slightly improve the visibility, which had been so low one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. A whole roasted lamb, which would be considered a feast to ordinary people, could barely fill the stomachs of the burly soldiers of the Flower Clan. After the meal, White Tiger ordered Team Ace of Spades to conduct a thorough search of the entire Wei family stronghold, seeking any other crucial clues. Shortly after, a member of Team Ace of Spades hurried over, his face tense and agitated. "Captain, we found over a dozen women imprisoned in that house over there. Judging by the circumstances, they were likely abducted from the mountainside by those thugs. What should we do with them?" Upon hearing this, White Tiger cast an unreadable glance at Su Yun beside him. Seeing no particular concern in the man's expression, he paused briefly before responding with measured calm. "Open the cell doors and let them leave on their own. At the same time, strengthen security to ensure safety." "Understood." The soldier saluted and departed, quickly heading toward the cell with two other guards. Soon, they led a group of women, ragged and covered in wounds, out at a slow pace, closely guarded by soldiers behind them. The women wore only scraps of tattered clothing, their bodies covered in whip marks and cigarette burns, clear evidence of endless abuse and humiliation at the hands of their captors. Had such atrocities against compatriots occurred within their homeland, White Tiger would have led Team Ace of Spades in a lightning strike without hesitation, meting out severe punishment to the perpetrators. As warriors of the flower planting family, they bore the sacred duty and responsibility to safeguard the peace of their people. Yet here, in this chaotic foreign land, all they could do was release these suffering women, leaving them to flee on their own. Faced with such human tragedy, White Tiger felt a surge of helplessness and compassion. He knew well that on this turbulent land, these women's fates were fraught with misfortune. Their only hope lay in reincarnating into a peaceful and prosperous flower nation in the next life, far removed from such inhuman torment and suffering. Bai Hu keenly observed Su Yun quietly surveying the women around them. Though his gaze was deep as an abyss, it remained utterly still, without the slightest ripple. Beneath the seemingly ordinary scene, dark currents swirled. Among the dozen or so women under strict surveillance, one petite figure stood out. Her face was pale, as if bearing a heavy burden. Her steps were unsteady, and her body swayed like a willow catkin, nearly collapsing against one of the burly warriors from the Spades' Special Forces squad. Seeing this, the iron-blooded warrior of the Ace of Spades squad instinctively extended his sturdy arm without hesitation, aiming to steady the tottering figure. Yet, all this was keenly observed by White Tiger. An unprecedented sense of danger shot through him like an electric current, sending a sudden chill through his heart. In his panic, he burst out with a fierce command. "Don't touch her." Yet reality always outpaced warnings. Before the warrior could fully comprehend White Tiger's warning, a light, melodious laugh exploded softly beside his ear. "Hee, thank you, little brother." The sound, like a silver bell, sent a chill down his spine. In that instant, the woman threw her entire body at the warrior. Her arms, supple as water snakes, slid toward his unguarded throat with lightning speed and unpredictable cunning. Clamped between her seemingly slender, powerless fingers was a blade as thin as a cicada's wing, its sharpness and speed both utterly breathtaking. In an instant, the scene caught everyone present completely off guard, leaving them utterly stunned. The warrior could already feel the icy chill of the blade against his neck, the scent of death within inches. Yet, at this critical moment, a silver flash shot through the darkness. A sharp blade concealed within a piece of fruit silently pierced the air, heading straight for the woman's palm. The blade pierced her palm with pinpoint accuracy, its slight deflection altering the trajectory of the blade she held. The deadly blade sliced past the warrior's throat by a hair's breadth, leaving a startling trail of blood. Fortunately, at the last possible moment, death's advance was abruptly halted. "Get out of here. That woman is trouble." Chapter 111, Like Dating You. "Fall back." White Tiger's voice thundered like a crack of lightning, sending invisible ripples through the alleyway under the night sky. The urgency and warning within his words pierced the ears of every member of Spade Ace Squad. His eyes locked forward, an unmistakable tension and alertness sharp as a nocturnal panther, seizing the impending crisis. The woman, her figure graceful yet eerie, now stood at the edge of their encirclement. Her gaze was cold as ice, concealing secrets unfathomably deep. Just as White Tiger issued his second warning, she suddenly coiled like a spring. Her nimble hands, swift as a cunning fox, silently reached for the waist of a nearby warrior. In the next instant, the cold pistol was in her grasp, the entire sequence flowing as smoothly as water, without the slightest hesitation. Before the others could react, the woman unleashed a stunning move. Her bare feet drove savagely into the warrior's thick thigh with such force that dust flew from the ground. The force of the kick transformed into a powerful recoil, propelling her instantly toward the crowd. Her target was Su Yun, standing calmly nearby with an expressionless face. Her target is Su Yun, by whose heart surged with shock, his astonishment evident. The situation shifted in an instant, catching everyone off guard. In mere moments, this mysterious woman had executed a stunning reversal from a failed attack to a counterstrike precisely targeting their central figure, Su Yun. White Tiger could only shoot him a worried glance, only to find Su Yun facing the impending danger not with the slightest panic, but with the stillness of a rock. It seemed as if he had foreseen all this, quietly awaiting the woman's arrival. This composure and calmness earned by whose silent admiration. Before anyone could fully comprehend what was unfolding, with nerves taut and hearts racing, a life or death struggle erupted. The woman closed the distance to Su Yun in an instant, their figures intertwining. From afar, they resembled lovers locked in a fierce embrace, yet the air was thick with deadly tension. Thud! Bang! The pistol in the woman's hand roared wildly, its muzzle spewing tongues of fire that traced blinding arcs across the night sky. At such close range, the rapid fire pace was suffocating, leaving them scarcely a moment to think. Su Yun, relying on his superhuman reflexes, effortlessly dodged the incoming bullets with a subtle tilt of his head. Instantly, he thrust out his iron-clad palm, attempting to snatch the weapon from her grasp with lightning speed. Yet, with a serpentine twist of her wrist, she evaded his grasp with serpentine agility. Her eyes flashed with sharp determination as she swiftly adjusted the gun's barrel, aiming it upward directly at Su Yun's vulnerable jaw. Without hesitation, her finger pulled the trigger. At the critical moment, Su Yun arched his back slightly, bending his knees like an arrow, driving straight into the woman's soft yet deadly midsection. As if anticipating this, the woman twisted and contracted her body like a water snake, evading the fierce knee strike at an impossible angle. She appeared delicate and boneless, yet possessed remarkable resilience. Each evasion was perfectly timed, dancing on the edge of death yet always narrowly escaping peril. This was the first time in his life that White Tiger had witnessed such a breathtaking battle up close. Witnessing their fierce confrontation, he felt an indescribable mix of awe and tension welling up inside him. Compared to the blurred images he'd glimpsed from afar in the jungle depths, this close-quarters battle now unfolding before him delivered a bone-chilling pressure that seared through his very marrow. In the blink of an eye, the two masters exchanged dozens of blows like a sudden storm. The relentless gunfire formed a chain of burning notes, weaving seamlessly through the air. Each trigger pull felt like a heartbeat-like drumbeat, shaking the nerves of everyone present. White Tiger stared at the lightning-fast battle unfolding before him, his mind reeling in astonishment. How could Su Yun weave through this dense, web-like barrage of fire unscathed? Such prowess was beyond human comprehension. Unconsciously, by whose back was drenched in cold sweat, each bead seeming to carry the sheer terror of witnessing this life and death struggle. The air around them grew so still it held only the clang of metal and the shrill whistles of bullets tearing through the atmosphere, suffocating with oppressive tension. He could describe the scene in only 3 words: silent, cold, ruthless. Every strike, every move targeted the opponent's vital points without mercy, like the Grim Reaper's scythe swinging through the night, reaping life itself. White Tiger's gaze locked onto the woman, his conviction growing that she was the mysterious assassin who had once sought Su Yun's life in the forest. In just 3 short years, she had risen to become the renowned 4th-ranked assassin on the dark web's hit list, the Mother Mantis, Billier Aaron. Her appearance was like a specter in the dark night, silently infiltrating the heart of the Wei family estate, blending among the crowd of women. Biding her time for the perfect moment to deliver another fatal blow to Su Yun. This puzzled the White Tiger. How had she managed to remain so utterly concealed? And how did Su Yun sense the danger at the last possible moment, narrowly evading this assassination attempt? Before these thoughts could settle, another gunshot shattered the night sky. The woman's form shot away like an arrow released from its string, instantly creating distance between herself and Su Yun. She came to a steady halt just 3 meters away from him. She casually tossed aside the empty pistol, her movements fluid and natural, as if it were merely an elegant turn in a dance. Next, she gently removed her disguise wig. A cascade of silky hair instantly spilled down, framing an innocent, doll-like face. What was astonishing was that even with her left arm deeply pierced by a fruit knife, a shocking bloodstain staining her chest, and facing the combined fire of the Ace of Spades squad, this female assassin could still flash such a sweet, adorable smile. Her eyes held a hint of pitiful, aggrieved sorrow. "You really hit me hard, little brother," she murmured, her lips parting slightly, a hint of teasing in her voice. "Even so, you still saw through me, didn't you? How clever of you, hee." Bai Hu watched the scene unfold before him, his heart filled with conflicting emotions. He couldn't comprehend how this gravely wounded, cornered lowly assassin could smile so sweetly and effortlessly. As if the warriors around her didn't exist at all. In truth, Aaron truly treated everyone else as if they were air. Her sole focus was on the figure before her, the one who appeared to be roughly her age. In truth, her assassination attempts weren't 2, but 3. The first attempt had been at the entrance of that place. She'd pretended to be bound and lay there. The moment Soo-yoon stepped forward to take a look, her attack would have begun. Unfortunately for her, no one had even approached that spot.
The second ambush occurred in the woods.
When Soo-yoon was forced back by the henchman's bullets, she positioned herself at the perfect spot and launched her attack silently. Even with the assistance of a sniper shot from the second-ranked individual, she still failed to succeed. The third ambush, this very one, saw her infiltrate this group of unfortunate women, launching her assault when everyone was most relaxed. Yet, every single one of her attacks was blocked by Soo-yoon. Gazing at the quiet youth before her, a trace of fascination flickered in Erin's eyes.
How could this young man from the flower-planting family be so incredibly powerful? So quiet and still, yet so adorable. I really want to date him.
A conflicted yet adorable smile spread across her face.
What should I do? Young man, I think I've fallen for you. How about? Why don't you come with me? We can kill people together from now on, hee hee. Chapter 112, Erin is dead. Eileen's sudden emotional outburst struck like lightning, shattering the calm battlefield sky of Team Ace of Spades. White Tiger, he alone, and the other Iron Blood warriors were instantly plunged into stunned confusion. Their usual composure on the battlefield was shattered to pieces by a young girl's confession. What the hell is this? One team member muttered under his breath, his incredulous gaze shifting between Erin and Soo-yoon. Another teammate shook his head with a wry smile. This little girl's thought process is a complete maze. She just finished fighting and now she's declaring her love for her opponent? Where was any trace of tenderness in her ruthless attack moments ago? Despite their inner amusement and confusion, they all understood that the girl before them was no ordinary figure. Behind her charming smile lay a destructive force potent enough to shatter hearts. Every move she made seemed to defy conventional understanding, leaving no one able to predict what would happen next. At that moment, Erin's gaze locked firmly on Soo-yoon, awaiting his response. The members of Team Ace of Spades also found their eyes involuntarily drawn to Soo-yoon, eager to see how he would handle this peculiar storm of confessions. Yet Soo-yoon remained as cool and detached as ever. A faint curve touched his lips as he responded with a single syllable. Oof. This contemptuous snort was as icy as a spring, yet it stirred a wave of comforting warmth within White Tiger's heart. He knew full well that if Soo-yoon faltered even slightly at this moment, captivated by Erin's unique charm, their battle-hardened elite squad might face an unprecedented crisis today. After all, the girl's allure was no exaggeration. She possessed not only breathtaking beauty and a figure as graceful as a moonlit fairy, but also an indescribable aura. At times, she was as pure and lovely as a blossoming flower. At others, she was as sinister and alluring as a dark night enchantress. This contradictory yet harmonious aura was undoubtedly a tremendous temptation to anyone. Oh dear. Looks like he got rejected. Aileen wasn't discouraged by Soo-yoon's cold response. Instead, her smile grew even brighter, as if everything was under her control. She extended a palm as white as jade, gently waving it in a farewell gesture. In that moment, sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappling the ground and illuminating a small, exquisite metal ring on her finger. It reflected a cold, sharp gleam, like a cunning eye watching everyone. At the sight, by whose eyelid twitched sharply, a chill rising in his heart. That familiar metal pull ring was none other than the safety pin of a high-explosive grenade, which had silently transferred into Erin's hand at some unknown moment. Yet he had no time to ponder this question. A hoarse, urgent warning burst from his lips. Watch out for the grenade. A deafening explosion erupted beneath the night sky, thunderous and soul-shaking. A deadly grenade, planted silently at some unknown moment, detonated mercilessly between Erin and Soo-yoon. Sparks flew, shrapnel scattered, and swirling dust mingled with the earth, painting a suffocating tableau of death. At this critical moment, Aileen reacted with lightning speed. Her body moved like a flash of lightning, executing several agile leaps as she attempted to flee deep into the dense forest in search of survival. Yet fate's cruel twists often strike without warning. Just as her form flickered and was about to vanish into the jungle, all movement abruptly ceased. Her ankle was seized by a slender hand with neatly trimmed nails, as if bound by invisible chains, leaving her unable to break free. Still trying to escape? I've had enough of this charade. Soo-yoon's voice cut through the smoke, steady and powerful, like a whisper in the darkness, clear in Erin's ears. The dust gradually dispersed, revealing his silhouette emerging from the mist. His deep, calm eyes, like a still lake, fixed upon his prey. Eileen turned her face, meeting Soo-yoon's gaze directly. A sly, bright smile curved her lips, as if she knew defeat was certain yet still feigned nonchalance. Oh dear, what a shame you caught me. She sighed softly, her tone tinged with playful resignation. Looks like I'm truly doomed this time. The instant that hand touched her ankle, Erin knew this was the end of her life. She ceased struggling, instead yielding to gravity. Like a young swallow returning to its nest, she gracefully flipped her body and plunged straight into Soo-yoon's embrace. This scene mirrored her previous confrontation with Tony, only now she resembled a lovesick maiden, tilting her head to plant a tender kiss upon the side of her beloved's neck. Brother! Eileen murmured softly, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. You are stronger than any man in this world. The words fell softly, accompanied by the warm touch of her lips. Unlike last time, her tongue held no hidden blade this time. Yet these were her final words to this world, to the man before her. Simultaneously, Soo-Yun's 4 fingers pierced through Eileen's chest like venomous snakes, sinking deep into her beating heart. As excruciating pain surged through her, Eileen's face retained that unique expression, half coquettish, half bewitching, until the flame of life slowly extinguished. That smile remained frozen on her pallid features. Soo-Yun's face remained expressionless as he slowly withdrew his blood-stained hand, letting Eileen's lifeless body slide limply onto the ground strewn with scorched earth and debris. He stood motionless in place. All the surrounding clamor seemed to fall silent in that moment. Only a faint breeze swept by, carrying away the last trace of the blood scent, leaving behind a deathly stillness. In the blink of an eye, White Tiger regained his senses from the sudden explosion's shockwave. He led the members of the Ace of Spades squad, sweeping in like a whirlwind to instantly surround Soo-Yun. Their gazes fixed simultaneously on Soo-Yun's palm, crimson blood dripping through his fingers, and the silent, motionless corpse lying nearby. At this moment, Eileen's once agile form lay stiff and cold. Her piercing gaze, once as sharp as lightning, had been replaced by eternal darkness. The aura that had once made countless enemies tremble had now dissolved into an unnoticed chill, quietly dissipating into the air. The White Tiger watched it all unfold, a flicker of disbelief and bewilderment passing through his deep, piercing eyes. His throat moved slightly, as if he wanted to speak, but the shock choked the words back in an instant. This battle-hardened veteran, who had witnessed countless lives and deaths, couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. It felt as though even the deepest recesses of his soul had been shaken by this sudden, unforeseen turn of events. The 4th-ranked assassin, the Mother Mantis. He finally managed to force out the words, his voice low and slightly hoarse, each syllable carrying an indescribable shock. Dead like that? Chapter 113, Burning the Wei Family's Stronghold. Gazing at Aaron's cold, lifeless body on the ground, the members of Team Ace of Spades felt an indescribable sense of disorientation wash over them. This petite, seemingly fragile figure concealed a terrifying identity. She was the 4th-ranked terror on the dark web's assassin rankings. This fact had already been confirmed by their leader, White Tiger, but witnessing it firsthand sent shivers down their spines. During the brief yet intense clash moments ago, as highly trained warriors, they had all been stunned by the astonishing prowess and ruthless methods Aaron had displayed. Yet now, this fearsome assassin lay silent and still, her body submerged in a pool of blood, as if all the killing and madness had vanished into thin air. He alone's gaze fixed on Soo-Yun's 4 fingers, still stained with warm blood. The slender, jade-like knuckles, flawlessly white, formed a startling contrast with the vivid crimson at the fingertips. Since fighting side by side on the Gaza battlefield, he knew Soo-Yun's combat style intimately. Unparalleled in cunning, ice-cold in composure, and silent in action. But tonight, he alone witnessed a confrontation that shattered all his previous perceptions. It was the style of an assassin, purer, deadlier. Moments earlier, Soo-Yun had delivered a single, lightning-fast hand-blade strike. It pierced deep into Aaron's heart with pinpoint accuracy, ending her life in an instant. He alone couldn't fathom how that strike had been executed, but he could distinctly sense an overwhelming aura of bloodshed now enveloping Soo-Yun. It was an aura born of death, a stark contrast to Soo-Yun's usual detached and reserved demeanor. In this moment, he seemed to merge with the darkness, transforming into a grim reaper harvesting lives. Though Aaron lay fallen, Bai Hu, commander of the Ace of Spades squad, remained vigilant. He cautiously approached the body, meticulously examining every detail to guard against the possibility that this elite assassin might be feigning death. Eileen's sudden, unexpected attack had left a deep psychological scar on them. Even now, as she lay lifeless before them, a thread of unease lingered in White Tiger's heart, as if she might leap up like a ghost at any moment and launch another deadly strike. Only after personally confirming that the enemy's heartbeat had ceased entirely did White Tiger feel a weight lift from his shoulders. His rigid body gradually relaxed as he murmured softly, his words carrying an indescribable heaviness and unwavering certainty. Indeed, he is dead. Seconds earlier, a grenade had erupted violently, showering the area with shrapnel like a torrential downpour and plunging the surroundings into chaos. In that life-or-death moment, everyone scrambled to dodge and evade, with no time to spare for anything else. It was precisely for this reason that White Tiger failed to witness how Soo-Yun, in the blink of an eye, had skillfully restrained the assassin and executed him without mercy. Now, 2 legendary night hunters, one ranked 2nd and the other 4th on the dark web's hit list, had fallen one after another deep within the jungles of northern Myanmar, becoming a sealed page in history. Their lives ended under Soo-Yun's cool and precise counterattack. He had merely waited silently for his opponents to strike, seizing the moment they exposed a weakness. With a blow that appeared ordinary yet was ruthlessly lethal, he ended the fight cleanly and decisively. Gazing at Soo-Yun's upright and solitary figure, a strange sense of awe quietly welled up within White Tiger's heart. As a battle-hardened warrior, he had never known fear. Even amidst hails of bullets and blood-soaked battlefields, he remained unflappable. Yet now, his dread was not for the flash of blades or life-or-death duels, but for the silent, merciless descent of death itself. At this moment, Soo-Yun stood with his back to the others, immersed in his own world. He breathed slowly and deeply, each inhale and exhale seemingly consciously adjusting the rhythm of his heartbeat, gradually restoring his chaotic bodily functions to calm. He alone's earlier intuition had not been mistaken. In that very instant that determined life or death, Soo-Yun had indeed entered an extraordinary state.
It was a complete killing mode, a state that made his body as cold as ice and his heartbeat drop to a dangerously low level. Accompanying this transformation, his emotions were tightly encased within a shell of utter indifference, like the still waters of a frozen pond, not stirring a single ripple. No matter how many enemies faced him, once he struck, his heart remained utterly still, not even a flicker of instinctive resistance or struggle arose. This wasn't forced suppression of his will, but a natural detachment and indifference emanating from his very being, as if he were born for slaughter, tailor-made for the role of an assassin. With several deep breaths, Soo-yun gradually withdrew from that extreme state of killing. Though his expression remained as serene as before, the suffocating chill had dissipated, replaced by a warmth closer to that of ordinary people and a faint, barely perceptible trace of warmth. Night descended, moonlight like water spilling over the silent earth, illuminating a deep and mysterious forest. Yet this forest was far from tranquil. Even from a considerable distance, faint human voices could be discerned through the hazy night like wails torn apart by the wind, reaching the ears in broken, intermittent bursts. It was Wei Rong and his remnants of defeated soldiers, frantically fleeing in terror and despair. They strained every ounce of strength to escape this forest, which was about to become a living hell. Soo-yun gazed at the mountain forest, his eyes deep and composed. His heart remained utterly unmoved by the enemy's disarray, instead swiftly mapping out his next move in his mind. After a moment's consideration, he chose not to pursue immediately. Instead, he turned and walked toward a mountain of supplies piled nearby. This pile of supplies seemed like a silent treasure trove, quietly awaiting him to uncover its hidden secrets. Soo-yun searched the pile meticulously, each item seeming to pulsate with its own unique life force in his eyes. Finally, his gaze settled on an inconspicuous metal drum, and a barely perceptible smile curved his lips. He lifted the barrel. Its weighty heft confirmed his suspicion. This was what he sought: gasoline. Bai Hu and he alone had been watching Soo-yun's every move, puzzled by his sudden halt. When they saw Soo-yun, bucket in hand, striding purposefully toward the buildings across the way, their confusion dissipated like mist in the wind, instantly giving way to a spreading sense of unease. "Soo-yun, what's that in your hands?" Bai Hu spoke first, his voice tinged with curiosity and caution. Soo-yun's footsteps faltered slightly, but he did not turn back. He merely replied indifferently, "Gasoline." Those two words struck like stones tossed into a lake, sending ripples through He Long and White Tiger's minds. They exchanged glances, their faces mirroring equal parts confusion and astonishment. Gasoline? Why would he need that at this critical moment? What do you need gasoline for? He Long pressed, a hint of tension in his voice. Soo-yun's lips curved into a faint smile, the expression appearing particularly sinister in the moonlight. "To do one of the things I enjoy doing." "One of the things I like to do?" The statement plunged both men into utter confusion. Their minds seemed to short-circuit momentarily, unable to grasp the meaning behind Soo-yun's words. Yet, in a flash of insight, He Long's mind snapped into focus. His pupils suddenly contracted, his mouth gaped open, and utter horror washed over his face. You're going to burn down the Wei family's stronghold?" By now, Soo-yun had already stepped into the shadows of the buildings, leaving only his solitary, proud silhouette faintly visible in the darkness. His voice cut through the silent night sky, calm yet utterly resolute. "Yes. If you're not too busy, you're welcome to join in. It'll be quite a sight." Bai Hu couldn't help but curse, his face frozen in shock. He never imagined anyone would describe a raging inferno as quite a sight, nor could he fathom that burning others' strongholds was supposedly one of Soo-yun's favorite things to do. He Long wore a bitter smile, but knowing Soo-yun's style, he said nothing. He silently picked up another barrel of gasoline and followed close behind. "Let's go." He'd burn it down anyway. Last time, he burned down 3 families' homes. Chapter 114, One Fire, 10 Billion. Night fell, the moonlight concealed behind thick, dark clouds, setting the stage for the impending drama with an air of profound mystery. The Wei family's stronghold, this colossal beast slumbering amidst the valley, now appeared to Soo-yun as prey awaiting slaughter. Over a dozen barrels of gasoline, like drops of ink concealing deadly intent, were poured one after another into every corner of the stronghold. They seeped silently into every crack, every inch of soil, until they permeated every corner of the underground empire. When Soo-yun returned, his posture was rigid and upright, his gaze as cold and sharp as a blade. He stood alone in the center of the slightly dilapidated playground within the lair, surveying his surroundings as if appraising his masterpiece. Then, with a satisfied clap, his voice echoed through the empty night sky, tinged with resolve and pride. "Can I borrow a light?" He spoke casually, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. "Or any of you can light it." His gaze shifted to the members of the Ace of Spades squad standing nearby. Those usually fearless tough guys now shook their heads in unison, their faces betraying a rare mix of hesitation and reverence. They understood this was no ordinary arson, it was the ultimate judgment upon an empire of sin. The weight it carried filled them with apprehension. White Tiger sighed softly, drew an elegant pistol from his waist, and handed it to Soo-yun. "You should handle this," he admitted frankly. "The stakes are too high. Even I feel a bit uneasy." His gaze swept past Soo-yun, settling on the towering, sprawling headquarters that occupied hundreds of acres. He knew that piled within were not merely steel and concrete, but countless layers of sin and greed, a mountain of blood-stained, tear-soaked black money. Setting fire to this fortune worth hundreds of millions would be like opening the gates of hell with his own hands. The sheer shock and impact could terrify anyone. Yet Soo-yun merely smiled faintly as he took the pistol, his expression concealing unwavering resolve. He walked steadily toward the position he had chosen long ago, his silhouette growing increasingly solitary and proud in the interplay of moonlight and darkness.
In the silent forest, a crisp bang echoed.
A bullet streaked through the night sky like a meteor, striking a brick in the corner with pinpoint accuracy.
In an instant, sparks flew everywhere.
The fiery embers danced like spirits, leaving brilliant trails in the air before plummeting into the pool of gasoline that had been waiting. Blue, the color of the first flame, pure and icy cold, rose silently, spreading across the ground without a sound. Like a blue fire serpent slithering through the darkness, it twisted and turned, moving with a sinuous grace. With every twist and climb, it devoured the darkness, illuminating the sins lurking in the shadows. Soon, the fire serpent grew restless within its confined space.
It climbed and leapt with frenzied abandon until the entire complex was engulfed in flames.
In that instant, the tranquil night was shattered. Flames raced like wild horses, breaking free, galloping wildly and forming a vast, boundless sea of fire. The wind, seemingly awakened by this destructive force, howled in response, dancing with the flames and fanning their spread.
The fire raced like wild grass, sweeping toward the distant darkness at a near maddening pace. It's burning. It's actually burning.
White Tiger stared at the magnificent yet terrifying sea of flames before him, unable to suppress his astonished exclamation. His body trembled slightly, both from the scorching heat and the shock within his heart. Such a spectacular scene made him feel as though he were witnessing the righteous fury of justice mercilessly consuming all evil, purging the world's impurities with its colossal power. At that moment, Soo-yun remained crouched there in silence. His figure, silhouetted against the roaring flames, appeared profoundly solitary yet resolute. He gazed at the sea of flames he had ignited with his own hands, his eyes flickering with complex emotions: satisfaction, resolve, and a faint sadness.
As the flames reached their zenith, he pulled out his phone and swiftly pressed the shutter, forever capturing this historic moment within the lens.
As if satisfied by the magnificent spectacle before him, Soo-yun turned slowly to face the White Tiger, a faint yet confident smile curving his lips. His words carried a barely perceptible note of pleasure and release.
"See?
I told you it would look pretty when it burned." Moonlight bathed his handsome face, his deep eyes fixed on the raging flames, gleaming with a cold, resolute light. The firelight illuminated half his profile, accentuating his sharply defined features. That smile, dancing in the flickering flames, held an undeniable charm. The White Tiger watched him silently, his eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment and admiration. Faced with this breathtaking scene, he could only chuckle softly, nodding in agreement. Yes, it truly is a beautiful sight when it burns.
Who could say it wasn't?
This blaze, as fiery as a phoenix rising from the ashes, reduced to dust the wealth Wei Rong had amassed over years of squeezing the blood and sweat from countless common folk.
Meanwhile, atop a distant mountain peak, Wei Rong led his men in a frantic retreat.
Each was panting heavily, utterly exhausted. Suddenly, a chill that seemed to pierce her very soul swept over her, compelling her to turn and look back. What met her eyes was a scene that sent shivers down her spine: a dazzling sea of flames raging in the distance, illuminating half the night sky. Wei Rong froze instantly, her face as pale as paper. Her pupils contracted to pinpricks as she stared in disbelief at the all-consuming flames. Her men turned around upon seeing this. When the towering flames filled their vision, they all gaped in horror, their faces frozen with terror.
What the hell? That's one hell of a fire. One enforcer's eyes widened, unable to suppress his inner panic. Looks like it's coming from our old hideout? Another voice trembled, struggling to confirm the devastating truth.
This scene felt both familiar and utterly foreign, as if witnessed a year ago.
In the dead silence, a heart-wrenching wail pierced the night sky, striking every soul. My goddamn hideout.
There's a ton of my gold bars and 20 million in cash inside. That goddamn bastard burned $1 billion of my money to the ground.
Then came a wave of anguished sobs and cries. Damn it. It hurts. Wah!
Watching Wei Rong weep and violently pound her fists against her ample chest, the thugs could only stand silently by.
How ruthless. They even burned down their own lair. Sure enough.
Whenever that guy shows up in northern Myanmar, chaos erupts. At the same moment, security agencies worldwide seemed awakened by an invisible force, their nerves taut as they entered a state of heightened alert. Behind countless monitors, operators stared wide-eyed, fixated on abnormal signals flickering across screens. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light burst into view like a startling glimpse of a black swan in the night, impossible to ignore. It was real-time ground surveillance footage transmitted from a low-Earth orbit satellite. A complex terrain was now illuminated by intense flames, their brightness piercing through layers of clouds and mist, reaching the sky and easily captured by the satellite. The scene caused everyone present to gasp in shock. A fire visible with such clarity from a satellite perspective was exceptionally rare, indicating immense scale and intensity.
Security agencies worldwide instantly went on high alert.
Orders flooded in like a tidal wave as near-Earth satellites across the globe adjusted their orbits, focusing intently on the mysterious sea of fire to gather more detailed imagery.
Simultaneously, covert forces lurking in every corner of the globe received urgent secret directives from their respective backers. Investigate the cause of that fire at the fastest possible speed. And gradually, some began to recall, hadn't this exact scenario played out several times last year? Chapter 115, Suyun's latest achievements.
Late at night, in the quiet and profound land of Zhonghua, all creatures had fallen into slumber.
Amidst this profound stillness, lights blazed in an office somewhere in Zongnanhai. Xuelong bent over his desk, meticulously combing through the brick-thick dossier on Su Yun. Due to the recent Gaza conflict, the nation's highest leadership had designated Su Yun as a key surveillance target. At that very moment, they were engaged in urgent deliberations in the conference room, strategizing countermeasures. Thus, Xuelong worked overtime, missing Su Yun's actions in the Golden Triangle. Yet fate seemed determined to deny him even a moment's peace that night. As the watch hand silently crept past 1 a.m., the office door was abruptly pushed open, shattering his concentration. "Old Xue, come see this." A familiar, urgent voice pierced the night silence. Wang Zhongjuan strode in with a grave expression, clutching a document tightly in his hand as he headed straight for Xuelong. Before Xuelong could rise to greet him, Wang Zhongjuan slammed the satellite image down before him. The urgency in his expression flashed like lightning in the dark night, instantly illuminating the entire office. Xuelong's gaze was immediately drawn to the satellite image. Most of the scene was an endless, pitch-black night, except for a small area in the lower right corner that was specially marked. It shone like a brilliant pearl embedded in the darkness, radiating a dazzling glow. That light wasn't starlight or moonlight, but the intense glow of raging flames, consuming the earth like hellfire. "Is this northern Myanmar?" Xuelong furrowed his brow slightly, carefully studying the geographical features in the photo until he finally recognized the familiar contours of the terrain. Wang Zhongjuan nodded firmly upon hearing this, tapping his finger emphatically on the fiery patch in the image, confirming his suspicion. "That's right, it's northern Burma." Wang Zhongjuan's voice carried an unmistakable thrill. Intelligence detected a sudden large-scale light spot in the area an hour ago, preliminarily identified as a fire. But, this fire, it's burning strangely. Xuelong's heart tightened, sensing something was amiss. Sure enough, Wang Zhongjuan's next words stretched his nerves to the breaking point. To be precise, this massive fire broke out in an industrial park in northern Myanmar. An industrial park? Xuelong murmured the words, his fingers holding the photograph trembling slightly. His gaze shifted from the photo to Wang Zhongjuan, his eyes reflecting a mix of shock and confusion. "You mean, this fire was started by Su Yun? He's at it again?" The words had barely left his mouth when Xuelong froze, stunned by his own use of the word again. Wang Zhongjuan's expression was grave and subtle, his deep eyes reflecting shock, confusion, and a hint of barely perceptible admiration. He nodded steadily, his tone carrying an unprecedented gravity. "Just moments ago, our intelligence operatives confirmed that this devastating conflagration was actually set by Su Yun. It was that bastard after all." Xuelong's heart cried out in shock, though his expression remained impassive. He keenly caught the fleeting emotion in Wang Zhongjuan's eyes. Before he could fully process it, Wang spoke again, his voice low yet powerful, striking like thunder. 5 massive industrial parks in total, covering over 10,000 acres, including that notorious Wei family stronghold. The spectacular sight of their burning was impossible for even low-orbit satellites to ignore. Wang Zhongjuan's words unfolded like vivid cinematic scenes, transporting the listener into the very heart of that raging inferno. Do you realize how many nations scrambled their satellites within minutes, all focusing on this turbulent region of northern Myanmar? Initially, they merely noted the unusual flickering of light in the region, assuming it was a routine fire or military operation. But as the satellite lenses zoomed in, the truth was starkly revealed. Several industrial parks in northern Myanmar had simultaneously plunged into a fiery inferno. The once silent night sky was now torn apart by 5 crimson blazes, like the devil's sinister grin, heralding an unprecedented catastrophe. Wang Zhongjuan handed over another satellite image, where the flames had multiplied from 1 to 5, like 5 fiery red stars dancing wildly across the dark earth. He pointed them out one by one. The first is the notoriously infamous 3,900-acre Weilai Industrial Park, where the largest number of our Chinese compatriots are imprisoned. Next is the Weiwang Industrial Park, spanning over 2,000 acres. Each one was ignited by Su Yun's own hand of fire of vengeance. He paused, his gaze piercing, and continued. This means that within a mere 3 hours, Su Yun single-handedly destroyed over 10,000 acres of criminal strongholds in northern Myanmar, rescuing at least 30,000 illegally detained Chinese citizens. This figure represents nearly 1/3 of all those lured into northern Myanmar over the past year. At this point, Wang Zhongjuan's lips curved upward in a smile tinged with both satisfaction and pride. 30,000 lives dramatically liberated from hellish captivity. It's foreseeable that our comrades along the border will spend the coming days in a whirlwind of busyness and joy, welcoming this miraculous great escape. In stark contrast to Wang Zhongjuan's joy, Xuelong remained in a dazed state of shock. After a long moment, he finally snapped back to reality and chuckled to himself. Last time we burned down 3 industrial parks. This time? We torched 5, plus the Wei family's stronghold? Ha ha ha. Old Wang, I told you so. Whenever Su Yun goes to northern Myanmar, the whole place gets wrecked. Well done. Though northern Myanmar is a lawless zone beyond the reach of the Flower family's authority. But this blaze has saved countless compatriots from the flowering nation in ways beyond measure. Oh, right. Old Wang, what about those two assassins and the special forces team Dai Xingyao sent to hunt them down? Shui Long suddenly asked again.
Since Wang Zhongjuan oversaw overseas operations, his intelligence was undoubtedly more up-to-date than Shui Long's.
News from northern Myanmar hadn't come back yet, so he could only inquire through Wang Zhongjuan. Ha, old Shui, that's precisely why I sought you out so late. After Shui Long asked, Wang Zhongjuan's expression turned serious. He reached into his magic bag and pulled out a neatly organized file. According to the intelligence we've obtained, both assassins sent to kill Su Yun are dead. Tony Edwin, the second-ranked assassin we feared, was the first to die.
He was executed by Su Yun, who pinned him down. As for the rising star of the assassin world, the fourth-ranked Belararin, she was killed by Su Yun with a karate chop to the heart. Now, the top 20 on the dark web assassin rankings are all stirring with ambition, preparing to vie for the vacant second and fourth positions. It seems the rankings are in for a major shakeup soon. As for that special forces unit dispatched by the Hupu, touted as the strongest on the planet, well, let's just say, they've been completely wiped out by Ace of Spades squad, led by White Tiger. Wang Zhongjuan delivered that final line with a casual brush off. A mere special combat operation by the Hupu? Nothing worth boasting about. With the Flower Nation deploying the White Tiger War God, one of their four great war gods, what suspense could there possibly be? Chapter 116, Summon that God of Death, and we're all screwed. After Wang Zhongjuan finished telling Shui Long about Su Yun's latest achievements, he hurried off. Shui Long, however, had no choice but to add 2 more files to Su Yun's already substantial dossier. And that was just burning down the Wei family's estate. Shui Long muttered to himself, his tone betraying a hint of uncontrollable astonishment. He pictured Su Yun's piercing gaze locking onto Wei Rong, the Wei family's heiress, a cold smile curling his lips. That guy hasn't even started enjoying his wrath yet. Heh, just thinking about it makes me feel sorry for her. Ha ha ha. Shui Long's laughter echoed through the empty office in the dead of night, like the deep toll of a bell striking the silent night. It was a triumphant laugh, filled with anticipation for the storm about to break. Meanwhile, in distant northern Burma, the night was as dark as ink, the starlight dim. This night should have been utterly still, yet tonight, it was anything but ordinary, thanks to Su Yun's thunderous strike. Throughout the deep mountains, neither the titans like Wei Rong, Lu Jingxiang, and Biang Song, nor the obscure owners of minor enclaves could rest easy. Surges of fire tore through the darkness, illuminating the slumbering mountains and igniting anxiety in the hearts of every witness. On the mountain peaks, clusters of park owners gazed toward the distant, fiercely burning parks, their faces etched with fear or confusion. Communication devices clutched tightly in their hands, they strained to glean more information about this catastrophe from one another. Hey, bro, did you see those flames over there? What's going on? An anxious voice crackled over the radio waves. What? The industrial park's on fire? Whose park? The person on the other end was clearly stunned by the sudden news, but his tone instantly relaxed upon hearing the answer. Oh, the one owned by that Wei family's eldest daughter. Well, that's fine then. The words betrayed a hint of schadenfreude over Wei Rong's misfortune. In these mountainous regions, panic and chaos spread like a plague. Phone rings and radio calls echoed incessantly as estate owners monitored the fire's progress while frantically exchanging information. Hey, bro. I gotta tell you something. I just spotted that thing heading your way. Pack up and get out of there fast. Yeah, I'm fine here. Just a small park got burned down. No casualties. Overnight, the once peaceful mountainous region of northern Myanmar was transformed beyond recognition. The camp owners and enforcers who'd once regarded the forests as their sanctuary now hurriedly packed their belongings, fleeing toward the city under cover of night, desperate to survive in this chaotic world. Their frantic figures cast long shadows under the moonlight, adding a touch of desolation to the once quiet mountain paths. Thus, the city, already plagued by security concerns, was now teeming with crowds and filled with an unusual clamor. Deep within the dense, shadowy forest, Wei Rong led a group of enforcers through the thicket at breakneck speed, sending flocks of birds scattering in panic. Wei Rong's eyes were tear-filled, her cheeks streaked with a mixture of glistening tears and dust-stained grime. She practically ran while crying, her heart churning with a turbulent mix of grief and rage. The park she had poured countless days and nights into, meticulously crafted at enormous expense, now lay in ruins, consumed by raging flames. The flames illuminated the night sky, their searing heat waves piercing through the distance, scorching her very soul. It was the culmination of her life's work, the fortress of her once proud career, now ruthlessly destroyed like a shattered dream. Mid-stride, Wei Rong felt her satellite phone vibrate in her pocket. Wiping away tears, she struggled to press the answer button. Biang Song's furious roar erupted from the other end. Wei Rong, you! Don't you dare come near me! Go torment that old bastard Lu Jingxiang instead. Wei Rong's face turned as white as paper, her voice low and strained.
I advise you not to yell at me like that right now. I've got nothing left now, just this worthless life of mine. You and Lu Jingxiang are hiding somewhere, enjoying the show, huh? Fine. That bastard's right on my tail now. Just you wait. First, I'll take him for a spin around your turf, then we'll swing by that bastard Lu Jingxiang's place. Whether your industrial parks survive depends entirely on your own fate. Wei Rong's words cut like ice, each one piercing the heart. On the other end of the line, Bai Song seemed stunned. His voice hesitated noticeably before softening abruptly. Sis, can I call you sis? Don't do this to me. Oh, and there's something I need to tell you. That guy ended up in northern Myanmar because of that old bastard Lu Jingxiang's dirty tricks. He's been holding a grudge since you snatched his piglet last time. He secretly told the rich guy's family that the tycoon was tied up in your compound, prompting them to issue a reward notice. This really has nothing to do with me. Don't come after me, go settle the score with Lu Jingxiang. I saw the huge fire over there. Honestly, I'm pretty freaked out myself right now. If you're willing to give your old buddy a hand, I'll give you 2 farms as compensation. What do you say? After hearing Bai Song's words, Wei Rong's face darkened further, her hand gripping the satellite phone so tightly it nearly shattered. She gritted her teeth. Fine. So it was you two working together behind my back. You just wait. Even if I die, I won't let you off easy. A loyal henchman standing nearby turned pale and asked. Miss, which way should we head now? Wei Rong sneered coldly, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Of course we keep heading toward that bastard Bai Song's territory. The Lu family's place is too far away, we won't make it in time. The henchman looked puzzled. But didn't Boss Bai just say the Lu family was behind the trouble? Wei Rong snorted coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Do you really think Bai Song would be so clean? They'd love to see me dead, how could they not be involved? Wishing for her death? Fine. If it comes down to it, we'll all go down together. Anyway, that guy's right on his tail now. She's the big shot now. No. The big boss. Who wouldn't panic seeing her run toward them? Wei Rong glanced back at the flames and the forest behind her. She knew that guy in the woods was chasing her at a leisurely pace, like a cat toying with a mouse. Ha! Why are there so few people left? As Wei Rong glanced back, she suddenly realized that the number of subordinates trailing behind her had dwindled by more than half. Of the original 1,000+ young heroes, fewer than 300 remained? Miss, they've all slipped away. His trusted subordinate answered with a grimace. Wei Rong silently turned her head, understanding the situation. The troops were losing heart. Without the compound, and now being chased all over the mountains by that guy, her henchmen were no longer willing to follow her. They'd probably all slipped away down the mountain under cover of darkness. The thought of himself, the once formidable head of the Wei family, now reduced to such a pitiful state, sent a surge of rage coursing through Wei Rong. It's all that bastard Lu Jingxiang's fault. What the hell was he thinking? Now look what we've done. Brought that killing machine upon us. We're all screwed. Chapter 117, Bai Song's demise. And right in the direction Wei Rong was sprinting straight ahead. At the Bai family's stronghold, Bai Song had also gathered all his men back. They surrounded the compound in layers upon layers. Having learned from the experience of Wei Rong's facility being burned down, Bai Song specifically dispatched men to protect the surrounding facilities, deploying heavy weapons at several sites. Yet even so, he remained uneasy. After finishing his call with Wei Rong, he picked up his satellite phone and dialed Lu Jingxiang. The moment the call connected, Bai Song blurted out urgently. This is bad. That stupid woman Wei Rong is heading straight for my territory. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold her off. Brother Lu, we 4 major families are bound by blood. Why don't you send some men over to support me? Hello? Hello? Before Bai Song could finish speaking, he realized the satellite phone in his hand had been hung up. Damn it! We agreed that guy would come over so we could all team up and take him down. Lu Jingxiang, you old bastard, you dare hang up on me at a critical moment. In a fit of rage, Bai Song smashed the satellite phone to pieces. But the next moment, one of his underlings rushed over. Mr. Bai, it's bad news. Wei Rong is already at our doorstep. Hearing this, Bai Song let out another furious curse. Damn it! He grabbed a gun and rushed with his men toward the tower of their base. Upon reaching the top, he caught sight of Wei Rong leading a group of henchmen sprinting through his compound. Seeming to spot Bai Song's arrival, Wei Rong waved mockingly at him and gestured behind himself. Ha ha! You dare screw me over? Just wait for your downfall. Bai Song turned to look. Though the night obscured his vision, intense gunfire erupted instantly from the compound. Rat-a-tat-tat. That bastard's here. Holy crap. He's here. Shoot him. Shoot him now. Ha? Why are there others behind him? What's the deal with that squad? Calm down, calm down. We outnumber them. Wait, what? Why are they carrying gasoline cans? Damn it. This is bad. They're going to set it on fire. Under the cover of night, Bai Song turned green as he heard the shouts coming from the park. Damn you, Wei Rong. Bai Song whipped his head around to glare at Wei Rong, who was leading his men back toward Lu Jingxiang's territory, cursing him viciously. Then, turning his gaze back, he saw a faint glow of fire ignite within his own compound. In an instant, the flames spread like wildfire, engulfing everything in their path. Soon, a sea of flames engulfed the darkness. Watching the raging flames and the piglets scattering in all directions, Bai Song's heart shattered. Damn it! My compound! My piglets! My money! At. He snarled at the stunned lieutenant beside him. What the hell are you standing around for? Go put out the fire. The whole farm's going up in flames. The piglets are all gone. Are we gonna starve this year? His furious roar finally snapped his dazed subordinates out of their stupor, and they scrambled toward the farm. But everyone knew this blaze was beyond putting out. Bai Song stood atop the tower, his gaze as dark as water. He scanned the surroundings, searching for that man's figure. But beyond the flickering flames and the encroaching darkness, nothing could be seen. The two sections of the park engulfed in flames covered 2,000 acres and 1,500 acres respectively. Even if the fire were extinguished, little would survive. The only thing offering him some solace was that the guy had actually been chasing Wei Rong through his territory. He hadn't provoked that guy. Therefore, he himself should be safe. 2 parks burned? So be it. Consider it a toll payment and greeting gift to that guy. After all, he still had 3 more complexes to the south. As long as he's unharmed, money can always be made again. And this time, Wei Rong is definitely finished. Once he recovers, he'll swallow up Wei Rong's men in territory. Then he'd be the big boss of northern Myanmar once again. Ha. Feels sweet. Lost in these sweet visions of the future, Bai Song found himself grinning despite the pain in his heart. Just then, a puzzled voice suddenly reached his ears from nearby. What are you grinning like an idiot for? Startled, Bai Song whipped his head around. To his shock, he discovered someone crouched atop the spire of the adjacent tower, a tower he hadn't even noticed before. Who was it? When did they appear here? Which bastard? Wait a minute. Wasn't he supposed to be in the compound? In an instant, dozens of thoughts raced through Bai Song's mind. The figure crouched atop that tower spoke in a voice as casual as if chatting. Seems like he's thinking about some future happy life, that's why he's smiling so brightly? But sorry, you don't have a future. I didn't plan to kill you, but you just happened to be standing in my way. Su Yun quietly rose to his feet atop the tower roof. This unnamed big boss of the park complex hadn't originally been on his hunting list. But there was no helping it, he just happened to be passing by this tower. And this guy just happened to be standing in his way. So it was just bad luck for the boss. In an instant, Su Yun vanished from the tower roof, sprinting silently along the crossbeam between the 2 towers. With a flick of his wrist, a fruit knife shot out like an arrow. What was eerie was that Su Yun's running speed was almost on par with the knife's trajectory. It appeared as though the knife maintained a constant distance of about a meter from his body, suspended in midair in perfect synchronization. This phenomenon only occurs when running speed reaches a certain threshold. It resembled 2 high-speed trains running parallel. When their speeds matched, each would appear stationary to the other. Su Yun's figure leapt past Bai Song, and the fruit knife flew straight toward the back of Bai Song's neck. It was caught precisely in Su Yun's hand. Without even a moment's pause, Su Yun's body shot forward again, vanishing into the night. Fast. Too fast. Only when that figure swept past him like a gust of wind. Until his own throat was pierced by an ordinary-looking fruit knife. Only when the excruciating pain hit did Bai Song finally comprehend. He tried to speak, but discovered with horror that his throat was already silent. Only gushing blood and gasping breaths escaped him. Clutching his throat, he collapsed to his knees, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Am I dying? Gazing at the flickering flames before him, Bai Song felt an overwhelming sense of lingering attachment. But soon, the bleeding and suffocation robbed him of all consciousness. Darkness gradually enveloped him, swallowing him whole and forever. Chapter 118, Your Fate Execution by Firing Squad. Captain, hey, look at these raging flames. They've engulfed 2 more compounds. We've successfully rescued 15,000 of our fellow countrymen from the flower planting family. At that moment, rising from the land shrouded in sin were not only the searing flames but also the beacon of hope for our compatriots' regained freedom. Those camps, once dens of darkness where dark forces exploited our compatriots' blood and sweat and trampled human rights, now lie in ashes beneath the flames of our justice. They can no longer weave lies to lure our kind and innocent fellow countrymen into that bottomless abyss. As the white tiger raced forward, the team member's excited report, brimming with unchecked emotion, echoed in his ears. His heartstrings resonated in response, and a faint smile both satisfied and sly crept onto his lips. Well done. You lot truly embody my spirit. He paused, a hint of pride in his voice. I've already contacted the embassy. They're urgently mobilizing personnel to come here and prepare to welcome our compatriots home. Ever since igniting the first facility in Wei Rong's lair alongside Su Yun, the members of White Tiger and Ace of Spades suddenly realized. Burning down the facilities, damn, it felt so damn satisfying.
Watching the facilities that had once persecuted countless Zhenghua people burn brilliantly in flames gave them an unexpectedly comfortable and pleasant feeling. From that moment on, the Spades squad couldn't stop. They instantly transformed from a formidable Ironwold Special Forces unit into a gang of pyromaniacs. Each member now lugged gasoline drums, trailing behind Su Yun. Wherever Su Yun ordered them to burn, the Spades squad would scamper over to douse the fuel. While Su Yun distracted the thugs, the Ace of Spades squad would sneakily light fires. Over time, their coordination had become flawless. The thought that he, the White Tiger war god, one of the 4 great war gods of this flower-planting family, had become a master arsonist. The White Tiger couldn't help but feel a little proud. He couldn't wait to brag about it to the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird back home. Who the hell had ever burned thousands of acres of plantations in northern Myanmar before? With both plantations now ablaze, the White Tiger led his squad in pursuit of Su Yun's direction. Another team member's report crackled over the squad channel. Captain, Bying Song has just been killed by Su Yun too. White Tiger, mid-stride, froze abruptly. Bying Song is dead too? Did Su Yun take him out? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. When Su Yun passed by, Bying Song happened to be standing right in front of him. Su Yun flicked a fruit knife at him, piercing Bying Song's throat clean through. After catching the knife, Su Yun didn't even glance at him before walking away. The entire killing took less than 5 seconds. Pretty brutal. In the channel, the team member who had the privilege of witnessing the entire kill was filled with admiration. Based on the teammate's description, Baihu briefly imagined the sequence of Bying Song's demise and felt a silent chill. Bying Song, whose strength was no weaker than Wei Rong's, had been taken down by Su Yun in just 5 seconds. Truly absurdly powerful. Then he chuckled sympathetically. Bying Song had terrible luck. Why did he have to stand right under Su Yun's nose? That's practically asking for death. The channel echoed with the team members' booming laughter. Haha, I agree. Bying Song really did have some bad luck. Su Yun's target was Wei Rong. Bying Song was just collateral damage. But it's for the best. Bying Song persecuted the Zhenghua family no less than Wei Rong did. The members of Team Ace of Spades all felt a sense of relief. When they had left home, each of them had assumed this mission would be incredibly dangerous. But ever since meeting up with Su Yun, the entire operation had gone as smoothly as possible. Not only had they chased a group of park enforcers all over the mountains and valleys, but they hadn't even encountered a single proper resistance yet. Moreover, judging by Su Yun's relentless pursuit, it seemed Wei Rong, the target they were bringing home, would likely be apprehended very soon. White Tiger's voice crackled with excitement over the channel. Pick up the pace. Su Yun should be closing in on Wei Rong any moment now. A kilometer ahead, Wei Rong was still sprinting with her head down, her face ashen and her breath coming in gasps. The prolonged flight had nearly crippled her body. Young Miss, Bying Song is dead. The compound over there seems to have been burned down too. The urgent voice of the junior lieutenant came from behind her. Wei Rong struggled to turn her head and glance at the towering flames. Her heart felt utterly numb. She glanced back at the scattered remnants of her followers trailing behind her. Barely 10 souls remained. By now, everyone could see that she, the head of the Wei family, had reached the end of her rope. Her men had long since deserted her. Miss Wei, watch out. A sudden shout came from the junior leader behind her as Wei Rong's foot caught on a fallen log. The prolonged, grueling run had drained her of all strength to control her body. She crashed heavily to the ground, her face scraping against the sharp stones beneath, drawing blood. The junior commander behind her started to rush forward to help, but in the next instant, they all froze in place, too afraid to approach. Their voices trembled as they warned. Miss, look ahead. Wei Rong remained sprawled on the ground. Even without rising, she sensed someone crouched before her, silently watching the back of her head. He. Ha ha ha. Wei Rong, her face still buried in the gravel, suddenly burst into inexplicable laughter. She didn't know why she was laughing. Perhaps she was mocking herself for running so long yet still failing to escape? She waved lightly to the few remaining subordinates behind her. You, go. There's still some gold hidden in the old lair cave. You lot can go back and divide it among yourselves. Go down the mountain and find a woman. If you can live a decent life, then live a decent life. After giving her instructions, Wei Rong struggled to roll over, shifting from lying face down to face up. Only then did she get a clear look at the figure crouched before her. This was actually his first time seeing the man who had thrown all of northern Burma into chaos up close. He was young. And calm. Not running anymore? Su Yun tapped Wei Rong's face lightly with a fruit knife. Wei Rong, her face covered in blood, grinned and shook her head. I'm not running anymore. Can't escape anyway. I admit it. For some reason, seeing this guy finally standing before her and hearing him say he wouldn't run anymore, Wei Rong felt a strange sense of joy welling up inside her. Ha! Finally, I don't have to live in fear of when you'll kill me. Running all this way nearly killed me. That bastard Bying Song, you've probably already taken care of him, right? Wei Rong asked cheerfully. Su Yun nodded. Yeah, just killed him. Good. That bastard wasn't worth keeping alive anyway.
He deserved to die long ago, heh. Wei Rong took a breath and asked again. What about that old bastard Lu Jingxiang? Are you going to spare him? He's done no less harm to your Zhenghua family than I have. Su Yun thought for a moment before nodding.
I hadn't planned on dealing with him, but since you mention it, I'll just kill him on the way. Wei Rong crossed his arms over his chest, gazing up at the stars in the night sky.
It felt rather nice. Why didn't I ever take the time to appreciate it before? Spend half my life busy with murder and arson.
I haven't done much good in this life, all for money.
But I'm not dying in vain, I'm taking two with me. Ha ha ha. Go ahead.
Wei Rong slowly closed her eyes, awaiting death's arrival.
But after a moment, she realized Su Yun hadn't made a move. Puzzled, she opened her eyes and asked. Aren't you going to kill me? Why haven't you done it yet?
Su Yun remained crouched beside Wei Rong's head, silently observing him as he replied calmly.
I did come to kill you at first.
But later, I promised White Tiger I'd spare your life so you could face the judgment you deserve back at the Zhonghuajia. Just as Wei Rong felt a surge of elation at the thought of being spared, Su Yun poured a bucket of cold water over her heart, dousing her excitement with a bone-chilling chill. However, given your extensive crimes, even if extradited to the Flower family, execution by firing squad remains the most likely outcome.
Chapter 119, He's here, he's here. When White Tiger arrived with the Ace of Spades squad, Su Yun was already standing there, holding Wei Rong by the arm.
Seeing Wei Rong in Su Yun's grasp, White Tiger and the Spades squad soldiers froze in shock.
We caught him? Holy crap.
The head of the Wei family, one of the four great families of northern Burma, has fallen into Su Yun's hands. Su Yun tossed Wei Rong, who had long since ceased struggling before White Tiger and the Black Ace squad members, then turned and walked off in another direction.
Bright lights and frantic figures were visible in the distance. It was Lu Zhenxiang's place, the Lu family stronghold. My mission is complete. However, I've just received a new assignment. She wants me to take care of Lu Jingxiang. Do you want to come along? At the Lu family's ancestral home in the bamboo grove on the hillside.
Lu Jingxiang stood atop the bamboo tower, silently observing the distance. Over there were flickering lights and deep shadows. The barbed wire surrounding the entire stronghold had been reinforced from 1 layer to 3, its height raised from 3 meters to a full 5 meters, all electrified. Over a dozen diesel generators roared incessantly, supplying the powerful current needed to power the triple layers of barbed wire. Even the enforcers inside the stronghold now avoided getting too close to the fences. Approaching even slightly closer sent a tingling sensation of electricity through their feet. One could only imagine how potent that current was. And this was merely 1 layer of defense. Surrounding the barbed wire perimeter, an entire ring of landmines had been buried. The trigger weight was set to the lowest possible setting. The level of security is terrifying, even a wild boar stomping around carelessly could get blown sky high. The entire crew of enforcers from the old nest had been mobilized, spending nearly 5 hours just to bury all those mines. As a result, even they were now struggling to keep track of which areas were mined and which weren't. Lu Jingxiang recalled all his enforcers and distributed weapons and ammunition as if they were free. Every man was loaded to the brim with gear. This scale of preparation far exceeded any previous firefights with rival factions. The watchtowers behind the barbed wire fences expanded from 4 to 12. Each tower stood less than 5 meters apart, forming a nearly complete encirclement of the entire stronghold. Each tower was armed with several heavy machine guns, their black muzzles fixed outward. The slightest disturbance would trigger a hail of bullets. And that wasn't all. In the central clearing of the stronghold, 2 entire rows of massive artillery pieces were arrayed. 1 row of mortars, 1 row of howitzers. Beside them lay crates filled with various types of ammunition, high explosive shells, incendiary shells, and more. These were standard military-grade weapons. Operating these artillery pieces were soldiers of the Kokong army, each clad in green military uniforms. From his bamboo tower, Lu Jingxiang surveyed the artillery and soldiers below, his sense of security steadily rising. These were his greatest source of confidence tonight. That damn woman Wei Rong finally lost her mind. She dragged that bastard all over the mountains and valleys, turning half of northern Burma upside down. Damn it! Damn it all to hell! Lu Jingxiang muttered to himself, his eyes cold and dark. Earlier, when he saw the fires burning from east to west, he knew Wei Rong had brought that bastard right into his territory. And when he received Bai Yingsong's distress call earlier, it only solidified his suspicions. Ha! Help! Who's going to help me? That bastard Lu Guoxiang, a member of the 4 great families of northern Myanmar, was standing idly by, letting that guy run rampant across the region. Damn it! What bull about him not being involved in telecom fraud or human organ trafficking, so he won't get mixed up in that bastard's fight with us. Bull! You're dealing drugs and arms, hurting people no less than me. Lu Jingxiang cursed Lu Guoxiang again. Just then, a low-ranking lieutenant rushed in to report. Boss, Bai Yingsong was killed by that bastard. Wei Rong was captured and handed over to the embassy of that country. Hearing this, Lu Jingxiang's fingers clutching the cigar jerked violently. The cigar plummeted straight from the second floor, tracing a crimson streak through the night sky.
Both of them are finished? No. Serves them right. Captured. Ha 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 ha. From now on, their entire business will be mine. After the initial shock, Lu Zhenxiang's face twisted into a savage grin.
In this region of northern Myanmar, only these three were the largest hubs for telecom fraud and human organ trafficking. The four major families appeared united on the surface, but in reality, they had been secretly competing for years. Especially the Wei, Bai, and Lu families, all three were in the same line of business. Now, those two bastards were finally taken out. What did the demise of Wei Rong in buying Song signify? It means their market share and their men will all be his.
Soon, the entire northern Myanmar region will be his territory.
He would become the most powerful kingpin in all of northern Myanmar. Lu Jingxiang knew that as long as he survived today,
then unimaginable wealth and power would be his for the taking. The very thought made Lu Zhenxiang's body tremble with excitement.
He turned to an Kokong army officer standing beside him and said with a smile,
"Colonel Chu Sha, please convey this to General Song Mu.
If you help me survive tonight, I will become the wealthiest man in this region. From that day forward, every military expense of General Song Mu will be covered by yours truly, Lu. I, Lu, will help General Song Mu expand his territory." The Kokong colonel beside him nodded, his voice tinged with mockery.
"Rest assured, Mr. Lu. He's just a Zhuanghua family member.
With General Song Mu protecting you now, and all these weapons and powerful soldiers I brought, there's no way he'll get rid of you." General Song said cooperation is for the long term.
He's very willing to protect his partners.
Hearing these words and surveying the soldiers and artillery below, Lu Jingxiang felt an overwhelming clarity wash over him. He was nothing like those two foolish fools, Wei Rong and Buying Song. The moment he first heard that man was heading to northern Myanmar, he had spent a fortune to contact the military forces of the Kokong army behind him, seeking protection. Therefore, tonight, not only would he not die, but if he got the chance, he'd tear that flower-growing bastard to shreds. I should thank you for eliminating two of my rivals.
Come on. Let's see who dies tonight.
Gazing into the darkness beyond, Lu Jingxiang licked his lips bloodthirstily. Night had fallen, stars and moon concealed, leaving only streetlights flickering in the darkness, casting strings of dim, yellow light. In this quiet and profound night, Suyun's figure was like a lonely silhouette, silently and steadily closing in on the Lu family's lair.
He's coming.
He strides forward with powerful steps. Someone broke the tense silence first, their voice laced with astonishment and awe. Like a thunderclap echoing through a silent valley, it instantly roused the latent tension within the crowd.
Damn!
This is nerve-wracking. Another gasp, thick with astonishment and unease. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the figure drawing nearer. Their hearts pounded like drums, pulses racing wildly, as if they could hear the roar of each other's blood rushing through their veins.
He's actually walking straight over here. With all of us here, isn't he afraid at all? Chapter 120, How Many Lives?
The thugs atop the tower watched the figure advancing step by step in the night, swallowing nervously.
When Suyun's figure was fully illuminated by the wall's lights,
the thugs on the tower were jolted by another shock.
He came alone, without even a gun?
Suyun glanced at the towering watchtowers surrounding the stronghold and the barbed wire crackling with blue electricity, furrowing his brow slightly. He was here for a side job, but the hostile setup they'd put up didn't seem very welcoming.
Get your boss out here. Wei Rong just posted a bounty mission. I'll leave once I finish it.
The enforcers atop the towers froze at the words.
What did he say? What bounty? He mentioned a bounty Wei Rong put out. What does that mean? Didn't Wei Rong fall into his hands? No idea.
Who cares? I'll go tell the master first. The enforcer scrambled down the tower, sprinted toward the bamboo house, and reported to Lu Jingxiang.
Master, bad news. That guy outside says he wants to take you on as a mission. What? Take me as a mission? Lu Zhenxiang's expression darkened instantly.
He gritted his teeth and sneered coldly.
Oof. So he really came for me. With all my men and preparations in place, he walks right up to my doorstep and demands my life? How arrogant. Go tell him. Trying to mess with me? He's dreaming. Yes.
Lu Jingxiang had clung to a sliver of hope if that guy didn't come looking for him tonight, maybe they could sit down and have a proper talk.
But now, he was demanding his life right off the bat? That was just too arrogant.
It seemed a fight was inevitable tonight. He turned to the resolute colonel beside him and said,
Colonel Chu Sha, it seems there's no possibility for a conversation. Have your men prepare.
We'll take him out with artillery fire.
Meanwhile, the enforcer who received Lu Jingxiang's order was frantic with anxiety as he hurried toward the tower.
His silhouette cast a long shadow under the moonlight. Upon reaching the tower, he climbed the steep stone steps, panting heavily. Fixing his gaze on Suyun below, he bellowed at the top of his lungs.
The master says he won't come out. Go die.
At these words, Suyun's previously serene expression instantly froze like ice, as if a lake in the cold wind had suddenly solidified. His eyes shone like stars in a winter night, bitterly cold and profoundly deep. A suffocating aura of murderous intent began to emanate from him, spreading like a frigid wave that seemed to freeze the very air around him. When Wei Rong was captured by Su Yun, the resentment and unwillingness in her heart ignited into a fiery flame of vengeance, burning fiercely.
To wash away the humiliation, she secretly issued a bounty to Lu Zhengxiang. Cunning as she was, she knew that directly ordering Lu Zhengxiang's death would only arouse Su Yun's suspicion and resentment.
Thus, she cleverly offered 5 gold bars as reward, ostensibly commissioning Su Yun to deliver a lesson Lu Zhengxiang would never forget. She remembered clearly that it was Lu Zhengxiang and Bai Yingsan's foolish scheme that had cost her the best chance to escape danger. Now that this open scheme was in motion, she was certain the cowardly Lu Zhengxiang would never dare confront Su Yun head-on.
Interfering with my mission?
Su Yun's voice echoed like it came from an ice cellar, cold enough to send shivers down one's spine. Bai Hu, who had just arrived at the scene, stiffened instantly upon hearing those words, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Su Yun, calm down first.
What exactly happened?
Before White Tiger could finish his sentence, a deafening roar erupted across the heavens and earth. Within the Lu family stronghold, mortar and howitzer cannons roared in unison. Countless shells streaked across the night sky like a meteor shower, carrying the scent of death as they poured down relentlessly.
In an instant, their area was engulfed in a sea of fire.
Explosive shockwaves swept like a raging storm, the ground trembling violently as debris flew everywhere. The Black Ace Squad soldiers, who had just finished assembling, were horrified. They scattered in all directions, scrambling for cover to escape the sudden barrage of artillery fire. Smoke billowed thickly, flames shot skyward, and the battlefield descended into chaos and panic. When the shelling finally subsided, White Tiger strained to make out figures through the thick haze.
He finally spotted Su Yun beside a pile of rubble.
He stared in utter astonishment at Su Yun's face, which remained utterly composed.
I only intended to give you a verbal warning and settle this matter. Yet not only did you refuse to cooperate, you actually used artillery against me? Lend me a tactical backpack.
Su Yun spoke calmly, his tone carrying an authority that brooked no argument. A soldier from Ace of Spades' squad froze in place before mechanically unstrapping his tactical backpack and handing it over. And hand over all the grenades you're carrying. Su Yun commanded. The soldiers exchanged nervous glances, yet none dared disobey. One by one, they surrendered every grenade they carried. Su Yun took the backpack, meticulously counting and organizing the assorted grenades with practiced precision. He crouched down, carefully arranging each grenade inside the pack. The clinking of metal against fabric echoed distinctly in the silent battlefield. Each faint clink seemed to strike a chord in the hearts of everyone present. White Tiger walked over to take a look, his scalp prickling. Then he placed several high-explosive grenades from his own gear in front of Su Yun and cautiously said,
Su Yun, that guy's on the Zhenhua family's most wanted list. Don't kill him.
Su Yun hoisted the heavy, bulging pack of grenades onto his back and turned silently toward the Lu family's iron barrel-like stronghold. We'll see how it goes.
Watching Su Yun's receding figure, White Tiger and every soldier of Team Ace of Spades felt a chill rise up their spines. Cold sweat trickled down their cheeks, soaking through their uniforms.
One soldier gripped his weapon tightly, his voice trembling almost beyond control.
Captain, he wouldn't actually blow this place to smithereens, would he? Another soldier asked, his voice thick with anxiety.
White Tiger gave a bitter smile, his eyes flickering with complex emotions.
We have to. What's this old nest compared to what he's facing? What was Lu Zhengxiang thinking? Just cooperate with the mission Wei Rong issued last night? Instead, he fired cannons at Su Yun? How many lives does he think he has?
Bai Hu silently prayed for Lu Zhengxiang. As an A-level fugitive, if he somehow survived to face justice, perhaps he could atone for his crimes to some small degree.
But he knew such a possibility was slim.
Many years later, when White Tiger, now a lieutenant general, recalled this night, his expression still rippled with emotion. He could only describe that night with 2 words.
Brilliant. Unparalleled splendor. The thunderous roar of artillery, the successive explosions, the billowing plumes of smoke.
The sky filled with artillery fire and flames, as if determined to illuminate the night sky completely.
The entire Lu family stronghold was reduced to rubble.
Every thug's corpse was intact. And against that backdrop of flames, that man finally emerged from the ruins of the Lu family stronghold, dragging a man who was barely clinging to life, his face a bloody mess.
The scene was utterly breathtaking. Chapter 121, Return to the Homeland. Bang!
Su Yun's arms clamped down like iron pincers, his powerful palms gripping 2 ragged, terrified captives with iron resolve. In that instant, his movements were as swift and decisive as lightning in a storm. His arm muscles tensed, veins bulging, as if containing boundless power. With a thunderous roar that shook the very air, he hurled the 2 men like broken ragdolls. 2 figures traced sharp arcs through the air, their descent toward the White Tiger marked by an indescribable panic and helplessness. The air screeched sharply as it was violently compressed by their rapid descent. The White Tiger's first concern was whether these 2 were dead. After a quick check, he found that while they were badly beaten, there were no immediate signs of death. Only then did he exhale a long sigh of relief. But when the White Tiger's gaze fell upon the other man dragged back by Su Yun, his eyes widened in shock.
Colonel Chu Sha of the Guodan military? Damn it! What's this guy doing here? No, Lu Jingxiang must have hooked up with the decisive army again. Bai Hu quickly grasped the crucial connection. This Colonel Chu Sha was the right-hand man of General Song Mu, the military leader of the Kokong army in northern Burma. Song Mu controlled the entire northern Myanmar region, persecuting countless Chinese nationals. Originally, due to the difficulty of gathering evidence abroad, the Chinese leadership's plan was to first capture Lu Jingxiang, then pressure the Burmese government to deal with Song Mu. But Lu Jingxiang, driven to desperation, must have sought assistance from Song Mu's Kokong forces. As a result, Song Mu dispatched this colonel's unit to assist him. And just like that, Su Yiguo wiped them all out. I noticed this guy's tone was a bit sharp back there, so I brought him along. I broke both his legs, but he's otherwise unharmed. You should find him useful. Su Yun stated matter-of-factly, while White Tiger nodded vigorously. Useful? Extremely useful. Back home, they were still fretting over how to break through the Burmese military's defenses. Now that we've captured this guy, once we interrogate him back home, we can immediately apply heavy pressure on the Burmese military. They'll have no excuse left to block our troops from clearing out that northern Myanmar region. Bai Hu grinned from ear to ear. What an absolutely unexpected stroke of luck. Originally, the situation involving Myanmar was tricky, making it difficult to act openly. But now, he'd practically walked right into our hands. A broken leg was no big deal as long as he still had a breath left. With that thought, White Tiger quickly called out to the Black Ace soldiers. Keep a close eye on these two. Give them some medicine, but whatever you do, don't kill them. After giving his orders to the Ace of Spades squad, White Tiger turned to Su Yun and asked. So, do we need to go back in and search the place again? Could there be any stragglers we missed? No need. There's no one left alive. Su Yun's nonchalant reply made Bai Hu choke on his words. Did they all get blown to bits? The mission is complete, so we need to return to our territory immediately. Su Yun, what about you? Coming back with us? Bai Hu asked with a hint of anticipation, mirrored by the eager expressions of the Black Ace squad members. Now that 3 of the 4 major families in northern Myanmar had been wiped out, the remaining one only dealt in drug trafficking and arms smuggling, no telecom fraud or organ trafficking. This drug trafficking and arms smuggling primarily affected neighboring countries and Western nations, with minimal impact on China. Therefore, White Tiger had no immediate plans to deal with the remaining Lu family. His sole hope now was that Su Yun would agree to accompany them. That way, they might even get the chance to seek his counsel along the way. Though he is the White Tiger war god among China's 4 great war gods, Su Yun's skill level clearly surpasses even the 4 great war gods. No! He surpassed all the world's most elite combatants. Su Yun, with these 2 in tow, we can't retrace our steps back. We'll have to find a way to sneak across and enter through Yun province. Bai Hu added at the right moment. Su Yun considered it. With midterms still half a month away and no decent mercenary jobs on hand, he nodded. Alright, let's go together. I've done my share of sneaking across borders. As for the route, I should know it pretty well. When it came to crossing borders, Su Yun rarely took the conventional routes anyway. So when it came to smuggling, he was actually quite knowledgeable. And since the Ace of Spades squad was also entering from Yun province, they were all talking about the same route. Follow me. I know a shortcut through here that leads straight to the border. Su Yun led the way into the woods. Watching his retreating figure, the Ace's squad members were speechless. The legend truly is a legend. He even knows the quickest route for sneaking back into the country. As Su Yun led the Spades, a special forces squad through the dense mountain forests on their journey back to the homeland. Xue Long also received word of his impending return. The news was delivered by Wang Zhongjuan, who rushed over in a hurry. Su Yun is coming back. Wang Zhongjuan wore a look of schadenfreude on his face. Xue Long knew exactly what that smile meant. While Su Yun was overseas, he fell under Wang Zhongjuan's jurisdiction. But once she set foot back on Chinese soil, the headache would be his to bear. After all, with such a potentially explosive, nuclear bomb-level individual returning home, even a squad of armed police and SWAT officers wouldn't be enough to feel secure. If his identity hadn't been exposed, would all this trouble have been avoided? Xue Long sighed deeply, clutching his forehead. Old Xue, that's where you're wrong. He pulled off so many earth-shaking feats overseas. If intelligence couldn't uncover his background, how could national security be guaranteed? Wang Zhongjuan's eyes widened instantly at Xue Long's mutterings. Fine. You're so smart, so high and mighty. Stop dithering, let's hurry over to pick him up. Don't be late, we don't need any more messes. The two hurried out the door. From a distance, Xue Long saw armored police vehicles and SWAT cars rushing away in a flurry. Above them, 2 armed helicopters were already heading towards some unknown destination. What the hell is going on? Old Wang, did you set this up? Xue Long looked utterly bewildered. Wang Zhongjuan chuckled. Xue, are you blind? Look closely, those are armed police and SWAT. I didn't mobilize them all. Su Yun must have alarmed Vice Chairman Zhou, who fears it's unsafe for that guy to return.
So they're planning to escort Su-yun all the way from the border to his home, then assign 24-hour surveillance. Upon hearing this, Shuelong immediately frowned deeply, nearly cursing under his breath.
Bull. This isn't brain. He really thinks too highly of himself. How dare he meddle with someone the military has their eye on? Didn't he consider the consequences of making such a grand show to retrieve Su-yun? What if he provokes him? If he really gets pissed off, Su-yun could kill MacArthur even under the heavy protection of the Hupu army. Forget about these armed police and special police whose military training doesn't hold a candle to frontline troops. And they're supposed to watch Su-yun 24/7? What the hell is that guy thinking? Shuelong now found himself in a bind. Curse him and risk provocation, but hold back and live in constant dread of angering Su-yun. Chapter 122, Armed Police Deployment. This is no joke. Sending a bunch of people to watch Su-yun?
Setting aside whether they could actually keep tabs on him, this attitude alone, if it angered Su-yun, it wouldn't be a minor matter. A figure of nuclear strategic importance, wouldn't that push him into direct opposition with the Flower family? Ha! Old Shui, getting mad at me won't help. Decisions made by that person aren't something mere minor generals like us can stop. Besides, the armed police and special forces are already on the move.
Even if you wanted to stop it now, it's too late. Some reconnaissance teams have already been dispatched to the border.
I think you'd be wise to bring someone who can calm Su-yun's emotions along with you.
There might still be time. Someone who can calm Su-yun down? What a move! Damn, old Wang, no wonder they put you in charge of dealing with foreigners. You're sharp.
Shuelong immediately dashed toward the car in the courtyard. Wang Zhongjuan, seeing this, called out curiously.
Where are you going?
To find someone who can calm Su-yun down. The only person in the entire country who could calm Su-yun down was probably just one person.
Su-yun's younger sister, Su Xiaomei. Border. Detective Captain He Xin and a large contingent from the bureau were waiting anxiously along a border section.
The other officers from the station all looked puzzled.
Captain He, what's going on today? Why did you bring everyone from our bureau to the border? And why are we all armed with guns and ammunition? Isn't border smuggling usually handled by the armed police or special forces? Shouldn't that fall under the jurisdiction of the armed police or special police? A junior officer whispered the question. He Xin, crouched on the ground smoking, could only shake his head silently. You ask me? Who am I supposed to ask? Don't you know about the top secret regulations? Just stand your post properly. Even he was puzzled. Why had their police bureau been deployed to the border? And it wasn't just the police system, SWAT teams and armed police were all here too. Put out that cigarette. Just as he was deep in thought, a harsh voice rang out behind him, tinged with a distinctly unfriendly tone. He Xin turned around and promptly stomped out the cigarette butt. Holy crap! This was a big shot he'd only ever seen on the news. Major General Wang Zhongjuan. Behind Wang Zhongjuan stood a squad of fully armed elite soldiers. He Xin felt like things were getting a bit beyond his comprehension. He looked up again and caught sight of two armed helicopters slowly approaching from the sky not far away. Damn! Armed helicopters too? Could this be a counter-terrorism operation? But I haven't received any notification from headquarters. The more He Xin thought about it, the more anxious he became. Amidst this sea of people, he, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade, felt he didn't even have the right to make a splash. Just then, He Xin's gaze flickered and caught sight of someone he never dreamed would be here. Wang Yangji? You, aren't you supposed to be serving as deputy director of the Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau? What are you doing here? He Xin recognized his old classmate from the police academy, Wang Yangji, deputy director of the Jiangcheng Municipal Public Security Bureau. Wang Yangji also noticed He Xin and began walking toward him. His attention, however, remained fixed on the border jungle. Old Wang, what's all this commotion today? Even the Jiangcheng police system sent you over. What's going on? He Xin asked cautiously. The earlier arrival of SWAT teams, armed police, and military helicopters had already stunned him. Now, with personnel from the Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau arriving too, panic began to set in. Wang Yangji simply replied in a measured tone. We're here to pick someone up. Once we've done that, we'll be heading back. We'll catch up another time. Wang Yangji's words left He Xin stunned. Was all this commotion just to pick someone up? What level of person could possibly involve the provincial authorities? Pick someone up. He Xin was about to speak when his gaze fell on a girl of 16 or 17 standing behind Wang Yangji. Hi, hello, officer. Su Xiaomei smiled and waved at He Xin when she noticed him looking her way. Ha? Oh. Little sister, hello. He Xin gave a perfunctory greeting before turning his gaze to Wang Yangji, his face full of confusion as he asked. Who is she? Wang Yangji replied with a smile. She's here to pick someone up. Oh, picking someone up. Ha? Pick someone up? He Xin's mouth fell open in surprise. What kind of situation? A girl barely in her teens getting involved and she's here to pick someone up? Xin suddenly felt like he'd grasped some clues in the back of his mind yet couldn't quite piece them together. Su Xiaomei took the initiative to reveal the answer. My brother's coming back, so I'm here to pick him up. Your brother? Who is your brother? And who are you? Wait. If this whole scene is really for picking someone up, it's definitely not an ordinary person. 20 minutes of agonizing wait, each second stretched to its limit. Along this silent border, the tension in the air felt like invisible threads, tightly wound around everyone's nerves. Finally, from deep within the dense forest beyond the border, came a faint yet distinct sound. It was a rustling blend of leaves scraping against branches and footsteps crunching through foliage, like whispers in the dark night, signaling something out of the ordinary. Hearts raced, eyes involuntarily darting toward the source of the sound. At the edge of that shadowy jungle, blurred silhouettes began to emerge, as if silently sketched by the night itself, radiating an indescribable aura of mystery and authority. These figures moved with astonishing speed yet utter silence, blending into the darkness so seamlessly that their presence could only be sensed through their breath. Moments later, Xian's gaze locked onto the squad sprinting out of the border jungle. His eyes widened in utter shock, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. This was a unit whose equipment, discipline, and operational methods all radiated the distinctive aura of a special forces team. They wore uniform tactical gear, shouldered various precision weapons, and concealed their faces beneath tactical masks, revealing only pairs of cold, resolute eyes that seemed capable of piercing through any darkness or crisis. Special forces? Xian murmured, his voice thick with awe. The moment Ace of Spades' squad crossed the border, time seemed to freeze. No one stepped forward to question them, no one attempted to stop them, not even a single unnecessary sound was heard. This was respect for their power, and even more, reverence for the unknown. The SWAT officers, armed police, and even regular police present all understood the appearance of special forces meant the incident had inevitably escalated to the national level, its sensitivity and importance extraordinary. They knew that without proper authorization, even a simple question out of curiosity could trigger consequences too grave to bear. Facing this special forces unit returning from overseas, the eyes of the armed police and SWAT officers held only profound reverence and admiration. It was admiration for formidable combat prowess, as well as recognition and reverence for fellow warriors. They silently stepped back, clearing a path for the mysterious squad to proceed unimpeded. Team Ace of Spades sliced through the night like a black lightning bolt. They silently set down two figures whose heads were tightly hooded, then stood motionless like statues, blending into the darkness around them. Their presence was intensely palpable yet utterly still, as if awaiting some unknown command or the arrival of a pivotal figure. Doubt swirled in Xian's mind. Who exactly was this formidable special forces team waiting for? Just as he tried to glean clues from the surroundings, Su Xiaomei beside him suddenly let out a delighted cry. She raised her arm and waved cheerfully toward a certain direction. Brother! Over here! Chapter 123, Kidnapping. Brother, over here! Su Xiaomei waved happily in one direction. Xian scanned the crowd. At the border, Su Yun was walking in slowly with another person. Upon seeing Su Yun, Xian's first thought as a member of the public security system was, well, this guy must be an illegal immigrant, right? But clearly, in this situation, he had no time to ponder such questions. After crossing the border, Su Yun first scanned the armed police and special forces standing at the ready along the frontier. He then looked up at the two armed helicopters circling overhead. He stood silently at the border for a moment, lost in thought. Seeing Su Yun like this, Shuelong's heart suddenly sank with panic. He quickly tapped Su Xiaomei's back, signaling her to step forward and greet Su Yun. Xiaomei, quick, go call your brother again. Su Xiaomei gave a sly smile and whispered. Are you two that worried about my brother? Shuelong sighed helplessly and whispered back. Otherwise I wouldn't have brought you here. Hurry up and call him again. I feel like something's about to go wrong with you. Shuelong was genuinely panicking now. Sure enough, the moment Su Yun returned and saw all these people waiting for him with weapons drawn, he began showing subtle signs of preparing to act. Shuelong was incredibly relieved he'd had the foresight to bring Su Yun's emotional stabilizer along. Su Xiaomei dropped the banter and called out cheerfully once more. Brother, let's go home. Sure enough, after Su Xiaomei called out again, Shuelong saw Su Yun finally withdraw his gaze. He gave Shuelong a fleeting, indifferent glance before turning toward Su Xiaomei. Watching Su Yun's retreating figure, Shuelong sighed inwardly. That guy really is frighteningly sharp. Though they'd never met, he'd spotted me instantly in the crowd. As for Heilong, who had returned with Su Yun, Shuelong gave him a slight nod. After a brief exchange of glances, Heilong was escorted down the mountain by a group of armed police officers. Why did you come over? Su Yun naturally took Su Xiaomei's hand. Su Xiaomei nestled her face against Su Yun's arm and smiled happily. I was going to wait for you at home, but this uncle insisted on bringing me here to meet you. So here I am. I know they probably just wanted to keep you from going crazy, so they dragged me over. Su Yun didn't respond to her words. Instead, he pulled several bright red wild berries from his pocket, wiped them on his clothes, and placed them in Su Xiaomei's hand. I spotted these wild berries along the way. They taste pretty good, give them a try. I also brought you some souvenirs, they're all in my bag. Su Xiaomei took a bite of the bright red wildberry and said obediently. Brother, those people probably have something to tell you. You go ahead and take care of it. Once you're done, let's go home. Alright. Su Yun nodded, his gaze shifting toward Xue Long. Noticing Su Yun's gaze, Xue Long stepped forward and introduced himself with a smile. Su Yun, hello. My name is Xue Long. I hold the rank of Junior General and am primarily responsible for domestic security operations. As for the specific title of my position, it's not appropriate to disclose it here. I'm sure you can guess what it is. Su Yun nodded calmly, having naturally guessed as much. Including he alone, the temporary war correspondent who had been following him all along, both he and this man before him were undoubtedly military personnel. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded behind them. It seemed slightly breathless, yet tinged with excitement. Su Yun, sorry I'm late. Xue Long turned to see the newcomer and instantly frowned in exasperation. Yamong, weren't you at Zhongnanhai? What are you doing here? The newcomer was none other than Zhuke Song Yamong, still clad in her military uniform. Apparently she hadn't even had time to change. Moreover, the collar of her shirt was undone, and she was drenched in sweat. Song Yamong caught her breath, looked at Xue Long, and rolled her eyes dramatically. Uncle Xue, you're something else, deliberately holding back news of his return? Good thing White Tiger texted me, I ran all the way back from Zhongbihai. Xue Long raised an eyebrow, replying without pretense. Yamong, your grandfather and old Wang are rivals. They both want him. Keeping his return under wraps wasn't unreasonable, was it? Did you come alone? Xue Long glanced behind Song Yamong but saw no one else. Logically speaking, when the Air Force sends someone, it shouldn't just be Song Yamong alone. Of course not. My grandfather sent a whole team, but they were too slow. I rushed up the mountain on my own. Xin, who had been quietly observing the scene, heard this and glanced at the sweat on the female soldier's face. He thought to himself, from the foot of the mountain to this spot, over 10 miles of mountain trails she ran the entire way at a forced march pace? To sweat this much, she must have been moving at an incredible pace. Was she that eager to see Su Yun? Then he looked up and saw the military academy insignia on Song Yuming's shoulder and froze. Colonel? A female colonel? And so young? Holy cow. This is getting more and more intense. Zhuke Song Yamong walked straight up to Su Yun, extended her right hand with confidence, and smiled as she said, Su Yun, it's been a while. Su Yun glanced at Song Yamong and nodded back with a smile. Yeah, it's been a while, almost half a month. Bro, do you two know each other? Seeing Su Yun and Song Yamong appear to know each other, Su Xiaomei lifted her head, her curiosity evident as she looked from Song Yamong to Su Yun. Yeah, during the Hupu mission, she joined my mercenary group for a while. But she returned to China when I went to northern Myanmar. Su Yun explained calmly to Su Xiaomei. No sooner had Su Yun finished explaining than Song Yamong spoke up again. Su Yun, that operation with the Hupu was the most unforgettable mission of my life. Thank you for letting me join your Su Huang mercenary group as a temporary member. However, this time I've come to see you representing two distinct factions within the flower planting family alongside Uncle Xue. I also want to discuss something with you. Of course. But today definitely isn't the right place. But since Uncle Xue went to such great lengths to meet you at the border, I felt I should at least make an effort. I'll pay a visit to your home in a couple of days. I hope you won't mind. After speaking, Song Yamong shot Xue Long a smug glance. Though she arrived late, she had an advantage, her prior connection with Su Yun. Xue Long hadn't expected Song Yamong to pull this sudden move, and he was genuinely annoyed. Now that Su Yun had returned to the country, several major domestic factions were already preparing to formally engage with him. What followed could very well be a fierce battle to recruit him. Therefore, even the smallest detail could determine the final outcome. No room for carelessness. Xue Long quickly added. Then let's make it the day after tomorrow. I'll come visit you with Yamong. Rest assured, we won't show up empty-handed. Ha ha. Xue Long skillfully used another joke to try and bridge the gap between himself and Su Yun. Meanwhile, Su Yun kept his head down, listening intently to Su Xiaomei's words. Bro, this guy's awkward small talk is so cringy. Chapter 124, Dead Su Yun, Bad Su Yun. The Black Ace Special Forces squad remained standing there, waiting quietly until they caught Su Yun's gaze. Only then did the A of Spades squad members approach Su Yun one by one. Unlike their stern, icy demeanor with others, the A of Spades squad members appeared remarkably gentle in Su Yun's presence. Su Yun, is this your sister? She's so beautiful. Another soldier pulled a delicate little box from his tactical backpack. Inside lay a carefully selected handicraft from a street stall in northern Myanmar. Though inexpensive, it carried exotic charm and deep goodwill. First meeting, nothing special to give you, but here's a little craft I bought at a street stall in northern Myanmar. Take it. Keep up the good work and study hard. A group of iron-blooded soldiers surrounded Su Xiaomei with beaming smiles. After greeting her, the soldiers of Ace of Spades squad took a step back, their eyes filled with reverence as they looked at Su Yun. White Tiger stepped forward alone, grinning widely. Thanks for looking out for us on this mission. If you ever need anything, just give us a shout. If you're willing to join the Spade Special Forces, I'd gladly step down as captain and serve under you as your second in command. Ha ha ha. These words left not only Xuelong and Song Yumeng stunned, but even the onlookers were deeply moved. After all, the Spade Special Forces belonged to one of the three mysterious forces of the flower-planting nation, personally commanded by the White Tiger, one of the four war gods. Its elite status was renowned worldwide. The 7-member squad deployed to northern Myanmar for this mission represented the cream of the crop. That the White Tiger was willing to relinquish command of this elite squad just to invite Su Yun aboard demonstrated his profound recognition and trust in Su Yun's abilities. Su Yun, you don't need to give me an answer right away. Think it over carefully. We still have a mission to complete, so we'll take our leave for now. White Tiger, accompanied by all the Black Ace Squad warriors, smiled at Su Yun and pounded his chest. Then, carrying the two hooded figures, he swiftly headed down the mountain. At a designated spot below the mountain, another group was already waiting. Watching the Spades' squad disappear, Su Yun nudged Su Xiaomei with her chin. Let's go home. Xuelong and Song Yumeng hurried to follow. Su Yun, we'll escort you. Finally, at the foot of the mountain, Su Yun and Su Xiaomei boarded a dark green military vehicle marked Special Police. Another SWAT vehicle followed behind, along with 2 armed police vehicles. A police car led the way ahead, while the 2 armed helicopters hovering overhead had already departed. Thus, the convoy proceeded home in grand procession. Though no sirens blared, the spectacle still drew immense attention. Motorists and pedestrians watching the convoy of SWAT and armed police vehicles assumed some major incident must have occurred in the city. Days later, this convoy returned to the old residential complex where Su Yun lived. The security guard at the gate and the elderly ladies sunbathing nearby gathered around, thrilled to witness the spectacle. When they saw Su Yun stepping out of one of the SWAT vehicles, holding Su Xiaomei's hand, the crowd instantly recognized them. Hey, isn't that Yun and Xiaomei? Why are you coming back in police cars? And with all these police officers and soldiers? Some even carrying guns. Ah, this is something else. Little Yun's really made it big now. The police are personally escorting you home. Xiao Yun, you're not a kid anymore. How about I find you a match? What kind of person are you looking for? In the eyes of the elderly neighbors, SWAT officers and armed police were no different from regular cops. They were all just police to them. Seeing such a large contingent personally escorting Su Yun and Su Xiaomei home, and with such an extremely respectful attitude, they assumed Su Yun must have done something good or kind. Otherwise, why would there be such a big deal? After bidding farewell to the nosy neighbors, Su Yun and Su Xiaomei headed up to their apartment building. Then he paused, his gaze drifting toward Xuelong and Song Yumeng trailing behind them. Xuelong immediately sensed the hint and stopped, waving with a smile. Alright then, I'll come back the day after tomorrow. With that, Xuelong hurried downstairs, afraid Su Yun might change his mind. Meanwhile, Song Yumeng put on a rare pout. Su Yun, aren't you going to invite us up for a drink of water? Su Xiaomei saw Song Yumeng's expression and instantly widened her eyes, her pupils filled with confusion. When had anyone ever dared to be so bold with her brother after learning his identity? Su Yun's eyebrows furrowed, impatience flitting across his face. Just as he raised his hand to dismiss Song Yumeng, she continued. Remember when you asked me to take photos of that island for you? I've already done it, they're all on my phone. Why don't we go inside and take a look? Su Yun offered no response, merely turning and walking slowly into the hallway. 5 minutes later, Song Yumeng emerged from the hallway entrance, her expression slightly darkened and her pace noticeably hurried. The eyes that usually sparkled with mischief now held a faint, almost imperceptible dullness. Her lips pressed tightly together, she murmured softly, Damn Su Yun, damn Su Yun. Can't you see how I feel about you at all? This is infuriating. Her words carried both pouting resentment and an undeniable mix of disappointment and helplessness. Just 5 minutes earlier, Song Yumeng had followed Su Yun into the cottage she'd longed for with eager anticipation. No sooner had she sat down than Su Yun handed her a bottle of mineral water. Before she could savor the long-awaited warmth, he bluntly demanded her phone and began flipping through her photo album without pretense. Stunned, she could only silently watch Su Yun's focused profile as he copied every single photo related to that mysterious island from her phone to his own. After completing this series of actions, Su Yun delivered a blunt dismissal without hesitation. Song Yumeng's heart tightened. The plan she had been brewing for so long to use this opportunity to invite Su Yun to join the Air Force was instantly disrupted. Before she could utter a single heartfelt word, Su Yun's cold demeanor forced her out the door. Recalling that moment now, the bitter resentment and unwillingness surged like a tidal wave, transforming into the fury and pouting anger of the scene just now. Ha, Yumeng, it seems General Song has quite the interest in Su Yun. He's even willing to send his precious daughter to make the request personally. A teasing voice interrupted Song Yumeng's thoughts. She looked up to see Xuelong leaning against the entrance of the apartment building, his face beaming with schadenfreude, clearly having waited there for quite some time. Facing Xuelong's taunt, Song Yumeng arched her delicate eyebrows, shooting him a sidelong glance as she retorted without backing down. As if your own General Wang isn't equally eager.
If you're so confident, stop sitting here waiting for rabbits to walk into your trap. Oof. Anyway, Su-yun and I once fought side by side as comrades in arms. Come the day after tomorrow, we'll see whether it's your army or our air force that successfully wins Su-yun the decisive game-changing weapon that will tip the scales of battle. With that, both fell into a brief, unspoken silence, each lost in deep contemplation. They both understood that Su-yun remained utterly indifferent to joining either side or even participating in this struggle at all. It seemed none of this mattered to him. Thus, the outcome of this contest hinged entirely on who could offer the most compelling terms, the ones that would stir the deepest currents within Su-yun's heart. Chapter 125, Deposits Exceeding 1 Billion. Song Yameng and Shui Long walked in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Only the faint sound of their shoes scraping against the pavement echoed softly in the wind. Only when the community gates suddenly came into view did this silent stroll seem to be abruptly halted by an invisible force. Song Yameng lifted her head slightly, her gaze falling upon the armed police and SWAT vehicles parked nearby. A barely perceptible sneer curved her lips. "Those are the people you called?" Her voice carried a hint of disdain and sarcasm. "Looks like you're planning to seal off this entire complex, monitoring Su-yun around the clock, right?" Shui Long also looked up, his gaze fixed on the clearly marked vehicles, his brow furrowing. Sure enough, doors opened one by one. Uniformed armed police and SWAT officers stepped out in orderly formation, swiftly dispersing like cheetahs. They blended silently into the shadows of surrounding buildings, clearly seeking optimal surveillance positions to ensure seamless coverage of the entire compound. Irritation surged through him, and his pace quickened as he strode directly toward them. "What are you doing?" Shui Long's voice carried a hint of anger, each word carrying an unquestionable authority. "Withdraw immediately. This round-the-clock surveillance is utterly unnecessary and will only backfire." He knew all too well that the critical negotiations with Su-yun were just 2 days away. This delicate period was like that ambiguous phase in a romance. The slightest disturbance could sway the other party's stance. At this moment, any action that might make Su-yun feel pressured or uncomfortable had to be eliminated. Facing Shui Long's rebuke, a People's Armed Police captain looked awkward and troubled, attempting to explain. "Sir, we're just following orders. The directive from above." Before he could finish, Shui Long cut him off with a resigned sigh. "I understand, but this arrangement is unsatisfactory. I will personally communicate with Vice Chairman Zhou to adjust the plan." With that, he strode to the side, pulled his phone from his pocket, and began dialing a series of numbers. After a tense round of phone calls, Shui Long returned to his original spot, his face showing signs of fatigue but also a satisfied expression. He handed the phone to the two captains. "All right, the order to cancel the mission has been issued. You've worked hard. You may return now." After receiving their calls, the two captains visibly relaxed, nodded their acknowledgements to Shui Long, and then directed their teams to board the vehicles in an orderly fashion. Dozens of armed police and special forces assembled swiftly in the night. Engines roared as the convoy slowly pulled away, gradually fading from Shui Long and Song Yuming's sight. Only after the last glimmer of headlights faded did the neighborhood return to quiet. Shui Long finally turned to Song Yameng, his gaze softening considerably. "Yameng, I should be heading back now. We'll meet again at the negotiations the day after tomorrow. Don't forget to give my regards to your grandfather, General Song." Song Yameng smiled faintly. "All right, Uncle Shui. See you the day after tomorrow." As the armed police and SWAT officers vanished into the alleyway of the old residential complex, Shui Long and Song Yuming's figures also faded into the night. At that moment, the cozy two-bedroom apartment in this residential building seemed to finally return to tranquility, breathing a sigh of relief as if a weight had been lifted. Su-yun slowly paced from the window to the living room, where Su Xiaomei had been waiting quietly in a corner. Her eyes fixed intently on Su-yun, a relieved smile curved her lips. "Brother, let me check you over. Did you get any new injuries this time?" Her words brimmed with concern and tenderness. Hearing this, Su-yun smiled helplessly and obediently removed his dust-stained jacket, allowing Su Xiaomei's slender, nimble hands to carefully examine his sturdy frame. Her eyes were focused and meticulous, like the most rigorous doctor, afraid to miss even the slightest trace of possible injury. Su-yun's body stood like a silent mountain, allowing his sister's fingers to glide over his skin. Su Xiaomei circled Su-yun slowly, her gaze finally settling on two fresh scars on his lower back and left abdomen. Though scabbed over and healed, they still bore faint reddish marks. She extended a finger, gently touching the subtle yet deep scar on his left abdomen. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked, "Brother, you have two new scars. What happened to this one?" Su-yun lowered his head to examine the scar, his tone calm and detached. "A fourth-ranked assassin slashed me with a blade. Not a serious injury. I took care of her too." "Then what about this one on your lower back?" Su Xiaomei pressed, her gaze fixed on the slightly rougher scar. "Got it from shrapnel during the mission in northern Myanmar. Nothing serious either." Su-yun explained softly. Su Xiaomei stared at the two new scars, unable to tear her gaze away for a long moment, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Suddenly, she leaned forward slightly, wrapping her arms around Su-yun's waist from behind. She pressed her cheek gently against his scar, closed her eyes, and whispered softly, "Brother, you've been through so much. Soo-yun felt the warmth of his sister's embrace, a gentle warmth spreading through his heart. He shook his head slightly, turned to face Su Xiaomei, and said earnestly, "As long as I don't want to die, no one in this world can kill me. So don't worry when I go out from now on." Su Xiaomei gazed at Soo-yun as her worries gradually melted away. She nodded obediently and said softly, "Got it. Brother, go take a shower and change out of those dirty clothes. I'll wash them for you." Soo-yun replied, striding toward the bathroom. Moments later, the sound of running water filled the air, washing away his fatigue and the dust of the day. When he emerged from the bathroom, he was dressed in a crisp white t-shirt and dark-colored casual pants. He was no longer the fearsome commander of a mercenary group, nor the Dark Emperor ranked #1 on the dark web leaderboard. He was just an ordinary college student. As soon as he stepped out of the bathroom, Soo-yun saw Su Xiaomei blinking her big, innocent eyes, waiting eagerly for him. "Brother, come quick. It's time to savor the joy of our harvest." Su Xiaomei beckoned with a wave, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons with laughter. In her hand, she held the thick wallet she always carried and a small notebook, ready to take notes at any moment. Soo-yun sat across from Su Xiaomei, cleared his throat, and began his report. "This time working part-time in Gaza, I earned the most. The first payment. Later, when I bought weapons and ammunition for the commander of the operation to take out the Hupu, MacArthur, I spent a bit more. Also, all this money was deposited into a public account at a Swiss bank. When I transferred it to our private account, they deducted a hefty fee." After Soo-yun finished speaking, Su Xiaomei jotted down the figures in her little notebook, muttering indignantly, "5% fees? How expensive. Swindler." After discussing the Gaza earnings, Soo-yun continued with the commissions from northern Myanmar. In northern Myanmar, the earnings weren't much, just 5 million in commission. But I didn't spend a dime the whole time. This trip to northern Myanmar wasn't primarily about making money for Soo-yun. His main goal was to prevent those assassins from going after members of the Su Huang mercenary group. Taking on that small side job was just a convenient side effect. So the money wasn't substantial. But in reality, while Soo-yun earned a small sum, the losses incurred by northern Myanmar amounted to a staggering several hundred billion. Oh, and little sister, I helped the Zhenghua Special Forces capture an A-level wanted criminal and an officer. They said there'd be a reward. The bounty for an A-level fugitive is 100,000 yuan. As for that officer, he's worth at least 50,000 yuan. Soo-yun added. Su Xiaomei jotted down another entry in her little notebook before pulling out a calculator to tally the total. So, this trip brought in a total of. Converting to yuan. Oh my god, bro, our savings have surpassed 1 billion yuan. Chapter 126, Vice Commander Ba? Su Xiaomei's slender fingers danced like sprites across the calculator keys, producing a crisp series of clicks. Her focused gaze shimmered with intelligence as she meticulously planned how this massive fortune could be invested and managed to achieve a snowball effect of money making more money. Beside her, Soo-yun sat quietly in a comfortable wicker chair, a handful of melon seeds in his palm. Occasionally, he'd crack one open, letting the sweet kernel slide between his lips, followed by a piece of candied fruit utterly at ease. He was the one who earned the money, while Su Xiaomei was in charge of managing and spending it. Finally, Su Xiaomei completed her financial planning with satisfaction. Her small hand slammed down on the wooden table with a crisp thud, followed by a radiant smile as bright as spring sunshine. "Brother, to celebrate us becoming billionaires, let's have braised pork tonight. I've been craving it so much while you were away." Seeing his sister's eager expression, Soo-yun couldn't help but smile fondly. He gently rubbed her pert little nose before getting up and heading toward the kitchen. "Alright, braised pork it is tonight." Su Xiaomei immediately scampered over at the sound, leaning against the kitchen doorway as she watched her brother roll up his sleeves and begin bustling about the stove with keen interest. He selected a piece of marbled pork belly with a vibrant sheen. With precise strokes of his knife, he sliced it into evenly sized cubes, each one glistening temptingly. Soo-yun's movements were practiced and composed, as if he weren't cooking but creating a work of art. "Brother, those two who came today, they must be high-ranking officials from the Flower Cultivation Bureau, right?" Su Xiaomei watched her brother's busy figure and thoughtfully voiced her question. She was a sharp girl, adept at picking up on key details from subtle clues. Soo-yun's knife didn't falter for a moment during the conversation. He continued slicing as he replied. "Yeah, one's a major general in charge of domestic security who also serves as division commander for an army unit. The other's from the Air Force." His tone remained calm and matter-of-fact, as if discussing ordinary personnel matters. "Are they both trying to recruit you to their side?" Su Xiaomei pressed further, clearly having picked up on this from their earlier conversation. Soo-yun had never concealed such sensitive matters from her. At that moment, Soo-yun paused his movements. Setting down the knife, he fixed Su Xiaomei with a deep, intense gaze, his tone growing unusually serious. "That Shuelong clearly wants me to join a special unit within the army, tasked with protecting the security of high-ranking officials domestically. If I accept, I'd likely be stationed in the capital with the unit. After all, most of those high-ranking officials are concentrated there, and ensuring their safety is this unit's primary mission. As for Zhu Ke, she's the captain of the Phoenix Squadron in the Air Force, the most elite force within our nation's air arm.
If I accept her offer, I'll naturally join the Phoenix Squadron. But no matter which unit I join, I'll bring you along. So, little sister, what do you think? Who do you think I should accept?
This question concerned the future development of both Su Yun and Su Xiaomei, so Su Yun spoke quite earnestly, even asking for Su Xiaomei's opinion. Su Xiaomei merely smiled.
Brother, I'll follow your lead.
Seeing Su Xiaomei's smiling face, Su Yun paused for a moment before asking gently.
Have you ever thought about establishing our own power base?
After all, Laugh has already given me that island. You saw the photos of the island, it's quite large, big enough for us to establish a small power base.
Su Xiaomei's eyes lit up. Whoa, bro, you wanna be a warlord?
Su Yun shook his head with a laugh.
Not quite that dramatic. But it's pretty much the same idea.
Su Xiaomei asked with a smile.
Then aren't you afraid the whole world will come after us?
Su Yun grinned. Then I'll go through every country one by one and wipe them out, so they won't dare bother us. Hearing Su Yun's calm yet domineering reply, Su Xiaomei pretended to ponder deeply before tilting her head up to look at him.
Well, if that's the case, I suppose it's not impossible.
Then this lady will just become the queen.
After speaking, Su Yun had already turned back to focus intently on the braised pork simmering in the pot.
A soft voice drifted over.
There's no rush. Finish your studies first. Su Xiaomei.
In the blink of an eye, the day Shuelong and Song Yumeng had agreed to visit Su Yun was drawing near, second by second. The two racked their brains to increase even the slightest chance of successfully recruiting Su Yun into their group. Over nearly a day and night, Shuelong practically covered every corner of Jiangcheng, made a round trip to the capital, and spent hours in detailed discussions with Wang Zhongjuan. When he finally returned to Jiangcheng, he carried a freshly signed, high-level official document and a data notebook. Holding these two items, the weight lifted from Shuelong's weary shoulders.
Competing with the army for personnel? Not a chance.
Yumeng, Su Yun must belong to the army. With these two items in hand, Shuelong was confident he could offer terms that would make Su Yun's heart flutter. Meanwhile, Song Yumeng's situation proved trickier. The Air Force she represented simply couldn't match the resources the army could offer. The Air Force's greatest asset was aircraft. They couldn't exactly give Su Yun a J-20 fighter jet to play with. Song Yumeng returned to her unit and discussed the matter at length with her grandfather, Old Man Song. In the end, she managed to secure some substantial terms. Yet, deep down, Song Yumeng couldn't shake the feeling that her offer still fell short of what Shuelong could provide. Still, she held an advantage Shuelong couldn't match. After all, she and Su Yun had shared the experience of shouldering rifles together.
Life's three ironclad bonds. Shared a classroom.
Shared the burden of carrying guns.
Having shared a prostitute. Forget it, the last one is absolutely impossible. If he needs it, I'll just.
The next day finally arrived, the day Shuelong and Song Yumeng had agreed to visit Su Yun. At 5 p.m. sharp, both arrived early at the entrance of Su Yun's residential complex, each carrying their prepared conditions. The moment they stepped out of the car, they bumped into each other head-on, instantly making the atmosphere tense. Shuelong instinctively glanced at Song Yumeng, noticing she ditched her usual military-style attire for a beige dress and visible makeup. Today she wore a beige dress and had clearly applied makeup.
He thought to himself. Oh no! Damn it, General Song is planning to use the beauty tactic on Su Yun.
He's even bringing his own granddaughter. But then he reconsidered. Su Yun didn't seem like the type to fall for such tactics. He gave the two items in his bag a reassuring pat and his heart settled a bit. Just as Shuelong and Song Yumeng were about to clash, a SWAT armored vehicle suddenly pulled up nearby. When the two recognized the figure stepping out, they both gasped.
Deputy Commander Ba?
None other than Ba Zhongyan, the deputy commander of the People's Armed Police.
Chapter 127, Farewell, Emperor Su, my eternal legend.
Spotting Shuelong and Song Yumeng locked in a standoff outside Su Yun's apartment building, Ba Zhongyan's expression turned stern. Su Yun has been selected by Vice Chairman Zhou to join the Special Police Force as his bodyguard. He won't be joining your military units. You two may leave now. Upon hearing Vice Chairman Zhou intended to make Su Yun his bodyguard, Shuelong and Song Yumeng exchanged glances.
Both saw a hint of schadenfreude in each other's eyes.
Serving as a bodyguard for the vice president of the nation, such an opportunity would be irresistibly tempting for anyone else.
But for Su Yun? Not a chance. Who was Su Yun?
A five-star general who, according to MacArthur, could kill without batting an eye.
You want him to be a bodyguard?
And when they glanced at Ba Zhongyan's empty hands, they nearly burst out laughing like pigs.
Ha ha ha. You come to recruit someone and bring nothing? Do you really think you're some kind of dish? Even Liu Bei had to make 3 visits to invite Zhuge Liang. Hey, you two. A major general and a colonel who isn't even a battalion commander. Did you hear what I just said? I told you both to get out. Su Yun can only join the SWAT team, she will not join the military. Ba Zhongyan lifted his chin haughtily, looking down his nose at Shuelong and Song Yumeng. As the granddaughter of General Song, one of the 3 meritorious generals of the flower planting family, how could Song Yumeng possibly acknowledge Ba Zhongyan?
She snorted coldly and strode straight toward Su Yun's door. Seeing a mere colonel disregard him, a lieutenant general, Bai Zhongyan opened his mouth to speak only to hear Xuelong's deep voice echo in his ear. Deputy Commander Ba, that colonel is Song Yumeng, granddaughter of General Song, one of our 3 distinguished generals.
What? She's Song Yumeng. Is that Zhu Ke, one of the 4 great war gods of the military headquarters?
When Bai Zhongyan saw Xuelong nod in affirmation, a flicker of fear instantly crossed his face.
Since she's the granddaughter of General Song, let it be. Let her go.
But even if the Air Force comes to snatch her away, Su Yun must ultimately join the SWAT team.
Bai Zhongyan snorted coldly, his words sharp but his resolve weak. He then fixed his gaze on Xuelong, sizing him up from head to toe. Do you have any connections? Any relatives holding deputy minister level positions or higher?
Xuelong froze at the question, surprised by Bai Zhongyan's bluntness or sheer stupidity, then shook his head. In response to Deputy Commander Ba, I have no such high-ranking relatives in my family. Seeing Xuelong lack the formidable connections Song Yumeng possessed, Bai Zhongyan instantly regained his confidence.
His expression hardened once more. Since you have no connections, this isn't the place for you. Go back where you came from.
Su Yun is the person Vice Chairman Zhou has his eye on.
You can forget about her. Xuelong gave a sheepish chuckle and replied. Deputy Commander Ba, your attitude changes faster than the wind.
However, while you hold the rank of Lieutenant General and serve as Deputy Commander both higher than mine, you command the armed police force. I, on the other hand, am a division commander in the army.
Forgive my impertinence, but I cannot obey your orders.
Moreover, the invitation for Su Yun to join the army came directly from General Wang himself.
I must carry it out.
With that, Xuelong lifted his head high and strode after Song Yumeng.
Yumeng, wait for your Uncle Xue. Let's go inside together. You, both of you. Oomph.
Just wait for Vice Chairman Zhou's wrath.
Entering the apartment building, he knocked on Su Yun's door. Su Xiaomei opened it. Sister Yumeng, you're here.
Ha ha ha.
That's right, Xiaomei. I'm here to invite your brother to join the Air Force. Song Yumeng greeted Su Xiaomei with a smile.
2 days prior, Su Xiaomei learned that Song Yumeng had briefly fought alongside Su Yun. She had pestered her about the details of their mission to assassinate General MacArthur. That encounter had brought them closer.
Song Yumeng particularly liked Su Xiaomei's innocent and carefree nature.
Behind them, Xuelong watched the 2 girls, one tall, one petite, who seemed quite familiar with each other. His face darkened.
Xiaomei, your Uncle Xue is here too.
Where's your brother? Su Xiaomei pointed toward the house and whispered with a smile.
Uncle Xue, Sister Yumeng, my brother's being interviewed. Please come in first. He'll be done soon. An interview? Xuelong and Song Yumeng paused in surprise.
After tiptoeing into the room, they found Su Yun being interviewed by the production team of the show, College Freshman Season. Sister Bingbing said this season of the show is wrapping up, so they came to do a final live interview with my brother. Su Xiaomei explained softly. The group stood quietly by the doorway, waiting. In the living room, Su Yun sat before the camera, with Bingbing, who had rushed back from abroad, standing directly in front of him. According to the contract, filming for College Freshman Season was scheduled to continue for another 10 days or so. But Bingbing suddenly received word that Season 3 would be ending early. So she immediately flew back from Gaza, determined to wrap up the show on a high note. Bingbing could guess some of the behind-the-scenes reasons, and Xuelong and Song Yumeng in the room could probably guess too.
Guan Yu Su Yun's livestream was no longer suitable for public broadcast.
Su Yun's overseas side gig could only be filmed once by the production team, and this single shoot was more than sufficient. For the production team, it was precisely because of Su Yun, the show's protagonist, that Season 3 of College Freshman Season had long dominated the top spots in viewership rankings across all live streaming and video platforms.
The live stream alone had accumulated 2.8 billion views.
Edited segments, reposts, and other derivative content had generated over 5 billion cumulative views across all platforms. Record after record has been shattered.
No documentary series has ever achieved such legendary viewership. Thus, thanks to Su Yun, Bingbing's initial wish has already been fulfilled.
This season of College Freshman Orientation has forever cemented its legendary status. As for the forces behind Freshman Orientation Season, after this overseas filming project by the production team, China's higher-ups gained a clearer understanding of Su Yun's immense influence. Thus, the show naturally no longer needed to continue. News of Su Yun's final exclusive livestream for College Freshman Orientation had already been released. Thus, during this final livestream, the online audience in the chat room has surpassed 100 million. Netizens were frantically flooding the chat with messages.
Wah, this season is ending.
I'll never get to see my beloved Emperor Su again.
Wow. I'm so reluctant to let go. Can there be another season? I haven't had enough of Emperor Su's side gigs yet. Honestly, this season has been the most authentic and explosive reality show I've ever seen. Remembering the first time I saw Su Yun on camera, he was holding a copy of Sun Tzu's Art of War. Vacation's coming up, and I've already booked my flight to Iraq. I'm going to follow Emperor Su's lead and take on a side gig. Wish me luck. Emperor Su. Goodbye. Su Emperor, my eternal idol.
Chapter 128, You're not here yet, I'll make you leave horizontally. Watching the frantic stream of comments flooding the live chat, Bingbing felt a whirlwind of emotions. For her personally, this show and the overseas filming gig she took with Soo Yun had profoundly transformed her. It had reshaped many of her old beliefs. She no longer chased mere sensationalism in her work, she had found a new purpose to strive for. She had already had a deep conversation with her father, Wang Zhongjuan.
She aspired to become an overseas correspondent or a war correspondent.
She also vowed to help as many suffering people around the world as possible. She would bring the hidden truths to light, exposing them to an ever-growing audience. Taking a deep breath, Bingbing suppressed a slight catch in her voice and smiled gently at the camera. Before we knew it, filming for this season is coming to an end. From the first day we met Soo Yun for filming until now, we've shot for nearly an entire semester. Soo Yun's true overseas part-time job surprised many of us, but it also revealed aspects we hadn't seen before.
I believe this is the true essence of our program.
Youth without regrets, an inspiring journey. Soo Yun's path may differ from ours, but it's truly uplifting. To lighten the mood, Bingbing cracked a little joke before handing the microphone to Soo Yun. Just like our first interview, Soo Yun, I'd still like to ask you a few questions for our final recording.
Soo Yun nodded. Go ahead. Soo Yun, even though this semester isn't quite over yet, do you feel like you've made it meaningful? Soo Yun smiled. It's been okay, I guess. After all, I earned 2 pretty hefty commissions. This answer made Shui Long and Song Yameng, watching nearby, both twitch their lips. Commissions? You've been burning through cash like crazy at that Myanmar North Park, haven't you? And you took out a 5-star general from the Hupu. Soo Yun, just like you said on your first day. Most of your part-time work involves running around, doing odd jobs, digging holes, and such. Do you find it tiring? Soo Yun shook his head without hesitation. I'm not the one who's tired. It's usually others who are exhausted, like that woman named Wei Rong this time. She nearly ran herself to death. Very good. Soo Yun, you're still as honest as ever. Now for our final question. Many college students are watching the show. Regarding part-time jobs for college students, what advice would you give? For the final question, Soo Yun thought carefully and offered the college students watching the show a fairly sound piece of advice. If you're just an ordinary college student thinking about becoming a mercenary abroad, forget it. Not only do you barely make any money on basic missions, but you're also likely to get shot. If you absolutely must go, then bring an empty bowl. After all, these mercenary groups are elusive. 90% of people can't find them. With an empty bowl, if you run out of money, you can always beg your way back. Yeah. Side gigs come with risks. Proceed with caution. If you can't even hold the gun steady with one hand, you'd be better off hitting the books. Since it was the final recording, Soo Yun unusually spoke a bit more, and the advice he offered came straight from the heart. Alright, thank you for your advice, Soo Yun. Well, everyone, this concludes our final live interview. Season 3 of College Freshman Season is truly bidding farewell. We hope you all find your own youth. Even after Season 3 ends, we hope you'll always remember our star of Season 3. His name is Soo Yun. He is also our Soo Emperor. Thank you all, goodbye. Finally, Bingbing closed the livestream with reddened eyes. Thank you, Soo Yun. Her gaze then fell upon Shui Long and the others standing at the doorway, realizing they had all come to find Soo Yun. You have guests at home, so I won't disturb you. The remaining 100,000 yuan in performance fees will be transferred to your account tonight. If there's ever a chance in the future, I hope we can meet again. With those final words, Bingbing led the production crew out of Soo Yun's home, marking the official conclusion of filming for the season of College Freshman Orientation. After the production crew departed, Soo Yun turned and beckoned to the few people waiting by the door. Come on in, dinner's ready. Su Xiaomei began ushering Shui Long and the others to their seats, while Soo Yun walked into the kitchen and started bringing out plate after plate of food that had been kept warm. Come on, come on. Today is my birthday. Usually, it's just me and my brother celebrating. This is the first time it's been this lively. Try my brother's cooking, it's super delicious. Su Xiaomei warmly welcomed Shui Long and Song Yameng, clearly delighted by the lively atmosphere at home. Shui Long, however, felt a bit awkward holding the cake in his hands. Although he had bought the most expensive cream cake in Jiang City, the cake on the table made by Soo Yun herself looked several levels better than the one in his hands. Uncle Shui, it's fine. My brother's cake-making skills are unmatched, even 5-star chefs can't compare. Su Xiaomei cleverly diffused the awkwardness. Soo Yun smiled and ruffled Su Xiaomei's hair. Make a wish. Su Xiaomei pressed her palms together, closed her eyes, and began making her wish with devotion. By candlelight, Su Xiaomei's birthday wish was simple, the same every year. Peace and safety, year after year. Alright, let's eat the cake. Su Xiaomei cheered as Soo Yun placed the first slice of cake onto her plate, then proceeded to cut a piece for everyone else. Noticing Shui Long and Song Yuming's hesitant expressions, she simply said softly, "Let's eat first." Just then, a series of loud, forceful knocks suddenly echoed in their ears. Soo-yoon, open the door. Open it for this commander right now. A visible flash of irritation crossed Soo-yoon's face as he shot a glance toward Shui Long and Song Yumeng, his tone tinged with hostility. Your people? Seeing this, Shui Long and Song Yumeng both felt their hearts sink, but they steeled themselves and replied. It's Lieutenant General Bai Zhongyan, Deputy Commander of the Armed Police Force. Fearing Soo-yoon might lose his temper immediately, Song Yumeng quickly added. He's Vice Chairman Zhou's man. His temperament is a bit impatient. Soo-yoon nodded, then walked coldly toward the front door. Soo-yoon deftly unlocked the door to find a middle-aged man in military uniform standing there. The man, seeing Soo-yoon finally open the door, immediately lifted his chin and said haughtily. You're Soo-yoon? The university student from Jiang City University? Soo-yoon calmly nodded. That's correct. I am Soo-yoon. Young man, allow me to introduce myself. I am Bai Zhongyan, Deputy Commander of the Armed Police Force. I've come to offer you a tremendous opportunity today. Vice Chairman Zhou. Bai Zhongyan was gloating over his status, expecting Soo-yoon to instantly transform into a sycophant, fawning over him to get inside, then kowtowing in gratitude for this earth-shattering fortune. Bang! But he hadn't anticipated that before he could finish his sentence, Soo-yoon had already slammed the front door shut. Staring at the pitch-black security door, Bai Zhongyan's face turned ashen. He raised his foot, ready to kick Soo-yoon's door in. Just as his foot was mid-air, poised to strike, Soo-yoon's deep, icy voice suddenly rang out beside him. I don't care who you are, you're not welcome in my home. And I have no interest in what you have to say. If you refuse to leave, don't blame me for making sure you leave this building sideways. Chapter 129, Starting as a Colonel. As she spoke, Soo-yoon calmly closed the security door. The faint clang of metal against metal seemed to form an invisible barrier, sealing Bai Zhongyan outside from the world. Shui Long and Song Yumeng stood by, witnessing the scene with mixed emotions. Their faces betrayed a complex expression of wanting to speak but holding back. They knew Soo-yoon's temperament, while any attempt at persuasion now would be futile. Instead, they exchanged silent glances, each harboring turbulent thoughts within. Let's eat. Soo-yoon spoke calmly, her tone devoid of emotion, yet carrying an undeniable force that felt impossible to resist. He turned toward the dining table. Shui Long and Song Yumeng exchanged a glance, nodded in unspoken agreement, and said no more. Outside the door, Bai Zhongyan's face was as dark as ink. He stared intently at the tightly shut security door, his eyes flashing with uncontrollable rage. He raised his foot, poised to kick it open with thunderous force. Yet in that instant, a chill pierced the air like a sharp arrow, striking straight into his soul. It was an instinctive warning, telling him he was locked in the crosshairs of a murderous intent as deep and unfathomable as the abyss. I warned you, came Soo-yoon's voice from behind the door, cold as ice. Each word cut like a razor, piercing Bai Zhongyan's heart. From behind the security door, Soo-yoon's voice was as cold as ice, each word like a sharp blade piercing Bai Zhongyan's heart. His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority that seemed to pierce through the steel door and strike straight at the heart. Immediately after, Song Yumeng's voice drifted out from within, as cold as frost yet crystal clear. Deputy Commander Ba, Soo-yoon is an honored guest of our military headquarters. As the Vermilion Bird War God, one of the 4 great war gods of the flower planting family, I request your departure. As for Vice Chairman Zhou, my grandfather will personally speak with him. Her words were cool and resolute. Ba Zhongyan's face instantly shifted from iron gray to deathly pale. The veins on his forehead bulged, yet they could not conceal the fear spreading from the depths of his soul. His foot, suspended mid-air, seemed pulled by an invisible force, dropping limply to the ground. He could no longer take another step forward. He recalled the dossier on Soo-yoon in his hand. Not long ago, he had believed that with his status as a general in the flower cultivation clan, even if he condescended to personally extend an invitation, Soo-yoon would gladly accept, perhaps even rush to greet him. Yet reality proved brutally harsh. Not only had Soo-yoon shut him out, but she had also issued an unmasked threat, warning that if he dared utter another word of nonsense, she would ensure he left this building carried out on a stretcher. Now, standing in the cold, silent corridor before that tightly shut security door, Bai Zhongyan felt his pride and confidence crushed under the dual pressure of Soo-yoon and Song Yumeng shredded like thin paper. He drew a deep breath, struggling to suppress the rage and frustration surging within him. Ultimately, he could only turn away in resignation, leaving behind a trail of heavy footsteps echoing through the empty hallway, lingering long after he was gone. As the footsteps in the hallway grew fainter, Soo-yoon smiled and placed a piece of braised pork into Su Xiaomei's bowl. Let's eat. No one's going to bother us now. After Su Xiaomei picked up her chopsticks, Shui Long and Song Yumeng also began tasting the dishes on the table. Song Yumeng and Shui Long each picked up a piece of braised pork and popped it into their mouths. Suddenly, their eyes lit up. Wow! This is so delicious? Who knew you were such a great cook, Soo-yoon? This braised pork is absolutely amazing. As high-ranking military commanders, they had tasted their fair share of delicacies. Yet, in that moment, they were utterly stunned by Soo-yoon's cooking. Though they were just ordinary home-cooked dishes, they tasted better than any delicacies they'd ever eaten.
The pair worked their chopsticks swiftly, and the dishes on the table dwindled rapidly. Only when they were nearly full did Xuelong chuckle as Suyun fetched drinks from the fridge. He then pulled out the gift resting by his feet. Have some of this. It's special supply Maotai from the military base. I brought it just for this occasion. Song Yumon glanced over, knowing the battle was about to begin. Suyun took out one bottle, opened it, and poured only for Xuelong. He himself picked up a glass of orange juice and sipped it leisurely. Su Xiaomei glanced at Suyun and said with a smile, "Bro, I'm full. I'm heading inside to grab my phone and watch some TV shows." Suyun nodded. "Alright, just be careful with your eyes, don't sit too close to the screen." "Got it." As Su Xiaomei walked into the bedroom, Xuelong and Song Yumong exchanged a glance. Xuelong got straight to the point. "Suyun, the reason Yumong and I came here is simple, you probably guessed it already. Yumong represents the Air Force of the flower planting family, while I represent the army. We both wish to invite you to join us. To put it plainly, if you join the army, I can guarantee you'll have the utmost freedom. Your rank will start directly at colonel. Moreover, you'll be assigned to the army's most elite unit, the Dragon Group, currently in its preparatory phase." At this, Song Yumong beside him froze in shock. "Holy! Doesn't the army already have the Spade Special Forces? When did they secretly establish another Dragon unit? And starting at the rank of colonel? I've been in the military for years and I'm only a colonel. They're pulling out the big guns right off the bat, huh? Ahem." Song Yumong, who was a step too late, had to speak up quickly. Even if Dragon Group gets up and running, their missions always involve crawling into forests and such. Not only are there bugs everywhere, but there are wild beasts too. It's no fun. You'd be better off joining the Air Force. Soaring through the skies in a fighter jet, now that's exhilarating. Plus, my grandfather said that if you join the Air Force, you'll go straight into the Phoenix Squadron as deputy, as squadron leader. Team Fong is the Air Force's most elite flight formation. They fly the latest domestically developed J-20 fighters. Plus, you'd start at the rank of colonel. A specially established Dragon unit. Commander of the Phoenix Squadron, the Air Force's most elite unit. For ordinary people, either of these opportunities might be something they never get to experience in a lifetime. And now, all Suyun needed to do was nod his head, and this iron rice bowl would be his. Yet Suyun asked calmly, "What if I choose neither? I have no compelling reason to join. Xiaomei and I are living quite well as we are." This question caught Xuelong and Song Yumong off guard. From the very beginning, their subconscious had only considered two possibilities: either Suyun would join their army, or he would join the Air Force. After all, with such generous terms offered by the Flower Nation, shouldn't a powerful Flower Nation citizen join? This was largely because Xuelong and Song Yumong both possessed military backgrounds themselves, so they believed defending the homeland was the highest honor for a Zhenghua family member. But now that they thought about it, Suyun's explanation actually made sense. But their preparations didn't stop there. In the blink of an eye, they had adjusted their mindset. Xuelong slowly pulled two items from his bag. These two items were his contingency plans, prepared in advance for precisely this kind of situation. A mysterious red-headed document. A data computer containing a classified file. Xuelong looked at Suyun with a serious expression and said, "Suyun, you know better than I do that this isn't merely an invitation from the Flower family, it also signifies their vigilance. You're too powerful, so powerful that you could pose a threat to the Flowering family's security. If a warrior as formidable as you doesn't become part of the Flower family's own armed forces, do you think those bigwigs up top would be able to sleep soundly?" Chapter 130, Salary, 10 billion annually. Hearing this, even Song Yumong beside him grew solemn. Xuelong continued without pause. "Of course, you can take Su Xiaomei and leave the Flower family. But have you considered that the stronger you become, the more danger Su Xiaomei faces? Because everyone knows Su Xiaomei is your only weakness in this world. Yes, you can protect her when you're by her side. But what about when you're not there? What if those assassins target Su Xiaomei while you're away?" Xuelong spoke while observing Suyun's expression. Unfortunately, he saw not a flicker of emotion in Suyun's eyes. But he knew he was right. Su Xiaomei was Suyun's only weakness. Su Xiaomei's shadow lingered in every one of Suyun's plans. But equally, if Su Xiaomei were truly gone, it would mean the only thing restraining Suyun would vanish. Xuelong could envision it. With Su Xiaomei, Suyun was human. Without her, he would become a god. He would become a heartless Grim Reaper. In the bedroom, Su Xiaomei opened a drawer and pulled out a hospital test report. Her mind drifted back to her recent conversation with the doctor. "Xiaomei, with your condition, if you start inpatient treatment now, you could hold on for 5 more years. But if you insist on going home, you'll only have 3 more years. Uncle Li, no thank you. I'd rather go home and be with my brother. If I stay in the hospital, I might live 2 more years, but I'd be confined to the intensive care unit. That would break my brother's heart. My brother and I are the closest 2 people in this world. I'm important to him, I'm the only thing left in his heart. That's why I've always protected myself so carefully, keeping those bad people from hurting me.
Because I know that if anything happens to me, my brother would kill so many people. Su Xiaomei said with a somewhat troubled laugh. But what happens after I die? Without me, there'll be no one left to keep my brother in check. Without Su Xiaomei, Su Yun would become a man devoid of any emotion whatsoever. That would be when my brother is truly terrifying. Su Xiaomei's tone carried a hint of resentment as she lifted her head to gaze at Dr. Li Chang, who sat across from her, lost in thought. Li Chang was the only doctor in Zhonghua who knew Su Yun's true identity. Because he had treated Su Yun's gunshot and knife wounds. Li Chang was the chief of surgery at Zhongcheng First People's Hospital. He had once lived in the same apartment building as Su Yun and Su Xiaomei, watching them grow up. Later, after becoming chief and his family's circumstances improved, he moved away, but their bond remained unbroken. Li Chang understood the implication in Su Xiaomei's words and was somewhat shocked. My brother has already sent me word he'll be returning to the country in a couple of days. This time he's operating with a special forces unit from the flower planting nation. He mentioned that upon his return, the government and military of the flowering country might invite him to join their ranks. But he doesn't want to join either side. He's resolved to build his own power base from scratch. After Xue Long finished speaking in the living room, the atmosphere fell silent for a moment. What he had just said was sensitive, yet it was undeniably the current reality. Su Yun, however, had yet to make a statement. I just received this document, which represents the highest authority of the Chinese military. We considered the possibility that you might refuse to join either side, so we prepared a third option. Xue Long opened the official document and slid it toward Su Yun. This was his ultimate trump card for this mission. The third option is this: you need not join the military, nor any organization within the flowering nation. You remain yourself. You may freely travel abroad and even establish your own forces. The only guarantee required is that your nationality will forever belong to the Dragon Nation. You must never become an enemy of the Flower Nation in this lifetime, nor engage in any activities detrimental to its security. On the part of the Flower Nation, our military will step forward to establish a permanent, cooperative relationship with you personally. Similar to a mercenary arrangement. The difference lies in your status within the Dragon Group. You will hold a nominal position, technically counted as a member, but you will only respond to direct orders, not public announcements. Moreover, our military headquarters holds the exclusive right to assign you missions. Each assignment will be compensated with a fee, and during periods without active assignments, you will also receive a fixed salary from the military headquarters. This salary standard is a bit high. Just thinking about the astronomical figure he was about to utter made Xue Long's mouth go dry. 10 billion. Per year. What? 10 billion? Annually? Before Su Yun could respond, Song Yumeng beside him was already overwhelmed. Wow, the army really has deep pockets. 100 billion in funding, just handed out like that? Wait a minute. Did he just say the military headquarters? The military headquarters? Doesn't that include the Air Force? Did Grandpa know about this condition all along? Then why did he send me here? Uncle Xue, did you just say the military headquarters is paying this 10 billion in salaries? Then wouldn't that mean Grandfather agreed? Don't interrupt. Xue Long shot Song Yumeng a glare. He was on edge right now. The employment terms in this document, including all clauses and the astronomical salary. None of it had a single penny to do with him. It was personally drafted by the most powerful figure in Zongnanhai. When he first saw the document, his mind went blank. But the kindly old man had merely smiled gently and told him to carry it out. Xue Long could express no opinion whatsoever on the matter. Before that elder, every citizen of Zhonghua was bound to obey his commands unconditionally. Moreover, Xue Long knew that the gentle old man must have seen a future far beyond what he himself could perceive. That's why he anticipated finalizing this cooperation arrangement with Su Yun. These are the terms offered by the Flower family, and this is the attitude they expect from you. Of course, this employment agreement is conditional. Since the Flowering family has never made such a decision before, you must at least participate in the final assessment of the Dragon Group to prove your capabilities in the most direct way. Once you successfully gain official status within the Dragon Group, the agreement will formally take effect. As he spoke, Xue Long nervously glanced at Su Yun's expression. Su Yun merely stared silently at the agreement before him, a hint of interest flickering in his eyes. Xue Long immediately stoked the fire further, pulling out another trump card. Watching Xue Long retrieve the data computer, Song Yumeng finally understood everything. Her grandfather had sent her here today to play the role of cheerleader. Xue Long looked into Su Yun's eyes and spoke softly. Once the contract takes effect, as long as Su Xiaomei remains within the territory of the flower planting family, even in your absence, the flower planting family will be responsible for her safety. Rest assured, we'll provide the strongest possible protection without disrupting her life. At this point, Xue Long paused. His second ace up his sleeve to persuade Su Yun was Su Xiaomei herself. Regarding Xiaomei's condition, we understand it very clearly. Acute myeloid leukemia is one of the world's most challenging leukemias to overcome. Based on Su Xiaomei's condition, she has at most 5 years left, and those 5 years must be spent in intensive care.
Almost all the commissions you've earned have been poured into various life science companies, all in pursuit of a cure for her.
The only cure is a hematopoietic stem cell transplant.
But to this day, your life science company has yet to develop this technology. And we have now found a hematopoietic stem cell donor compatible with Xiaomei. Xue Long tapped the data terminal before him. Su Yun's gaze finally shifted to it, uttering the only two words spoken throughout this conversation. Where?
Chapter 131, Football Chicken Emperor, I'll put up 100 million.
Su Yun's low yet resolute words pierced the oppressive silence like a long-awaited dawnlight, striking deep into Xue Long's heart. The taut strings of his heart instantly relaxed, like a drowning man suddenly grasping a lifeline. Endless relief and hope surged within him. He drew a deep breath, the long simmering anxiety in his chest dissipating like mist, replaced by a glow of anticipation and hope. His eyes flashed with unwavering conviction, as if telling himself, if Su Yun is willing, anything is possible. Song Yumeng, seated beside him, now gazed at Xue Long with a completely different expression, one that held both astonishment and admiration. Her eyes widened, drawn to him like a magnet, unable to look away, as if examining a priceless treasure. She marveled silently, so powerful. Xue Long's strategy unfolded like a meticulously crafted chess game, each move precisely targeting Su Yun's vulnerabilities, leaving her powerless to resist. That employment contract, the staggering annual salary of tens of billions, and especially the promise to save Su Xiaomei, every element was perfectly placed, each step meticulously planned and interlocking with the next. It was breathtaking. If I were Su Yun, I would have agreed without hesitation. Yet, when Su Yun's cold voice rang out again, asking where, Xue Long's smile froze slightly, as if caught in a sudden chill. A fleeting, almost imperceptible flash of awkwardness and helplessness flickered in his eyes.
We have indeed invested tremendous effort and dedication to find a matching hematopoietic stem cell donor for Su Xiaomei.
Unfortunately, this crucial individual isn't from our homeland, but resides in a foreign land. Su Yun paid no heed to the rest of the explanation, cutting straight to the point. If a match was found, why keep searching domestically? The foreign donor could be used. Xue Long couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. That tone, as expected. A complete statement of certainty. Foreign donors could be used, but only if they were willing to let you use them. But Xue Long was certain that foreign donor with matching hematopoietic stem cells to Su Xiaomei? Not a chance in hell they'd agree. Well, the main issue is that the guy whose hematopoietic stem cells match Su Xiaomei has a special status abroad.
We probably, perhaps, might not be able to get him to donate hematopoietic stem cells to Su Xiaomei.
Therefore, we've already begun searching within China.
This computer contains that guy's information.
I brought it along just to show our sincerity. To prove we can find a matching hematopoietic stem cell donor for Su Xiaomei. Xue Long rattled off a long speech, his mouth dry, but he clearly saw Su Yun's brow furrow slightly.
No way.
What doesn't exist? Xue Long didn't catch on at first. Su Yun emphasized, there's no way that guy can perform a hematopoietic stem cell transplant for Xiaomei.
Xue Long finally understood. Damn, Su Yun's signaling he's ready to take action.
The other party'll have to comply whether they want to or not.
But we really can't force that guy. This is too big a deal. Trust me on this. I guarantee I'll find another matching hematopoietic stem cell donor for Su Xiaomei.
Xue Long pledged solemnly, about to continue speaking when his encrypted phone at his waist buzzed.
Glancing at the number, he had no choice but to answer. Excuse me, I need to take this call.
With that, Xue Long grabbed the phone and hurried off to a secluded spot.
Hello? This is Xue Long.
Meanwhile, Song Yumeng, who had been sitting there, turned her head and then looked back again. In that split second, she realized Su Yun had somehow already taken Xue Long's seat, opened the computer, and was now typing away at lightning speed.
You? Song Yumeng's pupils instantly contracted as she realized what Su Yun was doing.
Just as she was about to shout to Xue Long on the phone, "Oh no!
Su Yun's looking at your computer."
But before she could, Su Yun spoke coldly without looking up. If I were you, I'd sit still and keep quiet. Hearing those icy words, Song Yumeng forced herself to swallow the warning she'd been about to shout.
Xue Long hung up the phone and walked back over, resuming his seat.
Where were we?
All right, that foreign guy will put him on hold for now. I promise to find Xiaomei another. No need.
Su Yun spoke without emotion.
What do you mean, no need?
Xue Long hadn't caught on yet, but he noticed Song Yumeng's frantic glances toward the computer screen. He looked down and froze in shock.
Damn it! I just stepped away to take a call, and you unlocked my computer?
This has a 132-bit encrypted password.
And you cracked it?
Su Yun gave a slight nod.
Not hard at all. 30 seconds.
Xue Long's face paled instantly at the words, regret flooding his mind. He slammed his palm against his forehead with a sharp thud. Careless, so careless. I forgot this guy's computer skills are also insanely advanced. Why the hell did I take that damn call? This is bad news. Xue Long muttered to himself inwardly. At that moment, he felt a chill run straight up his spine to the top of his head, and he knew deep down that things were going terribly wrong. Su Yun's voice sounded again, calm and assured. I already know that guy's information.
All I can say is, you've put in the effort. You even managed to collect his hematopoietic stem cell information. Su Yun's gaze shifted toward the bedroom, where Su Xiaomei lay quietly on the bed. A subtle shift crossed his eyes, and a seemingly benevolent smile quietly surfaced. To others, it might have appeared ordinary, but to Xuelong, it struck like a warning lightning bolt, piercing the tranquil night sky. Xuelong froze for a moment before his heart clenched, panic instantly spreading across his face. He urgently shouted at Su Yun. No, Su Yun, you absolutely mustn't act impulsively. While extracting his hematopoietic stem cells could indeed save Xiaomei, if this escalates, it will trigger an international dispute. At that moment, Xuelong had abandoned his usual refined demeanor. His words were laced with anxiety and worry, and he even let slip a curse. He read the profound meaning behind Su Yun's faint smile, a sign of new life for Su Xiaomei, yet also a harbinger of impending storm. Xuelong knew full well that the person whose hematopoietic stem cells matched Su Xiaomei's in the records was none other than the emperor of the Footbasin Chicken. The consequences of involving such a uniquely positioned figure were unimaginable. Xuelong watched Su Yun intently as his gaze drifted, clearly formulating a plan in his mind. A faint, sly smile touched Su Yun's lips as he spoke slowly. It seems the matter you mentioned earlier will have to wait until I return from Footbasin Chicken. I'm willing to pay 100 million to acquire the Emperor of Footbasin Chicken's hematopoietic stem cells. Whether they choose to sell or not, this transaction must be completed. At these words, Xuelong and Song Yumeng in the living room both stared wide-eyed, exchanging stunned glances. They couldn't hide their shock, which erupted into a low gasp. Holy! This is gonna cause a huge mess. Chapter 132, The Footbasin Chicken Emperor's Bounty. 100 million? The Emperor of Footbasin Chicken's hematopoietic stem cells? They'd have to sell, whether they wanted to or not. This is extortion. The thing is, you could have just snatched it outright, yet you insist on saying you'll pay 100 million? Su Yun's two casual remarks struck Xuelong and Song Yumeng like thunderclaps, reverberating in their ears. Does harvesting hematopoietic stem cells kill people? It depends on how much they take, right? But if Su Yun's already committed to spending 100 million, how little could they possibly take? Is this buying hematopoietic stem cells? This is buying a life. Don't be impulsive. This is no small matter. Last time you took out MacArthur in Gaza, at least he was a general. This time, it's the supreme spiritual leader of an entire nation. If it were a personal vendetta, I'd back you shooting the bastard, but... Though he didn't say what the but was, Xuelong's expression was utterly grave. Because he could tell Su Yun was dead serious. That's why he was freaking out. Xuelong hesitated to speak further, but his grave expression spoke volumes. He knew full well that once Su Yun acted, this would escalate into a major international dispute that would send shockwaves across the globe. Just imagine, if the Emperor of Japan's hematopoietic stem cells were forcibly extracted, how could that island nation, which usually enjoyed smooth sailing in its daily affairs, possibly stand idly by? One stone would send ripples across 1,000 waves. At that point, the entire international landscape would likely be thrown into turmoil. Compared to Xuelong's deep-seated worries, Song Yumeng's reaction was more direct and impulsive. She quickly recovered from her initial shock. As a soldier, her thinking was simpler and more direct. She didn't dwell on the complex political implications behind the incident. Instead, she felt a secret thrill at this bold and radical plan. In her eyes, extracting hematopoietic stem cells from the Japanese emperor wasn't just an unprecedented challenge, it was a feat worthy of being recorded in history, one that made her blood boil with excitement and eagerness to dive in. Ha! Song Yumeng shot Xuelong a cold, mocking smile. Think you're some big shot? Now you're tasting the bitter fruit of your actions, aren't you? Still carrying around the Emperor Footbasin Chicken's data to show off? Well, look what you've done now. Xuelong felt the schadenfreude in Song Yumeng's eyes, and his temples throbbed with rage, as if they might burst through his skin at any moment. Yumeng, what time is this for you to be enjoying the spectacle? Remember, if war breaks out, it'll be our soldiers marching to the battlefield and shedding blood for the nation. Instead of backing down, Song Yumeng stiffened her neck, her smile growing even more defiant, like a frost-defying chrysanthemum blooming on the edge of war. Bring it on! I've been itching to teach those Taiwanese bastards a lesson. She swung her arm with unbridled bravado. You know what? If it comes to it, our Chinese rabbits won't hesitate for a second. Even the cooks in the mess hall would grab their ladles and charge headlong into the front lines, vowing to beat those bastards until they're crawling on the ground looking for their teeth. Faced with Song Yumeng's inflammatory words and actions, Xuelong felt only a wave of helplessness. He couldn't help but smile bitterly inside. This young lady not only enjoys watching the spectacle unfold but insists on adding fuel to the fire, truly a headache. Left with no choice, he turned to Su Yun, his tone as tactful as possible. Su Yun, if you're going to confront the Footbasin Chicken Emperor, you'll need a legitimate reason. No one's offering a bounty on him right now. Going after his hematopoietic stem cells for no apparent reason, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Su Yun tilted her head slightly, as if pondering the question earnestly. After a moment, he nodded and replied. You're right. It does seem a bit off.
Xuelong's heart leapt with joy upon hearing this, and he quickly chimed in. That's the spirit. We really need to take our time with this sort of thing. Yet before Xuelong's smile could fully spread, Suyun's next words froze it solid on his face. Suyun said calmly. If it's not suitable, we'll make it suitable. Post a bounty for the emperor of the foot basin chicken, and I'll take it. At this, Xuelong's face instantly drained of color. He shook his head like a rattle. We can't do that. We absolutely can't. This is no joke. Suyun remained unmoved by Xuelong's objection. He merely narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing, and confirmed once more. You truly won't issue it? Xuelong shook his head repeatedly, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. We really can't send it. The repercussions would be too severe. We can't handle this. Seeing Xuelong's resolute stance, a flicker of disappointment crossed Suyun's eyes before he quickly regained his composure. He tilted his head slightly and called toward the bedroom. Xiaomei, come here. What is it, brother? Su Xiaomei emerged from the bedroom upon hearing the call. Suyun walked over to Su Xiaomei, whispered a few words in her ear, then took her phone and operated it for a moment before handing it back to her. The internal account is registered. You post it now. Su Xiaomei looked at the phone screen and asked softly. Brother, are we really sending it? Send it. Suyun nodded. Su Xiaomei pondered for a moment. So how much should we send? Let's give 1 yuan. The fees are pretty high anymore and we'd be losing money. Sounds good. Su Xiaomei seemed convinced by Suyun's point about losing money on higher amounts. She lowered her head and started typing on her phone. Soon, she looked up at Suyun. All done. Alright then, no problem. You can go back to watching your show. Suyun walked back to the dining table and silently sipped his juice. Xuelong, who had been listening to this baffling exchange between the siblings, felt a chill creeping up his spine. What were you two whispering about just now? What's one piece? More means you have to compensate? Suyun took a big gulp of juice, mumbling 2 indistinct words in reply. Nothing. No, something was terribly wrong. Xuelong studied the expression on Suyun's face, sensing something major had already happened. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, he quickly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hey, get me a dark web account. Hurry, it's urgent. 2 minutes later, a username and password were sent to Xuelong's phone. Driven by a strong premonition, he opened the data terminal in front of him, accessed a website, and began typing in the credentials to log in. At the same time, Suyun set down her juice and stared at her phone, scrolling through something. What's up with you two? Why are you suddenly on your computers and phones? Song Yunmun, standing nearby, felt intensely like she was missing something excluded from some major event she wasn't part of. At that moment, Xuelong had no time to pay attention to Song Yunmun. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead and the tip of his nose. He swiftly logged into the dark webpage, opened a specific section, and instantly, a brand new bounty notice caught his eye. He glanced at the posting time just minutes ago. When he read the contents of the bounty notice, he froze as if struck by lightning, looking up at Suyun in utter disbelief. You actually had Su Xiaomei post a bounty notice for the Foot Basin Chicken Emperor online? Chapter 133, He's no ordinary terrorist. Bounty Mission ID 9527. Target, Emperor Naruhito of Japan. Mission requirements, kill or capture alive. Reward amount, $1. This shocking bounty notice exploded like a depth charge, instantly igniting fervor across the dark web platform. It swept across the entire network with thunderous force. Within mere minutes, it firmly secured the top spot on relevant forums amid intense scrutiny and heated discussions from countless netizens, like a blinding spotlight piercing every viewer's gaze. Anonymous comments rolled in like a tidal wave below, brimming with complex emotions. Wow, this is truly eye-opening. Who would dare offer a bounty on a nation's emperor, Japan's Emperor Naruhito? First time I've seen such a heretical bounty, challenging a nation's authority. The audacity and guts behind this truly demand respect. Posting a bounty like this, aren't they afraid of Japan's furious retaliation, or even a global media storm? But the reward is only $1. Could this be some prankster's joke? Is this an attempt to humiliate Japan and strip it of its dignity? While it seems heavily tinged with mockery, if this were true, whatever warrior dared accept this challenge would surely have the courage and resolve to go down in history. Though we cannot personally participate in this game of shifting winds and shifting clouds, watching it unfold from the sidelines offers its own thrilling spectacle. To the mysterious bounty setter and whoever accepts this challenge, you both are fearless warriors in my eyes. Facing the surging tide of public opinion on the screen, a flicker of astonishment crossed Xuelong's eyes. His gaze shifted intently to Suyun beside him, who sat calmly, absorbed in fiddling with his phone. A bold conjecture suddenly surged in his heart, like a restless fawn, colliding heavily against his chest. Could it be? Xuelong suppressed the turmoil within and refocused his gaze on the computer screen. At that moment, a striking dynamic pop-up window caught his eye. Bounty ID 9527 has been accepted. Accepted by Cloud.su. In that instant, Xuelong's heartbeat seemed to freeze within his chest, and the air around him grew eerily still. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the pop-up, a whirlwind of emotions churning within him. When the name Cloud.su appeared, the bounty notice for case number 9527 caused an uproar on the dark web. A hero actually accepted this bounty? Holy crap, Cloud.su? The Dark Emperor himself took this job? Now I'm starting to believe this bounty is legit. The Dark Emperor, number 1 on the assassin rankings, has shown up. This is terrifying. But why would Cloud.su take a $1 bounty? As far as I know, every assassin bounty Cloud.su has taken on seems to have been completed. So regardless of whether this bounty is real or not, Japan's Emperor Naruhito should be on high alert now. The top-ranked assassin on the hit list targeting a nation's emperor, just thinking about it makes me a little excited. If the bounty that appeared earlier was met with skepticism about its authenticity on the dark web. After all, the target was the emperor of a nation, yet the bounty was a mere $1. It was practically a joke. But now, seeing that Cloud.su had actually accepted the contract, many had no choice but to believe it. Because once a hitman accepts a job, failing to complete it damages their reputation and ranking. Thus, on the dark web, it's understood that once a hitman accepts a bounty, they must see it through. Failure usually meant the hitman was dead. And this was no ordinary hitman, it was the terrifying entity ranked number 1 on the dark web's assassin leaderboard. Xuelong struggled to pull his thoughts away from the dark web's assassin section and return to the small, old house before him. Suyun had already put away his phone, while Su Xiaomei remained in the bedroom, engrossed in watching Legend of Sword in Fairy 3. Everything appeared unchanged, yet beneath the surface, a massive storm was already brewing. See? Now we have a bounty, and someone has accepted it. So the mission is confirmed. Perfect timing to go finish it. Suyun smiled at Xuelong, who in turn glanced at the smile on Suyun's face and gave a cold, tight-lipped smirk. The siblings, the younger sister registered a dark web account and posted a 1 yuan bounty. The brother then accepted the bounty using his own account. Their coordination was nothing short of flawless. But was this some mission to assassinate some random person? This is a mission to take out the emperor of the chicken pot. Can this brother and sister duo be a little more reliable? Sorry, I can't stay here any longer. Let's go, let's go. Xuelong rose mechanically, his numb steps carrying him toward the door. Suyun murmured softly to Xuelong's retreating back. You can't stop me. Go ahead and try if you don't believe me. Xuelong's entire body trembled again. He walked out the door with Song Yumeng, neither of them saying a word. By the time they reached the community gate, Xuelong touched his cold forehead, it was drenched in sweat. The reason he couldn't stay with Suyun any longer was that the bounty had already been issued, causing such a stir on the dark web. One could only imagine the commotion it had already caused in the real world. This matter had escalated to a level where he didn't know how to handle it anymore. He had to return immediately and report to General Wang Jiangwo. Lost in thought, Xuelong pulled out his phone and dialed several numbers. Dispatch a platoon immediately. No, a company. Forget it, send a battalion. Location, XXXX. Yes. Fully armed. No time for explanations, move fast. After finishing the call, military pickup trucks and jeeps began arriving one after another at the entrance of Suyun's residential complex. Simultaneously, over a dozen police cars arrived. Virtually every operational unit in Jiangchang had been mobilized. A battalion commander and the director of the Jiangchang Public Security Bureau hurried over. Xuelong recognized him immediately. It was the same police chief who had previously planned to monitor Suyun around the clock outside the residential compound. Both men felt a bit awkward upon seeing each other. The police chief thought to himself, hadn't they just been here 2 days ago? Back then, they'd wanted to set up round-the-clock surveillance, only to be chased away by Xuelong. And now he was actually asking him to come back and set up security? Xuelong felt awkward too. It was rather inappropriate to have just sent the man away last time and now call him back. But there was no time for explanations now. He could only stare at the two men with utmost seriousness and ask, "How many personnel from your battalion and the public security system have arrived?" Reporting to the commander, "Our battalion's 1st and 2nd companies are out on field training and can't be here immediately. Only the 130 men of the 3rd company are fully present. Sir, since this was an urgent order, I only managed to pull 50 SWAT officers from other units. Their orders were to come to this residential complex immediately, right now. Bring as many people as possible." So basically everyone who could move had been dispatched. But upon hearing the numbers, Xuelong shook his head helplessly. Only 170 personnel? That's insufficient. The battalion commander and the head of the Jiangchang Public Security Bureau exchanged a glance. This isn't enough? Even counter-terrorism doesn't deploy this many. Xuelong blurted out instinctively. He's no ordinary terrorist. But not even the most dangerous terrorists come close to 1,000th of his capabilities. Forget it, forget it. We'll just have to deal with him for now. Chapter 134, The Small Courtyard. Form the first line of defense with soldiers from the 3rd company and SWAT officers. Civilian police will handle evacuating the onlookers from the perimeter.
Your sole mission is to completely surround this residential compound. Not a single person is to leave. Ha? Commander, you mean not a single soul is allowed to leave? This is an old, open-access residential area with multiple access points. Completely sealing it off might prove difficult. How long do we need to maintain the blockade? The police chief had already begun defining it as a lockdown. The fact that no one is allowed to leave indicates the situation has clearly reached an extreme level of severity. This will cause a huge backlash. There'll be public outcry. The police chief beside him couldn't help but interject. Xuelong could only respond with a wry smile. We can't afford to worry about that now. If there's public outcry, so be it, we'll suppress it. However, ensure residents' daily necessities are fully supplied within the community. Let them feel order and care during this extraordinary period. As for other matters, not a single unnecessary word should be leaked to the outside world. Xuelong added, his gaze sweeping over the group. Each word fell like a heavy stone, striking deep into everyone's hearts. Even this might not be enough to stop him. Before Xuelong could finish, a shadow of worry flitted across his brow once more. He turned to Song Yumeng beside him, his eyes flickering with both expectation and hesitation. Yumeng, I think you should contact White Tiger and see if we can deploy a special forces unit. That way, we can establish an additional perimeter defense. A double layer of protection is far more reliable than a single, thin line. Xuelong's voice carried a hint of pleading. At these words, Song Yumeng's eyelids fluttered. But she knew that if Suyun slipped out, he might very well head straight to Foot Basin Chicken to extract Iren's hematopoietic stem cells. Alright, I'll coordinate this. But I doubt many soldiers will be available. After all, once special forces are involved, it becomes even more complicated. Xuelong nodded, well aware of the importance and uniqueness of special forces. Without an absolutely compelling reason, no one would willingly deploy this sharp and precious blade. Alright, I'll handle it. I'll head to Zongnanhai tonight. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Xuelong had already turned decisively and strode toward the military G-Park nearby. The door slammed shut with a dull thud in the night breeze. The engine roared to life, instantly shattering the silence of the night as it sped toward the brightly lit airport. Song Yumeng watched Xuelong disappear into the distance before turning to immerse herself in the tense command operations. She swiftly assessed the situation, coordinating SWAT teams, soldiers, and perimeter police officers. Like a meticulous weaver, she carefully spun an impenetrable security net, tightly encircling the target area. Her meticulous command ensured every personnel fulfilled their duties with orderly precision. To better grasp the overall situation, Song Yumeng personally selected a vantage point with an unobstructed view, one that conveniently overlooked the entire residential complex. She settled into her seat, her gaze sharp as a hawk's, vigilantly tracking every movement below. Meanwhile, Su Xiaomei inside the room was drawn by the flickering lights outside the window, a flicker of unease stirring in her heart. She turned to look at her brother Suyun, who was busy in the kitchen, and asked softly, "Brother, why are there so many people outside?" Suyun didn't look up, his dishwashing motion steady and unhurried as he replied calmly. "It's nothing. They can't stop me. Xiaomei, just stay home and rest these few days. I've prepared several meals for you and stored them in the refrigerator. Remember to heat them up before eating, don't go hungry." Su Xiaomei felt a little reassured upon hearing this. She gave a faint smile, pressed her cheek against the windowsill, and stared at the dark mass of figures outside the residential complex. Though she couldn't make out their faces, she knew that with her brother by her side, she had nothing to fear. She softly replied, "Okay, brother. I'll listen to you." The next day, sunlight pierced through the clouds and spilled across the earth. The clock silently ticked toward 10 o'clock sharp. A silver-winged aircraft traced an elegant arc across the runway at Beijing Capital International Airport, landing steadily at its designated spot. Xuelong strode purposefully and unhurriedly toward the airport special. At the end of the corridor, an automatic door slid open silently. Outside, a military jeep had been waiting for some time. Without hesitation, Xuelong pulled open the door and issued a command to the driver seated behind the wheel, his tone urgent yet each word clear. "This is urgent. Move it." The urgency in his words transmitted like an electric current. The driver decisively pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle shot away from the airport like an arrow released from its bow. Outside the windows, the bustling cityscape unfolded like a painting, swiftly fading into view before being replaced by lush, verdant mountains. A winding, narrow one-way road appeared and disappeared through the dense forest, the sole passage into the mysterious depths. On the other side, an equally narrow one-way road silently guarded the exit from the mountains, as if marking the subtle boundary between this tranquil world and the outside clamor. The forest's silence held no emptiness. Xuelong keenly sensed that behind the seemingly ordinary trees and rocks lay a powerful protective force. They followed like shadows, yet remained utterly silent, like an invisible barrier safeguarding this hidden realm. This place was undoubtedly the most secretive core territory of the entire Zhonghua family, where countless major decisions concerning the nation's destiny were conceived and born. The vehicle slowed to a halt before a heavily guarded checkpoint. Beyond this point, unauthorized passage was impossible.
Xuelong's expression grew solemn as he swiftly exited the vehicle to undergo a security check so rigorous it bordered on harsh. The beeps of metal detectors and the flashes of identity verification devices merged into a tense yet orderly symphony. After clearing security, he finally stepped into the core area, shrouded in layers of protection. In this place where even the air seemed to freeze, no matter how distinguished one's status, everyone had to slow their pace and walk forward with the utmost reverence. Though bearing a weighty burden in his heart, Xuelong suppressed his inner anxiety and quickened his pace, each step feeling as though he tread upon the very veins of history. After about 15 minutes, an elegant, two-story courtyard house came into view. Enclosed by waist-high blue brick walls, it formed its own self-contained world. Rugged rockeries stood amidst the tinkling of spring water, where koi glided leisurely among water lilies. A riot of colorful flowers vied for attention, their subtle fragrance carried on the breeze. In one corner, a small vegetable garden teemed with life. Emerald vines climbed bamboo trellises, laden with melons and fruits, adding a touch of pastoral poetry. Xuelong paused before the courtyard gate, his gaze fixed on the vermilion wooden door. He drew a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, attempting to calm the turmoil within. He knew this seemingly ordinary courtyard was actually the supreme power center of the Flower family. The de facto leader and chairman of the Flower family, who orchestrated strategies and decided victories from afar, resided here year-round, steering the destiny of this Eastern superpower. Chapter 135, The Highest Directive? Knock knock. Steady, rhythmic knocks echoed through the tranquil courtyard. Xuelong's thick, calloused palms gently settled upon the heavy solid wood gate. Each knock rippled through the air like pebbles dropped into a lake, sending invisible waves outward. The knocking subsided, leaving the air thick with the scent of wood and the weight of time, as if one could hear the ancient timber murmuring its own ballad through the ages. Moments later, a faint creak sounded from the gate as the weathered wooden door slowly swung open. As the gate swung open, a lean, muscular soldier appeared before Xuelong. This warrior bore no rank or insignia, yet a single glance sent an instinctive chill down Xuelong's neck. He had felt this kind of gaze before from Su Yun. Not even the four great war gods of the military could instill such overwhelming pressure with a single glance. Xuelong opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, the soldier had already turned and walked into the courtyard, leaving behind a hoarse voice. Come on. The chairman and General Wang Jiangwo are waiting for you. With deep respect in his heart, Xuelong stepped steadily and resolutely into the tranquil courtyard. A simple pavilion stood alone on the emerald lawn. Inside, two elderly figures were engrossed in a game of black and white stones. Their silhouettes stretched long across the dappled sunlight, blending with the chessboard on the stone table to form a vivid ink painting. One wore a crisply tailored Zhongshan suit, his back turned to Xuelong. That familiar silhouette seemed to radiate boundless authority and wisdom. Seated opposite him was Wang Jiangwo, one of the three meritorious generals of the flower planting family. Old Wang held a black stone in his hand, his gaze fixed on the board, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Suddenly, he gently placed the stone on the board, let out a wry smile, and declared with characteristic cheerfulness. Chairman, your chess skills have reached such mastery that I must concede defeat. Hearing this, the elderly man in the Zhongshan suit curved his lips into a satisfied smile. His laughter, resonant as a great bell, echoed through the pavilion before he slowly turned to face them. His benevolent gaze fell upon Xuelong, filled with warmth and expectation. The elderly man was slightly thin, his silver hair glistening softly in the sunlight, his face etched with deep wrinkles carved by time. A wave of warmth washed over Xuelong. He took another deep breath, quickly composed himself, and strode purposefully toward the two elders. Standing before them, he straightened his back, his gaze resolute. In a voice strained with emotion, he rendered the most solemn military salute to the two elders. Chairman, Comrade Wang. Facing Xuelong's salute, the old man's eyes flashed with approval, a gaze that seemed to pierce through his soul, reaching straight to his heart. Nodding slightly, his voice brimming with satisfaction, he remarked, Excellent. Excellent. That's the spirit of a soldier from our Zhonghua family. With that, the elder personally took a teacup, filled it with water, and placed it on the stone table before Xuelong. Come, you've been traveling all this way. Sit down and have some tea first. No need to rush, I'm already aware of those matters. He's just the emperor of the football chicken. If he can truly kill him with his own skills, then it proves I didn't misjudge him. Listening to the chairman speak casually while sipping his tea, Xuelong nearly choked on his drink. But chairman, this will inevitably trigger a major diplomatic crisis. It could even. The chairman smiled and replied. What could happen? War? Ha! Let them fight. The Flower family hasn't lifted a finger in nearly 70 years. Those bastards have been itching for a fight for ages. And if it comes to blows, it'll only take a day for the flower planting family to send that island sinking beneath the sea. Diplomatic crisis? All just empty talk. Let them squabble all they want. Young man, you need to think bigger. Xuelong froze in his tracks upon hearing these words. Wow. No wonder he's the chairman while I'm just a major general. So, it's because my perspective is too narrow? No. No. It's not that my vision is too narrow, it's that the chairman's vision is just too damn broad. Any other leader in that country would absolutely be racking their brains over this. But to be fair, that guy was dead set on harvesting Emperor Naruhito's hematopoietic stem cells. That was a bit over the top.
This matter, only he would dare to conceive and execute it.
The chairman flashed a peculiar smile, lost in thought. But Xuelong, watching the smile on the old man's face, felt his heart clench violently once more.
Old man, what exactly is that look of indulgence and admiration on your face?
You're the leader of a nation.
Affection and admiration for an assassin? If word got out, wouldn't the flower-planting family be thrown into chaos?
Composure, composure. The chairman spoke again slowly, but this time on another matter.
Did he agree to that condition?
Xuelong suppressed his inner tension and replied slowly.
Not yet. He said he doesn't want to involve the flower family. He wants to discuss it after he returns from the island nation. But I can sense he might accept this condition. There's just one thing I can't figure out. If he continues down his current path, he'll make enemies from nations across the globe. With a powerhouse like Japan backing him, what reason does he have to hesitate?
This was indeed the part Xuelong couldn't grasp. Seeing Xuelong's puzzled expression, the chairman smiled and nodded toward Wang Jiangguo beside him. Old Wang, you explain it to this youngster. Wang Jiangguo nodded with a smile, then fixed Xuelong with a meaningful gaze.
Xue, imagine if I told you.
He owns an island in the Pacific Ocean, spanning 900,000 square kilometers.
Hearing this, Xuelong's jaw dropped. This. Old Wang, are you saying he wants to establish his own power base?
An island of 900,000 square kilometers, that's enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people.
More than enough for a single base. The flower planting family now faces a dilemma. From the start, I knew he wouldn't join the flower planting family's military and accept its constraints. But if he didn't join, I couldn't explain it to the other old guard and put their minds at ease. That's why I made that decision. If he can't join, then let's collaborate. Why do you think we pay him a staggering 10 billion annually?
Truth is, that's the seed money I'm providing on behalf of the flower family to help him build his strength.
It was our family's gesture of sincerity and an investment. Heh, that kid isn't just powerful, he's also incredibly sharp. He probably understood the implications the moment he laid eyes on that document.
As Xuelong listened, cold sweat slowly soaked his back. 100 billion in seed capital to build a power base.
Investment. Xuelong felt a surge of unease.
He sensed that the chairman, General Wang Jiangguo, and the Zhonghuajia family were playing a very high-stakes game.
If things continued down this path, might Su Yun ultimately forge a superpower outside the Zhonghua family? And this superpower would be working closely with the flower family? Damn it! He couldn't listen to any more of this. The more he knew, the more dangerous it became. The psychological pressure is overwhelming.
So Xuelong decisively steered the conversation back to Su Yun's planned visit to Emperor Gadarin. Chairman, Elder Wang, before coming to the capital, I had people keeping a close watch on Su Yun. But I fear we can't hold him back for much longer.
So what exactly should I do about this situation now? What exactly should I? Chairman, Mr. Wang?
Xuelong was about to seek the highest directive when he saw the chairman and Wang Jiangguo already strolling leisurely up the stairs to the courtyard house. Old Wang, since you're here for a rare visit, I'll have Xiao Zhao whip up a couple of dishes.
Let's have a few drinks together. Chapter 136, Su Yun left?
Xuelong could only watch helplessly as the two entered the small building. He dared not chase after them, and even if he shouted for final instructions, they would pretend deafness. The air seemed to freeze solid. Only the rustling of fallen leaves stirred by a faint breeze mingled with Xuelong's inner confusion and anxiety, weaving into a symphony of helplessness. He looked up at the sky, where thick clouds blocked out the sunlight completely, much like his current state of mind, lost and oppressed. Ah! Yet, just as he was about to step over the threshold of the small courtyard, the chairman's slow, magnetic voice drifted out from the small building.
Xiao Xue, do what you think is best. Go ahead and give it your all. Whatever happens, I'll take responsibility for you.
Hearing the chairman's words, Xuelong froze in place, utterly dumbfounded. He'd come all the way to the capital for nothing. What did handle it yourself even mean? Was this something he could handle on his own? If the two countries actually went to war, wouldn't he become a villain for the ages? But staring at the closed door of the small building, Xuelong could only silently turn and walk away.
Damn it! What am I supposed to do now?
As he walked away, Xuelong's back was bent over. It felt like a mountain was crushing his shoulders. Deep within the Imperial Palace of Tokyo, Japan, in a quiet and solemn Japanese-style room, Emperor Naruhito, dressed in a kimono adorned with intricate patterns, sat elegantly kneeling on a finely crafted cushion. In his hand, he clutched an ancient martial arts sword, its blade gleaming coldly as he wiped it with meticulous care. Outside, sunlight streamed through paper sliding doors, casting dappled patterns across the wooden floor. The air was filled with the faint scent of incense.
At that moment, Prime Minister Shinzo Abe entered with a grim expression.
Noticing the expression on his face, Emperor Naruhito gave a slight wave of the sword in his hand.
What could have caused our esteemed Prime Minister to lose his gentlemanly composure?
Abe Shinzo did not respond immediately, instead walking directly toward the emperor and kneeling before him in a solemn posture. He drew a sealed document from his breast pocket.
Your Majesty, please take a look at this. The document was placed before Emperor Naruhito.
Emperor Naruhito, slightly taken aback, accepted the documents, a hint of puzzlement flickering in his eyes. He slowly opened it, his gaze sweeping over the densely packed text on the paper. His expression gradually grew grave. Moments later, he lifted his head, his gaze fixed on the Prime Minister, his voice tinged with disbelief.
This is about a bounty on my head? Shinzo Abe's face turned ashen as he nodded. Yes, Your Majesty.
Just moments ago, a bounty for your head appeared on the dark web, a mere $1. Even more shocking is that within just 5 minutes, the top-ranked bounty hunter on the dark web, Killer Cloud Su, accepted the bounty. Though not yet public, this has caused an uproar among intelligence agencies worldwide. Our intelligence division is working at full capacity to track down the true identities of both the bounty's originator and killer Yun Su. Despite knowing these revelations would provoke immense anger and humiliation for Emperor Naruhito, Shinzo Abe steeled himself to relay the information. The moment this dark web bounty appeared, his intelligence division was instantly shaken to its core. They understood that this bounty not only threatened the emperor personally but also constituted an open provocation against the dignity of the Japanese imperial family and the nation as a whole.
Never in centuries of Japanese history had such an absurd and audacious incident occurred.
If exposed, it would inevitably spark nationwide outrage and potentially trigger complex international repercussions.
Sure enough.
After reviewing all the intelligence, Emperor Naruhito's previously serene expression gradually twisted into a terrifying grimace.
Ah! Damn it! That cloud.su, die.
And whoever posted that bounty, they're dead, me too. A savage, frenzied roar erupted from Dijin as he scrambled to his feet, samurai sword in hand, and began wildly slashing at the room.
Disgrace! Utter disgrace!
Naruhito ran around the room like a madman, wildly slashing at the air with his katana.
A bounty on His Majesty the Emperor of Japan? And for a measly $1? It was an utter disgrace, and yet, someone had actually accepted the bounty?
Whether this was a prank or not, the moment the bounty was posted, Naruhito had been nailed to the pillar of shame.
Because he was the first emperor in the world to have a bounty placed on his head.
After a period of frenzied activity, Naruhito came to a breathless halt, his eyes dark and terrifying.
Investigate.
Prime Minister, you must deploy our nation's most elite warriors to investigate thoroughly. Find out who posted this bounty, and track down the assassin who accepted it.
I will wash away my shame with their blood.
A wild gleam flashed in Naruhito's eyes as another thought struck him. Prime Minister, mobilize our investigation division and National Guard forces. See if that assassin truly dares set foot on our island nation.
Additionally, reinforce my security detail. I am the Emperor of Japan. My safety must not be compromised in the slightest.
Even as rage clouded his mind, his second instinct was to safeguard his own life at all costs. Abe Shinzo pounded his chest and assured Naruhito.
Your Majesty, rest assured. Your safety is paramount.
I will immediately deploy personnel to provide round-the-clock protection. Meanwhile, after leaving the Zongnanhai compound, Xuelong rushed straight to the airport and made an overnight dash back to Jiangcheng. Upon arriving in Jiangcheng, he sped like the wind to the Sunshine community where Su Yun resided. When Xuelong personally spotted Song Yumeng returning to the community from a vantage point, he was startled.
Uncle Xue, why do you look 10 years older after just one trip to the capital?
Xuelong, sporting 2 enormous dark circles under his eyes, shook his head with a wry smile.
Ah! Don't even ask.
Where's Su Yun?
Is she home? Zhuke Song Yumeng nodded. I've been watching the place the whole time. I haven't seen him come out. He should still be inside.
Hearing this, Xuelong felt there was finally some good news. But looking at that quiet, still room, Xuelong still couldn't shake a sense of unease.
No, I'm feeling uneasy. Let's go up and check on him.
Driven by a certain premonition, Xuelong led Song Yumeng into the residential complex. They climbed the stairs and gently knocked on Su Yun's door.
After a moment, Su Xiaomei opened the door, dressed in pajamas and looking sleepy-eyed. Seeing Su Xiaomei instead of Su Yun, Xuelong's heart leapt into his throat. He quickly glanced inside.
Where's your brother? Su Xiaomei rubbed her eyes.
He's gone. Gone?
Hearing Su Xiaomei's calm reply, Xuelong went completely numb. He rushed into the room only to find Su Yun was already gone.
Xuelong turned to stare blankly at Song Yumeng. You said he was always here? You lied to me.
Song Yumeng scratched her head awkwardly.
Uncle Xue, I swear I didn't blink once. I kept my eyes fixed right here the whole time. With all these armed police, SWAT teams, and soldiers surrounding the place like a fortress, how could he have slipped away without a trace?
Xuelong glared at Song Yumeng with disappointment, his tone sharp as he scolded.
Yumeng.
You fought alongside Su Yun for a while before you should know his methods inside out. How could you still? Just then, Su Xiaomei picked up a data panel from the sofa and handed it to the two of them before pushing them toward the door.
My brother told me to give this to you. Alright, I'm going to bed. You two better get going. Push.
The front door closed softly behind them. The two men, shooed out by Su Xiaomei, looked at each other in confusion.
What is this?
Song Yumlong recognized the device in Xuelong's hand.
This is the video receiver for a portable recorder. The other part is an auto-tracking camera ball. Su Yun used it when she was overseas before. Could it be?
Xuelong instinctively turned on the receiver.
Sure enough.
The footage began to play. But as he stared at the images appearing on the device, Xuelong froze in shock.
Is Su Yun at the seaside? Chapter 137, The Dark Web Boils. Moonlight bathed the shores of the East Sea like liquid silver.
In the footage, Su Yun stood solitary and resolute against the surging coastline. The fierce sea wind whipped his clothes, making them flutter as if striving to merge his figure with the endless night. Song Yumlong stood beside Xuelong, her gaze fixed on the screen, her eyes flickering with worry and helplessness.
She asked softly, "What should we do now? Should we keep trying to stop him?"
Her voice carried with unusual clarity in the quiet dawn hours, tinged with a barely perceptible bitterness. Xuelong stared at the familiar figure on the screen, his thoughts drifting to the small courtyard in Zongnanhai. The chairman's words seemed to echo in his ears. He exhaled deeply, as if expelling the weight that had long been pressing down on his heart. As the long breath dissipated into the night sky, Xuelong felt as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted from his shoulders. His slightly hunched back instantly straightened, and the long-suppressed fatigue and struggle melted away, replaced by a long-forgotten sense of ease and release. A meaningful smile curved Xuelong's lips as he said calmly,
"No need to stop me anymore."
As the words fell, Song Yumlong stared at him in astonishment, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. She could distinctly sense the dramatic shift in Xuelong's state of mind.
"You're just letting him go like this?"
Song Yumlong pressed incredulously, her voice laced with astonishment and bewilderment. Xuelong didn't respond immediately, only the smile at the corner of his lips deepening. After a moment, he spoke slowly.
"Let him go. Anyway, killing the Japanese emperor was his own doing. We're thrilled he did it."
Xuelong grinned, leaving Song Yumlong even more stunned.
"Uncle Xue, you suddenly seem so different."
Xuelong remained silent, but as a certain thought crystallized, he no longer cared about such things.
"Exactly. Just as the chairman said. If Su Yun wants to go, let him go. What's a diplomatic dispute? Just a war of words. A nation that should have faced punishment long ago yet kept evading it. What's wrong with extracting hematopoietic stem cells from its emperor?"
Xuelong finally understood what the chairman meant when he said his vision wasn't broad enough. Indeed, his perspective was too narrow.
He was always preoccupied with how to salvage the image of the flower-planting family after incidents occurred. This had left him hamstrung.
He now understood why the chairman had told him to handle it as he saw fit. This was actually a test for him to see how he would handle the situation.
Handle it as you see fit? What should we do? Then. Him. Ha 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 ha.
Hearing Xuelong's sudden burst of low laughter, Song Yumlong jumped in fright, staring at him in utter disbelief.
"You're crazy. Uncle Xue, does old Wang know you're this crazy?"
Xuelong remained unshaken by Song Yumlong's teasing. His gaze drifted calmly over the SWAT team and soldiers deployed outside the residential complex, his tone composed yet resolute.
"Have them withdraw.
Since the target has left, maintaining a standoff here serves little purpose." His words drifted lightly through the air. "Oh, and Yumlong, later you'll dispatch a unit of absolute elite soldiers. They'll handle the tight security around here for the time being.
Su Yun is off to handle major business now.
As for Su Xiaomei, our family will protect her for him. Otherwise, if anything happens to Su Xiaomei when he returns, we'll all be in big trouble."
Song Yumlong nodded.
With Su Yun gone, there was no need to keep the compound cordoned off.
And helping protect Su Xiaomei was only right. Within the Flower family territory, a squad of special warriors stood guard. They could handle most creatures like cats and dogs. So what should we do now? You come back with me.
I suspect old Wang has something to discuss with you. Xuelong waved his hand and led the way toward the vehicle.
You'll represent your grandfather and witness this unprecedented operation alongside our army.
If push comes to shove, your air force and our army might just stir up a little more trouble down there.
Ha ha ha. Song Yumlong raised an eyebrow at the remark. What's this? Not only are they not stopping Su Yun now, but they're actually planning to provide remote support? Now that's more like it.
I've been itching to take them down for ages.
Let's go, let's go.
To be honest, if it weren't for my grandfather, I would have joined Su Yun ages ago.
Time slipped away in the tense atmosphere. 6 hours had passed since Emperor Naruhito issued the bounty. The news spread like a boulder dropped into calm waters, sending ripples across the vast ocean of information that was Anwang. Countless assassins took notice.
The bounty post published by Su Yun under the account Su Xiaomei had already garnered over 1,000 comments, its heat steadily soaring.
It even ignited the entire Anwang assassin forum into a frenzy, dominating the headlines for a time.
Assassin IDs lurking in the shadows of the network emerged one after another, some leaving comments to declare their stance, others quietly observing the unfolding situation. This virtual world grew increasingly treacherous and turbulent, with hidden currents churning beneath the surface.
Cloud.su just hit number 1 and he's already moving again?
If he fails this mission, he might lose his top spot. The latest post on the board instantly caught the attention of many across the dark web. Especially after seeing the account ID that posted it, many assassins who hadn't made the rankings yet rushed over to pay their respects. Holy crap, it's the legendary Snowden, ranked 3rd. He's the main figure behind the Eagles Prism scandal. Others have to complete countless missions just to make it onto the assassin leaderboard. Even the top-ranked Cloud.su had to complete dozens of major assignments to reach the top spot. But the legendary Snowden jumped straight to 3rd place with just one Prism-related job. Hats off. Snowden, you're my eternal idol. You had the world's most powerful nation, the Eagle, dancing around you, and you walked away unscathed, evacuating safely.
Ha, Snowden's actually ranked 2nd now.
I've got the latest intel. Tony, the former 2nd-ranked assassin, was killed by a mysterious figure in the jungles of northern Myanmar.
3rd-ranked Snowden automatically moves up 1 spot.
If Cloud.su fails this mission, Snowden will rise to number 1 and become the new Dark Emperor.
How could Cloud.su possibly kill the Emperor of the football chicken?
Japan may not be the world's strongest nation, but it's still a major power.
An emperor isn't someone you can just kill off easily. I reckon.
Cloud.su is going to fail this time, and Snowden becoming the Dark Emperor is just a matter of time. The 3rd-ranked account on this dark web assassin leaderboard had appeared, instantly elevating the bounty to even greater prominence. Soon after, numerous other assassins began posting their offers.
A $1 bounty for the Emperor of a nation?
And this bizarre bounty was actually accepted by the top-ranked Cloud.su. This whole situation is way too bizarre. I suspect there's definitely something fishy going on. If given the chance, I'd love to have a real showdown with Cloud.su.
Chapter 138, Swimming to the Footbasin Chicken.
On a secluded, tranquil beach along the eastern coast of Jiangwa, the sea breeze gently swept across the golden sands, carrying whiffs of salty air. Sunlight filtered through the trees, casting dappled patterns across the ground and painting a warm, tranquil scene. Suyun sat with his back to the azure sea, hunched on the sand. His smartphone clutched tightly in hand, its screen flickering with the interface of a dark web forum. Suyun sat there, clutching his phone and scrolling through the dark web. When he saw a post jumping on the bandwagon, claiming someone else wanted to assassinate Emperor Naruhito too, his fingers flew across the screen as he typed. If you plan to assassinate Emperor Naruhito before killing him, please drain all his blood and bone marrow and preserve it with liquid nitrogen. I'll pay 100 million for it. Under the dark web's unwritten rules, once someone accepted a bounty, other assassins would generally avoid interfering with the accepted mission unless exceptional circumstances arose. Yet the underworld is treacherous, and some always gamble on luck, attempting to break the rules. There was a time when a hitman accepted a job, only for the target to be eliminated prematurely by another uninvited guest. In the end, both parties walked away empty-handed. Such lessons had taught Suyun to remain hyper-vigilant against any possible variables. At this moment, Suyun's target was not the life of Emperor Duren, but the hematopoietic stem cells hidden deep within his bone marrow perfectly matched to Su Xiaomei. This precious source of life was crucial to saving Su Xiaomei from the brink of death. He would not tolerate any mishap destroying this hard-won hope, nor could he bear another assassin interfering at this critical juncture.
No.
Suyun thought to himself. If others meddle and mishandle the stem cells, causing damage, the consequences would be unimaginable. Realizing his previous response had been too vague to deter potential rivals, he resolved to take more direct and forceful measures. Thus, Suyun logged back into the assassin section of the dark web. His fingers danced swiftly across the screen as he posted an announcement that sent shockwaves through the entire network.
Duren, my prey.
No one shall lay a finger on him.
Otherwise, kill without mercy. The moment this announcement appeared, it sent shockwaves through the network like a boulder dropped into calm waters. Netizens from all corners erupted in heated discussion, their gasps of astonishment, skeptical doubts, expressions of admiration, and taunts intertwining into a surging tide of public opinion. Damn, that announcement is bold, someone exclaimed. Cloud.su is issuing a warning to all of us in the business.
Anyone who dares interfere with his mission had better be prepared to face retaliation, someone interpreted.
Truly the undisputed king of the dark web, even his announcements exude unmatched arrogance and dominance. Admired another.
Oomph, I'll be damned if I don't test him. Let's see if he has the guts to back up his arrogant promises. Another challenged. Then you'd better ask yourself if your life is tough enough. Not my words, this is Cloud.su's message. Suyun glanced at the comments below before closing the webpage.
The announcement had been made.
If assassins truly came to cause trouble, he wouldn't mind eliminating those reckless killers before extracting Duren's hematopoietic stem cells. Zhangbaihai, Army Headquarters, a conference room. Shuelong hurried back with Song Yumeng, projecting the device's feed onto the conference room wall. Both were very familiar with this mysterious conference room, where many high-ranking officials had previously monitored Suyun's overseas side projects. This time, however, the entire room was empty except for them. After setting everything up, Xuelong and Song Yumong casually took seats and began watching the projected footage. The only thing missing was a bucket of popcorn in front of them. Song Yumong noticed an earpiece hanging from Xuelong's ear. "What's that?" Song Yumong asked curiously. "Heh, it's a satellite communicator. I can get in touch with Su Yun." Xuelong grinned mischievously, then tapped the device lightly with his fingers. Meanwhile, on a beach in the East China Sea, Su Yun was doing his left back warm-up exercises when the live streaming ball beside him clicked open. Inside, a tiny earpiece was revealed. In the conference room, Song Yumong gaped in astonishment as the silver sphere produced the communicator. "Holy cow, why didn't you tell me this thing could call back home last time?" Xuelong chuckled. "Last time, when you were trying to assassinate that general in Daishingbird, if I'd told you this thing could make calls, wouldn't that have been like announcing to the world that your assassination mission was ordered by the Flower family?" Ever since his emotional knot had been untangled, he radiated a newfound vigor. "Hey, Su Yun, can you hear me?" Xuelong had already started calling Su Yun on the communicator. "Yeah, what's up?" Su Yun's reply came through the communicator. Xuelong didn't explain anything. He went straight to the point. "Zhu Ke and I will monitor your entire operation. You can reach me anytime with this communicator. If you need any assistance, don't hesitate to ask. Of course, this conversation is between the three of us only. I won't acknowledge it in front of anyone else." Xuelong added one last thing. Su Yun merely responded with a flat, "Oh." Though Xuelong still had no clue when or how Su Yun had managed to reach the East Seacoast so swiftly, dwelling on such questions was pointless now. Judging by the scene on the screen, Su Yun was clearly ready to depart at any moment. "How do you plan to get there this time?" Xuelong asked curiously. He hadn't spotted any boats or other means of transportation in the footage. "Just like how I went to Jiao Bengji last time." "Last time?" Xuelong thought for a moment before recalling that this wasn't Su Yun's first trip to Footbasin Chicken. Last time he went to Footbasin Chicken, he'd burned down half the shrine. "So how did you get there last time?" "I swam over." Hearing Su Yun's matter-of-fact reply over the communicator, Xuelong and Song Yumong both gasped in unison. Swam over?" "Su Yun, this is no time for jokes. You know there's an entire ocean separating us from Footbasin Chicken. The ocean, it's full of water." Song Yumong looked utterly bewildered. After all, the nearest coastline of Flower Country was still 430 kilometers from Footbasin Chicken. Xuelong genuinely hadn't expected Su Yun's method of sneaking into Footbasin Chicken to be so straightforward. He opened his mouth, but all that came out was, "Well, be careful." Then, on the screen, after finishing his final warm-up stretches, Su Yun dove headfirst into the waves. For the next hour, Xuelong and Song Yumong sat in the conference room, watching Su Yun swim endlessly across the boundless ocean. Does he have that much stamina? Doesn't he ever get tired? If I could marry him, I'd be so blessed. Song Yumong stared at Su Yun's bare torso on the screen. Those perfectly proportioned muscles were simply flawless, exuding explosive power without compromising flexibility. And those scars, each one a mark left by past battles. Her face flushed bright red as her eyes remained fixed on Su Yun's figure on the screen. After a night of travel, Xuelong had watched Su Yun's swimming footage for another hour, his eyelids drooping with exhaustion. "I can't take it anymore. Watching this is killing me with sleepiness. It feels like his swimming movements are already etched into his muscle memory. At this rate, he might reach the Footbasin Chicken in 3 hours. Without breaking a sweat. I'm gonna catch a quick nap. Wake me when he gets out of the water." Chapter 139, I'll finish Su Yun myself. Tokyo, Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace was now under tight security. The Prime Minister, the Defense Agency Director, and the Metropolitan Police Commissioner were all present. "Your Majesty, we've just received the latest intelligence from the dark web. The assassin known as Cloud.su has issued a public statement." The Defense Agency Director placed a tablet before Emperor Naruhito. On the screen appeared the announcement posted by Su Yun. "Naruhito, my prey. No one shall lay a finger on him. Otherwise, kill without mercy. No one shall touch it or face death." Damn it, what an arrogant bastard. Duren's face darkened. This announcement itself isn't important. What matters is one of his replies. "Your Majesty, look at this." This reply subtly reveals the assassin's true purpose. The Defense Agency Director's finger lightly swiped across the screen, bringing up another screenshot of a comment. Naruhito's gaze followed. "If you plan to assassinate Naruhito before killing him, please leave behind his bone marrow or the hematopoietic stem cells within it. Liquid nitrogen preservation is optimal. I will pay 100 million yen for it." Bang! Upon seeing this comment, Naruhito instantly drew the katana beside him and hacked the tablet into smithereens with a clang, clang, clang. Damn it all to hell. Death, death. So his target was actually the hematopoietic stem cells in the bone marrow? Prime Minister Shinzo Abe chimed in from the side. "Your Majesty, I've already verified this with the Health Bureau. The amount of bone marrow in the human body ranges from 1,600 grams to 3,700 grams. Your Majesty, the precious bone marrow fluid in your body is approximately 3,000 grams. Based on the assassin's demands, he intended to extract 2,500 grams of your bone marrow fluid in one go, a lethal quantity.
Listening to Prime Minister Abe's explanation, Emperor Naruhito's face darkened as he said, "So regardless of this man's true motives, his ultimate goal is to take my life?" Shinzo Abe nodded. "It appears so.
And he only offered 100 million yen for the hematopoietic stem cells of His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Football Chicken Empire.
This is an insult to our great pot-footed chicken empire." Just then, the chief of the Metropolitan Police Department glanced at his phone, his expression instantly turning grave. "Your Majesty, may I access the computer? An anonymous source just sent us intelligence regarding that assassin." Naruhito waved his hand coldly. "No problem. Go ahead."
As soon as he finished speaking, an attendant hurriedly brought over a brand new laptop. Upon receiving the warning, the minister swiftly pulled up the anonymous intelligence report on his phone, then his pupils contracted sharply. "Your Majesty, this intelligence states that the true identity of Cloud.su is a Chinese national named Su Yun.
It also states that the last time our Yasukuni shrine was tragically burned down by a mysterious arsonist, destroying most of the structure.
That mysterious arsonist was Su Yun." Staring at the detailed anonymous report in his hands, especially that final line, the Minister of Security found his body trembling. After uttering those words, an eerie, deathly silence descended upon the room. After a long pause, Emperor Naruhito's voice, hoarse to the extreme, broke the silence.
"So, the individual attempting to assassinate me is none other than the very villain we've been desperately searching for, the one responsible for destroying the national society?"
"It appears so, Your Majesty." The chief of the Metropolitan Police Department nodded deeply, his mind reeling.
Learning this news was far more shocking than discovering that Japanese flower-growing family intended to attack the emperor.
It turned out that Su Yun was responsible for the previous bombing that destroyed half of the sacred national society. In pursuit of the culprit, Shinzo Abe had dismissed over a dozen high-ranking officials. That painful chapter had become a nightmare and a stain on the reputation of every high-ranking Japanese official.
And now, this heinous criminal was preparing to set foot on Japanese soil a second time, attempting to carry out an even more audacious attack?
This was truly treating them with utter contempt.
"Last time, you failed to find the killer.
I forgave you on behalf of His Excellency the Prime Minister."
Upon receiving this news, Naruhito's voice sounded slowly.
"This time, that murderer has dared to challenge the dignity of our great foot basin chicken empire once more, seeking to heap further shame upon us.
Everyone, do you know what must be done?"
Emperor Naruhito simultaneously called out the names of everyone in the room. Everyone in the room sat up straight and bowed their heads deeply.
"Hi!
We shall wash away our shame with his flesh and blood."
Emperor Naruhito knelt back down on his seat, his expression calm yet icy.
"If you fail to accomplish this task this time, Prime Minister, you might as well step down."
"What else is needed in the intelligence? When will that Japanese bastard depart?"
Receiving the order, the chief of the Metropolitan Police Department glanced back at the anonymous intelligence report, his fingers trembling violently. "Your Majesty, Prime Minister, the intelligence indicates he has already departed."
"The intelligence indicates that the flower planting family is currently entering our country by swimming.
The route is from the East Sea off the coast of Japan, heading straight east.
The estimated landing point is Kyushu Island."
The landing point was Kyushu Island at the southernmost tip, while the Imperial Palace was located on Hokkaido at the northernmost tip. This meant that if that Japanese individual truly intended to attack Emperor Naruhito, it implied he would have to traverse Kyushu, Shikoku, Honshu, and finally reach Hokkaido.
In other words, he'd have to fight his way from the southernmost tip of Japan to its northernmost point?
At this thought, the Metropolitan Police Commissioner's first reaction was impossible.
Crossing the entire country to assassinate His Majesty the Emperor? How could such a thing even be possible?
But upon examining the timestamp of this anonymous tip and the coordinates of that Japanese individual, the commissioner did a quick mental calculation before lifting his head with a grave expression. "Your Majesty, Prime Minister, judging by the timing of this intelligence report, the Japanese national named Su Yun will land on Kyushu Island in half an hour." Upon hearing the chief of the Metropolitan Police Department's words, the expressions of Naruhito and Shinzo Abe began to twist into grimaces.
"Then what are you waiting for? Get out.
I want him dead the moment he sets foot on shore."
With that, Abe bowed deeply to Emperor Naruhito. "Your Majesty, rest assured.
This time, I will personally end Su Yun's life." Across the vast expanse of the East China Sea, the morning sun bathed the endless horizon. Snow-white seagulls soared freely against the sea breeze. Beneath them, deep within the ocean's depths, a figure was silently and swiftly cutting through the waves. After over 10 minutes, Su Yun came to a brief halt near a tiny islet, barely more than a speck protruding from the water. It scarcely qualified as an islet, its area barely exceeding 10 square meters. As he stepped ashore, Su Yun dragged a small salmon over 50 centimeters long in his hands. Sitting on this tiny rocky islet, Su Yun began to carefully clean the salmon. He then sliced off the most nutritious belly meat, placing it in his mouth to chew slowly. The nearly 2-hour swim had drained him of considerable energy. Now, that depleted energy was gradually being restored. Lifting his head slightly, he could already make out the faint silhouette of an island on the distant sea.
Chicken Island. Kyushu Island. Chapter 140, Sealing the Coastline.
Suddenly, Xuelong's voice crackled through Su Yun's earpiece.
Su Yun, you swam over this time, and you started out fast. The Japanese probably haven't realized you're almost here yet. At least when you hit shore, you should be safe. In the conference room at Zhonghuaxia, Xuelong had woken from his nap, while Song Yumling had taken over for a quick rest. Watching Su Yun take bite after bite of salmon sashimi, Xuelong angrily tossed his half-eaten instant noodles aside. But there's one thing I still don't understand.
You're looking for Emperor Naruhito, who lives in the Imperial Palace on Hokkaido, the northernmost island.
So why did you choose to land on Kyushu Island, the southernmost one? That means you'd have to cross the entire country.
In the scene, Su Yun swallowed a piece of succulent fish with a blank expression. I have an armory on Kyushu Island.
I need to retrieve my equipment first.
Xuelong listened with utter resignation.
Damn. He actually set up a weapons depot in Japan? He's practically ready to start a fight at any moment.
Su Yun gazed at the distant islands and casually added.
He won't escape even if he's in the sky.
I'm determined to extract his bone marrow.
Curing Su Xiaomei's illness had always been one of Su Yun's top priorities.
To that end, they'd spent half their savings on medical treatments and developing new drugs. Now that they'd finally found a matching hematopoietic stem cell donor, there was no way he was getting away. If not for concerns that a dead body might compromise the viability of the hematopoietic stem cells, Su Yun would have even considered killing De Rin first and bringing his body back to China for further action.
Alright, I'm off. Su Yun stood up and tossed the remaining fish meat into the air.
The circling seagulls quickly swooped down to snatch the food, landing one after another on the reef island where Su Yun had just been sitting. On the island, Su Yun's figure was nowhere to be seen.
Kyushu Island.
Nearby fishing boats of all sizes, which had set out early to fish while it was still dark, were all blocked in the coastal waters on their return journey. Many fishermen and merchants were frantic with worry.
What's going on? Why aren't we allowed to return? Exactly. We caught a lot today.
The fish will go bad soon.
Damn it, I heard the coastline is blocked off. All fishing boats out at sea aren't allowed to dock now.
Look ahead, you should still be able to see it.
The coastline is packed with police officers. Holy crap. Even the National Guard is out there? What the hell is going on?
These fishing boats that set out early were originally aiming to return quickly to sell their freshest catch at the morning's high prices. But now they were all crammed together in the nearshore waters, unable to move, growing increasingly anxious and angry.
Gradually, even these fishermen began to sense something was amiss. For along this stretch of Kyushu's coastline, police officers from the prefectural police department stood densely packed along the coastline, and even the National Defense Force had been deployed.
Fully armed, they were combing the shoreline, searching for something. On one stretch of coastline, the Metropolitan Police Commissioner and the Defense Agency Director, who had rushed urgently by helicopter from Hokkaido to Kyushu, stood together. Both men felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, the area wasn't large, allowing them to rush from the Imperial Palace to deploy defenses here within half an hour. Otherwise, had they not arrived before those Japanese invaders landed, they would likely have been forced to commit seppuku before the emperor within minutes.
Thank God we made it in time.
The Minister of Public Safety wiped the cold sweat from his brow and addressed the chief of the defense agency beside him.
I've redeployed every police force from Kyushu to this area. Every stretch of coastline is now under surveillance. Nearby residents are currently being evacuated. The defense director nodded and added. The National Defense Corps under my command is fully deployed, with patrol boats conducting continuous surveillance in the coastal waters. Additionally, 5 special operations teams are en route. I've issued them all the highest combat readiness orders. After exchanging these assurances, both men felt considerably more at ease. With defenses this formidable and forces this robust, should that assassin from the flower-planting family dare to show his face, he would inevitably be detected. Once detected, that individual would face a relentless pursuit and hunt by the police force, the National Guard, and even 5 special operations teams. What could the Darknet Emperor possibly do against such overwhelming force? At that moment, a head silently emerged from the shadow cast by a fishing boat on the sea surface. After just one glance at the densely packed defenses along the coastline, Su Yun had already deduced one thing. My movements have been compromised. As Su Yun observed the scene across the water, Xuelong in the Flower family conference room witnessed it too. Especially upon hearing Su Yun say his whereabouts had been revealed, Xuelong's heart jolted violently. His mind raced through a rapid review of events before he spoke with unwavering resolve. It wasn't me or Zhu Kei. I know. Hearing Su Yun's response, Xuelong felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over him. Then, looking at the heavily armed defenses on the screen, he spoke with a serious tone. Su Yun, they've even deployed the National Defense Force. Looks like they're certain you'll be landing here. Damn. Since our route's been exposed, maybe you should retreat for now? Or try a different route. Soo-yun shook his head expressionlessly. No need. He began slowly adjusting his physical state, drawing as much oxygen as possible into his lungs while lowering his heart rate to reduce oxygen consumption. While readjusting his state, his gaze had already identified a suitable route for advancing along the coastline. Slowly, Soo-yun's figure sank beneath the surface of the sea. Silently, he swam toward the shore. At a cove along the coastline, 3 soldiers from the Footbasin Chicken National Guard were intently scanning the surrounding waters. Hey, heard some flower-planting bastards trying to sneak ashore here. Haha, they all know how great our country is, so they want to sneak in to live? Probably not. Heard it's an assassin dangerous stuff. Dangerous or not, under the glory of Bushido, there's no enemy we can't defeat. Pass the fire, let's have a smoke. A soldier pulled out a few stashed cigarettes from his pocket and handed them around. They seized the rare chance to patrol outside to satisfy their nicotine cravings. Damn it, the sea breeze is too strong. Huddle closer. Driven by the sea breeze, the 3 soldiers huddled together in a tight circle to light their cigarettes. Then, the instant they all turned and lowered their heads, a figure silently emerged from a patch of seaweed drifting in the coastal waters. In the next instant, Soo-yun stood behind the 3 Taiwanese soldiers. In a flash, a slit appeared across each of the 3 soldiers' throats. The 3 soldiers, who had been bent over lighting their cigarettes, suddenly saw everything blur before their eyes. The next instant, cascades of blood spurting from their throats extinguished the cigarettes they had just lit. Chapter 141, The Fierce Battle Ashore. The bodies of the 3 Footbasin Chicken soldiers collapsed lifelessly to the ground in violent spasms. Their pupils, shrunk to pinpoints by sheer terror, seemed frozen in midair by some invisible force, staring fixedly at the ghostly figure that had effortlessly slipped through their defenses. That figure vanished like a flash of lightning into the night, leaving only silence and the scent of death behind. The moment before the 3 Footbasin Chicken soldiers fell, Soo-yun had keenly sensed the tension and danger permeating the air. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged decisively toward the lush forest park along the coastline. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of gunfire erupted from the forest park ahead, accompanied by frantic shouts. Enemy sighted. He's here. He's here. Open fire. Bullets rained down in waves. Soo-yun darted left and right along the embankment. He knew full well that given the defensive forces along this stretch of coastline, there was no chance of landing undetected. Therefore, he never intended to engage in covert combat from the start. He would simply charge straight in and tear open a breach. From the beach to the park, a distance of nearly 100 meters, Soo-yun pushed his speed to its absolute limit. Damn it, who the hell is he? How can he move this fast? A South Korean soldier stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous at the figure weaving effortlessly through the dense hail of gunfire. Another soldier shouted urgently. Bad news. Call headquarters immediately, he's about to enter the forest. As the warning sirens echoed through the night sky, tensions escalated sharply both inside and outside the forest park. Nearby Footbasket Police and National Guard troops rushed to the scene upon hearing the alert. Their shouts, footsteps, and the roar of vehicle engines intertwined into a tense, chaotic vortex. Target sighted. Over there. Quick. Damn it, he killed 3 of our soldiers the moment he came ashore. We finally found him. Die, die. Amidst the cacophony, fear and rage mingled as Taiwanese soldiers surged like a tidal wave from all points along the coastline toward the forest park. They formed an impenetrable encirclement, intent on trapping Soo-yun completely within. Target spotted. Over there. Quick. Damn it, he instantly killed 3 of our soldiers the moment he came ashore. We finally found him. Die, die. News of Soo-yun's appearance was immediately relayed to the police chief and defense minister here. He's coming. He's actually coming. Listening to their subordinates' reports and the commotion erupting in the forest park, the police chief and defense director couldn't help but stare in utter shock. After all, they had only seen that flower-growing family guy's name in intelligence reports before, and neither had felt anything special about it. But now, clearly sensing that the man had landed in Japan less than a few hundred meters away, a faint sense of dread crept into their hearts. Only now did they vividly recall that assassin named Soo-yun from the flower-planting family. He had silently demolished their sacred national headquarters in Japan and ultimately escaped unscathed. Only when he actually appeared did they understand how nerve-wracking it felt to face him. And this was merely while they stood watching from the sidelines. He must have already sensed the layers of defenses we've laid here, right? And he's still charging in like this? The police chief muttered to himself in disbelief. Meanwhile, the defense agency director had already begun donning his bulletproof vest and helmet. In any case, since he's already appeared on Kyushu Island, we must eliminate him here. Otherwise, forget His Majesty the Emperor, even His Excellency the Prime Minister could have us both killed. As they spoke, the 2 men donned their heavy protective gear and, escorted by a squad of elite soldiers, hurried toward the park forest. Simultaneously, they issued stern operational orders. Quick! All police and military forces, converge on the target immediately. Open fire freely. Eliminate him. Every police officer and defense soldier along the coastline charged toward Soo-yun's location. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, completely surrounded the entire forest park. Inside, the battle erupted with fierce intensity and deafening noise. 9 o'clock direction. No, he's at 11 o'clock. Damn. He's moved again, behind that tree at 1 o'clock. Damn it, he's here. Under the gloomy canopy, Suyun advanced silently, armed only with the pocket knife he carried. Whoosh. As he sprinted, Suyun flicked the knife forward, driving it into the throat of a foot-basin chicken cop. His body surged forward, using the cop's corpse as a shield to block incoming fire. Bang! 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 Suyun emptied the last 3 rounds from the foot-basin chicken cop's pistol. 3 more corpses instantly littered the front. Rat-a-tat-tat. But several foot-basin chicken soldiers appeared on the left flank and opened fire simultaneously. Suyun's massive frame had no choice but to retreat once more. Damn it, he took out 4 more of us. Charge! His guns out of bullets kill him. Fire! Fire! In a conference room at Zhonghua home, Xuelong and Song Yamong watched the footage with intense nervousness. In the fleeting shot, both saw the dense ranks of South Korean soldiers surrounding Suyun. Further away, even more foot-basin chicken National Guard troops and police were closing in on Suyun. It was clear Suyun was in a precarious situation. Hearing the faint, frenzied shouts of the foot-basin chicken soldiers echoing from the footage, Song Yamong slammed her palm hard onto the table and shouted angrily. Damn it! Is this how you bully the outnumbered? These bastards are bullying us Chinese people. I won't stand for it. Uncle Shui, have you found out who leaked Suyun's whereabouts? I'll tear the traitor limb from limb. Suyun's whereabouts had been exposed. The moment he set foot ashore, he faced a relentless pursuit by hundreds, even thousands, of foot-basin chicken soldiers. Xuelong's eyes blazed with fury. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. How dare they leak Suyun's whereabouts to the footbasket chickens? Don't they know our flower family and the foot-basin chickens are mortal enemies? Damn it, you little foot-basin chickens, think you can bully us just because we're outnumbered? Do you really think the flower planting family can't handle you? You'll pay for this. With that, Xuelong kicked open the conference room door and rushed out. Moments later, he dragged Wang Zhongjuan back inside. He pointed at the screen showing Suyun surrounded by hundreds of chicken-footed soldiers, glaring at Wang Zhongjuan. See for yourself. Wang Zhongjuan saw it and instantly understood what was happening. Bang! He slammed his palm down on the table, mirroring Xuelong's earlier gesture. Damn it all. So many of them ganging up on one of our own? Do you think I'll stand for this? As he spoke, Wang Zhongjuan pulled a phone from his pocket and swiftly tapped out a series of commands. Old Shui, Yamong, hold your horses. We've got comrades infiltrated in the Football Chicken National Defense Corps. Chapter 142, Practice Makes Perfect. As each command crossed the vast ocean, it streaked across the sky like a meteor, landing precisely on the war-torn Kyushu Island. A dozen or so foot-basin chicken National Defense Corps soldiers and 7 or 8 police officers, who had been half-heartedly pursuing their targets, suddenly trembled in unison. The next moment, their actions shifted subtly. In the forest park, Suyun had already launched another wave of advances, facing a small squad of foot-basin chicken soldiers. Here! Fire! The Taiwanese soldiers opened fire without hesitation the moment they spotted him. Suyun leapt nimbly forward between several trees. Whoa! A sudden cry shattered the battlefield's silence. A National Defense Corps soldier seemed to trip over something, losing his balance as he fell diagonally towards Suyun's position. Even more astonishingly, the assault rifle clutched in his hand flew from his grasp the instant he fell. As if guided by some mysterious force, it flew straight towards Suyun without deviation. A flicker of astonishment crossed Suyun's eyes, but his body reacted faster than his mind. He shifted his body slightly to the side, effortlessly catching the flying assault rifle. A look of disbelief spread across his face. Damn it, Mr. Koda, what the? The surrounding Japanese soldiers, stunned, voiced their confusion and reproach. Yet, lying on the ground, Ida flashed a shy smile, like a child who'd done something wrong, and mumbled softly. Sorry, my hand slipped. Before he could finish, Suyun swiftly adjusted his stance, gripping the assault rifle tightly as his gaze sharpened to a fierce glint. Rat-a-tat-tat. Flames of fury erupted from the muzzle as bullets swept toward the small squad of foot-basin chicken soldiers like a violent storm. In an instant, they were engulfed in an endless hail of bullets, utterly powerless to resist. As the smoke cleared, Suyun walked steadily toward the still lying Inada. At that moment, Jing Tian's face was serene, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He looked at Suyun and spoke in a low, almost whispering voice. Major General Shui asked me to tell you this. Once you return to the country, he will give you a satisfactory explanation regarding the leak of your whereabouts today. The words had barely left his lips when Jing Tian suddenly clutched his abdomen, letting out a piercing scream. As Suyun stared in shock, 2 spare magazines at his waist flew out mysteriously, untouched by anyone, as if guided by an invisible hand, landing precisely in Suyun's grasp. Southwest direction. Whispering the final words, Jing Tian collapsed to the ground, feigning unconsciousness. After catching the magazines, Suyun sprinted straight toward the southwest, letting out a quiet chuckle into his earpiece. Impressive. You've got people in the National Defense Force.
In the conference room, Wang Zhongjuan, who had overheard Su Yun's praise, smirked smugly.
Heh, absolutely essential.
From 1937 to the War of Resistance against Japan, we suffered so much because of this.
We learned our lesson the hard way.
Su Yun, break through with confidence, you'll have covert support all along the way. After speaking, Wang Zhongjuan intently watched Su Yun's progress on the monitor while rapidly tapping commands into his phone.
As each covert order was transmitted, the combat atmosphere in the forest park suddenly grew eerie. I see him. Behind the second tree on the left. Fire. Shoot him now. No way, Matsuno, there's no one behind the tree? No one? Impossible. Oh. Sorry, I must have misread it just now. Over here, send backup. He's at my 6 o'clock position. Calling for backup. He's right here. I've got him locked in my sights. Coming. Hold him down, we're on our way. Ha? Sheriff, is your eyesight failing you? That's not a flower-planting family member, it's clearly a park statue. Oh. Bayan, sorry, rushed out on duty today and forgot my contacts. Southwest direction. He's breaking through. Stop him. I've already opened fire. That flower-planting guy won't get away. Bang. Ah. Daisher, why did you shoot at me? Oh. Sorry, it was an accidental discharge. At that moment, the soldiers in the forest park suddenly felt a bit bewildered. The commotion seemed to grow louder and more chaotic, with shouts echoing everywhere. First, they spotted the flower-planting family at the 9 o'clock position. Then, at 6 o'clock, came cries for backup. Even more absurdly, a soldier from the Footbasin Chicken Defense Force had clearly seen the flower-planting family member leap right past him. Yet behind him, a confident cry for backup rang out. 5 o'clock direction, target spotted, come support. Hearing these completely contradictory coordinates, the guard was utterly baffled. Damn it, did I see that wrong? For a moment, it seemed like cries of target spotted were echoing from every corner of the forest park. But that wasn't the most absurd part. They had clearly cornered that flower-planting family member and opened fire to stop him. At this critical juncture, unexpected incidents always seemed to arise within the unit. Whether it was someone's gun accidentally going off and hitting a comrade, or someone suddenly stumbled, sending their weapon flying straight into the hands of that flower-planting family member. Sometimes, as if to be extra helpful, 2 spare magazines would fly over together. One of the Footbasin Chicken cops witnessed the most absurd incident. A rookie officer in their squad tripped over a branch. In the brief seconds of his fall, his bulletproof vest and helmet flew off and landed squarely on the Chinese guy. The Footbasin Chicken cops who witnessed it were stunned. One thought raced through his mind: how did that guy manage to unbuckle his vest and helmet in the split second he hit the ground? That speed. If he were jerking off, wouldn't sparks fly? But he'd never get to share this bizarre scene with anyone. Because the very next moment, he was already dead at Su Yun's hands. After taking out that Taiwanese cop, Su Yun grinned at the young Taiwanese officer before him. Your reflexes are lightning fast. The young cop, lying on the ground playing dead, smirked smugly. Just practice makes perfect. Bro, you gotta get out of here fast. Don't get me exposed. Su Yun calmly continued moving southwest, whispering into his earpiece. Thanks. I'll make sure you recognize me this time. Even without these suddenly traitorous cops and soldiers, Su Yun would absolutely break through the blockade and enter the city. But it must be said, having these guys made things considerably easier for him. When he first landed, Su Yun had only a fruit knife on him. But now, he had not only weapons and spare magazines, but even body armor and a bulletproof helmet. All of it had been carelessly delivered to him by those very men. Wang Zhongjuan's booming laughter crackled through the earpiece. You're welcome. These guys were prepared for exactly this kind of emergency. The moment you set foot on shore, those bastards from the Chicken Basin gave you such a grand welcome ceremony. It's obvious the problem lies with us. Someone leaked your whereabouts to the bastards. When mistakes happen, someone has to take responsibility. Since it's our mistake, we'll clean up the mess. Ha! Just don't come back to mess with me and old Shui. After speaking, Shui Long took the microphone and said in a serious tone. Su Yun, push 300 meters further southwest and you'll break through this blockade into the city. But according to intelligence reports, there are still several special forces teams of the bastards stationed there. We're willing but unable to help with that. You'll have to be careful on your own. Chapter 143, Pineapple Killer, Designated Paparazzi. The Metropolitan Police Commissioner and the Defense Agency Director stood side by side before a heavy armored vehicle. Its body was pitch black, its steel armor gleaming like a mobile fortress. Their gazes swept over the vehicle's roof toward the distant forest park shrouded in night. From there came waves of chaotic gunfire, like pebbles tossed in a storm, sometimes loud, sometimes faint, sometimes near, sometimes far. Is my hearing playing tricks on me? The Metropolitan Police Commissioner furrowed his brow, straining to listen to the perplexing gunfire. Why do the shots seem to drift from east to west, so erratic? Just then, a soldier came running up, pale-faced, gasping for breath, his panicked expression like a startled bird in the night. He hurriedly saluted, his voice trembling. Commissioner, Director. Trouble. The target from that flower-growing family is about to break through the perimeter. At these words, the two high-ranking officials were struck as if by lightning. Their expressions shifted instantly from confusion to shock, then from shock to furious anger. How is that possible? The chief of police demanded sharply, his eyes flashing with disbelief. How could he possibly escape your encirclement with hundreds of men, unarmed? The reporting soldier, though still trembling with fear, forced himself to remain calm, his tone oddly detached as he replied. We suspect that the flower-growing family may have mastered some kind of mysterious black magic. He swallowed hard and continued. He vanished and reappeared like a ghost one moment at 9 o'clock, the next at 3 o'clock. Even more bizarrely, whichever squad spotted his trail would suddenly suffer accidental gunfire, wiping out the entire team. Initially, he carried no weapons at all, but now, not only does he have body armor, he's even wearing a bulletproof helmet. Black magic? The defense minister roared, his face contorted with fury. He has a bulletproof helmet and vest now? Unable to accept this absurd claim, his rage boiling over, he lashed out with a resounding slap that sent the soldier reeling, his cheeks swelling red. Don't cover up your incompetence with such nonsense. He barked harshly. Oomph. The defense minister sneered coldly. The mysterious black magic of the flowering family? How could that be possible? This is Japan. Any dark arts will be crushed by the Yamada no Orochi. Catch him. Our special forces team has already arrived in the city. We'll search every inch of it until we find that bastard. His subordinate covered his face and walked away, looking aggrieved. Even though the higher-ups didn't believe him, something truly bizarre had happened earlier. At the edge of the forest park, an intense gunfight erupted. After repelling two squads of Taiwanese soldiers sent to block their path, Soo-yun finally broke through the final blockade and charged into the city beyond the cordon. With a single leap onto a rooftop, his figure vanished from sight within a few bounds. When he reappeared, Soo-yun lay motionless and silent atop a residence crossbeam, eyes closed as he slowly calmed his body. Soon, his breath seemed to vanish entirely. He waited, biding his time until nightfall. Just as Soo-yun successfully breached the first coastal defense line and reached land, an image was uploaded to the dark web by an ID named Pineapple Killer. The photo depicted a lush coastal forest park bathed in the morning sunlight. The photographer's skill was evident, with the background layered in three distinct colors. The vibrant green of the trees, the golden hue of the coastal sand, and finally, the deep blue of the ocean in the background. The atmosphere was serene, yet the scene itself was grim. The entire street was under martial law, with squabbling chicken police and defense force soldiers fully armed, surrounding the entire forest park. Deep within the forest park, countless fleeing figures can be faintly discerned. The photographer must have been positioned on the rooftop of a high-rise building outside the park. From this elevated vantage point, the photographer captured this image. Zooming in reveals a gap in the trees where a dozen or so Taiwanese soldiers from the security detail stand tense, rifles aimed at a specific spot. Before them, another stiffened foot-basin chicken soldier stood with arms raised high in a surrender pose. A cold fruit knife was pressed against the neck of this soldier. Further back, a shadow revealed the faint outline of a hand with long, slender fingers and half a profile hidden within the darkness. After posting the photo on the dark web, the photographer added a caption. On the scene, Cloud.su has already killed his way into Taiwan. All I can say is, he's strong. Not just strong, he's ridiculously strong. The post quickly drew a crowd of onlookers. Previously, the dark web only knew Cloud.su had accepted the bounty, but no updates had surfaced. This was essentially Cloud.su's first real update since accepting that bizarre bounty. Little did anyone expect it would be such a major one. I always thought Cloud.su was still preparing, but it turns out he's already there. This is insane. Seeing this photo is the first time I truly believe Cloud.su actually went through with this mission. Is that half-face in the shadows Cloud.su? Finally, we get to see half the Emperor's profile. But judging by the scene in the photo, it seems Cloud.su encountered intense opposition right after arriving in South Korea? Can the OP share more details about the situation? Tipping 10,000 Darknet coins OP, please elaborate. The Dark Web Emperor, the top-ranked assassin, heading to South Korea to take out Gadarin. This has already caused a huge stir across the dark web. So now that we finally have direct access to the scene's dynamics, a single photo is no longer enough to satisfy the dark web's curiosity. Users are flooding the comments urging this on-site brother to elaborate. And this blogger, known as Pineapple Killer, seeing all those comments urging him to share more even with rewards offered. He didn't disappoint the dark web's eager onlookers. After pondering, he began his reply. Cloud.su's whereabouts seemed to have been leaked. When he landed on Kyushu Island, the Japanese police had already set up a massive dragnet. The top brass from the Japanese National Police Agency and the Ministry of Defense personally oversaw the operation. I was standing on a rooftop myself and witnessed Cloud.su emerge from a nearby coastal area. Then the intense battle began. At that moment, nearly 1,000 Japanese police officers and National Defense Force personnel had cornered Cloud.su in the forest park. Intense gunfire erupted from within. 2 hours later, Cloud.su broke through the encirclement, entered Nagasaki Prefecture, and vanished. The entire Nagasaki area is now completely surrounded by Japanese forces, conducting a thorough search for Cloud.su. But I suspect Cloud.su will likely begin moving after dark. Chapter 144, God, please appear soon. Inside a house on Kyushu Island, Japan, Pineapple Killer grew increasingly excited as he typed. He was just a low-level hitman here on a minor assignment in Japan. He never imagined he'd witness the dark web's top-ranked legend landing in Japan. He promptly captured the footage and uploaded it to the dark web. After editing and posting his text, he glanced back at the comments and views and froze in shock. Sabaska, tens of thousands of views, thousands of comments? And all these tips. Pineapple Killer took a closer look. Over a dozen people had tipped $1,000 each, and one had even tipped $10,000 just to get him to describe the scene in detail. $28,000. Whoa, this money came in fast. As a low-tier hitman, he usually only made a few $1,000s per job. And now, in just a few minutes, he'd earned $28,000? And the feeling of being watched by so many people was surprisingly delightful. Even Pineapple Killer spotted a big shot with a Halo icon on their profile picture tipping him $1,000. Those with Halo badges were ranked among the top 100 assassins. Usually, these big shots wouldn't even glance at a lowly invisible player like him. And now one actually tipped him? For the first time, Pineapple Killer felt like he was being taken seriously. Sure enough, after posting his edited text, perhaps because his vivid descriptions painted a vivid picture, or maybe because the dark web was simply buzzing about Cloud.su's operation, hundreds of comments flooded in instantly. Did Cloud.su go alone? Has he already broken through the first blockade of the Taiwanese bastards? Holy! One guy versus thousands of South Korean soldiers and cops? The footbase and chickens are such monkeys. So many of them and they can't even take down one person? Is Cloud.su planning to fight his way step by step from Kyushu Island all the way to Emperor Naruhito? Wow! If this succeeds, doesn't that mean our dark web could become a nation someday? I'd love to see this in person. OP, I've tipped you $1,000, keep posting. Comments scrolled by. Pineapple Killer had already spotted several more tip notifications. People who can make it online aren't short on cash, so they drop $1,000 without blinking. Holy crap! Big win! I feel like I'm about to strike it rich. Pineapple Killer glanced down at tonight's return flight ticket in his hand. Poof! He let out a dismissive snort and tore it into shreds with a flick of his fingers. Then he packed his belongings and silently walked out of the house. Cloud.su, you gotta hang in there. Your humble servant is here. Whether this little assassin can make it big and achieve prosperity depends entirely on whether you're willing to give me a bite to eat. Pineapple Killer had made up his mind. He would become the eyes of everyone online, tracking and filming Cloud.su's battle status in the footbasin chicken arena. From this moment on, I am no longer just a killer. I shall be a great paparazzi, an all-seeing killer paparazzo. Next, I'll keep you updated with the latest developments on Cloud.su extracting Emperor Naruhito's hematopoietic stem cells. Please recognize Pineapple Killer as the only officially designated shadow follower for the great Cloud.su. After stepping out, Pineapple Killer posted another triumphant message on the dark web. After the post went live, the dark web big shots showered it with tips and comments. Great work! Reward accepted. Commissioner, we still haven't found any trace of that flower-growing family. Outside Nagasaki Prefecture, the Metropolitan Police Commissioner listened to his subordinate's report. Just as he was about to lose his temper, the subordinate quickly added. However, the entire prefecture is now completely sealed off. That elite special forces unit is actively searching throughout the prefecture. The moment we spot that bastard, we absolutely won't let him escape again. Despite his subordinate's confident assurances, the chief of police couldn't shake his unease. Despite the meticulous defenses established along the coastline, the Japanese had still managed to breach Nagasaki Castle. Could they truly contain him this time? I expect you to deliver on your promise. Otherwise, not only His Majesty the Emperor, but even the Prime Minister himself would order me to commit seppuku. And if that happens, I will make sure you taste seppuku before I do. Go. This night is destined to be anything but peaceful. The Metropolitan Police Commissioner stared at his subordinate with an icy gaze. After his subordinate departed, he made another call to the Defense Agency Director. Hello. How are things on your end? The Defense Minister's breathless reply came over the line. Almost done. Personnel have been deployed along all key routes between Kyushu and Shikoku. The Special Defense Force has been activated. I've even pulled troops from Shikoku Island. He won't be able to slip through here. After disconnecting from the Defense Agency Chief, the Metropolitan Police Commissioner finally exhaled in relief. This time, the Defense Agency Director was not in Nagasaki Prefecture. Instead, he had already preemptively sealed off all routes between Kyushu and Shikoku. This was the safest decision they had reached after deliberation. They seemed to have discovered that the guy from the flower planting family was apparently preparing to fight his way all the way from Kyushu to the Imperial Palace. Even if the worst happened and the Nagasaki blockade was breached tonight, the man would be unable to cross from Kyushu to Shikoku in the short term. As long as that flower planting family member isn't hiding in residential areas, then with the defense minister and I pincering him from both sides, it'll be a done deal. Ha ha. The thought of this exquisitely crafted plan he and the defense agency director had devised together filled the Metropolitan Police Commissioner with a sense of satisfaction. Whether they captured that flower planting family member in Nagasaki or at the border between Kyushu and Shikoku, in any case, that despicable assassin would not escape. As night gradually descended, tension mounted in this coastal county town on Kyushu Island. Nearly half of Nagaki's residents had already been evacuated. Those remaining were instructed to stay indoors, lock their doors and windows, and avoid going out. The official word was that a vicious terrorist had infiltrated Nagaki County, and police were conducting a manhunt. Under the cover of night, patrols of police and soldiers crisscrossed the streets of Nagaki County. They maintained frequent communication with each other. Moreover, in the shadowy streets and on low rooftops, several detachments of special forces units were conducting a meticulous, ground-to-ground search. Amidst the tense, silent atmosphere, smoke billowed from an abandoned factory. Slowly, a figure emerged, writhing like a snake. Pineapple Killer was covered head to toe in thick, blackened soot from years of smoke, even his face. Ironically, this served as his perfect camouflage. The vantage point he chose was the second highest elevation in Changchi County. From here, he could survey nearly the entire county town, spotting any movement without fail. As for why he didn't choose the highest vantage point? Ha! The top vantage point was undoubtedly already occupied by those damn snipers. I'm an assassin. I know that much. Pineapple Killer gave himself a mental high five for his quick thinking. Though he was just a low-level player on the dark web, he always believed his brain was sharp enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought to become a shadow assassin, earning tips on the dark web. Sneaking a panoramic shot, Pineapple Killer hid in a blind spot and uploaded the photo. The night-shrouded Foot Basin Chicken District lay in such tranquility, yet in the next instant, Cloud.su might appear atop some rooftop, gazing down upon humanity like the Grim Reaper. Reading the text he'd edited in one fluid stroke, Pineapple Killer gave himself another hearty thumbs up for his talent. After posting, he didn't wait to check the online responses. Instead, he crawled forward to the spot with the best view through the smoke, gazing down at the silent Changchi County below with eager anticipation. Master, where are you? Please show yourself soon. Chapter 145, The Kill Squad. At that moment, Suyun crouched silently on the upturned edge of a roof eave. His body and breath had blended seamlessly with the surrounding night. To move more freely, Suyun had discarded his weapons, keeping only the fruit knife. His gaze was calm as he watched several soldiers below, moving in a vigilant formation along the street. Unlike the sloppy soldiers he'd encountered earlier, these warriors displayed far greater professionalism in their search and patrol. Watching the Special Forces soldiers directly below him, Suyun began to breathe deeply. Though his body remained still, his blood had started racing through his veins. His muscles gradually grew warm and supple. Unlike his stealthy approach, this was his optimal state for launching an attack. Be careful. That guy could show up at any moment. Keep an eye on the rooftops. Just as one of the Special Forces soldiers below received the order and prepared to look up at the rooftops, Suyun, crouched at the eaves, leapt down silently. The Special Forces soldier, who had only just lifted his head, saw a dark shadow appear before his eyes in an instant. Crack! Suyun's knee slammed straight into the soldier's chest, a crisp crack of breaking bone echoing as the brutal force sent the soldier crashing hard to the ground. In that instant, the fruit knife in Suyun's hand shot out silently. His body, however, lunged toward another Special Forces soldier. Kid! The Special Forces soldier from Foot Basin Chicken sensed the disturbance behind him and was about to shout a warning. But the next moment, a curved phalanx bone struck his throat bone directly. Cough cough. His larynx shattered instantly, cutting off the warning cry. The next second. Snap. Another hand had somehow reached the back of his neck. After a sharp crack of dislocated bones, the Special Forces soldier collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Meanwhile, Suyun's fruit knife had already pierced the temple of the 3rd Foot Basin Chicken Special Forces soldier. He rose, withdrew the knife, and stared silently at the 4th soldier standing before him. The soldier had already raised his rifle, his eyes filled with terror as he glanced at the 3 comrades who had been instantly killed. But after the shock, a savage grin suddenly spread across the 4th Foot Basin Chicken Special Forces soldier's face. Heh, you didn't kill me instantly. Gak! Gak! So this time, it's your turn to die. As the words left his mouth, the 4th soldier turned and fled without hesitation. Suyun casually flung the blood-soaked fruit knife. But before he died, the soldier frantically pulled the trigger in his hand. Rat-a-tat-tat. The gunfire instantly shattered the night silence. He's here. Damn it, it started. Smoke surged upward. The Pineapple Killer, lying prone, instantly surged with excitement and tension upon hearing the gunfire. Excited that Suyun had finally made his move. But equally, he knew this gunshot had completely exposed Soo-yun's position. Thus, a true battle for survival commenced. No rush. Just lie low for now.
The pineapple killer desperately minimized his presence, slowly wriggling his body into the smoke vent pipe, leaving only half his head exposed. Sure enough, after shifting his position, he sensed a gaze sweeping down from a higher vantage point. It was the sniper from the Foot Basin Chicken. The battle commenced, plunging everyone into an intense state of tension. The moment the gunshot rang out, it wasn't just Pineapple Killer who reacted. The Foot Basin Chicken soldiers and police in Nagaki County were all startled into action. Standing in the eastern part of Nagaki Prefecture, the chief of police heard the gunshot echoing through the silent night. A faint smile finally appeared on his grim face. Finally, you've shown up. I thought you'd already fled. After such a long period of silence, the chief of police had even begun to suspect that the flower-growing family's agent had withdrawn. Then His Excellency the Prime Minister and His Majesty the Emperor would surely be furious. Thank goodness. That guy is still here. And now that his hiding place has been discovered, he'll face endless pursuit. This Nagaki Prefecture will become the grave of that assassin from the Flower family. All officers and defense personnel tighten the perimeter and rush to the location of the gunfire. Advance inch by inch. Do not let him escape. The chief of police barked the order with palpable excitement. Under the cover of night, several special operations teams from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department instantly abandoned their current search areas the moment they heard the gunfire, rushing toward the source of the shots. It's Squad 2's patrol zone. Target located at Lane 12, Dongying Street. The Foot Basin Chicken Special Forces swiftly pinpointed the gunfire location. Upon receiving the report, other Foot Basin Chicken soldiers began advancing step by step toward the location. Once the encirclement was complete, it would become a matter of encirclement and annihilation. No matter how skilled the assassin, once deprived of cover, they would be utterly helpless against the combined firepower of the military and police. When the first squad arrived at the location, they saw blood pooling on the ground and 4 soldiers lying lifeless on the floor. They couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. We only heard gunfire earlier, but 4 soldiers are dead. So, it was an instant kill? The traces left on the battlefield allowed the arriving squad to analyze the situation that had just unfolded. 3 members were taken out instantly. The last one issued a warning before being killed. Begin the search. Watch the rooftops. The target has retreated, but should still be nearby. Upon locating the target, issue an immediate alert and eliminate him with combined force. The commander of this Foot Basin Chicken squad swiftly issued orders. In his view, since that flower-planting family assassin had revealed his presence here, he would inevitably retreat first, seeking the next opportunity to act. Without hesitation, he led his team to begin searching for any traces, using this location as their base and expanding outward. But just as one Special Forces soldier prepared to expand the perimeter search, Soo-yun's figure appeared ghost-like behind the Foot Basin Chicken soldier. Snap! A faint crack of shattered bones echoed. The Taiwanese soldier's head snapped back a full 180 degrees. In his final vision, he saw a bare-chested figure already advancing toward another teammate, knife in hand. He didn't leave? This was the Foot Basin Chicken Special Forces soldier's final thought. The other Foot Basin Chicken Special Forces soldier, who had been moving toward the perimeter, suddenly sensed a faint chill creeping up his spine. A warning flashed through his mind. Just as he turned, Soo-yun's figure appeared beside him. The fruit knife in Soo-yun's hand thrust upward, piercing deep into the soldier's jaw. With a swift pull, Soo-yun vanished into the darkness. Thud! The sound of the soldier's body hitting the ground finally alerted the other members of the Foot Basin Chicken squad. The squad leader spun around in horror, staring at the 2 comrades lying dead on the ground, instantly killed. Rage boiled over, erupting in a suppressed growl. Bastards! Chapter 146, Wipe out the Foot Basin Chicken Special Forces. He hadn't left. He hadn't left this place? The Foot Basin Chicken squad leader finally snapped out of his shock. After his position was exposed, that flower-planting family assassin hadn't chosen to retreat. Instead, he'd appeared behind their squad and instantly killed 2 men. Arrogant! Damn it! The Special Warfare Squad leader's face darkened as he waved his hand, ordering all soldiers preparing to search outward to return immediately. Everyone back! That bastard is right here. Just as he finished giving the order, a Special Forces soldier beside him suddenly let out a muffled groan. Whoa! Then, right before his eyes, a hand reached out from the darkness and dragged him straight into the shadows. Fire at will! Rat-a-tat-tat! The concentrated fire illuminated the darkness. By the time all the soldiers arrived, they discovered the dragged soldier had already had his throat slit. As their attention was completely drawn to the soldier who had been instantly killed, Soo-yun's figure silently reappeared behind everyone once more. A fruit knife plunged silently into the neck of the last Foot Basin Chicken soldier standing. Guh! Guh! The Foot Basin Chicken soldier clutched his throat and collapsed to his knees, spitting blood from his mouth. He desperately reached out with one hand, grasping at something. But in the end, he collapsed face first onto the ground, blood flowing beneath him like a small stream. Damn it, he's behind us. Fire! Rat-a-tat-tat!
Another meaningless burst of bullets swept past. Staring at the corpses in front and behind them, the Special Forces squad from the footbase in Chicken Nation felt a chill run down their spines. In less than a minute, 2 more Japanese soldiers had been killed right before their eyes by that Chinese assassin. The remaining soldiers looked up into the surrounding darkness, feeling for the first time that this darkness held a terrifying quality. It felt as though a shadowy figure could emerge from any corner at any moment, effortlessly taking their lives. The commander of this Special Forces squad stared blankly at the 2 new corpses on the ground. Suddenly, he understood something. I get it now. That flower-planting family guy wasn't refusing to withdraw. He was waiting here specifically to hunt us down. Inside the Flower Family conference room, Xuelong, Song Yumong, and the newest addition, Wang Zhongjuan, watched the transmitted footage. All 3 felt a chill run down their spines. At this moment, within the camera frame, Suyun gripped a horizontal beam beneath the eaves with one hand, suspending his entire body directly above the Special Forces squad of those chicken-brained soldiers. The Special Forces soldiers of the Footbase and Chicken faction remained utterly unaware that the terrifying assassin was silently watching them from directly above their heads. In a mere 2 minutes, he had instantly killed 4 Footbase and Chicken Special Forces soldiers. And then retreating without a sound. Such agility, even we 4 guardians couldn't match it. He's ridiculously strong. Son Yumeng murmured in awe. In the footage she'd just witnessed, she'd essentially seen the entire assassination sequence through a first-person perspective. That's why she was all the more astonished. As the mercenary codenamed Vermilion Bird, who had once accompanied the Sioux Emperor Mercenary Corps to assassinate the Golden Oriole, Michael Arthur. During that campaign, Su Yun had primarily demonstrated astonishing tactical genius. But this time, the assassination skills Su Yun had displayed truly sent shivers down her spine. That bastard Su Yun. She must be deliberately targeting Special Forces soldiers like Footbase and Chicken to kill, right? Wang Zhongjuan had already keenly discerned Su Yun's objective. Xuelong beside him took a deep breath and nodded. Yeah, I noticed that too. Concerned about disrupting Su Yun's operation, the communication had been cut off. But this was the first time Xuelong had witnessed Su Yun attacking as a true assassin. He was nothing human. The entire Changchi area has been completely surrounded by the Footbase and Chicken forces. If Su Yun wanted to break through, those ordinary Footbase and Chicken soldiers wouldn't be a problem for him. The only real obstacle would be the few Special Forces squads of those bastards stationed within Changchi County. So Su Yun must have decided from the very beginning that he would eliminate these Footbase and Chicken Special Forces squads first. Xuelong could see through Su Yun's objective. He intended to remain here specifically to snipe those Footbase and Chicken Special Forces teams. It was even highly probable. During the initial assault, the 4th soldier who managed to issue the warning was deliberately left behind by Su Yun. By having the Special Forces soldiers send the signal, the first units to arrive would inevitably be the stronger Special Forces squads from the Footbase and Chickens. But, even in this encirclement, he still intends to pick off the Footbasket Chicken Special Forces one by one? Meanwhile, Song Yumlung, once a Special Forces soldier herself, watched Su Yun's latest move on the screen and suddenly smiled bitterly. It seems he truly intends to wipe out every last member of those Footbase and Chicken Special Forces squads. Hearing this, Xuelong and Wang Zhongjuan's gazes instantly turned toward her. Yumeng, what do you mean? Song Yumeng pointed at the screen. Look, this entire Special Forces squad has been wiped out. Xuelong turned to look and froze in shock. In the brief moment they exchanged those 2 sentences, the remaining few American soldiers had all collapsed to the ground. Damn it! What did I miss? Yumeng, why didn't you warn us old farts? Having missed Su Yun's move, Xuelong felt like he'd just lost out on a fortune. How was I supposed to warn you? Su Yun just let go and jumped down to fight those bastard soldiers head-on. I timed it 9 seconds. In just 9 seconds, the rest of those soldiers were all dead. Holy! I'm a former Special Forces soldier myself, and watching that scene made my heart race. Song Yumeng's body was trembling slightly now. Watching the footage of Su Yun taking out those Footbase and Chicken Special Forces triggered an involuntary stress response. He pointed at the screen again. See how after taking out those Special Forces, Su Yun didn't leave. He was preparing to hunt down the rest. He didn't even bother to conceal himself. He didn't even bother to conceal himself anymore. Changchi. Su Yun's figure sprinted silently across rooftops. His icy gaze swept lightly over the streets below as he shifted his form constantly. He had abandoned concealment. Since these Taiwanese Special Forces were in Changchi County, he resolved to eliminate them all before leaving. He wouldn't leave them behind to cause trouble later. Behind him, in the very alleyway he had just left, Footbase and Chicken police and defense soldiers had already arrived, shouting and yelling. Good heavens! So many bodies here. Damn it! They're all our Special Forces soldiers. Chapter 147, they actually showed up. Bang! Su Yun, sprinting at full speed, ducked low to dodge a distant sniper bullet. He merely glanced in that direction before ignoring it. The 2 Japanese snipers on the tower, having missed their shot, immediately began calling out over the radio. 12th Street, rooftop. Once the coordinates were relayed, 2 additional American Special Forces squads immediately began closing in on Soo-yun's position. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted from all directions around Soo-yun. Soo-yun scanned the area, confirming that the last 2 Special Forces squads had now fully surrounded him. In the next instant, his figure vanished once more. His final hunt was about to begin. On the tower, the 2 foot-basin chicken snipers, having lost sight of their target in the blink of an eye, swiftly hoisted their sniper rifles. Damn it, that flower-planting family assassin vanished again. Lose sight of him. Need to change reconnaissance positions. The 2 highly professional snipers were already preparing to relocate. But just as they were preparing to descend swiftly along the tower, an eerie sound echoed from a spot not far below their feet. No need to change positions. I'll pick a good spot for you to be buried. The voice came too suddenly for the snipers to react. In the next instant, they saw a detonated grenade thrown from below, exploding mid-air between them. The next second. Boom! A massive explosion erupted between the 2 snipers, blasting their bodies off the tower. Splat! They splattered into 2 tomato sauce-like blobs on the 100-meter high ground. Moments later, a dark shadow appeared before the 2 snipers, its only visible feature being 2 rows of gleaming white teeth opening and closing. Ha ha! Your black brother is sending you to find a good seat with God. You dare snipe my regiment, Commander? Don't think your short stature means I can't blow you away, humph. The speaker was none other than Du Fu Longer, deputy commander of the Su Huang Mercenary Corps. Meanwhile, outside Changchi County, the Metropolitan Police Department chief listened to the chaotic gunfire echoing inside and the reports from his subordinates, his expression darkening. The battle seemed to be getting complicated. Even he couldn't figure out what was happening inside. He could only turn and roar savagely. What's the situation inside? Is that Japanese guy dead yet? Just then, a subordinate wearing a bulletproof helmet rushed frantically toward him from a distance. Carrying a rifle, he walked straight up to the commissioner of the Metropolitan Police Department, reporting that assassin from the flower-planting family isn't dead. Seems he's countering our soldiers' chokehold? What? Counter-strangling? Upon hearing the report, the chief of police flew into a rage. Surrounded by so many brave warriors of our great foot-basin chicken empire, he's still countering our chokehold? How dare he? Tell our men to disregard civilian casualties. Heavy fire is authorized. I want him dead. Now! The commissioner frantically urged his subordinate, only to find the man standing before him motionless, head bowed. Sorry, I can't go. The commissioner sensed something was terribly wrong. The next moment, his subordinate abruptly raised his head. It was a muscular hulk with twisted facial muscles, flashing a dazzling grin. Ha! Trying to ambush my most beloved commander? You little runt, did you get my permission? Bang! The next instant, a bullet pierced straight through the police chief's forehead. Blood and splattered brain matter spattered onto the faces of several nearby Japanese soldiers. They wiped it off blankly, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just happened, staring at the Japanese soldier who had fired the shot. Shia LaBeouf. Schwarzenegger violently ripped off his helmet and tossed it contemptuously to the ground. He flashed a sweet smile at the Japanese soldiers, who were frozen in shock by the immense impact. What are you staring at? Never seen a muscular hunk before? Amidst his smile, the firearm in Schwarzenegger's hand erupted in a brilliant burst of flame. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets struck the unprepared soldiers. The gunfire and pain finally snapped them out of their stupor. But by the time they did, the muscle-bound hunk disguised as a soldier had already fought his way back and vanished completely from sight. The Metropolitan Police Commissioner, a gaping hole blasted through the back of his head, heard his communicator buzz with an inquiry. Commissioner, what happened? Are you okay? We detected gunfire from the rear. Should we provide backup? Commissioner? An anxious cry came through the communicator. A Korean soldier suddenly rushed over, picked up the device, glanced at the dead police chief, swallowed hard, and replied in a trembling voice. Commissioner. He's dead. On a quiet street in Nagaki County, Shia Long Schwarzenegger removed his Japanese military uniform and tapped lightly on the earpiece of his communicator. Romer, how's it going on your end? Duff Longer's strained reply came through the earpiece almost immediately. Schwarzenegger, how many times have I told you to address me as deputy commander? I've already taken out 2 snipers from the sniper regiment. I've now pinpointed the positions of the other 2 snipers. Getting ready to treat these little dwarfs to a thunderous feast. When you hear the noise, the loudest bang will be mine. Ha 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 ha. Alright. Stay safe, Longer. I told you, address me as Deputy Commander-in-Chief. After hanging up with Longer, Shia Long Schwarzenegger switched to another call. Johnson, is the vehicle ready? Aye, all clear on my end. Ready to pick up the commander for evacuation shortly. Hanging up again, Schwarzenegger turned into a pitch-black storage box, lifted a waterproof tarp, and located a sealed weapons case. Opening it, he began changing his gear, a faint smile playing on his lips. Ha! Taking out a nation's emperor? The commander sure plays big ing thrilling. This time I'll finally get my fill of killing. Click click. In the dark alleyway, Schwarzenegger pulled the trigger, his body trembling with excitement. On a street in Jiangxi County, Soo-yun glanced in two directions. One direction carried the explosion from the tower, the other an unusual gunshot from the rear of Jiangxi County. A slow smile spread across his lips. How did these guys show up? Not listening at all. This time, Soo-yun had accepted the mission as an assassin, unrelated to the mercenary group's operations. Therefore, he hadn't called upon the members of the Su Huang mercenary group for assistance. However, judging from the two disturbances just now, Soo-yun knew that several of his subordinates had followed him over. They were currently engaged in different missions. Ignoring them, Soo-yun refocused his attention behind him. Behind him, a special operations squad from the Foot-Basin Chicken faction was hot on his heels, leaping across rooftops in pursuit. Of the two remaining Foot-Basin Chicken Special Forces squads, he had already eliminated one. The one remaining was the last Foot-Basin Chicken Special Forces squad in Jiangxi County. Chapter 148, Aerial Close-Up. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets whizzed relentlessly behind him, disrupting Soo-yun's running trajectory. On the rooftop of a factory building, Soo-yun leapt high into the air, silently bounding toward a low-rise structure directly ahead. Due to the height difference between the factory and the opposite building, the pursuing Foot-Basin Chicken Special Forces squad momentarily lost sight of him as he leapt. But in that fleeting instant, Soo-yun's midair form abruptly reversed direction at an unnatural angle. One hand hooked onto the factory roof's eaves, his body pressed tightly against the wall. Vision lost. Pursue him. He jumped over. Urgent commands rang out from the pursuing Footbasket Chicken Special Forces squad. From their previous vantage point, their target had just leaped from the factory roof to the low building opposite. So the Special Forces soldiers followed suit, preparing to leap across themselves. But just as they leaped one after another, their bodies momentarily suspended in midair. Out of the corner of his eye, you suddenly realized their target hadn't jumped across at all. Instead, the figure was clinging flat against the wall? But the realization came too late. Before the soldiers in front could react, Soo-yun's body, clinging to the wall, shot out like a spring. His blade flashed repeatedly, slicing through the throats of two Special Forces soldiers. He then stomped on their midair bodies, planting one foot on each of the remaining two Foot-Basin Chicken soldiers' chests. With a single kick, he sent their suspended bodies crashing to the ground. By the time his momentum waned, Soo-yun had already latched onto the 5th Foot-Basin Chicken Special Forces soldier, whose body still hung suspended in the air. Snap! 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 In an instant, he dislocated the upper joints of the opponent's arms. He pinned the Foot-Basin Chicken Special Forces soldier beneath him, face down and back up, and let them fall silently toward the ground. This sudden aerial battle ended swiftly. In a single instant, Soo-yun had counter-killed 4 Foot-Basin Chicken Special Forces soldiers. The 5th one was now falling alongside him, trapped beneath his weight. The height from the factory rooftop to the ground was over 50 meters. The other 4 Foot-Basin Chicken Special soldiers, completely incapacitated, fell freely toward certain death. The last one met the worst fate, used as a human cushion by Soo-yun, crashing face first onto the hard ground. After landing, Soo-yun glanced up. 4 left. The last 4 Special Forces soldiers on the rooftop craned their necks to look down below. But all they could see was a sea of darkness. The Special Forces squad leader stared into the deep darkness below and couldn't help but shiver. He couldn't shake the feeling that within that darkness, a pair of deathly eyes were silently watching them. Too terrifying. The counterattack came too suddenly. In the blink of an eye during that leap, 5 of the 9 Taiwanese Special Forces soldiers were instantly taken down. Even the 4 elite Special Forces squads from Jiangxi County were now reduced to just these 4 survivors. The rest had all been slaughtered by that Japanese assassin. Damn it! That's just too strong. Smoke billowed upward as the pineapple assassin, curled into a ball, watched the battlefield across the way and uttered his exclamation. He had witnessed this high-altitude counter-kill with his own eyes. No! Not just this one. He'd seen most of the scenes where that 4-man Special Ops squad was picked off one by one. He could only utter one thought. He's too powerful. So powerful he transcends the bounds of humanity. Those 4 Special Forces squads were like prey targeted by a shadow wolf, torn apart bite by bite until nothing remained. Is this the power of Cloud.su, the Dark Emperor? Thankfully my phone's camera was up to the task. I captured the final spectacular moment. Pineapple Killer retreated into the smoke, staring at the single image captured on his phone. It was the one he'd luckily captured at the most crucial moment. The photo captured the exact moment when Soo-yun stood atop the body of the 5th Foot-Basin Chicken Special Forces soldier, his gaze calm as he surveyed the last 4 remaining Special Forces soldiers across from him, slowly descending. Beside him, 2 dead Foot-Basin Chicken Special Forces soldiers and 2 incapacitated ones were falling alongside him. Behind this scene, a bright, full moon hung in the rainbow-hued sky. Awesome! Absolutely awesome! This photo perfectly captures Emperor Cloud.su's coldness and power. I'd call it the shot of the year. Pineapple Killer was immensely satisfied with his candid shot and immediately uploaded it to the dark web. Latest times, stunning close-up of Cloud.su's aerial execution of 5 Foot-Basin Chicken Special Forces soldiers. That final gaze calm enough to take your breath away. P.S. 3.5 of the 4 Special Forces squads dispatched by the Footbasket Chickens have been annihilated by Cloud.su. Follow us. Donate now. After posting, Pineapple Killer waited quietly for a moment before reopening the dark web. Received tip from ID, Pegasus Meteor Punch $1,000. Received from ID, Moonlight $1,000 reward. Awesome. Seeing the continuous donation notifications, Pineapple Killer grinned so wide his cheeks hurt. This wave of donations totaled over $10,000. Scrolling through the comments under the post, there were already over 300 replies. This shot is really well done, definitely worth tipping. Wow. Su Huang is actually kinda handsome. That final look, so cold. To instantly take down an elite special forces soldier without any support, is this the power of the top-ranked assassin? No, this is just one kill scene. Didn't the OP mention? He's already wiped out 3.5 special forces squads. Does Japan even have the strength left to stop his advance? At this pace, he'll soon cross Kyushu and enter Shikoku. Reading those comments, Pineapple Killer felt energized. But just then, he suddenly heard a tremendous commotion coming from the outskirts of Nagaki Prefecture. Peering out, he saw chaos erupting in the distance. When he finally made out the corpse lying on the ground, Pineapple Killer's jaw dropped instantly. Holy, no way. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department chief got whacked? But he wasn't even over there. Who the hell took out that chief? Forget it. Let's get out of here fast, or we won't be able to leave once things get worse. Pineapple Killer began sliding cautiously toward the smoke below. He knew Nagaki couldn't hold back Suyun anymore. Suyun would soon cross Kyushu Island and enter Shikoku Island. Cloud.su should be breaking through any minute now. I need to hurry up and find a good spot ahead to follow him. Otherwise, I won't keep up with the master's pace. Making up his mind, Pineapple Killer emerged from beneath the smoke cloud and sprinted toward Shikoku Island, heading out of Nagasaki Prefecture without looking back. Chapter 149, If we don't come, they can't stop the commander. On a street in Nagasaki Prefecture, 4 fresh corpses lay serene and cold upon the blue stone pavement, silent as if cut off from the world. They were the last 4 surviving Special Forces soldiers from the Footbase and Chicken Nation's 4 special squads, their lives cruelly frozen in this moment. Moments earlier, Suyun had spotted an infinitesimal flaw with eagle-like precision, striking with cheetah-like ferocity to end their lives cleanly and decisively. With this, all 4 elite Special Forces squads of Footbase and Chicken within Changchi County had been utterly annihilated. Yet this victory did not free Suyun from danger. As the last enemy fell, the Footbase and Chicken Police and Defense Force soldiers, alerted by the commotion, surged in like a tidal wave, surrounding him completely. Nearby streets were densely packed with shadowy figures as hundreds of fully armed enemy troops stood ready for battle. Even atop the high rooftops, dozens of cold, gleaming gun barrels were trained on him in unison. Like a pack of wolves circling their prey, they awaited the command to launch their deadly assault. Yet, facing this overwhelming enemy force, Suyun stood unshakable as a mountain. His composure and calmness seemed to freeze the very air around him. For corpses on the ground, still bleeding crimson, served as silent battle hymns, constantly reminding every Footbase and Chicken soldier witnessing this scene of the terrifying power concealed within this seemingly ordinary Flower Nation man. Is he truly human? One man, acting alone, wiped out all 4 of our most elite Special Forces squads. A soldier murmured in a trembling voice, his eyes filled with profound dread. They say even the chief of police perished in the clash just now. Another soldier murmured in agreement, his voice thick with awe and reverence for Suyun's power. Facing Suyun's rock-solid presence, these Taiwanese soldiers were momentarily paralyzed. Their fingers trembled slightly on the triggers of their weapons, too afraid to pull the trigger. What should we do? One asked anxiously, should we fire? Or try to capture him alive? Bastard! Where is your courage as Japanese soldiers? A defense captain who prided himself on his deep samurai spirit barked harshly. We have hundreds, he has only one. He should be the one trembling, not us. With that, he strode forward, his rifle barrel pointed directly at Suyun, attempting to intimidate him with sheer force of presence. Hey, you! You're so bad. Surrender now. We've got numbers and guns. Or else, you're dead meat. Before the words faded, a cold gleam suddenly sliced through the night sky, streaking toward him like a meteor. An ordinary fruit knife pierced through the air's resistance in an instant, embedding itself with pinpoint accuracy into the defense captain's forehead. The force was so immense it sent his entire body flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, motionless. Suyun lifted his head, casting a casual glance in that direction, his expression utterly calm and unruffled. Damn it! He actually dared to attack. He's alone, yet he shows no fear at all? Is this guy that arrogant? Don't be afraid. We outnumber him. Open fire together. Right. We have hundreds, and he's alone. Surveying the teeming crowds filling the streets and alleys, the police and defense force soldiers from the Footbase and Chicken District finally mustered some confidence. They began advancing step by step, gradually tightening their encirclement. Then, at the final moment, 100 arrows would be fired simultaneously. Even the mightiest warrior could not possibly evade them. Yet at that very moment, another unexpected turn occurred. From behind the crowd, the thunderous roar of engines suddenly erupted, accompanied by a loud, boisterous curse. Damn it all to hell. Bullying the outnumbered with sheer numbers? You think our captain is a nobody? I'll smash your balls off. The crude shouts were followed by a barrage of rapid, frenzied gunfire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets poured like a torrent from behind the Taiwanese soldiers. When they spun around in panic, they saw a military jeep barreling straight toward them with brutal force. Behind the wheel sat a muscle-bound brute, while in the passenger seat in the truck bed, two monstrous brutes with faces twisted with savagery wielded heavy weapons mounted on the vehicle, unleashing a frenzied barrage of fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Simultaneously, a burly, hulking man clutched 4 or 5 high-explosive grenades in one hand. He ripped off all the safety pins with a wide grin and tossed them into the crowd. Watch out, grenades! Boom! 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 The relentless barrage of fire and explosions completely stunned the Taiwanese soldiers. Squeal! The military jeep screeched to a halt in front of Su Yun. Sharon Schwarzenegger and Du Fu Longer grinned from the truck bed. Ha, Commander, we're here to pick you up. Ha! Those damn shorties are so annoying. I've been itching to teach them a lesson for ages. Up front, driver Dwayne Johnson and co-pilot Jason Stan Chen beamed at Su Yun. Our beloved commander, please hop in. Your adorable subordinates are here to pick you up. Seeing the smug smiles on his soldiers' faces, Su Yun shook his head helplessly before jumping into the vehicle and saying with a laugh, "Let's go! Let's go! See who can stop us!" Ha ha ha! Lunga roared excitedly from the truck bed as his heavy weapon fired again. Rat-a-tat-tat! Schwarzenegger hurled one high-explosive grenade after another. In the driver's seat, Oishi Johnson slammed his foot down hard on the accelerator. The vehicle barreled straight toward the Taiwanese soldiers and police officers. The Taiwanese soldiers, stunned by the sudden barrage of fire, saw their encirclement completely shattered. Watching the military jeep speed away, the soldiers felt a deep sense of helplessness. Over 1,000 police officers and National Guard troops had meticulously set up such a tight blockade, even deploying 4 of the most elite Special Forces squads. This represented the maximum effective combat strength Taiwan could muster outside of wartime. Yet even this failed to stop that flower-planting family member. Instead, one of their own top police chiefs had been shot in the back of the head. Was that flower-planting family member truly that formidable? Inside the jeep, Oishi Johnson had long known Su Yun's target. Without needing instructions, he'd already steered the vehicle toward Shikoku Island. Meanwhile, Schwarzenegger and Longer, who had been in the truck bed, climbed through the rear window into the cab. Holy crap! That was awesome! Fighting alongside the commander is the best feeling ever. I was getting bored stiff back home. Ha ha! Longer laughed boisterously. Dwayne Johnson turned and glared at him, making a shushing gesture. Only then did the two in the back seat notice Su Yun glaring at them. Keep it down. The commander must be tired. As soon as they landed, they were surrounded and pursued by over 1,000 foot base and chicken soldiers and 4 elite Special Forces squads. Yet within just a few hours after nightfall, they had turned the tables and wiped out all 4 of the enemy's most elite Special Forces squads, along with over 100 foot base and chicken soldiers. Truly worthy of the title of battalion commander. More crucially, the commander dared to venture alone into foot base and chicken territory to extract the Emperor's hematopoietic stem cells. This kind of style could only belong to the colonel. Truth be told, even if we hadn't come tonight, those foot base and chicken soldiers wouldn't have been able to stop the colonel. Chapter 150, Longer, Gang Boss. Following Disher Johnson's heartfelt compliment, the car erupted in a wave of praise for Su Yun, each cheer louder than the last. The noise finally woke Su Yun. Tonight's intense march and ambush had indeed taken a toll on his body. But by now, he had mostly recovered. Why are you here? Commander, Longer contacted us. He said you were heading to Japan to assassinate their Emperor Naruhito, so he called us over to see the spectacle. Jason Stanchen answered first. Su Yun turned his gaze back to Du Fu Longer. Longer grinned sheepishly. Captain, after we split from the Hupu, I was bored, so I registered a dark web account. I happened to see you take the job on Emperor Naruhito, so I called them all over. Just wanted to join the fun. Captain, don't you dare send us back. These days, without missions, we're bored out of our minds. Du Fu Longer clasped his hands together, adopting a pitiful expression as he pleaded with Su Yun to let them stay. Seeing that they seemed to be doing quite well these past days, Su Yun nodded in agreement. When he returned from Gaza earlier, he deliberately detoured through northern Burma. His main purpose was to help his battalion members attract attention. After taking down 2 of the top 10 assassins and the strongest Special Forces squad in Myanmar, these members were now largely out of danger. Johnson, turn right up ahead and pull over. Longer, seated in the back seat, suddenly spoke up. Johnson seemed to know what Longer intended, a faint smile playing on his lips. He steered the jeep right, driving for another 5 minutes before finally stopping by a riverbank. Schwarzenegger jumped out, glanced around in confusion, and muttered. Hey, Longer, we're in the middle of nowhere. Did you bring us here just to take a dump? Longer rolled his eyes. You're the one who came here to take a dump. He then walked to the edge of the river and let out a few strange cries. Then, Schwarzenegger watched as one dark, slimy head after another suddenly emerged from the quiet river. This sudden spectacle made Schwarzenegger shudder in fright, nearly sending the large pineapple flying from his hand. Holy! Are the water ghosts from the river bottom rising up? Off, you're the water ghost. Open your eyes and look carefully, those are people, my brothers who came with me. Longer smirked triumphantly and waved at the heads peeking out of the water. Only then did the figures in the river step quietly ashore, one by one. Schwarzenegger took a closer look and couldn't help but exclaim. Holy crap, they really are all people. They're built like tanks. Looks like they'd make some hell of a fighters. The men emerging from the river wore only loincloths, their bare torsos displaying well-proportioned muscles covered in numerous scars. Longer approached Su Yun and said with a smile. Haha, Captain, these are warriors from my hometown, all battle-hardened. I've led them in countless turf wars against rival gangs, they're top-notch fighters. Ha ha. These warriors were not only fiercely loyal to him but also skilled fighters and fast runners. Years ago, to protect his hometown from gang bullying, Longer gathered the young men of the town to form the Axe Gang. Back then, the Axe Gang frequently clashed with rival gangs in the surrounding areas. Many young men from the town lost their lives in those battles. The ones who remain now are the absolute elite. Later, Longer subdued all the gangs around the town through force, striking fear into them. He then left the town alone to seek his fortune, joining the Su Huang mercenary corps. After earning a considerable sum, he sent it all back to the town to develop the Axe Gang. As a result, the young and strong members of the Axe Gang grew increasingly robust. Su Yun glanced over and asked with interest. Longer, what's your status back in your hometown? Su Yun rarely inquired about the individual backgrounds of his mercenaries. In his eyes, regardless of their past, once they joined the group, they were simply members of the Su Huang mercenary corps. Stone Johnson, standing nearby, explained with a smile. Captain, Longer's hometown is in the Eagle Nation, but it borders Mexico. He's the leader of the biggest gang in their small town. Upon hearing this, Schwarzenegger grinned widely. Well, Longer, so you're a ING gang boss, huh? Longer shot Schwarzenegger a fierce glare. You're the ING gang boss. The Axe Gang might have gang in its name, but we don't deal in drugs or other harmful businesses. We formed this gang to protect our town from being bullied by surrounding gangs. Our members have never harmed good people. And because we don't deal in the black market, we almost disbanded. If it weren't for the fact that I made a lot of money following the boss and bought plenty of food and weapons for the gang, we might have been wiped out by other gangs in the area long ago. Su Yun listened quietly, then suddenly turned to Schwarzenegger and asked, how much money is left in the gang's communal account? Without hesitation, Schwarzenegger blurted out a figure. 15 million. Alright, give all 15 million to Longa. After returning from Footbase and Chicken this time, Longa, you can start consolidating the gangs around your town. If 15 million isn't enough, I'll provide additional funds later. Once my current affairs are settled, I'll pay a visit to your town myself. Hearing Su Yun's calm voice, Longa, Schwarzenegger, Johnson, and Jason all froze in shock before their bodies trembled violently. Captain, you finally. Longa's eyes flickered as he stared at Su Yun, his heart pounding wildly. Schwarzenegger understood the weight behind those words all too well. Su Yun merely nodded and replied to the group. Yes. I've seen the full aerial photos of that island. It's suitable for human habitation. However, I'll need to see it for myself in person in a few days. Hearing this, the group suppressed their excitement and nodded eagerly. Alright, let's go. We've got a lot to do tonight. Su Yun led the way toward the vehicles. Schwarzenegger and Longer watched Su Yun's retreating figure, trembling with excitement. The commander has finally decided to build his own strength. This is wonderful. Though the Su Huang mercenary corps had grown immensely powerful under the commander's leadership, but a mercenary regiment was still too small. It couldn't fully unleash the commander's true potential. Though they didn't know the captain's exact plans, at this moment, Longer and the other two were filled with anticipation and excitement. Let's go. Follow us. Longer waved to his men, then climbed onto the roof of the jeep. Seeing this, Schwarzenegger didn't stay seated inside either. He ran to the roof and sat beside Longer, surveying the swarm of subordinates trailing behind. After boarding, Su Yun quietly relayed a set of coordinates. Johnson drove the jeep straight toward that location. Upon arrival, they discovered the coordinates led to an abandoned coastal port. Amidst the overgrown weeds of the derelict port, rows of massive, abandoned shipping containers stood scattered about. After jumping out of the vehicle, the group glanced around, each looking somewhat puzzled. This is? Su Yun didn't respond, instead walking straight toward the mountain of abandoned containers. Behind him, Longer and the others gradually realized that people were indeed present near these containers. Chapter 151, Weapons and Ammunition Depot. Final chapter. Upon seeing them approach, the figures instantly drew weapons, their eyes darting warily toward the newcomers. After Su Yun approached and showed one of them something, the group quickly vanished into the nearby shadows. After walking a few more minutes, Soo-yun finally reached a blue container. He tapped it lightly, activating the biometric lock. After scanning his iris, click. A faint sound echoed as one side of the container slowly slid open. When Soo-yun stepped inside and switched on the interior lights, Longa and the others were utterly stunned. Inside this unassuming, abandoned container, the interior had been transformed into an impeccably organized space. Alloy brackets and display cases gleamed under the white lights. The racks were filled with an array of light and heavy firearms, pistols of various calibers, assault rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles. On another wall, various cold weapons, protective gear, and accessories were displayed. In the innermost compartment, boxes of ammunition were neatly categorized and stacked. Holy! This place is like a mini arsenal. Lunga's eyes lit up with delight when he spotted a large pineapple gun identical to the one in his hands on one of the container walls. Beside the M16, a gleaming, brand-new Gatling gun was on display. The moment he saw it, Longa rushed over and clutched the Gatling gun tightly. "Commander, this gun's mine. Last time in Gaza, I didn't even get to touch a Gatling gun." Schwarzenegger, Johnson, and the others still standing at the container entrance exchanged glances. This must be the weapons cache the commander mentioned he left behind in the Middle East. Wonder if there are any others in other countries. Johnson's keen eye caught the adjacent container and tentatively asked, "Commander, is that container over there also an armory? Whose is it?" Soo-yun nodded with a smile in his eyes. "Yep, it is. It belonged to the assassin ranked 9th on the dark web. After I took him out, it became mine. Alright, come in and grab whatever gear you like. Longer, have your guys come in too. Take whatever you want." Soo-yun gave the order. Truthfully, if it weren't for the team members showing up and Longer bringing so many underlings along, Soo-yun wouldn't have bothered coming to this armory for gear. He might have headed straight for the Four Nations Island instead. But now, Soo-yun had adjusted his plans once more. After Soo-yun spoke, Longer beckoned to his silent minions and led them into the mysterious container. Seeing all the weapons laid out before them, the eyes of his men lit up instantly. The leader said pick whatever you want, choose freely, take whatever you like," Longer declared generously. The subordinates immediately rushed forward to claim the weapons and gear they desired. Watching the radiant smiles on his men's faces, Longer felt a quiet pang of sadness. Back home, they would never have seen such high-quality weapons. Everyone began changing into their gear. Soo-yun also swapped out his equipment this time. His fruit knife had become blunt, so this time he selected 2 alloy daggers to carry. For the upcoming operation, a gun wouldn't be very useful. By the time everyone finished restocking their gear, the atmosphere had turned grim. Longer gripped his Gatling gun, Schwarzenegger was strapped with high-explosive grenades, and Dwayne Johnson carried a sniper rifle on his back. The dozen or so gang members each had various weapons strapped to their bodies, clutching them as if they were treasures. As for Soo-yun, he carried only those 2 exquisitely crafted daggers. If I'm not mistaken, what he'll face next is wave after wave of countless assassins, along with those sneaky ninja clans from the Foot Clan. At the junction of Kyushu and Shikoku Islands, all major transportation routes have been tightly sealed off. Not only had the National Defense Force been deployed, but armed helicopters were also on standby at any moment. The defense minister sat in a command vehicle, his face grim as he stared at a surveillance feed. The screen showed only calm now, but he knew this tranquility was utterly temporary. The Chinese family was already on its way. News from Nagaki Prefecture had arrived. Despite the deployment of over 1,000 soldiers and special forces units, the operation to eliminate the target had ultimately failed, with several casualties suffered by the forces themselves. The Metropolitan Police Commissioner was shot in the head at close range. All 4 elite special forces squads had been wiped out, with police and defense soldiers suffering over 100 casualties. And this was just one man. He managed to inflict such devastating casualties right on the Japanese home turf. The chief of the Metropolitan Police Department had already gone to see Emperor Naruhito, and if they fail to eliminate the Japanese individual here, the defense agency director will commit seppuku. With so many elite soldiers in Japan, if we can't even stop one Japanese national, the prime minister will surely lose his mind, and I will die for my country in disgrace, the defense minister murmured. Not a single soul in the command vehicle dared to respond. Time ticked away in the waiting. Suddenly, a bright light appeared on the distant plain. The light seemed to be from vehicle headlights, rapidly approaching a defensive position of the foot base and chicken forces below. It's coming. The moment the light appeared, the soldiers tensed, grabbing their night vision goggles to scrutinize the scene. Director, a truck is rapidly charging toward our defensive line. The defense director rushed to the monitoring screen, his gaze fixed on the blurry image of the truck. Is it him? Not clear yet. Stand by. Several foot base and chicken officers' fingers flew across the controls. As the image zoomed in, a faint figure finally became visible inside the truck's cab. It's him, absolutely him. Open fire. Blow that truck to smithereens. The order issued. The soldiers along the front line opened fire.
while 2 armed helicopters began taking off.
Rat-a-tat-tat. A dense hail of bullets sprayed toward the truck. At that moment,
the truck erupted with its own counterattack.
"Take these little s down." With a thunderous roar, the Gatling gun's honeycomb barrels began to spin. Rat-a-tat-tat. Longer.
His face flushed crimson.
Mounted the Gatling gun on the truck roof and swept it wildly across the scene. Ha 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 ha. Die. At that moment, a low rumble suddenly echoed from the horizon.
The defense minister looked up and saw a dark swarm of bombers streaking across the sky toward the trucks.
"This is bad. Minister. Just now, Kyushu Airfield reported that their base has been hijacked.
15 bombers took off from the airfield 5 minutes ago,
and their destination is unknown. Damn it.
They've hijacked the bombers." Before the defense minister's roar of fury had faded,
the dark mass of bombers had already reached overhead. Instantly,
dozens of warheads plummeted from the sky.
Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye,
everything vanished: the shadowy ninja clans,
the last remnants of the Foot Basin Chicken Special Forces, and the Foot Basin Chicken Defense Force soldiers.
3 days later, a piece of Japanese news sent shockwaves around the world. Japan's Emperor Naruhito drained of blood by a mysterious assassin at the imperial palace,
ultimately succumbing to his injuries. Half a year later, in Zone Nanhai, Zhonghua,
in the very courtyard Shui Long had once visited,
the chairman,
alongside 3 distinguished generals, Wang Jiangwo,
Son Aigua,
and Liu Zhanghong, signed the arrest warrant for Vice Chairman Zhou of the Central Military Commission.
The warrant called for the replacement of Vice Chairman Zhou with Major General Bai Yanzhong, a military commander. The charge? Treason.
5 years later,
on a small Pacific island, the Su Huang Republic was formally established. Its first president, Su Yun. The end.